The man was just taking an exam, but he was surrounded by a group of heavily armed soldiers driving tanks and planes. It turns out that Lin Xia traveled to a parallel time and space and unexpectedly obtained this strengthening the army and serving the country system on the eve of the college entrance examination. While deducing AI drone cellular cluster technology in his dormitory, he was reported by his roommate as a spy. Meanwhile, inside the 726 Military Research Institute, intern Zhang Xiaofeng was routinely cleaning out his official mailbox. As a prestigious military research institute in the province, and even the country, it received a large number of academic-related emails every day. To ensure no emails were missed, the institute assigned a dedicated person to screen and process them at designated locations. As it happened, it was Zhang Xiaofeng's turn that day. He initially had low hopes, as most of the emails were from military enthusiasts, full of fanciful ideas but lacking a rigorous theoretical basis. But suddenly, one of the emails caught his attention. The title read, "Can reporting spies earn extra points in the college entrance exam?" Zhang Xiaofeng clicked on the email with a hint of curiosity. He initially thought it was just a strange, outlandish report. But the more he read, the more strange his expression grew. It seems, I can't quite understand it either. To avoid delaying things, he immediately called over his teacher, He Yonghuai, who hadn't left work yet. "What do you mean? You can't understand it?" He Yonghuai frowned, unable to understand how a non-professional could write something so incomprehensible. He quickly flipped through the email. I.e. droniswarm. His brows twitched, his expression suddenly serious. As he read further, he immediately realized the gravity of the matter. No, this needs to be reported immediately. Although he couldn't fully understand much of the content, he was certain that it was highly feasible. Meanwhile, the annual college entrance exam arrived as scheduled. On the morning of June 6th, Lin Xia woke up early, dressed, and excitedly entered the exam room. At the same moment, a group of mysterious uniformed men appeared at the door of her roommate Wang Yang's house. "Are you Wang Yang? Did you send a report email to the 726 Military Industrial Institute? Tell us, where did this information come from? Who wrote it?" After receiving confirmation, the group quickly left. Wang Yang was so frightened that his legs went weak. "Oh my God, it seems I really have caught a big fish." Around 9 a.m., the first exam had just begun. Relevant authorities had confirmed the source and authenticity of the email. Soon, outside the number 2 middle school exam center, as many parents of students anxiously waited, several police cars suddenly arrived and stopped at the school gate. Armed officers jumped out of 8 or 9 police cars. Behind them, vehicles bearing the word SWAT followed closely behind. Dozens of police officers and SWAT officers quickly formed a neat line at the school gate. This scene shocked and bewildered the parents present. Oh my goodness, have they deployed special police for the Gaokao security? That's out of the question. This doesn't look like ordinary security. Are they going to arrest someone? 30 or 40 police officers, including fully armed SWAT officers, made the scene far from what one would expect from an exam center. Someone in the crowd whispered a warning, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. No way. Has one of the candidates really committed a crime? Even the city's special police have been mobilized. It must be no small matter. Could it be that a student really did something? Although everyone was full of doubts, no one dared to step forward to ask. Finally, a teacher from number 1 middle school bravely stepped forward. He happened to know the SWAT team leader, Ding Weihua. They had previously worked together on a joint operation. He stepped forward and whispered, "Captain Ding, what's going on? It's the college entrance exam, and there's such a big scene. Is this a mistake?" As a teacher, he must first ensure that the student's exam environment is not affected. The presence of so many police officers is bound to make the students nervous. But Ding Weihua's expression was serious, and he responded coldly. "This is a special arrest operation. The target is a student who just entered the exam room. Don't ask anything else." With that, he turned and left. The teacher's face suddenly changed. Arresting people? Students. He looked around and saw that the entire exam center was practically surrounded by layers of security, and a sense of foreboding settled over him. Arresting someone during the Gaokao was definitely a major event. Normally, any incident would give way to the Gaokao, but this was clearly an exception. The teacher's heart suddenly reached his throat. Time flew by, and the 2.5-hour exam was quickly over. At 11:30 a.m., the bell rang. Lin Xia leisurely walked out of the exam room. Although he felt his score wasn't particularly good, at least he'd completed it. He felt his writing flowed very well, especially in the essay section. Wang Yang, standing on the other side, saw Lin Xia appear and immediately remembered what happened that morning. Feeling guilty, he ran away. Lin Xia simply waved, her expression nonchalant. But as soon as he stepped out of the exam room, what caught his eye was not the long-awaited parents or the homeroom teacher, but a dense swarm of armed special police. Especially, the moment Lin Xia appeared, it was as if the entire atmosphere froze. He looked around with a puzzled expression, only to see the police officer, who was obviously the commander, glance at him, then lower his head to examine the photo in his hand. Then he walked quickly to him. "Classmate, are you Lin Xia?" Lin Xia nodded blankly. "Yes, I am. You are." Before he finished speaking, he felt a chill on his wrist. "Click, Lin Xia, please come with us." Lin Xia stared at the police officer in silence. At that moment, the class teacher, who was not far away, rushed over. Misunderstanding. Captain Ding must have misunderstood. Although this child may not be a good student, he definitely wouldn't commit a crime. You must be mistaken. He's still taking the college entrance exam. If we arrest him now, wouldn't that ruin his life? The head teacher was almost in tears. She had never expected something like this to happen and only hoped it was a misunderstanding. However, Lin Xia spoke calmly. "Teacher, don't worry. I'll be back soon." At the Andes City Police Department, inside a closed detention center, Lin Xia was placed on a special interrogation bench. Across from her sat a man in a SWAT uniform. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Ding Hua," the police officer said. His tone was calm, but his eyes were undeniable. "Don't be nervous. I just asked you to come here to check something." He pointed to the large characters emblazoned on the wall behind him. "See, leniency for those who confess, severity for those who resist. Cooperate with the investigation, and if there's no problem, we'll let you go." Ding Hua spoke as he studied the young man before him. 18 years old, his eyes were clear, and there was still a hint of youth and childishness between his brows. No matter how he looked at it, Lin Xia didn't look like the rumored foreign spy. But the question is, where did all that military research material come from? The order from the higher-ups couldn't be wrong. The boy had to be found at all costs. Ding Hua snorted coldly, his suspicion growing. Could spy organizations today be so powerful as to subvert a minor and steal national technical documents? If this were true, they might actually be on to uncover a truly astonishing international espionage case. "Okay, enough nonsense. I have a few questions for you to answer," he said, suppressing his inner excitement and speaking in a serious tone. "What were you doing 3 nights before the college entrance examination?" Lin Xia thought for a moment, then calmly replied, "I'm reviewing in the dorm." "What are you reviewing?" Ding Hua asked, a smile on his face, as if he'd seen through everything. Lin Xia paused. That night, he had just awakened the system and was sorting through the technical information it provided. Ding Hua caught the slightest shift in his expression and immediately sensed something was amiss. He slammed the table, his face no longer concealing his seriousness. "I urge you to tell the truth. Since you've been brought here, it means we already have sufficient evidence." Lin Xia was confused. "Evidence? What evidence? They don't really think I'm a criminal, do they?" "Captain Ding, I don't understand. What kind of crime is it to review materials in the dorm?" Ding Hua curled his lips slightly. "So, tell me, what are you reviewing?" Lin Xia shrugged, her tone still relaxed. "Physics content. Maybe some technology related to the integration of drones and AI. Simply put, it's AI drone swarm technology." "Are these technical materials yours?" Ding Hua stared at him, his tone suddenly changing. Lin Xia thought for a moment and, strictly speaking, said no. Ding Hua nodded, his expression slightly relaxed, as if he was satisfied with the answer. "So you admit you're a spy, tell me. Which country do you serve? How much are you paid? How many missions like this have you carried out?" Lin Xia was stunned for a moment, pointing at herself in surprise. "You're talking about me? A spy? Do you think we invited you here just to have tea?" Ding Hua asked back. Lin Xia asked back, "Then may I ask, is there any technical information in this regard in China now?" Ding Hua was speechless for a moment. He really had never heard of any AI drone honeycomb cluster. "So, does copying from your own head still count as espionage?" Lin Xia pressed on. This question stumped the 2 police officers. "What do you mean? Are you saying you came up with all this technical information all by yourself?" Ding Weihua asked doubtfully. Lin Xia nodded gently. That's right. Is there any law in our country that prohibits high school students from engaging in cutting-edge scientific research? Ding Weihua was unable to refute her for a moment and decided to continue testing the waters. Okay, then I'll ask you another question. He flipped through the materials. Are these things just random shams? Or can they actually be realized? Lin Xia's tone remained calm. It's still in the theoretical analysis stage, but I can guarantee that if I'm given enough resources and team support, AI drone swarm technology will soon be popularized in Longwa and deeply applied to various industries. Ding Weihua didn't rush to ask questions, but simply observed Lin Xia's demeanor. Calm, composed, organized, and neither humble nor overbearing. If this was truly a spy, he was indeed an exceptional one. One last question, Ding Weihua said. With the AI drone cellular technology you mentioned, how many drones can be deployed simultaneously? Lin Xia lowered his head in thought for a moment. Theoretically, it could reach thousands of drones deployed simultaneously. In less than a second, it could destroy an armored unit. Hiss, Ding Weihua gasped, quickly holding onto the chair beside him, feeling dizzy. Thousands of flights per second? Interrogation suspended. Wait here for a moment. He walked out of the interrogation room without looking back, pulled out his phone, and hurriedly called his superior. Captain, are you sure this guy's a spy? He says his technology can destroy an entire armored team in a second. This sounds increasingly wrong. An angry roar came from the other end of the line. You kid are interrogating him as if he were a criminal. Didn't you say this was an important mission and we had to find him as soon as possible? Ding Weihua was confused. I've already completed a round of interrogation and confirmed that it's this kid. But what he said has me a little confused. Ding Weihua, you got into big trouble. Thousands of sorties, destroying an enemy in a second. Did you know that the technology he possesses could potentially become the leading technology in the global drone industry? Get him out of the interrogation room immediately. I'll be there soon. After the call ended, Ding Weihua froze in his tracks. He glanced toward the interrogation room and muttered to himself, is this kid really that awesome? Meanwhile, at the 726 Military Research Institute, it was 2 in the afternoon, the hottest time of the day. Experts and professors from various units across the country gathered in a conference room. No one left, all waiting for their superior's final response regarding that technology. Suddenly, Arrington Director Shen Jiping snapped open his eyes and answered the phone. Hello, Commander. Have you found person? A sudden silence fell in the conference room, everyone listening intently. Found him? Great, we'll be right there. He hung up the phone and stood up excitedly. The experts immediately gathered around, eagerly asking, Have you found them? Have you found them? Shen Jiping's voice trembled with excitement. We found them. Notify all the experts in the drone field. We'll be there right away to have an in-depth discussion on the feasibility of AI drone swarming technology. Great! Cheers rang out in the conference room, and a group of top experts rushed out of the door and headed towards their destination. Inside the police station's detention center, Lin Xia waited for a long time, but no one showed up. How long will it take me to get out? I have an exam this afternoon. If there's nothing wrong, can you let me go first? The guarding police officer was undecided for a moment. This boy was truly unusual. If he were a criminal, the leader had just explicitly stated that he would be treated with courtesy. But if he were a distinguished guest, he was being brought in as a major suspect. As they were discussing, Ding Weihua returned with a complicated expression. Let him out, he said. Lin Xia, I can let you out temporarily, but you can't leave yet. Go to the conference room over there and wait. Someone wants to see you. This kid's situation was no longer something a small SWAT officer like him could interfere with. Lin Xia obediently walked to the conference room and waited. Not long after, a crowd gathered in the police station's temporary meeting room. Led by Shen Jiping, all the experts and professors from the 726 Military Industry Research Institute were present. Captain Ding, where's she? Shen Jiping asked. Ding Weihua pointed to the corner of the conference room, where Lin Xia was fast asleep. Isn't that right? Shen Jiping took a few steps forward, and the others gathered around. When they saw Lin Xia's appearance clearly, they couldn't help but exclaimed, Oh my God, she's actually a student? Lin Xia opened her eyes and saw a group of people staring at her. She shuddered with fear. Oh my God, what's going on? Shen Jiping said with a soothing smile. Don't be afraid, young man. We're here to learn about AI drone swarming technology. Lin Xia quickly sat up straight and glanced around. But I have to take the college entrance exam in half an hour this afternoon. If possible, can you let me take the exam first? Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Little guy, if you can prove what you say is true, I can guarantee you'll be able to attend any university you want. Yang Ziho, a professor from Syracuse University, said, patting his chest. Shen Jiping nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, I can guarantee it. For a brilliant talent like Lin Xia, let alone getting into college, even going straight into the lab would be no problem. The college entrance exam was no longer of much significance to him. After hearing what they said, Lin Xia slowly sat down. Okay, then ask whatever you want. Shen Jiping was the first to ask. In the field of drones, both our country and other countries around the world have conducted research, but few can guarantee absolute anti-interference. Can you really achieve the 95% accuracy you claim on your blueprint? Lin Xia nodded confidently. Thousands of drones can be synchronized in microseconds, with an anti-interference rate of 95. Even after algorithm optimization and multiple swarm simulations, we can approach 99. The whole audience was stunned. 99, little guy. Do you know what you're talking about? This isn't just a random statement. Of course. I'm fully responsible, Lin Xia said firmly. Do you have any other questions? Professor Yang Ziho of Shuada University quickly stepped forward. What about GPS-free swarm algorithms and bionic effects? Can they really locate and attack targets anytime, anywhere, even without a central command system? Lin Xia replied without hesitation. The bionic hawk stealth is so indistinguishable from the real thing. Once the technology matures, it will be impossible to tell apart with the naked eye. Everyone gasped. Is this scientific? The leaders present were so shocked by these words that they began to question their own lives. Lin Xia, the president of Manga University, snorted coldly and stepped forward to question. That's quite promising. But what data do you plan to use to prove it? Anti-interference is the most troublesome problem in the current drone industry, not to mention all the other issues. Lin Xia responded calmly. You're right. The core of a drone lies in its controller, which is like the human brain. So, as long as the brain is preserved, everything else won't be a problem. Lin Xia nodded. Of course. Lin Xia stood up and slowly paced around the conference room. In that case, the integration of quantum encryption and 5G is the most suitable anti-interference technology. Paired with intelligent anti-interference materials, it would be even more perfect. Without waiting for anyone to ask, he continued. As for the more specific details, I'm sure you've already seen them in that blueprint. Regarding the new intelligent materials, I can guarantee that Dragon Country will fully implement them in a short period of time. Furthermore, under ideal conditions, I can also fully implement the autonomous allocation of deception, interference, and strike missions. Hearing this, someone in the crowd couldn't help but sigh quietly. Isn't this the realization of the ideas in the Eagles Saw science fiction movies? Lin Xia chuckled. Looking confident, we can totally use their science fiction movies as our business plan. A mixture of astonishment and amazement filled the conference room. Shen Jiping sighed. If we hadn't seen some of your data with our own eyes, we would have dismissed these words as fantasy. The others finally recovered from their shock. Little guy, if you were given enough resources, how long do you think it would take to complete this? Someone asked. Lin Xia lowered his head, thought for a moment, and replied, 2 months. Everyone was shocked. If all the personnel and resources are in place, I think 2 months will be more than enough, and I can get the first batch of results just before my university starts. Everyone looked at each other, and everyone's eyes were filled with shock, disbelief, and then excitement. Lin Xia, come to our school. Whether it's artificial intelligence or drone technology, we have absolute advantages. As long as you're willing to come, I promise to provide $5 million in research funding. Yang Ziho from Syracuse University reacted the fastest and spoke first. Lin Xia secretly complained. This old guy is too fast. Lin Xia, don't listen to him. When it comes to the field of aircraft, it has to be our Lonka University. Come on, I will provide absolute personnel support. Following his statement, professors from other universities also came forward. Old man, you only talk about your expertise. Why don't you mention that although you have a strong staff, your funding is always insufficient? Lin Xia, come to our Xi'an Jiaodong University. This is your best solution, and you are a student of our Andu, which is close to home and convenient for you to go home. Bah, are you playing the sympathy card? Several old professors quarreled fiercely for a good seedling on the spot. Just as everyone was arguing fiercely, a man in a pine green military uniform walked in. Stop arguing. We at the National University of Defense Technology want this guy. What did you say? The school has decided to expel Lin Xia. While Lin Xia was being taken away by the special police, the school's expulsion notice had already been delivered to his home. No, you can't expel him. The truth hasn't been revealed yet. You can't expel him. Lin Xia was extremely anxious. Even if he can't take the college entrance exam this year, it won't affect his chances next year. If he's expelled, which school would be willing to accept him? The head teacher spoke with embarrassment. Lin Xia was taken away by special police, and the case involved is definitely not a small one. If this one student affects the reputation of the entire school this year, and thus affects the admissions of this class, then we will all be guilty. That's why we have no choice but to make this decision in advance. I hope you understand. Lin Xia was a little confused, holding the expulsion notice in his hand, his eyes dull. But what will happen to my son if you do this? At this moment, there was a noise outside the door. Excuse me, I can go with you right now, but I have to tell my mother. It's urgent, and I'm worried she might get into trouble if she doesn't know the situation. Lin Xia requested. Long Yu expressed his understanding. Don't worry, I'll go in and tell your father. As soon as they opened the door, they saw Lin Xia arguing with his head teacher, his face full of worry. Lin Xia immediately rushed in. Dad, what's going on? Seeing his son, Lin Xia exploded. Your teacher said that you were arrested by the special police? You got into trouble again, kid? This time you even missed the college entrance examination. He was about to take action, and several people behind him hurried forward to stop him. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Long Yu took 2 steps forward, looking at everyone seriously. After research, our school has decided to recruit Lin Xia to the National University of Defense Technology. This statement stunned everyone present. What did you say? Lin Xia was specially recruited into the National University of Defense Technology. The head teacher blurted out in shock. Quickly, he snatched the expulsion notice from Lin Xia's hand and said, Comrade, is what you said true? Lin Xia was speechless with shock, staring blankly at the 3 people before him. Long Yu laughed out loud. Of course it's true. He quickly pulled out a document from his pocket. This is Lin Xia's acceptance letter, but we have to take him away now, so he might not be able to go home for the summer. Lin Xia couldn't hear any of this. He was only focused on the words on the notice. As soon as he saw the details, he was completely overjoyed. My son got accepted to the National University of Defense Technology? Haha, my son got accepted early? I'm so happy. This kid got into trouble everywhere, and yet he was even admitted to such a prestigious school. The homeroom teacher was also filled with disbelief. Everyone knew that the National University of Defense Technology's admission score was incredibly high, and that admission wasn't just based on grades. Other strong qualifications were also considered. Their school had never had a student get into the National University of Defense Technology, and its reputation far surpassed that of Peking University and Huazhong University of Science and Technology. Comrade Long, I wonder what the reason for this special recruitment is. The homeroom teacher couldn't help but ask. Long Yu's face was serious. It's cutting-edge scientific research. I can't reveal the specifics. But one thing is certain. Admitting Lin Xia is more cost-effective than admitting your city's top scorer in the college entrance examination. He alone is worth countless top scores. This, the homeroom teacher gasped, shock written all over his face. If being specially recruited was understandable, being specially recruited for cutting-edge scientific research was completely beyond his comprehension. Meanwhile, in a drone research lab at the National University of Defense Technology, everyone in the lab received an urgent notice from Long Yu last night, requesting them to arrive at the lab early the next morning. Xiao Jiang, you're your master's favorite disciple. Do you know what he's going to do? A young researcher looked at the bespectacled girl standing nearby. The researcher known as Xiao Jiang was none other than Jiang Chenxi, Long Yu's disciple. She adjusted her glasses. Based on my master's past style, there might be some urgent issue or a technological breakthrough in the industry. Are you saying that Eagle Sauce's drones have been upgraded again? We haven't heard of that. I've also been paying attention to the latest journals and technical reports, but I haven't seen any new content released. Everyone looked at each other and had no idea what Long Yu was up to. Jiang Chenxi sighed softly. Master, it's because we haven't made any progress with these new technologies that we've been so worried. Judging from the recent international war situation, drones and electronic warfare will definitely dominate the future. I understand Master's concerns. At that moment, a sudden roar erupted from outside the laboratory gate. A military green jeep sped in. Master is here! Amidst the exclamations of the crowd, a childish-looking teenager jumped out first, followed shortly by Long Yu, who also got out and greeted the group. He announced with a broad smile, from now on, he'll be in charge of the next-generation drone research project. The crowd erupted in excitement. Impossible. Boss, is this kid an adult? Lin Xia muttered. I turned 18. Vice President Feng Jiong stood up and expressed his dissatisfaction. He's the one in charge? Then all these years of our work will be for nothing? Besides, has he ever touched a drone? Forget researching it. I'm afraid he doesn't even know how to use it. Long Yu smiled, but said nothing. Normally, such words would have infuriated him. But today, he was in a very good mood. He waited until everyone had finished speaking before he spoke slowly. Have you finished asking? Okay, then it's my turn. Can you achieve quantum encryption? Feng Jiong was speechless. This is still in the theoretical research stage. Long Yu continued to ask, can your drones still operate normally even without central command? That's impossible. How can it function without a brain? Jiang Qinzi stood up and objected. Master, are you mistaken? No one can do it. Is it possible that this kid can do it? Long Yu nodded. Yes, he's right. He can do it. He then pulled out a theoretical datasheet from a folder and handed it over. Take a look before you speak. Everyone immediately gathered around. Feng Jiong froze in place, his body trembling slightly. Is this really something we can achieve? Long Yu laughed heartily. Ha ha. In 2 months, AI drones, cellular technology will rock the world. At that moment, everyone in the lab was filled with disbelief. 1 second they'd been told a breakthrough was a foregone conclusion, and the next they were supposed to put into practice? Wasn't this a dream? How could research happen so quickly? It was unbelievable. Lin Xia's arrival was like a shot in the arm for the entire project team. Almost instantly, the entire project was revitalized. Previously stalled for various reasons, the project was quickly revitalized and entered the full development phase after his arrival. Initially, everyone was somewhat resistant to this overly young new leader who looked like a recent graduate. However, everyone knew that Long Yu was behind Lin Xia. So no matter how many doubts they had, they could only keep them to themselves and not dare to say a word to her face. But as time went by, they gradually discovered that this seemingly undeveloped young man actually had real talent. Not only did he have a solid theoretical knowledge, but his logical thinking and foresight were also quite astonishing, especially in the areas of AI and intelligent computing, where his thinking was completely ahead of the times. Even Feng Jiong, the most senior and stubborn vice president on the project team, was completely won over by Lin Xia after a few meetings and began to praise him profusely. From then on, Feng Jiong's favorite phrase every day was, "Little genius, my wife made you some big buns. Come and have some." When Lin Xia heard this name, he felt like he was calling a smartwatch, and he felt very uncomfortable. He couldn't help but frowned. Uncle Feng, can you please stop calling me little genius? You could just call me by my name. Feng Jiong was stunned for a moment, then casually replied, Hey, little genius, would you like the leek or the soft-boiled stuffing today? Lin Xia rolled her eyes, thinking that he had forgotten his name again. She simply didn't bother to dwell on it anymore. Let's have 2 soft-boiled stuffings. As he was speaking, Lin Xia looked up and saw a man who looked like an officer walking towards the project team. He had a 3-star badge with 2 bars on it and walked straight into Long Yu's office. He asked casually, Uncle Feng, who is that? Feng Jiong glanced at the man and said casually, Oh, that should be Captain He Xiao of the 52nd Regiment. I guess he's here to ask your General Long for something good again. I heard that their regiment will be participating in military exercises soon, and the official website has announced it. Lin Xia was startled. A military exercise? That was something he had always dreamed of participating in. He had chosen to come to the National University of Defense Technology because he had a military dream buried in his heart since childhood. As a man who doesn't want to experience some passion. Furthermore, his system was called Strengthening the Army and Serving the Country, and when he first heard the name, he felt it was destined for him. Although the National University of Defense Technology wasn't yet at the top of the drone field, he wanted to give it a try. Elsewhere, the atmosphere in Long Yu's office was clearly less relaxed. He Xiao started complaining as soon as he entered. Old Long, you have to help me. Our 52nd Regiment is being crushed by the 36th Regiment. They have advanced weapons and a ton of new technology approved, while we can't even get a decent robot dog. The military exercises are about to begin. What are we going to bring to the battlefield? Just sparring partners. Long, you grinned. Who told you not to cry? You're such a tough guy. The leaders just don't bother to care about you. Look at the 36th Regiment. They want everything, but they have all the latest weapons and drones. Yishao gave a wry smile and continued to ask for help. It would be so great if we could use your new project. Long, you sighed. The project is still in progress. How can I have time to help you? Even if I wanted to help, I can't. Hearing this, Yishao immediately perked up and pestered him to dig out some inside information. What exactly is this project? Let us use it once, and I will definitely apply for a testing opportunity for you in the next military exercise. Lin Xia happened to be bringing documents over. Hearing this conversation, a bold idea suddenly occurred to him. He looked up at Long Yu and said, "Boss Long, I want to participate in this military exercise. Is that okay?" As soon as these words were spoken, both people in the room were stunned. He Zhao's first reaction was that he had recognized the wrong person. Whose child are you? Why are you here to join in the fun? He looked Lin Xia up and down suspiciously. Long Yu shrugged. He is not my relative. He is the person in charge of this project. Yishao jumped up immediately. Are you kidding? Are you an adult already? Lin Xia stood there calmly. Report to the leader. I am already 18 years old. His eyes did not retreat, but instead showed more expectation. Long Yu stared at him intently for a moment. You said before that it could be completed in 2 months, but at the current pace, it will take at least 10 more days. Adding in testing and adjustments, we won't be able to catch up with the military exercise in this time. But Lin Xia didn't back down at all. I'm willing to complete the test during the military exercise. I can catch up with the progress. His words made Yishao excited. What kind of project are you guys working on? Long Yu said calmly. The AI drone swarm system aims to break through the limitations of electromagnetic interference. Yizhao's eyes widened when he heard this. If this can really be achieved, it will be a major breakthrough in breaking through traditional combat methods. He immediately stated, "No, I have to apply for the right to use it immediately. This thing must be used on the battlefield." Long Yu waved his hand and said it was too late, but Yishao stared at Lin Xia. You said it's possible. Say something. Lin Xia's eyes were firm. I know the risks, but I can do it. Yishao laughed. Then I will go and write a report immediately, and it must be delivered before the end of the month. Long Yu looked at Lin Xia, and his tone became serious. Are you sure you want to take this task? Military exercises are no joke. Lin Xia nodded heavily. I have no problem. Long Yu nodded with satisfaction. Okay, then let's get ready. Looking at Lin Xia's determined back, he finally nodded with relief, feeling that it was worth it to recruit him into the project under pressure. What? Lin Xia actually plans to participate in the military exercises at the end of the month with his drone project. Jiang Chenxi was stunned upon hearing this news, as if his mind was temporarily unable to wrap its head around it. It's only been 2 weeks since the military exercises. Where does he get his confidence from? Are all new project developers so aggressive? The group of veteran researchers in the lab stared wide-eyed at Lin Xia's excited face, some unable to react. Is he crazy with excitement? Can he really finish it in such a short time? He hasn't even officially registered yet. What if he messes up and the school cancels his admission? Feng Jiang frowned and couldn't help but speak up. Why don't you young people try to persuade him? Just verifying the algorithm for this project will take us 7 or 8 days. Not to mention the 5G integration. Didn't we just overturn an entire round of plans yesterday? Isn't this just jumping into a fire pit? Someone murmured, I heard he's already signed a military order with the boss. So who'd dare to stop him? Jiang Chenxi shrugged and said disapprovingly, he definitely can't do it. Once things get tense in a couple of days, he'll back down. That's right, if he voluntarily gives in, it'll save us a lot of trouble. After saying this, everyone put the matter aside and went about their business. But what no one expected was that Lin Xia didn't back down despite everyone's pessimism. That first night, he stayed in the lab alone, working overtime until midnight, barely even drinking a sip of water. The next day, he forgot to eat and didn't emerge from the lab until 3 in the morning. His face pale, but his eyes determined. On the morning of the 3rd day, when everyone entered the lab, they found that he had simply set up a tent in the workshop, and he was still grinning and saying, the man is in the position. On the 5th night, Lin Xia was still full of energy, showing no signs of fatigue. This scene stunned everyone. They had originally thought that he wouldn't be able to hold out for a few more days, but in fact, they themselves were a little restless. Feng Jiong stood in a corner, watching the figure buried in his work, and for a moment, he seemed to see himself in his youth. I'm an old man who's been working for decades, and yet I'm also ignited by his passion. Feng Jiong suddenly shouted, "Everyone, let's help this guy. Let's give it a try if we can build the first batch of AI drones before the end of the month." This shout instantly stirred the previously dull workshop into a frenzy. Everyone raised their heads, their eyes alight with renewed fighting spirit. "Ah, well said. If he dares to fight, why should we be afraid? That's right. Let's give it a try." Jiang Qinzi echoed loudly from the sidelines. This was the first time she felt that scientific research could be as intoxicating as war. From that day on, the atmosphere in the entire workshop completely changed. The lights were bright, and the work was in full swing. That night, Long Yu had only come back to get some information, but the moment he opened the door, he was startled by the scene before him. Lin Xia stood at the front of the crowd, her tall figure particularly conspicuous. She spoke about the project with great clarity and confidence. Despite being the youngest, every word he spoke left no one present with a chance to refute it. Standing in the corner, Long Yu looked at the young man he had single-handedly discovered. His heart swelled with an indescribable excitement. He knew that this once ignorant young man had truly begun to shine. Over the next few days, under Long Yu's leadership and assistance, the entire AI drone project progressed rapidly. Not only did the entire Research Institute staff contribute, but multiple external production units also began synchronizing resources and collaborating in support. For a moment, the entire 726 Research Institute seemed to be on fire, the pace so fast it was breathtaking. Finally, on the evening of August 28th, Lin Xia pressed the intercom, her voice trembling with excitement. Announcement: the R&D phase of the AI drone swarm project has officially concluded. Next, the project will enter full production. As soon as he finished speaking, the audience erupted in deafening cheers. "This is incredible. We actually did it. I can't believe I was involved in this project." Feng Jiong's blood boiled with excitement. "I'm an old man, and I can actually be driven crazy by you youngsters." But time was running out. The military exercise was set to begin on September 2nd, and Lin Xia's university term would begin the day after that. "Boss Long, can we really make 300 drones in 4 days?" Lin Xia looked at Long Yu anxiously. Long Yu glanced at him sideways. "What? Are you scared now?" "It's too late, kid. The delivery must be made on the 1st, the day before the military exercise. If you want to regret it, it's too late now." Lin Xia just shook her head firmly. "I won't regret it. I just want to make sure whether it's too late. If I can make it, I will leave for the army now and take charge of the preliminary training to ensure that the military exercise arrangements are not delayed." Long Yu was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. "Good boy. You have guts. You take charge of the front line, and I'll support you from the rear. I will definitely deliver on time." On September 2nd, the military exercise officially began. Early in the morning, Lin Xia followed Captain He into the command center, ready to serve as a technical advisor. "Little Lin Xia, you're not unhappy to be locked up here as a consultant, are you?" Captain He joked. "How dare I? As long as you're not afraid of being criticized by your superiors, I'll get my all." Lin Xia replied with a smile. The two chatted back and forth, the atmosphere relaxed, but everyone knew that this exercise was extremely valuable. The military exercise uses a decapitation operation as the winning strategy, with the first side to behead, the opposing leader being declared victorious. While this sounds simple and crude, the actual combat is incredibly dangerous, with a breathtakingly fast pace. The red and blue teams launched a fierce offensive, attempting to seize the initiative in the initial clash. Lin Xia, the red team's technical core, truly felt the intensity of war for the first time. "Watch out. This will be the first battle of your military career." Captain He patted him on the shoulder. Elsewhere, the Red Army headquarters was brightly lit. Regimental Commander Shi Shanbai stared at the battle map with a confident expression. A smile crossed his lips as he spoke with conviction. "Old, you must have thought we'd take advantage of the terrain and launch a surprise attack at night. But we didn't do that. Instead, we exposed our command center, allowing them to be careless and fall into their trap." The staff officer nearby was a little worried. "Captain, isn't this too risky?" Shi Shanbai smiled and shook his head, pointing at the electronic warfare equipment not far away. Have you forgotten our new equipment? For this exercise, the leadership wanted us to test the effectiveness of our new weapons and engage in a high-tech demonstration. Times have changed, and so must we. This battle isn't just an exercise. It's a showcase for our military technology. Everyone nodded, their fighting spirit rising. That's right. If we can easily win with our advanced equipment, why bother engaging in a battle of attrition with the Blue Army? Ishiyama by then gave the order. As soon as it gets dark, have the robot wolves take off first and head to the high ground to set up an ambush. Drones will patrol around the clock and report intelligence every half hour. We must have a complete grasp of the enemy's movements. At the command, the Red Army quickly entered combat readiness. Small units launched feint attacks, while the main force remained in place, ready to strike a fatal blow at the crucial moment. Not long after, news arrived from the front lines. Commander, enemy forces have been spotted at position 2. Shanbai smiled. Lao he really can't hold his temper and has taken a bait. Since he's so eager to attack, it's time for our ultimate weapon to make its debut. The Blue Army's vanguard was quickly suppressed, while the Red Army held position 2 impenetrably. Then, an hour later, position 8 was also attacked by the Blue Army. However, the Red Army responded quickly, not only holding their position, but also launching a counterattack that overwhelmed the Blue Army. Shanbai stood in front of the battle map, deep in thought, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Oldie was constantly challenging me before the exercise, even going so far as to complain to his superiors. He's desperately trying to turn the tables, and he certainly won't give in so quickly. I've heard him say he wants to win this match and give the Blue Army an explanation. However, Shanbai's tone turned cold, and, as he surveyed the battle, he said, being too aggressive often accelerates failure. The scene switches. Inside the Blue Army headquarters, the atmosphere is completely different from that of the Red Army. Lin Xia's eyes gleam as she stares excitedly at the battle map. Losing another position will completely make them relax. He Xiao laughed heartily. Boy, I'm risking everything I have on you. If you can really help me turn the tables, you'll have the final say over the 52nd Regiment from now on. Normally, both sides would cautiously test the waters at the start of a military exercise. But Lin Xia went the other way. He proposed a plan to lure the enemy deeper into their territory using drones. My drone fleet is already in place, awaiting your command, Lin Xia said confidently. This time, let's give the Red Army a taste of a different battlefield rhythm. Okay. He Xiao decisively ordered the troops to begin executing their plan to lure the enemy. I've heard before that drones can conduct reconnaissance, eavesdropping, and firing, but this is truly eye-opening. The staff officers were a little worried. What if the Red Army also has drones? What if we get discovered? Lin Xia grinned and waved her hand. I'm just worried they won't notice. Leaders, if college students and kindergarten students get into a fight, what will be the outcome? Someone tentatively replied. Of course, they'll be led by the nose. He Xiao kicked him directly. Wake up, kid. Our high technology can't be wasted. We must win this battle. After so many years of cowardice, it's time for our Blue Army to be proud. It was September 3rd, the second day of the military exercise. During the hottest hour of noon, the Blue Army suffered a series of defeats, losing large swathes of their positions. On the battlefield, Blue Army soldiers were captured or routed, and the situation was nearing collapse. Although there was still a day and a half left before the end of the exercise, the Red Army had already begun preparations for the final stages. The atmosphere inside the Red Army headquarters was relaxed, bordering on arrogance. Commander, it's time to launch a general offensive. This battle was won so easily. Didn't Captain He say he wanted to do something fancy? Now it seems like that's all he has. Talking alone won't cut it. Ha ha. Shanbai nodded. Infantry and tanks coordinated, drones providing cover, advance across the board. The Red Army immediately began preparing for the final attack. However, just when victory seemed certain, a sudden change occurred. At 12:10 p.m., the Blue Army's headquarters suddenly issued an order. Lin Xia, it's time to test your progress. Lin Xia stared at the screen, a hint of nervousness and excitement in her tone. The swarm of drones will depart from the north of position 3 and advance close to the edge of the battle line. Upon entering enemy territory, they will automatically generate a decoy strategy, with AI-controlled tactical combinations and customized tactics within a second. Now, It's our turn to perform the trick. He Xiao looked at the staff officer and said, the other troops should continue their feint attacks to confuse them completely about where our main force is. This time, use Lin Xia's skills to knock out the Red Army's eyes and ears. At 12:30, a soldier on the Blue Army's front line began to grumble. This is such a horrible weather. There are so many mosquitoes. They keep biting us. Hey, that sound is wrong. It sounds like a drone. Captain, it doesn't seem to be a mosquito. It's a drone. Although alerted quickly, it was still a step too late. The soldiers looked up and saw a dark mass of drones in the sky. Damn, what's going on? Are these our drones? Why are they all coming towards us? The scene immediately descended into chaos, with gunfire and sirens blaring. When the Red Army headquarters learned the news, Shi Shanbai's face suddenly darkened. Are you saying that the Blue Army also used drones? And they've broken through our blockade and are launching a large-scale attack on us? He was stunned for a moment, then suddenly laughed. So He Xiao had good reason to be so arrogant before the match. But he's still a little too young to compete with me in a drone fight. Shi Shanbai immediately ordered, activate full-band electronic warfare and cut off their communications network. Completely paralyze their command center. As the Red Army's combat order was issued, Position 3 immediately descended into chaos, a turmoil like a stone thrown into a beehive. Drones of all types suddenly flew through the air in a chaotic, disorderly manner, like small animals suddenly out of control rushing into the crowd. Even the ground troops were bewildered. Don't panic. We have launched a full-channel electronic warfare strategy. Soon all their drones will be paralyzed and turned into a pile of scrap metal. A company commander shouted loudly. After receiving the order, he immediately began to stabilize the soldiers' emotions to prevent greater chaos from spreading. Before long, a report came from the communications seat. Commander, full band interference has been activated. Their communication channels have been completely cut off, and control interruption is about to be completed. However, this full coverage electronic warfare also affected their own equipment, and the Red Army's own drones were also at risk of paralysis. That's fine, Shi Shanbai nodded firmly. As long as we can neutralize their eyes, we're already halfway to winning the battle. Even without the drones, we can still make sure the Blue Army doesn't even have a sliver of skin left. Notify the ground troops and prepare to charge. Shi Shanbai waved his arms and roared, his tone revealing a cold, murderous intent. Before the end of the military exercise, I will take the head of their commander-in-chief, He Xiao. At the same time, there was a different scene in the Blue Army's command center. Within just 10 minutes, news of drones losing control came one after another. UAV cluster number 1 has lost contact. No signal from UAV cluster number 2. The continuous interruptions in communication felt like a prelude to disaster. Captain, we received a report from the front lines suggesting we relocate our headquarters immediately. They suspect we've been exposed. He Xiao took a deep breath, a hint of excitement on his face. This is really exciting. He turned to look at Lin Xia. Can you start your luring the enemy in deep strategy? Lin Xia stared at the drone signal screen in front of her, her expression calm. Just wait a little longer, it will be over soon. Tactics require the element of surprise. We must wait until they are completely relaxed. That's the best time to strike and win. At that moment, in the observation room of the Beizhou military exercise, Division Commander Ding Huaiyan was watching the confrontation between the Red and Blue armies on the big screen, his face beaming. This electronic warfare is well done. Although it's a regimental-level exercise, the effect is already very visible. Several brigade commanders nodded in agreement. Indeed, the electronic warfare advantage is too obvious. We can fully deploy it next. But as soon as they finished speaking, the red dots on the screen, representing the Blue Army, suddenly lit up rapidly, as if an alarm had been activated. What's going on? Something's unusual happening along the Red and Blue Army standoff. The camera returns to position 3, where Red Army soldiers are excitedly rushing out of cover, intending to take the out-of-control Blue Army drones as trophies. Is this what the Blue Army is capable of? It seems that's all they can do. But before they could bask in their pride for long, a mechanical sound suddenly echoed through the air, cold and unfamiliar. Quantum entanglement communication has been activated. Blockchain nodes are rapidly being established. In an instant, every drone in the Blue Army seemed to regain consciousness, automatically forming a dense distributed communication network. The Red Army thought they had defeated the Blue Army's electronic system, but they did not expect that at this moment, the Blue Army's true counterattack officially began. Captain, radar shows a surge in the number of drones in the air, exceeding 1,000. Ishiyama leaped to his feet. How many did you say? Also, the latest data shows over 100,000 drone signals appearing near position 3. The entire command center was stunned, as if bombed. The soldiers even briefly suspected a problem with the radar equipment. This is impossible. We've clearly blocked their communications. So how is their equipment still functioning? Shanbai's face darkened. He slammed his palm on the table and roared. Check. Is our system being interfered with? Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Blue Army's command center was completely different. He looked at Lin Xia with a smile. We can begin releasing the nanobots. While the enemy is in disarray, we can quietly plant microhives on their territory. Lin Xia nodded and replied. After 3 hours, if they haven't noticed yet, we'll be able to completely control that area. Haha. Then by then, let alone killing the enemy leader, even throwing a party at their command center won't be a problem. All right. He waved his hand, and the battle situation began to change completely. The Blue Army's true trump card was finally revealed. Meanwhile, the Red Army soldiers were still worried about how to deal with a large group of living drones before them. Captain, this is not right. Didn't they say their communications have been blocked? But how come these drones are still moving freely and even faster than before? What made them even more uneasy was that the movement trajectories of these drones were different, completely unlike the paths set by the program. It was as if each one of them had the ability to think independently, which made many soldiers panic. Calm down. Don't be intimidated. They're just some flying pieces of metal. Fire at them with all your might. However, the Red Army had no idea what they were facing. They still thought they were just old, program-controlled drones. Unbeknownst to them, these drones had already evolved into swarm intelligence, interconnected and operating autonomously. Another cry of alarm echoed from the command center. Captain, we've confirmed that only our drones are being interfered with. The Blue Armies are still operating normally. Furthermore, the number of enemy drones is increasing. We must immediately formulate a new response strategy. Shanbai could no longer sit still and decisively ordered. All troops at position 3, retreat. Launch missile sweeps in 5 minutes. I don't believe it anymore. Can these little broken machines really turn the tables? The 9th Company received an order from their superiors to immediately withdraw from position 3. Time was running out. Su Chun was completely stunned when he heard this. He frowned and looked at the communicator, his face full of disbelief. What? Retreat? He couldn't help but blurt out, No way. Are you asking me to voluntarily abandon the position? The communicator said seriously, But this is the order of the regiment commander. The next second, Shanbai's familiar, yet irritable, voice rang out over the communication device. Su Chun, you little brat. You have 5 minutes to get out of here. I'm going to plow that field with missiles. Su Chun laughed out loud. I thought you let me slip away, but it turns out you were the one who wanted to blow me up. He laughed heartily. That's more like it. I can't retreat without a fight. After the call ended, Su Chun no longer hesitated and immediately led the entire company to evacuate. Before leaving, he looked back at the position with a determined look. Wait, I'll be back in half an hour. The 9th Company quickly evacuated position 3, preparing to coordinate with a missile clearing. Unbeknownst to them, the Blue Army had already begun its stealthy operation. Taking advantage of the Red Army's withdrawal, a swarm of Blue Army drones rapidly infiltrated and seized several key positions. The entire operation was silent, swift, and precise, leaving the Red Army virtually no time to react. Lin Xia, how are your preparations going? He urged anxiously, checking the radar. If we delay any longer, they'll definitely open fire. Lin Xia remained calm, her movements expertly controlled. She tapped away at the keyboard while saying, Don't worry, Captain we haven't used our second skill yet. He quickly opened another interface. Now, the electromagnetic shielding matrix is activated. This means that the missiles are about to fail, and the enemy's target will be completely lost. On the other side, the Red Army's position was evacuated, and Shanbai stared at the red dots on the radar that were becoming more and more dense. Missiles ready. First round of launch ready. 3 missile vehicles quickly locked onto their targets and ignited their weapons. Boom, boom, boom. 6 missiles roared towards position 3, their flames piercing the darkness. Let's see how you can hide this time. However, just as the missiles were about to reach overhead, something strange happened. Attack signal detected. Electromagnetic shielding matrix activated. 3 seconds before the missiles entered the airspace above the position, the drone swarm quickly became invisible. They used AI technology to create virtual images, and the missile signal was instantly jammed. At this moment, on the nearby number 6 position, Su Chen's team was still watching the excitement. Haha, wait for the explosion. Let's rest for a while. But the next moment, something drastically changed. A barrage of missiles rained down from the sky, their target not being position 3, but position 6 right beneath their feet. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. The explosions were deafening, and flames lit up the entire sky. Company commander, I'm dead. I'm done too. Me too. Su Chen was dumbfounded. Looking at the missile swarms pouring down, his head was spinning. No way. Commander, are you kidding me? At the Red Army Command Center, everyone was also stunned. Commander, something's wrong. Why did the missile hit position 6? Shi Shanbai turned abruptly, rushed to the radar, and roared, "What the hell?" The operator's hand was shaking as he stammered. The missile's positioning seems correct, but the signal was messed up, and it missed. The communications officer on the other side quickly added, the missile team said it wasn't their fault, it was signal interference. The air froze. Position 6 has been completely destroyed. The 9th company has been annihilated. Upon hearing this news, Shi Shanbai felt his head spin and nearly lost his balance. No way. The positioning was correct. The missiles strayed on their own. Are we stuck in a maze? He felt as if the entire military exercise was spinning out of control at this moment. Elsewhere, at the Blue Army's command center, He Xiao looked at the map, nearly laughing to tears with excitement. Brilliant! Position 6 captured. Lure the enemy deep into our territory, attacking our own people. Brilliant! I can imagine how stunned Lao Shi must be. Ha ha! But soon, a staff officer interrupted his moment of triumph. Captain, time is running out. We must complete the decapitation mission as soon as possible. Otherwise, by the time the timer is up, the enemy will have more positions than us, and we'll lose. He Xiao was stunned, his smile instantly disappearing, his brow furrowed. Indeed, I was having so much fun just now that I forgot about the time. Just as he was pondering his next move, Lin Xia quietly emerged from behind him. A sly grin crossed his face. Captain we haven't used our ultimate move yet, Pandora mode. We only need 300 drones, and we can generate 30,000. By the time they realize what's happening, we'll have covered the sky. He Xiao's scalp tingled at this, a perverse look of delight crossing his face. Combining technology and tactics, that's the real deal. Okay, pass my orders, Pandora mode ready, target, Red Army Command Center, decapitation. Meanwhile, in the observation room, Ding Huaiyan and several brigade commanders stared intently at the accident that had just occurred. No, did you just see that? That missile actually changed its direction on its own. A brigade commander was stunned. Could the radar equipment be out of control? That's the latest model. Yeah, it's like an illusion. The missiles are turning into boomerangs. I've never seen anything like this before. The atmosphere at the Red Army headquarters was tense for a while, but some people calmly analyzed the situation and felt that there was no need to panic. After all, the enemy had only recaptured a position that had originally belonged to them, which was not a serious loss. He believed that as long as the enemy failed to complete the decapitation operation before the end of the exercise, the final victory would still belong to the Red Army. Although this method of winning might not be beautiful, winning is winning. So who cares how perfect the process is? Shi Shanbai nodded in agreement. He knew better than anyone how important this military exercise was. If they lost, their superiors would probably no longer allow them to test new weapons, let alone allocate resources. Even more serious was the fact that he, as the regimental commander, was also to blame for the exercise itself and would undoubtedly be severely criticized by the division commander. He gritted his teeth and immediately issued an order. Order all units, command the command center to relocate immediately and implement signal silence. All combat zones, launch a full-scale offensive, fully divert the enemy's attention, and cover the retreat of the main position. As soon as the words fell, the Red Army's command center seemed to have vanished from the battlefield, leaving no trace. At this moment, in the observation room on the other side, the Blue Army senior leaders were also closely monitoring the Red Army's movements. Ding Huaiyan watched coldly. He found that the Red Army chose to remain silent, and couldn't help but sigh softly. It seems that the actions of Hetuan really worked this time. He was a little confused. How could just a few drones disrupt the entire battle situation? He was familiar with drone technology, but the current situation had clearly taken a turn he hadn't anticipated. Keep a close eye on the Blue Army's every move. I want to see what new tricks they come up with. How long until the end of the exercise? He asked. Report. There are only 10 hours left. The enemy's position is 3-1. The Blue Army has little hope of a comeback. Based on the current situation, they have no time to turn the tide. Ding Huaiyan listened to the analysis, his brow furrowed, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. He whispered, I don't know why, but I always feel like they have a backup plan. Meanwhile, in the Blue Army's command center, Lin Xia was resting in his chair. After a night of intense work, the deployment of the honeycomb drones had finally come to a close. He strode in, his eyes filled with anticipation. How's it going? Can we get started? Lin Xia rubbed his temples and nodded with all his strength. At 9 o'clock, it's time to start. Now, all the people and equipment are in place. It's time to let them hatch. He looked at Xiao with a determined look in his eyes. His amber eyes seemed to be burning with the flames of war. At that moment, Xiao was also excited by him, and his fighting spirit was boiling. Haha, I'm ready. Pandora mode officially activated. As soon as the command was issued, the drone algorithm system was instantly activated and all lines of operations were activated. Almost simultaneously, all the honeycomb drones deployed in the Blue Army position began to respond synchronously. Cellular drone number 001 is starting Pandora mode. Hatching begins. The metallic synthesized mechanical voices were as deafening as the sound of war drums under the sky. Even the Blue Army soldiers couldn't help but swallow their saliva. The momentum was too overwhelming. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Shanghai UAV competition site was unexpectedly caught up in this sudden change. The commentator excitedly described the grand event of the national youth dreaming in the Sky Cup. Xiaoguang, the competition starts in 10 minutes. Check your equipment. Xiaoguang nodded confidently. Coach, don't worry. I'll definitely bring you a championship today. But just as the game was about to begin, Xiaoguang's drone suddenly lost control. Coach, my drone is broken, he shouted in panic. The coach was about to check when he discovered that other children's drones nearby had the same problem. What's going on? The game is about to start. Why are they all having problems? At this time, a child whispered the prompt on the drone screen. Now requisitioned by the state? The next second, all the drones on the scene took off into the air and flew in one direction as if controlled by some mysterious force. There was a sudden outburst of surprise at the scene, and the audience in the live broadcast room was also stunned. What the hell? The state expropriated it? Is this true? At the same time, an agricultural plant protection company in a rural area also encountered a strange situation. Just as the staff were about to launch the drones for operation, they discovered that the equipment had lost control and taken off. Boss, our drone has flown away. A message popped up on the controller. Sorry, your drone has been requisitioned by the government. Please return it in 2 hours. The boss was stunned. My drone has joined the army? In the urban community, a game anchor named Squid was waiting for the takeaway to be delivered by a drone. He was so hungry that he looked at the delivery progress on the screen and wanted to open the window immediately to receive the food. But just as he stood on the balcony to receive the food, a notification popped up on his phone. Your food delivery drone is about to carry out a military mission and is moving away from you. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters. The food flew away. Squid stared in amazement as the drone overhead flew further and further away, carrying his dinner further and further away. No way. My delivery guy has been drafted into the military? He was stunned as life in doubt. It wasn't just him. The skies across northern province were filled with a startling scene. Countless drones from the private sector, businesses, and individuals, seemingly summoned by some kind of summons, took to the skies. Whether delivering packages, photographing weddings, or patrolling farmland, all broke free and headed in the same direction. For a moment, the Blue Army drones formed a massive, great wall of sky, streaking across the sky in formation. Inside the command center, data sources were constantly updating. Commander, 100,000 drones have responded to the call. We estimate that in 15 minutes, we will have completely surrounded the Red Army headquarters. Commander, The Blue Army is requesting 100,000 drone sorties into the exercise area. Ding Huaiyan was stunned upon hearing this. How many did you say? 100,000? Didn't they say only 300? That's ridiculously low. As the main commander of the military exercise, he couldn't even understand the opponent's tactics. His heart was in turmoil. He rushed to the radar screen and saw that the entire screen was almost completely covered with dense red dots. He smacked his lips and cursed under his breath. Damn it, what on earth is this kid He Xiao up to? Why does he always do things that don't follow the rules? Ding Huaiyan steeled his resolve and waved his hand. Let them in. Let them all in. I want to see how big a fuss these little tricks can make. At this point, the Red Army had a clear advantage thanks to the terrain, and victory seemed certain. However, the Blue Army seemed to be struggling tactically, and Ding Huaiyan was eager to see if these underdogs would pull off a miracle. Deep in the dense forest within the military exercise area, the Red Army's command center was bustling with activity, everyone glued to the battle map. Commander, hold on for a few more hours, and victory will be ours, a staff officer exclaimed excitedly. Regimental leader Ishiyama frowned, fingers clasped on the edge of the table, his eyes fixed on the map, yet a sense of unease welled up within him. 3 hours. I hope everything goes well. He couldn't quite put his finger on it, but he felt a chilling gaze glaring at him from behind, making him feel uneasy. Are there any anomalies in the radar? Are those drones still active? The staff officer replied, there are sporadic small groups conducting reconnaissance, but no large-scale operations, so there's nothing to worry about. By the time they find our new headquarters, the battle will probably be over. Others echoed, Captain, don't worry. We can't lose this round. Hearing this, Shanbai's face suddenly darkened. He glared at them fiercely. What do I always say? The most taboo thing is to be arrogant and underestimate the enemy. Arrogance leads to defeat. Have you all forgotten? The entire command room suddenly fell silent, the atmosphere subdued. Although everyone understood the weight of this statement, the current situation was a sure win for the Red Army. Someone murmured, isn't the regimental commander afraid of Commander He? Shanbai glared angrily. Bullshit. Who have I ever been afraid of? And certainly not He Xiao. He's just the last-ranked regimental commander. Do you think he can shake up my 36th regiment? Elsewhere, inside the Blue Army's position, as the superiors issued the order, 100,000 drones quickly swarmed towards the exercise area like locusts, densely packed and blocking out the sky. He Xiao stood at the combat control console, his eyes fixed on the large screen. Lin Xia, is the deployment complete? Lin Xia nodded, fingers tapping rapidly on the console. 100,000 drones have entered their positions, ready to launch a strike. The AI is autonomously generating deceptive tactics and simultaneously deducing the optimal combat strategy in real time. He glanced at the data on the control panel. 10 minutes left. In 10 minutes, the Avengers will be fully activated. By then, they'll be like a swarm of locusts, leaving nothing behind. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Red Army prisoner camp was extremely depressing. Several Blue Army Company commanders, imprisoned behind iron bars, pounded on the door with angry expressions. Company commander, are we doomed to fail? We can't accept this. A new recruit's face was filled with bitterness. I was captured on my first battlefield and on the losing side. What a shame. Several company commanders were also filled with resentment. It's so frustrating. It's so frustrating. I really wish our Blue Army could descend from the sky right now and chop off their leader's head with one blow, a direct decapitation. One soldier chuckled bitterly. They're completely in hiding, and they're even mobilizing troops to distract us. How could that be so easy? Can't you even think about it? Can't you even imagine it? The Red Army soldiers on guard nearby scoffed. Stop dreaming. You perpetually defeated generals. Why aren't you used to losing yet? Several Blue Army soldiers instantly got furious. If you have the guts, let us out for a one-on-one fight. Do you believe that you can't beat any of us? The Red Army soldiers laughed loudly, and the entire prisoner camp became chaotic for a while. At this time, Shanbai appeared and shouted coldly, "Be quiet, all of you. You are all prisoners. Why are you still shouting here? If you have the guts, let your troops come and attack me now. I'm standing here. Let's see if you can succeed in beheading me." The prisoner camp was quiet in an instant, leaving only the soldiers' eyes full of anger and grievance. Shanbai returned to the headquarters, his face still gloomy. He began to discuss possible tactical changes with his staff. If you were the Blue Army, What would be the best way to launch an attack right now? Someone laughed and joked. Unless they have enough armed helicopters to cover the entire position, it's impossible. That would require thousands of them. It's simply a fantasy. However, at this moment, a low humming sound suddenly came from outside. The sound came from far away and then approached like a giant beast approaching. Everyone's face suddenly changed, and they rushed to the window to check. Listen, what's that sound? The soldier monitoring the radar suddenly cried out, "Captain, this is bad. We're surrounded by drones." Shanbai was shocked. Surrounded? How is that possible? Aren't we completely concealed? How do they locate us? The radar operator's face paled. It's not just one area, it's the entire position. A 10-kilometer radius is completely covered by drones. According to the radar, there are approximately 300,000 drones on standby in the air. What? 300,000? Are you crazy? Our entire division doesn't have that many. But the radar data is indeed like that. Before he finished speaking, a dense and harsh buzzing sound suddenly sounded above his head, as if the entire sky was stirred by electric current. Shanbai immediately rushed out of the command center. He saw dark clouds rolling at the horizon, like the clouds of doom approaching from afar. Those weren't clouds, but a dense formation of drones, each one flashing red, like a swarm of bloodthirsty bees pressing down on him. He froze in shock, his mouth uttering, "What the fuck?" The captured Blue Army soldiers were initially dejected. But then, suddenly, the sky shifted as if doomsday had arrived. They all looked up in fear. A cloud of drones, like a dark cloud, rumbled overhead. Looking closely, the words Blue Army were clearly written on the fuselage, and everyone was instantly excited. Wow, this is awesome. The Blue Army is so powerful. Now the Red Army should know that we are not pushovers. The scene erupted in laughter, rising in waves, and even reaching the Red Army Command Center. At that moment, the Red Army's commander, Shanbai, slammed the table and roared, "Quick! Fire at those drones immediately. Lock onto them. Don't let them get close." As soon as he finished speaking, the Red Army's anti-aircraft fire rained down on the sky. But these drones were as nimble as flies and so fast that they were impossible to lock onto. "Commander, I can't hit them. These things are too small and turn very quickly." I'm hit." For a moment, the Red Army headquarters was in chaos, and the firepower was completely ineffective. In a few seconds, the drones penetrated their defenses and began to drop small bombs. Immediately afterwards, a series of reports of casualties came. "Commander, I was killed. I was killed too. It seems that we were all wiped out." Commander Shanbai's face turned green. He was burning with anger and almost went crazy. In just a few seconds, the entire Red Army Command Center collapsed, and even the regimental commander himself was killed in action. Even more tragically, the surrounding positions also fell, and the army was completely routed. What he found most unacceptable was that all this had been done by a drone. He couldn't believe these flying gadgets could possess such formidable combat power. Aren't drones just tools for reconnaissance and stealth? Why were they now like assassins with eyes and brains? Even more outrageous, the Blue Army had deployed 300,000 drones. Not 30,000, but 300,000. Wasn't that a serious overage? Meanwhile, the Red Army Division headquarters was also in shock. Division Commander Ding Huaiyan turned stiffly and looked at the brigade commanders. "I remember we approved 100,000 drones, right?" Several people nodded rapidly, even taking notes. "Yes, Commander, we've confirmed it's 100,000. Where did the 300,000 come from? Could it be split up?" They didn't care about the Red Army's defeat at all, but were shocked by the Blue Army's offensive power. Even radar couldn't detect these drones, as if they were invisible. This was the real horror. At this time, the staff officer came to report, "Commander, the Red Army's command center has been completely lost. Commander Shanbai has filed a complaint, questioning the Blue Army's excessive firepower." Ding Huaiyan was so angry that he slammed the table. "Damn it. I question it too. A few thousand more is fine, but what the hell is 300,000? Go, call he shout at me." The scene shifted to the Blue Army headquarters. Seeing the Red Army's positions completely crumble in just 3 minutes, the scene fell silent for a few seconds. He Xiao and his staff stared at the battle map, stunned. It wasn't until He Xiao slammed his military cap on the table that everyone reacted. "Ha ha! We won! Amazing! We won! Holy crap!" They destroyed the entire line in 3 minutes. This is electronic warfare. Everyone huddled together, laughing as if it were Chinese New Year. Someone even excitedly tossed Lin Xia high into the air, and everyone cheered and caught her. The scene suddenly became extremely lively. He Xiao also smiled from ear to ear and patted Lin Xia on the shoulder. "You are quite good, little brat. You are worthy of being recommended by Old Dragon himself. You have made a great contribution this time. Don't worry, you'll be the VIP guest of our 52nd Regiment from now on. Feel free to come to me if you need anything." Lin Xia was so dizzy and dazed that she could barely stand. She hurriedly shouted, "Captain, can you send a car to take me back? I have to go back to school to register. School starts tomorrow." He Xiao slapped his head and said, Yes, you are still a student. Someone come here. Quickly arrange a special car to take Lin Xia back." At this time, new news came. "Report to the regiment commander," the division commander called, and asked you to come over immediately. When he arrived at the division headquarters, Ding Huayan's face was ashen and his tone was unfriendly. "Did you make this drone?" He Xiao was still smiling brightly, completely unaware of the impending storm. "Yeah, this is a new thing I had someone make. Isn't it awesome? Isn't it much better than those old ones?" Ding Huayan's face was humiliated when these words came out. Shi Shanbai jumped out and yelled, "You're cheating and feeling superior, aren't you?" Ding Huayan glared coldly. "All right, stop messing around. He Xiao, tell me, were you responsible for 300,000 drones when did military exercises allow for unlimited firepower? Now recite the firepower standards." He Xiao then realized the atmosphere was off, and his smile faded slightly. But then he smiled again. "Commander, you're wronging me. I'm not exceeding the quota. We only have 300 real drones. The rest are virtual tactical units incubated through the Pandora mode." The commander was stunned. "What the hell? You mean virtual, not physical? Do you think we're fools? We clearly saw 100,000, and then it became 300,000. He Xiao spread his hands. "That's not my fault. It's the system's strength. I can guarantee that the firepower we unleashed was well within the exercise specifications." At this point, even Shi Shanbai on the Red Army side was dumbfounded. You said the 300,000 you just mentioned was fake." He Xiao smiled but said nothing, a look of guess. "Commander, I can confirm that our main force consists of 300 aircraft. The rest are illusions created using technology, using the Pandora system to simulate the battlefield." This sentence completely shut down the minds of all the commanders present. What is Pandora? What is the hatching illusion? Chapter 13, sorry, I still have to go to school. Inside the quiet division headquarters. Finally, after He Zhao's 1-hour explanation, everyone finally understood what he meant by AI drone cellular technology. So, the terrifying firepower we saw was actually just fake. He Xiao nodded. "Yes, brother, you finally understand. But what about hatching? How did they achieve that number of 300? Some people still didn't react. He Xiao was a little impatient. Even a drone can summon dozens of drones within range, and they can all become its teammates to participate in this battle. At that moment, He Xiao wrote the words "I didn't cheat" on his face. Get it? I didn't break any rules. This was entirely due to our own strength. And, Commander, I reported this drone to you. Didn't you agree to it then? Division Commander Ding Huayan glared at him. You reported it to me, but who knew it was such a terrifying thing? Damn, this guy quietly created a deadly weapon of war? It's like you're still studying how to make the green train faster, but someone has already developed a car that can fly in the sky. If it were you, could you imagine the difference? The names are obviously not much different, but even though he was angry, Ding Huayan was still extremely happy at the moment. A face immediately lit up with joy. With such a powerful drone combat method, their 96th Division will definitely become advanced this year. By the way, He Xiao, where's the young comrade you mentioned? Where is he now? I want to meet him. If we study this thing in depth, it could become a powerful weapon for an army. He Xiao was suddenly embarrassed. Well, I'm afraid you won't be able to see it for a while. Ding Huayan's expression froze. What's going on? That kid went to school, and I'm afraid he won't be able to come out for a while. He Xiao smiled awkwardly. His words instantly stunned everyone present. Go to school? You mean the researcher is still a student? The other side, at the university gate. Student, although I don't know your exact purpose, I can tell you clearly that if you pretend to be a freshman at this university, You will be locked up in a small dark room. The university entrance is bustling with people. Lin Xia stood there in confusion. The senior sister who was welcoming us warmly, 1 second changed her tone the next second. Even a whole person became serious. I'm a freshman at the National University of Defense Technology. Don't you recognize my admission letter? Hearing the argument, the senior student in charge behind them immediately came up. Zhou Xiao, what's wrong with you? Why are you arguing when picking up the new students? The short-haired girl named Zhou Xiao quickly turned around and said, "This is what I'm talking about, Senior Su Feng. I discovered that this freshman's admission letter was forged." The word fake instantly attracted the attention of parents around. Everyone comes to send their children to school, and everyone knows the importance of this school. Someone immediately rushed to Lin Xia's side. "Hey, young man, are you in the wrong place? Hurry up and leave. This is not a place you can just walk into. It will be troublesome if we catch you again." Yes. I know you want to go to this university, but our children also got in based on their grades. Don't dare do anything stupid. If you don't get in, you can always try again. But it's wrong to cheat. Su Feng frowned. "Where is the notice? Let me see it." Zhou Xiao hurriedly handed it over and looked back at Lin Xia at the same time. "I told you to leave a long time ago. What good will it do you if this matter gets out of hand?" Lin Xia smiled without saying anything and found a stool to sit down with a calm look on her face. "You guys check it carefully. I'll take a break first." Zhou Xiao was speechless. "You are really a dead pig that is not afraid of boiling water. You will cry soon." Admission time, June 7th? Su Feng was a little dumbfounded. The things look quite real, but the time here is too outrageous. "Student Lin Xia, do you know what day June 7th is?" Lin Xia: "The day of the college entrance examination." Su Feng: "Then do you know when the admission period is for recommended admission and after the college entrance examination?" Lin Xia nodded. "Of course I know." Su Feng's face instantly turned sour. He was neither a recommended candidate nor a formally admitted candidate, and he couldn't even fake the information. "Since you know, then hurry up and leave. If you leave now, I can let you go because of your young age, but if you dawdle any longer, I can't guarantee that no one will catch you." Lin Xia rested enough and finally stood up. He grabbed his admission letter. "Senior, why don't you make a phone call?" Zhou Xiao was immediately furious. "You are too arrogant. You know where this place is, yet you are still blatantly lying here. We only let you go because you are young. Are you really not afraid at all?" Several parents who were watching hurried to persuade Lin Xia, and some even started cursing. "You must be so obsessed with the exams that you actually dare to come here and try to scam people. Once you catch him, he'll behave himself. That's what I'm saying. If you don't do well on the exam, just try again. Don't be so obsessed with it." Su Feng quickly waved his hand. "Everyone go through the formalities in an orderly manner and send the child in. We will take care of the things here. Don't affect everyone's schedule. Student Lin Xia, if you don't leave now, I'll call someone." Lin Xia nodded. "You should call someone. You don't even know the students in the elite class. I really doubt whether you are a student of this school." Su Feng paused for a moment. "Elite class? You mean the future elite class? The class that only accepts 20 people?" He didn't know, but the gap was so big that he had never seen any students in this class. "This," Zhou Xiao said. "Senior, don't believe him. I don't know where this guy got this information from, and he actually dares to talk nonsense here. I'll have him arrested right now." As she spoke, she turned around and was about to call for help. But Su Feng paused for a moment. "No, I'll go ask." He left in a hurry. "Dial the internal number." 5 minutes later, he came out with a red face. "Student Lin Xia, please come this way. The registration procedures for the elite class are not handled here." In one sentence, the whole audience was in an uproar. Zhou Xiao was stunned. Is he really a freshman in the top class? Su Feng nodded with a complicated expression. He heard clearly what the teacher had just said to scold him. This was something that the leaders above personally fought for, and it was said that it was finally won after strong efforts from the 5 major prestigious universities. He had just let someone go, and he was even saying he was going to arrest them. At this moment, Su Feng felt his head buzzing, and he felt unwell. "Student Lin, don't top students have special cars to pick them up? Why are you coming here alone?" Lin Xia: "I just happened to have something on the way, so I came here by myself." "Don't worry, I won't hold you accountable or anything." Although Lin Xia was not clear about the school rules, judging from his appearance, he was probably scolded severely by his superiors. Hearing him say this, Su Feng immediately felt relieved. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. If you had complained about me, I might have been punished. Thank you so much. Chapter 14. I was admitted directly. With the help of Senior Su Feng, Lin Xia quickly arrived at the university dormitory. Quadruple room, with a bed above and a desk below. Although it is not particularly large, it has complete facilities. As soon as Lin Xia entered, she was greeted by 3 roommates with smiling faces. Here we come. The last roommate is finally here. The tall and thin roommate took Lin Xia's luggage in a familiar manner. The only space left is by the door. Brother, can you do it? Lin Xia nodded. He was not picky about this. Put down your luggage. The tall and thin man immediately said, since everyone is here, shall we introduce ourselves? I'll go first. My name is Zhang Tao. My total score is 708, and I'm from Andu. Zhang Tao is still very proud of his score. What about you? The gentle boy with a scholarly look touched his nose. My name is Wenba, but I'm maybe a little different from you. I'm a strong-based person. Zhang Tao was shocked. Oh my god, so awesome. Everyone says Gan Xiangji is not a normal person. Brother, you are awesome. Zhang Tao gave a thumbs up. Looks like my score can only rank second. Wenbo waved his hands repeatedly. No, this guy's still the best. He pointed at the boy in the corner who was looking at everyone with a smile. He was recommended for admission. My name is Zhang Kaifeng. I was admitted through recommendation, but I also took the college entrance exam. Let me take a look at the questions this year. They're pretty good. The final physics question is a bit challenging. Zhang Kaifeng looked very happy, but the words he said instantly made Zhang Tao feel heartbroken. How can we make the admission as easy as going out for a walk? He mechanically turned his head to look at Lin Xia. What about you, brother? You're not also recommended or admitted through a strong foundation, are you? Lin Xia thought about it, and it seemed that it was not really the case. No. Zhang Tao breathed a sigh of relief. That's not bad. It seems there are still normal people like me. He suddenly felt friendly and put his arm around Lin Xia's neck, looking like a good brother. But just when he was happy, suddenly, Lin Xia said silently, although I didn't get in through the first 2 channels, I didn't finish the college entrance examination. With just one word, the 3 of them immediately became interested. Oh my god, there are other channels? Why haven't I heard of it? Brother, please tell us more about it. Zhang Tao waved his hand and said, Brother, don't brag. Is there any way to get into school that's more impressive than the 3 methods above? Impossible. Lin Xia really didn't know whether this was awesome or not. I just had a topic, and they took a fancy to it, and then they came to the exam room and took it away from me. Zhang Tao almost dropped his luggage, his eyes widening as he said, Oh my god, you're not the guy from Anda No. 1 middle school, are you? The other 2 immediately looked curious. What? Did this brother do anything wonderful? Zhang Tao felt that he was extremely unlucky, and then he told Lin Xia's history with a sad face. That's him. His name seems to be Lin Xia. He was taken away from the Gaokao exam venue by special police. It caused quite a stir at the time. My parents even discussed it with me, saying he was ruined. But who could have imagined that just a few days after the college entrance exam, No. 1 middle school would post a notice that one of their students had been admitted to the National University of Defense Technology. Holy crap, we didn't even know our scores at that point. Lin Xia, you are the real god. Wenba pushed his glasses up. He was more concerned about the project details. Is your project related to drone technology? I've read relevant papers before. The military has recently been focusing on promoting intelligentization. Your technology is a good fit, right? Zhang Kaifeng also put away his joking attitude. The number of special admissions is even smaller than that of recommended admissions, and the practical skills required are extremely high. Lin Xia, have you already produced something? Lin Xia thought for a moment and said, Yes, we have some preliminary results, but we still need to update and optimize them later. When the 3 heard this, their expressions suddenly changed. This is definitely a real big shot. He has achieved results in just 1 summer vacation. How can he still be so humble? With your level, you'll definitely be a candidate for the laboratory in the future. Lin Xia smiled without responding, then lowered her head and began to pack her luggage. Several roommates rushed over to help. Zhang Tao, who was obsessed with who was more powerful, was now shocked by the real boss. Now he was only left with curiosity about this boss roommate. It's okay, I don't have much stuff. Lin Xia said. Zhang Tao, No. We are all roommates. We should help each other. Lin Xia didn't refuse anymore. After quickly packing up her things, she sat down to organize the technical data of the past 2 months. After 2 months, the development of AI drone cellular technology has come to a temporary end. The next step is upgrading and updating. He will have to find time to do it later, or organize some information and hand it over to Mr. Long and others. Since awakening to the strengthening the army and serving the country system before the college entrance examination, Lin Xia has changed his attitude towards life. Originally, he had no plans for his future life, especially after traveling to this parallel world. He felt it was extremely boring to live the same life again. But he never expected that just 1 month later, he actually possessed the standard plug-in for time travelers. In that case, he has to do something. I didn't have the chance to wear a military uniform in my previous life, but with the help of the system in this life, I have to first practice my skills and physical fitness well so as not to let this special recruitment go to waste. Lin Xia quickly opened the system interface and wanted to check the entire system again. Congratulations to the host. You have now completed the novice mission, AI drone cellular technology. The follow-up mission has been opened. Dismantle the automatic rifle 100 times, and you will be rewarded with a pulse concussion rifle blueprint. When Lin Xia saw the reminder displayed on the blue interface in front of her, she suddenly felt excited. It really is worthy of being a system for strengthening the military and serving the country. This mission is so hardcore. A pulse shock rifle. That's a weapon he only sees in science fiction movies. Did you never expect that it would come true so soon? Dismantling an automatic rifle to obtain blueprints? The exchange conditions aren't too harsh. Although it is impossible to complete it now, it will definitely be possible after 2 days of military training. In schools like the National University of Defense Technology, real weapons are used during military training. By then, he will complete the task, exchange the blueprints, and then study Dragon Country's first batch of pulse shock rifles. He found it very challenging just thinking about it. What are you thinking about? Zhang Tao patted him. Kai Feng said we'll be practicing live ammunition during military training. Have you ever handled a gun before? Lin Xia shook her head. I haven't tried it, but it shouldn't be difficult. He looked at the three of them and said, let's work hard together during the military training. Don't fall behind. Zhang Tao wailed. What you said is as heartbreaking as a top student saying I didn't review. Chapter 15 military training begins, and someone asks me if the Type 95 is useful. 3 days later, on the military training ground, Instructor Zhou Hao stood in front. Everyone has it. Stand still at ease. Come on, tell me. After the first 3 days of physical training, I already have a very good understanding of each of your conditions. But what I want to tell you is, I'm very dissatisfied with you. Zhou Hao's words immediately turned the atmosphere cold. Don't think you can lower your standards just because you're majoring in technology. I'm telling you, it's impossible. Here at Zhou Hao's place, everyone is treated equally. The training intensity for non-technical students is the same as yours. If it's even a little bit off, it won't work. His tiger eyes scanned the surroundings and finally stopped at the most eye-catching face of Lin Xia. This guy's appearance was really too eye-catching. 3 days have passed, and everyone else has become darker, thinner, and stronger. But this guy alone still looks as fresh as the male lead in an idol drama. Zhou Hao felt that this was due to his inadequate training, especially those who are cunning and don't want to practice properly, trying to deceive me with their expertise. I'm telling you, put those thoughts aside. You're nothing special to me. After a month of military training, each of you should be in the same state as me. Lin Xia glanced at him. Does it have to be this dark? Zhou Hao suddenly became angry and walked to Lin Xia in 2 or 3 steps. Who told you to talk? Lin Xia stood still and said, Instructor, does it have to be this dark? I just can't tan. It's natural. There's really nothing we can do about it. If he really has to be that dark, it would be really difficult for him. Lin Xia said she couldn't do it. The whole audience couldn't hold back their laughter. Zhou Hao was so angry that he stared at Lin Xia. What's your name? Lin Xia yelled, Report. My name is Lin Xia. That's how it's shown on TV. To answer the instructor, you have to shout at the top of your lungs. Zhou Hao nodded. Okay, Lin Xia, right? He smiled coldly and then took 2 steps back. Okay, now I punish you all to go to the weapons room and move weapons for me. If you can't move it in 3 minutes, then it's 5 kilometers to the playground. Everyone instantly turned their attention to Lin Xia. Why? Zhang Tao shouted. Instructor, his mistake has nothing to do with us. Why should we go and move the weapons? It's time to eat, but he doesn't want to go. Brother, why are you provoking the instructor at this time? Zhang Tao's face was full of resentment. Lin Xia was very happy about it. If only she could move to the automatic rifle, then maybe she could complete the task given by the system. Report to the instructor. I can go by myself. Zhou Hao glanced at them and then smiled slightly. In that case, the two of you go. Lin Xia. Instructor, if I can really move all the weapon boxes within 3 minutes, can you give me a reward? Zhou Hao looked at his thin arms and legs and sneered. As long as you can do it, then I promise you. What a loser. Without a period of training, it would be difficult for him to even run with weights, let alone move a weapon box. When Lin Xia heard this, she immediately became excited. Grab Zhang Tao and run away. Hurry, I want to finish it. The weapons room is only 800 meters away. We just need to keep holding the weapons box and reach it at the speed of bolt. Zhang Tao wailed. Are you talking nonsense? How heavy is that thing? Not far away. Zhou Hao looked at the two of them with dying looks on their faces and immediately curled the corners of his mouth. Brother Zhou, isn't it a bad idea for you to do this? Manhwa Faweng. Zhou Hao smiled slightly. I heard that this guy Lin Xia was recruited by President Long himself, but he seems unremarkable to me. Manhwa, you didn't do this on purpose, did you? With their physical fitness, how could they complete it in such a short time? Zhou Hao ignored him. What kind of reward do you think this kid wants? I think he's quite happy about carrying weapons. Okay, go eat. I'll keep an eye on it. Manhwa, take it easy. Don't let yourself be fooled. Mr. Long's men must be extraordinary. Zhou Hao nodded. Don't worry, but it'll be a while. Lin Xia and Zhang Tao appeared, panting, carrying their weapons. Report to the instructor. We got it. The two men were panting and collapsed on the ground, half dead. Zhou Hao looked at his watch. Although it was a little off, it was not much. He looked at Lin Xia with interest. It doesn't look like a boiled chicken. It still has a lot of potential. Lin Xia, that's it. Instructor Zhou, can you redeem my reward now? Zhou Hao became interested. Then tell me, what kind of reward do you want? Lin Xia's eyes flashed green, and Zhou Hao felt creepy all over. I want to disassemble an automatic rifle and see. Zhou Hao didn't expect this to be the reward, and he was a little unresponsive for a moment. Why are you dismantling the rifle? Are you trying to sabotage it? Lin Xia quickly shook her head. After all, this is a professional. I think I should start with the basic knowledge of rifles. To prepare for the future. Zhang Tao turned his head instantly. Holy shit, isn't this guy such a bitch? Go through all the trouble to dig it out, just to show off in front of the instructor? Really? Zhou Hao's expression relaxed a little. The attitude is quite good. In that case, I can demonstrate it to you. Talking. He picked up one of the rifles. The Type 95 automatic rifle is a milestone in the development of small-caliber equipment for the Dragon Kingdom. It features a bullpup structure and is highly portable. As he spoke, he disassembled the rifle parts and explained them to Lin Xia. In just 3 minutes, all the parts of the entire gun were placed in front of the two men. Oh my god, the instructor is awesome. Zhang Tao gave a thumbs up in amazement. Lin Xia's eyes also lit up. It's really good, and the explanation is very thorough. He wanted to try it too. 100 disassemblies, and if he worked quickly, he could finish half of them before dinner. He will get the blueprints before noon tomorrow. Not bad. Not bad. The efficiency is acceptable. Then instructor, can I try it now? Zhou Hao was even more confused. Of course you can, but don't you want to eat? Lin Xia immediately waved her hand and said, Old four, go get some food for me and the instructor. Zhang Tao walked away without saying anything. Okay. After he left, Lin Xia looked at the table with burning eyes. Instructor, shall I begin? Let me try to see if I can put it back together again. As he spoke, he immediately started to operate. Zhou Hao originally wanted to stop it, but the more he looked at it, the more he felt something was wrong. This kid, it feels like he has practiced this in his previous life. First time, assembled in 10 minutes. What do you think, instructor? Zhou Hao pulled the bolt 3 or 2 times and said, It's okay, but some details are slightly wrong. He adjusted it twice and then handed it to Lin Xia again. Try again. Chapter 16. Range 400 meters. You are ignoring scientific principles. No. So you spent the whole afternoon with this guy dismantling the gun? Manghai Lauget, who was trying to play a trick on someone. Did they end up being manipulated? Manghai was almost dying of laughter. It seems that the people that Boss Long recruited are indeed extraordinary. Zhou Hao gritted his teeth and said, "Just wait, I'll kill him this afternoon." However, in the afternoon, before he could even start practicing, Lin Xia made him curl his lips in anger with just one word. He was holding a gun, his face sincere. "Instructor Zhou, how come you can dismantle it so quickly? But I can't." Lin Xia asked sincerely. After all, the faster he completed the task, the faster he would get the blueprints. "But it's my first time to come into contact with this thing, and I always don't get the hang of it." Zhou Hao suppressed the corner of his mouth. "What you said is true. All these years of training have not been in vain." As he spoke, he began to give Lin Xia guidance. "I see. That's why things aren't going smoothly with the gun barrel." After Lin Xia understood the key, she immersed herself in it again. At this moment, within his field of vision, completed disassembling the automatic rifle 30 times. "Instructor Zhou, can I spend the whole afternoon familiarizing myself with the weapons and equipment?" Zhou Hao was about to say no. Lin Xia said sincerely, "Can I make up for the missed training tonight?" Anyway, there was no target practice at night, so he couldn't get involved. Zhou Hao originally wanted to refuse, but when he thought of his major, he nodded. "Of course you can, but you can only stay within my sight." Lin Xia was immediately delighted. "No problem." In this way, Lin Xia worked hard until noon the next day. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of disassembling the automatic rifle 100 times. The reward is the pulse concussion rifle blueprint, which is now being distributed. In an instant, Lin Xia felt his brain in chaos. Countless technical information poured in so quickly that he almost fainted. But half an hour later, a smile appeared on Lin Xia's lips. "Good stuff. This is definitely good stuff." During the lunch break, he immediately sorted out the drawings and materials. Just as he was tidying up, he was seen by the second brother Zhang Kaifeng. "Pulse concussion rifle? Interesting, huh? Did you get inspiration from disassembling the rifle? Are you planning to modify the rifle?" He lowered his head and took a careful look, then looked up with a confused look on his face. "The pulse concussion rifle has a range of 400 meters? Are you sure?" Lin Xia nodded. "Yes, that's what I'm thinking at the moment." Zhang Kaifeng. "But the reason why few people have researched pulse shock weapons is that the shock waves at long distances will definitely weaken the attack power. For a 400-meter range, the attenuation coefficient of the shock wave in the air is crucial. Doesn't your energy constraint formula seem a bit unscientific?" Lin Xia smiled and said, "It's okay. Just treat it as a new attempt. By the way, are we not training this afternoon?" Zhang Kaifeng nodded. "Yes, it's raining. Take a break for half a day." "Okay, I'll go to the library then. You guys go back to sleep." After saying that, he opened the door and left with the drawings and materials. Zhang Tao suddenly wailed. "Why is the military training open book?" "No, I said I should take a good rest at university." Zhang Kaifeng smiled and said, "Your class is a famous top class, so it's impossible for you to rest. However, I am indeed looking forward to Lin Xia's shock rifle." In the afternoon, the library. Lin Xia worked hard and was completely immersed in the ocean of knowledge. He didn't realize that there were several eyes watching him. "Xiao Xiao, isn't this the boy who quarreled with you at the school gate that day?" Zhou Xiao looked up and saw that it was true. She had no idea what happened that day. When she returned home, she was criticized and deprived of the qualification to welcome new students. She's still angry now. "Let me go and take a look. What is a freshman doing here if he's not doing military training?" Who Meili reminded, "Don't do that. Didn't they say that this guy's identity is extraordinary? We can't afford to provoke him." Zhou Xiao. "After all, I am his senior. What's wrong with greeting my junior?" She ignored him and walked up quickly, coming behind Lin Xia. At this time, Lin Xia was so sleepy that she fell on the table. Zhou Xiao walked over blatantly and glanced down at what he had written. "Shockwave decomposes atomic dust. The armor instantly becomes brittle and shatters." It was not the ghostly scribbles she had imagined, but a dense array of formulas with automatic rifle improvement plan marked in the corner. She frowned. This junior student was clearly in military training, so why was he studying this? She took out her phone, took a picture of the corner, and sent it out. "Senior Su Feng, what do you think this is? Why have I never seen this kind of thinking before?" She even found it difficult to understand. Su Feng on the other side opened it and took a look, his pupils suddenly shrinking. "Is this a pulse oscillation?" "No. Where did you get this information?" There are even drawings. Zhou Xiao Xiao. A junior student scribbled something here. Do you think it's anything serious? If it wasn't something good, she would teach him a lesson as a senior student and let him focus on military training. Su Feng froned, feeling somewhat uncertain. He suddenly remembered the difficult question that teacher Xiang Tianrui had raised in class last week, and grabbed his phone and handed it to him. Teacher, I'm sorry to bother you, but do you think this is worth discussing? The person called teacher is actually Mr. Xiang Tianrui, an expert in weapons and a regimental level cadre with a senior professional title. But he also has another identity, that is the head teacher of the top class. Xiang Tianrui took the thing and took a closer look. He didn't pay much attention to it first, but as he looked at it, he realized something was wrong. He pointed at the resonance compensation formula on the screen, his voice trembling. How did you derive this parameter? This. How can this be discussed? This is something that can be put into practice. His voice trembled. Tell me quickly, where did this thing come from? A junior schoolmate sent it to me, saying that she saw it written by a junior schoolmate who was not doing his job properly in the library. Su Feng said. Xiang Tianrui immediately skipped class and said, Let's go and take a look. The two rushed to the library. As soon as you enter, where are the people? Zhou Xiaoxiao said bewilderedly. He's gone. This kid really just came to the library to sleep. Su Feng was a little anxious. Which class is he from? Do you know his name? Zhou Xiaoxiao spread her hands and said, Isn't that Lin Xia at the school gate that day? I see that the writing and drawing are all some weird scribbles, so I came to ask you about it. Su Feng was stunned for a moment. Then he ignored Zhou Xiaoxiao and hurried to Xiang Tianrui. It's a student from your class. Xiang Tianrui was stunned. There is such a talented student in my class? How come I didn't know about it? Su Feng. He's a freshman from level 26. This one sentence immediately silenced Xiang Tianrui. Chapter 17. Wait for the punishment. A student of the class of 26, he barely glanced at her except for the one time during the orientation party. Because he has been attending classes recently and is too busy with projects, he hasn't had time to pay attention to the information of the new students. The students in the top class are all extraordinary, so he didn't pay much attention to any of their special features. But this, he was indeed a little surprised by the guy who tried to break the rifle limit as soon as he arrived. The two of them did not hesitate and immediately looked up Lin Xia's information. After a phone call, he went to Zhou Hao. I am Xiang Tianrui. I'm asking Lin Xia from the second company to come to the Academic Affairs office. Zhou Hao was stunned. He was sleeping soundly. So why did he receive call from Xiang Tianrui? Xiang Tianrui is well known for his seriousness and is extremely strict with his students. What kind of trouble has this kid Lin Xia gotten himself into? Zhou Hao felt his head buzzing and immediately got out of bed and went to Lin Xia's dormitory. As soon as you enter the door, you will feel the imposing manner. Lin Xia, what did you do again? Lin Xia, who had just finished calculating the orbital values, immediately put on a handsome smile. Instructor Zhou, why are you here? Zhou Hao was too lazy to tell him that this brat was just a weakling. Let's go, Xiang Tuan wants to see you. Lin Xia was confused. What group? Zhou Hao didn't explain and just pulled him away. A few minutes later, the Academic Affairs office. As soon as you enter the door, Lin Xia saw a serious teacher wearing glasses and a pine green uniform. Teacher Xiang, the person is here. This is Lin Xia. You can beat her or scold her as you please. I, Zhou Hao, am not capable of leading the troops. I will leave it to the school to handle. Xiang Tianrui was immediately amused when he heard this. Why should I deal with you? I can't even wait to reward you. Zhou Hao. Xiang Tuan actually laughed. Oh my God, he has been here for so many years, and he has never seen Xiang Tuan smile once. Reward me. Xiang Tianrui nodded. You asked this kid to disassemble the automatic rifle for training, right? Zhou Hao didn't react. Is this the reward? He was being bullied by this kid, and he was so angry. Why is this group still talking about rewards? Before he could ask, Xiang Tianrui asked with a smile on his face. Lin Xia, are you researching the pulse shock rifle? Lin Xia nodded, yes. Xiang Tianrui, then how do you plan to solve the fatal problem of weakening shock waves? Lin Xia thought without hesitation, drawing on the principles of electromagnetic railguns, increasing the track length, increasing the current, and using the Lorentz force generated by the interaction between the magnetic field and the current to drive the pulse energy emission, increase the initial velocity, and thus extend the range. Xiang Tianrui nodded. So this is why the pistol turned into a rifle. Lin Xia nodded, feeling that this teacher knew a lot. He just said a simple sentence, and he could see his intention clearly. But Lin Xia, do you know that this is easy to say but very difficult to do? Xiang Tianrui has always been very patient with geniuses with ideas. Lin Xia nodded. I know, but I can guarantee that as long as you give me a laboratory, I can make it within 5 days. It just so happened that he was worried about having no place to experiment. The drawings were out, but the follow-up was the big problem. What's more, they're still in military training, and there is no special laboratory for them to operate. I might as well take this opportunity to bring it all out at once. Xiang Tianrui was stunned for a moment, and then a serious expression flashed across his face. Do you know what a military warrant means in the army? Su Feng immediately realized that Xiang Tuan was angry and quickly reminded him. Lin Xia, stop talking nonsense. No matter what project it is, rigorous theoretical derivation takes time. It's not something you can complete just because you want it to. Lin Xia said seriously. I'm not kidding. Right now, I just lack materials and a laboratory. Su Feng wanted to say something, but was stopped by Xiang Tianrui. Okay, since you said so, then it's my fault for not giving you a chance. Okay, from now on, you go to my lab, apply for all the materials on a list, and I'll approve them. If we don't see your gun tested in 5 days, you'll be punished. Lin Xia was delighted. Okay, great, we finally found the venue. He also has to thank the informer. Several people came to the door. Zhou Hao and Su Feng both looked serious. Boy, do you know what the consequences are if you fail to complete the military order? Lin Xia, didn't you say punishment? Zhou Hao wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, It's not that simple. If it's serious, I might even fire you. You kid, playing tricks on me is fine, but you're playing tricks on your boss. Don't you want to go to college anymore? Su Feng also said, Yes, I have never heard of any project that can be completed in a few days, let alone such a large project. He felt that this kid was so arrogant that he had completely forgotten who he was. But Lin Xia just said calmly, Don't worry, Instructor Zhou, Senior Su, see you at the test site in 5 days. In the following period, Lin Xia suspended military training and went out early and returned late every day, traveling back and forth between the dormitory and the laboratory. His roommates couldn't bear to see this, so they went to help him after the military training. Third and fourth brothers, I don't think this is going to work. It's obviously too late. How about we go find Xiang Tuan and ask him for mercy? At least give him some more time. Zhang Kaifeng suggested. The others nodded repeatedly. If Lin Xia is fired, then we will be left without a big brother, right? It won't do if the group is leaderless. Zhang Tao said with a smile. They have also seen these days that although Lin Xia is a bit silly, he is definitely a genius. If the school really doesn't want him, it would be a loss to the entire country. They couldn't just stand by and watch this happen. However, don't wait for them to take action. The fourth night, Lin Xia sent a message in the small group. Brothers, it's done. See you at the test site tomorrow. Then I sent a photo to the group. Moment. The three of them immediately started calling like groundhogs. Oh, as expected of the boss. The overall shape is streamlined, with a gradient matte coating and transparent energy guide grooves embedded in the corners. Mechanical gears and magnetic track arrays are hidden within, creating a fluid aesthetic and a technological clash. Holy crap, this is so damn cool. It's literally my dream gun. Chapter 18. One shot destroys a tank. The next morning, the sun is shining. Because the news that Lin Xia was going to test firearms spread, no one trained that morning. Gather in the playground one by one and wait for the test. National University of Defense Technology, especially their technical campus. The last thing we lack is a testing ground. Soon, according to Lin Xia's project testing standards, the relevant testing sites were immediately in place. Early in the morning, Lin Xia rushed to the scene carrying a box filled with his hard work. When he arrived, Teacher Liao Chen also rushed over after hearing the news. He expressed his headache about this student who had caused such a big trouble just a few days after school started. But what can I do? I told the group and asked him to do it. If he doesn't do well, there are plenty of ways to deal with him. Lin Xia, are you sure you can take the test today? There's still a day left. You can definitely check again. Although the top class is full of geniuses, completing a project in just a few days is a bit too much. At this moment, he actually doesn't have much hope for the test results. After all, it would be strange if we can only cope with what we have done. This boy seems quite shy. Why does he want to use this trick to become famous right away? He doesn't understand. Lin Xia nodded gently. Don't worry, teacher, it's okay. Seeing this, Liao Chun didn't say anything more and helped him with the preparations before the test. 9 o'clock in the morning. Xiang Tianrui appeared quickly with a briefcase. Okay, without further ado, let's start the test. I have a meeting this morning, so I have to leave right after this. The students sitting on the playground suddenly started murmuring. It seems that Xiang Tuan from the elite class doesn't take this project very seriously. What's so important? How good do you expect a freshman to be? Stop being ridiculous. It's already great that Xiang Tuan is here. The roommate in the corner couldn't help but worry. Is the boss really going to be fired? Zhang Tao asked. Even though the boss is a bit of a jerk, who's going to turn off the lights at night without him? Zhang Kaifeng said calmly. I think it's hard to say. We've all seen those blueprints and materials. Others might not know what the probability of success is, but don't we? Winbaugh pushed his glasses up. That being said, the probability of failure is still very high. At this time, return to the field. Xiang Tianrui looked at Lin Xia seriously. Do you remember the difficulty of your project? Lin Xia nodded. Remember, the shock pulse is difficult to control, and it is difficult to produce the same shooting effect. Xiang Tianrui is awe-inspiring without even getting angry. In that case, let's get started. In the present time, there is a tester from the shooting range nearby who first conducted an appearance inspection. The pulse concussion rifle uses 10 by 24 millimeters caseless ammunition, stamped from ultralight alloy. The casing is made of solid titanium aluminum alloy, weighs 3.8 kilograms, and can be loaded with 100 rounds at a time. The weight and the amount of ammunition alone made the whole audience exclaim in surprise. Oh my God, is this still a gun? With this weight, it's probably just a toy, right? Ha ha ha. When Xiang Tianrui heard this data, his face couldn't help but darken. The inspector then continued. The estimated effective range is 400 meters, and the maximum range is 420 meters. How is that possible? Theoretically, the range of pulse shock weapons is only 50 to 100 meters. Liao Chun smiled bitterly, and looking at Tuan's gloomy face, he knew that this kid was definitely going to fail. Report to the regiment. All inspections are correct. Application to officially begin testing. Xiang Tianrui nodded. Let's get started. As soon as he finished speaking, the gun tester immediately took the weapon to the firing position. Teacher Liao Chun, who was standing nearby, rubbed his hands worriedly. This kid just started his first project at school. What if he really fails? Not only will he be punished, but the entire elite class will most likely be questioned by all students in the school, as well as teachers and superiors. Under everyone's gaze, the gun tester slowly raised the pulse shock rifle in his hand. Aim. Adjustment. Pull the trigger. Emission. There was complete silence. Not even the sound of a bullet being fired, only the faint sound of a trigger being pulled. Liao Chun secretly cried out, "Oh no. There was a malfunction on the first shot. It was over." Really? Xiang Tianrui's gaze slowly turned to Lin Xia. You saw the result, didn't you? I gave you a chance. You didn't let theory triumph over practice. At this moment, his tone was actually very calm. But despite this, everyone still felt tremendous pressure. It's like the scene before a storm. The three roommates couldn't help but worry about Lin Xia. What should we do? Did the first shot fail? Looking at the group's expression, Lin Xia's punishment this time will definitely be severe. Zhou Hao also quickly stood up and stretched his neck to look. Although he didn't like this kid very much, he still felt a little bit sorry when he saw him fail. How could that be? However, just when everyone was talking about it, Lin Xia walked forward without saying a word and took his gun. Pull the trigger. Bang. Boom. Flames shot up into the sky. Not only was the pre-prepared target smashed into pieces, but even the abandoned tank not far behind the target was instantly engulfed in flames. This moment, as the blazing flames instantly tore through the air at the scene, Lin Xia stood in front of the flames, looking incredibly handsome. Holy crap. One shot destroyed a tank. Isn't this really a gun? It's not the latest model of rocket launcher. Zhou Hao was the first to rush up. Looking at the ball of fire from afar, he was completely stunned. Liao Chen's eyes were as big as copper bells, and he stood there motionless. Xiang Tianrui, who was about to leave, didn't say anything, his eyes fixed on the flame. Who the hell put the tanks there during testing? Zhou Hao shouted loudly, and immediately the whole scene seemed to be released. Xiang Tianrui sat down slowly. It's okay, it's just an abandoned tank. It's no big deal. Lin Xia, isn't your power a bit beyond the standard? Lin Xia himself was a little surprised. He was just angry and the first shot was a dud. That's why he went up and maximized the power of the gun. Teacher Xiang, this is the theoretical normal power. According to my design, the shockwave can completely embrittle and shatter the metal armor instantly and penetrate the power armor in an instant, destroying the internal circuits. Xiang Tianrui took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Besides that, he now feels that he still didn't read the drawing carefully. I was so focused on the range that I forgot the most critical aspect of the power. Lin Xia said, truthfully, the pulse shock wave can bypass obstacles and has the ability of non-line-of-sight attack. How is it possible to bypass the obstacle? Liao Chen was stunned. After so many years of military service, this was the second outrageous weapon he had heard of besides Qian Lao's curved missile. Chapter 19. Shooting the bull from a distance is unscientific. Lin Xia, let me confirm with you again. Are you talking about bypassing obstacles? Shoot the bull from behind a mountain, right? Several people present thought this matter was too ridiculous. Originally, after the previous shot, everyone thought that Lin Xia's shot was really good. The effect is much more exaggerated than that of a rocket launcher. But Instructor Zhou Hao has been observing the expressions of those leaders. I noticed that their excitement disappeared in an instant. But he became serious again. He immediately realized something was wrong. For Lin Xia's future, he chose to move forward quickly. What's going on? Teacher Xiang, didn't the test succeed? Lin Xia's gun is truly incredibly powerful. Xiang Tianrui looked at him without saying anything, but the teacher Liao Chun next to him looked embarrassed. He said this gun could shoot a bull from a distance. Instructor Zhou Hao, what do you mean? What do you mean by shooting the bull from behind a mountain? Liao Chen, it means his gun can hit the target behind it even through a wall. Whoa, huh? Are you serious, brat? He turned around suddenly and looked at Lin Xia helplessly. Seeing that he didn't say anything, I thought this kid was deliberately bragging. He quickly came to Xiang Tianrui and said, Teacher Xiang, this kid is quite motivated. As you know, he has been studying rifles during military training and even disassembled hundreds of guns to observe them. Overall, he's a good prospect. It's understandable for a boy to like to brag a little. You see, he was interrupted by Xiang Tianrui before he could finish his words. Lin Xia, I postponed the meeting. Please continue with the test. If you can't do it, then you can request to drop out of school. How? If he can really do it, then he is a talent. If he can't do it and can only brag, then giving him a lesson and scaring him will also teach him a lesson. But when Zhou Hao heard this, he immediately became anxious. He immediately walked to Lin Xia's side and patted him on the shoulder. You little bastard, admit your mistake quickly. Do you think you're acting in the demigods and semi-devils? You're so good at shooting the bull from a distance. Lin Xia looked up at him with a firm gaze. Instructor Zhou, let me try. After saying this, he walked towards Xiang Tianrui amid everyone's questioning gazes. Teacher Xiang, please prepare a test target behind this wall. He glanced at Tianrui and then waved his hand. Go, move that abandoned truck over there and park it 2 meters away from the wall. Liao Chan was a little anxious. As a counselor, it was not right for him not to protect his own students. But the person sitting here was the class teacher. Xiang Tuan, isn't 2 meters a bit too far? Xiang Tianrui snorted coldly. What else? Using the shock wave just now can be considered a knockout, right? Liao Chun, this. At that moment, the shooting range personnel quickly set up the equipment. The students below also started discussing it. What's going on? Are we going to have to do more testing? But why do we have to put the target behind the wall during testing? Everyone was puzzled. Wenbo said silently, if my guess is correct, he wants to use the shock wave to attack the car behind the wall, which is commonly known as shooting the bull from behind a mountain. With these words, all the students around were stunned. What? No. Classmate, are you sure you're awake? We at Cust don't believe in feudal superstitions. If anyone hears you, you'll be disciplined. Yes. Don't talk nonsense. How is this possible? Wenbo pushed his glasses up. You can't do it because you are too useless, but that doesn't mean he can't do it. Everyone was immediately furious. How dare you talk like that? At that moment, the crowd was about to start fighting and immediately stood up to teach Wenbo a lesson. Zhang Tao and Zhang Kaifeng immediately defended him. What's wrong with calling you trash? If you can come up with a project after a few days of military training, can you? The people nearby suddenly stop talking. Umph. You'll know how embarrassing it is when you fail. I want to see how this guy gets out of school. Several people sat down indignantly. At this time on the court, everything is ready. Xiang Tianrui also sat there, saying calmly, "Let's get started. Shoot the bull from behind the mountain. Remember your target mission." Lin Xia nodded, then walked over and took the weapon from the tester. "I'll do it myself." He quickly adjusted the gun in his hand and checked for any problems. Soon, the test began amidst everyone's questioning gazes. Raise your gun. Aim. Pull the trigger. One shot fired. Bang. Boom. The huge shock wave hit the wall, covered with steel bars. Zhou Hao and Liao Chun, who were standing by, frowned. The two of them were observing Xiang Tianrui's expression at all times. Once he noticed something was wrong, he planned to plead for Lin Xia. However, such mistakes will come soon. All they could see was the wall that had just been hit. After the flash of fire, apart from some slight blackening, there was no damage at all. Moreover, after waiting for a long time, there was no sign of collapse. Zhou Hao suddenly cried out inwardly, "Oh no!" He rushed forward in 3 or 2 steps. "Come on, can't you shoot? Come, I'll be your gun tester." As he spoke, he immediately took the gun from Lin Xia's hand. Bang, bang, bang. He fired 3 more shots in succession. However, it's still the same. Apart from the firelight, the wall remained motionless, with no signs at all. "No, kid, your gun can't even knock down the wall. How are you going to knock down the target behind the wall? This is simply impossible." Lin Xia smiled and said, "Coach Zhou, you may have forgotten the keywords just now." "Zhou Hao, what do you mean?" "Shoot the cow from behind the mountain." What he means is that the wall is fine, but there will definitely be problems with the target behind it. Xiang Tianrui's voice came from behind without any emotion. "Go. Range personnel, check out that abandoned pickup truck." He wanted to see how effective it would be. The soldier, standing not far away and waiting at any time, immediately ran over. However, next second, he was so frightened that he stood there in a daze. This is actually true." His trembling voice came immediately. "Report, target destroyed 80%. With just one sentence, the whole audience was in an uproar. At this moment, the entire shooting range fell into dead silence. Zhou Hao ran over quickly, not believing in evil. However, the flames shooting up into the sky and the sound waves of the explosion made him tremble and unable to speak for a long time. Damn it, is there really such an unscientific thing? Xiang Tianrui also walked up quickly with a grim expression to check. Lin Xia, right, give me your RD log. He probably didn't even realize that his voice sounded a little anxious. It is no longer appropriate to say too much at this place. Hey, Zhou Hao, right? Zhou Hao was a little confused. Yes, Xiang Tuan. Xiang Tianrui waved his hand and said, "Take all your students away." "Who asked you to come here?" A roar immediately silenced everyone present. Zhou Hao hurriedly took the students away. When he reached the door, Wenbao looked back. It seems the boss succeeded. Chapter 20. The whole school is paralyzed. Is the military academy attacked? Lin Xia quickly handed the RD log and related information in her mobile phone to Xiang Tianrui. As a result, the RD log is hundreds of pages long. Xiang Tianrui just stood there watching. No one else dared to speak, waiting for him to see. A full half-hour later, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, then handed the phone back to Lin Xia with a satisfied look on his face. Then he looked at Lin Xia with a smiling face. "Didn't you say it was a modified rifle? Are you sure it's still a gun with this power and attributes?" One shot blew up a tank, and another shot completed the shooting the bull from behind the mountain. Now, according to your development log, can you also use the third function to directly paralyze electronic equipment within a 500-meter range? Lin Xia smiled and said, "A conservative estimate is within 500 meters, but the actual range should be 800 meters. You are so arrogant, young man. Has anyone in your family worked in this field before?" Xiang Tianrui believes that people like him have the RD qualities. It's normal if you've had contact before. But, no, I've only recently gotten involved in research, but I did help develop drone technology during my summer vacation. Xiang Tianrui nodded without thinking too much about it. What he was developing was actually the AI drone cellular technology that was already popular in the military. Okay, let's test the effect of your electronic paralysis now. The teacher Liao Chun, standing by, immediately became anxious. No, Teacher Xiang, you can't do that. Testing electronic equipment must be reported in advance. If something goes wrong, it will be troublesome. Although it is not clear whether it will succeed, but what if? He can't afford such consequences. Can Xiang Tianrui simply asked Lin Xia a question. Can you control the energy released in a targeted manner to be a little smaller? Temporarily paralyze it, but avoid any damage. Lin Xia thought for a moment and said, it should be possible. Let me try it out. Lin Xia immediately lowered her head and started tinkering with it. Liaochen still felt that it was not possible. Xiang Tuan, if you won't allow me to report this, at least the school leaders should be informed of the situation, right? Xiang Tianrui smiled mysteriously. Those old guys have had it too good. It's time to let them feel what it means to have their hearts raced. Don't worry. If anything goes wrong, I will take care of everything. Besides, there aren't any major project tests these past 2 days, and our campus is the smallest one, so don't panic. Liao Chen, but Xiang Tianrui refused to listen anymore. No buts. Liao Chen looked back at the instructors with a wry smile on his face. Oh my God. When did Xiang Tianrui, who is known for his seriousness, turn into a naughty old man? He wailed helplessly in his heart. Soon, Lin Xia completed the adjustment quickly. Teacher Xiang, it's okay. Xiang Tianrui nodded. Okay, let's start. Send out electromagnetic shock waves over the widest possible range. I want to see how wide your paralysis range is. At the same time, the 3 brothers walking outside were muttering to each other as they walked. You think the boss won't be transferred directly? Sir overnight and graduate directly? Zhang Tao felt bitter. I thought that after leaving high school, he would become the center of attention. But before he could show off, Lin Xia just spun around and started to show off. When Bo analyzed the situation carefully and said, this isn't the reason why teacher Xiang asked us to come out. I suspect Lin Xia's gun may have other functions that are inconvenient to be revealed. Zhang Tao was puzzled. Aren't you 2 the ones who helped the most? Don't you know? The 2 shook their heads. We only helped with the basics. Lin Xia did the detailed work himself, not to mention the core stuff. He said he would have finished it long ago if we had the time to research it. Zhang Tao wailed helplessly. Is this guy even human? All 3 of them sighed. Just then, suddenly, someone shouted from a distance. What's going on? What's wrong with my phone? Is it crazy? No signal inside the school? Out of service area? What the hell? Huh? Why did my phone screen suddenly go black? More and more students are finding themselves out of control with their phones. Some people's phone screens went black, some lost signal, and more people lost control of the touchscreen and kept clicking randomly. Oh shit, don't call my ex-girlfriend. This is crazy. With the sound, the 3 of them seemed to suddenly realize something and quickly took out their mobile phones to check. Same situation. The 3 of them looked at each other. Is this electronic paralysis? Then a face full of horror turned back to look in the direction of the test. Oh my God, the boss is really not a human being. At the same time, Academic Affairs Office. A female administrative teacher exclaimed, why is there no signal on my phone or computer? What's going on? Is the internet down? Colleagues around him stood up one after another. It's the same here, my phone screen is black and I can't turn it on. Upon hearing the news, the director of the Academic Affairs Office walked out quickly. What's going on? Are all the electronic equipment broken? Everyone nodded repeatedly. Director, something's wrong. They are not ordinary teachers, but soldiers with military qualities. The first reaction was whether this was some kind of electronic paralysis. Quick, have someone check the shielding and detection equipment to see what's going on. Yes, Director. I'll go right away. For a moment, the whole office was in panic. Soon, the news came back. Reporting to the director, all personnel are talking to electronic devices. The shielding and detection equipment are all unresponsive. But all our electronic equipment has been paralyzed. Not only that, even our fire control radar laboratory has lost control. The director was shocked. Is it that serious? The teacher's face turned pale. Not only that, but all the major labs have reported that all sensors and computer systems have lost control. The director immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. Something's wrong. Reported immediately. At the same time, sound the alarm. Our campus may have been attacked by an unknown force. Then, gather all the technicians and gather in the control room immediately to restore the signal problem as soon as possible. Hurry, hurry, hurry. At this moment, the entire campus was completely blocked within 5 minutes. In an instant, The entire school entered the highest state of military alert. Countless technicians who were on break or not on duty were notified at the same time. Quickly rushed to the control room to gather. In addition, external armed police and special police forces also received the highest red mission at the same time. Captain, are you right? Shall we go and protect the National University of Defense Technology? Isn't that a military academy? Are there still people attacking? Jiang Chan ran out quickly. I don't know the specific situation, I only know one thing. He scanned the room with a serious expression. That is, this is a top-level red mission, which means that Kust is likely under attack from a military force beyond the reach of international forces. We must rush there as soon as possible. Chapter 21, was it just caused by a gun? Principal's office. As the top leader of Kust, when he heard the news, he was stunned for a moment. What did you say? South Campus was attacked by electronic warfare? Is it possible that some unknown force has infiltrated the campus? When everyone present heard this, they knew that this was definitely not a joke. This is not the first time that a military university has been attacked. In the early years, a certain university of technology was attacked by hackers. The incident was a big deal at the time, and they almost lost their most important research materials. When the principal thought of this, he immediately became anxious. No, leave now. The other side. Local military forces and special police arrived quickly. In an instant, the entire campus was filled with a tense atmosphere. All students returned to their dormitories. All those coming and going on campus are active-duty military personnel or senior students with military ranks. The outer area was also blocked by special police forces in a very short time. Rumble. Even above the campus, military helicopters were constantly hovering back and forth. Inside the main control room, the director looked at all the technicians with a serious expression. Have you read the questions? Just to be sure, how long will the recovery take? A group of technicians looked at each other, and no one dared to speak. Tell me, how long will it take? The longer the paralysis lasts, the more people they lose at Kust. If a military academy is attacked, it will be difficult to regain control and initiative within a short period of time. That would be truly embarrassing. Director, it will probably take an hour or even longer. This interference is very unique and has never been seen before. These words made the director want to vomit blood. How is this possible? We are ahead of many universities in China and even in the world. Tell me there's a technology that you can't master. Several people looked troubled. Let's try it first. Fortunately, it wasn't destroyed directly. Otherwise, there would be no possibility of recovery. The director waved his hands repeatedly. Then let's get started. This is so weird. How could such a thing happen in broad daylight? Meanwhile, in the boys' dormitory, Zhang Tao and two others lay at the door and watched the patrolling soldiers coming and going. Isn't it the boss who caused it? That's really weird. If it was the boss's gun that caused it, the scene wouldn't be this big, right? Zhang Kaifeng. I also think this is a bit strange. Logically, if they're testing electronic interference, they should definitely report it to their superiors. Why does this feel like an attack? Could it really be an enemy attack? And it was just a coincidence that we thought it was the boss. Seriously. What are you guys talking about? The three people's conversation was heard by the captain, who happened to be on patrol. He immediately walked over quickly and asked, "Do you know who attacked? No, caused the current situation?" The three of us looked at each other and thought it unlikely that the school didn't know about it. Hurry up. This is a serious matter. If you know anything, please tell me as soon as possible. The freshmen were not clear about the situation, but they knew how serious it was. It is a great shame that such a prestigious military academy was attacked. Seeing him get angry, the three little ones suddenly became a little scared. Reporting to Comrade Captain, we're just speculating that it might be the pulse shotgun that the boss was testing. Shotgun, Zhang Tao said cheerfully. Yes, Captain, don't you know that the pulse shotgun is being tested at shooting range number 1? We suspect that's what caused the electronic paralysis. 3 people, with just a few words, burned out the captain's CPU. This, are you sure? Is it possible for a gun to reach this level? Wumbo pushed up his glasses. Theoretically, it's possible, but I don't know how severe the paralysis is right now, or how wide the radiation range is. After hearing this, the young captain finally realized that something was wrong. He trotted downstairs quickly. Quickly find your leader. Quick! We may have found the cause of the entire area's electronic equipment outage. Report this to the school leadership. Hurry up and go to shooting range number 1 to check the situation. It seems that there was an error in the test project there, which caused this situation. Quick! 5 minutes later, everyone gathered at the shooting range, including the principal who rushed over and the director who fell on the way. There are even department heads and expert leaders. Everyone looked at each other. You looked at me. I looked at you. Are you saying that the electronic paralysis that just occurred across the entire campus was caused by this gun? Xiang Tianrui looked satisfied. Indeed, the scope is not small. Although it's not as bad as the 800-meter paralysis this kid said, 650 meters is still pretty exaggerated. If this gun becomes popular and every soldier carries one on the battlefield, it will basically be a mobile electronic equipment destroyer. Xiang Tianrui was happily explaining himself, completely unaware that the leaders and experts around him had murderous expressions on their faces. Finally, after Lin Xia felt a strong pressure, he took a step back. Next second, a roar that rose into the sky erupted on the spot. Xiang, Tian, Rui, you old man, do you know you're in trouble? You old fellow, why didn't you report your test project? Do you know we were almost scared to death? Damn it, I thought it was some new foreign force showing up. I was so scared I almost pooped my pants. Lin Xia's mouth corners were twisted. No, dear leaders, there are outsiders here. Why don't you stay away from it? Zhou Hao pulled Lin Xia's arm and whispered, Let's go, let's wait outside first. Lin Xia was about to leave when she heard it. Hey there, stand right there. Lin Xia was suddenly frightened. Xiang Tianrui was originally cheerful, but when he heard the principal yelling at Lin Xia, he immediately started to protect his child. What's your skill in yelling at a student? The only people present were the principal and Xiang Tianrui. The others didn't dare to speak and could only stand there in surprise, especially seeing the gun on the table. Principal, how about we study this gun first? Someone suggested carefully, and the others nodded immediately. After listening to Xiang Tianrui's words, everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. The principal finally reacted and calmed down a little. Then he looked at Lin Xia seriously and said, Don't be afraid, classmate. Tell the teacher, was it really your gun that paralyzed the signal just now? Lin Xia nodded gently. Yes. In an instant, the whole audience was in an uproar. Chapter 22, As long as you come, there will be enough funding. It's just a small gun. It looks not much different from a child's toy and even has a somewhat rough appearance. Tell me, such a big noise was really caused by this thing? Everyone present looked at each other. At that moment, no one chose to believe it. For a long while. Finally, someone walked up carefully. Can you show me the test data just now? Lin Xia nodded obediently and handed over the data recording device. Look, it's all here. Several veteran industry experts immediately stepped forward. While the principal and Xiang Tianrui were still arguing, several people carefully went through all the test data. Holy crap, this thing really has a range of 420 meters. This is the first time I've heard of real-world evidence beyond theoretical data. It turns out pulse oscillations have more than just limitations. Several people were grinning from ear to ear, as if they had discovered some great treasure. Finally, when the sight stopped at the paralysis of electronic equipment, everyone's eyes were wide open. The current paralysis range has reached 800 meters. With a cry of surprise, an old expert with gray hair grabbed Lin Xia's arm. Little boy, how about joining our project? I just happen to have a similar project on hand. Yes, this project will definitely bring out your strengths, and I can help you introduce the pulse shotgun into the military and make it an official weapon. Lin Xia's arms were hurt by their grips. But I'm a student of Cust, and I just enrolled not long ago. Oh kid, why would you go to university with your level? It's a waste of time. Just come to our lab directly. Don't worry, whether it's salary or project support, you can rest assured that it will definitely exceed this. There's enough funding, so you can go all out. Well, I have to say Lin Xia was really tempted by the fact that there was enough funding. Going to college is not that important to him, but doing scientific research is very important to him. At this time, Xiang Tianrui, who was still arguing with the principal, suddenly reacted. Old man, what are you doing? He was really angry. Don't think that just because you're a superior organization, you can snatch my students away. Xiang Tianrui glared at him. Lin Xia, don't worry. I will personally report your project, and the funding will not be insufficient. I will definitely not delay its research in the future. As for these old guys, don't listen to them. If you go to their place, they're just a bunch of perverts. There's no place for you to show your talents. Without waiting for Lin Xia to speak, He pulled Lin Xia behind him. The principal also realized what was happening and quickly stepped forward with a smile. Well, we called in a few experts to help. Now that the crisis is over, how about I treat you all to dinner? Xiang Tianrui glared at him, his eyes full of speechlessness. Look, you're letting the wolf into the house. The principal also felt a little regretful. He really thought it was an enemy attack. I thought of calling a few big names in the industry. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, it will be a disgrace to the country. Who would have thought that this would happen? One of them still refused to give up. How about this? This child can go to your school and come to our lab. In this case, it wouldn't be considered a waste of his talent. What if it helps us solve the current engine optimization problem? They are really optimistic about the prospects of this project. But Xiang Tianrui refused to give in. Don't even think about it. It's impossible. Lin Xia is going to join my lab project, so forget it. His words immediately silenced the entire audience. Even Lin Xia herself was a little confused. No, when was this decision made? How come he doesn't know? Isn't it said that the guide's laboratory is the most difficult to enter in the entire University of Science and Technology? Are you getting in now? The principal was also stunned for a moment. Lao Xiang, your laboratory has always been the most fair. It's not your one-man show. It depends on real ability. Xiang Tianrui knew that he had said something rude, but he decided to just go with it. So what? Doesn't Lin Xia have any real skills? Just a 400-meter dash in seconds. Is there anyone in the industry who can do that now? At this moment, the people on the opposite side immediately retreated one after another. If that's the case, then we won't say anything. After all, this is your Lao Xiang's laboratory, and its level of development is comparable to ours. Let's hope your pulse shock weapons reach new heights. After saying this, the few people exchanged a few polite words and immediately turned around and left the scene. Only a few people were left in a slightly awkward situation. The principal pulled Xiang Tianrui aside and said, "Are you serious? Aren't your labs open to PhD candidates? This kid is only a freshman. Your lab is the center of the school, not just yours. Aren't you worried?" Before the principal finished speaking, Xiang Tianrui waved his hand and said, "It's okay. Let him in. I believe in this little guy's ability. Now that they have said it, they have to admit it. What's more, they are teachers, so they should do what they say. Lin Xia, did you hear me? Come report to me after the military training." Lin Xia nodded. Of course he was willing. For him, attending classes and earning credits is obviously not as enjoyable as doing research directly. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have completed the research on the pulse shotgun. Bonus points, 10. Just as Lin Xia was thinking about it, a line of blue font immediately popped up on the void interface in front of him, indicating that the task had been completed. But this score, he was a little confused. I haven't seen this thing before. What is it used for? Points. A certain amount of points can unlock the system's new mall, which can be used to purchase new materials to meet the host's current needs. Lin Xia curled the corners of his mouth. It seemed that this system still had many functions waiting for him to develop. Not bad, not bad. Host, a new mission is now open. Open and complete. Clairvoyance silicon carbide radar research. Within 15 days, fully understand and independently simulate and construct a mathematical model of the crystal defect formation mechanism 3 times. Receive clairvoyance silicon carbide radar research materials. Lin Xia didn't expect the new task to come so soon, but understanding the model problem of crystal growth thermodynamics is still difficult for him present. And what is this clairvoyant silicon carbide radar? Out of curiosity, he immediately clicked on the details page and read it carefully. After reading it, my eyes lit up immediately. Holy crap, this is simply going to disrupt the global military balance. Lin Xia couldn't help but roar, which immediately startled the principal and Xiang Tianrui behind him. What are you doing so startled? Your project can indeed change the global military landscape, but don't shout about it. The electronic paralysis hasn't been restored yet, so don't let anyone with ulterior motives hear you. The principal looked around nervously, and Xiang Tianrui also had a serious expression. Lin Xia smiled and quickly covered up. No. I just said that the food in the cafeteria at noon today was a bit hard. The two of them laughed for a moment. Okay, let's go eat. You little brat, you're eating me out of my money. The chefs in the school cafeteria have been complaining bitterly these days. Chapter 23, is this kid sure he's not here to play? Soon, the 8-week military training came to an end. All new students have fully entered the normal learning state. That afternoon, Lin Xia had just returned from class. As soon as I entered the dormitory, I saw my roommate, Zhang Tao, slumped in a chair with a look of despair on his face. Lin Xia, I feel like such a failure. Lin Xia, what's wrong? Didn't your military training performance attract the attention of the school beauty? Is that such a blow to you that you haven't been able to recover for half a month? Zhang Tao waved his hands repeatedly. That's not the case. I was hit because of those two guys. He pointed to the beds of the other two roommates and asked, do you know what they did? They've actually already started studying 2 sophomore courses on their own, and Winbaugh even participated in a professor's research project. I thought he'd been recruited into Professor Xiang's lab, but I never expected these 2 guys to be secretly studying behind my back. Lin Xia put down the textbook in her hand. Does this count as a test? He expressed his incomprehension. Zhang Tao grabbed him and said, Lin Xia, you're not like this, are you? Lin Xia shook her head. No. Zhang Tao just breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. Lin Xia, I've chosen all the courses for my sophomore year, and I plan to complete 4 years of credits in just 2 years. Zhang Tao. Lin Xia flipped through her documents and said, by the way, I can show you these things. They may help you write your graduation thesis. Zhang Tao was so unsteady on his feet. No, you're only a freshman. What are you writing a graduation thesis for? Lin Xia asked knowingly. Can I write in my freshman year? I've already checked, and the school doesn't have any rules against it. I also believe that course selection requires strategy. The school's policy is that some courses can be exempted, but they require a certificate of examination. So, if we complete these courses in advance and obtain the certificate of examination, wouldn't that save us time to a certain extent? Zhang Tao felt his head buzzing, and the next second, he fell to the ground with a thud. What? It's a theory, but it's really terrible to put it into practice. Are you guys still human? With such a tight schedule, is there really enough time? And you, Lin Xia, don't you still have to go to Professor Xiang's laboratory to complete the project during military training? I heard the pulse shotgun has been listed as a key project for the school this year. Don't you need to cooperate? Zhang Tao asked a soul-searching question. Lin Xia smiled and said, I finished the relevant papers for them during military training. As for the new project, I haven't been able to start it yet, so I'm not very busy. After all, before going, he needs sufficient time and energy to complete 3 crystal mathematical modelings. During this period, he also needs to understand the relevant basic mathematical knowledge. In fact, to a certain extent, his time is also very tight. Zhang Tao expressed despair. Even though I tried very hard, I still couldn't catch up with these beasts even a little bit. Now, let alone the shadow, even the exhaust gas from the fucking horse is not enough for me to eat. He grabbed Lin Xia's thigh and said, please give me a chance to live. After all, I am the top scorer in the college entrance examination in our county. He let out a long sigh and felt that life was extremely bleak. The next second, several people with more resentment than ghosts appeared at the dormitory door. Who isn't? Zhang Tao. They all thought they were geniuses and top students, but after coming here, they understood what a true gathering place for geniuses is. At the same time, on the other side, Xiang Tianrui Laboratory. Senior Haiying, have you noticed that Lin Xia hasn't communicated with us much since she joined the laboratory? Zhou Xiaobei whispered, and I've observed him several times. He's either quietly looking up information or researching something. But a few times I wanted to get closer to discuss it with him, but he seemed reluctant to pay attention to me. I don't know what's going on. The senior students in the laboratory were a little dissatisfied with Lin Xia's behavior for several days. But because he was a junior, everyone didn't want to say these things openly. That's why I came to discuss it quietly with the most authoritative senior in the laboratory. In fact, Zhang Haiying had been so busy with the project in recent days that he didn't notice this problem at all. But now after hearing everyone say this, he felt that he really needed to care about this new student. To waste a genius brain is to waste the country's most important resource. Okay, I'll take a look first, leave it alone. Right now. At this time, Lin Xia, who was sitting in the corner, was frowning at the spread-out basic mathematical models and thermodynamics theory. He has been studying the same teaching materials in the same time period for 3 days, but his progress has remained stagnant. Lin Xia turned on the computer, thought for a while, and then clicked on the theoretical algorithm simulation program to conduct a new round of theoretical simulation. This is the 3rd direction he has reconceived. In reality, there are too few experts and bigwigs in the industry who have knowledge of silicon carbide crystals. As a result, even if he has references, he still needs some self-research. Combining the limited information, Lin Xia came up with this new direction. As for how to start, based on his studies over the past few days, it was obviously a bit difficult to get started. System? How about you come out and give some feedback? He didn't think that such a complicated thing could be cracked with just his brief research. This is the direction of future radars. Are you really not going to react? When Zhang Haiying heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. The future direction of radar? So this guy isn't completely unresearched. Then why is he unwilling to participate? The project progress has been difficult these days, and he urgently needs a new breakthrough point. At this time, Lin Xia on the other side. After several concentrated calls to the system finally responded. Suddenly, it was as if his Ren and Du meridians were opened, and his mind was filled with theoretical routes and directions in this regard. This is so true. Lin Xia slapped her thigh, unable to hide her excitement. Although the system did not fully provide the final model diagram, it was obvious that the previous theoretical direction was sufficient for it to solve the subsequent problems. Very good. Lin Xia quickly wrote down a few formulas on the paper. Just at this moment, Zhang Haiying couldn't help but walk up. Junior Lin. Lin Xia looked up in confusion. Senior Zhang, what's going on? Zhang Haiying glanced at the formula on his notebook, his expression slightly complicated. Do you have a new direction for your current project? If you trust me, you can talk to me or talk to everyone. Maybe we can spark new ideas and solve the problems encountered in the current project more quickly. Lin Xia's brain short-circuited a little. Chapter 24 Silicon Carbide Radar. This. Lin Xia paused slightly, frowning slightly. His mission was not yet completed. If we say it now, it's obvious that what we offer won't be enough to convince them to change direction, right? Sorry, Senior Zhang. I can't tell you right now. He raised his eyes, his tone frank but firm. My research hasn't reached the stage where it can be presented. All theoretical derivations and data verifications need to be closed. The smile on Zhang Haiying's face faded a little. He took half a step forward and lowered his voice even more. Junior Lin, scientific research is not something you do in isolation. We're currently stuck on simulating the flow field of the turbofan's improved compressor blades. Even if you could just share some ideas, maybe it could help the team break through the bottleneck. There's strength in numbers, and that's true. I know. Lin Xia nodded, her fingertips lightly running across the edge of the draft paper. But I have a habit. I will never discuss a semi-finished product until it is 99% perfect. This is not perfunctory. It is a responsibility for my own research and for the team's time. Although this statement sounded perfunctory, Zhang Haiying still intended to end the conversation in a decent manner. Before leaving, he added, Junior Lin, I hope you can participate in the project research as soon as possible. After all, the professor recruited you into the laboratory because he hopes you can help solve difficult problems, not. He didn't say anything else after that. He believed that Lin Xia was a smart person and should be able to understand. But Lin Xia just nodded heavily and then buried himself in the book in front of him. In this regard, Zhang Haiying could only shake his head helplessly. It seems that they have to rely on themselves for the project. In the following time, Lin Xia no longer cared about the opinions of the seniors in the laboratory. He immersed himself in these theoretical knowledge, neglecting sleep and food, and going out early and returning late. During the day, I debugged the radar signal processing module using simulation software, and at night, I stayed in the library until closing time with a book called Radar Systems Engineering. While listing the system directions, I was also verifying and planning my own model architecture, and it was very busy. It may take others a long time to do these things, but for him, the dimensionality reduction and understanding only require an integration in his mind, and then he can start analytical practice. However, due to time constraints, his progress and workload in recent days have been very heavy. Until that afternoon, when all the programs were copied into the special theoretical framework, the prompt modeling verification passed suddenly appeared on the computer. Success! The crystal mathematical modeling is completed. Lin Xia was extremely excited. If there were no one else in the lab, he would have had to come all the way. In the remaining few days, he adjusted the direction several times and regenerated 3 different mathematical models. Finally, ding! Congratulations to the host for completing 3 modeling tasks in 15 days. Now distributing silicon carbide radar technical information to the host. Information as follows: single crystal substrate growth technology, silicon carbide core device technology, RF front-end integration technology, signal processing and anti-interference technology, heat dissipation and packaging technology, manufacturing process, and system integration engineering. In an instant, the massive amount of technical information immediately hit him so hard that he could hardly stand. After stabilizing, Lin Xia's face was full of joy. At the same time, just when Lin Xia got the technical information, Xiang Tianrui just returned from a business trip early. As soon as I got back to the lab and put my things down, he immediately gathered people and got straight to the point. How's it going? How's your project progressing these past few days while I've been away? Have you made any significant progress or taken a new direction? Although Xiang Tianrui had a smile on his face, everyone could sense the oppression within him. Lin Xia didn't know what was going on, so she found a corner and sat down to listen. You know the deadline, right? If there is no result today, this project will be rejected, Xiang Tianrui said. Zhang Haiying clenched the test report in his hand and said in a tense voice, "Professor, we have optimized the turbulence model and increased the thrust coefficient by 0.3%. But the compressor surge limit has not been broken through yet, and it is still 0.8 Mach numbers away from the target value. Can you give us some more time?" 0.3%. Xiang Tianrui's voice turned cold, and his fingers tapped the edge of the table. 2 weeks ago, you said you were 1.2 Mach short, and now you're only 0.8. The project deadline is in 3 days. Will you go to report to the Institute as a 0.3% improvement? Zhou Xiaobei quickly added, "Professor, we're already testing new high-temperature alloy blades, but the creep strength of the material hasn't met the standards yet." Enough. Xiang Tianrui raised his hand to interrupt her. His eyes swept across the room and finally fell on Lin Xia in the corner. "Lin Xia, you've been in the lab for almost 2 weeks now. Do you have any ideas you'd like to share with everyone?" Lin Xia stood up, and her eyes fell on the engine test report in Zhang Haiying's hand. "Professor, what you're doing now is trying to improve the engine thrust-to-weight ratio by increasing compressor efficiency, thereby enhancing the fighter's maneuverability?" Xiang Tianrui nodded. "You may not understand this because you're young, but in the field of fighter jets, no matter which country it is, they're all conducting unlimited research. If they don't make progress in this field, they will regress. So our lab has been updating and researching engine performance issues, hoping to improve fighter jet engine performance as much as possible, thereby increasing speed and performance. The current laboratory project is our temporary research and optimization direction." Lin Xia nodded. "It's somewhat useful, but without data that can revolutionize the industry, it won't have much of an effect." In an instant, the atmosphere in the whole venue suddenly turned cold. Lin Xia's words were so blunt and sharp that everyone's expressions changed immediately. Zhou Xiaobei said directly, "We have a real improvement in our data. It's not just a small effect." No one wants their efforts to be denied, and Lin Xia knows this. Of course, he doesn't want to provoke anyone, but he does have a newer direction. Lin Xia walked to the whiteboard and picked up a marker. The radar detection range of current mainstream fighter jets is generally between 300 and 400 kilometers. For example, the N/APG, one of the Eagle Saws, has a maximum detection range of only 370 kilometers. If we can increase the radar detection range to more than 1,000 kilometers, even if the engine thrust-to-weight ratio remains at the current level, we can also lock onto enemy radar before it detects us, which has much greater practical significance than simply increasing thrust by 0.3%. Changing direction will be more effective than working hard on the original basis. This is Lin Xia's point of view. However, his words shocked everyone. 200 kilometer hada. Zhang Haiying stood up suddenly, his voice changing tone. "Lin Xia, do you know what this means? The most advanced radars in the world today still use gallium nitride devices, and their detection range can't even reach 500 kilometers. The transmission power, antenna aperture, and signal processing anti-interference capabilities required for a 1,000-kilometer range are simply not achievable with existing technology." Chapter 25, This is Impossible. Xiang Tianrui rested his fingertips on the edge of the table, pondered for a moment, then looked up, his tone showing a clear understanding of the boundaries of technology. Your idea is theoretically sound, but it's too difficult to implement. To reach the 1,000-kilometer level, we must break through the triple bottleneck of power, heat dissipation, and anti-interference, which cannot be achieved by simply replacing components. But he changed the subject, a burning look in his eyes. But if it really works, Dragon Country's air combat system will directly form two generational advantages. The interference radius of existing electronic warfare systems is only 200 to 300 kilometers. A 1,000-kilometer radar would allow us to lock onto targets outside the enemy's interference zone, effectively extending the battlefield early warning line by approximately 800 kilometers. Professor, since I dare to bring it up, it is not just talk. Lin Xia took a step forward with a firm tone. I think the project can be continued, but the core research direction must be changed to the development of silicon carbide 1,000-kilometer radar. Besides, his eyes swept over Zhang Haiying and Zhou Xiaobei. I need Senior Zhang to be responsible for the engineering implementation of the antenna array, and Senior Zhou to assist with the simulation verification of signal processing. They're the most familiar with RF technology in the existing team. Let us be your assistants. Zhou Xiaobei raised her voice instantly and clenched the test report in her hand with her fingertips. Did you know that we have debugged 127 sets of turbulence parameters to optimize the engine compressor model? Just based on your hypothesis of a 1,000-kilometer radar, you're going to overturn all our efforts. Zhang Haiying held Zhou Xiaobei's arm with a scrutinizing look in his eyes. Lin Xia, if your plan can pass the hospital's feasibility review, I have no problem being your assistant. But if it's just an empty concept, I can't waste your time. The word impossible was almost written on his face. The sick device problem has been plaguing the industry for 5 years. How can Lin Xia, a freshman, possibly solve it? Xiang Tianrui knocked on the table to interrupt their argument. I don't look at qualifications, I only look at technical ability. Lin Xia, you have to write the feasibility report tonight. It should include 3 core parts: the preparation process parameters of the 6 single crystal substrate, the link budget table of the radar system, and a simulation data of the multi-target anti-interference algorithm. I'll submit it to the academic committee tomorrow morning. If it passes, we'll change direction. If it doesn't, the project will be discontinued. No problem. Lin Xia nodded and turned to walk out. As soon as he walked out of the office, Zhou Xiaobei caught up with him and blocked his way. Lin Xia, you can't be so selfish. Our engine project is only missing one final set of creep strength tests, and you're going to kill it with just one sentence. Lin Xia stopped and said calmly, if you firmly believe that the direction of engine improvement is correct, you can apply for the project independently. But in this project, I want to work on technology that can reconstruct the rules of air combat. If you are unwilling to participate, I will go to the professor to change assistants now. You. Zhou Xiaobei was choked and speechless. Zhang Haiying quickly caught up and pulled Zhou Xiaobei away. All right, stop arguing. Didn't you hear what the professor said? Lin Xia's report has to be approved by the academic committee, and with his qualifications, there is no way it will be passed. We just happen to take advantage of these few days to complete the last set of creep tests, and then we can take the data to the professor to apply, and the project will still be ours. Zhou Xiaobei's eyes lit up. Yes, his report will definitely not pass. We just need to buy another 3 days. The two of them didn't deliberately lower their voices when talking, and Lin Xia heard it clearly. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Well, let the technical data speak for itself. We need to see whether the conservative solution is better or the innovative direction of 1,000-kilometer radar is more worthy of laboratory investment. Back in the dormitory, Lin Xia turned on the computer and quickly organized the technical information provided by the system, and then optimized and wrote the report based on the actual situation. That night, the desk lamp was on all night until 5 in the morning. Lin Xiaozai finished, saving the last page of system reliability analysis. The report clearly states, sick device efficiency, multi-target collaborative detection delay, and target recognition accuracy under strong electromagnetic interference. Every piece of data accurately hits the pain points of the industry. Just going for a run or two and grabbing some breakfast. He copied the report into a USB drive and got up to go out. In the dormitory, Zhang Tao rubbed his eyes and got up, looking at the pale sky outside the window, feeling secretly happy. I'll definitely be the first one to wake up today. I'll go to the library and crush them. Since he knew that Lin Xia needed to complete 4 years of credits in 2 years, he also signed up for 2 sophomore courses, vowing to catch up. But just as I put on my clothes, I saw Winba pushing his glasses and getting out of bed. "Good morning, Zhang Tao." Zhang Tao's hands trembled. "Why are you up so early?" "Is it early?" Lin Xia left home at 5 o'clock. Winba said as he packed his school bag. He didn't sleep last night. He stayed up all night writing a report. "No sleep." Zhang Tao was struck by lightning. Won't he break down if he keeps working so hard? At this time, another roommate, Zhang Kaifeng, also woke up and said with a smile, "A research enthusiast at this age has as much energy as a laboratory server." Did you forget that he was studying theory in the library for 3 consecutive days last week? And that was okay. After saying that, the two of them went out one after another, leaving Zhang Tao standing there, looking at the empty dormitory, wondering if he had chosen the wrong major. 10 o'clock in the morning, in Xiang Tianrui's office. Zhang Haiying and Zhou Xiaobei were reporting with the test report. "Professor, we have optimized the heat treatment of high-temperature alloys and increased the creep strength of compressor blades by 5%. The corresponding engine reaction time, that is, the target guidance delay, was shortened by 90 seconds. Xiang Tianrui flipped through the report with a calm expression. "This is progress, but it hasn't broken through the bottleneck of traditional data links. The guidance delay of the existing early warning aircraft is 120 seconds, and you have shortened it to 90 seconds, which is essentially an optimization. It hasn't broken away from the old framework of engine thrust-to-weight ratio determines maneuverability." Just then, Lin Xia pushed the door open and walked in with a USB flash drive in her hand. "Professor, I brought the feasibility report, both in electronic and paper versions." He walked to the table and handed the paper report to Xiang Tianrui. He glanced at Zhang Haiying and Zhou Xiaobei and nodded slightly. "Senior Zhang, Senior Zhou is here too." Zhang Haiying and Zhou Xiaobei came to Xiang Tianrui, wanting to see what empty words Lin Xia had written. But when Xiang Tianrui turned to the page of radar system link budget table, the pupils of both of them contracted instantly. "Distributed resonant detection? You used multi-base station coordination to circumvent the power limit of a single radar." Zhang Haiying spoke in a lost voice, pointing his finger at the transmitting power 8 kilowatts in the table. "That's impossible. The current single-module power of silicon carbide devices is only 200 W. How did you achieve 8 kilowatts? We use 40 silicon carbide power modules for array integration, coupled with an adaptive power allocation algorithm," Lin Xia explained. "I've included a thermal simulation diagram of the module in my report. Through microchannel heat dissipation, the temperature can be controlled within 125 degrees Celsius, meeting long-term operating requirements." Xiang Tianrui didn't say anything and continued to scroll down. When he saw the multi-target interference solution, he stopped abruptly and tapped his fingertips heavily on the line of words sparse Bayesian learning algorithm. "You solved the industry's multi-target misdetection deadlock 3 years ago. You should know that under strong electromagnetic interference, the accuracy of multi-target recognition of traditional radar will drop sharply to below 60%. Lin Xia's algorithm simulation data shows that the accuracy rate can be stabilized at above 98%. This means that the 1,000-kilometer radar can not only see far, but also see accurately." Zhou Xiaobei's face turned pale, but she still refused to give up. But a 1,000-kilometer radar would require rebuilding the communication protocol of the entire air combat system. The existing shipborne electronic warfare system and early warning aircraft are simply incompatible. Xiang Tianrui raised his head, glanced at the two of them, and spoke in a serious tone. "Today I want to teach you a lesson. Scientific research is not about being conservative, but about creating new compatible standards." Lin Xia's report has already given a heterogeneous networking adaptation solution that can enable the 1,000-kilometer radar to coordinate with other systems, such as shipborne electronic warfare, forming a closed-loop link of detection identification strike. "This is much better than your optimization." He closed the report and handed it to Zhang Haiying. "See for yourself, this is not just wishful thinking. It's an innovation with a complete technological path." "Lin Xia, I will submit the report to the academic committee of the academy now, and we will hold an emergency review meeting this afternoon. From today on, you will be the lead on this project." Zhang Haiying held the report, his fingertips trembling slightly. Every formula and every set of data in the report is telling him. The engine optimization they insist on is really just minor repairs in the old framework in front of the 1,000-kilometer radar. Zhou Xiaobei stood aside, and the resentment on her face gradually disappeared. All that was left was disbelief. She had never thought that a freshman could come up with a technical solution that could revolutionize the industry. Chapter 26, Are You a Clairvoyant? Several people walked out of Xiang Tianrui's office in despair. Senior, is it really that scary? The few people behind him who hadn't seen the specific plan were a little confused. The overall air combat process includes satellite radar response, early warning aircraft confirming coordinates, mission planning, and ground takeoff or missile response. The process is complex. No matter how much we compress it, it's definitely impossible to complete it within 30 seconds, right? Zhang Haiying sighed. Maybe I thought so before, but now. He laughed bitterly. Maybe there really are geniuses in this world that we haven't even seen. Who would have thought that a problem that has plagued the industry for 3 years could be solved so easily by a freshman who just enrolled? That's not even the point of his project. This is the most creepy thing. He just did it as a side job, while others might need an entire academic career to study it. Xiaomei Zhou, what do you think? Zhou Xiaobei's face turned pale, and she also wanted to refute. But unfortunately, under such absolute strength, she was left with only a feeling of futility. She took a deep breath, and a deep feeling of powerlessness came over her. Let's face it, our subject is definitely not as good as his. Soon, the next morning, the project was approved and officially entered the process and theoretical analysis and demonstration stage. But at the same time, news spread around campus about freshmen aggressively competing for senior projects. What does a freshman know about combat radar? Wouldn't it be funny if he messed up? Stop bringing shame to the school by being so eager for quick success. Working on radar isn't like working on guns. These are two completely different fields, right? Is he a little overconfident? In this kind of university, people may not be interested in gossip, but when it comes to project topics, everyone is very concerned. So it sparked discussion among everyone at once. After Principal Su Hanchang learned about this situation, he called Xiang Tianrui over to find out more. After he finished reading the entire project report, he tapped his finger on the 1,500 kilometers detection range and said, "The data is indeed very good. But Lao Xiang, you and I both know that there are 3 major obstacles between going from laboratory theory to equipment deployment: environmental testing, compatibility verification, and mass production processes. This thing of yours has a conventional detection range of 1,500 kilometers. Is this still a radar device? Are you sure it's not clairvoyance?" Xiang Tianrui smacked his lips. Clairvoyance? That's a pretty good name. Okay, I'll use your name for the project. The principal is really knowledgeable, and his naming is quite sharp. Haha. Still laughing? You old man, do you know what this means? Su Hanchang said. Xiang Tianrui nodded seriously. Don't worry, Lao Su. I did the risk assessment myself. I guarantee there will be no problem. Su Hanchang sighed. The key is that I plan to let your project participate in the international air competition at the end of next month. Now that you've changed your program at the last minute, I'm wondering whether I should still sign up. He lowered his head slightly in thought. Lao Xiang, if you can make a demonstrable prototype within 45 days, I can still apply for a spot. Xiang Tianrui took a deep breath. How about this, Principal? I'll have Lin Xia break down his schedule into material customization 20 days, prototype assembly 15 days, and debugging 10 days. If it's 45 days, there should be hope. Suong Chang nodded. Then you'd better make sure it can be done. Discuss it with your student. After all, this is his first big project. I'm still a freshman, and I'm unfamiliar with everything. He took a deep breath and said, it's just like what those young people said. The buffs are fully stacked. At this time, inside the laboratory, Lin Xia just came back from class. The freshman year course schedule was quite full, and he was so busy balancing project research and courses that he had no time to rest. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Zhou Xiaobei coming up with a document. I've calculated the signal filtering model, but you used a standard value for the refractive index of the upper ionosphere. The actual deviation from latitude is quite large. I've attached the correction formula. Please take a look at it. Ever since the last conflict, the only communication between her and Lin Xia was this brief, purely work-related process. But Lin Xia quite likes this atmosphere, as it saves a lot of trouble. He took the information and said, "Thanks." I took a look at it and found that it was indeed more accurate than my previous one. "Okay, let's do it this way. By the way, let me tell you something." He stood up and clapped his hands. "The school has applied for us to be qualified to participate in the International Air Competition in 45 days. By then, we will be taking our silicon carbide radar and the J-20 to participate in the international competition in Asia." In one sentence, the quiet atmosphere in the entire laboratory was broken. Zhang Haiying quickly stepped forward and asked, "What did you say? 45 days later. Did I hear correctly? I'm afraid we won't even be able to finish a third of the task in this time. Not to mention the actual test of equipping the J-20. Lin Xia nodded, then shook her head. "Professor Xiang has already gone to the outsourcing agency to coordinate the wafers for us. They're expected to arrive in a few days. The time spent in the initial stage can basically be ignored. I just made a new schedule in class for the future. Let's take a look. According to this progress, it is possible for us to participate." Everyone looked at the dense schedule, which amounted to nearly a dozen hours of work every day. Suddenly, everyone's faces fell. "Oh my God, it turns out that my junior is the real Zhou Pa Pai." Lin Xia waved her hand. "Okay, let's get back to work." In fact, he also knew that time was too tight. But this opportunity to collect data in a real combat environment is too rare, so he still wants to give it a try. If this can be achieved, it will greatly facilitate mass production in the later stage. And now the whole school is watching this project. The news that he, as a newcomer, directly replaced the old project was widely spread. Originally, Lin Xia didn't want to pay attention to these things, but the entire campus forum was filled with this matter. This also made him vaguely want to prove something. Thinking of this, he immediately put on his headphones and buried himself in his work. Zhou Xiaobei and Zhang Haiying, who were not far away, looked at each other. The expressions in both of their eyes were complicated. At night, after everyone left one after another, Zhang Haiying finished the work at hand and was about to leave. When I looked up, I saw that the light was still on where Lin Xia was. He walked up to her and said, "Why aren't you leaving yet? It's already 10 o'clock, and the dormitory will be closing soon." Lin Xia raised her head and rubbed her eyes. "It's okay. I've made several backup plans for the ionization refraction problem raised by Senior Zhou to ensure we can handle any extreme situations we might encounter during actual combat." As he spoke, he pointed to one of the data points and said, "Based on this data, if we add a dynamic factor, the deviation can be compressed to within 3 kilometers at least." Look at his serious look. Zhang Haiying opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. He turned around and returned to his workstation, silently adding another 2 hours to his work plan. "Come on, maybe you can really create a miracle." Chapter 27, Military Competition. White Elephant's Confidence. More than a month later. 1st Air Force Base. Commander's Office. Report. A loud shout broke the silent atmosphere. The people in the office waved and went inside. "Commander, what do you want to talk to us about?" Air Force Commander Li Xia pointed to a document beside him and said, "Take a look." Zhang Zhe picked up the document, and Lu Hui came over. "Air race? Asia. Commander, this is..." Li Xiao raised his head, his face serious. "This air race is of great importance. Many countries will definitely be involved. Of course, we are one of the invited countries. I plan to entrust this important mission to you. What do you think? Do you have confidence? Bring us Dragon Country, first place." The two exchanged glances, then immediately stood still and saluted. "Yes, we promise to complete the mission." Li Xiao nodded in satisfaction. This military competition may be different from previous ones. It's not just about the aircraft's capabilities, but an all-round air combat competition. Although they're all from Asian countries, they're all backed by European countries. Even the White Elephant fighter jets and related electronic warfare equipment are supported by the United States. In the past 3 years, the Eagle Sauce has conducted more than a dozen military exercises with neighboring countries. These exercises are openly exercises, but in reality, they are testing our air combat response speed. This competition is a good opportunity for them to see what generation gap means. Zhang Zhe nodded. "Don't worry, Commander, we understand." Li Shuyao waved his hand and said, "Okay, then go take a look at the fighter jets and equipment for the upcoming competition. The equipment has been updated this time, so you must familiarize yourself with it as soon as possible. Don't waste time. The competition will start in 10 days. At the same time, base hangar, Lin Xia and a group of technicians are on the scene. Xiang Tianrui was also on site to coordinate equipment. Xiaolin? What's wrong? Lin Xia nodded. It's basically fine. This is after multiple tests. I think it can go directly to the battlefield. Ha ha! His words immediately made several soldiers present laugh. You're quite arrogant, little guy. Following the voice, Zhang Zhe and Lu Hui walked over quickly. The staff on the side quickly introduced it. Professor Xiang, this is our pilots participating in this competition, Major Zhang Zhe, Lieutenant Lu Hui, and their flight team. Immediately, a team of more than a dozen people stood in front of everyone in an orderly manner. This was the first time Lin Xia saw so many pilots. Each of them looked heroic and dashing, which was exactly in line with his perception of pilots. So handsome. Zhou Xiaobei couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Zhang Zhe and Lu Hui stepped forward immediately. Hello, Professor Xiang, I'm fighter pilot Zhang Zhe. Awax pilot Lui. The two stopped and greeted each other, then shifted their gaze to the plane nearby. Could you introduce us? Lin Xia hurried forward. Several aircraft currently preparing to participate in the competition are equipped with our latest research, silicon carbide radar. The normal detection range is 1,500 kilometers. At the same time, combined with electronic warfare mode and the Skynet core, it can achieve a fully data-linked attack. Zhang Zhe frowned slightly. Excuse me, what is a complete data-link attack? Lin Xia explained simply put, from locking onto the enemy target to launching the air-to-air missile, as well as the ground radar receiving the signal and feeding back to the early warning aircraft to respond, all happen at the same time. Abandon the previous delay between the two and achieve instant attack. Zhang Zhe nodded. Is this distance really that exaggerated? Lin Xia smiled and said, You'll know at the competition. The Dragon Nation will definitely give the world a huge shock by then. This will be a competition that will change the landscape of air combat. Lu Hui, haha, you're quite arrogant, little guy. What if you can't do it? Lin Xia didn't get angry, but picked up the tablet and retrieved the data. Lieutenant Lu can read this report. We conducted 72 hours of continuous testing at -30 degrees Celsius and in a strong electromagnetic interference environment. The detection error was less than 5 kilometers and the data link delay was less than 0.3 seconds, which fully met the competition requirements. If I really fail to meet the requirements in actual combat, I will submit a technical defect analysis report after the game and take full responsibility. Zhang Zhe pointed at the radar array and said, 1,500 kilometers is an ideal range, right? What if we encounter thunderstorms? Lin Xia immediately said, We've added a dynamic weather correction module. Even in harsh environments, the effective detection range will remain above 1,200 kilometers. Lu Hui asked, Full digitalization sounds great, but how do we avoid signal congestion when multiple machines are working together? To address this issue, we've adopted distributed node caching technology, making each aircraft an independent point that can automatically distribute data. In the current environment, Lin Xia can respond calmly to everyone's questions. His explanation immediately made several leaders beside him nod their heads. It's true that the new generation pushes the old generation forward. Lao Xiang, are you going to be washed up on the beach? Li Xiuyao couldn't help laughing. Xiang Tianrui burst out laughing. I'm glad to see more of this kind of thing. Soon, after getting familiar with the equipment that day, the entire team set off for the military competition 10 days later. That is where the organizer is located, and it is also the country of the White Elephant. This time the competition is hosted by them. In order to better host this competition, Baixiang specially sought support from several European countries and the United States and purchased F-35 fighter jets. At this time, a military base in Baixiang. The top military commander, Singh, looked at the list of entries in his hand. Based on this stuff, I heard that Dragon Country is going to deploy radar monitoring over 1,000 kilometers this time. An official nearby quickly replied, Yes, but I heard they only published laboratory data and haven't conducted any actual tests. This is the first time. Singh sneered, It's just lab data. Huh, Dragon Country loves to show off their lead on paper. I want to see how they detect and intercept in complex weather conditions. The subordinate hesitated. But Commander, Dragon Country's technology is indeed very advanced. Shut up. Singer interrupted his subordinate. With the technical support of Eagle Sauce, we will win the first battle. It's not just about the championship, it's also about the next $500 million military procurement order. Not long after, this massive air race kicked off at White Elephant. Nearly 20 countries participated in the competition. Under the current circumstances, everyone comes together to such occasions simply to demonstrate their military capabilities. And, although all the countries participating in the competition are Asian countries, in fact, there's a competition between some major countries behind it. Both the United States and Russia participated in the military equipment support this time. The purpose is to truly see the strength of Dragon Country in this military competition. In today's world, the only popular country that no one dares to touch is Dragon Country. They were not aware of the strength of the Dragon Kingdom and did not dare to provoke it. The purpose of testing can only be achieved through this means. However, this time, Longwa has no intention of hiding. This is a good opportunity to let the world see the true air combat strength of Dragon Country. Chapter 28, it's just a weapon that has never been used in actual combat. The next day, at noon, everything is ready. After a comical military parade, the entire air competition officially kicked off. Dragon Country Rest Base. Air Force Commander Lin Xia hurried in. How's it going? Have a lot's been drawn? Who are we facing? The political commissar pointed to the big screen and said, "The organizer is White Elephant." Lin Xia was immediately amused. It seems this was a deliberate arrangement. Is he planning to use us to establish his authority? Huh, you're so confident. In that case, tell them to beat me hard and don't give them any face. What's wrong with the organizers? They can't win the championship without the ability. Yes, the commander is right. So what if it's the organizer? So what if it's the Eagles Sauce Fighter Jets? We, the Dragon Nation, are not afraid at all. Lin Xia sat in the corner, listening with her blood boiling. I originally thought it was just a competition, but now it seems that it is not much different from a real war. It was his first time seeing an Air Force military competition, and it was quite novel. Professor Xiang, have all the relevant radar systems been debugged? Xiang Tianrui nodded quickly. No problem, we can start anytime. Li Shuyao nodded, and then walked to the military map in front of him. The competition venue they chose this time is quite unique. There's a mountain range called Toro in the middle, which is several thousand feet above sea level. I think they're planning a surprise attack on us. However, we're in an unfamiliar place after all, so we all need to be careful. Lin Xia, who was standing by, heard the commander's concerns and immediately called up the simulation diagram. The rocks in the Toro Mountains are mainly granite, which has an attenuation rate of about 20% for our X-band radar. But we added a low-frequency auxiliary detection mode. Low-frequency waves have strong diffraction capabilities and can bypass mountains to capture target outlines. After combining the two modes, the 1,500 kilometer detection range can still be maintained at more than 1,200 kilometers in mountainous areas. Li Shuyao, really? Lin Xia nodded heavily. Furthermore, the F-35 stealth coating is less effective against low-frequency waves. As long as they enter the mountainous area, they will be more easily locked by our low-frequency radar. It is true that no matter how gorgeous the performance is, it is not as good as real strength. Li Shuyao immediately laughed and said, "All right, then tell them what technical crushing is." "All right, let's get ready. There's still an hour until the official competition." Everyone left and returned to their posts. The ground radar command center was set up temporarily. Because the operation was carried out in a different place, its equipment was not as sophisticated as that in the country. But it's enough. The fighter jets used were 6J-20S that were in combat for the first time, and the early warning aircraft chose its best partner, 2K-500s. The two teams were led by Zhang Zhe and LV Hui respectively. Everything is being prepared at this moment. This competition adopts the red-blue system confrontation format, with the red and blue teams consisting of various types of aircraft, surface-to-air missiles, and radars. Full process drills are conducted around seizing air superiority and suppressing ground targets. Simply put, whoever completely suppresses the opponent's air superiority will win the final victory. Right now, White Elephant Base. Singh looked at the military map in front of him with a serious face. In the first exercise, we, the blue team, are the attackers, and they're on joint air defense. This is on our home turf, so we must be careful not to exploit the terrain to our advantage. A group of White Elephant officers immediately stood still. Yes, sir, Then I will go and notify them to prepare. Go! Singer waved his hand. At the same time, in the viewing hall, representatives from various countries entered one after another. The host's passionate voice was heard on the radio. The first BVR competition, White Elephant versus Dragon Nation. Dragon Nation's formation, 6J-20S, 2 aircraft 500s. White Elephant formation, 6 F-35S, 2 E-2DS. The competition will start in 10 minutes. The side that completely obtains or suppresses the opponent's air superiority, completely protects the target, or destroys the target will be the winner. At the same time, representatives from various countries began pre-war analysis. South Korean representative. This time the White Elephant is clearly heading for Dragon Country. A fully equipped F-35 is the best in the world. Dragon Country will definitely lose the first match. And according to our previous observations, the Toro Mountains are a very favorable area for evading detection. White Elephant must have calculated this, which is why they gave them the first attacking position. Monkey Country. But I heard that Dragon Country's air combat capabilities are quite impressive, and this time they've deployed the 5th generation and a half J-20. So it should be worth a look, right? Foot Basin Chicken snorted coldly, his eyes fixed on the real-time display page in front of him. They're just a batch of weapons that haven't seen actual combat. I'm afraid they won't fetch a high price internationally. It's fine for bragging, but if we really go up against the world's best fighter, I'm afraid we'll be unilaterally suppressed. Everyone fell silent. This was the first time for them to truly watch the Dragon J-20 in action. Most people have extremely high expectations. At the same time, they also knew that the White Elephant was aiming for the championship and would never give any party hope of winning the championship. Only, after this battle, they no longer thought so. The White Elephants are a bunch of self-confident idiots who are simply unable to bring out the true strength of the F-35. And they have no idea about the methods of modern electronic air warfare. They're even still stuck in the old dogfighting mode. Soon, the drill begins. The White Elephant fighter took off first. Vegas, who led the team, looked confident. Brothers, in this first battle, we must fight beautifully and win easily. The first 2 fighters will fly with me at a low altitude. The F-35 stealth coating can absorb 90% of radar waves. The terrain clutter of the Toro Mountains would mask the remaining signal. According to the plan, a sudden lock-on at 80 kilometers would prevent the Longwa AWACS from reacting. If it works well, we can even take a nice picture of them overhead. Haha. The wanton and arrogant voice echoed throughout the communication channel. Captain, I don't think there's any need to be so cautious. I'm afraid they won't be able to detect us if we fly right over their heads. Right? Huh? Ha ha ha. Vegas smacked his lips. That's true, but to be on the safe side, we'll fly over the Toro Mountains at a low altitude. Everyone, listen to my orders. We must resolve this battle within half an hour and kill those idiots from Dragon Country. Do you have a confidence? Have. As her words fell. Immediately, the 3 planes led by Vegas lowered their altitude and entered the Toro Mountains. Now, inside the observation hall, the South Korean representative looked at the real-time map and frowned, saying the White Elephant's route is very tricky, just stuck in the terrain blind spot of Dragon Country's traditional radar. Wait, the Dragon Kingdom's early warning aircraft didn't seem to move. The representative of the Foot Basin Chicken zoomed in on the screen. No, their ground radar signal strength is increasing. Could it be that they have discovered it? The American consultant next to him shook his head. Impossible. The F-35 stealth design is targeted at this kind of scenario. It's impossible to be detected from 1,300 kilometers away. It must be a data misjudgment. At this moment, only Lin Xia was looking at the encrypted data coming from the command center, with a slight smile on his face. On the screen, the trajectories of the 3 targets have been firmly locked by red frames. It is marked next to it. Lock duration, 1 minute 20 seconds, error less than or equal to 3 kilometers. Chapter 29, a tactical deep breath, direct crushing. At this point, the drill begins. The Longwa Ground Command Center was fully opened. The radar monitoring device quickly entered working state. At the same time, the Red Army's early warning aircraft quickly took off in the high-altitude area. The J-20 also followed suit, entering silent mode, ready to intercept at any time. Tuan Wan, in the first battle, is it enough for us to successfully intercept and maintain air superiority? Xiang Tianrui asked nervously while standing aside. Wan Feng, the person in charge, nodded seriously. Yes, Professor Xiang. Don't worry. If your silicon carbide radar is truly effective, it won't be long before the enemy enters our observation range. While several people were talking, sudden, look, what is that? Lin Xia's voice came from behind him. The technician immediately enlarged the display screen. Really? A red signal flashed rapidly, getting brighter and brighter, and soon converted into 3 signals. They're enemy planes. They've already entered the Toro Mountains. They should be flying low, preparing to launch a surprise attack on us from behind. The technicians immediately came to a conclusion. Captain Wan turned around and looked at Lin Xia. It's really a good thing. With such accurate detection at a distance of over 1,000 kilometers, what's the point of fighting this battle? I'm using my god's perspective. Haha. Captain, do you want to conduct the final lock? Wan Feng waved his hand. Don't worry. Let them move forward first and continue to observe. In fact, this was the first death of the White Elephant fighter. But unfortunately, they had no idea that they were already under surveillance. The staff at the White Elephant base are still full of confidence. Once within a 600-kilometer range, broadband interference waves will be immediately released. We want to confuse the Dragon Kingdom's radar and make it unable to figure out where we are. When they start firing frantically to defend themselves, we'll quietly appear behind them and hit them hard. The commander-in-chief Devgun seemed to be twisted, as if the trophy of victory was already in his hands. Inside the observation room, everyone can see at a glance the movements of the fighter planes of both sides. When I saw that the White Elephant's fighter plane was getting closer and closer, the people at Babiang were anxious. If they really do that, the Dragon Nation will immediately be in a passive position. Foot basin chicken. It's more than just a passive state. It's very likely a one-sided beating. Whether the J-20 can defeat the F-35 is one thing, but the most important thing is they didn't realize the White Elephant's intention at all, right? The South Koreans secretly glanced at Commander Li Xia, who was sitting in a corner. Long Country is likely to be the first country to be eliminated. Ashi, how shameful! However, as soon as the South Koreans said this, then someone exclaimed, Locked! Locked! The group of people looked up instantly. Locked on what? Has the White Elephant locked onto its target? No. The Dragon Country radar locked onto the White Elephant fighter jet when it was within 1,200 kilometers. The whole audience was in an uproar at this sentence. Everyone looked at each other, unable to believe it was true. Is there something wrong with this big screen? The referee team immediately checked the situation on the spot. After all, they were also worried about such a mistake. But the next second, they raised their heads with grim expressions. The real-time situation is correct. The Dragon Country ground radar has indeed locked on and synchronized the position of the AWACS. Right now, just when the White Elephant fighter jet reached the middle position, suddenly, a red lock signal appeared on the display screen in front of me. Captain, I'm locked in. Arjuna suddenly panicked, and his voice on the communication device was trembling. Vegas glanced at the distance and said, Impossible. You're mistaken. There's nothing happening here. Besides, how could I be locked onto from such a long distance? But Captain, it's all revealed. How could it be? Vegas frowned. What about the Tiger Shark? Is there a lock on it? Tiger Shark took a look and said, No, there must be something wrong. Although it is an advanced fighter, this possibility is not impossible. The person who was locked on suddenly relaxed a little. But the next second, just when his plane flew 10 kilometers away, sudden, an air-to-air missile was waiting right in front of him. Unable to dodge, he crashed into it directly. Captain, I was killed. Until his death, this guy didn't know how he died. At this moment, the time goes back to 1 minute before his death. The current Dragon Country base. Wan Feng watched them marching happily. How about scaring these brats? Zhang Zhe inside the communication device suddenly laughed. Why are you still so playful, kid? But I think it's okay. Wan Feng's expression suddenly became serious. Okay, now launch the air-to-air missiles. At the same time, the AWACS will calibrate its position and guide the missiles for precise delivery. Yes, as his voice fell. Ground radar monitoring equipment feedback location. The J-20 in the air immediately launched an air-to-air missile. The synchronized early warning aircraft calibrates its position and guides the air-to-air missile to the target position. The entire process takes place simultaneously in 3 steps, and the overall synchronization time until the enemy aircraft is killed does not exceed 3 seconds. When the airplane logo representing a white elephant in the observation room suddenly burst into flames, the entire scene fell into dead silence in an instant. It's only been a few minutes since the show started. Even the white elephant has not yet stepped out of its own air defense area. Was he shot and killed? At this moment, Singh's expression looked as ugly as if he had eaten shit. What's going on? What happened? The referee said calmly. The Dragon Nation destroyed a white elephant fighter jet. The first round of defense has begun. These words instantly brought everyone back to reality. But everyone looked at the big screen and felt that it was unlikely. Commander Longwa, how did you do it? It's just a tactical deep breath, and you're going to destroy a white elephant fighter plane? No. What's wrong with your radar? Is it fault? The lock range is over 1,000 kilometers, right? Lin Xia smiled faintly and did not answer. Everyone, just keep watching. The best is yet to come. This just demonstrates the radar monitoring range, and the real data link attack has just begun. The other side, Vegas watched his teammates die, and he felt like his soul had been scared out of his wits. Fuck, bird shit. This is impossible. How did they do that? The remaining teammates on the side trembled in their voices. Captain, we've been locked in. We must break free immediately and cannot move forward. At this time, if you continue to move forward, you would be a fool and would be seeking death. Of course, Vegas isn't that stupid. He hurriedly carried out a large-scale energy movement to try to escape the radar monitoring of the Dragon Kingdom. But fortunately, after a few minutes, the lock display disappeared smoothly. He breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay, it's okay. However, what he didn't know was that the real God's Perspective game had just begun. Chapter 30. Turn on the flashlight in the dark, afraid that others can't find you. Huh? Why did Wantuan cancel the lock? Xiang Tianrui was a little confused. We can definitely use radar monitoring and data link attacks to complete a quick victory in just over 10 minutes. Wan Feng smiled and said, Of course you can, but that wouldn't be very pleasant, would it? Isn't it more interesting to feel like death is always hanging over your head? Lin Xia agreed. They still have 3 planes that haven't come out yet. To destroy it, you must first expand it. Really? The locking signal disappeared quickly, which immediately made the white elephant people relax again. Inside the ground command center. It's okay, don't panic. It was just an accident. The real battle has just begun. We haven't started using our ultimate moves yet. Now, the remaining 3 fighters will immediately enter the battlefield from the north. After all, we're fighting in a different location. Their radar is definitely positioned in one direction, so it can't monitor both directions. We'll go around to one side and form a pincer-like encirclement. We can definitely annihilate the enemy without even realizing it. In fact, their thinking is right at this moment. It is true that when the Dragon Kingdom was fighting in a foreign land, it only had 1 radar deployment. It is not possible to detect the entire range. Inside the observation room, several experts praised. White Elephant has finally found the right method. If they fight separately, it will be difficult for the Dragon Kingdom to take full account of them, and loopholes will definitely appear. Right. Plus, the F-35's sheer power over the J-20 means even in a dogfight, it can easily win. There's still a chance of victory. More than that, in my opinion, even if only half of the White Elephant's planes were left, they could still win. After all, they have no combat experience at all. The South Koreans commented. The American staff who were invited to come for a special visit in the corner looked unhappy. These idiots only noticed the opponent's disadvantage and didn't even notice how ridiculous the timing of the attack was. He could see clearly that the time it took for ground radar, early warning aircraft, and fighter jets to launch missiles was astonishingly short. There is almost no response and delay time. Commander Lin Xia, who was sitting in the front, heard his words but remained silent. He just curled his lips slightly and said, It seems there are still people who know what they are talking about. What a pity. By the time these people reacted, the entire battle was probably over. Return to the battlefield. The early warning aircraft, led by Lu Hui, suddenly discovered that the radar detection device was frantically sounding an alarm. The 2 were stunned. No Buddhi. Why are these guys coming here with their high beams on? At this moment, on their radar display screen, there were 3 bright signals. It's the remaining 3 White Elephant planes. They're circling around from the north with their radar. Lu Hui quickly reported, ground, confirm the location of these 3 signals for me. He was actually a little confused. No. Is there really someone who launches a sneak attack with a flashlight? Are these a bunch of fools? Wan Feng immediately asked someone to verify the location information. The moment he saw the exact coordinates, even he was stunned for a second. Lin Xia on the side was so happy that she went crazy. So we're using cannons to kill mosquitoes, and we're launching electronic warfare here, using all kinds of cutting-edge technology. These guys don't even know what electronic warfare is. Xiang Tianrui couldn't help laughing. This is really the biggest joke of the day. No. Are there AWACS and radar, just for show? There's no reaction at all. We're seeing our people getting right up to them, and these guys are still moving closer. At this moment, Zhang Zhe and his team in the sky are having fun. I wonder if they'll be disoriented if we turn on the jammers. Wan Feng smiled and said, if that's the case, then let's not engage in an interception war. Let's switch to an annihilation war. He immediately gave the order. Turn on the electronic jammers. Let them feel what real war is like before they die. As soon as the words fell, the entire Dragon Country area aimed at the White Elephant fighter jets in all directions and activated the EMO interference mode. In an instant, the entire White Elephant channel was in chaos. Enemy planes spatif. Dragon Country enemy planes spotted. Next second, the missile was aimed at a false target and launched quickly as if it was free. Vegas thought he had finally grasped the rhythm of the Dragon Kingdom. The whole person couldn't help but get excited. Sure enough, it's just a paper tiger. The previous one was just a coincidence. Brothers, aim and shoot. The Dragon Nation fighter planes have now fully entered our firing range, but not theirs. Open fire as soon as possible. Open fire as soon as possible and completely occupy the Dragon Nation's airspace. He was so excited in the communication channel that he felt like he was taking off. At the same time, the Longwood J-20 formation, led by Zhang Zhe, is watching the excitement 600 kilometers away. Ha! Captain, they're fighting so vigorously. Do you think they'd go crazy if they knew they were hitting the air? Zhang Zhe smiled and said, I don't know if they are crazy or not, but maybe their hands are a little tired. Look at these missiles. They are as dense as rain. I feel sorry for them. Everyone burst into laughter. Even the people in the command center laughed. Lin Xia. By the time they react, I'm afraid we'll already be face to face. Everyone was suddenly overjoyed. If I hadn't known this was a military competition, I would have thought it was just playing house. Inside the observation room at this time, Singh stared at the big screen. The fighting was so intense, but there was no data showing that any Dragon Kingdom fighter jets were hit by them. He couldn't figure out where so many signals came from. Referee, is there something wrong with the big screen again? 6 versus 6. How can there be so many signals? And then, he was a little breathless. Another idiot has left the team. Rock, who was sitting in the corner, finally couldn't help but burst into curses. He walked up while cursing. Waste. Idiots. A bunch of idiots. Wasting our fighter planes. Where are all these signals coming from? Damn it. This is electronic interference. Are your people living in the last century? He really regretted selling the fighter jets to Baishan. It was really shameful. He also said that he came to see how the Eagle fighter jets crushed the Dragon fighter jets. This was a trend that would make him run away on the spot. Seeing this, Singh quickly grabbed him. Captain Rock, please take a seat. This isn't over yet. There's still hope. The Dragon people are too cunning. We didn't react in time. Now we have only lost 1 plane. We still have a chance. Rock was pulled to sit down. The next second, the voice of the White Elephant pilot was heard from the temporary radar in the observation room. Captain, where are you? Why can't I find you? Captain. In an instant, everyone at the scene looked strange. Chapter 31. Close up and use your ultimate skill to end the battle in 10 minutes. A helpless voice, an anxious call. Finally, someone couldn't help laughing out loud. Haha, sorry, I didn't mean to. I just saw something funny on my phone. Facing Singer's murderous look, everyone couldn't help laughing. The referee was also a little embarrassed and immediately turned off the public channel. Okay, let's continue the fight. At this time, the border between the red and blue sides. Vegas fighter jets suddenly appeared. After this fierce battle, I guess there aren't many of them left. Let's go straight to their target base and take it down in 10 minutes. Captain, the wild dog seems to be lost. Something's not right. Why haven't we seen any of the targets our brothers defeated? Yes, yes, something is not right. The team members were talking about it. From the beginning, I felt like someone was watching me from behind. Vegas snorted coldly. All right, stop talking nonsense. There are less than 10 minutes left until the time we agreed on. Let's make this a quick decision. General Singh is still on the ground, waiting to present us with the Medal of Honor. When they heard this, they got angry again. At the same time, just as they were about to attack. At this moment, the J-20 team quietly appeared above the clouds. Just behind them were two Air Force 500 early warning aircraft following closely behind. Liu Hui's low voice reached Zhang Zhe's ears through the communication channel. The target is 500 kilometers away, bro. Get ready to fire at any time. Zhang Zhe smiled and said, okay. Right now, the fighter jets of the two sides were just in a relative position. The only difference is that the latest radar installed on the Kong 500 allows it to see the F-35 and the E-2D behind it. But E-2D cannot see J-20 and Kong 500. This also led to Vegas and his group still being in a mysterious state of confidence. A group of people are still moving forward foolishly. However, the next second, E-2D behind him suddenly realized something was wrong. Hawkeye has found the target, but it's clean. It should be just a machine of the same generation. Finally, within the E-2D's detection range, he saw the Kong 500. But the funny thing is that he hasn't seen the J-20 yet. At this time, even if they can't see the direction of our fighter jets, they can probably guess it, right? Xiang Tianrui said. Wan Feng nodded. Indeed, this isn't the first time anyone has fought this battle. Based on their experience, they should have a rough idea of where our fighters are. Lin Xia followed up. Then at this point, they've already lost, right? Even if our fighter jets don't turn on their radars and launch missiles at this time, I'm afraid they won't be able to dodge them, right? Wan Feng smiled and said, that's right, thanks to your radar, which provides an absolute advantage. But their confidence is like a white elephant. Their people won't leave so easily. Really, although the early warning aircraft has given the approximate location. But Vegas still had no intention of admitting defeat and surrendering. The remaining planes he led continued to fly forward. Don't panic, we still have a chance. In Vegas's opinion, the reason why he was discovered in advance was not because of his absolute advantage, but because the nose of the plane was facing him, making it difficult to be discovered. It seems like they really want to turn the game around. Lin Xia couldn't help but sigh. Wan Feng smiled and immediately connected the quick device. Captain Zhang, if that's the case, then let them show off their talents. It's really funny that the J-20 actually got to the point of fighting with others with bayonets. If you don't want the respect we offer you, then we won't be polite. Inside the observation room, everyone stared at the big screen nervously. At this point, can we really turn defeat into victory? It's hard to say, but bayonet fighting is the most challenging test of the pilots' and fighters' abilities. Maybe we can achieve a magnificent counterattack at the last moment. Such situations have occurred in history. But can the people at White Elephant really do it? Just as Vegas was commanding his men to encircle the two Air Force 500 early warning aircraft, lui immédiatement yelled, quick, send all the updates to Captain Zhang. In a flash, the early warning aircraft transmits all information to the J-20. The J-20 here is not installed either. The three lead planes immediately commanded the wingmen. Quickly get out. It immediately flew sideways and turned on the detection radar and fire control radar. The F-35 fighter jets were quickly locked onto from 270 kilometers away, and the E-2D early warning aircraft were 300 kilometers behind them. However, at this time, the F-35 is still unable to see the J-20 because their own detection range is only within 300 kilometers. Although the detection radar on the F-35 is already the most powerful radar currently available. Even its components are made of gallium nitride. However, compared to our silicon carbide, it is still not worth mentioning. The battle is about to end. Lin Xia slowly sat back in his seat. As his voice fell, in the sky, 6 J-20s appeared quickly and flashed close to the enemy. What the hell? What the hell? The J-20 flew over the plane in Vegas. The figure that was not seen by the radar now appeared on his flight helmet. It's totally off the mark. Vegas felt his head buzzing. The entire team was dispersed in an instant. No time to worry about formations and attack orders. Everyone was doing high-energy exercises quickly, trying to get rid of the J-20's fire control lock immediately. Looking at them jumping up and down, Zhang Zhe couldn't help but complain. A bunch of monkeys, it's time to end this farce. When the distance is 40 kilometers, the Dragon Country fighter finally lost its patience. With an order, all wingmen quickly locked onto the F-35 at this moment. The leader receives the information in real time. As a launch button is pressed, bang, bang, bang. Countless air-to-air missiles immediately rushed towards Baixiang's F-35. Although it was a tactical missile drill, there was no spark of explosion. But at this moment, with the launch of the missile, the victory of this battle was also announced. Inside the observation room, watch on the big screen. All the fighter jets representing the white elephant quickly turned into an exploding fireball at the same time. In an instant, everyone knew what had happened. The white elephant F-35 team was completely wiped out. The whole process happened so fast that no one could react. At that moment, everyone at the scene stared blankly at the large display screen. Their eyes widened, their mouths slightly open, and the group of people stood there motionless as if they had been struck by lightning. It was the referee who reacted first. In this red versus blue match, the Red Army wins. As soon as he finished speaking, Commander Lin Xia breathed a sigh of relief. The others exploded instantly. Dragon Country won? Did Dragon Country really win? Oh my god, look at that final confrontation. They were completely dominating. Ha! Now let's see who dares to doubt my brother Long's ability. Bobby was extremely happy. His eyes were fixed on Rock, the eagle sauce in the audience. Mr. Rock, did you see that? At the last moment, your radar didn't even detect the Dragon Nation fighter planes. Isn't this a waste of a pilot now? Is it your equipment that's not working? Rock stared at the big screen in front of him with his eagle eyes. It was not until this moment that he truly understood a truth. It turns out that the rabbit has really been releasing water. Chapter 32, Dragon Kingdom Clairvoyance, World Defense Breaks. Long after the first air-to-air battle was over, the entire scene was in an unusually eerie silence, until the people from White Elephant left the scene angrily. Everyone then rushed forward. Leader of the Dragon Nation, could you please tell me what equipment you have? Why does it feel like you have a full-view camera? And it seems that the missile attack at the beginning was not an accident. Yes, I don't think it's a coincidence either. It was at this time that everyone realized that things were not as simple as they thought. No one cared about the fear of facing the Dragon Kingdom later. Everyone tilted their heads to find out what the reason was. This is our latest clairvoyant silicon carbide radar. If anyone is interested, you can come to our country after the competition to learn more about it. The key point is that this radar is for sale to the public and is of high quality and affordable. In one sentence, the eyes of everyone present lit up. Is a new technology still affordable and of good quality? Does my brother Long care so much about small countries like us? Woo. Bobby Yang couldn't help but feel moved. Rock snorted coldly. How cheap can it be? Li Xia. It's only half the size of your gallium nitride radar. Rock, 1,000-kilometer detection capability is indeed impressive, but what about its mass production capacity? If Longwa can produce 50 sets annually, it can truly change the regional balance of power. Li Xuyao stood up calmly. Then everyone can sit back and wait and see. After saying this, Commander Li nodded to everyone and left the scene. Wait until he leaves. However, no one at the scene showed any intention of leaving. Well, I want to see a replay. I was so focused on watching the F-35s that I didn't even notice how incredible Dragon Country's radar equipment is. The representative from the monkey country in the corner couldn't help but say. The others nodded in agreement. That's what we meant. We want to see it too. For a moment, everyone sat back down in silence. I watched the entire battle video carefully and seriously again. After it's done, the expert sitting in the middle couldn't help but take a deep breath. Everyone, the detection range of this radar is really too powerful. It's obvious that it definitely exceeds the detection distance of 1,000 kilometers. Does this mean that while the F-22 or F-35 is still planning its raid route thousands of kilometers away, the J-20's radar attack beam has already penetrated its stealth shell? How much? The people at the Foot Basin Chicken couldn't help but feel a chill on their backs. 1,000 kilometers away? Doesn't that mean the tactical principle of launch the missile and then evacuate safely is completely invalid? The expert nodded. Indeed, within a 1,000-kilometer detection radius, Our equipment is no different from a naked baby. These words immediately corresponded to the battle situation just now. So, Longwell was just walking his dog, playing with them. If the Dragon Nation intended to end the battle quickly from the start, wouldn't it be possible to end the battle in dozens of minutes, or even just over 10 minutes, by simply launching an all-out attack? Everyone suddenly realized the most horrifying thing. Rock, who was standing by, just felt cold all over and couldn't speak. And most importantly, their combat thinking and all-data approach are remarkable. This is the first time we've seen such a combat method on the international stage. There's almost no time delay, 1 second sharing, 1 second reaction, and it seems they've even added AI tactical screening. It's simply an all-round crushing defeat. This is the most frightening point. From this time on, Longwa has truly made the transition from redline warning to dominating the penalty area. Everyone present was very clear about how big the gap was. Dragon Country Base. Everyone was resting where they were. Li Xiao's voice arrived before he even showed up. Haha. Comrades, well done. He walked in quickly and went straight towards Lin Xia and Xiang Tianrui. Well done, beautifully done. This time, it was really thanks to our clairvoyance. The other side's change from contempt to shock precisely shows that our technological breakthrough has made the international community re-recognize the Dragon Kingdom's air combat capabilities. Those guys thought the Eagle Sauce's planes could completely crush us? That's a joke. I sat there without saying a word the entire time, until the fight was over. They looked at me like I was a ghost. Commander Li was visibly relaxed after returning to his camp. The whole person was filled with happiness. Grabbing Lin Xia's arm, who would have thought that the cutting-edge technology that could create a generational gap between the Americans and the U.S. was created by a freshman? Ha ha! Xia Xiaolin, you are simply our big baby. Xiang Tianrui also laughed. Let's see who dares to say that our weapons have not been tested in actual combat and are just for show. Wan Feng waved his hand proudly. Don't be ridiculous. I can even make the enemy pilots request to be shot down as soon as they wake up. Don't you think so? For a moment, the entire Dragon Country camp was bustling with activity. Everyone was so happy. At the same time, news about the Dragon Kingdom's clairvoyance quickly spread throughout the Blue Star. Military fans from various countries came out to analyze. For a while, various blogs, websites, and countless bloggers' posts can be quickly analyzed in all aspects without any blind spots. At the beginning, everyone tried to find the weaknesses and shortcomings of the Dragon Kingdom from this battle. But after hundreds of people analyzed it day and night, everyone came to a horrifying conclusion. That's it. Based on the current situation, no country can reach the level to restrain the Dragon Kingdom. That is, Dragon Country is temporarily invincible. Oh my god, doesn't that mean I have to be more alert when I sleep from now on? Our country's so-touted stealth fighter jet just ran away with nothing this time. Oh my god, I was saying a few days ago that our Eagle-Chan planes could fly over Longwa, and they might not even notice it. Now what's going on? Slap me in the face. The whole group of people were completely defeated. The following air combat competition was even simpler. The Long Kingdom has become very skilled in using it, and it is a one-sided crushing defeat. No matter how fancy the opponent's tactics are, no matter how they dodge or how they plan their routes, in the end, Longwa only needs one move. That means turning on the radar at full power, detecting the entire area, and combining it with instantaneous attack, and at most adding EMO electronic jamming. I really did it. In my BGM, I am the only one who is invincible. Basically, you can win the game without any injury. The next day, the Dragon Kingdom played against the Monkey Kingdom, and the Dragon Kingdom won. On the third day, the Dragon Kingdom faced the Elephant Kingdom, and the Dragon Kingdom won. On the fourth day, Longwa played against Jaya Benji, and Longwa won a landslide victory. The international competition lasted for a week. Longwa has been in a one-sided beating state. In the end, no one cared about winning or losing. Everyone is paying attention to the price of this radar from Longwa. Should we sell it? How much can we sell at one time? When Lin Xia saw the Dragon Country base packed with people, she couldn't help but laugh. Professor, I don't think our technical support will be needed anymore. Can we go back home? Chapter 33. The school beauty is pretty. Would you like to meet her? Soon. The news that Longwa won the air race championship spread back to the country. Immediately, the whole country was in an uproar. Following the 1st Air Force's Weibo release of the news, In just a few minutes, the number of comments exceeded 5 million, and half of them were in the top 10 hot searches. From radar detection to 1,500-second interception, this is a true great power weapon. I really want to know what kind of big shot the scientific researcher behind this is. This is incredible. That's what I'm saying. Who knows? I suddenly realized that I'm not so peace-loving anymore. This is called carrying a sharp blade and having the killing intent. Ha. Dragon Country really showed off this time. They beat that white elephant guy, the host country, right through the gate. They were still boasting about being first, but they flew a plane with the eagle sauce and ended up in last place. That's not the funniest thing. The funniest thing is that their morning team is still hyping up the news, saying how many countries they defeated this time and how much aerial technology and tactical power they demonstrated. Ha, so funny. Don't they feel embarrassed? The video of the beating is all over the place. The fact they used flashlights in the dark made even the eagle sauce officials curse. Should I say it or not? The whole fun still has to be someone else's white elephant. In the laboratory of Cust, Zhang Haiying and others were really excited when they saw the video message. Zhou Xiaobei, where's our little genius? It's a celebration party. Why didn't he come? Our silicon carbide radar was a huge success. It's such a great honor. A classmate beside him joked, "What? Are you going to piss off your junior brother now?" Zhou Xiaobei curled her lips. "I'm very adaptable. Right now, the person I admire most is our junior. What's wrong with his brain?" "I have to say I admire you a little bit." Zhang Haiying smiled and nodded. "The most important thing is, after such a big project, do you know what he is doing?" When I went to the lab to sort out the data, I discovered that Lin Xia had worked 3 all-nighters after the competition. This guy is definitely more patient than us. If he was a little jealous of the little guy at first, but now he truly admires him. This kid exudes the excellent qualities of a true scientific researcher from the inside out. Not only is he smart and strong, but his low-key personality is enough for them to learn from for several lifetimes. If any one of them had created a project that could make a global sensation, their reputation would probably be sky-high by now. Don't say anything more. I'm willing to help Lin Xia with her projects for free in the future. I do too. Hey, don't fight with me. At this time, in the library, Lin Xia is reading a book seriously. He has been away for so many days and has missed a lot of classes. He must catch up as soon as possible. The 3 roommates standing by looked at him as if he were a monster. "No, Lin Xia, do you know how big a sensation your project is right now? How can you read a book here?" Zhang Tao was full of confusion and even thought that this kid was pretending. But what can I do? When he saw the densely packed notes on the book, he felt a little bit confused. "No, you really can learn it? The dormitory building is almost bursting with people trying to get a glimpse of you." After hearing this, Lin Xia slowly raised her head. The 3 people thought they had finally touched upon the point that interested him. "Zhang Kaifeng, don't tell me. Even the seniors in the same department have asked about you several times." Wenba nodded. "Yes, I heard that the campus bell and the department bell both want to meet you." Zhang Tao looked expectant. "How is it? Do you want to meet him?" Lin Xia took off her headphones in confusion. "What did you just say?" The 3 of them were stunned. "No, brother, you really don't feel anything at all?" Lin Xia shook her head. "Of course not." The 3 of them finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now he looks like a normal person. Then he came up and pulled Lin Xia. "Come on, let's go out and meet them. Everyone wants to have a heated academic discussion with you." Lin Xia was confused. "I mean the feeling I had with my bank card. The school gave me a scholarship of 500,000 yuan. The 3 of them were speechless again. "Oh my God, if I hadn't seen the special commendation on the official website and your name on the list of researchers, I would have really suspected that your news was fake." Zhang Tao was envious and jealous. "If I were you, I would have to tell all my relatives about this. How could I sit down and study quietly like you? There is no way." Lin Xia glanced at the system interface. The mission of the silicon carbide radar was completed, and the points accumulated from 10 to 30. However, new tasks have been refreshed. Xingtian Heavy Mecha. Keep reading for a month and redeem the technical information and blueprints of Xingtian Heavy Mecha. This is what he really wants. So as soon as I came back, I plunged into the library. He needs to get the technical information as soon as possible. Heavy mechas are completely different from the exoskeleton mechas and quadruped robots that are popular nowadays. In his understanding, Mechas will always exist in a man's heart. Even in apocalyptic movies, this guy is the best used by humans. If it could be released now, I can't imagine how explosive it would be. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The people on the opposite side were instantly horrified. I remember the last time he laughed like this was when he finished writing the analysis report on silicon carbide radar. Zhang, Tao couldn't help but shiver. You don't want to participate in the loader competition that the school has been promoting recently, do you? Lin Xia became interested. What a loader race, what is that? Wenba. It's a competition led by the department. It's not that simple, but if you want to say it's difficult, it's actually about modifying a military loader. According to seniors, this kind of competition has taken place every year, but it's usually only for juniors and seniors, and even graduate students and doctoral students. What? You really want to join? You're a bit far off in this direction. Although both are weapon design and modification, according to your current main focus, the gap is actually quite large. Zhang Kaifeng also said, currently, all those who have signed up have been researching this field. We really don't have any advantages. It sounds simple to say what a loader is, but it's quite complex and has many functions and types. It takes time just to understand it. But Lin Xia doesn't think so. He thought it would be quite interesting if the loader could transform into a heavy mecha. Wenba, if I remember correctly, you participated in a similar competition in high school, right? Wenbo was stunned for a moment. Yes, but... Lin Xia said directly. No buts, let's go sign up. He modified the load-carrying mechanism. I want to try transformation. I'll use the chassis of a loader as the torso of the mecha and hydraulic rods as joints. This will just be compatible with the power parameters of the Xingtian mecha. His words left several people silent. Zhang Kaifeng frowned and said, but how do we install the mecha's weapon system? The load-bearing capacity of the loader simply can't withstand the recoil of the artillery. Lin Xia patted his shoulder and said, don't worry, I have my own way. Chapter 34, Can You Be My Driver? At night, after the library teacher kicked her out 3 times, Lin Xia finally walked out with a reluctant look on her face. The course was delayed too much. I have been working hard these days and have only just made up half of the progress. What made him a little confused was that when he was reading and studying normally, the progress bar of the system task progressed very slowly. It is only useful to read books on similar projects. But the key is that he really doesn't have enough time. Lin Xia couldn't help but complain. Just cheat if you want to. Why make it so complicated? You might as well just hit me. System. He complained as he walked, wishing he could grab the system and ask it questions. He didn't stop until he was only a dozen meters away from the dormitory building. But in the next second, a white figure suddenly rushed out and blocked Lin Xia's way. Under the streetlight, Lin Xia could vaguely see that it was a girl. But the atmosphere around him was so strange that his legs were shaking. You. Who are you and what are you doing? You're Lin Xia, right? Unexpectedly, it turned out to be an exceptionally pleasant voice. It's like a clear spring in a mountain stream, clear with a sweet and soft feeling. Lin Xia calmed down in an instant. Hello, Lin Xia. I'm Lu Xiangwei from class 50. Lu Xiangwei, Lin Xia muttered. Department Beauty? Lu Xiangwei felt a little embarrassed. They were just yelling nonsense. While talking, the two of them couldn't help but move closer. Only then did Lin Xia see her appearance clearly. Her eyebrows were curved, and her eyes were like deer, and she looked up at Lin Xia, giving off a charming feeling. Look further down. Lin Xia immediately looked away and took a quick step back. So, what do you want to talk to me about? Could they be the same group of people from the daytime? Lin Xia frowned slightly. Lu Xiangwei hurriedly took another step forward. Student Lin Xia, I'm sorry to have stopped you. We're having some minor issues with our project, so I checked your paper on silicon carbide radar. I noticed you have unique ideas on distributed collaboration. Could I spare you 10 minutes? Suddenly approaching, that touch of white appeared in Lin Xia's eyes again. Lin Xia's eyebrows were twitching. How about we sit on the stone bench over there and talk? When Lu Xiangwei heard this, her face lit up immediately. Okay. After the two of them sat down, Lin Xia finally calmed down a little. He sighed slightly in his heart. Sometimes being too tall is not a good thing. What's your problem? Show it to me. He took a deep breath and returned to his calm demeanor. Lu Xiangwei quickly handed over her notebook. This is the topic we are currently researching, and it is also related to radar. However, we are stuck on spectrum sharing interference, which has prevented us from moving forward. So I wanted to ask you, after all, you just helped the country break through this technology. She looked at Lin Xia with eyes full of stars. Don't feel pressured. Let's just have a casual discussion and treat it as an academic discussion. Lin Xia lowered her head and carefully read these academic arguments. After a long while, he slowly raised his head. You are actually researching photon radar. He was a little surprised. This thing is very promising in the future development of 6G field. It is said that a university is also researching it. Are you competing in speed? Lin Xia suddenly smiled, and Lu Xiangwei was stunned for a moment. Huh? Oh, yes, some schools are also researching it, but they haven't been successful yet, right? Maybe our group will be in the front. Lin Xia nodded. That's a possibility. As for your problem, I can give you a solution right now. Lu Xiangwei's eyes lit up instantly. Really? If that's the case, we will definitely add your name to the project staff. Don't worry about that. Lin Xia waved his hand. He didn't care much about this. He immediately took the pen from Lu Xiangwei's hand and started writing on the notebook. Traditional spectrum sharing relies on central node allocation, resulting in high latency and prone to congestion. You may try a no-cellular structure approach, where each detection node has its own spectrum sensing module. Then, through edge computing, we negotiate the frequency band in real time, referring to the distributed resonance algorithm of our silicon carbide radar, and control the interference value between nodes to -85 dBm, which can resolve conflicts. Lu Xiangwei frowned as he watched. What if the edge computing power is not enough? Lin Xia, use a lightweight algorithm. He quickly gave her a simple model formula. Try it. Lu Xiangwei's eyes lit up. Indeed, you are amazing. Why didn't I think of that? While she was impressed by Lin Xia's unique ideas, she was also impressed by his open attitude. Lu Xiangwei was glad that he had not chosen the wrong person. Lin Xia, can I add your contact information? When the test is successful, how about you come over and take a look? I'll call our team members together to thank you. Lin Xia waved her hand and glanced at her. If you really want to thank me, how about you drive for me in next month's loader competition? I need someone who's familiar with mechanical operation for my loader. I heard your department offers such courses. Lu Xiangwei was stunned for a moment. Me? She actually can drive, and she participated in a similar competition last year. But why don't you open your own? Lin Xia smiled mysteriously. Because beautiful women look even more handsome with mechas. And I think your photon radar involves dynamic target tracking, which requires high mechanical control sensitivity. So, do you want to give it a try? There's a possibility of technological complementarity. These words immediately aroused Lu Xiangwei's interest. Of course I can, but I can't participate in your research process, and I might not be able to help out either. I'll just be a driver and be listed on your project. Do you think that would be a disadvantage? Lin Xia shook her head. No, I don't care about these. He cares more about whether the project is presented perfectly. He also felt that his request was a bit rash, but he didn't expect her to agree so readily. Lu Xiangwei stuck out his tongue in his heart. I originally came here to ask questions today, but I didn't expect to get such a good opportunity. It's like making a fortune. Okay, then just tell me the time, and I'll definitely be there on time. Chapter 35, don't worry. That kid is still learning the basics. The next day, in the girls' dormitory. Have you all seen the news? The registration list for the loader competition is out. So soon? Are there many people participating? Who are they? Need I say more? Those tyrants definitely participated. Lu Xiangwei immediately became interested when she heard this. That junior, his name is Peng Xian, right? Xiaohua. Its intelligent load distribution algorithm can adjust the wheel load in real time. Last year, it pulled 5 tons of cargo on a slope as steadily as if it were flat ground. With this powerful attack, I guess they are determined to win the championship, right? That's hard to say. I looked at the list, and senior sister Qian Lu is also participating. During her undergraduate years, she was a legendary figure in the entire school. Now, she's only in her second year of graduate school, but she already holds multiple patents. She's quite impressive. The multi-axis linkage hydraulic system she researched last year allows the loader's carriage to fold into a load-bearing platform in just 10 seconds. I heard it's very likely that low-altitude technology will be incorporated into this system. That's really strange. She is so capable. Why does she want to compete with us undergraduates for this? Lu Xiangwei wondered. The main target audience this time is undergraduates, right? Xiaoli. Although it's tacitly accepted, there are no explicit rules. Why can't people participate? Besides, there's a prize for the champion. And I heard that the army chief will be here this time. If I'm chosen, won't I have a better place to go after graduation? Liu Xiangwei nodded. Indeed, although they are all targeted distribution, the distribution is different. It seems that the competition this time is quite fierce. I just don't know if my junior brother can handle it. Upon hearing her words, the three roommates immediately became curious. Junior? What junior? Liu Xiangwei scratched her head embarrassedly. It's that Lin Xia, I saw him. When everyone heard this, they were immediately shocked. Ah, you really saw it. What was it like? Was he handsome? Is he the same as the rumors say? The cool and handsome type? Liu Xiangwei. He's even more handsome than in the photo. You idiot, didn't you say you weren't interested in handsome guys? You want to meet them without telling us. And you even succeeded? Ah, jealousy. Envy. Liu Xiangwei was immediately pinned down and tortured, and she quickly raised her hands in surrender. Oh, I went there to ask a question. I'm stuck on a project lately, and I thought maybe he could help me out. It's a similar project after all. Forget it, forget it. I won't tell you anymore. I have to remind him that these great gods are participating, so he needs to take it seriously. Fuck, you even added contact information? Everyone rushed forward again. At this time, the library. Lin Xia's cell phone suddenly rang. When I opened it, it was a message from Liu Xiangwei. Competition list? He clicked on a picture and saw Liu Xiangwei's name marked on it. Junior Peng Xian and graduate student Qian Liu were specially marked. At the end, there is one of his classmates. He Yu Chen. He has been busy since the start of the school year and has not had much contact with his classmates. If I remember correctly, this guy seemed to have participated in a similar competition in high school. What a gathering of talented people. It's no wonder this is a competition hosted by Cust. Everyone seems to be taking it very seriously. He picked up his phone and sent a message to Liu Xiangwei. Thank you, but don't worry. Message from Liu Xiangwei. You're welcome. I'll help you find out more information. It would be great if I could find out about their technological innovations. Lin Xia, it's okay, don't panic. Message from Liu Xiangwei, bragging. At the same time, just when Lin Xia was talking about these three people, the three of them also saw Lin Xia's name at the same time. Peng Xian was slightly stunned as he looked at the final list. Lin Xia? Is she the guy who came up with 2 projects right after the school started? The roommate next to him said quickly, yeah, your strength shouldn't be underestimated. It looks like it's not going to be easy to win the championship this time. And look, there's senior sister Qian Lu too. We've all heard of her previous achievements. It looks like it'll be a bit difficult to win this time. Several people's faces suddenly became filled with worry, especially this Lin Xia, who just obtained a patent for silicon carbide radar and helped the country win the championship in the air competition. He's simply amazing. Peng Xian frowned slightly. Looks like I need to use some powerful moves. Haha, what's the big trick? Look at this news. Just when a few people were worried, their roommates next to them were laughing so hard. I don't know who took this photo of Lin Xia studying in the library. Look, isn't he learning the basics of loading a truck? Peng Xian quickly grabbed the phone and zoomed in to take a look. Is this really the basics? We've only read chapter 3. This shouldn't be the case. With such exaggerated strength, why is he only looking at the basics? My roommate said, isn't it obvious? He probably only focused on these 2 projects during high school. Now that school has just started, he's focused on research results. I heard he's even catching up on his regular coursework. If you're still so bold as to participate in the competition, you have to start from the basics. Peng Xian, I don't think you need to worry. At his current rate, he'll probably finish learning all the textbook knowledge by the end of the month. As for transformation research, that's probably impossible. The competition for first place is still between you and senior sister Qian Lu. At this time, Qian Lu also saw the study photos of Lin Xia that everyone shared in the group. If that's true, then my biggest rival is that kid Peng Xian. This guy lost me last time. She smiled slightly and felt relieved. It seems that this competition is not that difficult. The instructor had repeatedly emphasized to her that she should pay attention to it. Now it seems that it's nothing special. Just a bunch of noobs fighting each other. At this moment, He Yu Chen, who lived next door to Lin Xia, quietly came to their dormitory to inquire about the news. Everyone, is this Lin Xia? Zhang Tao took the phone and took a look. Yeah? What's wrong? He Yu Chen, is he learning the basics of loading a truck? Zhang Tao frowned. So what? Don't think you can beat him just because he learns the basics. After looking at the photo, he understood what it meant. a bunch of guys with nothing to do. Before the game even started, people were spreading all kinds of rumors about Lin Xia. Isn't it because Lin Xia's strength is too strong? Why aren't other people brought out for comparison? Yu Chen's face was slightly embarrassed. That's not what I meant. I meant that if he doesn't understand, he can team up with me. I don't mind taking him alone. Why are you so shameless? Zhang Tao slammed the dormitory door and turned around with a serious face. The complexity of the drawings Yu Chen just held is far beyond those of last year's award winners. Lin Xia walked out of the toilet and smiled slightly. Don't worry, Peng Xian's algorithm relies on stable signals, and Xianlu's hydraulics are fast but consume a lot of power. To address these issues, we can use electromagnetic drive to replace hydraulics to save energy and add an emergency mechanical lock to resist signal interference. He waved his hand, so everyone stay calm. Everything is under control. Chapter 36 Lin Xia. If you want to create something that others can't imagine. At school, more than half of the time had passed, and when Bo saw that he had not responded, so he wanted to remind him quickly. Lin Xia, I've contacted the lab and workshop. Do you have time recently? We need to start preparing as soon as possible. Because of Lin Xia's basic problems, he had actually quietly produced a version of the design drawings. I thought that if the two of us could improve a little more, there would still be half a month left before the competition, so there was still time. But Lin Xia just glanced at him and said, Wenbo, your idea is still not bold enough. Wenbo was stunned for a moment. So what do you mean? Lin Xia quickly pulled out her information. Take a look. Wenbo took the information with a puzzled look on his face. Although it was just a piece of rough A4 paper, he still read it carefully. Lin Xia, your word is really... Practice well. He was complaining about Lin Xia's handwriting. Sudden, the next second, an exquisite drawing appeared before his eyes. What is this? He was dumbfounded just looking at the simple mecha diagram on the blueprint. Aren't we having a loader race? When did we turn into mechas? And are you sure this isn't a picture downloaded from some website? Lin Xia, of course not, I just started drawing it not long ago. I don't think this competition says that loader trucks can't transform, right? And the methods I told you about targeting the seniors that night were all based on this plan. I don't think I've said that before, but there's only half a month left. Are you sure you're not going to make things more difficult for us? I'm worried that the game will start before we're done. Lin Xia waved her hand. Don't worry, I've already submitted the list of relevant materials. From now on, I'll need you to work overtime with me. Wenbo didn't think overtime was a big deal. It's just that heavy mecha with this brain-computer interface, AI, autonomous learning, and fully managed unmanned operation. The more he flipped back, the more his scalp tingled and his back felt cold. Any one of these techniques would challenge the entire court. It's simply a war machine. Some of its external performance was so exaggerated that he couldn't even find any weapon on the market that could match it. Wenbo was not nervous about the competition at first, thinking that even if he couldn't win the championship, it wouldn't be too bad anyway. But now, looking at the densely packed drawings and technical data that he couldn't understand, he was nervous and excited. He was nervous because he was afraid that he would not be able to complete it, but he was excited because he was really looking forward to it. I look forward to the shocking sight when this giant, nearly 3 meters tall, appears in front of everyone. Wenbo, think about it this way. Since we are all participating in the competition, why not build a big one that everyone can see? Wouldn't that be cooler? Wenbo nodded in confusion. It seems so, but... Lin Xia grabbed him and said, no buts. Come with me to the workshop this afternoon. We'll dismantle the truck for him. Reassembling it will take time. We have to speed up. Just like that, Wenbo was dragged by Lin Xia to work in the workshop for a few days without knowing anything about it. Lin Xia stopped only when the entire loader was dismantled beyond recognition. Come, take a look at this schedule. If we strictly follow the time on it, we will definitely be able to finish it before the game. Wenbo took the document and looked at it. Good fellow. So you only sleep 2 hours a day on average. You want to kill me? Huh. Young man, are you afraid of this? How about I take you out to enjoy some fun after the game? Just when the two were working hard in the workshop. In the corridor outside the door, Peng Xian's girlfriend and roommate happened to pass by. Huh, why is that workshop open? My roommate said, looks like the loader competition has started. Counting the time, it's almost production time. Isn't your boyfriend too? Liang Ying nodded. My boyfriend has already started the production stage. I think it will be finished in the next 2 days. She wanted to leave, but suddenly thought that she could help her boyfriend get some information. Wait for me there. I'll go take a look. Several roommates immediately stopped her. That's not good. It would be so embarrassing if someone found out. Liang Ying disagreed. It's okay. I just want to check the progress. I don't really want to copy other people's work. Besides, I'm not a professional in this field, so I can't understand it. After saying this, she walked up quietly and carefully opened the door a crack. As soon as she saw it, Lin Xia's figure immediately appeared in her sight. Is it Lin Xia's team? She immediately became alert. Everyone said this guy was powerful. She had to take a good look. With curiosity, she quickly scanned the workshop. But the strange thing is that after looking around, there was no sign of the car, only a few dismantled parts. It seems the progress is quite slow. She put away her phone and quietly left. He went to find Peng Xian with the video in his hand and a happy face. Hubby, I've got something good to show you. Peng Xian put away the things in his hand. What is it? Liang Ying took out the video mysteriously and said, Look, I just happened to pass by and took this video of Lin Xia in her colleague's workshop. Peng Xian suddenly became nervous. How is it? Any new technology? There's not much time left, and it is unlikely to release new things now. He was still thinking about Lin Xia in his heart, afraid that someone would show up out of nowhere. Liang Ying opened the video with a proud look on her face. I don't think you need to worry. I don't see any progress. There are only a few disassembled parts on the ground. Peng Xian lowered his head and took a closer look. It really is. It seems the rumors are true. This guy is really not good at this kind of research. He breathed a sigh of relief and looked back at the car that was already being painted. Brothers, don't worry. We've got the prize money this time. Everyone suddenly became excited. Lin Xia is not participating. Peng Xian took the video and showed it to everyone. It's the same as not participating. At this rate, if he can't produce a complete product before the competition, he'll have to withdraw. Now, he will add another highlight to his impressive resume. Otherwise, if he really lost to this junior, it would be a bit embarrassing for him. Although this junior was indeed very strong, he felt uncomfortable when he thought of standing behind him. Now the crisis is over. Chapter 37, Lu Xiangwei. Are you sure this is still a transport vehicle? There are only 3 days left until the final game. Lu Xiangwei suddenly remembered that he had promised Lin Xia to be his driver. Oh no, he hasn't contacted me for so long. Could he really give up the competition like the rumors say? The roommate next to him curled his lips and said, Then you'll know if you go and take a look. Most of those who participate in the competition are in area. Lu Xiangwei immediately jumped off the bed. You're right, I'll go and take a look. She promised to repay someone, and her project progressed quite smoothly thanks to Lin Xia's guidance. She quickly left the dormitory and went to area A to find Lin Xia and the others. Because she didn't know which one it was, she asked along the way, Department Beauty? What are you looking for? Lin Xia? They should have withdrawn from the competition, right? Lu Xiang was slightly stunned for a moment. Withdraw from the competition? How is that possible? Why haven't I heard about it? When several people heard that they were looking for Lin Xia, they immediately became jealous. He just started half a month ago, and now there are only 3 days left. What is he waiting for if he doesn't quit? Is he waiting for a miracle? Besides, it's impossible for a department teacher to appear before the leader without completing the project. This matter is still very serious. When Lu Xiangwei heard what they said, her head suddenly felt buzzing, but she clearly remembered what Lin Xia said that day. We agreed to be his driver and help each other with technical skills. She didn't believe it and went to look for them one by one. Finally, I saw a familiar figure in the last workshop. Lin Xia. At this moment, Lin Xia was looking down to check the chassis of the car. When he heard the sound, he quickly crawled out from under the car. Who's looking for me? Lu Xiangwei looked at the dark-faced boy in front of him with uncertainty. Lin Xia. Lin Xia nodded. It's you, the school beauty? He almost forgot. Wenba came out with a puzzled look on his face. Department Beauty? Why is she here? Lin Xia had a dark face, revealing her big white teeth. She is our driver, and she will help us demonstrate on the field. Wenba was a little skeptical. She? Is it okay? Lu Xiangwei puffed out her chest and said, Of course I can do it. I'm a professional, sister. How's your car? I heard you're withdrawing from the competition. Lin Xia waved her hand. All right, forget about them. Come and look at our car. Wenba, show her. Wenbo nodded heavily, then quickly walked to the platform nearby. Press quickly on the control panel with both hands. All right, move aside. I'll let you see how I control it. Lu Xiangwei took a few steps back with a suspicious look on his face. Isn't this just an ordinary loader? It's unremarkable, and even looks a bit rustic. She complained in her mind that these two people were too lazy and didn't even change their paint jobs. The other groups were all dressed up very nicely. They are either repainted or equipped with various hardcore equipment, which is quite eye-catching. Look at theirs again. It was black, dirty, and even rusty in places. I don't know where the funds were spent. She took 2 steps back with a hint of disgust. However, the next second, in her indifferent look, buzz, 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 buzz. A huge and low electric sound pierced her eardrums. In a flash, the lighting in the entire workshop flickered and flickered abnormally. At the same time, a burst of cursing was heard outside. Holy crap, why is the power out again? What's going on at school? Didn't they say there can't be power outages recently? Why is the voltage so unstable? What the hell, I'm testing it. Hurry, hurry, someone call the school and find out what's going on. At the same time, in their workshop, right in Lu Xiangwei's eyes, the originally extremely simple car suddenly began to shake in place. At first it was just a little bit, but slowly, the shaking became louder and louder. The next moment, the entire front of the car lifted up, and I was so scared that I quickly took 2 steps back. Is this car crazy? Lin Xia curled her lips. Don't panic, this is just the beginning. As he finished speaking, the huge black box in front of him seemed to come alive. The loader's compartment is folded upwards by hydraulic folding joints. The wheels on both sides retract into a knee structure, and the chassis metal plate unfolds into the torso of the mecha. As Lu Xiangwei was stunned, the entire car instantly turned into a huge mecha. When the huge thing that almost penetrated the entire roof of the workshop appeared. Lu Xiangwei's beautiful eyes widened instantly. At this moment, she could clearly feel the powerful sense of oppression coming from the top of her head. It made her tremble all over, and she couldn't stop shaking. You modified a mecha? A loader directly converted into a mecha? She pinched herself hard. I'm not dreaming. How is it? Is it still normal now? Lin Xia walked to the front of the mecha, happily. At the same time, all the indicator lights on the mecha lit up. Lu Xiangwei, who was standing not far away, could feel that in just a second, a huge energy wave seemed to be about to rush out. Even the originally tall Lin Xia looked extremely small standing in front of it. Lu Xiangwei couldn't help but take a breath, and instantly a surge of excitement from the bottom of his heart burst out. So, I'm going to drive this car during the test in 3 days? Lin Xia nodded. To be precise, it appeared together with it. Our mecha has a hosting function, can establish a brain-computer link, and can fight alongside you. Lu Xiangwei took a deep breath and said, Oh my God, I suddenly feel a lot of pressure. Wenba was happy. This is not the most important thing now. Since you are here, come and try the external equipment with us. The initial driving tasks are very simple, but you may need some time to get used to the subsequent demonstrations. Will there be enough time? Lu Xiangwei rubbed his hands, looking impatient. Lin Xia smiled and said, Non-invasive linking is very simple. Come on, you can try it now. As he spoke, he immediately took out something that looked like a headband and put it on her. In just a moment, Lu Xiangwei felt an extremely special feeling instantly sweeping over his body. Oh my God, why do I feel like I've suddenly become powerful? Oh my God, it's moving. It's really moving. This big guy really moved with me. Outside the gate, a group of people gathered there to listen. What the hell moved? What did the beauty do in there? Are you sure she's not doing anything against the school rules? Peng Xian's expression was serious. The tripping means the power is quite high. Lin Xia's team hasn't been seen for half a month. This is definitely not a routine renovation. Go ask the electrician what the power of the trip just now was. If it's over 30 kW, it's not an ordinary modification. He suddenly became alert. Chapter 38, the competition begins. Compete with each other. The last day of October. Finally, this grand loader modification competition has arrived. On this day, most students from related majors arrived at the test site early to wait. The school leaders even made ribbons and various banners specifically for today. The whole venue was extremely lively. On the military green field, there are more than a dozen tightly wrapped cars waiting to be tested. The on-site personnel were busy and nervously checking the situation and confirming details with each participating representative. Lin Xia and Wenbo sat next to the car, looking completely exhausted. People who don't know would think that they have no expectations for a normal competition. But the truth is that the two of them stayed up too late, and now their battery is a little exhausted. Are we the next to go on stage? I feel like I can't hold on any longer. When Bo patted his face and took another big gulp of coffee. Lin Xia also forced her eyes to stay open. The seventh one will perform, and you can go back and rest after it's over. The two of them were communicating weakly, and this scene fell into Qian Lu's eyes. Are you all right? They both looked up at the same time. It's okay, Qian Lu. Actually, you can participate in this kind of competition next year. There's no need to rush. Of course, it doesn't matter if we don't get any results this year. After all, this year's modifications are more practical. Lin Xia and Wenbo exchanged a glance. Excuse me, senior. Who are you? Qian Lu raised her eyebrows and smiled. It seems that the junior students haven't paid attention to the previous competitions. I am Qian Lu. The venue staff nearby also reminded the two. This senior of yours is the great, which who swept all the championships back then and holds multiple patents. That's Peng Xian, the champion of the national robotics competition. I heard he's determined to win the championship this time. The two of them quickly stood up and nodded. Hello, Senior Qian. We've long heard of you. We're quite well prepared and will definitely not let you down. Qian Lu smiled. Her first impression of the two was pretty good. While they were talking, a military green jeep was seen slowly driving into the playground. Xiang Tianrui and the principal immediately went to meet them with the school leaders. From a distance, Lin Xia saw a man wearing a pine green shirt getting out of the car. He was tall and strong and walked with great vigor. Quickly walk through the game venue and go to the viewing seats. It looks like the position is not low. Is this the reason why the school attaches so much importance to it this time? Lu Xiangwei couldn't help but sigh. Lin Xia and Wenbo looked at each other, and both of them had a more cautious look in their eyes. Soon, the game begins. After the host's rhythmic opening remarks ended, start the on-site demonstration immediately according to the draw ranking. In the viewing seats, Chief Engineer Li, although the timeline for this competition is tight, our requirements for the competition are still very strict. For a loader, safety is paramount, followed by the ability to operate in extreme environments, and finally, efficient loading. Meeting these 3 points is the basic requirement for participation in the selection. Li Shuanuda, Guy, let's get started. Don't let me affect everyone's rhythm. He came here this time, one reason being that he had time, and another reason being to see if he could find more innovative ideas from the current school, especially college students. They are the main force of innovation. If there is something that is eye-catching, it may be incorporated into future projects to seek a new breakthrough for the North Armory. It will also allow for new and eye-catching projects in the arms race 6 months later. Following his thought, Principal Su Hanchang immediately walked quickly to the middle position. The game starts now. At the command, the whole scene immediately became busy. The students below couldn't help but stretch their necks. What place are Lin Xia and Wenbo in? Zhang Tao looked around. Zhang Kaifeng. I think he's the 7th one to go on stage. I heard that Peng Xian's technological innovation this time is very impressive. With the combination of AI algorithms and automatic hanging scanning, it's going to be quite powerful. Zhang Tao nodded and sighed. They're indeed very strong, but I believe Lin Xia and Wenbo are not weak either. At this time on the court, rumble. The first competing car drove up. The contestant's name was immediately displayed on the big screen. Contestant, Qian Lu. At the same time, the host's voice sounded on the stage. Medium-sized military loaders, typically carrying 5 to 15 tons, balance load capacity with off-road performance, and are the mainstay of tactical transport. As her car began its routine testing phase, the next second, the whole scene exclaimed in surprise. I saw our loader quickly passing the first basic test items. When you come to the complex ground, sudden, right in front of everyone's eyes, the loader actually slowly floated in the air, and then an eruption device behind it started rumbling, followed by a yellow tail flame. The whole car looks like a small flying device, and easily passed the subsequent complex terrain and environment. Arrived at the destination at lightning speed. As the sound of the engine disappeared, everyone finally realized that it was over. Then the host's loud and passionate voice sounded immediately. First set of tests completed. The entire process of transporting, unloading, waiting, and retransporting took 2.5 minutes. Hiss! Everyone gasped. Only 2.5 minutes? That's almost 40 seconds faster than last year. Isn't that an incredible improvement? Chief Engineer Lee couldn't help but sit up straight. There's something. It can transform directly into an aircraft and quickly pass through complex environments. But does that mean there must be a limit on the carrying weight? The principal looked down at Qian Lu's documents. Indeed, it's 1/3 lighter than before, but it's still okay. We've managed to ensure the vehicle's capacity as much as possible. Chief Engineer Lee, give me her research and development information. Okay, let's get on with it. With the first successful opening, the atmosphere of the entire scene was immediately ignited. The group of people waiting in the wings also immediately felt the pressure. Oh my God, the opening was so explosive. Senior really didn't leave any chance for us to survive. So, Senior has once again broken last year's clearance time record. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but panic. Only Peng Xian continued to inspect the vehicle without even looking up, his fingers sliding quickly across the control panel with a look of contempt. It's good, but there are too few highlights, and it's a little worse than his. Soon, the game continues. But the next 3 did not have any particularly explosive transformations. Either the power system is enhanced or the loading capacity is improved. Although there have been some modifications, there are no major highlights. Several leaders in the stands looked rather uninterested, until a huge rumbling sound was heard. Next one, Peng Xian from Class 32, Junior Year. Transformation type, Light Military Loader. Hearing this name, everyone immediately woke up from their drowsy state. Senior Peng is on stage. The ones who are punishing Senior Qian Lu's flying car are here. Haha, the excitement is about to begin. I heard that Senior Peng has added the AI algorithm collaboration that the military has been advocating for this time. I'm looking forward to it. For a moment, the whole scene was in an uproar. Chapter 39, it's just a loader, no matter how powerful it is, it can still transform. There was a warm atmosphere at the scene. Peng Xian's camouflaged light military loader quickly appeared, right in everyone's sight. This big guy just walked out of the dark warehouse and came in front of everyone. Then a quick impact, followed by 2 rounds of quick sideways movement. Wow! Even Lin Xia, who was standing behind him, was startled. Interesting. This guy has quite the command over the wheels and the overall power system. When Bo pushed his glasses up, the rumors are true. This guy really has the capital to be proud. Just by standing sideways, his wheels have achieved a 360-degree turn. Several leaders in the stands also sat up straight, especially Peng Xian's teacher. He immediately puffed out his chest and looked at Xiang Tianrui, who was sitting in front of the principal. The meaning in that look was very clear. You see, Lao Xiang, no matter how awesome you are, you still have to be my student in certain areas. Xiang Tianrui looked at him, not convinced at all. It was just a 360-degree rotation, no big deal. Now, the demonstration on the field continues. The loader began the climbing test. The slope of nearly 45 degrees is the biggest test for all loaders. The key is to see whether it has the ability to pull and run steadily when loaded with heavy objects. Peng Xian was very calm about this. Although he only used a light-duty loader, its loading capacity was basically the same as that of a medium-duty loader. As for running steadily, sudden, just when the car was about to pass through a large rock. Watch on the big screen on the field. In the enlarged detail video, the 4 wheels of the car suddenly began to adjust the height independently, and, at the same time, the torque also quickly adjusted the direction according to the situation on the scene. Next second, it is a very challenging section for everyone. And then his car just passed by so easily. There was not a single second of delay, and even the speed on the dial was still at the highest speed, with no sign of slowing down at all. This scene stunned all the audience present. Even the host who was in charge of the commentary couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Oh my God, this is the first time I've seen something like this done. Is Peng Xian applying the concept of robotics to a loader? This is simply a technical crush. In an instant, the whole scene was boiling. The test is still going on, but everyone is already stunned by this amazing operation. Oh my God, he's worthy of being the champion of the National College Student Robot Competition. His strength is simply overwhelming. I feel a little sorry for the contestants behind me. What the hell is this competition? That is to say, under such an operation, the people who come after will just become supporting roles and won't even be remembered, leaving only a slight sense of participation. Meanwhile, The leaders were in the viewing gallery. The principal quickly opened a research and development log of Peng Xian's car and handed it to Chief Engineer Li and others. It seems that this is just the appetizer for his car. Chief Engineer Li's eyes lit up. Equipped with AI algorithm? Are you sure this little thing is just a modified loader? I'm afraid such a function is a bit overkill, isn't it? The principal knew that although Chief Engineer Li said so, he actually admired it very much. Haha, on a real battlefield, logistics and transportation are also a key factor in determining how powerful an army is. As the saying goes, in the end, what matters in a war is the logistical supply capability. Only stable logistical capabilities can provide reassurance to the front line. Chief Engineer Li agrees with this statement. Well said. It seems that this little guy has seen this. The quality of students nowadays is really good and very farsighted. As they discussed, they soon arrived at the most complex actual combat scenario simulation test area. The host's voice and the main camera quickly scanned the test road in front. Cold region tests, desert tests, and extreme gravel road tests. The rear area was subjected to simultaneous electronic jamming and artillery attacks. It can be said that a simple journey of a few kilometers was filled with all the problems that might be encountered on the battlefield. What is tested is the car's reaction and response capabilities under extreme conditions. Another question is whether there are other countermeasures in the event of a failure. It's a bit difficult. Senior Qin Lu passed through this area directly. Peng Xian shouldn't have flown over there, right? Zhang Tao muttered to himself. Zhang Kaifeng shook his head. Probably not. Judging from his design, it must be hardcore technology that has been put into it. Really? As his voice fell, the camouflage car swooped down like a leopard and quickly entered the cold water for testing. At the same time, on the big screen, data about the vehicle's status immediately appeared quickly. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to it. Hiss. No change. What's strange is that after passing through 2 areas in a row, the car's data was not affected at all. Even the power system is still in high-power operation, which makes everyone a little confused. However, just as everyone was confused, the host's words quickly answered everyone's questions. Everyone, what we can see now is that this car has quickly passed the tests in 2 areas, and the car is in stable condition, with no signs of breakdown at all. Then why is it so stable? The host deliberately kept the question in suspense, pausing for 2 seconds before continuing. The key is this technology. The AI advanced technology algorithm can scan the road conditions within a range of thousands of meters in real time, perform real-time AI algorithm analysis based on the severity of the road conditions, and provide the optimal solution within 5 seconds. For example, when passing through cold waters, it's because of the quick switching of suspension modes. Following the host's explanation, the entire scene was in an uproar again. Oh my God, isn't this just prediction and judgment in advance? It's better for the person behind to not come out. It looks like the championship is already decided. Ha ha ha, who says it isn't? With this technique, unless the back part can be deformed, it really won't make much of a splash. Chief Engineer Li also praised it repeatedly. Not bad. Not bad. Really good. These technologies can definitely be applied to more military vehicles. Principal Su, give me a copy of your student's information. Li Xuan was a little excited. If this technology was brought to the arms competition and modified a little, it would definitely give everyone a surprise. He quickly took Peng Xian's information and started reading it. At the same time, Peng Xian's test on the field ended. The entire test took 1 minute and 10 seconds, which instantly shocked the audience and drew applause. It was at this time when Bo patted Lin Xia and said, "It's our turn next. Get ready." Chapter 40, the actual test begins. Nothing special. Old Xiang, it looks like my student has to take the crown. In the stands, Peng Xian's mentor looked very proud. Xiang Tianrui snorted coldly. For this kind of thing, the worst thing to do is to pop champagne at halftime. My students haven't even started playing yet. It's still unclear who will win or lose. 2 groups from one class participated in the competition. One is Lin Xia and the other is He Yuchen. Although Xiang Tianrui feels that their team of 2 may have a hard time facing this group of old guys, but he still held on to a glimmer of hope. After all, Lin Xia's brain is different from that of ordinary students. As for He Yuchen, he has read the content of this kid. The innovations are quite good, and as long as the competition goes on normally, it will definitely not be too bad. It was Lin Xia. because it started too late. He didn't have time to watch it. I don't know what to do. At this moment, his gaze shifted to the stage. The next contestant is Lin Xia from the elite class, and her type is a modified heavy-duty loader. Following the host's voice, the names of Lin Xia and Wenbo immediately appeared on the big screen. Everyone's eyes turned towards the exit. Most people are familiar with Lin Xia's name, especially after this Asian air race is over. Almost half of the people in the hospital knew this name. I don't know if Lin Xia can suppress Peng Xian. Both Zhang Tao and Zhang Kaifeng couldn't help but worry. What if I really can't resist it? Zhang Tao waved his hand. Impossible. I don't think there's any possibility of that. I have a feeling that the boss's transformation will definitely exceed everyone's imagination. At the same time, everything was ready and the test site was cleaned up. Everyone was waiting for Lin Xia and their car to show up. However, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes passed quickly. There was no sign of a car at the exit. The host was a little anxious. Is there any malfunction? Go and check the situation. However, just as he said this, he heard a high-pitched voice coming from the exit. Lu Xiangwei, move out. Lu Xiangwei's beautiful eyes narrowed, and at the same time, she started the car. Boom! The car started. Lu Xiangwei gripped the steering wheel tightly with both hands and looked forward with a determined gaze. Yes! At this moment, what she could feel was that her brain waves were completely integrated with the car's central control system. Just 1 second. She even felt that she was the car, and the car was her. One car, one person, completely synchronized. The next second, she snapped the black functional sunglasses on her face shut. He stepped on the accelerator, and the car roared out in an instant. At this moment, everyone's attention was immediately drawn over when they heard the sound. However, next second, a pitch-black car appeared in front of everyone. Although it is huge, for some reason, some of the paint is peeling off. Even the position of the left wheel seems to be obviously mismatched. In fact, this is Lin Xia's special design. It just looked a bit shabby when it was still in car condition. Boss, didn't they have enough funds at that time? Why didn't you tell me? Zhang Tao bit his lip tightly, unable to bear to watch any further. Zhang Kaifeng was even more surprised. That's weird. Isn't this Lin Xia's style? Others even more so. Peng Xian was originally in a tense state, but when he saw the huge black thing that looked like a scrapped car appear, he completely relaxed. Well, it seems that the junior brother is just here to complete the task. Xianlu nodded. I could see they were not in the right shape before the game started. I guess they were running out of time. But it's good to be able to play. After all, they only started in the last half month. Yu Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. It seems I still have a chance. Behind Lin Xia, what he was most worried about was that the previous performances were too exciting and no one would pay attention to his appearance. But now it seems that everything is okay and not too bad. At this moment, the leaders are in the viewing seats. Xiang Tianrui was also stunned for a moment. His brows immediately furrowed. This is just nonsense. As he finished speaking, the on-field testing work officially began. While integrating the mecha mode, Lu Xiangwei passed the first few simplest test areas. At the side of the test field, Lin Xia and Wenbo were holding monitoring computers and following along. The engine power system is normal. There's nothing wrong with the sensor. The data acquisition system is starting to work. The transmission data shows normal. The brain-computer interface is synchronizing. Lin Xia swept his eyes around the field, and at this moment the car had just passed the 45-degree slope. The combat test site is starting to deform again. Wenbo nodded. No problem. Let Lu Xiangwei get familiar with it first, and then we can complete it simultaneously. Lin Xia connected the three people's communication equipment. Miss Lu, how is it? How do you feel? Lu Xiang curled his lips slightly. In good condition. In order to look cool and handsome today, she specially bought the leather jacket that Lin Xia mentioned. Just wait, let's blow the whole place up. Lu Xiangwei felt that he couldn't wait any longer. Lin Xia smiled. This senior sister, there's a sexy little wildcat living inside. Attention, senior. The integration of man and machine is about to be completed. Lu Xiangwei's expression suddenly became serious. Good. She stepped on the accelerator and quickly passed the test area under her feet. Then accelerate to the actual combat area. However, what is surprising is that the car stopped. Why did you stop suddenly? The host immediately became anxious. In the previous competition, There was no problem at all. Could it be that all the problems were caused by Lin Xia's group? Teacher, please go check the situation immediately. If it's a malfunction, please remove it immediately so as not to affect the progress of the subsequent tests. Someone immediately ran up quickly. The audience in the stands couldn't help but stretch their necks. What happened? Is it broken? This is hilarious. For such a big competition, a car breaks down on sight. Isn't it said that Lin Xia is very powerful? This shouldn't be the case. Just when everyone was discussing it, the door of the dark car suddenly opened. A heroic figure walked down from the driver's seat. She's the beauty in the department. She actually became Lin Xia's driver. Oh my god, she's quite handsome, completely different from her usual style. It's just a pity that she ran into such a broken car. Just when everyone was sighing, suddenly, Lu Xiangwei, who was standing on the field, shouted, "Second mode, now activated." In an instant, buzz. A huge and low metallic sound instantly resounded throughout the entire scene. Chapter 41, The Ultimate Experience of Beauty in Mecha. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A metallic sound mixed with mechanical vibrations. It was like the roar of a wild beast before hunting, reaching everyone's heart. At this moment, everyone present could clearly feel an extremely strong sense of fear erupting from within. Why do I feel like something big is coming? This. Is this car crazy? Oh my god, I have goosebumps all over my body. With an extremely oppressive voice, Lu Xiangwei's footsteps quickly moved to the side, immediately following. Right now on the field, the originally black and ordinary heavy-duty loader suddenly began to deform. Gah. It was like some doomsday mechanical monster moving its joints, and that teeth-grinding feeling spread throughout the venue. Next second, the logo on the front of the car suddenly protruded outward, like some creature breaking out of its shell, and quickly moved away from its original position. The car door folds outward at a 70-degree angle, and the cool alloy structure originally wrapped in the black interior of the car is instantly exposed to the air. In an instant, the speed of overall deformation accelerated. The fuel tank in the middle of the car body bulged rapidly, and the outer shell opened layer by layer like petals, revealing the true appearance inside. Whoosh! A low sound of the core energy chamber being activated echoed throughout the venue, reaching everyone's ears. Before long, in everyone's sight, the ordinary car quickly turned into a huge monster with a height of nearly 3 meters. The Xingtian heavy mecha has now been activated. As Lu Xiangwei's mind moved, boom! As soon as it took a step forward, dust rose up all over the sky. At this moment, everyone in the audience was stunned. It was as if someone had pressed the pause button. Everyone stared at the behemoth on the field, even forgetting to breathe. In the leadership viewing area, Chief Engineer Li stood up tremblingly, his eyes full of shock. The experts and professors around him were trembling slightly, as if they had seen the end of the world, and they had no idea how to react. Xiang Tianrui's pupils contracted suddenly, and his shock was beyond words. The cup in his hand fell to the ground, breaking the dead silence. Putting aside the project requirements, it is just about changing from walking on wheels to standing on 2 feet. Regardless of its data parameters, the deformation design alone is enough to shock the audience. Is this the loader transforming into a mecha? I'm not dreaming, am I? One of the teachers nearby couldn't help but ask. The scene before their eyes was so unreal that they thought they were dreaming. In the waiting area on the side, all the contestants stood up instantly. Everyone looked at the huge monster in front of them. Peng Xian couldn't help but murmur, "Looks like I'm going to lose." Qian Lu's eyes were also wide open. Her hands were trembling slightly, and her heart was beating so fast that she almost fainted. Isn't this incredible? Who would have thought that it was just an ordinary loader competition, but in the end something so explosive would appear? At this moment, Xing Tian on the field has just begun to show off. Lu Xiangwei glanced around the audience and was very satisfied with everyone's expressions. Just when everyone was still in a daze, Lin Xia said through the communication device, "Lu Xiangwei, how is it?" Lu Xiangwei nodded, with a wanton and ostentatious smile on his face. "We can start now." Next second, under the watchful eyes of the entire audience, she quickly came to Xing Tian's side. Next to the huge mecha stood a stunningly beautiful woman. This ultimate visual enjoyment immediately made most boys gasp. I used to think that the school beauty was beautiful, but seemed to be missing something. Now I know that it was the unrestrained and free-spirited soul that was missing. My goodness, my eyes feel so good. A beautiful woman with a mecha. I don't know who came up with such an explosive combination. It's absolutely amazing. Now, the limelight of the whole venue will belong to their group. Zhang Tao couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. I told you the boss wouldn't admit defeat, right? Zhang Kaifeng stared at the field with wide eyes. Can this giant you're talking about really move normally? If it lacks mobility, then doesn't it meet the requirements of the competition? Is it useless to explode? Zhang Tao turned around suddenly. How could he have forgotten about this? Could it be that the boss hadn't thought of it either? No, shouldn't I? Just when they were doubting. Boom! Boom! Boom, boom! Liu Xiangwei took a step forward, and Xing Tian followed at the same time. Liu Xiangwei moved his arms quickly, and the mecha began to move like a human. Every action seemed to be constantly breaking the cognition of everyone present. Again and again, everyone in the audience watched with trepidation as the big guy walked out slowly step by step. The movements are skillful and astonishing. Even for an intelligent robot, walking so steadily requires a certain level of skill, let alone carrying such a heavy load. No, a heavy mecha. And it looks like it's synchronized control achieved by a brain-computer interface. The reaction speed should be controlled within milliseconds. Chief Engineer Li hurriedly took the technical information beside him to check. Their approval is for the loaded weight. Does it comply with the regulations for heavy-duty loaded vehicles? Xiang Tianrui trembled and said, not only does it meet the standard, but it also contains half a ton more than the standard. Even he himself couldn't believe it. This kid is too brave. He's carrying so many things. What if he collapses? He looked around, and fortunately, the place was big enough. Even if something happens, the scene can be evacuated as soon as possible. He quickly gave a look to someone by his side, and that person ran away quickly. Chief Engineer Li, let's see if this works or not. Chief Engineer Li waved his hand without saying anything, his eyes fixed on the field. At this moment, Liu Xiangwei and the mecha have finished their activities. Now it's time for the real show. However, this idea just came to him. Next second, the mecha instantly rushed towards the test environment of a real, simulated battlefield at an astonishing speed. In an instant, artillery fire was unleashed, rapidly attacking its huge body. Just 1 second. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. The huge sound of artillery fire immediately covered half of the behemoth's body. But this is not what is even more shocking. But it was Liu Xiangwei who was acting in sync with the others. She suddenly retreated to a safe zone. This situation suddenly shocked everyone present. But in fact, she has switched to semi-autonomous mode through the portable terminal. Liu Xiangwei knew clearly that the brain-computer interface supported dual-mode control and was suitable for both close-range synchronization and long-range command control. She was walking a little further away to test the mecha's autonomy, and she was stepping back to avoid interference from the brain-computer. But others didn't know why she did that, and thought there was a malfunction. No, what is this for? Without central command, is this big guy going to be destroyed? Chief Engineer Li suddenly became anxious. He stared at the screen and instructed his assistant. Quickly adjust the defense parameters. Chapter 42, this is the real king of land warfare. It would definitely be a lot of trouble to transform a huge thing weighing hundreds of tons. If it is completely destroyed due to lack of experience, it will be a huge loss for the entire school and even the military region. So Chief Engineer Li was the first to step forward. The game can be suspended, but good things cannot be ruined. Hurry up and ask the gunner next to you to stop. Although it is a test of artillery fire, there is still a certain degree of danger because it is as close to an actual combat scene. Chief Engineer Li was really anxious. However, he had just said this. Xing Tian, who was under fire, suddenly made a quick dash to avoid the fire from the left. Then the nearly 3-meter-tall guy quickly mobilized the Gatling gun on his shoulder and fired rapidly. In just one round, half of the attack measures were wasted. This, Chief Engineer Li stopped, and the words he had not yet finished were choked in his throat. The principal hurried forward. Chief Engineer Li, don't worry. I just looked at their information. This mecha is equipped with simple weapons and equipment, so it should be able to handle actual combat scenarios. Neural synchronization 100%, physical delay 0.02 seconds. A mechanical sound came into Liu Xiangwei's ears. Then she clenched her fist, and the mecha in the actual combat field, not far away, immediately clenched its right hand into a fist and quickly punched the attack equipment on the side. Bang! Boom! The loud noise immediately made everyone present nervous. At the same time, the high-definition cameras on the scene immediately captured this amazing operation. Next second, the host's voice quickly echoed throughout the entire venue. Xingtian Heavy Loader. Second mode is to transform into the Xingtian Heavy Mecha. This mecha is equipped with a Gatling gun and a missile launch pod, and there is a space reserved for an energy attack cannon on the shoulder. Combined with a brain-computer interface, it can synchronously transmit the operator's thoughts and actions, and has AI assistance and learning capabilities. After disconnecting from the operator, it can autonomously respond to the on-site environment. Is this the reason for the explosive reaction on the field now? The host himself couldn't believe it. He recognized all the characters on it, but he was a little confused when they were put together. Out of professionalism, he read out the information given to him in full. But these words immediately made the audience explode. So this guy can act independently, but also be completely controlled by the controller? Oh my god, Lin Xia actually created such a horrible thing. In other words, this mecha has not only surpassed its simple mobility capabilities, but has also reached its full combat capabilities. No one cares anymore whether this thing meets the requirements of the competition. All they could imagine was this guy actually joining the army and heading onto the battlefield. When it runs into an extreme environment without stopping for a second, the host's voice sounded again. Can the Xingtian heavy armor operate in extreme temperatures ranging from -200 to -10,000 degrees Celsius? When the host read this, his entire voice changed, and it can achieve constant temperature through a sealed system. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at the big guys on the field. The big guy quickly passed through the extremely cold area in just 3 or 2 seconds. It was like going home, and he even shook off the water droplets on his body like a little animal when he got ashore. Then he plunged into the desert environment. The soles of your feet directly become ultra-wide low-pressure gears adapted to desert conditions. Then the entire mecha quickly crossed the desert and rushed into the final area. Lin Xia outside the field looked at her watch. The transformation in the middle delayed us, and the final time might be stuck at 2 minutes. Wenbo nodded calmly. It's okay, this competition is not just about time, but also about overall evaluation. After our modifications, this big guy has probably already shocked the judges. In fact, it was more than just shocking, it was a complete system crash. Everyone was so busy admiring the impact of this giant that they completely forgot about scoring and evaluating it. Until the host's voice sounded at the end. Reached the finish line, the final time was 2 minutes and 0 seconds. In a word, everyone present seemed to be in a state of pause. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. A full minute later. Call. Everyone then breathed a sigh of relief and reacted. Chief Engineer Lee ran quickly towards the finish line, followed closely by a group of expert judges. Everyone wanted to be the first to see this big guy up close. In front of the mecha, Chief Engineer Lee's face was serious. Are you Lin Xia? Lin Xia nodded, yes. Chief Engineer Lee, who asked you to study this big guy? Isn't this a loader race? Lin Xia glanced at the principal and Professor Xiang. Seeing that both of them looked embarrassed, he spoke up himself. Excuse me, Chief, is my loader safe for the people inside? Chief Engineer Lee took a look at the huge monster beside him and nodded. Lin Xia continued. Then can my home function in extreme environments? Does the loading capacity meet the requirements? Chief Engineer Lee paused for a moment. This kid, use this to block him. Not only does it meet the requirements, the loading capacity of this big guy even far exceeds that of the current heavy-duty loaders. From the perspective of the project and the watchability of the competition, his project is absolutely in line with the requirements, and far more than the students present. Not only that, from a practical perspective, this big guy is equipped with a missile launch bay and a Gatling gun, and has reserved space for many weapons and equipment. It's like a war machine. Li Xuan even thought in his heart, what if this thing was placed on the border? Then would any of those countries dare to cause trouble? The answer is definitely no. Weapon of war. A real weapon of war. You kid, the leader is asking you questions. What do you have to refute? Xiang Tianrui quickly stepped forward to protect his son. Chief Engineer Li glanced at him, and then his brows relaxed. All right, Lao Xiang, I don't intend to punish you as a student. But he looked seriously at Lin Xia in front of him. Your car must be withdrawn from the final judging of this competition. Lin Xia and Wenbo were stunned for a moment. Without waiting for the two of them to speak, Chief Engineer Li waved his hand and said, You don't have to feel wronged. With your strength, you are bullying them when compared with them. But you two little guys don't have to worry. I'll take care of your prize money and rankings. As soon as these words came out, everyone present understood immediately. Did not participate in the final selection, but was directly requisitioned. Li Xuan was actually very excited inside, but he still suppressed his excitement. If you were given time to perfect this thing and fully implement its weaponry and equipment systems, how long would it take? Lin Xia thought for a moment and said, 1 month. Li Xuan was suddenly excited. 1 month. The arms race will start in half a year. If more big guys like this were made, I can't imagine how exciting the arms race will be then. When dozens of mechas appear together, won't those old guys be scared to death? Just thinking about them makes me happy. Okay, in that case, then you guys should go find another place to complete this project. With just one sentence, everyone in the audience was shocked again. Chapter 43. Isn't this simply a dimensionality reduction attack? Just when everyone thought it was all over. Then I heard Lin Xia say silently, Actually, this is just Xingtian's basic function. With just one simple sentence, everyone present turned around. What? Basic functions? What do you mean? A strange feeling instantly swept through everyone's heart. Lin Xia looked calm and then slightly controlled the big guy beside him. The next second, there was a sound as if a trapped beast had awakened. If possible, I can demonstrate it again. Xiang Tianrui immediately panicked. What other functions are there? Why isn't it written in your RD materials? Lin Xia was very calm. I thought this was enough. This is not. He glanced at Chief Engineer Li. Li Xiaowei reacted immediately and laughed out of anger. I'm saying that you haven't even equipped yourself with weapons and equipment, but I'm not saying that your functions are incomplete. Lin Xia was stunned for a moment, then realized that she had misunderstood. Ha! If that's the case, then come on. Chief Engineer Li glanced at the principal next to him and said, Principal Su, I'll leave the cleanup to you. Su Hongchang just felt his head buzzing, nodding helplessly. Okay, come on. The group of people then dispersed and returned to the viewing seats. At this moment, the contestants who had not yet started and the ordinary students in the stand were all confused. Isn't it over? Why doesn't this have any ending? He Yuchen was even more disheartened. How can he compare with this? Such a big guy. He is almost running to tell the person in charge that he wants to withdraw from the competition. Originally, he was confident that integrating medical functions into the loader would surely astonish everyone. But now unless you come up with something more outrageous than this, it's all for nothing. Even Senior Qian Lu's flying loader and Senior Peng Xian's AI algorithm and car that scanned the road conditions in real time dominated the first half. Now compared to this thing, it's totally not enough. At this moment, he truly understood a sentence. What does it mean if we already have Liang? Why do we need you? Wrong. He can't even be Zhou Yu. Yu Chen wiped the sweat from his face and then sat back down feeling somewhat bashful. Sudden, the big guys on the field let out a heavy, low growl. The mechanical vibration sound instantly attracted everyone's attention. Then an extreme blue light emanated from his entire body. Next second, it's like a trapped beast breaking out of its cage. That guy was so bright and clear, he stood up from the spot like an onion pulled out of dry land and rushed straight into the sky. It's not mechanical friction or engine vibration, but a high-frequency whistling sound in the magnetic field. Yu Chen was completely stunned and spat out all the water he had just drunk. No, buddy, you're just testing a loader, and you're playing rocket with this? He wasn't the only one to raise questions. Instead, all the contestants in the venue had a big question mark in their heads. What are you doing? Are you still letting us live? Isn't this a perfect dimensionality reduction attack? Are you using us as a reference? Peng Xian and Qian Lu had already stopped moving, and they all stared at the sky. There's a feeling that life is terrible and there is no point in living. Now, Lu Xiangwei, who was driving the plane into the air, was extremely happy because Lin Xia installed audio equipment inside. So in a moment she took off, she was immersed in her own musical world. From the outside, everyone's perspective, I saw a huge object suddenly rushing into the sky and then diving down quickly. It's like dancing in everyone's hearts, up and down, pulling at everyone's emotions. At the same time, A majestic aura emanated from his body, permeating the entire scene. The inexplicable feeling of palpitations once made everyone think that they were attacked by some kind of creature. Finally, when everyone is almost numb, the big guy fell heavily to the ground, and the huge waves generated in an instant swept around. A 3-meter-long pit was created, shocking the entire audience. At the same time, a huge roar broke out. It was like a demonstration of a ferocious beast, resounding through heaven and earth. Everyone fell to the ground. He stood there in a daze, staring at the situation in the middle of the field, as if he had been struck by lightning. For a long while. What the hell is this power system? Is it broken? Oh my god, I have goosebumps all over my body. This isn't even a car, it's a monster. Leaping over 1,000 meters in one go, and even being able to dive and change angles so effortlessly, this is simply completely overwhelming Senior Sister Qianlu, who is the expert in aviation modification. Forget about that. Even the integration with AI is already top-notch. Everyone was deeply moved. At this moment, they finally understood what it meant to bow down to someone with strong strength. This guy truly deserves to be singled out for praise by the nation. He's simply terrifying. Although the technologies involved seem to be already available today, it is still difficult to say whether they are fully integrated and achieved to such an extreme level. It can be said that there is no company in the entire Dragon Country, or even in Blue Star, that can do it. This is what makes Lin Xia so scary. He can always achieve what no one else can do based on everyone else's experience. Now, the mecha hatch slowly opened, and the mecha goddess slowly walked out of the cabin. Lin Xia, is the test over? Lin Xia smiled and nodded, then gave a thumbs up. Well done. It fully demonstrated the performance of the mecha and pushed the atmosphere on the scene to the limit. This moment, all the experts and professors present, including Chief Engineer Li, felt their scalps tingling. This performance, this power system, this exaggerated propulsion capability. It can be said that there is no one in the entire blue planet with such superior performance. If it is equipped with a full-body weapon system, it will be a deadly weapon on the battlefield. It is definitely an existence that will make the enemy cry for their parents. Li Xuan took a deep breath. Then he quickly picked up Lin Xia's technical profile and the mecha information on the table. Principal Lao Xiang, today's competition video must be kept strictly confidential, especially Lin Xia's part. I will go back and report to my superiors. You are responsible for ensuring the confidentiality of the scene once the formalities and procedures on my side are completed. These two little guys will immediately report to me and be responsible for the research and development of heavy mechas and subsequent replenishment work. Xiang Tianrui was stunned for a moment. But they are only freshmen. Li Xuan waved his hand and said, Do you think they still need to waste their time in your school? Xiang Tianrui, I finally found a good seedling, and it's about to be snatched away. I heard that Lin Xia was recruited by Long Yu. Do I need to ask for his opinion? Chief Engineer Li waved his hand and said, Don't worry about this. I'll take care of it. As long as Lin Xia is willing, I will decide his position. After saying this, he immediately turned around and left, got into the car, and disappeared from everyone's sight. Chapter 44, he is not the only one who is in the spotlight. After Chief Engineer Li left, the rest of the competition proceeded as normal. It's just that Lin Xia's project is not included in the selection. Other projects proceed as usual. But despite this, the contestants at the scene were not very happy, but felt a little depressed, because such a result would be tantamount to slapping them in the face. It's clear that you have no right to stand with him. Yu Chen's appearance afterwards did not cause much splash. After the overall competition, Peng Xian ranked first, Qian Lu ranked second, and Yu Chen ranked third. But the two were not satisfied with the result. Principal, I don't accept it. Peng Xian stood in front of the judges' table angrily. Why didn't you include Lin Xia's loader in the competition? He's clearly in the competition too. What is the purpose of such a first? Peng Xian felt like he was about to die of frustration. Qian Lu also frowned slightly. Since we've already participated in the competition, we'll accept any outcome. If Lin Xia is eliminated, then our ranking will be inflated. Principal Su Hongchang sighed. It's not that we don't want to be graded together, it's really... He pointed at Lin Xia, who had just turned back into a car not far away. Do you really think he and you are an item? These words immediately silenced everyone present. It can be said to be a project, but it doesn't seem like it. You might not say so, but Lin Xia's mecha has max performance in all aspects. Principal, even if this is the case, we can't. Peng Xian wanted to say something. But Peng Xian was interrupted by Xiang Tianrui. His tone was slow, but with a majesty that could not be ignored. Peng Xian, there are two kinds of military honor. One is upholding the rules, and the other is breaking through the rules. You have done your best within the rules of the competition, and this honor is well-deserved. But Lin Xia's project has gone beyond the scope of a student competition. Chief Engineer Li just made a temporary application to include his results in the military's key evaluation, which is a higher level of recognition. He patted a few people on the shoulders and said, "Are you still not convinced? How about using your strength to bring him back to the same arena next time? Now just accept the honor that belongs to you. This is also recognition of your hard work." After saying this, he didn't wait for them to continue. He gave the order directly. "All are available. Stand at attention. Aim for the podium. Run and walk." The three of them accepted the award reluctantly, and at the same time planted the seeds of wanting to surpass others in their hearts. After this competition, the entire department discussed this matter for several days. It even spread throughout the entire campus at one point. Everyone was lamenting the drama of this competition. The one who did not participate in the selection was actually the best one in the whole audience. Every time Peng Xian heard this, he clenched his fists. This guy Lin Xia is simply a pervert, a complete and unbelievable person. At this time, the so-called pervert was eating in the cafeteria. Because the cafeteria aunt gave him the wrong dish, he kept picking out coriander. Coriander, cilantro, is truly a taboo for mankind. I wish this thing didn't exist in the world. Lin Xia continued to pick seriously while complaining. As for the result of the game, he didn't care much at all. It is enough for him to complete the system tasks. The ranking is not a big requirement for him. What's more, we have also received the recognition from Chief Engineer Li, which is more meaningful than a certificate or something. Just when he was thinking about it, a few students passing by sat nearby without noticing him. Then they started discussing among themselves. Lin Xia really stole the show this time. It said that her mecha transformation instantly killed everyone present, and even Chief Engineer Li's expression changed. He's truly amazing. Since he enrolled, he's been working on several projects that have been so obscure, and then surprisingly, they've been amazing. You know what? I really pissed off Mr. Peng, but there's nothing I can do. After all, everyone speaks based on their strength. But from my perspective, it's really nothing. They're just trapped by the project requirements. Lin Xia's mecha also meets the requirements, but his ideas are more unconventional. Everyone nodded. Speaking of which, I feel like there might be some big news coming out soon, sophomore year. Everyone became curious. It seems that Liu Shihua's project has overcome its difficulties and is expected to be launched soon. Everyone was shocked. Are you talking about the photon radar project? It's said to be the technology that will usher in the 6G era. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Once this news comes out, it will probably overshadow Lin Xia's matter. A few people were chatting and laughing, not knowing that Lin Xia was sitting 10 meters away from them. When he heard the discussion, he just curled his lips and showed no emotion at all. He doesn't care what other people think, because he completed the system task, and now his points have reached 100 points. And after his points exceeded 100 this time, his system upgraded its functions. That is to show the project results in front of more people and win everyone's emotions. Then you will get more corresponding points. In other words, he may have to complete more impressive projects in the future. This discussion won't have much impact on him now. But his chopsticks suddenly paused. Then he turned his head quickly, as if he realized something. What did you say? Liu Xiangwei's project is about to produce results. Several people turned back in horror. You were here the whole time? Lin Xia didn't care about that. I'm asking you a question. Has Liu Xiangwei's project produced any results? One of them stammered, "Yeah, it seems like this week. I heard the school has officially submitted it. I think you're going to be outshined." The man couldn't help but say something, but he immediately realized that something was wrong after he said it. "Well, that's not what I meant." Lin Xia waved her hands and didn't care at all. At the same time, the blue panel in front of him displayed. Point plus 10. Holy shit, is there such a thing? Lin Xia was immediately excited. This was truly a pleasant surprise. It was at this time, Lin Xia, suddenly, An exceptionally pleasant voice came from the front door. Then, a girl with neat short hair and a bright smile on her face walked in. Is she the school beauty? Oh my God, the beauty of the department is still so beautiful and relaxed. Wow, I still remember the beauty's mecha outfit so clearly. She was like my goddess. Lu Xiangwei quickly walked through the crowd and headed straight towards Lin Xia with bright eyes. The people nearby were jealous. Lin Xia, our project is almost finished. Lin Xia was delighted. It seemed to be true. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, our project would still be in a dead end. Lu Xiangwei's words immediately surprised the people around him. No, buddy? Does this concern you too? Several people looked at the two with wide eyes. Lu Xiangwei said to himself, let's go, don't eat here. Our team members are treating you to a meal. It's just right for you to take a look at the area in the technical paper where your name is added. Are you satisfied? If that doesn't work, we'll adjust it on the spot. Do you want to add your name? Is your contribution so great? Those who often do scientific research know that the names of researchers are very important. It's not something you can add casually. However, judging from what the department beauty said, Lin Xia played a key role in this project. At this moment, everyone once again felt that their worldviews were refreshed. Chapter 45, An Encounter with the Old Military Chief. Lin Xia wasn't really interested in whether to add a name or not. But I do have some interest in what they said about getting involved in the 6G field. He looked down at the food in his bowl. Really? Okay then. What do you want to eat? No matter what you eat, don't put coriander in it. You really can't do this. A group of people just watched as the school beauty left the cafeteria with Lin Xia, smiling. Oh my God, there really is a difference between this person and others. This guy is simply a winner in life. With a flower in my left hand and a project in my right hand, I'm definitely living the life of a leading man. Everyone sighed. Inside the laboratory, Lin Xia looked at their documents carefully. It's really good. Both the theoretical data and the experiments are relatively successful. Senior Lu, this project should be completed in the next 2 or 3 days, right? Lu Xue paused slightly. Why did this guy suddenly call him senior sister? For some reason, she felt a little uncomfortable. But since there were so many people around, I didn't pay much attention to it. That's the direction you gave me, isn't it? The others nodded in agreement. Even before you gave us this direction, we had already tried hundreds of other approaches, but we never succeeded. When Xiang Wei mentioned this direction, our eyes lit up. He truly deserves to be someone that even Professor Xiang values. Lin Xia, you are so amazing. Although they're all seniors who are older than Lin Xia. But at this moment, these few people look more like little fans. Lin Xia was also very happy. Photonic radar and 6G use shared spectrum resources for communications, and distributed collaborative sensing can be achieved through a cellular-free architecture. At this rate, it will probably only take 1 or 2 years for our dragon country to launch 6G. Lu Xiangwei was extremely happy. It's almost there. It should be a small-scale experiment at first. After a few months or half a year, when we're sure there are no problems, it will probably be launched throughout dragon country. When 6G started, we were considered the father and mother of 6G. Ha! For a moment, the whole laboratory was filled with laughter. That night, for a one-stop service of eating, drinking, and having fun, a group of people changed into casual clothes and went outside the school. Lu Xiangwei specially booked the entire theater to thank Lin Xia. By the end, the group of people were all a little drunk. Just when Lin Xia was about to leave, Lu Xiangwei, who was caught up, grabbed him. Lin Xia. Her face was flushed and her eyes were blurred. Lin Xia's heart was beating fast after seeing this. What are you doing? Lu Xiangwei rushed over and hugged his arm, and immediately a warm feeling swept over his arm. I heard you're leaving school. Lin Xia's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that Chief Engineer Li had said this last time. This is not decided yet. Lu Xiangwei looked at him dazedly. Can you please stop calling me senior sister? Lin Xiang, what does this mean? If not call me senior sister, what should I call me? Lin Xia carefully supported her and then quickly called her friends. However, those people were also very drunk. One of the girls who was still relatively sober said, she'll definitely get criticized if she goes back in this state. Take her back to the house near the school. She rented one. As they were talking, they sent Lin Xia an address. Without waiting for Lin Xia to speak, the girl moved the others one by one. I'll leave Lu Xiangwei to you. I'll be responsible for contacting these others and sending them back. Lin Xia was anxious, but It's inappropriate at this time of night, isn't it? But unfortunately, Lu Xiangwei was completely unconscious at this time. As a last resort, he could only pick the child up horizontally and hailed a taxi. He only discovered this when he arrived at the community. This is actually a famous high-end residential area in the area. Good boy, I don't know which family this young lady is from. He carefully carried her inside. However, when they got to the door, she didn't even wait for him to find the key to open it. Then I saw the door open from the inside. Is my old son back? An elderly couple came towards us. The two men looked at the person in Lin Xia's arms, and their smiles froze on their faces. In the room, Lu Xiangwei had already gone into the bedroom to sleep, leaving Lin Xia alone to face this extremely intimidating old leader. He didn't expect it either. Lu Xiangwei's father turned out to be the head of a military region. Although his rank was unclear, Lin Xia clearly remembered seeing this man's face at a press conference. Although he has retired, it is obvious that the pressure that only belongs to the superior is still there. Project Party? Are you a member of her team? Lu Jianwei's face was serious. Lin Xia shook her head. No. Lu Jianwei's expression suddenly turned ugly. No? Lin Xia quickly said, although it's not, it helped them solve a problem. Lu Jianwei's brows relaxed slightly, but the pressure around him still did not dissipate. Are you having dinner tonight for the project? Of course he knew about the project, and that was why the old couple came tonight. But what they never expected was that when they opened the door, they saw their daughter in the arms of another man. And this man didn't seem to be someone they knew. The old couple immediately became alert. Lin Xia just happened to walk into the trap. Don't get me wrong, Chief. Her friends are also drunk. Let's send them off separately. I'll be responsible for sending her back, and the same goes for the others. After hearing this, the pressure around Lu Jianhui eased slightly. What's your name? How old are you? Lin Xia answered truthfully. Sir Lin Xia, I'm 19 years old. Just a freshman. Lu Jianhui smacked his lips. Lin Xia. Why does he feel that this name is familiar? Did you research silicon carbide radar? Some time ago, this thing caused a huge stir internationally. Even now, the Americans are a little depressed. Losing the game didn't matter to them, but losing to Dragon Country. They still lost to this new technology, and they felt really depressed. I even heard that in recent times, scientific researchers from all walks of life have gathered to conduct targeted research on this technology of manhwa. When he thought of this, Lu Jianhui immediately became happy. Ha ha ha, it turns out it's you, kid. He slapped Lin Xia on the shoulder. Well done, little brat. Do you know how much of a stir your silicon carbide radar has caused? Those Eagle guys are so pissed. Lu Jianhui is a person who loves talents. Then, this was the scene Lu's mother saw when she came out. The old man who had been sitting upright and dignified before was now chatting with the young people in high spirits. And greet yourself. Old woman, do you know who this is? This is Lin Xia. This guy is the one who developed the silicon carbide radar. Lu's mother's eyes suddenly lit up. Ah, it's him. I heard that this project has caused headaches for many countries across the entire blue planet. Haha, what did you think? I didn't expect this little guy to be so young. Lu Jianhui seemed to have discovered treasure. He held Lin Xia and kept talking. From the current predicament to the international situation, and finally to the cutting-edge technology, aliens, and so on. The old leader had a wide range of interests, and by the end of the conversation, even Lin Xia was a little overwhelmed. It was his wife Hong Lan who scolded him. All right, let the kids go now. If they don't leave, the dormitory will be closed. Only then did Lu Jianhui let Lin Xia leave with a look of reluctance. Oh my, this kid has a great future. His ideas and thoughts are far superior to those of us old guys, and he's even better than our Xiaowei. No wonder Xiaowei asked him for advice on her project. This little guy can basically leave her behind by several blocks without any problem. Chapter 46. Secondment to the Northern Arms Factory. TV interview. The next day at noon, when Lin Xia met Lu Xiangwei again, several hours had passed. Thank you for last night. I heard that you were the one who brought me back. When his old man talked about how someone else carried him back, Lu Xiangwei's cheeks felt hot. Lin Xia smiled. It's okay, you're welcome. Lu Xiangwei took a step closer to him. You saw my father? Not knowing the details of the meeting between the two, Lu Xiangwei was actually a little worried. For some reason, she was actually a little worried about the impression Lin Xia would leave on her father. Lin Xia's memories flashed back quickly. The old leader is a very nice person. We had a very pleasant chat. Lu Xiangwei heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. My dad rarely chats with others. He's a stubborn old man. Lin Xia smiled and said nothing more. What a stubborn old man. It's simply because his position and rank are too high, and no one dares to talk to him on the same level. By the way, Lin Xia, I heard you're leaving? When? Lin Xia was about to speak when a message came on her phone. It was sent to Xiang Tianrui. Office, come quickly. Lin Xia pointed to her phone and said, Sorry, Professor Xiang, I have to go. Lu Xiangwei nodded. Okay, then go quickly. After seeing him leave, Lu Xiangwei replied to his father's message. Okay, I don't have time to play chess with an old man like you. Message from Dad, disappointed. Office of the Academic Affairs Office. Xiang Tianrui held a transfer paper. What Chief Engineer Li said last time has come down. Take a look. Lin Xia took the document and took a look at it. It turned out to be about the project position of Xingtian Heavy Mecha. Chief Engineer Li means that we still have to respect your personal wishes. What do you think? Lin Xia. Has there been such an example before? How did the school handle it? Xiang Tianrui shook his head. No. In the past, teachers were the most likely to serve as project chief engineers. But in this case, they are either transferred or seconded. As a student, you are the first one. Normally, it won't affect your subsequent employment. You can even enter the national service and start working early. But, Lin Xia, but there's no way to keep your student status here. Xiang Tianrui nodded and said, At present, the school can't come up with a better solution. One option is to retain your student status and wait for you to return to continue your courses after the project is completed. The other option is to directly transfer your file. After all, for you, this doesn't affect anything. Teacher, should we choose secondment? Lin Xia felt that neither of these two methods was good. Xiang Tianrui's eyes lit up. Wait a moment, I'll make a call. He quickly dialed the principal's number and then quickly called Chief Engineer Li. After the communication was completed, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, they all agreed. Second, directly from Cust, complete this project, and then come back anytime to complete your studies. Xiang Tianrui breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to lose such a great treasure. For now, this is the best solution. Lin Xia also smiled. Then is Wenba coming with me? Xiang Tianrui nodded. It depends on your needs. If you think it is necessary, take him with you. If not, you can go by yourself. Lin Xia thought about it. After all, he was involved. I chose him to go with me. By the way, your departure is scheduled for a week later. There is a TV interview tomorrow. You can come with me to participate. Xiang Tianrui said. Lin Xia was startled. What TV station is interviewing me? Me? He was a little nervous. After all, he had never participated in one. Xiang Tianrui smiled and said, Military channel, there's something about silicon carbide radar. Isn't it already public now? Let's make a popular science content about it. Don't worry about anything else. Just follow me. I'll handle most of the details, so don't worry. After leaving the teacher's building, Lin Xia finally breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, it's not that he doesn't want to take up the job directly, but he is a little worried. He hasn't fully understood all the functions of the system yet. If I leave the school environment, will the system task not be triggered? To be on the safe side, he decided to serve in both positions. After all, it didn't matter where he served as a soldier, as long as it didn't interfere with his work. The next day, he put on formal military uniform and followed Xiang Tianrui to the TV station. Be interviewed. This is an interview program. And it was not just broadcast on this channel, but on all channels, so there were not only people from the military channel that day. Even the most influential host nowadays, Tang Anhui, who is known as the National Peony Flower, came. Hello, Professor Xiang. Please come in. Tang Anhui greeted him with a smile on her face. There's still half an hour until the official show, so I'll just go over the script with you guys. Xiang Tianrui nodded, then followed with Lin Xia. However, the strange thing is, the system, which had been inactive for several days, suddenly started up. Hidden missions are now being issued. Help the country uncover spies, crush the Eagle Saw spy plan, and be rewarded with AI kinetic interceptor missiles to solve the interception problem of hypersonic weapons. Lin Xia's eyes suddenly widened. What the hell? Spy? He didn't even have time to study the system rewards. The word spy immediately confused him. He looked around. Isn't this a TV station? Where did the spy come from? And aren't the tasks issued by the system this time too hardcore? In the past, I would read books for a month and disassemble a gun 100 times. This time, it has escalated to this level. But can he just ignore it? Obviously impossible. But who's this spy? His eyes moved back and forth among the people around him. Teacher Xiang? Unlikely. He's been a professor at Hkust for many years. This is a military university, and everyone knows how strict the review process is. His gaze was fixed on Tang Anhui, the peony flower walking in front. Is this the host? He suddenly felt his head buzzing. This person is the host of CCTV and has even participated in many important national gala projects. She's actually a spy? At this moment, looking at the woman's smiling face, he suddenly became hypocritical. Fortunately, he was glad that he came along today, otherwise he would not be able to trigger this hidden task. Teacher, can you show me the script? Now that I know the person in front of me is a ghost, I have to think carefully about the questions I answer. After all, he has no evidence now, and there is no way to find out directly. Xiang Tianrui handed the thing to him without thinking. Lin Xia looked at the core issues above, her brows furrowing. He quickly deleted it with a pen and handed it to the director beside him. These questions involve confidentiality and cannot be answered. Chapter 47, Spy Blue Ocean Plan. The director nodded. After all, it was a military interview, and they were more likely to follow the interviewee's wishes. Okay, let's adjust the problem now. Seeing this, Lin Xia breathed a sigh of relief. Tang Anhui, who was sitting opposite, smiled broadly. Don't be nervous, young comrade. Although the interview will be long, it will only be about basic questions. Just treat it as a casual chat. Lin Xia smiled without saying anything, thinking to herself that what I'm nervous about is not the interview, but you, a female ghost. The following is the full interview. Lin Shidu kept a close eye on every question. Whenever Tang Anhui asked a question beyond the script, he would interrupt her without waiting for Xiang Tianrui to speak. This made Xiang Tianrui a little confused. After finishing, he said seriously, "What happened to you today? Why do you keep interrupting me?" The director said it would be difficult to edit later. Lin Xia didn't know how to answer this question. If he just said it directly without any evidence, no one would believe him. He really couldn't think of a better solution at the moment. Teacher, I think we should not talk about the specific exploration parameters if we can. After all, the relevant work is still under construction, and you know this. Keep it secret. This is the first thing I learned when I came to Hkust. Only then did Xiang Tianrui relax his brows a little. You're right, but it just made host Tang look a little embarrassed, huh? Lin Xia waved her hand and said, it's okay. She's a professional host. She has the professionalism to back her up. There will definitely be no problem. Xiang Tianrui nodded. Okay, then let's go back. The two stood up and were about to leave. Tang Anhui walked in with a smile on her face. Professor Xiang, Comrade Lin Xia. I just got off work. Is there any chance I can treat you guys to dinner? My mother was so happy when she heard that I was interviewing you today. Tang Anhui's mother is a professor and vice president of a military hospital. Lin Xia complained in her heart. Such a good family actually raised such a scum. I wonder how her mother felt when she knew that her daughter was a spy. Sorry, we still have some work to do. Maybe next time, huh? Next time. Xiang Tianrui was really tired. Send the two away. Tang Anhui, who was standing there, suddenly changed her expression. I finally got this interview opportunity, and the interviewee is the little guy who dealt a heavy blow to Eagle Sauce last time. She had thought she could get something more useful out of it. But I never expected that there was nothing useful at all. And that little thing called Lin Xia is too vigilant. He is even more vigilant than his own teacher. Tang Anhui couldn't help but snort coldly. Then he took out his backup phone and sent a message to the person above him named Luca Foster. We have gained initial trust. At the same time, on the other side, Lin Xia returned to the dormitory and thought about it for a long time, not knowing how to start. It even made him suffer from insomnia. If you report it directly, it is very likely to alert the enemy. But if we just ignore it, that won't work. But what method should be used? As a student, he really has no experience in this area. It was not until 2 or 3 in the middle of the night that he suddenly thought of Liu Xiangwei's father, the old chief. Senior, are you asleep? Unexpectedly, the other party replied within seconds. No? What's wrong? What's going on so late? Lin Xia thought for a moment and asked, Can I see the old leader again? Liu Xiangwei stood up suddenly. What do you mean? Meet her dad? No way. Another one trying to get close to me, right? Liu Xiangwei suddenly felt that he might have misjudged the person. After all, she had seen many people like this before. Many people choose to date her only after knowing her father's identity. She thought Lin Xia was different, but now, at the moment, she still replied, "Sure, he will come over to bring me food tomorrow afternoon. If you are free, just come with me." Lin Xia replied immediately, "Okay, no problem." The next afternoon, Lin Xia was waiting downstairs of the girls' dormitory early. When he saw Lu Xiangwei coming out, he immediately looked happy. "What do you mean? Has the old commander arrived?" Lu Xiang frowned slightly. "Tell me, what on earth do you want to see my dad for?" Seeing Lin Xia's happy expression, she felt a little unhappy. "But because of my good impression of him, I still plan to take him there." Lin Xia didn't know what to say, so she could only smile and say, "I have a question for you, old leader. Don't worry, it won't take too long. I can treat you to a meal afterwards." Lu Xiangwei snorted coldly. "I don't care. Okay, get in the car." The car drove all the way to the community, and the two didn't say a word during this time. Lin Xia was upset because she had something on her mind, while Lu Xiangwei was a little unhappy. After arriving at the place, Lu Jianhui's face was full of joy. "Oh, Xiaolin is here. As soon as I heard that Xiaolin wanted to play chess with me, I came right away. Haha, let's go, Xiaolin. I've got the chessboard ready." Lu Jianhui simply ignored his daughter and pulled Lin Xia towards the study. Unlike last time, Lin Xia did not refuse this time. Lu Xiangwei was speechless for a while, but she didn't say much. In the study, Lin Xia was playing chess while pondering how to ask this question. After a long while, Lu Jianhui also felt it. He stopped playing chess. Absent-minded, something on your mind? Or do you not want to accompany an old man like me? Lu Jianhui is not an ordinary person. He can see through people like Lin Xia at a glance. Lin Xia simply didn't hesitate and nodded. "Commander, I have something I want to ask you." "Speak." "You said that for the enemy we've already discovered, should we take advantage of the situation and expose them directly, or use other methods to lure the enemy deeper and continue our investigation?" After all, he had no idea how complicated the relationship behind this woman was. And we don't know whether the country is aware of it or not, in case of alerting the enemy. However, he also needed to complete the task assigned by the system, so he was caught in a dilemma for a while. Lu Jianhui glanced at the chessboard and said, "Of course, it's to lure the enemy deeper into our territory and thwart their plans. Of course, this assumes that the enemy hasn't discovered that I've been exposed." Lin Xia nodded and said directly, "Old chief, I won't hide it from you anymore. I found a suspected spy." In one word, the entire study fell into deathly silence. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds later, Lu Jianhui finally realized that Lin Xia was not lying. "Tell me in detail what you found." Lin Xia, "But I have no evidence, just some guesses." Lu Jianhui waved his hand. "It's okay, we are not at work now, just chatting casually. It won't lead to any responsibility." Lin Xia nodded. "It's like this. Chapter 48, Why Not Take Advantage of the Situation?" Lin Xia briefly stated her guess. To his surprise, Lu Jianhui did not doubt it. Instead, he immediately became serious. "What you've said is still speculation and not enough to convict her. And most importantly, we don't know whether the relevant parties knew about it or not. And I don't know what the ultimate goal of this stinky rat is. Knowing this will help us come up with a more comprehensive response." Lin Xia nodded. "That's what I mean, but if I report it directly to the school, there's a chance they won't believe it, and the matter will immediately become a big deal, which could lead to the loss of key factors later on." Of course, he said these are all possibilities. After all, he doesn't know a lot of things. Lu Jianhui said goodbye. "All right, leave this matter to me. I'll go and communicate first, and I'll tell you when I have news." At the same time, just when Lin Xia was still worried, Tang Anhui was sitting in a coffee shop openly with a foreign man. "Luca Foster, recently, the country's latest hypersonic weapons have reached the final stage. What we need is the exact data from the Dragon Country. To what extent is their overall detection system, Skynet Central, deeply interconnected? In addition to the 15,000 kilometers of data from the previous competition, we also need more specific and accurate experimental data. If possible, you should try to get in touch with this guy named Lin Xia. One is for the release of this hypersonic weapon, and the other is to serve as a reference for the future update of our THAAD system. If the data is accurate, we can avenge our previous defeat and quickly break Dragon Country's current technological lead in the world. We might even be able to implement a technological blockade. In today's world situation, there is one Eagle Sauce, one Dragon Country, and the other is the Russian bear. The Three Kingdoms period was extremely delicate. Any drastic action by one side could potentially disrupt the current balance. Moreover, this imbalance is exactly what the Americans want. Only when imbalance occurs will they have the opportunity to plunder and reap. They must take this step ahead of Manhwa. The newly developed hypersonic weapons and the upcoming sixth-generation aircraft are their opportunities. They attach great importance to this. Complete this mission and ensure that our Eagle Sauce successfully returns to the world's #1 position. And you can return home, said Luca Foster. Tang Anhui was instantly delighted. Really? Luca Foster nodded. Yes, I've already told the higher-ups. But in fact, there is nothing at all. Tang Anhui nodded immediately. Okay, don't worry, I'll go find that guy today and see if I can get some more information out of him. If it doesn't work out, there's still a second episode. I'll apply to the station. It's currently being discussed by various countries, and the Dragon Nation won't miss any opportunity to publicize it. She said this as if she was not a Dragon countryman at all. Luca Foster nodded. Okay, that's it. There's less than a week left until the final press conference. We need to get the data back as soon as possible. Tang Anhui nodded and left the cafe first. When she came outside, she immediately found the phone number she had left during the interview that day. Hello, is this Lin Xia? This in the phone. Lin Xia looked at the national security personnel, Zhou Yong and Lu Jianhui, beside her with a nervous look on her face. It's okay, just follow what she says. Lin Xia nodded. I am. Tang Anhui immediately smiled and said, the station said they're still short of some material for that day's interview. I wonder if Comrade Xiaolin has time. Shall we find a place to refill? Lin Xia. Sure, you can choose the place and just send it to my phone. Hang up the phone. How about it? Should I go? Go, and Zhou Yong nodded. We've actually been keeping an eye on this woman for a while now, but she's been quiet. Furthermore, according to our investigation, the forces behind her are incredibly complex and far-reaching, and there's more to it than meets the eye. And they've been so active lately. It seems like they've received a mission from above. Lin Xia nodded. If I'm not mistaken, they're focusing on things like hypersonic speed and interception. Is there anything new coming out soon? Eagle Sauce? Lu Jianhui shook his head. That's probably the case. And their exploration this time must have something to do with the sixth-generation aircraft. Zhou Yong confirmed their speculation. That's true. One reason is that they are upgrading their hypersonic weapons, and they certainly don't want anyone's interception system to be able to intercept them. They want to take advantage of the current economic tensions in various countries to play a good card and reap the benefits of other countries. This is the same reason why they're frantically inciting war in various countries. Their ultimate goal is to reap the rewards and establish a favorable position. Seeing the shock caused by the last clairvoyance radar, they will definitely not let this trend continue to prevail. Although there are big events happening in the international arena every day, in fact, many times some small, subtle changes are enough to stir up the entire vast ocean. Lu Jianhui said seriously, What do you mean now? Our specific data must not be disclosed. Except for the data from the previous air race. All other data must be kept confidential. I think I should expose myself proactively. Lin Xia murmured. These words immediately made the two people opposite turn around. What's the meaning? Lin Xia slowly raised her head. What if I say that we can solve the hypersonic interception problem in one go? Why not let them release the news first? When they come out and show it, we can catch them all in one fell swoop. Give them a complete slap in the face. Zhou Yong. But as we all know, hypersonic weapons have become a disaster in defense. Compared with ballistic missiles, HGVs fly at a lower altitude. Coupled with the curvature of the blue planet, the current interception situation is not high enough, not low enough. Lu Jianhui nodded. This is different from the problem encountered with ballistic missiles. Lin Xia nodded. I know that. This is also the reason why the Eagle Sauce THAAD is constantly trying to break into new technologies. The offense and defense issues are always in a game. They want to be on top of the world, and I suspect that's also the reason this time. In that case, if they want to gain an advantage at this point in time, then we will let them. Then at the moment when they are at their peak and most proud, a single blow strikes, completely bringing them to the bottom. These words immediately silenced everyone present. After a long while, Zhou Yong stood up and said, I need to ask my superiors for instructions. He walked away quickly. After a while, he came back in a hurry. He glanced around the entire room and said, The higher-ups have agreed. But you, Lin Xia, You need to come up with something to solve the interception problem as soon as possible. Lin Xia nodded. Don't worry, the day the spy is caught will be the day my new technology will appear. Lu Jianhui was slightly stunned and couldn't help but admire in his heart that this kid really has some courage. In that case, then you can go to the appointment. The National Security Bureau will be nearby. Go with peace of mind. We will be monitoring you the entire time. Just then, Lin Xia received a restaurant location on her mobile phone. 8 o'clock in the evening, Sky Garden. Chapter 49, The Fish is in the Net. That night, Tang Anhui dressed up early for the appointment. As soon as we arrived at the place, all kinds of equipment were placed in advance. We must capture this kid tonight. When Lin Xia arrived around 8 o'clock, Tang Anhui, wearing a red dress, was already waiting in the private room. Lin Xia, you're finally here. I've already ordered the food for you. Lin Xia smiled awkwardly. Why was this woman dressing herself up like a turkey? Then, without waiting for Lin Xia to think about it carefully, Tang Anhui started pouring him wine as soon as she came up. You're a grown man now. It's okay to have a few drinks. Today's work is secondary. I just admire you guys who are engaged in scientific research. We have to have a good drink today. As he spoke, he deliberately moved towards Lin Xia. The whole hot body immediately pressed against him. However, Lin Xia clearly saw a red light the size of a needle flashing from the bag next to her. Then the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he grabbed the woman's arm. Can't you wait? Tang Anhui was stunned for a moment, and a hint of disgust flashed across her eyes. She hates Asians the most, and noble white men are more suitable for her. But now she was completing her mission, and someone was watching from the other side. Thinking of this, she immediately smiled. Lin Xia, I brought all the questions I want to ask. Let's get started now. It's public data anyway, but since we're not professionals, it's best to double-check with you. This way, the report won't be of low quality. While asking, he mixed in some of the questions. Little boys like this would be confused after just a few random words. Lin Xia nodded. I understand, go ahead and ask. I can't make you dizzy, I don't believe Lin. At the same time, the other side of the camera, Luca Foster and his technical staff were waiting early, prepared to record and return data synchronously. Because they are worried that the data may be intercepted, their equipment will provide timely feedback. As for analyzing the data, there are plenty of people in the laboratory in the US to do it. Soon, Tang Anhui, what is the highest thermal conductivity we can achieve for this material? Lin Xia said without hesitation. Currently, it is twice that of silicon. In fact, it has reached 4 times. Tang Anhui. So, is the detection range really 1,500 kilometers? Lin Xia smiled and said, actually, it was less than 1,000 kilometers. After all, the maximum beyond visual range that day was only 1,000 kilometers. It must have been enough to shock the eagle sauce. Tang Anhui smiled and thought that students are easy to fool and will answer whatever is asked. If we keep asking like this, the Americans will definitely be able to calculate the specific data quickly and make innovations based on this. When the Eagle Sauce releases the latest round of news about hypersonic weapons, only the Dragon Kingdom will be dumbfounded. Then let's continue. At this time, the national security comrades next door are holding on tightly. Zhou Yong closely monitored every word they said. Fortunately, I asked Lin Xia to adjust the data beforehand. Now, immediately, track down their base camp. While we're talking, locate it, lock it on, and then we'll catch them all. Lu Jianhui, standing by, said sternly, remember not to leak the news of their arrest. Once their base camp is successfully located, we will continue to take over their communication channels and continue to transmit false data. Remember, you must confuse Eagle Sauce's vision. Zhou Yong nodded. Don't worry, old leader, this one will definitely be fine. Just a moment. By the time the conversation over there is almost over, the positioning here has also been completed synchronously. All right, now everyone move out. At Zhou Yong's command, national security personnel immediately rushed out. That night, nearly 3,000 people were arrested in an industrial park in City D. The control data and technical content that have not yet been transmitted include nearly tens of thousands of copies. Among them are the clairvoyance data and Longhua hypersonic missile data being transmitted. The data was immediately synchronized to Goen for internal review. The information that meets the requirements of this bait will continue to be transmitted, and the information that does not meet the requirements will be immediately retrieved. At the same time, Tang Anhui on this side looked at Lin Xia, who was completely drunk, and smiled with satisfaction. "Oh, little thing, I thought you were so smart. If I don't eat something, I'll go bald." She slowly straightened her clothes and walked away from Lin Xia. "Now I can go back to my country, back to the land I love." The few years she spent here were truly the most painful years for her. Thinking of this, she casually dialed Luca Foster's number. "How's it going? Have you memorized all the data?" But what followed was not the familiar voice of Luca Foster. Instead, after a beep, the call was hung up. Immediately following, the door to the private room opened. Zhou Yong walked in quickly with a group of men in black. National security is on a mission. Tang Anhui was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted. "Sorry, you must have made a mistake. I'm a host of the main station, and I was just having dinner with a guest I was interviewing." She pointed at Lin Xia beside her. However, the moment she turned around, she saw Lin Xia slowly straightening up. "Ms. Tang." Tang Anhui's eyes were bloodshot. "Are you pretending to be drunk?" Lin Xia stood up cheerfully. "Sorry, I can drink a lot. 2 or 3 people usually can't get me drunk." As for beauty, he deliberately looked her up and down with an unfriendly look. "Your appearance is even worse. It's beyond my aesthetic standards." Tang Anhui was furious. You little bastard, don't go too far. Why are you arresting me? What evidence do you have?" Zhou Yong grabbed something from her bag and said, "Ms. Tang, you are really too anxious. If we are not so anxious, it will be really difficult to find the base camp of these people. The disguise is so good that the company behind this organization has even been operating in Longwa for more than 10 years. This time was finally uprooted. Seeing that the situation was ruined, Tang Anhui simply stopped pretending. It doesn't matter. The news has already spread. Besides, I'm an American citizen. You can't do anything to me." She believed that Luca Foster would definitely save her. He had promised to let her return home after completing this mission, and he would definitely not break his promise. Lin Xia snorted coldly. "Are you still waiting for those people to rescue you?" Tang Anhui's heart skipped a beat. "How'd he know?" She pretended to be calm and said, No, definitely not. Luca Foster is so good, he will definitely not be caught. Besides, it's useless for you to arrest me now. The technical information has already been leaked. I'm afraid it's already Eagle sauce now." She became a little crazy. Lin Xiao's heart skipped a beat when she saw this. "You come from a family of scholars. Your parents sent you abroad to study so you could learn and serve your country, not to be brainwashed in a few short years." Tang Anhui snorted coldly. "That's where true freedom lies. That's where my lofty ideals will be realized. You people just don't understand. Take him away. This guy is really hopeless." Lin Xia said speechlessly. Chapter 50. Eagle Sauce is about to become a joke. "How's it going? Did you catch them all?" Zhou Yong nodded. "I'll have someone send you and the old leader back. The workload tonight is a bit heavy. I'll go and keep an eye on it." Lin Xia nodded. "Okay, please let me know when the results come out." "Okay," Zhou Yong said. Lin Xia and Lu Jianwei got into the car in silence. It seems like a simple arrest mission, but in fact it is a huge international spy organization that has been entrenched for many years. Even though he knew that there were many spies from other countries in Long Country, when he actually saw them, he still couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. These guys are so omnipresent. Lu Jianhui slammed his fist on the seat. Lin Xia comforted the old leader. "It's okay. It's a good thing it was discovered. Otherwise the technology would have been transmitted. Add to that the cracking and reverse sanctions, and our dragon country is in real trouble in the hypersonic field. Even though we still have ballistic missiles, the significance of hypersonic weapons lies in rapid global response. It can make up for the shortcomings of ballistic missiles, such as long preparation time, fixed trajectory, and slow speed of strategic bombers. In the future international hegemony, perhaps a nuclear war won't happen so soon, but it's hard to say about other wars. And judging from the actions of the U.S. Eagle Sauce that are constantly dragging various countries into the water, they can't wait for the new season to start." Lu Jianwei nodded. "It's a good thing these guys are anxious, otherwise I really don't know if we can catch them all tonight. It probably won't be long before the Eagle Sauce reacts." Lin Xia nodded. At the same time, the system interface lights up successfully. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the spy strike mission and successfully crushing the spy plan. You are now rewarded with AI, kinetic interceptor, missile technical data, and comprehensive overall blueprint information. Following a mechanical sound. In just a moment, countless pieces of information flashed before Lin Xia's eyes. Sky Eye and Sky Shield combined dual systems, quantum radar, and infrared composite detection technology, electromagnetic rail-launched kinetic interceptor. Lin Xia felt relieved immediately. It seems that the relevant tasks can be put on the process. Lu Jianhui, who was standing by, also said, Shaolin, have you made any progress on the hypersonic interception problem you mentioned? Lin Xia nodded heavily. The core technical information and drawings have been released. I'll go back and report to the school right away. If everything goes well, I think we can set up a relevant research team within the next 2 days. Lu Jianhui's eyes widened. So fast. Could it be that you have thought of this step a long time ago? Lu Jianhui was surprised. How much does this little guy have in his head that others don't have? Lin Xia smiled, scratched his head, and said nothing. However, once this matter starts, it will take half a month to a month no matter how we recruit people. The secondment to the Northern Arsenal will be delayed. At this time, overseas, an experimental base of the Eagle Sauce. Report to the commander, all the data from Dragon Country has been transmitted. Mathis nodded. How? Based on real-time comparative analysis, we will need some time to carry out targeted optimization, especially targeting their silicon carbide radar detection range and reaction speed. Mats nodded. What level can we expect to achieve? Can we surpass the Dragon Kingdom and the Bear? Become the best in the field? He doesn't want any of the others except the first one, as they don't have much meaning. His next global plan requires a huge gimmick. A gimmick that is enough to make the Eagle Sauce completely explode in a certain field so that those hesitant guys can feel at ease to join the Eagle Sauce field. The chief technical engineer took a document and said, take a look at this. According to the data, although Longwa's silicon carbide radar is powerful, it has shortcomings in heat dissipation efficiency. Our optimized fluoride cooling system can cover this weakness. In the next 5 years, they will need at least 3 iterations to break through this bottleneck. Rock frowned. But the information about the hypersonic glide vehicle trajectory change algorithm is so complete, it seems like it was given to us on purpose. Mattis interrupted him. Even if there's a trap, as long as we release the test results first, we can seize the high ground of public opinion and get our allies to side with us. Hypersonic speeds have certain limitations, so the U.S. gained such confidence after reading the detailed technical information of China and Russia. Mattis nodded. Okay, in that case, the official test will begin in a month. In a month, I want to see our Eagle Sauce's sharp sword pierce the sky of the entire blue planet. Completely put an end to the competition in the hypersonic field. After they finished speaking, Rock, who had been silent, spoke up. Why do I feel like this thing is going too smoothly? Master looked at him and said, What? You don't trust our agents? Haven't you read all the content above? Doesn't it match what you saw on the air race battlefield? Rock shook his head. It's basically consistent, but... Master, no, but this time we must bring Longwood down completely. Rock could only swallow what he wanted to say. I hope everything goes well. The other side. Lin Xia returned to school and told what had happened in the past few days. Suddenly, Principal Su Hongchang and his tutor Xiang Tianrui were stunned. What? You caught a spy? Lin Xia nodded. To be precise, it's not one, but a whole nest. And it's not me, I'm just cooperating. But this is not the most important thing now. The most important thing is that I want to carry out research on intercepting hypersonic weapons. I hope the school can provide me with space and resources. Principal Su Hongchang glanced at Xiang Tianrui next to him. No, do you know about this? Xiang Tianrui looked directly at Lin Xia. I need half an hour to review the information. Please quickly make a list for me, including the venue, equipment, and core member requirements. The more detailed, the better. Lin Xia pulled out a document from her bag. I put together the list last night. The key points and the number of people needed are clearly marked. All we have to do is get started. What do you mean? Can the leaders coordinate? He looked at several people with bright eyes. The two finished reading Lin Xia's information. Xiang Tianrui took a deep breath and said, Lin Xia, judging from the meaning of your document, you intend for this project to compete with the air-breathing, rapid global strike hypersonic missile that the Eagle has not yet released? From what I understand, they failed, didn't they? Lin Xia nodded. Yes, we failed, but at the same time, the wildfire has started again, and this time they have our technical information. These guys are coming for us. These words immediately shocked several people present and made them break out in cold sweats. Don't worry, the information they gave you is fake and misleading. The reason for launching this project is to completely crush the Eagle Sauce's wishful thinking of dragging us down with it. And the higher-ups already know about this project. Lu Jianhui, who was following nearby, also nodded. After the operation ended last night, I shared your interception technology concept with Academician Huang. He called me back this morning and asked the school to fully support it. A professional team will be dispatched later. Su Hongchang and Xiang Tianrui were both dumbfounded. You actually found Mr. Huang? No. Master Liu, how much have you and my students done these days? Xiang Tianrui was in tears. How come he didn't know anything? Chapter 51 Speed up and start the project. That night, don't wait for the school's research to be completed. The personnel from Yinjing directly took over the entire project team. The old man in the lead, with white hair but bright spirit, glanced around the whole audience. Who is Lin Xia? Principal Su Hongchang pointed at Lin Xia, who was sitting in the corner and looked a little tired after a whole day of work. He fell asleep from exhaustion. I'll go call him now. Huang Aiguo waved his hand, then slowed down and walked forward. He gently pulled out the documents that Lin Xia had placed under her arm. He didn't believe that this was true, but he thought that good ideas should never be missed. That's why I came here specifically. However, when he actually got all the technical information, at the first second, he looked at it with some disbelief. The next second, his eyes couldn't help but open wider. In a third second, his hands began to tremble. Hey, bring my computer here. Someone immediately handed Huang Aiguo his computer, and he sat down on the spot and opened a simulation system. Enter Lin Xia's data and related parameters. Next second, an especially attractive red number appeared on the computer. 98% interception rate. As this estimated data came out, his entire face turned a red with excitement. The people present couldn't help but become curious. Mr. Huang, is he really that powerful? Everyone knows that hypersonic interception is currently a big problem. Even when Lin Xia brought up these things, no one paid much attention. But when Mr. Huang verified it himself, he still had this surprised expression. That's enough to imagine how amazing this technology is. It can almost be said that this weapon, whether in terms of performance or cost, is the best option to completely solve the current hypersonic interception problem. He really didn't expect to see such a perfect design in university. Huang Aiguo looked at the thing in his hand with surprise. Now, looking at Lin Xia's sleeping figure seemed even more kind. Seeing this, Xiang Tianrui hurried forward to wake up Lin Xia. This kid is still sleeping at this time. Following his voice, Lin Xia finally woke up slowly. Faced with a room full of strangers who suddenly appeared, his brain froze for a moment. It took him a long while to react, and his eyes focused on the white-haired old man in the middle. Then he quickly stood up and saluted. Hello, Chief. Huang Aiguo suddenly laughed. Sit down quickly. We've reviewed your information. What do you think? What do you want to do? The dignified Mr. Huang actually asked for the opinion of a young boy. For a moment, the shocked people present immediately exchanged glances with each other. Lin Xia, however, didn't notice at all. According to Eagle Sauce's idea, they want to give everyone on Blue Star a surprise near the end of the year. But the crux of the matter is that his solicitation has something to do with us. So what I mean is the project should be launched immediately and keep up with their testing progress. At least it should be released within a week after their release. Huang Aiguo nodded. If this speed continues, we only have more than a month left. Okay, no problem. You lead the project, but I have to be the chief technical consultant. Your algorithm model needs military-grade engineering verification, and I'll oversee this step. He leads? Everyone present had strange expressions on their faces. But seeing that Mr. Huang didn't seem to be joking, no one dared to say anything. Lin Xia didn't realize anything and stood up immediately. Okay, no problem. Lin Xia took the initiative to invite Xiang Tianrui, who was standing beside him. Professor Xiang, you're familiar with the coordination of military academy resources, project equipment scheduling, and cross-departmental docking. Is it okay with you? Xiang Tianrui suddenly perked up. You have a conscience, no problem. I'll take this job. Huang Aiguo smiled and said, Okay, I am more familiar with other personnel. Don't worry, I will quickly organize a successful team for you within a week. As he spoke, he took out a special red certificate from his pocket. This is for you. After all, you're a student, which makes things inconvenient for you. This is the work permit issued to you by Yinjing. It will facilitate your subsequent work. Lin Xia took the thing and took a look at it, thinking that this thing was good. Okay, let's get started as soon as possible. The following work was done very quickly, and the personnel team was basically organized within 3 days. They are all experts in the field of missiles. When everyone learned that they were going to work on this project, they were very excited. However, when they found out that they were going to work with a 19-year-old kid, they were all dumbfounded. Chief Engineer Lin, the electromagnetic track of the kinetic interceptor needs to withstand 5,000 G overload. The existing silicon carbide material is not strong enough. Do you have experimental data for the new composite material in your proposal? Lin Xia asked. Lin Xia didn't hesitate and immediately opened the computer to explain to them. This is the latest simulation data. After adding graphene carbon fiber, the strength will increase by 38%. After seeing his detailed data, everyone present was speechless. Okay, Mr. Lin, please arrange the next work. At the same time, the other side of the blue planet, Mattis was excited as he looked at the big thing in front of him that was about to be completed. Okay, now it's my turn to shine. He is an excellent orator and has been on the board of the country since he joined. His business has entered a stage of extreme development. This time, once the killer weapon in the hypersonic field appears, the stock price will definitely double again. Pack up your things, and let's go meet our president. He looked at the test report with satisfaction. It's time to discuss the next plan. Research and development and testing are secondary. The most important thing is to once again draw the military focus of Blue Star back to them, the Eagle Sauce. Night, in the White Palace. Both Mattis and the American president laughed heartily. After this, some wavering countries should understand that no matter how powerful Dragon Nation is, our Eagle-style blockade technology is waiting for them. There's no point in playing around with small things. At the same time as this big announcement, I also want to share some good news with everyone. That is, after the supersonic missile test, we will ask our allies to ban Longwa's related technology patents. The space-based weapons have completed low-orbit strike tests and can accurately destroy the missile silos in the northwest of Longwa. This is the bargaining chip that makes them bow their heads. Breaking news, plus major project testing. This time, they will definitely focus all their attention on it. Mr. President, do you think the Dragon Kingdom will be anxious at this time? Ha! The two smiled at each other. Some things are beyond their control. The Dragon Nation couldn't even defend against our spies. Given their technological reserves, they won't be able to catch up with our space-based systems for at least 5 years. Mattis smiled and said, as long as they leave, the third Blue Star contest can begin. Chapter 52. Work completed. Just wait for the slap in the face. Now, a secret base in Longwa. The interrogation of the spy has just begun. Tang On Hui, who had been left out for many days, gradually felt something was wrong. You'd better let me out right now. You can't afford to offend my country. She kept shouting outside. Zhou Yong was amused. Do you know what you have done? Are you still counting on those people to rescue you? Tang On Hui was unconvinced. Why? I'm a national hero. They will definitely come to save me. She thought that since she had stolen data and technology, she would definitely receive national attention. However, what she didn't know was that everything she got was fake. Really? Then your boss, his name is Luca Foster, right? Why didn't he come to rescue you? Tang On Hui's expression paused. Could it be that he was arrested too? Impossible. Do you know who he confessed the fastest? Zhou Yong began to kill people and destroy their hearts. Tang On Hui looked nervous. You were the one who confessed the fastest, and he even put most of the blame on you. And, he said, Tang On Hui looked anxiously. What did he say? Zhou Yong said coldly. He said that a traitor like you who betrayed the country would not be taken seriously in any country, let alone rescued. Boom! Tang On Hui felt as if something in her heart had collapsed. She stumbled back. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He said, I am an American citizen, protected by American national laws, and I am contributing to my country. They will never give up on me. Zhou Yong slapped him directly. Pa, I advise you to sober up. Do you know how devastated your mother was when she heard the news? A good vice president, almost at retirement age, has been ruined by you. Tang On Hui bit her lips, which were bleeding. I keep comforting myself in my heart. It's okay. As long as the task is completed, there's nothing to lose. It's okay, she's okay. However, next second, a sound like thunder rang out above her head. You're not still thinking that the message was delivered successfully and the Eagle Saw side really implemented a technological blockade against us, are you? Tang Anhui looked up suddenly, and a bad premonition immediately came to her mind. Zhou Yong slowly lowered his head and looked at her as if she were a stink bug. Give up. The technical information we gave you is all fake. In one sentence, Tang Anhui's heart collapsed and she lost all faith. Impossible. This is impossible. What Lin Xia said is true. He wouldn't lie to me. He's just a kid. Zhou Yong looked at her coldly. Really? Then just wait and see how your country embarrasses itself internationally. After saying this, he waved his hand and said, bring the person in. At the same time, AI kinetic interceptor, missile laboratory. The speed is so fast. I couldn't believe that we actually developed a completely new interception technology in just 1 month. Tang Guahao said happily. The technicians standing by were also very happy. Chief Engineer Lin is indeed a man of real talent. We have underestimated him before. The progress of the project these days has once again refreshed their understanding of scientific research. They even raised their understanding of genius to a new level. Mr. Huang, according to this process, when will we conduct the test? Huang Aigua looked at the documents in his hand and smiled. I heard that the Eagle Sauce will release their latest hypersonic weapon in 2 days. How about we set it for 3 days later? Lin Xia walked in quickly. It doesn't have to be 3 days later. It's the day after them. A slap in the face has to be loud and fast to be satisfying. Ha ha, that's right. Okay, then after the Eagle Sauce has tested it for a day, we will release it immediately. Huang Aigua said. No one else had any objections. Okay, no problem. Soon, after nearly a month of publicity and promotion by the Eagle Sauce, the Grand Sharp Sword hypersonic missile is about to begin testing. As the world got closer, Mattis's steps became lighter. How is it? What did the countries we contacted say? It is time to force some wavering countries to make a bet. When Longwood comes out, a big fight will start immediately, and they must be prepared in advance. When everything starts, start immediately without any hesitation. According to the latest news, Canada, White Elephant, the Philippines, and others have already made early commitments and are willing to follow our Eagle Sauce's lead. As for South Korea, Japan, and several other countries, they are all responding positively to us. Mattis nodded with satisfaction. Okay, then let's start the test on time. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The Eagle Sauce specifically chose a time when the Dragon people were awake to conduct the test. The entire international channel of Eagle Sauce will broadcast the event simultaneously and conduct live testing. At the same time, Lin Xia and others sat in the laboratory and watched happily. If they knew all this was in vain, would Mattis collapse? It's hard to say, but one thing is certain. The currently inflated public opinion will definitely show a plunging decline. Following their voices, the test begins on the live broadcast screen. After the Eagle Sauce president's high-spirited speech ended, we, the Eagle Sauce, are about to create a miracle in the field of hypersonics, breaking through the 15,000-kilometer range and reaching a speed of Mach 28. With a wave of the American president's hand, the entire live broadcast screen instantly came to the launch pad. At the same time, the engineer's tense countdown immediately began. At this moment, President Mao, who was sitting in front of the TV, couldn't help but snort coldly. 15,000 kilometers? Using a hypersonic missile as a ballistic missile? This Eagle is quite versatile, but whether it can be achieved is another matter. As the countdown ended, there was a huge roar. This near-ground weapon, which was highly praised by the Americans, rushed out quickly and roared towards the sky. The blue-green tail flame drew a beautiful trajectory in the entire live broadcast room. Mattos stood on the podium with the American president. His face was filled with an expectant smile. As the missile slowly took off, the camera in the live broadcast room immediately split into 2 perspectives. One is the interface of the American president on stage, and the other is the data display interface. Everyone stared at the interface where the data was changing. The rising data suddenly began to plummet. Something happened. Following the exclamation of the engineer on the side, Suddenly, the entire live broadcast room was in chaos. Mathis ran up quickly. Oh my God, what's going on? The technicians nearby lowered their heads, looking bewildered. This shouldn't be the case. Shouldn't Dragon Country be able to achieve this? Why did we collapse? Next second, the entire live broadcast room instantly fell into a black screen state. The audience in the live broadcast room looked at each other in confusion. Chapter 53, it doesn't matter. The Dragon Kingdom will take action. No? What do you mean? After promoting itself for half a month, the leader in the hypersonic field suddenly shuts down? What about the agreed-upon sanctions within the territory? Is the Eagle Sauce playing some kind of hide-and-seek game with us? For a moment, the entire live broadcast room was filled with various discussions. However, in these comments that keep popping up quickly, one comment with a red mark particularly caught everyone's attention. It doesn't matter. Dragon Country will take action anyway. It was because this person's logo was too eye-catching that it attracted everyone's attention in an instant. What do you mean? What is Longwa going to do? Is Longwa also going to release hypersonic technology? Oh my God, no way. If Longwa really succeeds, wouldn't that be a slap in the face of Eagle Sauce? As these discussions continued, a self-proclaimed expert stepped forward in the comment section. That's unlikely. The Eagle's range and speed have already reached their limits today. They've lost contact with us, so it's basically impossible. Besides, the important thing about hypersonic missiles right now isn't technological innovation, but the interception problem. If we build so many of them, are we going to let you attack me and I attack you, and we won't intercept any of them? This immediately caused everyone to think. However, just when everyone was thinking about it, in the laboratory of Longwa, Lin Xia and Huang Igua looked at each other. Mr. Huang, please publish it. I thought they would at least succeed in the leap, but now it seems they've made it easier for us. Huang Igua smiled and nodded. Okay, even though the game isn't as fun anymore, it should still teach them how stupid they are. Not long after, it's basically the nighttime for Eagle Sauce. The Long Kingdom announced that its AI kinetic interceptor missile will be tested soon. It can completely sanction the existence of hypersonic interception technology, and once released, it will instantly sweep the world. No? What do you mean? Hypersonic interception? The Eagles failed in their hypersonic attack, and now Dragon Country is following suit and releasing interception technology. Has this been discussed? Everyone became curious. However, the White Palace was instantly shocked when it heard the news. Mathis paced back and forth. Are you saying that Dragon Nation just announced the news of a kinetic interception test? Have they tested it? What are the results? What about the interceptable range and probability? Mathis suddenly felt as if something was wrong, but for a moment he really figured out what was wrong. The group of people reporting below had grim expressions on their faces. It's hard to say at the moment. Long Guiding will be testing in 3 hours. We can only know the exact information after they have conducted the test. Mathis waved his hand and said, Go, continue monitoring. Report to me immediately if any news comes out. That shouldn't be the case. According to reports from our personnel in Dragon Country, our technology this time will definitely leave them speechless in this field, even the Russians. The Eagle Sauce president frowned. Could it be that the news leaked in advance? By the way, how is the technical inspection going? Where's the error? Can it be repaired, and can we continue? Mattis nodded. It's not a big problem. It's being repaired now, but the earliest test will be in 3 days. Longwa is bringing this group out at this time. Isn't this just going against us? He felt particularly unhappy. Time flies. 3 hours passed in a flash. Netizens from all over the world who came to watch the fun instantly flocked to various websites and platforms in Longwa. So where's the kinetic intercept test? Is it live? This is hilarious. Longwa's move is so cool. You know what? I really hope to see the Dragon Nation test succeed. What's funny is that Eagle Sauce just said they didn't fail the test, but changed the time. Then it will depend on the interception range of the Dragon Nation. If it happens to include the range announced by the Eagle Sauce, that would be hilarious. At this moment, everyone moved their stools and waited for the Dragon Country test to begin. The live broadcast begins. No fancy speeches, no complicated processes. The live broadcast testing process in Longwa is quite simple. After Lin Xia and Mr. Huang arrived at the scene, they immediately started the countdown. The testing process of AI kinetic interceptor missiles is to launch simulated missiles to conduct interception tests of real threats. At this moment, at the desert launch site. With a live background sound. Now begin the flight interception test. The simulated hypersonic missile used in this test has a range of 15,000 kilometers and a speed of Mach 28. The countdown begins. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Launch. Synchronous. The other side. At the same moment of launch here, one side of the live broadcast screen immediately began to display. AI algorithm, sandbox simulation. Start generating interception plan. Interception plan has been generated. Interception system fully activated. Launching AI kinetic interceptor missiles. What the audience in the live broadcast room can clearly see is, almost at the same time as the hypersonic missile was launched, the interception side began to operate synchronously. Oh my God, if I'm not mistaken, the reaction time just now should only be 0.3 seconds, right? The more professional boss in the live broadcast room couldn't help but sigh. If the interception is successful, then there's no need for the Eagle to test. I heard clearly that their range has already covered the Eagle. At this moment, everyone was staring at the page they were about to touch. No way, no way. Has Dragon Country's current technology become so outrageous? Next second, in the eyes of everyone who was full of suspicion, a live video of the entire live test interface appears simultaneously. Bang! Boom! Huge sparks of collision instantly exploded throughout the entire live broadcast room. At the same time, when countless missiles poured down, the reaction interception system here immediately began to intercept quickly. The whole process was so fast that the audience in the live broadcast room could hardly react. Wait until everything calms down. The live broadcast room fell into a state of deathly silence for a long time. Nearly 5 minutes later, overwhelming, snowflake-like barges of comments appeared simultaneously. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Did the interception really succeed? Not only was the 15,000-kilometer simulated missile intercepted successfully, but it was so ridiculous that it intercepted 48 independently targetable re-entry vehicles at once. Oh my God, what on earth did the Dragon Country research team eat? This technology is outrageous. It almost completely blocks other countries' hypersonic weapons. This is hilarious. What else can the Eagle Saw say now? This slap in the face is so loud. Haha, I used to think the game between major powers was just some back-and-forth political scheming, but it turns out it's all this simple and crude. Chapter 54, maybe you have heard of Janhu? Eagle Sauce, White Palace. Report. The urgent announcement directly broke the silence of the White Palace. I saw a technician rushing in quickly with a report. Commanders, the test results of Dragon Country are in. Mattis and the American president sat up straight instantly. A group of official bigwigs also immediately woke up. How is it going? The group of people suddenly started breathing faster, not because the project was so important, but because the leverage of this project was too heavy. They absolutely cannot fail. Reporting to the commanders, according to the Dragon Nation's tests, their AI kinetic interceptor missiles can intercept hypersonic missiles at a range of 15,000 kilometers. It can intercept 48 independently targetable nuclear warheads at the same time. We can even predict the trajectory of a hypersonic missile within 0.3 seconds before it's launched, nearly 3 seconds earlier than traditional radar warning time. The interception rate has reached a terrifying 98%, and it can accurately intercept all hypersonic missiles within Mach 28. Master slumped back into his seat. Isn't that 100%? It's so precise. How is it different from 100%? At this moment, he felt a deep sense of helplessness sweeping over his whole body. Rock, who was standing in the corner, collapsed. Impossible. That's not what our intelligence officers said. What's going on? Is the intelligence inaccurate? The group of senior officials on the platform immediately looked towards the intelligence personnel on the side, with a last glimmer of hope in their eyes. President Ing Sauce. Is it an intelligence error? Is the Dragon Country test just a show? The intelligence officer came up with a grim look on his face. I just got the news that our largest intelligence organization in Dragon Country has been destroyed. The people who have been in contact with us recently are people from the Dragon Country pretending to be us. As soon as these words came out, the whole scene fell into dead silence again. Everyone thought they had heard it wrong. No? Is your news true? The intelligence officer looked embarrassed. This is what Longwa just sent through our communication equipment. The American president took it and said, cigarettes, flowers good? See, huh? Ward for. After realizing what it meant, he threw the thing in his hand away. We have been tricked by the dragon people. After realizing this, the expressions of everyone present instantly turned grim. However, there's more bad news. The Secretary General whispered. A few countries just replied that they are busy with state affairs and will not be attending our meeting for now. There are also several countries that have not read the message yet. Mattis roared. Were we really giving them face? What do they mean? Do they want to be a neutral country like Dragon Nation? Impossible. I'm telling you, it's absolutely impossible. If you fail this time, there will be next time. In any case, they will never allow any country on this blue planet to act against their wishes. If there is, eliminate it completely. At this moment, a vicious plan emerged in the minds of both Mattis and the American president. Since this ethnic group is so uncooperative, why not let it disappear completely? Completely disappeared from this blue planet. At the same time, the broken defense of the American netizens completely conquered the entire Dragon Country website. Fuck, the Dragon people are so despicable. They must have deliberately stolen our information to do this. Yes, otherwise the data wouldn't be so accurate. Despicable Dragon people. They did this, God will punish them. Faced with this group of people's broken defense, Longwood did not give them any face at all. The news of the capture of the American spy was immediately released. The spearhead is directly aimed at the hypersonic technology problems this time. For a while, the people of Long, who hated evil, immediately understood. When it comes to verbal battles, few foreigners can beat the Chinese. Everyone immediately attacked the major networks of the U.S. in an organized and orderly manner. Instead of attacking directly, he would just get close to the opponent and use his ultimate skill. Not only did netizens in Longwa post test comparison videos, some even released screenshots of chat records of Eagle Saw spies transmitting false intelligence. He also wrote, "Giving you core data is like a treasure? This is called entry-level operation of the Strategic Research Bureau. Remember to pay more tuition next time." In addition, countless military fans spontaneously stood up and published long articles and videos to analyze the reasons for the Eagle Sauce's failure this time. For a while, the entire network was filled with ridicule. Mr. Huang, it seems the response has been good. Mattis's company's stock has dropped 20%. Lin Xia was happily watching the international news while eating melon seeds, constantly hanging around in various comment sections. Huang Igwa looked at him with a smile on his face. You played this trick beautifully. I really didn't expect that these Eagle Sauce people were so easy to believe. Success came too easily, which made everyone a little skeptical. Lin Xia smiled and turned off her phone. It's just that these guys are too impatient. The battlefield situation in several countries they support is getting worse and worse, and they're getting anxious. And the most important point is that the resources they received were completely mismatched with their input, so this has led them to once again target our fat piece of meat. After all, this kind of thing happened 100 years ago. Huang Igwa nodded, with an admiring look on his face. At such a young age, you have a very thorough understanding of things. Not bad. Quite good. Lin Xia was also very happy to be praised. This was the most enjoyable thing he had done recently. Ding! Host completes the AI Kinetic Interceptor Missile mission. Reward points. 120, cumulative points, 230. Lin Xia was delighted. What a great guy. Is it because of the great international influence this time that there are more than 100 at once? Although it is not clear what these points are used for, this positive feedback makes him feel very comfortable. Mr. Huang, now that the matter is over, I'm going back to school first. The North Arsenal has urged me several times, so I have to go there anyway. Huang Igwa nodded. Okay, go back quickly. By the way, don't leave school for the next 3 days. After this project, the higher-ups will give you a huge reward. Lin Xia was curious. What reward? Forget about the bonus. I don't even have anywhere to spend my money right now. After several projects, there was more than 1 million yuan in his bank card. Huang Igwa smiled and waved his hand. You will know in 2 days. You'll definitely love this reward. Chapter 55 Commendation Ceremony. The Youngest Lieutenant. It's almost the end of this semester. After returning to school, Lin Xia plunged into the process of remedial lessons. That day, he had just finished class and wanted to go back to the dormitory to rest. The three roommates grabbed him. Why are you still here? The people in the yard are looking for you so badly, they're almost shouting on the loudspeaker. Lin Xia was confused. What's wrong? What happened? My phone's out of battery. Zhang Tao slapped him on the shoulder. What else? Don't you know how much you've done? A commendation meeting that belongs only to you. Oh my God, even though it's just a small one, I've never seen anyone treated this way before. Lin Xia suddenly realized, could this be the reward that Mr. Huang was talking about? I originally thought that genius was the most amazing word to describe this kid, but now it seems that there are still unattainable heights. The three people pulled Lin Xia to the entrance of the small meeting place. The moment I saw Lin Xia appear, the familiar faces present immediately turned around. Several seniors who had worked with him on other projects came over immediately. Lin Xia, you are finally here. Everyone is waiting for you. Zhou Xiaobei's face was full of envy. Who would have thought that a freshman, in just less than a semester, could accomplish so many things? Now, you are about to be awarded a military rank before you even graduate. This is something none of them have ever seen before. You have to know that they're already soldiers when they enter this school. But military ranks will only be obtained upon graduation. Not to mention a guy who has only been a freshman for one semester. Zhang Haiying, Lin Xia really shined in the field of hypersonic interception at this international competition. It really brought honor to our school. That's right. Many universities used to say that our scientific research couldn't compare to Shuada University and Andy University. See now? We have outstanding students in our school too. Ha! At this moment, no one was jealous or dissatisfied, but only envy and admiration for Lin Xia. In their opinion, Lin Xia was able to obtain such an honor entirely due to his own efforts. Since the first day he entered this school, he has been working tirelessly to demonstrate his qualities as a scientific researcher. Starting from the pulse shotgun, his spirit has conquered everyone along the way, including those who doubt him and look down on him. At this moment, he stood here, truly worthy of the title. Lin Xia, I'm late. Lu Xiangwei ran in quickly holding a bunch of sunflowers. He put it into Lin Xia's arms with a smile on his face. Congratulations. Lin Xia nodded. The two hadn't seen each other since she came back last time. This woman seems to have matured a lot. Seeing him stunned, Lu Xiangwei hurried forward with a smile and urged, Go quickly, we're waiting for you. We are looking forward to hearing your project experience sharing. While they were talking and laughing, Lin Xia was pushed on a platform. At this moment, all those standing on the stage are big bosses in the school. Principal Su Hanchong was even more beaming. Shall Lin Xia come quickly? Several big guys quickly made way for the middle position. Before the commendation meeting, you need to do a simple experience sharing. Lin Xia was a little confused, but I'm not prepared. Xiang Tianrui slapped him on the shoulder. With your brain, do you still need to prepare? Just picking out a few of them and talking about them will be enough to feed these guys for several years. Everyone laughed immediately. Although the people sitting below were all seniors, there were even doctoral students who had already left the school. But at this moment, everyone felt that what Xiang Tianrui said was right. Everyone has made time specifically to listen to this sharing. Yeah, just tell me what you want. Junior Lin Xia is now the pride of our school. Whenever I go out and say something, they all admire our school for being able to cultivate such a talent. Who says it's not? That's absolutely the case in the entire field. As he said this, he gave a thumbs up. Everyone suddenly laughed. Lin Xia no longer refused, took the microphone, and walked to the speaking position. Okay, since they're all my seniors, then I won't be afraid of embarrassment. As he spoke, the whole place burst into warm applause. Don't be afraid, speak boldly. Ha. Yes, say it boldly. Lu Xiangwei looked at the young man on the stage with burning eyes. I don't know when he had walked from the slightly weird genius in the crowd to the front of the crowd. He became the one that everyone envied and looked up to. At this moment, for some reason, Lu Xiangwei actually felt a slight change in his heart. The feeling of having your good things discovered by others. That inexplicable possessiveness actually made her feel a little uncomfortable. On stage, Lin Xia spoke a lot in a very eloquent manner. He is not a stage-fearing person, so even facing such people now, he can perform freely. Even the whole place was heated up by him. The teachers below also looked at the outstanding juniors with eyes. After he finished speaking, Xiang Tianrui took over the microphone from him. You're getting better and better, brat. He was really too proud. Although Lin Xia cannot be considered his real student, she is still his student no matter what. Look at Lao Xiang. His mouth is almost split behind his ears. That's right, this old guy really got a great advantage. Su Hongchang walked forward with a smile. Next is the formal commendation ceremony. Comrade Lin Xia, please step forward to be awarded your military rank and receive the commendation. Hearing this, Lin Xia suddenly became serious. He adjusted his military uniform slightly, then marched forward. The person responsible for awarding him the military rank was Lu Jianwei. Although Mr. Lu had retired, his status was more than enough to award the rank of a small soldier. The most important thing is that he specifically fought for this job. In the words of old Lu, this kid had fought alongside him and could be considered a half-comrade in arms. As for the certificate of commendation, it was presented by Mr. Huang Igua himself. Shaolin, you must keep working harder in the future. Dragon Country needs talents like you. After this brief collaboration, Mr. Huang had nothing but admiration for Lin Xia. He could be very sure that this little guy had a very bright future. It is even possible that he will surpass these old guys. Lu Jianwei also nodded. From now on, you are no longer a private, but a real soldier with the rank of lieutenant. The youngest lieutenant officer, this is the first in the school. The two bosses were very emotional. At this moment, Lin Xia looked at the golden star emblem flashing on her shoulder and felt inexplicably excited. In his past and present lives, serving the country has always been his pursuit. This time, he finally embarked on this path. Yes, please rest assured, Chief. The loud and firm voice suddenly resounded throughout the entire venue. Chapter 56, North Arsenal. Activate the 8th generation aircraft. Ended up this end of things. The Northern Arsenal once again sent an urging message. Xiang Tianrui handed the secondment documents to Lin Xia. How about you go there? Chief Engineer Li has urged us several times. They have an arms race coming up soon, and they probably want to perform well in it. Before, I kept putting it off because of something, but now it's not good to keep putting it off. Lin Xia nodded. I was planning to go there in the next 2 days. I just finished sorting out the information about mechas. Tomorrow. I'll leave tomorrow. Xiang Tianrui nodded. Okay. If you have any difficulties when you get there, call me. Call me if you have any new ideas. Lin Xia nodded. Don't worry. I'll leave first. I'll leave the lab early today. Xiang Tianrui waved his hand. All right, go ahead. It's time to say goodbye to the little girl. Lin Xia. What little girl? Xiang Tianrui looked like he understood everything. Why? Isn't Mr. Lu's daughter always following you around? Does that little girl not like you? Or do you not like her? Old Lu has asked me about you, from many sources. In fact, Xiang Tianrui said this on purpose. If the two of them really had a crush on each other, he would just take it as a joke. What he was worried about was that the goddess was interested, but the king of Xiang was ruthless. What if the boy didn't like her at all? It's better to remind him in advance. Otherwise, it would be bad if this brat's future is delayed. Lin Xia's eyes widened. Is that what she meant? Why didn't I see it? He recalled briefly. Didn't the two of them have some contact on the research topic? This is interesting. He really didn't think that much. Xiang Tianrui sighed. It's hard for me to say. Now that I've told you this, you should be more careful. Even if you don't like it, don't hurt the girl's heart. Lin Xia. Okay, I got it. In fact, his mood is a bit complicated. He really doesn't know how to deal with matters of the heart. I never had any experience before. Forget it. Let's not think about it for now. I'll go back and urge Wenba to go with me. However, just as he walked out of the experimental building, he ran into Lu Xiangwei head-on. Lin Xia. She immediately put on a smile and trotted over. Lin Xia wanted to dodge, but her reaction was too slow. She was already standing in front of him. I heard you're leaving school early? How about that? I'd like to treat you to a meal and see you off. Lin Xia thought of what Xiang Tianrui had just said and waved her hands repeatedly. No, I still have some information to sort out and bring with me. Next time. As he spoke, he wanted to leave, but Lu Xiangwei refused to let him go. My old man said he wanted to play chess with you. It seems there is no chance now, right? Lin Xia thought of the kind old man. He still liked the old leader very much. Yes, wait until I come back. When I get back and have some free time, I'll go visit the old chief. Lu Xiangwei then smiled again. Okay, then we'll wait for you to come back. Lin Xia nodded. Okay, see you later. After saying this, he fled from the spot. Lu Xiangwei was left alone, staring blankly in the direction he left. After a long while, she could be heard mumbling to herself. When you come back, I will not only want you to be my side, but I will also let you know that I can help you solve your problems. Lu Xiangwei knew very well that she was not worthy of such an outstanding Lin Xia. But she won't give up. She will definitely stand in the same position as him. Then I expressed my feelings to him. By that time, his eyes would surely be on her. Thinking of this, she smiled sweetly. At the same time, Lin Xia finally breathed a sigh of relief after returning to the dormitory. Several roommates looked at him like this. What? Were you chased by a wolf? Still a female pervert, right? Ha. Lin Xia is now the hottest girl in the school. She must be a pervert. Lin Xia looked strange for a moment, but soon changed her expression. Wenbo, how are you? We're leaving tomorrow. Wenbo nodded. I've already reorganized the previous mecha data. After I go there, I can start working immediately. It should be no problem to catch up with their arms race at the end of the year. Okay, then I'll buy the ticket. I don't know if there were any unexpected gains from this trip to the North Arms factory. Lin Xia also thought about it and decided to test the system to see if it would have the same effect in other places. If so, then there is no need to worry about him changing places later. According to the current progress, it is obvious that he cannot stay in school forever. In a year at most, he would not only complete the required credits, but also basically finish everything he could learn here. Although the future work direction has not yet been determined, it will definitely not be in school. On the plane, Lin Xia's thoughts drifted far away. Although the world today is similar to the one he lived in before, he always feels that many things are developing much faster than before. According to his recent observations, the changes in the international situation are also more complicated. Since the last spy incident, I haven't heard of anything worse than this. But he always felt that this was just the beginning. The damn eagle sauce will never let Longhua go. Their goal is very clear, which is to drag Longhua into this mess under the current situation. As for how to pull it, there's really no way to guess. What's wrong with you? Why do you seem so worried? Wenbo could see that he was in a bad mood. Lin Xia came back to her senses. It's nothing. I was just wondering what kind of arms race Chiefly wants. Just one mecha isn't enough, I'm afraid. If we want to play, we have to do something different. After hearing what he said, Wenbo carefully read through the information. The subsequent arms race of the Northern Arsenal will focus more on heavy firepower. Is our current defense value insufficient? Lin Xia quickly said, You really reminded me of this. This part really needs to be optimized. I heard that several participating units are very strong, especially the Dragon Science Institute. Wenbo was startled. Which unit in Yinjing? Lin Xia smiled and said, Do you feel the pressure now? However, just then, just as their plane passed over the North Arsenal, suddenly, a mechanical sound rang in Lin Xia's ears. Ding! Activate the 8th generation aircraft research mission. Help the Northern Arsenal win first place in the arms race and obtain 8th generation aircraft technical data. Following the sound, a cool airplane model suddenly appeared right in front of Lin Xia. Lin Xia stared with her eyes wide open and her heart was beating fast. Lin Xia looked at the aircraft model in front of her, and the system popped up comparison data simultaneously. The most advanced 6th generation aircraft in Longhua at present. Maximum speed of 20 Mach cruise plus 40 Mach sprint combination. Range 18,000 kilometers, equipped with anti-gravity engine device. Lin Xia only took a quick glance and immediately gasped in shock. This is equivalent to skipping 2 generations of technology. Oh my God, the 6th generation aircraft has not even been fully equipped, and you want me to study the 8th generation aircraft? I don't know what magic this Northern Arsenal has that can activate such a huge task. Lin Xia suddenly became excited. Chapter 57. Want to play something cool? That's easy. As soon as the two got off the plane, they saw people in military uniforms holding a sign with their names at the door. Comrade Lin Xia, Comrade Wenbo, hello. Welcome to the North Arsenal. The person who was assigned to pick them up at the airport was a technical engineer from the factory. The two were arranged to get on a jeep and wait until they officially arrived at the North Arsenal. The person who formally received the two was a military officer in his 40s, who looked more like a civilian from his temperament. His name was Lu Dong. My two little comrades, now that you're here, you're home. Although this place is just an arsenal, it's quite remote due to the mission we undertake. If you have any needs, please feel free to let me know. Chief Engineer Lee explained everything to me before the meeting. We will be responsible for and implement all your requests. Lin Xia smiled politely. You are too polite. We are here on a mission. I believe you have all seen the mecha, right? Do you leaders have any new ideas? There's only 1 month left until the arms race begins. After activating the mission on the plane, Lin Xia is now really eager to complete the mission. The 8th generation aircraft, that's something that even science fiction movies can't fully imagine. He is really looking forward to it. Lu Dong smiled and nodded. It's okay. Don't worry. I'll take you to dinner and arrange accommodation for you. We'll discuss the mecha matter at the meeting tomorrow. Talking. The 2 men's luggage was taken by a soldier nearby, who then walked straight across the training ground. Although this place is called an arsenal, it actually operates in the military mode. In modern times, it is very rare. I heard that the northern arsenal is heavily guarded because it is responsible for guarding nuclear weapons. Wenbo said in a low voice. Lu Dong smiled and said, That's true. You're not outsiders, so I won't beat around the bush with you. The reason why our arsenal wasn't renovated like other factories, but still retains its military organization, is because it's a nuclear weapons base. While it's not the largest, it's still an important place in our country. Lu Dong pointed to a rusty old machine tool not far away and said, This is the equipment used to repair fighter plane engines during the anti-Japanese war. Back then, the old factory director and his workers worked tirelessly for 3 days and 3 nights, and the repaired fighter plane shot down 3 enemy planes. Now, the young people think it's too heavy and want to dismantle it. Speaking of this, Lu Dong's tone immediately became extremely proud. Lin Xia's heart skipped a beat. Could this be the reason for the system activation task? This place is where the first batch of fighter jets were produced, so the fighter mission was activated here? This system is quite nostalgic. Lu Dong couldn't help but sigh at this point. It's just a pity now. The outside world is developing too fast, and we can't keep up. We've been at the bottom of the arms race for several years. What a shame. Look, Chief Engineer Lee used all his connections to invite you here. He thought that this arms race must not bring disgrace to the name of this old revolutionary factory. When talking about this, Lu Dong seemed very emotional. Lin Xia and Wenbo looked at each other. Don't worry, we will do our best. Lu Dong looked at the smiles on the 2 young men's faces and suddenly felt relaxed. In fact, he still has something to say. That is, if their factory fails to get a good ranking in this arms race, it is very likely that they will face transformation. He is very clear about the gap between military factories and state-owned enterprises. The nuclear weapons will also be directly separated and will no longer be guarded by these old guys. But if that is really the case, then 80% of the veterans in the entire Northern Arsenal will have to retire. None of them wanted to see this, so they wanted to make one last effort. Bring new development directions to their factory and maintain the glory of this old revolutionary as much as possible. After sending the 2 to the dormitory, Lu Dong left. Wenbo sighed with emotion. I always feel that the whole factory is filled with a faint sadness. Lin Xia sighed. Maybe it's because I've never been taken seriously. Apart from a nuclear weapons station there, their factory is basically in a semi-paralyzed state. We have only been in the army for a short time, so we may not be able to understand their feelings for their old unit. Wenbo, I used to not fully understand the sadness that veterans felt when they left the army on TV. But now, when I actually come to this place, it feels a bit uncomfortable. Okay, let's stop talking about this. I have a good idea that can help them win the first place in this arms race. Lin Xia threw the luggage aside. What do you think about optimizing the current loader-transform mecha to fit the warrior? When Bo's eyes lit up, exoskeleton mecha, he immediately added, I checked the rules of the arms race. The newly added individual tactical equipment track requires lightweight plus combat adaptability. Exoskeletons are a perfect fit. The individual equipment of the 726 units participating in the competition incorporates new technologies and materials, which is said to increase the speed of individual soldiers by nearly 30%. We must achieve absolute excellence in performance. Lin Xia nodded. Since we're going to optimize, then we'll optimize it thoroughly, not just in terms of comparative performance, but also in daily use. Have you ever played a skydiving game? The equipment there looks just like regular clothes. How about trying out the tactical helmet, the holographic projection tactical sandbox, and the lightweight exoskeleton mecha modification? How about using our new technology to rejuvenate this old man? At this point, Both of them couldn't help but get excited. Okay, let's do it, Wenbo said excitedly. In the evening, when the fiery red sunset on the horizon casts a layer of red light over the entire factory, Li Xuan's car finally came back from outside. He walked quickly into the factory. Are Xiaolin and the others here? Everything is ready, just waiting for these two great gods. Ever since Li Xuan learned that Lin Xia had developed a new project again, he knew he had found a treasure. As long as Lin Xia participates in this competition, he can guarantee it. Their factory is definitely going to survive. Lu Dong smiled and said, "They've all been arranged to stay in the dormitory. They should be resting. I haven't seen them out all afternoon. I've also told them that we'll have a meeting tomorrow morning to discuss the specifics in detail." Li Xuan nodded. Okay, you can directly complicate the lives of the two of them and do everything according to the highest standards. These two little guys are our factory's last hope. Lu Dong, are they really that powerful? They are too young. He was not aware of Lin Xia's feat, so he was still a little skeptical about whether it was reliable for his chief engineer, Li, to place the hopes of thousands of people in the entire factory on two children. Li Xuan looked at the rosy clouds in the sky, with a hint of confident smile on his lips. Just wait and see. This will be the best move I've ever made for the Northern Arsenal. Chapter 58, Old Squad Leader. Do you want to go back to the battlefield? Huh, almost there. This plan will definitely impress them at tomorrow's meeting. Lin Xia stood up. His arms were a little stiff after working at his desk for an afternoon. Wenbo also stopped what he was doing. I'm hungry. I don't know if there's any food in the cafeteria at this time. Let's go out and take a look. If not, we can go to the store and buy some food to make do. The two men put down the drawings on the table, then opened the door and walked out. The North Arsenal is exceptionally quiet at night. When walking on the road in the factory, you may occasionally meet one or two people. That looks like the cafeteria over there, right? Wenbo asked. Boy. Just as the two were about to step forward, an old soldier in his 50s slowly walked up. Are you guys going to eat? Oh, there's no food left. We have to eat at fixed times here. If you're past that time, there's nothing to eat. Looking at you too. You must be new here, right? The old comrade said, looking them up and down. Lin Xia smiled and said, Yes, I just arrived today and didn't know the rules of our factory. I missed the mealtime. Old squad leader, what's your name? Do you know where to eat? Or where the store is? We could just grab something. As for me, my name is Li Peo. You could just call me the old squad leader. That's what they all call me. Okay, don't count on it. The store is closed these past 2 days. Come with me. I'll get you something to eat. Li Peo smiled and took the two of them into his little house. A simple little house. What caught my eye were the yellowed, old photos hanging on the wall with the words 1953 written on them. A third-class merit medal was placed on the single bed, and a newspaper was pressed on the corner of the table, which read, Northern Arsenal won the Great Production Collective Award. Apart from this, there is nothing else in this little house. Don't be disgusted. Sit over there. I'll make you something delicious. The two of them sat down happily. What does the old squad leader plan to do for us? Li Peo mysteriously pulled out 3 packs of instant noodles from the side. How about it? Is it okay? Braised flavor. I bought it but never ate it, so I just cooked it for you two little ones. Lin Xia was happy. Instant noodles, I haven't eaten them for a long time. It's okay. Thank you for your help. The two of them waited without hesitation. Li Peo skillfully took out his small pot and cooked for them. But after a while, the fragrance wafted out. Come on, eat. While the two were eating, Li Peo lit a cigarette for himself. It's been a while since I've seen young comrades like you. What are you doing here? You're not here to serve, are you? He sighed. We're almost disbanding here. I heard it's at the end of the year. I'll never see the North Arsenal again. Lin Xia was so hungry that she didn't care what the old squad leader said and started eating without any hesitation. Li Peo didn't care whether anyone was listening or not and started talking to himself. Last month, Lao Wang retired. When he heard the factory was closing down, he secretly sharpened the tool knives he'd been welding for his entire life, saying, even if the factory is dismantled, we have to keep our tools respectable. Look at the old workshop over there. The lights haven't been on in almost 6 months. Who could have imagined that such a good factory would become like this one day? Alas, he sighed deeply. The future still belongs to you young people. Hearing him say this, Lin Xia and Wenbo couldn't help but put down their chopsticks. Don't worry, old squad leader, there is no need to disband here. You old comrades will not leave. We will help you, Wenbo said seriously. These words immediately made Li DePeo laugh. Ha ha, you're just kidding. Even a new chief engineer Li can't solve this problem. So how could you kids possibly solve it? Do you know Chief Engineer Li's background? He's from Yinjing. I heard he came here to gain experience. But even so, he can't change the current situation. Lin Xia wiped her mouth carelessly. Old squad leader, are you particularly envious of those predecessors? Those ancestors who went to the battlefield for their country. Li DePeo took a deep puff of his cigarette, and only then did he feel a little more relaxed, both physically and mentally. That's right. Back then, at the military martial arts competition, I, Li DePeo, won first place thanks to my qualifications as an Arsenal member. But what about now? Now he can only curl up here alone, silently waiting to die. I'm injured. My leg is injured and I can't do anything. So I asked for this job as a gatekeeper. The army took pity on me because I had no family, so they gave me this position to support my retirement. I worked there from my 30s to my 50s, a period of 20 years. I truly witnessed the rise and fall of this factory. His words immediately moved the two of them. Hey, hurry up and eat. Don't worry about me. I just happened to see you and want to chat with you guys. He smiled awkwardly, thinking that the two were impatient with what he said. However, at this moment, Lin Xia and Wen Bo felt mixed emotions. Old squad leader, you are about to retire, right? An idea suddenly popped up in Lin Xia's mind. Li DePeo nodded. It won't be long. If the factory disbands this time, I will probably have to leave and recover with it. Oh, I don't want to leave. He really didn't want to leave. This place had become his home, and he just wanted to die here. But there is no way. There will always be separation, and this is not something he can decide. Old squad leader, what did you compete for when you won first place in a martial arts competition? Li DePeo's eyes lit up when he heard this. Individual tactics, loaded cross-country, and obstacle course. Back then, my equipment was all factory modified. It was 3 pounds lighter and stronger than the standard equipment. Lin Xia's mind moved. We are developing a lightweight exoskeleton. If it succeeds, would you still want to stand on that familiar battlefield again? This question made Li DePeo stunned. It wasn't until the cigarette burned his hand that he reacted. What do you mean by that? The battlefield has been away from me for many years. I'm afraid it will never happen again in this lifetime. Lin Xia looked at him seriously. What if I say yes? Are you willing to give it a try? Li DePeo knew it was impossible, but looking at the dark eyes of the two little guys, he nodded as if possessed. Of course I do. Lin Xia smiled instantly. Okay, then come to workshop number 1 to find us in a couple of days. We're in need of someone with practical experience to help test battlefield adaptability. You understand equipment and have participated in martial arts competitions. Could you help us optimize it? Li DePeo originally thought that the two were joking, but he never thought that they had actually started practicing. If it's true, I definitely agree. The two smiled and nodded. See you then. After saying this, the two of them stood up and left. Li DePeo stood at the door in a daze, watching the two people leave. In the afterglow of the setting sun, for some reason, he actually saw the future of the North Arsenal. Maybe a miracle really will happen. Chapter 59, Individual Defense, is the Eternal God. The next morning, at 10 o'clock, a meeting concerning the life and death of the Northern Arsenal was formally held at the General Factory Office. All the senior executives of the North Arsenal, including management and technical engineers, gathered in the conference room. When Lin Xia and Wen Bo walked in, everyone present was stunned. This, factory director Zhou Fong was puzzled. Are you the RD personnel for the Xingtian loader? He was really too young, so young that even these old guys were a little dazed. It was Li Xuan who quickly stepped forward to break the awkwardness. Lin Xia and Wen Bo are freshmen at Cust. They're the researchers behind the Xingtian loader, or Mecca. They're also the engineers who help us participate in this arms race. I'm a top talent that I specially invited from Cust. Welcome, everyone. In an instant, warm applause broke out in the entire conference room. The atmosphere finally eased. Factory director Zhou Fong looked at the information in front of him. Shaolin, Comrade Shaolin, we don't know much about mechas, but we hope to fully utilize their functions in this arms race. This way, we won't let down the opportunity that our chief engineer Li fought for. We invite you here so that you can better debug and update. If conditions permit, we would like to produce a few more units. If so, do you think it's okay? There's only a month left. As he said this, everyone at the scene turned their eyes to the two of them. His eyes were full of anticipation. Everyone knew that this opportunity was hard to come by, and they had to seize it. Lin Xia slowly stood up, glanced at everyone around the long table, and then spoke confidently. Sure, not only can we produce more Xingtian, we have also designed something else specifically for this arms race. Wenba quickly took the drawings and distributed them to everyone. Lin Xia stood on the stage and began to explain. Everyone, take a look at the blueprints and technical data. This is the latest individual defensive equipment we've redesigned based on the mecha's content. The torso armor has a built-in biocirculation chamber that can make real-time adjustments on the battlefield based on each person's physical condition, and it also has powerful firepower. Weapon assembly. The right hand is equipped with a plasma fusion cannon, and the left hand is integrated with a nano honeycomb launcher that can release nanorobots to attack. A tactical helmet with a built-in holographic retinal projection device that can mark points in real time. The inside of the helmet is also embedded with a quantum neural interface, allowing the control panel to be controlled by thought. Listening to his explanation and looking at the drawings in front of me, everyone present couldn't help but start to doubt their lives. Factory Director Zhou Fong. Plasma cannon? Isn't this something that has just reached the experimental stage? Can we equip it? Lin Xia nodded. Yes, the plasma cannon we designed is fully compatible with the power of individual soldiers' equipment. Although it is not particularly powerful, it is sufficient for individual defense. And the pulse pattern on it can also synchronously paralyze electronic equipment. Li Xuan couldn't help but exclaimed, "Isn't that just a walking electronic shielding device?" For a real battlefield, the lethality is simply amazing. Everyone look here. He quickly clicked on the overall demonstration diagram to explain it to everyone. Following his explanation, everyone in the room gained a new understanding of individual equipment. After Lin Xia finished her explanation, no one spoke for a long time. Everyone looked straight at the projector in front of them. 50 kilometers range? Carrying 80 kg. Oh my goodness, is this still a human being? Isn't this a god? Factory Director Zhou Fong couldn't help but sigh. It's more than that. Just look at the speed, 6 kilometers per hour. If something like this existed during the anti-Japanese war, our ancestors would have almost died. Is it really possible? Only Li Xuan paid attention to this point. Also, is there really enough time? Li Xuan looked at it carefully. If this thing could really be displayed, the entire factory would be revitalized. A mech and exoskeleton alone are enough for them to survive. Lin Xia nodded. Because we have a mecha first, we have already completed the design drawings for the transformation. The next step is just production and testing. Although time is tight, if the materials can be in place within a week, we can still assemble enough equipment for a whole squad by working overtime. Hearing what he said, Factory Director Zhou Fong and Li Xuan looked at each other. In that case, let's give it a try. Both of them saw something called hope in each other's eyes. Director, how about we rethink this? Isn't this a bit too risky? Yes. If the materials are applied for, but the project is not completed, won't the superiors be even more angry? This won't speed up our... Before the worried engineers could finish their words, they were simultaneously rebuked by Factory Director Zhou Fong and Li Xuan. Bullshit. What did our factory do before? It was dedicated to providing military supplies for the battlefield. It's just time. We can get it out even if we try. Zhou Fong instantly released the pressure from his entire body. Director, let's do it, said Li Xuan. Factory Director Zhou Fong nodded heavily and slammed his fist on the conference table. Fuck him. I don't believe it. Comrade Xiaolin, thank you both for your hard work over the next month. Lin Xia and Wenbo both nodded. Don't worry. We will definitely catch up. And we will definitely get first place. For some reason, Lin Xia was actually infected by their atmosphere. After confirming all this, the next work team formed in the factory was quickly completed. Zhou Fong allocated the best workshop in the factory to Lin Xia and the others. The technical engineers who work with them are currently the best. Comrade Lin, please feel free to tell me what work you need from now on. Lin Xia nodded, and at that moment, he actually felt a surge of passion. Next, the entire RD team entered in a high-speed operation, and so did the entire factory. After all, this is the first time to produce mechas, and many aspects need to be adjusted. Factory directors Zhou Fong and Li Xuan also fully cooperated, trying their best to allocate resources and purchase equipment, apply for materials, and run around to get connections. The entire factory suddenly became bustling with production. Lita Peo, who usually dozed off in the classroom, couldn't help but get excited after seeing this. What's going on? Is it true, as those two little guys said, that the North Arsenal is going to come alive? He happily watched the vehicles coming in and out, with an enthusiasm in his heart that he had not felt in the past 20 years. No, I have to go find them some other time. He still remembered what Lin Xia had said, that they had agreed to let this old man return to the battlefield. He thought it was just a joke before. Now it seems that it is really possible to come true. Chapter 60, we must win this time. Shaolin? Shaolin, are you in there? At night, seeing that the lights in the workshop were still on, Li DePeo specially cooked a large pot of noodles and brought it in. Lin Xia smelled the scent and rushed out from behind. What smells so good? Li DePeo said cheerfully. I knew you guys didn't eat. Come over here, our hometown braised noodles are so delicious. It's normal for Lin Xia to forget to eat when she's busy. The two of them immediately picked up their bowls and started eating on the spot. Thank you, old squad leader. Li DePeo said cheerfully. You're welcome. You're welcome. Can I see the equipment you guys have? Lin Xia waved her hand generously. Go and see. They are all on the shelf behind. At this moment, the completed leg and arm devices are placed there quietly. Li DePeo leaned over to take a look. What comes to mind is a machine that seems to have been ripped out of a science fiction movie. Every line is interwoven with mechanical violence and biological aesthetics. Li DePeo stared with his eyes wide open. Wow, this is so cool. Lin Xia came forward with a bowl of rice. What do you mean? Do you want to try it? If possible, we recommend that you participate in the arms race at the end of the month. How about going to the battlefield? Li DePeo's mind was suddenly in turmoil. Really? But it withered again in an instant. No, I'm old and weak. Even if I exercise regularly, I'm afraid I can't do it with my previous injuries, right? Lin Xia quickly took the equipment and said, try it. What if you can run as fast as the wind? Without waiting for Li DePeo to react, the two men dressed him up in no time. Okay, let's move our arms. Li DePeo's face was full of nervousness. Is it really possible? Lin Xia encouraged him. You can run now without any problem. 3 or 5 people probably can't get close to you. Li DePeo nodded and walked towards the activity area on the side. First, he picked up a dumbbell beside him and tested the strength. Hey, why don't I feel anything with this 20-pound dumbbell? He changed to another one. Oh my God, the 50-pound one barely feels good. Feeling the power coming from all over his body, he quickly retreated to gather strength, then suddenly ran forward. However, he lifted his foot. His steps instantly covered several meters. Oh my God, 3 or 4 meters per step? Are you kidding? Is this really a military device and not some sci-fi weapon? Ha 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 ha. I really feel like I'm back to my youth. Li DePeo was so happy that he felt more happy looking at the equipment all over his body than seeing his own wife. The two were so happy. Of course, it's a military device, and maybe it will become standard equipment for most soldiers in the future. While Lin Xia was adjusting the device for him, she said, unless we're fighting aliens, individual equipment will always be the best. Li DePeo agreed with what he said. That's true. No matter what, it's always going to be inseparable from humans. Even AI devices, even robots, still need humans to control them. Well, Shaolin, I really think this thing is good. Can you really let me participate in the arms race? That was the fulfillment of his last wish. Lin Xia patted his chest and said, don't worry, I'll take care of it. Half a month later, the first batch of equipment soon entered the experimental stage. The old squad leader Li DePeo led the strength of the squad, formed a 9-person team, and participated in the training. Prepare for the arms race at the end of the month. What do you think, Xiaolin? How long will it take for the tactical helmet? Chief Engineer Li looked around and asked anxiously. Although the progress was already exaggerated, time was really tight and he could only urge them on. Lin Xia glanced at the progress chart in her hand and said, don't worry, we'll complete the task at least 3 days ahead of schedule, and it won't delay the training of the personnel. The same goes for the 6 Xingtian controls. Now, we can let the soldiers start training to familiarize themselves with their operations. Chief Engineer Li nodded. Okay, then I will report our project. The Commander-in-Chief will also be present at this arms race, and we must not let him down. During this period, everyone in the factory held their breath. The purpose is to gain a place in this arms race and win hope for the future of the entire factory. During this period, although everyone only slept 3 or 4 hours a day and worked in 3 shifts, no one complained. The pressure on Li Xuan's shoulders is even greater. He knew what success and failure meant to these thousands of people, so he was holding his breath. Not to mention the old squad leader and the others. Even though Li DePeo hasn't officially touched a gun for many years, he still doesn't hold everyone back. If you can't remember how to operate tactical equipment after one try, practice it 100 times. The time it took to put on and take off the equipment was quite long the first time, but it was acceptable the second time. By the third time, he could already control it within 40 seconds. And because of him, a spontaneous small-scale competition was triggered within the entire group. Everyone was in high spirits and very determined to win. Everyone is holding their breath, waiting for that day to come. Finally, near the end of the month, all individual tactical equipment has been fully produced and tested. Lin Xia operated it personally and explained the operation content and precautions to everyone. The last day is approaching. It's a mobilization meeting for the whole team. Factory director Zhou Fong and Li Xuan took turns to cheer everyone up. All the staff below have completed their work and are waiting for news. At around 4 o'clock in the morning of the next day, Lin Xia and all the staff set out for the arms competition. At the same time, all the units participating in this competition arrived one by one. Commander-in-Chief Ying Guodong rubbed his brows as he looked at the list of participating units. The North Armory is here too? Yes, Commander. This should be their last time participating in the competition. Ying Guodong was actually very reluctant to let them go. I remember Xiao Li said before that they have taken on a new project, right? Did you come to participate in this competition? Commander, according to the time they reported, it's unlikely they'll be able to arrive. But when it was reported, it was indeed mentioned. It was a mecha project, individual soldier defense equipment. Ying Guodong nodded. From the name, it seems there has finally been a change. It's unlike previous years when there were no changes at all. He signed the document in his hand and handed it to the secretary beside him. Go, tell them to show me what they're capable of. Chapter 61. Long Yu. It's you? This gang is finished. Why doesn't the factory director come with us? On the plane, Lin Xia asked curiously. Li Xuan sighed. He stayed to appease the people. The factory must have someone in charge. It's possible. It's possible that he's afraid of the consequences. Li Xuan looked at the two of them and took a deep breath. The commander-in-chief has promised me that as long as I get first place, the North Arsenal will be approved as a cutting-edge equipment research and development base. Old machine tools can also be included in the Factory History Museum, and veterans can switch to technical positions without having to retire. So this is not just a competition, it's about protecting our homeland. Lin Xia and Wenbo were immediately infected by his emotions. Don't worry, Mr. Li. There will definitely be a good result. Right now, with their arrival, all units involved in the entire arms race were in place. Because of the importance of this arms race, almost the entire northern military region has arrived. Haha, Laoli, you're here too? I heard you changed your unit a while ago. Which unit are you representing this time? From a distance, I saw Wu Huijin from Lonka Institute walking towards me enthusiastically. Li Xuan stepped forward with a smile. This time I represent the Northern Arms Factory. Wu Huijin paused. Northern Arms Factory? Isn't it already being closed down? I heard that the higher-ups are going through the process. Are you trying to save them from danger? Wu Huijin immediately guessed what he was thinking, but at the same time he felt that his idea was somewhat unrealistic. You know, it's hard to change what the higher-ups have already decided, so why are you doing this? If it's just for your own future, you can transfer out, right? With your father, isn't it okay for you to transfer out of this unit? Li Xuan's expression suddenly turned cold. Brother Wu, considering that we are fellow apprentices, I advise you to be more careful with your words. Wu Huijin was stunned for a moment, but immediately realized that he was angry. Hey, it's not a big deal. If you need anything, just come to me, senior brother. I will definitely help you. Okay, you guys get ready first. I'll go over first. After saying this, he slipped away quickly. Lin Xia, it seems that no one is optimistic about us. Li Xuan turned around and looked at everyone behind him. That's okay. Since everyone is pessimistic about us, let's give them a great show. Now get ready quickly. At this time, on the other side. In fact, many units saw the North Arsenal coming. But everyone just felt that there was no need to go up and talk to him at this time. Say what? Ask them if they're going to disband or if they need to relocate their staff, or something else. It all seems quite strange. In fact, in my opinion, there is no need for them to come. It would be better for them to take advantage of this gap and visit various units more often to fight for benefits for everyone, said Wang Hongba from the 726 hospital. Others also gathered around. Indeed, but it's a pity. Such an old factory with such a long history. Everyone thought they would survive, but who would have thought that they would still go the same way? They're still joining the arms race. In the past few years, they've been ranked last. With their resources and scientific research capabilities, how can they even engage in scientific research and innovation? It's already difficult for them to survive. Who says it's not true? There's not much point in making such a fuss at the end. It is said that the new leader specifically applied for it, and the commander-in-chief also wants to give him a chance. Alas, it's just that I feel sorry for them. Can I really turn the situation around? That's wishful thinking. As everyone was sighing, Long Yu in the crowd keenly caught sight of a familiar figure. In fact, he was not originally going to come this time, but his superiors insisted that he bring the drone and show it to everyone. Why does it look so much like that little guy? He stopped and looked for a while, then followed. At this time, Lin Xia was still adjusting equipment with everyone. Suddenly, the door to their preparation place was opened from the outside. A major came in. Li Xuan hurriedly went to meet him. "Comrade, have you come to the wrong place?" Before the competition, they didn't want everyone to know the true appearance of the big guys they were going to compete in. So Li Xuan quickly stepped in to block the way. However, Long Yu had already seen Lin Xia's figure. He walked straight inside. "I'm looking for someone." "Li Xuan, I'm the leader here. Who are you looking for? You have to tell me first." They are on the same level, and no one is afraid of the other. Long Yu smiled and said, "Why are you so nervous? She's not a grown-up girl. Don't you have to pull it out when you compete later?" Li Xuan did not refute. "Who are you looking for?" Lin Xia happened to pass by and saw the two people arguing at a glance. "Major Long, Lin Xia." Both of them were shocked. "It's really you. I thought I was seeing things." Long Yu was very happy. "Why are you here? Why aren't you at school?" Lin Xia smiled and scratched his head. "I'm on secondment from the Northern Arsenal." Long Yu's first reaction was that maybe the old guys in the school didn't value him. After all, the factory was about to go bankrupt. "Hey, those old guys bullied you? Did they transfer you here on purpose?" Lin Xia realized that he had misunderstood and waved her hands repeatedly. No. I came here voluntarily to help Chief Engineer Li with a small favor." As he spoke, he pointed to the defensive equipment behind him. "This is like an arms race. We want to be first." Through everyone's sight, Long Yu clearly saw the sci-fi equipment behind him. Suddenly his eyes lit up, and he took a deep breath. "Oh my God, you got something new? And something this outrageous." He turned around and looked at Lin Xia and Li Xuan. "No wonder you guys from the North Armory insisted on coming at this time. So you really found the treasure. If this thing was done by someone else, Long Yu might not believe it, but if you say that it was done by Lin Xia, he believed it 100%. Li Xuan smiled and said, "I only met him by chance when I went to Cust. At that time, I hadn't been transferred to the Northern Arms factory yet. We were lucky to meet Lin Xia. His individual defensive equipment could potentially save the entire Northern Arsenal. So Long Yu immediately waved his hands. "Hey, I understand everything." He quickly walked in front of the mechas and asked, "Use this to compete?" Lin Xia nodded. "How is it? Is there a chance of winning?" Long Yu laughed. "Maybe. It's so possible. What are you talking about, individual defense? You guys are basically using maxed out equipment. Look at this cool appearance. I've always heard that you researched mechas, but I never had the chance to see them. This time I can feast my eyes." Long Yu looked at her happily, his eyes full of admiration for Lin Xia. "Chief Engineer Li, do you know? I caught this kid from the college entrance examination room." Li Xuan was stunned for a moment. The two of them actually had such a connection. "At the time, I simply saw that this kid had extraordinary talent and was a martial arts prodigy. So without hesitation, I captured him and brought him to our University of Science and Technology to serve our country." Ha! Just when he was laughing the happiest, Lin Xia suddenly thought of something. "Boss Long, our mecha can control drones with our will. What do you say? A united wave?" Long Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. "Let's kill everyone together. Let them see the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 3. Lin Xia nodded heavily. Chapter 62, quick. Give me a slap. On the competition field. In addition to the units that are ready to go, there are also countless leaders gathered together. The commander-in-chief sat firmly in the middle. How's it going? Are you ready? Who goes first? In military competitions, there is no such thing as drawing lots to rank the troops. Whoever wants to go first, that's it. Leader, let us go first. Someone immediately stepped forward. It's Wang Hongba from Unit 726. How about we give everyone a good start with our individual equipment? Commander-in-Chief Yin Guodong smiled cheerfully. That's great. In that case, let's start with you. As soon as he finished speaking, immediately, an entire fully equipped company quickly moved out from not far away. They all came into everyone's field of vision. Wang Hongba stood on the high platform and waved his hand with great heroism. Comrades, show us your strength and give the leaders a good demonstration. In an instant, an overwhelming roar was heard. Yes, yes, yes. Seeing this scene, Lin Xia couldn't help but feel a little upset. An arms race is different from a military exercise. Military exercises are a test of tactics and capabilities. The arms race is a real battle of hardcore technology. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, the data monitoring equipment won't lie, especially individual defense equipment, even though it seems like a small project. But the entire army is still paying attention to this. The obstacles and related targets are prepared based on actual combat. The capabilities of equipment are even more important than actual combat. It can be said that everyone can tell at a glance whether it works or not. Commander, take a look. This is the special environment training uniform we've remade after a year of research, incorporating the latest technical materials. Having the ability to fight in extreme environments. As he spoke, everyone in the scene looked down. The soldiers, wearing the latest training uniforms, quickly crawled, climbed, advanced in a low posture, performed tactical roles, etc. The entire process was completed in less than a minute. Everyone present was delighted by what they saw. Good stuff. It seems to have more than just protective effects, right? Wang Hongba was very proud. Yes, it not only has a protective effect, but can also speed up the soldier's movement speed to a certain extent. Look, everyone. There are special assistive devices installed at the joints to help the soldiers complete the task faster, simpler, and more easily. Li Xuan took a deep breath and suddenly became a little nervous. At present, 726 is their biggest competitor. They have won the championship for many years in a row, and today they have integrated new materials and made more innovations in development. If he shows strong attack power later, it will really be a headache. Lin Xia noticed his nervousness and whispered, "Don't be nervous, Chief Engineer Li. We have everything they have, and we'll have even more if they don't." After hearing this, Li Xuan immediately smiled. "Really? You're right. There's no need for me to be nervous." But their expressions were seen by their senior brother Wu Huaijin, who thought they were scared silly. He hurriedly took 2 steps forward and quietly pulled Li Xuan over. "How is it? Isn't this not as exaggerated as others? I saw that Wang Hongba's thing was equipped with a tactical shield that could withstand rocket launchers. That thing is simply outrageous. You can't win. No, tell the commander as soon as possible. It's still not too late to withdraw now. It would be embarrassing if we were to embarrass ourselves later." Li Xuan immediately became displeased. "What do you mean it's impossible to win? You haven't even seen our stuff, and you're saying we can't win?" Wu Huaijin thought he was just being stubborn. "All right, it's not like I haven't been to the Northern Arsenal before. With all that outdated equipment, what good can you make? Or is it that your factory can't gather the manpower of a complete scientific research team to produce something that can reach the sky and penetrate the earth? Don't be so delusional. Hurry up and settle their personnel issues and return to Yanjing. Your grandfather has been missing you for a long time." Li Xuan shook his hand away. "Okay, they're done. We're going to play." After saying that, he turned and left without even looking back. Wu Huaijin was immediately furious. "You are such a stubborn guy. You will die without even knowing how." At this time on the court, with the last wall of fire passed through, the entire scene was immediately filled with gasps of shock. "Oh my God, this performance is too terrifying. If this can be equipped to the entire army, I can't believe how much our soldiers' combat effectiveness will be improved." The commander-in-chief was also amazed. The combat capability in special environments has improved a lot. Well done. Deserves praise. Upon hearing this, Wang Hongba immediately waved his hand modestly. No, new materials are better. The commander-in-chief said cheerfully. In just 1 year, you've made such a huge breakthrough. That's truly impressive. This equipment is completely ready for deployment. After hearing what the commander-in-chief said, everyone secretly felt that this year's championship might be locked in again. Wang Hongba also immediately straightened his chest and abdomen, feeling very happy. I heard the North Arsenal also has individual defense equipment. I wonder how the preparations are going. Everyone's eyes immediately turned to Li Xian on the side. Li Xian did not refuse and stepped forward immediately. Commander, we from the North Arsenal request to take the field next. Yin Guodong waved his hand and said, Okay, approved. As his voice fell, Lin Xia immediately connected the communication equipment. Xing Tian, prepare. Enter the venue in 10 minutes. Yes. Suddenly, the entire preparation site was tense. The three people in charge of Xing Tian immediately got into the car. Wengong, we're over there. Wenbo nodded. Remember, just play normally. The three of them nodded at the same time and took off their tactical helmets. Soon, the demonstration of 726 on the field ended with applause. Everyone's eyes immediately turned to the exit. The one from the North Armory is about to start, right? This is the last chance for the Northern Arsenal. I hope they can really seize it. Amidst everyone's discussion, 3 loaders rumbled in. What's going on? Isn't this individual defense equipment? Why are they driving up here in a loader? Has the Northern Armory been driven to insanity? As everyone was discussing, the loader that had just entered the training ground suddenly stopped. Then the front of the car began to rise. The whole body began to disassemble and deform rapidly. It only took a few seconds. Click, 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 click. 3 black, inconspicuous loaders turned into 3 red mechas in the blink of an eye. It appeared so clearly in front of everyone's eyes. This, Wang Hongba pulled the person next to him. Quick, give me a slap. Isn't this an arms race? When did alien technology break in? The crowd around was also dead silent. Pah! Followed by the sound of slaps hitting skin. Wang Hongba suddenly came back to his senses. It hurts, it hurts. Oh my God, is this true? Chapter 63. Just appearing, it paralyzed everyone. He ran to the observation railing like a madman, stretching his neck to see any sign of falsehood in the scene before him. However, no matter how he looks at it, the big guy in front of him seemed to be the mecha he saw on TV. No, are you crazy? Why would you bring a model here? Isn't this thing just a big toy? Can it really fly on the battlefield? Li Xian smiled coldly and said nothing. Next second, 3 red mechas suddenly rose from the ground. Boom! Take off quickly at a speed that surpasses fighter jets. Straight into the sky. Everyone's mouth opened wide unconsciously. Oh my God, that starting speed seemed to have reached supersonic speed, didn't it? Li Xian said calmly. Mach 5. Our Xingtian heavy mecha has a maximum speed of Mach 5. This one sentence immediately aroused everyone's curiosity. My goodness, you mean it's comparable to 2J20S? Wu Huijin from the Lonka Institute suddenly became anxious. They're the ones who are researching fighter jets. How can they think that a piece of defensive equipment can surpass their fighter jets? Impossible. It's just a piece of individual equipment. No matter what, it's still within the normal range of understanding. Even if you're a fancy mecha, it's still the same. He didn't believe it at all, and neither did anyone else. The commander-in-chief didn't say anything. His eyes were fixed on the sky. He wanted to see when it would fall. The next moment, woo, followed by a loud noise. The 3 big guys suddenly rushed down with blue and white flames trailing behind them, right in front of everyone. When the 3 mechas approached the ground, they stopped instantly and slowly stopped in the air in front of the platform, looking straight at everyone. Everyone can feel it in that second of looking at each other. Everyone present felt a huge sense of oppression from a giant object, and for a moment, everyone forgot to breathe. He just stared blankly at the flashing technological eyes in front of him. In a flash, 3 red mechas quickly rose up and passed over the platform, arrived at the official martial arts performance site. Flying close to the ground at supersonic speed, in an instant the grass and trees on the ground that it passed by were instantly carbonized. It was like a giant dragon breathing, and immediately raised a cloud of dust. The violent sound swept across the entire demonstration site. The driver inside may not feel that it is enough, and immediately switches to walking mode. "Brothers, show me yourselves." Following a high-pitched voice, a voice echoed through the communication equipment. The bionic joint mechanism in walking mode makes it look like a real human walking. Flexibility has reached an unprecedented level. They were seen moving quickly and flexibly through the obstacles ahead, and then climbing the steep slope at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, you have reached the finish line. Wang Hongba and others began to doubt their lives after seeing this. Strictly speaking, this can't be considered individual soldier equipment, right? Li Xuan retorted, "Why not? Doesn't this meet the 3 requirements for individual soldier equipment?" Wang Hongba suddenly felt like something was stuck in his throat. Damn, it really fits the bill perfectly. Wu Huijin, who was standing by, was even more stunned. "Junior brother, if you keep competing like this, I'm afraid we won't have any fun from now on, right?" Li Xuan raised the corner of his mouth slightly. "This is just the beginning. That's it. And it's just the beginning." Everyone suddenly felt a chill on their backs. "Are these guys monsters? So what else do you have?" Wang Hongba asked tremblingly. Lin Xia quickly raised the communication device in her hand. "Old squad leader, let's go." Li DePeo, who had been waiting early, suddenly became excited and became very excited. "Okay, got it," before the people in the stands could react. The next scene is truly jaw-dropping. Suddenly, 9 black spots appeared on the horizon, just when everyone was still wondering what kind of device this black spot was. A staff member who was monitoring the data suddenly shouted, "We're under enemy attack. We're under enemy attack." Li Xuan said calmly, "Don't panic, everyone. This is our electronic paralysis equipment, a basic piece of equipment for individual soldiers." Just when everyone was still stunned, someone from each unit immediately reported the matter. "Report to the minister. Our main control system is paralyzed." "Report to the leader. Our armored vehicle can't move." "Report. Our fighter planes can't take off." Just 1 minute. The entire arms race was paralyzed. At this time, the commander-in-chief was stunned at first, and then he actually laughed. "Haha, just one appearance, and he paralyzed everyone? Interesting. It's okay. Let them continue the show while you guys recover simultaneously." Everyone in the stands was speechless, and each of them was silently feeling sorry for their own equipment. Although this degree of paralysis is nothing, who would want to see their equipment damaged? Isn't this thing from the Northern Armory too cruel? Suddenly, 9 black dots on the horizon quickly enlarged. From the unidentified object at the beginning, it directly turned into 9 iron-blooded warriors wearing exoskeleton armor. In just a moment, it fell to the ground from mid-air like a ghost hunter. The noise was so loud that it created huge holes in the ground, and they came before everyone without any injury. Mech team reporting in. The mechanical sound that almost broke the eardrums mixed with the human voice rang in everyone's ears. 9 exoskeleton mecha warriors quickly came to the 3 Xingtian heavy mechas. 12 steel warriors, 1 big and 1 small, immediately formed a standard assault team. It raised a cloud of dust, forcing everyone to close their eyes. But at the moment of convergence, everyone immediately began to move towards the predetermined goal. Xingtian became the pioneer in the front, transformed into a killing machine, constantly resisting artillery attacks and continuing to advance. Watching these preset targets being destroyed as if it were a piece of cake for them, the commander-in-chief immediately ordered, "Increase the preset target 5-fold. No, increase it 10-fold. Hurry, hurry, hurry." The people below quickly adjusted and replenished their firepower targets at an extremely fast speed. For a moment, the entire scene was filled with gunfire. But despite this, their pace showed no signs of slowing down. On the contrary, it is a little faster. The 3 large mechas broke through the mobility limitations of traditional tanks and helicopters, achieving seamless switching of 3-dimensional battlefields. Exoskeleton mecha warriors can undertake rapid attack modes in street fighting and small positions. Killed the whole audience in 1 second. Everyone present instinctively trembled when they saw it. Why do I feel like this is no longer a human war? In a short while, all the ground targets at the scene were cleared. Everyone looked at the 2 figures, 1 big and 1 small, slowly walking out from the dust. A strong sense of fear arose in everyone's heart. Chapter 64. Can the combat power be equal to 10 divisions? However, this is not the end. The violent killing had just come to an end, and a battle involving cutting-edge technology immediately followed. Lin Xia looked at everyone and said, "Commander-in-Chief, do you have any preset targets? We need to activate the second war mode." The Commander-in-Chief was stunned for a moment, then waved his hand. All equipment restored. Demonstration continues. The staff below immediately rearranged the arrangements. The goal has been set and completed. Lin Xia nodded, then said through the communication device, "Second war mode is now activated." As soon as the words fell, the mecha warriors below immediately became stern and quickly entered combat mode. At the same time, on-site armor and underground fortifications entered a reactive state. As everyone watched in horror, the figures of the 12 mechanical monsters quickly blurred and merged into a barrage of gunfire. The missile launch bay on Xing Tian's shoulder started up quickly. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang, bang. The missiles equipped on it can not only quickly penetrate armored equipment, but also drill into and burn underground fortifications. And at this moment, as they moved, the scene was filled with black smoke. The testing equipment, originally prepared for subsequent units, was now completely destroyed. Li Xuan stood aside, looking at these terrifying mechas, feeling both excited and thrilled. Very good. The Northern Armory is finally rising. The Northern Armory is finally going to avenge its previous defeat today. Although he was also shocked when he saw these large equipment. But seeing it and actually experiencing it are completely different. Even though he was aware of the firepower configuration of these guys, he still trembled all over when he really felt it at this moment. Wang Hongba, standing by, was completely at a loss. His new high-tech training uniform is like a younger brother in front of these big guys and is not worth mentioning at all. He was completely broken down. How is that possible? Isn't it said that the North Arms factory is just a factory that is about to be abandoned? How is it possible that they can come up with such powerful equipment? How on earth did they do it? Was his intelligence wrong? How come this is completely different from what I heard? He didn't want to believe it, but he had to. The shocking facts are before our eyes. At this moment, even the Commander-in-Chief himself and the senior officials around him could not help but stare in amazement, feeling the huge heat waves that keep coming. They were just glad in their hearts that this was an arms race unique to their dragon country, and not some kind of technological crush by foreign countries. Yin Guodong held the chair tightly with both hands, feeling deeply moved. This is the real Longhua technology. This is the equipment worthy of the Dragon Kingdom's army. As they sighed, countless shells swept in instantly, coming towards the group of mechas. Yes, the mecha shell is made of special materials and can easily resist external attacks, and continue to break through and advance. As the captain, Li DePeo, was so excited during the fight. After so many years, I'm finally back on the battlefield. After so many years of military service, this was the first time he truly felt what absolute firepower crushing was. What is the millisecond-level destructive capability? Today's match was really exciting. Soon, Lin Xia's voice came from the communication device. Begin linking the drone swarm. Long Yu curled the corners of his mouth, his face full of pride. A classic scene is coming. He couldn't help but sigh and sat up straight. Even though these are things from two different units, they are actually the work of Lin Xia alone. This little guy is really becoming more and more beyond his expectations. Long Yu was really glad that he made that wise decision. He accepted this kid into the University of Science and Technology under all the pressure and made him a glorious soldier of the Long Country. I really can't imagine how much damage it would cause to Long Country if such a person fell into the hands of certain foreign organizations. Just when he was thinking about it, a dark mass suddenly appeared on the horizon not far away. A swarm of 500 cellular drones felt the call at the same moment, and responded quickly and set sail quickly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Buzz. The overwhelming sound of the swarm of bees instantly hit everyone's eardrums. Everyone who heard it got goosebumps all over their body. Oh my God, did this stir up a hornet's nest? Next second, a dark metal storm suddenly appeared and quickly hit everyone's head, and the whole scene became more and more violent. Why are you still here? Can we actually combine drone swarms? Everyone exclaimed. The technical observers standing by turned pale. Just the combat effectiveness monitoring. These people alone are equivalent to the combat power of 10 divisions. However, now drones have been added to the mix. I can't imagine how terrifying it would be if this happened on a real battlefield. Oh my god, can AI autonomously assign targets and bypass traditional defenses to reach behind enemy lines? The technician realized that he had lost his composure and immediately fell silent. However, it's too late. The management of each unit on the scene froze, staring blankly at the battlefield that was almost completely destroyed. At this time, in a desert, a terrifying supersonic mecha swept through quickly. The crazy humming sound resounded through heaven and earth. Finally, report to the commander-in-chief. All targets have been cleared. In a word, everyone in the audience lost their composure. What? Is it over? Wu Huijin felt that something had quietly broken. You have to know that the goal we just set up is to resist the forces of more than a dozen divisions. How could it be completely resolved in just a few minutes? The commander-in-chief looked at the technicians with a serious expression. How are the casualties being checked? The technician looked at the data summary in front of him with some disbelief. Testing casualties are 0. The whole audience was in an uproar. But then, after being stunned for a moment, Yin Guodong burst into laughter. Ah, well done. Beautifully done. It can instantly kill everyone just by appearing. My Dragon Nation is fortunate to have such a mecha force. At this moment, General Yin Guodong looked at the desert with fiery eyes. Look at the Iron Warrior who slowly walked out from the flames of war. The group slowly came to the platform and stood still. Report to the commander-in-chief. The North Arsenal drill is complete. Looking at the terrifying weapons and equipment in front of him, the leaders present were instantly excited. The chief of the army even announced it directly. In the field of individual defense equipment, the Northern Arsenal wins. The final winner was announced before all the demonstrations were completed. This is the first time. But despite this, no one from other units at the scene dared to stand up and question it. After all, the combat power is here. Even if all weapons in other areas of the scene were pulled out today, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to trigger such a horrific battle scene. Wang Hongbo collapsed directly to the ground. He truly felt what it meant to be crushed from all sides. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh and said slowly, I give in. You guys at the Northern Arms factory are simply insane. Chapter 65, The Factory, is saved. Everyone present was excited when they heard the commander-in-chief's words. Li DePeo even shed tears of emotion. Did we succeed? Did we really succeed? Did we really save our North Arsenal? Hearty laughter instantly spread throughout the entire scene. Li Xuan couldn't help but get excited. General, Yin Guodong waved his hand and said, No need to say anything. I remember what you said before. I promise you. Li Xuan. Thank you, Commander-in-Chief. That's great. That's great. I thank you on behalf of the entire Northern Arsenal. Yin Guodong was in a good mood. You don't need to thank me. You should thank yourselves. In the final moments, you were able to withstand such immense pressure and develop such a great device. You are your own saviors. Li Xuan quickly pulled Lin Xia over. No, it's him. He's the savior of our factory. He researched all these projects, including the exoskeleton mecha. Li Xuan was so excited that he was at a loss and his whole body was shaking. He has been working on this matter for nearly 3 months. He thought there was no hope, but after meeting Lin Xia, he saw hope. I never expected that I would be saved by him when I was in a desperate situation. Lin Xia smiled and said, It's all the result of everyone's joint efforts. At the same time, everyone in the North Arsenal is waiting for news. The factory office was surrounded by people. Everyone is waiting for the final news, waiting for the final verdict. But as it was getting dark, there was still no news. Everyone started to get anxious. Is it not going to fail? Will our efforts not yield any good results in the end? That shouldn't be the case. I've been in this business for so long, and I've never seen such amazing equipment. It's impossible for the higher-ups to not take it seriously. That's right, the leader is not blind. It won't be like that. An elderly man in the crowd couldn't help but say, That's hard to say. Projects, but factories are still rarely shut down, aren't they? Don't forget, such a mature project could be handed over to an experienced large company. Why does it have to be done by us? These words immediately silenced everyone present. Yes, this has happened, and it has happened more than once. They're all people in the industry and are very clear about the situation. Although life and death depend on this one time, The real life and death actually depends on the one above. At this moment, the factory director, Zhou Fong, in the office couldn't help but frown. Of course, he could hear what everyone was saying, but he still chose to believe Li Xia and Lin Xia. Stop making so much noise, you bitch. I won't even be able to hear my phone calls anytime soon. Everyone fell silent immediately, knowing that the factory director was not angry with them. So they just shook their heads and sighed. Okay, let's all go back. Pack up your things. I guess we won't be here after the new year. It's the last new year. Let's all be happy. No one is happy in this situation. At this time, arms race scene. Li Xia has been surrounded by that group of people. Old Li, do you still need engineers for this project later? I have some experience in this area. If possible, could you please transfer me to your company? It's okay if I don't get promoted. Just being at the same level will do. Lao Li, I don't need to be on the same level. I can even take a pay cut. As long as my job title doesn't change, I'll go. Don't say that, old man. We're good friends. Have you forgotten that I spoke up for you when we were in school? It's such a great project, and it's clear there's room for further development. We're not fools. Know what a great opportunity it is for you to participate in this kind of project. So as soon as the commander-in-chief left, these people immediately became active. Li Xia was surrounded, unable to advance or retreat. Li DePeo and his friends were also surrounded and started to visit. The whole scene was in chaos, although the arms race would continue as usual the next day. But at this moment, everyone is no longer focusing on their own projects. Everyone stared at the big mecha with bright eyes. This is a mecha, a man's eternal pursuit. Everyone expressed their feelings. At this moment, Lin Xia slapped his head suddenly. It's broken, and the factory manager hasn't been notified yet. He ran away quickly and returned to his preparation site. Wenba, quick, bring me my phone. Because mobile phones were not allowed at the scene, he kept forgetting about this matter. Wenba ran over quickly. What do you mean? How was the effect? Lin Xia ran out of breath, announced the first place on the spot. Wenbo hummed. Isn't there still one tomorrow? Lin Xia didn't care about these things. Where's the phone? Wenba quickly handed it to him. Lin Xia quickly dialed the factory office number. Right now, everyone stood up and left one by one. Knowing that there's no news at this time, there's basically no hope. The factory director also sighed deeply. Looking at this office where he had worked for many years, he felt a sense of emotion. Old man, I don't know who will take over this place in the future. He groped around the office in front of him. One person said to himself, I hope whoever it is can treat this factory well. The place where I have worked hard for half my life is suddenly changing. Zhou Fong's mood was indescribably complicated. He has been here since he was a child. Apart from studying away from home, he has spent half of his life here. He can understand old people like Li DePeo very well. Why on earth don't they leave? It's obvious that the treatment and conditions outside are better, but everyone would rather stay here than leave. He knows it very well. One is the military complex, and the other is the nostalgia for the old factory. This place is like everyone's home, and no one wants to leave. Forget it. Everything is God's will. He stood up and took one last look around, just when he was about to lock the door. Sudden, ding-ling-ling. A hurried phone call rang out. He rushed in and grabbed the phone. Hello, I'm factory manager Zhou Fong. Yes. Okay. Haha, that's really great. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Fong could feel a warmth on his face. The whole person suddenly slammed his fist on the table in excitement. Very good. He quickly opened the door and ran to the broadcasting room to turn on radio. Comrades. Zhou Fong's choked voice echoed throughout the factory. Comrades, our mecha project won first place in the arms race. Our factory. He took a deep breath and forced himself to steady his tone. Our factory is saved. Chapter 66. There will always be separation. With just one word, all the men, women, young and old in the factory cheered on the spot. Ha ha, great, did we really save it? Ha ha, that's really awesome. As my old man always says, God will not let down those who work hard. That's great. I can work in this factory until I die. Wow, I told my mom I wouldn't come back this year, and now it looks like she's going to be disappointed again. Whether I should say it or not, I told my wife too. Everyone smiled at each other, and each of their faces was filled with joy from the bottom of their hearts. Finally, their big family was saved. Everyone was happy from the bottom of their hearts. Tomorrow we will prepare well and prepare to welcome Comrade Xiaowen, and our general manager Li. That's right. I'm gonna get the factory's gong and drum team out to liven things up. It's almost Chinese New Year, so it's a double blessing. That night, the entire factory was bustling with activity. 3 days later, Lin Xia and others took the special plane back home. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission to assist the Northern Arsenal in the arms race. Now you are rewarded with 8th-generation aircraft blueprints and technical data. Also, the accumulated points for the exoskeleton mecha and Xingtian heavy mecha are 30 points, and the current points are 260. Following the sound of the system, Lin Xia could clearly feel that countless technical data and drawings were quickly input into his brain. The familiar feeling of dizziness hit him, and he became restless. "Are you okay?" Wenbo asked worriedly. Lin Xia waved her hand reluctantly, her face full of suppressed excitement. What a pleasant surprise. He never expected that the mecha could continue to bring in gains and 30 points at a time. According to the nature of this system, giving a few points is the same as giving anything else. Are you so generous this time? In that case, he won't be polite. He can definitely do similar things a few more times in the future. The most satisfying thing is to do nothing and just sit and lie down. Wenbo, what are your plans after you go back? Do you still want to work with me? The next 8th-generation aircraft is the highlight, and he needs to think about it carefully. Anyway, I won't be staying in the North Armory for long. I'll go back for the final exams and the New Year holiday. By the way, I will discuss this matter with the relevant leaders. If things go well, the project can be launched by the end of the year. Start work directly after the New Year. Lin Xia thought happily. If the Dragon Country could directly announce the 8th-generation aircraft at the same time as the 6th-generation aircraft were officially announced abroad, it would be better for the Dragon Country to directly announce the 8th-generation aircraft. Thinking of the foreigner's aggrieved look as if he had eaten shit, he felt inexplicably happy. Wenbo thought for a moment and said, "I should be able to return in normal classes, right? By the way, thank you for this time. Thank you for letting me participate in these projects." He knew very well that it was Lin Xia who took him out to play this time. Otherwise, it would not have been his turn. This is basically a free experience pack. Lin Xia waved his hand nonchalantly. He had many projects in the future, and it was impossible for him to come to every project in person. As the system becomes more and more complex, he will need to train people who can fully understand his ideas. And his roommates are pretty good. Each of them is a top student selected from thousands of people, and their brains are top-notch. With my own help, I will surely be able to catch up with them soon. I mean, I should have a new project after the New Year. If you don't mind, would you like to work on it with me? Call Zhang Kaifeng and Zhang Tao, and the 4 of us will be together in the dormitory. Wenbo became interested. What project? Can we do it with a few of us? It's not that he lacks confidence. It's just that Lin Xia is too abnormal. Although they are already the best in the local area and the top students among the top students, I don't know what's wrong with this kid. His ideas are really weird. And every time it is brought out, it is a perverted operation that refreshes a field. They really can't compare. So in this situation, even he became a little unconfident. Lin Xia patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, you will be fine. As long as you keep up with me, your big brother, everything will be fine." Lin Xia didn't tell him specifically what the project was, for fear of scaring this guy. Wenbo nodded heavily. "Okay, I have no problem. Follow the boss, and you will have meat to eat." Ha ha ha. 2 hours later, they returned to the North Arsenal again. When they got out of the car, suddenly, a group of people gathered around. Lin Xia said, without exaggeration, that it was really no different from the welcoming ceremony with banners in the 1970s and 1980s. "Welcome, welcome, warmly welcome our heroes home." Factory director Zhou Fong and his men immediately rushed up. Thank you so much. Xiaowen, thank you so much this time. Thanks to you, our factory was saved. Ha ha ha. Hurry up, we've already set up the banquet, and we're just waiting for you to start eating. At this moment, in everyone's eyes, Lin Xia and Wenbo are their great contributors and saviors. The crowd surrounded them and walked in. Everyone's face was full of smiles. The same is true for Li DePeo and others. Everyone treats them as heroes. "How's it going, old squad leader? How's your performance? Did you let us down at the Northern Arsenal?" Li DePeo tilted his head back. "Are you kidding me? I'm a veteran. Even if my leg is broken, I won't let it down at the critical moment." He slapped his thigh hard. That exoskeleton mecha cured me perfectly. Lin Xia and the others are truly miracle doctors. His face flushed red, and he was extremely excited. He picked up his wine glass and drank happily with everyone. It's been a long time. It has been a long time since their entire factory has been so lively. It has been many years since Li DePeo has been praised by so many people. I have to say, this feeling is really good. He enjoys it. Come on, to celebrate the rebirth of our northern arsenal. Let's toast to the forestry and cultural workers together. A group of people immediately surrounded Lin Xia and Wenbo. Li Xuan and Zhou Feng watched with a smile. Xiao Lin and Xiao Wen are still students. Don't force them to drink. Take it easy, everyone. But at this moment, no one can listen to this at all. The huge surprise has made everyone dizzy. I don't know if it was because I was drunk or because the joy was too overwhelming. Lin Xia also picked up the wine glass and waved his hand. Come on, tonight, regardless of position or age, let's drink to the rebirth of the North Arsenal. Haha, you're right. Drink it. Wenbo, who was not good at drinking, was also dragged into drinking a few glasses and immediately fell there dizzy. Until late at night, after everyone slowly dispersed. Only then did Lin Xia sit down with the two leaders. We're leaving tomorrow. Zhou Feng suddenly became anxious. Are you in such a hurry? Our production line isn't finished yet. Can't you stay a little longer? Although I knew they couldn't stay for long, I still felt a little reluctant when I heard this. Li Xuan. Indeed, there's still a lot of work to be done to set up the subsequent production line. If you were here, these tasks might be able to move forward faster. Lin Xia. If you're worried about the school, I can go and tell them. Lin Xia smiled and waved her hand. Boss Li, Director Zhou, we must part ways. From now on, the North Armory will have its own path to take. We are the same. For a moment, all four of them were silent. Lin Xia smiled and said, Don't worry, the future of the North Armory will be very good. What Lin Xia didn't know was that many years later, these words were really verified. Because the North Arsenal has become his biggest backup force against alien forces. Chapter 67. If you can't do that, just follow the school beauty. The next morning, Lin Xia and Wenbo got up early and set out on their journey back home. Why don't you want them to send it? Wenbo was a little confused. In order to avoid them, the two got up early and left. I didn't even have time to see anyone in the factory for the last time. Lin Xia waved her hand. Nothing, I just don't like farewells. It's not my style to be so hesitant. After saying this, he adjusted himself to a comfortable position. I'm going to sleep first. Call me at the airport. Wenbo nodded and smiled. You're just being stubborn. Aren't you just worried that they'll keep you and you be too embarrassed to refuse? But he looked out the window. But after this incident, the Northern Arsenal was indeed completely saved. It's not just about saving it, but truly opening up a path of its own. Although we don't know how far they will go in the future, it is foreseeable that their path will be better and smoother. North Arsenal. Mr. Li, they've already left. Li Xuan was stunned for a moment. Just left like that? Without saying a word. Factory director Zhou Feng pulled out a piece of paper next to him and said, he said I could come to him if I had any questions. He didn't say anything else. Li Xuan couldn't help but laugh. This little guy. Okay, our work here will be very busy. Everyone get ready to work overtime. Especially you and me. We recently set up the production line and handled the processes and procedures. Some of us ran away. Zhou Feng laughed out loud. Haha, then I really am willing to do that. School library. Have you heard? Lin Xia from the top freshman class has done something big recently. What? I heard he hasn't been in school recently. What has he been doing? According to my third-grade aunt's cousin's distant relatives, he recently saved a factory that was about to be closed down. Fuck, just him. Isn't he a student? How can we save him? Remember that Xing Tian Mecha, it worked for that factory and won first place in the arms race. Lu Xiangwei, who was passing by, suddenly became excited. Are you serious? Lin Xia led the military factory to win first place in the arms race. The student who was caught nodded blankly. Yes. Lu Xiangwei was suddenly excited. Doesn't that mean he'll be back soon? She didn't even read the book and left the library with a bunch of things in her arms. Everyone behind him was dumbfounded. No? Is the story between the beauty and Lin Xia true? I don't know, but I heard the beauty in the department seems to be pursuing him. Fuck, I'm so envious. He has a career and is the most beautiful girl in the school. His life is perfect. Ding dong. Lin Xia picked up her phone and saw that it was a message from Lu Xiangwei. Are you coming back today? Want to meet someone tonight? Lin Xia's hands trembled violently. Oh my god, why is this woman talking more and more? When Bo, who was standing by, pushed his glasses up and said with a gossipy look, "What's that? A beautiful lady has a date. Lu Xiangwei, right? If it were you, I'd say you should just give in. This woman is pretty good, and she's definitely a perfect match for you." Lin Xia glared at him. Am I that superficial? He tapped quickly on the keyboard. Yes, come back in the evening. Lu Xiangwei on this side was suddenly excited. It's true. No, she had to think of a way to get this guy to take the bait. It's so difficult to date this guy, just like a monk in a temple. Sometimes she even wonders if he doesn't like women. By the way, bring up my dad. My old man wants to meet you and discuss something with you. Lin Xia narrowed her eyes. Commander? If it was the chief, he would indeed be interested. After all, he also had some questions he wanted to ask. As an old leader, he has more life experience than Lin Xia. He can see through many problems with just one glance. Okay, I'll go play chess with the chief later. The moment Lu Xiangwei saw the message, she screamed on the spot. Oh, I made an appointment. She really made an appointment with me. Very good. She quickly dialed her grandfather's cell phone. I don't care. You have to come over for dinner with me tonight. I don't care. I told Lin Xia you were coming. She came just to play chess with you. Lu Jianhui was helpless. So I have become a stepping stone on your emotional journey? Although I don't object to you liking Lin Xia, but you can't use your father like this. Lu Xiangwei didn't care. Just tell me whether you're coming or not. Lu Jianhui smiled and said, come on, my daughter's happiness depends on me. How can I not come? After hanging up the phone, Lu Xiangwei rushed back to the dormitory and asked his roommates to help him dress and get ready. What's going on? What's the big, beautiful lady going to do? Lu Xiangwei held up a pure white dress and asked, how is it? Lu Xiang smiled shyly. Lin Xia is coming back. I don't know why, but I'm a little nervous. Oh yeah, does this dress look good on you? The roommates all shook their heads. Not bad. Pure yet with a hint of sexiness. Quite good. Around 7 o'clock in the evening, Lin Xia finally stood at the school gate with a tired look on her face. Please help me take my things back. I'll be back soon. When Bo nodded. Okay, are you sure you will come back tonight? Lin Xia glared at him. What the hell are you talking about? I went to discuss important matters with the old leader. He thought that he could talk to his old leader about the 8th generation aircraft. As he was speaking, he saw a young and beautiful figure jogging towards him. When Bo couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, indeed, it's a big deal. He smiled and walked away quickly. Lin Xia, Lu Xiangwei ran forward. You are finally back. Congratulations. I heard you won first place in the arms race. Lin Xia, the news spread so quickly. Lu Xiangwei, that's right, it's all in the system. Even if no one in the school tells me, I still have a way to find out. Okay, let's go, my old man is waiting for you. The two chatted and laughed as they arrived home. Lu Jianhui smiled the first time he saw Lin Xia. Xiao Lin Xia, you're back. Lin Xia hurried forward. Commander, I'm back. The things over there are basically finished. I'm back to take the final exam. Lu Jianhui, you did a good job with the North Arms factory. Lin Xia scratched her head embarrassedly. Actually, these are all old projects, but we just expanded them a bit. Lu Jianhui shook his head. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about saving the old factory. Actually, you might not know this, but the higher-ups have already done some research on these old factories, and previously they said they would completely shut them down. It's just that a small number of people have been insisting on it, so the higher-ups are in a difficult position. Lin Xia was puzzled. What is your opinion? Lu Jianhui took a sip of tea and said, I think new technologies and techniques need to be developed, but we can't abandon these old guys. Just like the current social life methods, the elderly don't know how to pay with mobile phones or shop online. But do we really have to abandon them completely? Of course not, but we need to enable them to truly keep up with the current pace of development. You helped the Northern Arms factory out of its predicament this time, setting a good example for everyone. Perhaps more people will imitate this approach in the future. We need both technology and humanities. This is the true meaning of our Dragon Nation's continuation over the years. Chapter 68, he said he wanted to build an 8th generation aircraft. Lu Jianhui spoke with great emotion, and Lin Xia listened attentively. He was lucky to meet someone like this who had been struggling in the system all his life. Therefore, he has great respect for Lu Jianhui's teachings. Then, Mr. Lu, tell me, is our pace fast or slow now? Or in other words, What path do you think our dragon nation should take in the future? Lu Jianhui was surprised that he could ask such a question. So what do you think? We're now on the brink of a major power struggle. In your opinion, should we hide our strengths or face the challenge head-on? Should we simply break through this window paper? Lin Xia lowered her head slightly in thought. According to the 5,000 years of development of China, it seems that we should hide our edge and develop gradually. Lu Jianhui's eyes suddenly dimmed. But I believe we should act decisively, rise to the challenge, not fear the powerful, and truly forge our own path. We are truly at the forefront of the world. Lu Jianhui's expression changed. Do you really think so? Don't you think it's too hasty? According to what you young people are saying, staying put is the best way to survive. Lin Xia shook her head. No, for Longhua, this method might have been necessary decades ago, but it is completely unnecessary now. Take today's cutting-edge weapons, for example. For the most part, we're not just catching up, we're leading. The Dragon Nation has passed the stage where it needs to live in trembling conditions. Of course, the technological blockade still exists, but it can no longer affect the development of Dragon Country. Ha ha! Lu Jianhui was immediately amused when he heard his heroic words. How dare you say that, kid? But I like it. Since they were talking in private, Lu Jianhui simply let Lin Xia speak freely. That night, the two of them had a particularly happy chat. At one point, he even forgot that his daughter was beside him. In the end, Lu Xiangwei fell asleep sitting on the sofa. When I opened my eyes again, they were still chatting. Why do you have so much to say? Lu Jianhui pointed at Lin Xia with excitement on his face. This guy said he wants to develop an 8th-generation aircraft. Lu Xiangwei slowly sat up straight. What nonsense are you talking about? The 6th-generation aircraft haven't even been fully equipped yet, and you're already thinking of skipping 2 generations. How is this possible? Lin Xia looked at Lu Jianhui seriously. Do you also think it's impossible? Lu Jianhui was stunned for a moment. He could naturally see Lin Xia's serious expression. He hesitated a little. Perhaps you know the key point of the problem between the 6th and 7th or 8th generations. It's not just talk. The biggest insurmountable problem is the material and the limitations of the human body. Lin Xia was also very excited. He said bluntly, then just cancel the physical driving and switch to control by willpower. Lu Xiangwei exclaimed, this is impossible. Drones can sense and control it with willpower, but fighter jets can't. With such a large power and complex control system, it is difficult to completely remove the need for human intervention. Lin Xia said seriously, since humans are the biggest problem restricting its development, why not just abolish it? Directly transfer neural will to the aircraft's overall control system. Human-machine integration, unmanned control. Eliminating the cockpit directly breaks the limitations imposed on aircraft by human limitations. When she got excited, Lin Xia stood up directly. Seeing his excited emotions, Lu Jianhui couldn't help but be infected. Ha ha ha. I have to say, I'm really looking forward to the day when what you said is actually created. Lu Jianhui was inexplicably excited. He never thought that at his age, he would still be as excited as a young man. Okay, it's getting late. Go back and get some rest. Don't you have an exam tomorrow? What Lin Xia said was really too horrifying, and he really needed time to digest it. Send Lin Xia away. Lu Jianhui sat alone in the room in a daze. Lu Xiangwei walked in, looking puzzled. Dad, what's wrong with you? You don't really think this is true? Even if we're not professionals, we should know how difficult it is, right? Lu Jianhui nodded. I know, but I don't know why I always feel that this guy has an inexplicable attraction that makes people believe in him. Lu Xiangwei couldn't help but laugh. What? A technological succubus? She thought she was the only one attracted to Lin Xia, but was her old man also attracted to her? But Lu Jianhui said this seriously. Do you remember clearly what he just said about drone control and the new materials direction? Quick, take note of it on the computer. I'll go ask someone. Lu Xiang was stunned for a moment. Are you serious? Lu Jianhui waved his hand. Just go if I tell you to. Why are you talking so much? Lu Xiang pouted slightly. Okay, old leader, I'll go right away. Lin Xia, who came outside at this moment, suddenly calmed down. He admitted that he was a little drunk just now. I don't know if that will scare the old leader, but he will definitely implement these ideas. It just requires a suitable opportunity and someone who believes in him. The next week, He was completely absorbed in the exam. Forgot about this matter for the time being. Little did they know, during this period of time, Liu Jianhui traveled to several major research institutes with the technical data and hypotheses he mentioned. I have had some discussions with almost all the experts in this field. When Liu Xiangwei called, he had just come out of one of the research institutes. Well, old man, do you think you're crazy? Liu Jianhui couldn't help but sigh. Some people do believe it, but it's true that most people don't believe it can be realized. They think it will take at least 50 to 60 years before we can achieve this level. Liu Xiangwei couldn't stop laughing. I guess Lin Xia was just saying it casually. Look at you, you took it seriously. Okay, today is our last day of exams. I'll be home soon, and you should go home soon too. The new year is coming soon, and my mother asked us to go back home to buy New Year's goods. After Lin Xia finished the exam, she started to pack up in the dormitory. I have finished the exam and have sorted out half of the drawings and materials for the 8th generation aircraft. Lin Xia plans to use the winter vacation to complete the remaining part, although the progress was a little worse than he expected. But fortunately, everything is proceeding normally. Comrade Lieutenant, I'm afraid your family will be scared to death when you go back this time. Zhang Tao appeared behind him at some point. Direct promotion to the rank of lieutenant. For people like Lin Xia, they can only envy them. Lin Xia smiled embarrassedly. Really, he had a very fulfilling semester. I completed several projects, had savings, and got a military rank. Now, fully loaded with these, he can finally embark on his return journey. Chapter 69, I heard that I can't go back many times a year. New Year's Eve. Lin Xia prepared at home with her father early in the morning. My eldest uncle, second uncle, and third uncle will all be here today. It is their family's annual tradition to take turns having your New Year's Eve dinner at each family's house. It is also a relatively lively time. Lin Xia couldn't tell whether it was lively or not. He only knew that at this time, every year, his uncles and aunts would compare their academic performance. In previous years, his father was the one who suffered the most because his grades were the worst among his cousins. Linda Hai couldn't say a word every time and could only sit there and be criticized by those people who said that the child had no mother and was not well educated. Lin Xia was angry when he heard this, but his father didn't let him participate. So he's not very happy every year. Mr. Linda Hai, can't we cancel this dinner together? It's the same every year. The whole family eats, and you're busy all by yourself. It's the same no matter where you go. He was not very convinced. Linda Hai waved his hand, not caring much. Doesn't this just prove that my cooking is delicious? It's the new year. Don't worry too much about it. Besides, most of them don't even know you're in college yet, so your dad is really showing off this year. Really? Are you sure you can show off? Lin Xia was a little skeptical. He had seen the words of those people before, and none of them were forgiving. Really? As soon as he finished speaking, his uncle and aunt walked in. Oh, see, here we come. Linda Hai hurriedly went to greet him happily. Hey, big brother is here. Come in and sit down. As they were talking, several other people came in. They dress so well as if they are afraid that others will not know that their family is rich. Dahai, look at my fur. It's so expensive. And your brother's leather jacket. It's real leather. Haha, it's really good. Linda Hai said happily. Second auntie glanced at them sideways. What's the point of saying these things? It's better to compare the children's studies. My Xiaohao is going to school this year. Linda Hai's eyes suddenly lit up, but it was his turn to perform. Oh, which university did Xiaohao get into? Where can I read it? Second aunt's mother said proudly. It's a first-class university. In Shanghai, where rich people go to school. My aunt snorted coldly. Really? It doesn't seem like a 211 or 985 university, right? What are you bragging about? And I heard you sold your car to get your child into school, right? That place is a very expensive place. Are you sure your child can fit in? Second auntie raised her chest and said, What do you care? We have the money to send our children to school, but your children can't even pass the entrance exam. I heard that those crappy junior colleges are barely passing the line. The aunt-in-law was so angry that she felt a lump in her chest. So what? Maybe my Xiaojia will be able to be a boss when he grows up. Maybe your family will even work for us. It seemed that the two were about to fight. Lin Xia hurriedly tried to mediate. Well, Chinese New Year. But he never expected that before he could finish his words, his aunt-in-law would come close to his face and start to yell at him. I heard that Lin Xia was arrested by the police at the college entrance examination venue. No matter what happens, my child shouldn't be taken away. With a criminal record like his, I'm afraid he won't be able to go to school in the future, right? Second aunt-in-law also said this, and the firepower of the two people was immediately diverted. That's right, if I don't say it, my life will be ruined. Lin Xia looked confused. No, don't you have internet access at home? Lin Hai reached out and patted him. Don't say it, let me say it. Sisters-in-law, my son has been admitted to university, and he was specially recruited. I was just about to tell everyone that Lin Xia has done his best and lived up to the expectations his mother and I had for so many years. Lin Hai is truly proud of his son from the bottom of his heart, but he never expected that those people thought he was bragging. His eldest brother looked at him and said, Okay, it would be good to go to technical school and learn some skills. At least you can have something to eat in the future. Unlike my son, even if he gets out now, he doesn't know where he will find a job in the future. His second brother also said, That's right, even though you have a bachelor's degree, it's hard to find a job nowadays. The two of them looked very Versailles, thinking that no matter what, their son was better than Lin Xia, who had been there before. Lin Hai was anxious and shouted, My son is studying at the top 985 universities, the National University of Defense Technology. With just one sentence, the whole audience was stunned. Everyone looked at him as if he were a fool. After a long while, his eldest brother asked, Dahai, your son got an F with a total score of over 300? What? You're already big before you even drink. The second brother also said cheerfully, Whether you pass the exam or not is not a big deal in today's society. Dahai, you wouldn't lie so much. Lin Hai was speechless. I'm telling the truth. He quickly took out a photo of Lin Xia's admission letter with his phone and said, Take a look for yourselves. My son has been to school for a whole semester, and it didn't cost a penny. Ha. The government takes care of everything. Lin Hai is really proud. But those people's faces turned green when they saw the notice. No, this useless brother of mine really raised a dragon's son? Impossible. This doesn't make sense. Xiaohao, Xiaojia, and several younger brothers and sisters immediately rushed up and surrounded Lin Xia. Brother, you are so awesome. What kind of university is Cust? Why doesn't charge tuition? My brother's college tuition is 10,000 yuan per semester. Xiaojia, who was standing beside him, was also envious. Oh my god, this is Cust. What have you been eating, Lin Xia? Didn't you even finish the college entrance exam? Xiaohao, does your family have connections? Can you pull me in? Lin Xia looked at the two of them. Are you crazy? Xiaohao chuckled. I want to go to a good university too. I finally got into college, but I was assigned to the nursing program, a male nurse. How embarrassing it will be if I tell anyone about it later. Lin Xia and Lin Hai couldn't help themselves. Male nurse? No, that's two. Second aunt's face suddenly turned ugly. So what? Male nurses are easily employed these days. It's a stable job anyway. The aunt sneered immediately. Really? Doesn't that mean that a Hai family has an even more stable job? They even guarantee a job assignment. Second aunt-in-law suddenly mumbled and didn't know what to say. So, what's wrong with that guaranteed job placement? I heard that once you enter a school like that, it's like you've disappeared, and you won't be able to go home for years. Lin Hai, this is probably the last time you see your son. Lin Hai's expression suddenly changed. He really doesn't know this. Lin Xia shrugged. It's indeed possible, but don't worry, I will definitely find time to come back and see you. As for those who hand over money to the country, they basically regard the country as their home. There is definitely no way to show filial piety in front of the hall. It is also within the scope of understanding. Chapter 70, He's Just a Kid. The next time, because of Lin Xia's study at Cust, several uncles and aunts have become much quieter. The aunt, who had never given a red envelope when she was a child, specially gave Lin Xia a big red envelope. Come on, don't forget your cousin when you become rich. Yes, you two are brothers. Lin Xia happily accepted it. If you have money, you are a fool not to take it. While receiving the red envelope, his cell phone suddenly rang. Lieutenant Lin, we are from Lonka Academy. Are you at home? We would like to visit you. A strange voice came from the phone. Although Lin Xia was a little surprised, she still responded truthfully. At home? I wonder where you are. A deep voice came from the other end of the phone. Lieutenant Lin, I'm Yin Wenyu, the president of the Dragon Academy of Sciences. Perhaps you met Wu Huijin. Lin Xia suddenly reacted. The one who set the arms race that my mecha crushed his fighter? Wu Huijin on the other end of the phone blushed immediately. I didn't say that. Yin Wenyu nodded and said, yes, Wu Huijin received a fighter jet document from Elder Liu for evaluation. I heard it was your work, so we wanted to meet you. Lin Xia reacted immediately and curled the corners of his mouth slightly. This old Liu said that he didn't believe it, but he still went to ask for himself. That's fine. Any time is fine. I'll send you the address, and just call me before you come. It just so happens that the drawings are almost finished, so I showed them to them. Okay, then we'll leave as soon as possible. It won't affect your family's reunion dinner tonight. After hanging up the phone, my uncle looked curious. What's going on? Is anyone coming? Lin Xia said casually. Yes, the leader came by and wanted to talk to you about something. On the way? And the leader? Isn't this guy a student? And what did the lieutenant just say on the phone? Isn't that what he was thinking? Lin Day shook his head frantically in denial. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This is too outrageous. However, just then, sudden, there was a crackling sound in the study, followed by a cry of surprise. Lin Xia rushed over quickly. I saw that the huge study was covered with white flowers. The second aunt-in-law pulled her youngest son over with some embarrassment. Well, sorry, your little brother tore up your graffiti. Lin Xia was so confused. This is not just graffiti, it is a drawing that he worked hard to organize. His expression changed instantly. Do you know what this is? Why do I let my child touch my things? When the second aunt saw him get angry, she felt a little embarrassed, but she didn't want to lose face. Your little brother didn't do it on purpose. Besides, it's just some random things that no one can understand. You could just draw it again. Why are you so angry? Linda Hai rushed in when he heard the sound. What's wrong? What's wrong? What's going on? The eldest aunt snorted coldly. The second son's kid accidentally tore up your son's graffiti, and your son was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. It's just a piece of junk. Is it worth getting mad at the elders? Really? Besides, he's just a kid. How old are you? When the second aunt saw someone speaking up for her, she immediately became confident. That's right. Your little brother is still a child. Lin Xia's eyes widened with anger. He is a child, but are Xiaojia and Xiaohao still children? Are the two of them just watching? This really touched his bottom line. Damn, I really thought he had no temper. At the same time, several people in executive jackets got out of a Hongqi car at the entrance of the community. There was also one person in military uniform. It seems that his military rank is not low. Hello, sir. Where's Building 19? The old man playing chess suddenly stood up and said, it's right there in the back. Who are you looking for? These old guys are all smart people. None of the people in this car are ordinary people. Even as they got off the car, people from two more cars behind them got off. Oh my God, those are plain clothes, right? My goodness, who are these people? Are they looking for someone in our neighborhood? The leader said with a smile, let's go find Lin Xia's house. The onlookers were suddenly shocked. Linda Hai's family? I think his son's name is Lin Xia. Are you comrades from the army? The leader, Yin Wenyu, smiled and nodded. Could you please show me the way? The old man nodded immediately. Okay, no problem. Just follow me. A group of old men and women were attracted over. Everyone wants to see who it is. The plainclothes officers behind him originally wanted to maintain order. It was still Yin Wenyu who raised his hand to indicate that it was not necessary. This group of talented people followed happily. There was still an argument going on inside, and the door happened to be open. Yin Wenyu walked in. Then I heard cursing sounds coming from inside. Linda Hai, it's New Year's Day. Don't go too far. It's just a blueprint. Are you and your son going to hit me? He's just a kid. He's just playing. What does he know? And apologize? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yin Wenyu's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Could it be a blueprint of a fighter jet? He pushed through the crowd and rushed in quickly. Under the puzzled gazes of everyone in the room, he quickly picked up the drawing on the ground and began to look at it carefully. Even Lin Xia was confused. What are you doing? Before he could say anything, Wu Huijin appeared at the door of the study. Mr. Wu. Wu Huijin nodded seriously at Lin Xia, and then they squatted down together. When the second aunt saw that something was wrong, she immediately started yelling. That's not the case, Linda Hai. I just tore up some of your drawings, and you called someone over. What's going on? Are you going to send our whole family in today? I don't believe it. It's just a piece of junk. What do you want? Yin Wenyu slowly raised his head. A piece of broken stuff? You said this is junk? In an instant, an extremely oppressive atmosphere spread. Yin Wenyu stared at the people opposite him with anger. He felt his heart was bleeding. Lin Xia, do you have a backup of these drawings? Lin Xia shook her head. Not yet, because he has always preferred hand drawing. Large drawings were drawn by him bit by bit, with only a small part done on the computer. Hearing this, Yin Wenyu instantly became even angrier. The second aunt held her child with one hand and said, So what? How could he be more powerful? Besides, my child is underage. Can you still arrest him? She was actually a little scared when she saw someone in military uniform. Yin Wenyu glanced coldly at the person next to him. What is the crime of insulting our soldiers? The plainclothes officer on the side said coldly, According to Article 246 of Dragon Country Law, if the circumstances are serious, it constitutes the crime of insult and is punishable by up to 3 years in prison, criminal detention, or controlled release. Even worse for those with military rank. The second uncle and his wife immediately became anxious. This. We don't have any of this. Besides, this kid is still a student. He's not even a formal soldier, right? Wu Huijin looked at Lin Xia and asked, Don't your relatives know that you have been promoted to lieutenant? He turned his head and looked at the group of people cheerfully. Are you sure you can afford to provoke a 19-year-old lieutenant comrade? The military is the most protective. The onlookers were stunned. A 19-year-old lieutenant? Old Lin, are there any signs of smoke rising from your ancestral graves? Chapter 71 Linda Hai. My son is really great. Linda Hai was also dumbfounded. Son, is this true? Lin Xia nodded helplessly. Originally, he didn't want to tell these people about this. He just wanted to make his father happy. But what can we do? These awful relatives are still so shameless. Wu Huijin walked forward happily. Lieutenant Lin, what do you want to do with them? The second aunt suddenly became anxious. My son is underage. You can't catch him. Wu Huijin didn't look at her, but just stared at Lin Xia. Lieutenant Lin, what do you mean? Lin Xia said calmly. Sorry to bother you leaders. His meaning was very clear. Wu Huijin suddenly waved his hand, and someone came up immediately. The second aunt immediately started screaming. My son is underage. You can't do this. Absolutely not. Wu Huijin looked at her and smiled. Being a minor is not a reason to commit a crime. Besides, he has a guardian. Take him away with you. The neighbors were also shocked. Wow, this blueprint looks very important. What do you think? Old Lin's son is a student at the University of Science and Technology. It must be some national project. Then this Lin Lao heir really deserves it. He can't even take care of a child. This is what it is. If you don't teach, there are plenty of people in society who can. The onlookers did not speak for these people at all. They all knew very well the true faces of these people. Seeing this, the second aunt-in-law suddenly panicked. No, really not. It's just a broken blueprint. Can't I just compensate you? Yin Wenyu looked at her coldly. What you destroyed were state-level confidential blueprints. Are you going to compensate me just because you say so? Go, call the local police station and have them take him away. Not wanting to waste time talking to these people, Yin Wenyu quickly resolved the situation. Only after that family was taken away did Linda Hai's family finally quiet down. Linda Hai grabbed Lin Xia's hand, his face full of pride. Although your father doesn't know anything, you can get a military rank at such a young age. And now he has such care and support from his leader. Dad feels that my son is extraordinary. Lin Xia smiled and said, Aren't you worried about your uncle and the others? Linda Hai waved his hand and said, I don't care about them. We've given them too much face over the years. This time, let a few comrades teach them a lesson. Lin Xia was immediately happy. It was the first time he saw his father defending him like this. Okay, Dad, I have something to say to some leaders. Please leave first. Linda Hai nodded repeatedly, then hurriedly retreated. The entire study suddenly became quiet. Yin, when you looked at the blueprint in his hand seriously. Any other technical information? What's the current status of your research? Lin Xia took a thick stack of drawings from the side. Look, as long as conditions permit, we will soon be able to enter the production trial stage. It will probably take half a year to a year for the equipment to be ready for testing. Wu Huijin was startled. Lin Xia, are you talking nonsense? Do you know how many steps are involved in the development of a fighter jet? He knows the process too well, and the workload is huge. The drawing and demonstration stages alone take a lot of time, not to mention the constant trial and error relief during the testing phase. Without waiting for Lin Xia to speak, then I heard Yin when you taking a deep breath. Then he raised his head and said, he is right. According to his technical information, 1 year is probably an exaggeration. Lin Xia, can all the data in your file be realized? It was so horrifying that even Yin Wenyu himself was a little unsure. Lin Xia nodded heavily. I can confirm that it can be achieved. Yin Wenyu took a deep breath and said, just your new material is enough for us to study for a long time. How about this, Lin Xia? Can you give us this information first? I'll go through the filing process and then prepare to launch the project. Should we start construction right after the new year? I can also help you select the personnel for the research team during this period. As for whether you want me to participate or not, it's up to you. I can fully support you behind the scenes. Hearing him say this, Wu Huijin was dumbfounded. No, Dean, is it that exaggerated? Yin Wenyu turned his head and looked at him. What if I said that his fighter jet can basically end the current air race on Blue Planet? Hiss. So scary, Wu Huijin said. Can you show me the blueprints? He took the drawing and looked at it carefully. What the hell? Mach 20? No wonder they said they don't want humans. How can a human being withstand such a speed? Above Mach 10, humans are completely unable to withstand it, let alone other things. This is not the most exaggerated. Look behind you. Yin Wenyu's face was full of admiration for Lin Xia. Who would have thought that Dragon Country's 8th-generation aircraft would soon be produced in such a small room? And the person who came up with the new direction and new technology was just a 19-year-old student? If I say this out loud, I guess no one will believe it. The Americans will laugh at them for not being able to tell a lie. Wu Huijin, anti-gravity engine, directly into space. Are you serious? Although it has reached this point at this stage. But when it comes to practical application, there is still a lot of room for improvement. Lin Xia nodded. You guys are probably more professional than me in this area. I've already done half of the theoretical verification. You can see if it's true by looking at it. Of course, Wu Huijin knew this. He had been in this business for half his life. He could tell at a glance whether the data was true or not. This is why I feel even more shocked. I won't say anything else. I just want to know one thing. Wu Huijin looked at Lin Xia expectantly. Can I be your assistant? Lin Xia, let the chief engineer be his assistant? Is he crazy? Or is this Mr. Wu crazy? I'm serious. Wu Huijin's face was full of sincerity. Yin Wenyu push him away. All right, whether you're qualified or not, Lin Xia will have the final say. Wu Huijin's face was full of resentment. I've already said it. I just want to witness the emergence of the 8th-generation aircraft. Don't you even give me this chance? Yin Wenyu looked at Lin Xia seriously. Okay, have a good new year. I'm leaving now. Once everything is ready, we'll send someone to pick you up. He immediately stood up, turned around, and was about to leave. He stopped again and waved to the plainclothes officers at the door. For the next period of time, the two of you will stay by Lieutenant Lin's side and protect his safety. Remember, there must not be any mistakes. Yes, the two immediately obeyed the order. Lin Xia and Lin Dehai were both stunned. They had only seen such things on TV before. It is said that after returning from the military unit, you can't even drink a glass of water at home, and there are people accompanying you to protect you. Now that this incident has happened to them, they realize how outrageous it is. Lin Dehai asked cautiously, Can he still eat the food I cook? Yin Wenyu smiled and said, Don't worry, Mr. Lin, you can eat. I left someone here just to ensure Lin Xia's safety. After all, his safety involves the most important matter for our dragon nation. After saying this, he quickly left with his men and disappeared at the stairs. Chapter 72, the so-called Uninhabited Island Genocide Plan. Late February. The new year is basically over. The number of people on the street also began to decrease slowly. Students like Lin Xia have basically started school. He also received news several times that the basic team of Lonka Institute had been formed. Dean Yin Wenyu even handled all the procedures for him, including those in school. It's just that his mentor Xiang Tianrui called in the middle of the night to express his dissatisfaction. Why is he not there this time? As Lin Xia's mentor, he felt very depressed. Lin Xia also expressed his helplessness. He thought it was a bit too outrageous to let his teacher be his assistant. Therefore, he still chose a few roommates as the candidates. The 3 people who heard the news were overjoyed. In a small group of 4 people. Sang Tao, no? Can we say that this is a case of achieving enlightenment, with everyone benefiting greatly? Wenba, can we change the animal? Zhang Kaifeng, haha, our boss has already walked the path that others have walked for decades. The most important thing is that he is still leading us. Zhang Tao. It feels so good to be carried away. Lin Xia. Let's go straight after the new year. Someone will send you the address. See you in Yinjing then. Zhang Tao. Okay, boss. After arranging everything properly, Lin Xia prepared to leave home. Seeing this, Lin Dehai was particularly reluctant to leave. You're not really going to go home after what your aunt and the others said, are you? Lin Xia knew in her heart that it was indeed the case. Once many projects start, they are kept confidential and will basically not be released until they are completed. Moreover, the Xingtian mecha has been basically finalized, and the next step is secondary development and production. The same goes for kinetic interceptor missiles. Not to mention exoskeletons, the Northern Arsenal can handle it. As for the rest, he has to participate in it to some extent, so you can imagine how intensive the work is. But he still tried to comfort her. Don't worry. Even if he doesn't come back, we can still video chat often. Besides, don't you know your son well? He's quite a homebody. Lin Dehai's eyes were red. Then listen to your leader carefully when you get there, and don't cause any trouble. Lin Xia agreed with a smile. Listen to the leader? I'm afraid the leader will have to listen to him. This 8th-generation aircraft is a completely new project. There are many things that cannot be borrowed from others, so he has to keep an eye on the whole process. Lieutenant Lin, the special plane has arrived. We have to go. 2 plainclothes guards urged. Lin Xia nodded and picked up the luggage. Okay, stay home well, old man. By the way, I paid off our mortgage for you. Lin Dehai's eyes instantly became misty with tears. You little bastard, who wants you to pay it back? Earning money to marry a wife is the right way. Lin Xia smiled without saying anything, then boarded the special plane. Rumble, slowly rising into the air. At this time, near Longhua, on an uninhabited island in Xihaling. The island was originally deserted and almost like a primeval forest, but no one knows when it was occupied by humans. And the surrounding animals and vegetation were completely destroyed. In its place is a huge white factory building. Inside the factory, experimenters in white clothes came and went. An extremely beautiful blonde beauty walked over quickly. Commander Mattis, the first batch of deployments has been successfully completed. They entered the coastal area of Dragon Country and will probably be operational soon. Mathis took the document, looked at it, and nodded with satisfaction. After the first batch of experiments are successful, we will directly launch large-scale deployments. What we need is a large-scale collapse. Emilia, the general manager, nodded and said, Don't worry, everything is proceeding normally according to the instructions of the superiors. At the beginning of the Dragon Kingdom's new year, when their spirits were at their weakest, the virus had already quietly entered their mouths through their New Year's Eve dinner. The incubation period of the entire virus is 1 month, and it is estimated that an outbreak will occur in the next few days. Mattis nodded with satisfaction. The extermination plan against the dragon people was something they had formulated a long time ago. But the higher-ups had no plans to implement it, until the last time Longhua announced the kinetic interception. These high-ranking officials also felt the crisis. Some of the falsehoods were eventually exposed. The power of the Dragon Kingdom is visible to the naked eye. If sanctions are not imposed, it won't be long before the Eagle Sauce no longer ranks #1 on the blue planet. They absolutely cannot accept this. The world must operate within their rules. All kinds of struggles and conflicts of interest, both overt and covert, must also be under their control. They will never allow anything to get out of control. What's more, they cannot tolerate that someone who was treated as their younger brother in Karami decades ago is now ahead of them. Sir, here's some new coffee beans. Please try them. Emilia brought the coffee with a smile. In this deserted place, they actually have the freshest coffee beans. Emilia, don't worry, just leave this to me. Mathis, of course, I'm just thinking about the follow-up plan. You know, the virus alone is definitely useless. It will only cause them to fall into temporary chaos, but vaccines and effective medicines will soon be available. They won't be completely lethal. In other words, we need a reason to completely disrupt their people and disintegrate them from within. By then, all conditions will be easy to negotiate. Maybe. His eyes narrowed. Perhaps they can also exchange some of Longhua's new technologies for special medicines. When he thought about this free technology, he felt very happy. By the way, you should also speed up your research on the corresponding effective medicine. If the virus spreads to the country, we can't panic. Emilia nodded. Don't worry, this virus is only targeted at Asians. Even if one of us is infected, the symptoms won't be too severe. She established this in her initial research. This is what we are trying to prevent. Matt stood up and said, "Okay, I'll go first. I'm relieved to leave this to you. Please report the relevant progress in a timely manner." After saying this, Mattis quickly boarded the special plane. "Sir, these are the latest reports from Dragon Country." Mathis took the document and looked at it carefully. Alas, it's a pity for our previous intelligence team. It cost a lot of money to initially establish the intelligence team this time, right? The subordinate nodded helplessly. It's 3 times the cost of last time, and the scale is much smaller than before. Mattis waved his hand and said, "Forget it. Just get them to cooperate with my mission this time. As for developing personnel, we can talk about it later." Chapter 73, the 8th generation aircraft, is under development, and the system prompts new tasks. In mid-March, the weather gradually warmed up. The 8th generation aircraft project has also officially entered the process. Lin Xia is busy all day long. Because of the gap between the 2 generations, many things about the 8th generation aircraft need to be decided by him personally. This also resulted in him having endless meetings every day. There are endless signatures and endless decisions to make. Often when I go to bed at night, I fall asleep right away. The workload was so heavy that my 3 roommates were speechless. All I can say is to help him share the burden as much as possible. "Mr. Lin, here's your information." Zhang Tao sneaked in with a bunch of snacks, pretending to be serious. "Wait until everyone in the house leaves." He then revealed himself. "How's it going? Are you hungry?" Lin Xia's eyes lit up. "My son really understands. I'm just hungry. Bring it to me quickly." The 4 of them gathered in Lin Xia's office and started eating just like they did at school. Outside the door, several engineers were stunned. "So, Dean, do you want me to go in and make an announcement? Is it inappropriate to eat these things in the office?" Yin Wenyu waved his hand. "No, let them eat. They're still children after all. By the way, ask the administration to arrange afternoon tea. I actually overlooked this." "Okay, got it. I'll go right away." Yin Wenyu stood by the window and watched for a while. In fact, he himself was a little dazed. It was originally still in the assembly stage of the 6th generation aircraft. The 7th generation aircraft is still in the theoretical stage. Who would have thought that such a kid would suddenly appear? It directly developed the technology to a level that was 2 generations ahead of the others. When he saw the technical information, he couldn't even believe it. But when he actually saw it at Lin Xia's house, he finally understood why old Lu was still helping him run around at his retired age. This is indeed the future of Dragon Country. He truly saw the future of manhwa in Lin Xia. Inside the office, the 4 of us enjoyed the meal very much. Ahem, I heard there's a disease going around in the country recently. At first it was just an allergic rash, then there was fever and coma. The condition was so serious that I was admitted to the intensive care unit. Zhang Tao gossiped while eating. "I don't know what's going on, but in recent years, similar illnesses have been popping up one after another." Zhang Kaifeng, "You know what? Someone in my family has it. My mom called me and told me to be more careful." Lin Xia slowly put down the food in her hand and asked, "Is it a big impact? Has anyone died?" Zhang Tao waved his hand. "I haven't heard of it yet, but the scope of infection is quite large. I heard that in some places, hundreds of people were diagnosed at the same time in one day. It has now been named the TE virus, and the National Center for Disease Control and Prevention has already begun work. I just don't know how widespread it will be in the future. I hope the situation we saw in 2019 won't happen again." Speaking of this, everyone suddenly lost the mood to eat. Zhang Tao, "Isn't this another incident caused by the eagle sauce?" Zhang Kaifeng, "I don't think so. Last time, they said it was the eagle sauce that did it. They won't do the same thing again, right? Aren't they afraid of being attacked by the whole world?" When Bo shook his head, "It's really hard to say eagle sauce can do anything." Immediately, the atmosphere in the entire office suddenly became gloomy. There was a commotion outside the office. "What's wrong? What happened?" The 4 people rushed out of the door. Lin Xia rushed out first. "What's wrong?" "Boss Lin, I don't know what happened, but Lao Zhang suddenly fainted." Hearing this, Lin Xia immediately had a bad feeling in her heart. He took 2 steps at a time and rushed into the crowd. "Really?" Lao Zhang, who is in charge of AI program development, is lying on the ground at this moment. "What's going on?" "Boss Lin, Lao Zhang seems to have a fever." Everyone quickly laid him down, and someone came up to perform simple first aid. However, during this time, Lin Xia helped move his body to make him lie more comfortably. Right this second. Ding. The mission to exterminate the virus factory on the uninhabited island is now open. Does the host need to accept it? Eradicating the virus factory on the uninhabited island will reward you with a super reproductive factor. The key to changing human lifespan to a certain extent, significantly increasing human cell activity and extending lifespan. Without bothering to read the reward carefully, Lin Xia's heart just skipped a beat. He quickly asked in his mind, virus factory? Are you saying this patient's condition was caused by a virus factory? Yes, this virus came from that virus factory, and similar viruses are still spreading over a wide area. Therefore, the system temporarily triggers the mission of serving the country, helping the system to quickly eliminate the virus and defend China. Lin Xia, who did it? This time, the system didn't ask him any riddles. System, Eagle Sauce. Hearing this, Lin Xia's eyes were instantly filled with murderous intent. In just 1 second, a murderous aura filled his entire body. The sense of oppression was so strong that it surprised the colleagues around him for a moment. Mr. Lin, are you okay? Lin Xia came back to her senses. I'm fine. How is Mr. Zhang? The condition has stabilized. We can send him to the hospital. At this time, Ding Yin Wenyu also ran out quickly. Except for medical staff, everyone else should disperse quickly. This should be the TE virus. Everyone was shocked. Is this the TE virus that's been spreading like crazy recently? Yin Wenyu nodded. Yes, leave quickly. I have arranged a medical room. All of you who have just come into contact with it should take medicine immediately as a precaution. Our project team must not let this affect the progress. After Lao Zhang was carried away, Lin Xia also went to take medicine for protection. But he kept thinking about the system's reminder just now. How should he explain this to others? If we directly say that it was done by the Eagle Sauce, where's the evidence? How to make others believe? But if he didn't say anything, he absolutely couldn't bear to watch the disease worsen. Dean, do you think this virus outbreak is strange? Yin Wenyu glanced at him and said, come with me. The two left the crowd and went into his office. What did you realize? Yin Wenyu said with a serious expression. Lin Xia suddenly realized, has the higher-ups already investigated everything? Yin Wenyu nodded, then shook his head again. We do have some news, but we can't confirm it completely right now. We have no evidence and cannot directly identify the source. It is said that the virus entered the country through seafood during the Lunar New Year holiday. But the most important thing now is to develop effective drugs and vaccines for the virus and control the disease as quickly as possible. He took a deep breath and said, the research and development of the 8th-generation aircraft must be accelerated. The more they try to make things difficult for us, the more we must show them that our strength cannot be stopped by their methods. Lin Xia nodded. He could understand the dean's current mood. But the most important thing at the moment is to curb the development of the virus. He must complete the task of destroying the virus factory on the uninhabited island. Dean, if possible, could you allow me to participate in the relevant meeting? Yin Wenyu was stunned for a moment. Do you have a solution? Chapter 74 Virus Crisis, the so-called enemy, and our true strengths and weaknesses. At the same time, in a secret meeting room of the Eagle Sauce, there's a long table on both sides. The place was filled with American military and related government personnel. Mathis sat in the middle as the meeting host. Is everyone clear about what I just said? The TE virus is spreading very well now. It has spread to nearly half of Dragon Country and has not yet spread abroad. In my opinion, this is the best time yet. Let's all share our opinions. What are the ideas? What should we do next? Everyone looked at each other. Next second, a white officer spoke up. I think we should speed up our efforts and take advantage of this opportunity to break through the Dragon Nation's defenses and cause chaos from within. These words touched Matta's heart. Rowan, please continue. Luo nodded and continued. We've implemented similar methods more than once. Didn't those disobedient countries finally obey us, sign agreements with us, and submit to us? The Dragon Kingdom is powerful and is developing rapidly now. But no country can resist the chaos spreading from within. If there are problems at their borders, how will their people be in instability? Will the normal operation of the entire country soon be disrupted? Then, His ambitious gaze swept across the entire audience. Isn't this just a big cake for us to divide up? However, some people still question what he said. The Dragon Kingdom today is different from 100 years ago. Are you sure we can really do this? Luo Wen looked at him and said, "What? Are you saying you're useless? What our ancestors were able to do, you can't do. Then what was the point of all our years of technological leadership? It's not easy to destroy a country, but isn't it easier to make them stagnate?" He is still confident about this. Matt smiled and waved his hand. "Rowan, tell me your plan." Luo Wen simply stood up and came in front of everyone. "My plan is simple: direct military action. Use the relatively close proximity of Chicken in South Korea to break through the 83rd parallel and reach the coast of Dragon Country to create chaos." "Rowan, do you want to start a war?" "This is absolutely not possible. Your idea is too crazy. Now is not the best time." Although they all have always had this idea. But this is not something that can be accomplished so easily, let alone at such a hasty moment. Luo Wen waved his hand gently. "Listen, we can use the stateless team to carry out this operation. A stateless person who will not engage in any disputes or fights and will choose to die if caught. They have done many things like this in the past. If that's the case, then I can consider it." Following these words, the group of people immediately smiled. At this time, on the other side, Yin Wenyu and Lin Xia appeared outside the gate of a conference room. This meeting is about the recent TE virus. The situation is getting increasingly serious, and detailed operational procedures need to be put forward as soon as possible. After you go in, talk less and listen more. If you have any ideas or questions, tell me first and I will convey them. Lin Xia nodded without saying anything, and his whole body was in an extremely serious state. Since the incident happened yesterday, he has been thinking about it all night without sleeping. It was not until dawn that he finally understood the whole thing. The system's requirement is to directly destroy their factory, so it is foreseeable that this matter will definitely not be as simple as they think. It is very likely that this group of people will take the opportunity to do more and more outrageous things. So, this is not just a virus prevention and control meeting, but also a military meeting. The meeting begins. He and the dean sat in a corner as routine staff. The meeting was chaired by Qiao Lao and Xiao Kong from the Cabinet Council, the highest unit in the country. As a political bigwig, the moment Mr. Qiao came in, a huge sense of oppression suddenly filled the entire conference room. "Everyone, have you seen what's going on recently? The TE virus is spreading rapidly. People in more than a dozen cities across the country have been infected. The new year has just begun, and we absolutely cannot let this thing ruin our livelihoods. Mr. Qiao, local authorities have already established special offices to address this situation, and the development of vaccines is being stepped up," Xiao Kong said solemnly. "What about the specific progress? In your opinion, how long will it take to contain it? Did you know? People have started dying." When these words came out, Lin Xia's heart skipped a beat. Bad memories immediately flooded into my mind. Xiao Kong continued. "What I want is the result, a way to control it as soon as possible. Instead of these official jargons, just to get the job done." Suddenly, the whole scene was dead silent, and no one dared to stand up and speak. Sudden, "Chief," before Yin Wenyu could pull her back, he saw Lin Xia had already stood up. "Commander, I don't think these are the most important." His words instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the audience. Xiao Kong also turned his head and looked over instantly. "Comrade Lieutenant, do you have any ideas?" Yin Wenyu quickly stood up and said, "Commander, we are from the Dragon Academy of Science, and this is Lin Xia, the chief engineer of our newest fighter jet." Xiao Kong narrowed his eyes. "Chief engineer of the latest fighter jet? I've heard that you guys want to launch an 8th-generation fighter jet. What? Lin Xia, do you have any ideas about virus prevention and treatment?" Lin Xia shook her head. "Not yet." Xiao Kang's eyes instantly became serious. "But I think we need to address the root causes of the problem." "The root? What do you think the root is?" Lin Xia said bluntly. "The person who created the virus." As soon as he said this, cold sweat broke out on his back. There is currently no evidence that these viruses are man-made. This kid, Xiao Kong looked at him with interest. "You think it was man-made? Then who do you think was responsible?" Lin Xia stood up and walked to the world map behind everyone, then pointed to one of the locations. "Eagle Chan," everyone exclaimed. "You mean the Eagle Sauce deliberately created this virus to target us?" Lin Xia nodded. I heard that our country is the only one hit hardest, and the European infected haven't had much of an impact. The epidemic prevention staff beside him nodded. Indeed, this virus is also strange. It seems to have a greater impact on Asians. That's right. This is specially made for us by Eagle Sauce. Lin Xia knew that this was a bit too much, but the situation was urgent and he couldn't care less. He must complete the task as soon as possible. Leader, if you believe what I say, you can send our intelligence personnel to investigate. I can guarantee that these people definitely have more than just this one idea. I'm afraid the relevant armed forces have already been ready to take action. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere at the scene became tense. Young comrade, you can't say such nonsense. Someone immediately stood up to accuse Lin Xia, but Xiao Kong just nodded slightly. I have said before that we should assume the worst of our enemy countries. I think what this young comrade said makes sense. Lin Xia, tell me what you think. Chapter 75. Sorry, I am your ancestor when it comes to strategy. Lin Xia thought for a moment. I think we should walk on two legs. One is the domestic TE virus prevention and control situation, and the other is to confirm the location where they developed the virus as soon as possible. Mobilize the power of intelligence personnel to quickly determine and finalize the assault plan and break their delusion at the source. He paused for a moment and glanced at Wenyu, whose face was as black as an iron pot. If possible, I think the newly developed fighter jets and the mecha team I developed previously can help. Break through quickly and do everything we can to disrupt their plans. As soon as he finished speaking, no one dared to speak. Everyone looked at Xiao Kong in the middle position, waiting for him to speak. After a long while, finally, good, well said. Xiao Kong slammed his hand on the table. You guys are not as courageous as a little kid. Everyone was immediately ashamed. They really didn't dare to say anything more than this little guy. In the following meetings, the content of the entire meeting deviated from the original topic. Hearing this, Yin Wenyu was terrified. Until the end. Standing outside the door, Yin Wenyu stood there, unable to react. Lin Xia went to the bathroom and saw him looking distraught. Dean, what's wrong with you? Did the chief say anything to you? Yin Wenyu shook his head stiffly. No. Lin Xia. Then why do you look like you've lost your soul? Yin Wenyu looked at him. Mr. Chiao said that you and I should be involved in the follow-up matters. Really? Lin Xia's eyes lit up instantly. However, Yin Wenyu was a little crazy. No. Why are you involved in this? Can you fight the enemy or develop a special medicine? He felt that both of these things were unrealistic. I originally thought that Lin Xia participated in this meeting because he had some good ideas for prevention and treatment, but who would have thought that this guy would start a big fuss as soon as he arrived at the venue? Now I have taken on such a big task. How could this be something that a research institute like theirs could accomplish? Yin Wenyu wailed helplessly in his heart, but he couldn't let Lin Xia see that he was afraid. Lin Xia was extremely happy that her conspiracy had succeeded. Don't worry, Dean. I won't let you embarrass yourself. As long as he participates, he will be close to completing the task. You bastard Eagle Sauce. If he doesn't beat them, they'll be left with nothing. Dean, I would like to contact the Northern Arsenal and, if possible, form a special team specifically for this operation. Yin Wenyu nodded. You contact him. It's already like this. Since we're involved, we have to give it our all. But I'm a little worried that the progress of the 8th generation aircraft will be affected. Lin Xia waved her hand. It's okay. I will definitely make arrangements. Anyway, he has already completed the blueprints, and all that is left is for them to continue. Yin Wenyu nodded. All right, it seems that this is the only way for now. Soon, with the establishment of the Special Operations Team, domestic and foreign intelligence personnel immediately launched a major operation. In response to the TE virus, all parties carried out a major purge, thorough investigation, and targeted exploration. However, hard work pays off. Near the end of the month, good news really came. Lin Xia, Captain Lee of the Special Task Force, has notified us of a meeting tonight. Finish your work and follow me. Lin Xia, okay, no problem. In the evening, in a military meeting room, Li Dan, leader of the special team, looked at the information transmitted back with a deep expression. After everyone at the venue was gathered, he glanced around the room and then handed the information in his hand to everyone. Let's all take a look. This is the information we've gathered from our latest investigation. It was indeed done by the Eagle Sauce. They also have a virus production test plant, the exact location of which is still being confirmed. Li Dan glanced at Lin Xia, standing beside him, and said, Shaolin, you guessed it right. I originally thought he was just talking nonsense, but I didn't expect that it was actually true. Hearing this, Lin Xia was not very happy, but frowned even more tightly. Li Dan looked at him and said, What do you think we should do next? Lin Xia thought for a moment and said, I think we should spread the news about the current situation in Dragon Country, and we need to increase the severity and spread it out. These words immediately aroused the emotions of the people on the scene. No, absolutely not. Generally speaking, in situations like this, foreign countries are watching closely. We absolutely cannot expose our weaknesses and attract them. Yes, that's true. It's a bit late for us to organize military exercises now. How can we invite these flies to come to our door? Absolutely not. Li Dan didn't say anything. Before he came, Mr. Qiao told him to listen more to Lin Xia's words. But this, he said nothing and let them argue. Just when everyone thought it was impossible. Lin Xia stood up and said, If we don't give them a chance, how can we get to Huanglong? Li Dan's brows twitched slightly. What do you mean by that? Lin Xia looked at him seriously and said, Team Leader Li, we need to destroy this virus-producing laboratory in one fell swoop. This is the most important thing. Otherwise, after this batch is finished, there will be the next batch, and after the next batch is finished, there will be the next batch. If we really let them get away with it and think they can control us dragon people, won't that cause endless trouble? But we will develop effective medicines and vaccines. Some still think this is too risky. Worst case scenario, we can openly confront the Eagle Sauce. I don't believe they will ignore the international impact. Lin Xia looked at him. Does this leader really think so? If there's no TE virus, there will be other viruses. Do you really think our progress in developing effective drugs can keep up with their speed in developing viruses? Or do you think your research and development speed will be faster than theirs? Will you use it or not when that happens? If we use it, do you think there will be anything else inside? If we don't use it, are we going to just watch our people continue to be killed and wounded while we wait? Or do you really think the Eagle Sauce will publicly admit this? I'm afraid the process of finding evidence will be a bit long, right? The entire scene fell into silence again. Lin Xia took the initiative to speak. Everyone, don't forget, when it comes to tactics, military strategy, open and secret schemes, no country in the world can surpass us. Our Chinese nation has a history of 5,000 years. Just one volume of Romance of the Three Kingdoms is enough for them to digest. They want to play tricks on us. Aren't they too young? Li Dan nudda. Indeed, according to current intelligence analysis, they don't just want to kill us civilians. They also intend to target our coastal areas. These guys are just trying to add charcoal to the fire. In that case, let's study the areas where they might launch an attack. Chapter 76. Attack the uninhabited island. Soon, as relevant plans are finalized. Manhwa immediately released the news report to the outside world. The official TVCC News reported the relevant disease situation in detail and asked experts to make certain future forecasts on the severity of the spread of the TE virus in Manhwa. They even deliberately included many scenes of critically ill patients struggling. For a moment, after the news was sent out, it caused a huge uproar. Not only the entire Dragon Kingdom was in shock. Other countries also stood in the seats to watch. South Korean netizen. Looks like Dragon Country is really in trouble this time. They've always tried to suppress news as much as possible, but this time it's erupting nationwide. Foot Basin Chicken netizen. I think this is what they deserve. They deserve it for being so arrogant a while ago. Otherwise, maybe the Eagle Sauce would help them develop a special medicine. Frank netizen. In such dire straits, the most frightening thing is that someone is watching closely. Manhwa is really stupid. How could they take the initiative to expose their situation in such a situation? English netizens. I'm afraid there's nothing we can do about it. When it comes to biotechnology research, dragons still can't match Eagle. Mathis also saw the news. His mouth was so happy that it almost stretched behind his ears. Ha ha ha, just as I expected, they can't hold on any longer. Go, tell Luo when that we can make a detailed plan. Great. This time we can finally teach Long Nation a lesson. See if they still don't take us Eagle Sauce seriously. Mats was extremely excited. After receiving the news, Luo would immediately made arrangements for the stateless personnel and simultaneously informed South Korea and Jaya Benji to cooperate actively. However, what they don't know is, The Long Kingdom also began to make preparations at the same time. Lin Xia, thank you for sending this batch of the latest equipment from the Northern Arsenal. I have already equipped the Special Forces team with it, said Li Dan. Lin Xia asked anxiously, Team Leader Li, have you confirmed the exact location? Li Dan extinguished the cigarette in his hand and took a deep breath. Confirmed, it's on the uninhabited island of Xiaoling. Lin Xia was shocked. The distance was so close. These people are actually causing trouble right under our noses. Li Dan nodded. That location has always been occupied by a group of stateless pirates. I guess they killed that group and occupied it there on purpose. The goal is to release the virus as quickly as possible to cause civil unrest in our Dragon Nation. Also, what you may not know is that according to our recent news, unidentified ships and warships have been sighted numerous times in several coastal areas. These guys are quite ambitious. Hearing this, Lin Xia clenched her teeth and said, Team Leader Li, can you let me participate in the overall attack plan? Li Dan was stunned for a moment. Why are you going there? It's so dangerous. Your life could be in danger at any time. You are a scientific researcher. You absolutely cannot go. Lin Xia, but Li Dan refused directly. No, but just stay with me and sit firmly in the base camp. Whether it's along the coast or on an uninhabited island, there will be someone there to go. Lin Xia settled for the next best thing. Can you bring me some of their virus samples? I'll see if I can research a specific medicine. Li Dan's eyes lit up. You also know these? Lin Xia smiled and said, high school biology is pretty good. Wen Yin, who was standing by, was listening to their conversation and suddenly started to grimace. Good at high school biology? Researching a specific drug? Participate in the general offensive plan? No. Was he old? Or was this young man now beyond their comprehension? Also, why does Team Leader Li always ask for the opinion of one child? Wen felt a little dazed, and his thoughts could not keep up with the pace of their conversation. He kept praying in his heart that this time he must not fail. The lives of so many people in the entire Dragon Kingdom are waiting for this, and the safety of the country cannot be compromised. 3 days later, everything went according to plan. There was news coming from the inside again. Team Leader Li, the latest news is that unidentified vessels have been spotted near the coastlines of both Linen Pass and Green Bamboo Bay, and their number is more than double the previous time. They came quietly at night and seem to be continuing to release the virus in coastal areas. Li Dan clenched his fists and said, Are you planning to take over our Linen Pass and Green Bamboo Bay? That's a pretty ambitious idea. If these two places are really destroyed by them, then at least the entire Dragon Kingdom will have problems with imports and exports for quite a long time. That's really ambitious, but that's fine. Go, keep spreading the news. Give a special report saying the epidemic over there is serious and the entire city has been completely paralyzed. What's the reality? There are still many civilians in that area. Wang Hu, captain of the Wild Wolf Special Forces, immediately became anxious. Li Dan waved his hand slightly. Don't worry, several armies are already on the way and will arrive tonight. A large part of the people have also retreated. That place is like an empty city, and there are ambushes. When they're fighting hard and not paying attention to their butts, that's our chance to launch a counterattack. By then, their attention will be diverted to these two places. We'll just have the opportunity to completely destroy the virus factory in Xiaoling, find evidence, and give them a complete and utter blow. This wave depends on who is faster. Yes, everyone immediately obeyed the order and left. Soon, the news spread. After 2 days and 1 night of full-scale diffusion, finally, the Americans completely relaxed their vigilance. Emilia watched the news report, the red virus test tube in her hand turning slightly. Next, we need to increase our throws. Leave it to us to assist Commander Luo 1. That night, tens of thousands more virus samples hidden in seafood were shipped out of the factory. Emilia and Rowan personally saw them off. After watching all the ships filled with the virus set off, the two looked at each other, and smiles appeared on their snake-like faces. It's up to Commander Rowan now, said Emilia. Luo gently stroked the tip of her nose. Don't worry. Watch me give you a beautiful show. Will you agree to be my girlfriend once the news of our conquest of the Dragon Country coast reaches us? Emilia covered her mouth and chuckled. Then we'll wait and see. That night, Luo personally led the team and headed towards Longwa. At the same time, just after he set off, a secret team slowly walked out from the corner at the same time. The Wolf Squad has confirmed the target and is requesting an attack. Request to launch an attack. Chapter 77. Afraid? There is no such word as fear in my dictionary. The sea was filled with fog at night. There was a faint murderous aura everywhere. Commander Luo 1, we're less than 10 nautical miles away from the Dragon Kingdom waters. Should we launch the attack? Luo 1 waved his hand. Don't worry. Call the divers. While they're letting their guard down, we'll drop them directly onto the land and add fuel to the fire. Yes, soon. On countless warships, countless water ghosts in diving suits quickly appeared. Each of them carried a special small box on their back. Sir, we're ready. Luo 1 looked down at the message sent by the stateless people. Okay, everything is ready. Then let's go. 2 hours of quick action, and I'll throw you a celebration party when we get back. Yes. At this time, in thick fog, Wang Yu, who went out to sea 3 days ago, was sleeping soundly. Sudden, he sensed something was wrong beneath the surface of the water. Damn it, you won't even let me sleep well. Wang Yu thought there was a big fish making trouble underneath. He sat up cursing, but the next second, the black muzzle of the gun was pressed against his forehead. Who are you? This is the Dragon Kingdom's waters. What are you doing? Do you want to die? With the confidence given by the country, Wang Yu was not afraid at the first moment, but stood up and questioned directly. But after all, there is strength in numbers. His boat and his men were soon seized on board an unfamiliar vessel. Sir, we've captured a Dragon Country fisherman. Should he be executed on the spot? Wang Yu looked at this group of foreigners and suddenly reacted. Damn it, what are you planning? Are you planning to invade our country while the virus is spreading? Damn it, are you crazy? Our dragon army will not let you go. Luo 1 snorted coldly and slowly approached him. You won't let anyone go? He slowly stepped on Wang Yu's chest, increasing the force again and again. Tell me, who won't be spared? I'm afraid your Dragon Nation army is now only concerned with the front and not the back, right? Disaster relief requires a lot of manpower and material resources. You still won't let us go? Humph. It's hilarious. Wang Yu, did you spread the virus? What country are you from? You bastard. You're absolutely insane. I was wondering why this virus came about so strangely. So that's it? Luo 1 looked at him coldly. What's wrong? So what if we threw it? At this point, he was not worried about the news leaking out. After tonight, Longwa would be his meat on the chopping board anyway. These people from Long Country will definitely lower their stance in various ways for the sake of their people. Wouldn't it be possible to negotiate any terms and request any resources? Maybe even get some land? He got excited when he thought of this. Wang Yu felt nauseous when he saw his expression. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. He rushed forward, wanting to fight this guy to the death. But his hands and feet were tied, and he was sent flying with just a light kick. The soldier beside him whispered to him, Come on, be quiet for a while. Aren't you afraid of death? Wang Yu glared angrily. The word fear doesn't exist in my dictionary. After saying this, Wang Yu was thrown to the bottom of the cabin. After calming down, Wang Yu discovered this. Brother, are you also from Dragon Country? Wang Yu was shocked. Why are there so many people? Were you all captured by these foreign thieves? Everyone nodded. They're all fishermen from nearby who were caught while out at sea. These bastards are probably up to something bad. Yes, we were beaten as soon as we came in, and then we weren't given any food to eat. We couldn't escape. I don't know what's going on outside. Wang Yu was furious. Damn it, don't let me out. I'll kill them if I get out. At the same time, Combat Command Center. Monitoring messages came in one after another. Li Dan's fingers tapped on the table again and again. It seems that the fish has taken the bait. It's time for us to close the net. Lin Xia was excited. I didn't expect these people to be so bold. Aren't they worried about the news being exposed? Li Dan snorted coldly. Do you think they have done less things like this over the years? It's just that ordinary people don't know about it, because we have been blocking it. The great powers have never given up their desire to seize this fertile land. He slowly stood up and picked up the communication device. Everyone pay attention. The fish has taken the bait and is ready to strike. At this time, on the coast of Linen Pass. The same is true at this time on the coast, which is always brightly lit. A group of water ghosts began to emerge from the sea. The scarred leader grinned. It seems the dragon people really don't have any defenses. We've come all the way here, and they haven't noticed anything yet. Brothers, prepare to attack. Go, go, go. Next second, a group of people rushed to the coast quickly. He quickly took off his diving suit and headed towards the interior of Linen Pass. The order given to them was to quickly occupy the power station in the area and then control the entire city. But what they didn't know was that the power station was now full of Dragon Country troops. When they just stepped in, next second, countless black gun muzzles were immediately pointed at them from top to bottom. Dragon Nation Army, raise your hands. The same is true for Green Bamboo Bay. When this group of people sneaked into the emergency command center with great difficulty, countless guns and cannons were aimed at them in an instant. Just 1 second. The battle started instantly. Da-da-da. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Luo, when on the ship, listened to these sounds as if he was listening to pleasant music. I was so happy. If they succeed tonight, he will become a hero with his name written in the history of the Eagle Sauce. To say I'm not excited would be a lie. But what he didn't know was that most of the gunfire and shouting he heard were from his people. And in front of the factory on the uninhabited island of Xihaling, the Wild Wolf Squad had also quickly dealt with their guards on high ground, diving in quickly at this moment. Scorpion, take out the sentry at the 3 o'clock position. Eagle, there's someone at the 12 o'clock position. Bang! The silenced bullet instantly pierced the foreign soldier's head. With a whoosh, the head exploded, and in this dark night, enchanting flowers bloomed. Quickly seize advantageous positions and control the entire factory. The Wolf Squad is truly a special forces team among special forces. With the addition of mechas and new weapons, they are like ghosts in the dark night. A foreign soldier was dragged away with great force. There was another cry of surprise, and 3 or 2 soldiers quickly disappeared. Emilia, who was sitting in the office drinking red wine, suddenly felt a chill on her back. Fuck, the weather is getting colder and colder. Next second, the black muzzle of the gun was pointed directly at her forehead. Chapter 78, Mission Accomplished. Luo wins despair. Who are you? Emilia looked at the mecha warrior in front of her with fear. In the dark night, this group of people appeared silently like ghosts from the end of the world. Dragon Nation Army, raise your hands. You have been controlled. At this time, on the ship, Luo was still waiting for news of victory. Suddenly, the voices of Dragon Country soldiers were heard in the communication channel. Your troops have now been completely annihilated. The subordinate beside him had his pupils trembling. Sir, it's from Linen Pass. Luo stood up suddenly and glared at him instantly. Fuck, how is this possible? However, next second, the same voice came out of the communication device again. The Green Bamboo Bay landing team has been completely wiped out. Another familiar burst of Longwood dialect. Luo was dumbfounded. He picked up the communication device directly. Who are you? Where are our people? What have you done to our people? The only response he got was the crackling sound of electricity. Luo was completely dumbfounded. Sir, are all the people we sent wiped out? Luo was trembling all over. Impossible. Didn't they say that the entire Dragon Nation is in a semi-paralyzed state? Our intelligence clearly states that their coastal areas haven't been functioning properly for days. How is this possible? No, this is fake. Start the ship and let's go see for ourselves. Next second, a soldier rushed in at the gate. Report. News has been sent back from the front that the 2 waves of troops we sent out have been completely wiped out. Commander Luo, our plan has failed. With just 1 sentence, the whole audience was in an uproar, and Luo began to feel unsteady on his feet. He suddenly realized something. Quick, contact the uninhabited island. Quick, give me Emilia. His men quickly connected to the communication equipment in the uninhabited island area. But the only response they got was a busy tone. Rowan, sir, the link is broken. After hearing these words, Luo felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. On purpose. Did they do it on purpose? Almost several months? They actually did this on purpose. Only then did he realize that the viral crisis that fermented so quickly was actually deliberately created by the dragon people. He didn't know how to react. Captain Rowan, Commander Mattis, sent a message asking about our situation. What's the response? Luo threw the thing in his hand away violently. What's the answer? What do you mean? Oh my god, I just can't believe it. Without a cure, can they really overcome the virus? Captain Luo, radar detected an unidentified warship heading this way. It's probably a Dragon Nation warship. Before he could finish venting his anger, he heard another report of crisis from his men. Withdraw. Quick, retreat. The dragon people don't dare to do anything to us. We just took a tour in the high seas. They don't dare to do that because they have no evidence. He laughed a little crazily. By the way, tie up those Dragon Country fishermen in the cabin for me. There are life-saving tools in the critical moment. At the same time, inside the Dragon Country Combat Command Center, report, the unknown forces at Linen Pass have been completely controlled by our army. Report, the unknown forces in Green Bamboo Bay have been completely annihilated by our army. Reporting to Team Leader Lee, the Wild Wolf Squad has now taken control of the uninhabited island. I heard good news one after another. Everyone at the scene was suddenly excited. Great, we finally got them all under control. Lin Xia, don't you want to go to the uninhabited island to take a look? Lin Xia's eyes suddenly lit up. What does Team Leader Lee mean? Li Dan waved his hand and said, let's go now. Half an hour later, Zai-hailing uninhabited island. Lin Xia and others' plane rumbled to a stop just 100 meters away from the virus factory. Several people walked down quickly, bringing with them countless biological experts. Wang Hu, the captain of the Wild Wolf Squad, came running over with a gun. Team Leader Lee, their leader, Emilia, has been completely controlled. We dare not touch the biological factory and laboratory. They have been sealed off. Li Dan nodded. Lin Xia, let's go. Lin Xia nodded and jogged after him. As soon as the door of the experimental factory opened, in an instant, a pungent smell hit me in the face. What on earth has this happened? Someone couldn't help but complain. Lin Xia's eyes suddenly became serious. Look over there. Everyone followed the direction of his finger and saw a scene of hell on earth. At this moment, even Li Dan couldn't help but slow down his breathing. Only in their sight, in the large glass bottle, which is almost as tall as a person, are people with black, yellow, and white skin. They were like they were asleep and were placed in blue solutions by these guys. Lin Xia walked forward slowly. These must be the local pirates. He felt a little emotional. Although these people were not good people, he couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling and cold sweat running down his back when he saw them being treated in such a cruel way. It seems that this is indeed their experimental base. Li Dan couldn't help but spit. What a fucking inhuman. Wang Hu, there are more than these. There are many more, but they're all placed in one place. Over there, he pointed to the left. I don't know if that's the virus sample solution you're looking for. How about people protecting it? Li Dan nodded at Lin Xia. Take someone to take a look. Lin Xia and other biological experts hurried forward. At the same time, just when Lin Xia touched the test tubes, a crisp sound suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The uninhabited island mission has been completed, and now you are rewarded with a super birth factor. At the same time, the system opens the first opportunity to draw a big gift package. Does the host need to draw it? At this moment, right in front of Lin Xia, it turned out to be a big turntable. A special medicine for the TE virus? He couldn't help but exclaim. It seems that this is the special reward of the system. He quickly asked in his mind how to smoke. 10 points for one lucky draw. Lin Xia felt a little pain in her heart. These points were not easily earned. Now it takes 10 points to draw a lottery once. If he doesn't win, he will lose all his points. What on earth are system points used for, he muttered. When the system points reach 300, the next mall will be opened. In the next mall, points can be used to purchase special items and project materials. Damn, it's so useful. It looks like it's almost 300, so should I explain it to him? But I need to buy some special medicine. He suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Grandma's system, never mind. Maybe the 8th generation that is about to be completed will give him a chance to get some rewards. System, I want to draw a lottery. Lottery starts, spend 10 points, lottery in progress, lottery completed. Thank you for your patronage. Would you like to come again? Go on. Lin Xia gritted his teeth. It had come to this point, he had to get this thing. Lucky draw begins. Thank you for your patronage. Lucky draw begins. Thank you for your patronage. Lucky draw begins. Thank you for your patronage. Lottery begins. TE virus special medicine. Host remaining points. 220 points. Lin Xia's eyes suddenly lit up. Great. Chapter 79. Mats was shocked. Was his home robbed? Eagle sauce in China. Mats paced back and forth with an anxious look on his face. Fuck. What's going on? Didn't we agree to report back as soon as possible? What the hell is this guy Rowan doing? It's almost dawn. Is it possible that it's not done yet? The secretary beside him said, could there be a problem? Could it be that the Dragon Kingdom discovered it in advance? Mathis stopped and asked, "Is this possible?" Our previous intelligence said that the Dragon Kingdom has become semi-paralyzed. Under the current circumstances, it should be easy for us to capture any of their cities. It shouldn't be like this. This shouldn't happen. Not to mention losing contact directly. Sudden. Sir, there's news from Luo 1. Mattis, quick, bring it here. Luo Wen's devastated voice was immediately heard from the satellite phone. Sir, we've been tricked by the dragon people. We were tricked by these guys. Matt's brow jumped. Oh my god, what's going on? While fending off the heavy artillery fire, Luo Wen broke down on the phone explaining the current situation. After Mattis heard everything, he was completely dumbfounded. You mean to say that not only did our operation fail, but now we have lost contact with the virus factory? His whole face was filled with disbelief. Only 4 hours have passed, not 40 years. Isn't this transformation a bit too fast? Where did the Dragon Kingdom's army come from? Aren't all their people sick? Judging from the data, nearly half of the people should have fallen by now, right? What is going on here? Mats was completely dumbfounded. The last words came from Luo Wen. No, they are deliberately exaggerating. Request support, Zizi. Then all communication equipment lost contact. Sir, what should we do now? Should we send someone to rescue them? In fact, they have warships in the nearby waters. But Mathis hesitated. Need not. Cut off all contact and destroy the evidence. We must not let Longwood catch us. Fortunately, he felt a little relieved in his heart. The personnel they used this time had all changed their identities in advance, and only Luo Wen was still a member of the military. But fortunately, he was only on the high seas and did not enter the territory of Dragon Country in the end, so everything is easy to explain. It's okay, let's not panic. Even if the virus in Dragon Country isn't that severe, they won't be able to hold out for long without a cure. We will eventually achieve our previous goals. We just have to wait and see. Everyone nodded, and the tension in their hearts eased a little. At this time, on an uninhabited island, after Lin Xia and his group safely sealed all the virus samples, Li Dan slowly came to Amelia. Tell me, who told you to do this? Amelia snorted coldly. I won't tell. Bah! A loud slapping sounded in the air. A trickle of blood suddenly flowed from the corner of Amelia's mouth. But Lin Xia did not feel any sympathy when seeing this scene. When dealing with such stubborn elements, tough measures are the right approach. Using humans for experiments, trying to control us dragon people with viruses? This is your vicious idea, right? Li Dan moved a stool and sat in front of her, looking down at her. You guys eagle sauce. Can't afford to have fun? Are you so impatient to start a war? Do you really think that dragging our dragon nation into this water will bring you any benefit? Amelia remained silent. Lin Xia took a step forward. You don't really think that if you don't speak, we will have no way to deal with it, right? Don't forget, the lab is still there. What do you think the world will think if this gets out? Amelia suddenly became nervous, but he soon sat back down. So what? We won't admit it. Instead, will you fight or treat your people? I'm afraid that before that time comes, all your people will be dead, right? Her sneer and ridicule immediately spread throughout the room. Lin Xia was so angry that she wanted to hit her, but he was stopped by Li Dan. I'll do it. Don't stain your hands with the blood of such people. Pah! Another hard slap, and Amelia's face instantly swelled up like a pig's head. All right, things here are almost done. Hurry back to the lab and research the special medicine. Leave the rest to me, said Li Dan. Lin Xia nodded and said, Team Leader Li, don't worry. We'll definitely have results on the special medicine within 3 days. Li Dan nudda, okay. Soon, the news was passed back to Yinjing. Xiao Kong suddenly burst into laughter. Well done. Beautifully done. By the way, where's Comrade Lin Xia? We really need to reward him well this time. Mr. Xiao, Lin Xia has gone to organize research on a special medicine. Xiao Kang's eyes lit up. Is there really a way? Yin Wenyi nodded somewhat embarrassedly. Yes. In fact, he didn't know either, but Lin Xia told him so. Xiao Kong was overjoyed. Great. Once the special medicine comes out, I will personally award this kid a second-class merit. Yin Wenyi was startled and suddenly became nervous. What if it can't be completed? This kid. After the meeting, he rushed to Lin Xia's location overnight. As soon as I entered, I went straight to Lin Xia's biological laboratory. Lin Xia. As soon as you enter the door, You will see countless experts with smiles on their faces. Lin Xia, how's your special medicine? Lin Xia raised the test tube in her hand and said, Director, come and see, it's working. Yin Wenyu's eyes widened. No, I thought you were just talking. I even planned how to offend you in front of Mr. Chiao. You guys really figured it out? He looked around at the biological experts and asked, Is it really okay? Everyone nodded repeatedly, their faces full of disbelief. Comrade Lin said he could make medicine, and then he concocted something specific for the virus in just one night. Everyone was ashamed. We have been studying this for so long, and he made such great progress in just one night. It's expected to enter clinical trials today, and it won't be long before it's fully operational and enters the mass production stage. Hearing this, Yin Wenyu couldn't help but get excited. Doesn't that mean we can solve the TE virus soon? Lin Xia nodded heavily. Dean, that's what I mean. You don't have to doubt it anymore. By the way, you should also keep an eye on the 8th generation aircraft. Once things are finished here, we will also enter the final assembly stage. Yin Wenyu nodded. Don't worry about this. I'm always keeping an eye on it. It will definitely not delay anything. There have been too many things happening recently. I'm worried that after this wave, there will be chaos internationally. Lin Xia waved her hand. Don't worry. No matter how big the chaos is, as long as the 8th generation aircraft is born, it will definitely be quiet. Yin Wenyu nodded, and a hint of excitement and anticipation appeared on his face. That's true. Chapter 80. Is the eagle sauce angry and embarrassed? Not long after, within half a month after the incident, most of the things have been resolved one after another. Li Dan looked at the document in his hand. Haha, I thought Luo Wen had just run away, but now he actually dares to send me a message. The subordinates standing by looked embarrassed. They are detaining our fishermen. And there's more than one. This is a negotiation request from Luo Wen. Upon hearing this, Li Dan went berserk instantly. What did you say? We gave him face, but he still dared to detain our fishermen. Still negotiating? What are you negotiating about? Team leader, they want to get Amelia back, and they want us to get the virus sample back. Li Dan immediately laughed. I've seen shameless people before, but this is the first time I've seen someone so shameless. Fuck his grandma. Can he still control me? Go take these things and leave. He rushed to Xiao Kang's office. Mr. Xiao, I believe you've already heard this news, right? Xiao Kang nodded. The safety of fishermen is the top priority. But at the same time, our attitude will definitely not change. It is imperative to expose their actions, and at the same time, our people must be saved. Li Dan, from now on, you will organize personnel for me. They must be experienced and have strong assault combat capabilities. Then wait for my news. Li Dan nudda, ukai. I'll go right away. That afternoon, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Longwa held a press conference. Facing reporters from dozens of countries, Longwa directly disclosed the tragic situation it saw on the uninhabited island, and point the finger directly at the eagle sauce. For a moment, the entire internet was in an uproar. Mao Xiong netizen, I was wondering why cargo transportation times have been shorter recently. So, these pirates were literally turned into specimens? Babion netizen, the eagle sauce's methods are really cruel. They will do anything to achieve their goals. England, no. Dragon Nation is saying that the TE virus that's been spreading across Asia lately was specifically developed by the eagles? That's not possible, is it? Couldn't you have developed it yourself? Mao Xiong netizen, what's going on? Are they stupid? They created a virus and poisoned themselves? Are you blind and didn't see the recent death toll? Also, you don't really think those armed forces attempting to attack the coastal cities of Dragon Country are unidentified armed forces, do you? Frank, if it's really confirmed that the Eagle Sauce did it, that's really going too far. Babiong, it's more than that. It's absolutely outrageous. How is it any different from the chicken in the foot basin back then? The discussion among netizens immediately blew up the entire network. At the same time, the White Palace of the Eagle Sauce also saw the news. Wardfa? Slander. This is blatant slander. We absolutely cannot acknowledge this. The American president has become very popular. Of course, he was aware of this matter, but he also knew what the consequences would be if he admitted it. Mateus, how did you do this? How could this happen? Matt's face was also very dark. Who would have thought that Rowan would be such a waste? Everyone, rest assured, I will definitely handle this matter properly. It will definitely not affect the image of our Eagle Sauce in everyone's mind. The Eagle Sauce president looked at him with a dark face. I heard that he still wants to get Amelia back? What does he want her to come back for? Mats looked incredulous. What do you mean? She has the original virus. Even if we lose it, as long as she's here, we can come back. The Eagle Sauce president said in a cold tone. So, you think I will do the same thing again? If you didn't catch me once, do you want to do it again? Mathis instantly understood the meaning of his words. Okay, Mr. President, I'll make the arrangements, don't worry. After saying this, he turned and hurriedly left the White Palace. As he left, the bigwigs at the scene looked at each other in surprise. What should we do next? Is it true that Longhua has put this hat on us? The Eagle Sauce president slowly sat back in his seat. Impossible. We are the United States, the world's #1 superpower. We are the only ones who can bully others, and no one else can bully us. We will never admit this, but at the same time, he glanced at the naval commander beside him. I heard that your Navy hasn't conducted exercises for a long time. Navy Commander Paul Watson's expression suddenly tensed. Yes, Mr. President, it has been a while. Because naval exercises are time-consuming and labor-intensive, they have never been organized. The Eagle Sauce president took a sip from the coffee cup beside him and said, Don't worry about the money. Hold a meeting and submit a plan to me. We will organize a naval military exercise in the Asian waters closest to Dragon Nation, jointly with the Air Force. Codename, Sharp Sword. Paul Watson immediately stood at attention and saluted. Yes, I'll go right away. Others looked curious. Mr. President, what do you mean? The American president waved his hand with a gloomy tone. Let's use bigger news to suppress this matter, and let Longhua know our strength clearly. We are not someone they can provoke. In the country of Dragon, as the effective medicine was fully produced, the spread of the virus was quickly curbed. From top to bottom, from inside to outside, everyone is united in resisting this matter. In just a few days, good news came from all over the country. Amelia, who is imprisoned, is still hoping for the complete defeat of the Dragon Kingdom. Just wait, there will be a time when they will come to me for help. She believed that there must be a reason why she was not dead yet. The people of Long would definitely not dare to kill me. The next second, Li Dan walked in with long legs. What? Are you still waiting for someone to rescue you? A cold voice sounded in her ears. Amelia was frightened and turned around. What are you doing? He was so scared of being beaten that he subconsciously shrank back. Li Dan smiled and sat down aside. We just intercepted a secret order from the White Palace. Do you want to know what it says? Amelia turned her head away stubbornly. I don't want to know. Li Dan was not at all panicked. Really? But it's about you. Don't you want to know how your country treats you? A great hero? Li Dan really likes this feeling. Being a villain is so cool. He threw the tape recorder in his hand up as if giving alms. Listen, or you won't know what kind of government you are loyal to. Next second, a voice suddenly rang out in the quiet air. Execute Rowan and Amelia. We must not leave any evidence that could threaten the Dragon Nation. Hearing this, Amelia's pupils trembled violently, and her whole body seemed to be shattered as she kept backing away. Impossible. This is impossible. I don't believe it. This isn't what my leader said. I don't believe it. Li Dan's words, which almost made her despair, echoed above her head again. Do you know? Rowan died a tragic death. Before he died, he was begging his army and his men to save him. What a pity. What did he wait for? All he got was the black muzzle of a gun. Bang. He deliberately imitated the action of a gunshot, and in an instant, Amelia felt as if something pierced her soul. He died just like that. Li Dan finished speaking, then slowly stood up. And what about the fishermen he captured to exchange for you? They're back home safe and sound now. And what about you? As Amelia looked devastated, he slowly walked out of the prison, then came outside. This woman won't beg to live. Remember, make her write a confession before she dies. Yes, leader. Chapter 81, 8th Generation Aircraft Progress 100%. At the end of the month, the assembly of the 8th Generation aircraft began to proceed one after another. In the huge production workshop, the huge support built for assembly work is clearly visible. Below are staff members coming and going. It's the final stage, and everyone is on high alert. Zhang Tao came up with the documents. Time flies. It's only been a few months, and we're actually going to finish the work so soon. What about the 6 months we agreed on? Lin Xia, sometimes I really wonder if you're cheating. Lin Xia smiled awkwardly, feeling like she had been exposed. When Bo smiled and said, I'm afraid even the cheaters are not as scary as him. Right? This kind of brain is simply not something a human can have. Zhang Kaifeng chimed in. Who says it isn't? This thing spans 2 generations. I'm really looking forward to the reactions from countries around the world after it's released. Haha, who said it wasn't? Let alone them. We're looking forward to it too. The engineers below said repeatedly. Even the dean, Yin Wenyu, was in a good mood. Lin Xia, please come to my office later. Lin Xia nodded and trotted over. Dean, you're looking for me? Yin Wenyu pointed to the side and said, sit down and talk. Cool, mate. Take a look at this recent international report. Lin Xia took the tablet and took a look. The Eagles are planning to hold the Sharp Sword maritime military exercise in Asia. They invited 18 countries, and they didn't invite us. Haha, he sneered. Why are they doing this? If they feel frustrated, why don't they just come over to our place? Do you think this will have any effect? Yin Wenyu nodded. They're trying to use military exercises to divert everyone's attention, to stop everyone from discussing this matter, or to use force to suppress other countries' doubts. And the location they chose was so close to us. The meaning was very clear. They were demonstrating. Yin Wenyu used to be a soldier, and when he talked about these things, his whole body was filled with a solemn and murderous aura. Lin Xia suddenly curled the corners of her mouth. I don't think you need to worry. I'm afraid this military exercise won't achieve the effect they want. Yin Wenyu was puzzled. Oh? What are you thinking of doing with your little head? Lin Xia looked at him seriously. Aren't there some things from the scene displayed here? Yin Wenyu didn't react at first, but looking at his sparkling eyes, he immediately exclaimed, You don't want the 8th generation aircraft to debut directly, do you? That's absolutely impossible. The 6th generation aircraft hasn't even been fully released yet. The 8th generation aircraft must be more stable. What if something goes wrong? Wouldn't we be bringing shame to the country? Do you know how seriously the higher-ups take this matter? Lin Xia nodded heavily. Of course I know this. I heard that the old man asked about it at the meeting. Yin Wenyu, do you know that you still do? Lin Xia said seriously. So what do you think is the best way to break the Eagle Sauce's rule over all countries? Lobby, was it conquered by force? Or is it establishing diplomatic relations by continuously offering benefits? These don't seem very stable, do they? He put down the tablet in his hand and spoke solemnly. It's the use of force, the powerful use of force to suppress. These words made Wenyu's heart suddenly shaken. For some reason, he actually saw an exceptionally fervent belligerence in one of his students. You kid, why do I feel like you're more of a soldier than me? Lin Xia pointed to her epaulets and said, You're joking. I'm a soldier, a Dragon Country soldier. And we can clearly see that this is the reason why the Eagle Sauce can be so arrogant around the world and can still sit firmly in power despite the strong rumors. They possess the most powerful military force, unrivaled technology, and a courage that no other country dares to challenge. So, he looked directly at Yin Wenyu and said, That's why they are now summoning 17 countries to help them. What do they want to say? They want to say that no matter how right you are or how powerful you are, you can't do anything to them. These words immediately made Yin Wenyu's blood rush backwards. The whole person was so angry that his breathing became rapid and his condition became unstable. For a long while, a punch came down hard. Fuck him. Just do as you say. After we finish the test, we'll give these guys a proper demonstration. Let's see whose fist is harder. Even though we're called rabbits, that doesn't mean we're really soft. Lin Xia nodded heavily. That's right. In fact, this is the current international situation. The big countries dare not go to war head-on, and the small countries are fighting nonstop. But do you think the big countries really don't want to go to war? It doesn't seem so. Everyone is constantly testing each other. Everyone is trying to see who is stronger. Therefore, every military exercise and technological breakthrough is a real head-on confrontation. No simpler than any war. At the same time, for the formal testing of the 8th generation aircraft, the relevant pilots also prepared and rushed over early. When Lin Xia went to contact the personnel, she saw a familiar face standing there. Captain Zhang. It turned out to be Captain Zhang Zhe, who participated in the silicon carbide radar test last time. Zhang Zhe turned his head and saw a young man's face full of smiles. Lin Xia, why are you here? The two of them had met once before, and now seeing each other again felt a bit familiar. Lin Xia, this is my project. Zhang Zhe, who was about to reach out and pat him on the shoulder, suddenly stopped his hand in mid-air. Are you the chief engineer of the 8th generation aircraft? He looked Lin Xia up and down and said, You're too amazing, aren't you? He stood still instantly and saluted Lin Xia with great seriousness. Chief Engineer Lin. Lin Xia was flattered. Captain Zhang, what are you doing? Zhang Zhe said seriously. Lin Xia, do you know that you might be about to usher in a new era in the air? Why is this guy so calm? Lin Xia pulled him aside and said, Of course I know. The emergence of the 8th generation aircraft is likely to break the air rules of the entire blue planet. Zhang Zhe. It's not a possibility, it's a certainty. He has read the relevant manuals, and the 8th generation aircraft is like a myth in his mind. Lin Xia was amused by his seriousness. This is just the beginning. There will be even more powerful aerial weapons waiting for Captain Zhang to control in the future. Zhang Zhe's eyes lit up. Are you serious? I'm serious, okay? If possible, I would like to be your test pilot forever. Lin Xia was slightly stunned, then smiled. A colonel pilot wants to be my test pilot? Isn't that a waste of talent? Okay, please come in now and stop flattering me. I still have a lot of training and study tasks ahead of me. Chapter 82. 18 Nation Sword Maritime Exercise. Soon, just when Lin Xia was directing the personnel to complete the assembly and start the test, the military exercises on the Eagle side are also ready. Mr. President, everything is ready, and invitations to relevant military exercises have been issued. At this moment, inside the White Palace, the American president crossed his legs, and his whole body exuded the composure of a superior. Standing below him, Navy Commander-in-Chief Paul Watson gave a serious report. The American president took his report and took a look at it. Yes, the military alliance with the Eagle Sauce Kangaroo as the core, the Asia-Pacific allies as the fulcrum, and European countries as the supplement has finally been established. Paul Watson, remember, this military exercise is not just a simple military exercise. Its essence is our actual combat simulation in the Asian region. We must take it seriously, and we must show our style and the strength of our Eagle Sauce. He snorted coldly, his gloomy eyes full of ambition. It also makes it clear to those countries and people who have been stalking us for a long time that we, the Eagle Sauce, will not tolerate anyone questioning our actions. Paul Watson nodded heavily. Don't worry, this real-world simulation will definitely teach them who they should follow. The American president nodded with satisfaction. Okay, go get Mattis for me. Paul Watson hurried out and Mathis walked in quickly. Mr. President, you called me. Math, I haven't summoned you recently. How have you been reflecting? Do you understand the reason for this failure? The American president looked at Mattis seriously. Mattis' forehead was slightly sweaty, and then he nodded slightly. Understood. I've learned my lesson too. President Eagle Sauce. So what are you going to do? Next, regarding Dragonation, genocide, viruses, and the like probably won't work. What about other methods? Do you have any other ideas? Mattis hesitated for a moment and said, Mr. President, I think the air race could be accelerated. The Eagle Sauce president's eyes lit up. What do you mean? I heard that the 6th generation aircraft has only reached a critical research stage. No, it's okay. I just asked them to be more cautious to avoid the same situation that failed before, said Mattis. So what you mean is that at this juncture, we can not only conduct military exercises, but also give the Dragon Nation a major blow from the air? Mats nodded. Yes, that's right. That's exactly what I meant. Dragon Country has been touting their 6th generation fighter jets, but as far as I know, they haven't even fully assembled them yet. That means they must still have problems. However, we don't have that. Not only that, our unmanned wingman system will definitely increase our combat effectiveness worldwide once again. These words immediately made the hearts of the big men present surge. If that's the case, at the end of the exercise, we can have the 6th generation aircraft make a grand entrance and give a spectacular finale. The Eagle Sauce president nodded. I think it's okay. Then, Mattis, go prepare. The work on the 6th generation aircraft must keep up with our naval military exercises in 10 days. Mattis nodded heavily. Okay, leave it to me. This time he will definitely let the 6th generation aircraft blind the eyes of the Dragon people. Manhwa, a large wind tunnel test area in a certain region. Everyone, I solemnly announce here that all 3 wind tunnel tests have passed with the best data. Our 8th generation aircraft is very stable. There was a hint of excitement in Lin Xia's words. As his voice rang out, warm applause broke out from the audience. Never before has the testing of any project gone so smoothly. It was like a green light all the way. Who says it's not true? I've never seen that in my career. It feels like I'm hitting the sweet spot every time. Ha ha. Yin, when you laughed out loud. That means our dragon country itself is a powerful feng shui treasure land. Of course, everything is going very smoothly. Everyone was suddenly moved by these words. That's right. Well said. This will be the beginning of a new stage in human air weapons and the pinnacle of air combat in human history. With a brief meeting over, Lin Xia rushed to the pilot training room without stopping. As soon as I entered, I saw a row of more than a dozen pilots conducting simulated flights at full speed. Sudden, bang, boom. Someone blew up the plane. After the first person made a mistake, others followed suit. Until the end, out of more than 10 people, only Zhang Zhe and 2 others were still flying steadily. But despite this, by the time he came to a complete stop, he seemed to be completely exhausted, with cold sweat pouring out all over his body. Lin Xia hurried forward. Captain Zhang, are you okay? Zhang Zhe coughed dryly twice. This big guy is really hard to subdue. Although we have tried flying it many times, every time I come down, the huge discomfort still makes me feel a little bit overwhelmed. Zhang Tao came up after recording the data. That's true. Although mind transfer and neural connection may sound simple, they are actually much more mentally demanding than real-life driving. What's more, the test for pilots is even greater. This is true, even though the 8th-generation aircraft is already unmanned. But the stage of human manipulation is very difficult to grasp. Lin Xia sighed. Don't worry, this process is difficult, but once you master it, it's very simple. Zhang Zhe smiled and sat down to drink water. Now, I finally understand why you set the unmanned mode in the 8th-generation aircraft from the beginning. At this speed, a person would be torn apart in a matter of moments, let alone driving. Impossible. Lin Xia nodded heavily. Indeed. Captain Zhang, do you feel you can still hold on? In fact, according to your current level, the progress is very smooth, and it will probably not take long for you to fully integrate. By then, you will be able to fully experience what it feels like to be one with the machine. Zhang Zhe took a deep breath and stood up. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. I can still hold on. No matter how powerful it is, it's just a machine. Machines are built to serve humans. I don't believe any machine can completely abandon human control. It's just a neural link. I can definitely defeat it. Lin Xia patted his shoulder heavily. Okay, you guys continue. I'll come back in 3 days. After saying this, he quickly took his men away from the scene. Come outside. Zhang Tao, how many days are left until the Eagle Sauce military exercise? Zhang Tao said seriously. Less than a week. We have to speed up. Chapter 83. Neural synchronization rate 100%. Start testing. The first day of April. The 18-nation joint military exercise organized by the U.S. is being carried out in the Asian waters in a grand manner. Paul Watson stood on his own aircraft carrier, looking at the messages sent by representatives from various countries, feeling very proud. Dragon country? It's more impressive to bring up a superpower at this time. Don't be fooled by those countries that are shouting after them. But when the real moment comes, their eyes are sharper than anyone else's, and they run faster than anyone else. Look, these 18 countries aren't the only ones who don't want to participate in this military exercise. The subordinates standing by agreed very much. Indeed, the Japanese have already announced that their latest warships have been deployed, as have the South Koreans and the monkeys. This 3-day military exercise is sure to be a spectacular spectacle. Paul Watson noted. The theme of this military exercise is Island Seizure Operation. They're all clear about the goal. When it's time to intimidate the Dragon Nation, do it. Practice the steps of this dragon fighting drill as if it were a real battle. Yes, soon. All countries receive the exercise order at the same time. On the Chicken Foot Basin aircraft carrier fleet, Ichiro Ogawa stood in front of the video phone, just like he was standing in front of his ancestral tablet. Hey, yes. General, don't worry. As the main attacking party, we will definitely complete the mission with all our strength. Yes. Don't worry. On a South Korean warship. Okay, got it. We will strictly implement the goals of the actual combat drill. Just wait and see, General. South Korea is really ready to participate in this exercise. Its main person in charge, Li Tyli, had made preparations for battle early on. He also swore in front of the leaders that he would definitely take the lead in this exercise. And what about the white elephant? As this was their first time participating in such a large-scale military exercise, they were extremely excited. Deepak, the person in charge, stood in the combat command center. Everyone, did you all see it? We're here as the attackers this time, which shows how important we are in the eyes of the Eagle Sauce. Everyone, get ready and work hard. We must complete the beach landing in the shortest possible time. Deepak knew that this was not just a military exercise, but an opportunity for the Vanguard country to seize the Dragon Kingdom when the Eagle Sauce invaded the Dragon Kingdom in the future. If you do well this time, you might be the one being relied upon next time. Moreover, in future Asian regional championships, the Eagle Sauce will support them even more. Who says we white elephants can't dominate Asia? Huh? Ha ha ha. We have the same population as Dragon Country, and a similar history and culture. We are the ones who deserve to be at the top of the Asian qualifying rankings. The men suddenly became excited. That's right. We are #1 in Asia and #2 in the world. Let's go. Target the East Coast. Prepare to attack. At the same time, 8th generation aircraft flight test base. A group of pilots have been eliminated until only 5 are still in training. Soon, after this round of testing, Yin Wenyu, who was standing by, couldn't help but sigh. Looks like we have to eliminate 2 more people. If we eliminate any more pilots, I'm afraid we won't have enough pilots for the test. Lin Xia frowned slightly, and her whole body was in a state of tension. In fact, he did not expect that the technology was in place, but the personnel capabilities were not. I originally thought that everything would be fine without physical control. But who would have thought that after being freed from the control of the physical body, people's control over their neural will seems to be more complicated. Actually, the time is too short. If there is enough training to buy time, everyone will definitely be able to adapt. The pilot who had just gotten off the equipment couldn't help but mutter. Everyone agrees with this. How about we take one for a test flight this time? When Bo suggested, Lin Xia still didn't say anything. His eyes were fixed on the data panel in front of him. Almost there. Just a little bit more. In fact, the synchronization between them is similar. If it wasn't the first flight, they could have been allowed to board. It is precisely because it is the first flight and they have to demonstrate it in front of more than a dozen countries. So there is no room for error. Next second, just when the atmosphere on the scene was tense to the extreme. Suddenly, look at Captain Zhang's panel. In full view of everyone, the simulator controlled by Zhang Zhe not only passed the most basic test items, but also performed at its best when testing the anti-gravity engine in space. At this moment, everyone present felt their hearts tighten to varying degrees. Almost there. There's just one last bit. As long as the synchronization of wills reaches 100%, then we will achieve a state of human-machine unity. Lin Xia bit her fingertips and muttered to herself. Others were also infected by the tense atmosphere. Jolie is almost there. The same goes for Zhou Fei. For a time, good news came frequently. Everyone stared at the main control panel in front of them, watching the progress bar of the migration intently. Sudden, neural synchronization rate 100%. Sync is complete. We did it. I don't know who shouted. Suddenly the whole hall was in an uproar. Next second, the voices of 3 people from the main control system came immediately. Report. Pilot Jiang successfully synchronized. Pilot Jolie's synchronization successful. Pilot Zhao Fei successfully synchronized. Requesting actual testing. The voices of the 3 people rang out like the sound of nature. A smile instantly appeared on Lin Xia's face. Good. That's great. Just in time. He suddenly turned around and looked at Yin Wenyu on the side. Dean, shall I start? Yin Wenyu nodded heavily, his face full of pride. Let's get started. Lin Xia walked quickly to the main control platform, and everyone returned to their posts. In an instant, the entire scene began preparations for takeoff in an orderly manner. The 3 fighter jets that had been waiting for a long time also began to prepare on the scene. Start sliding. Lin Xia gave the order. Immediately, 3 silver fighter planes slowly emerged from the taxi track. Rumble, like the roar of a wild beast, it instantly awakened the entire scene. Everyone present was so shocked that they felt their souls tremble slightly. It's about to begin. Yin Wenyu couldn't help but sigh. The giant beast of the sky is finally taking off. Lin Xia, open the video channel simultaneously. The leaders in Yinjing will also be watching it. Lin Xia nodded, and the staff beside him moved quickly. Soon, the large communication screen on the side was turned on. A group of people in executive jackets, led by Xiao Kong, quickly appeared, and everyone looked at this side with a serious expression. Xiao Kong didn't say much, just waved his hand and said, "Shaolin, Xiao Chu, let's start." The 8th generation aircraft test is now starting. Chapter 84. The warships of 18 countries were directly remotely controlled. When the first ray of morning light pierces the dome, 3 silver fighter planes took off from the ground and quickly cut through the sky. At this moment, the entire world seemed to change color. The leaders who were far away in Yinjing couldn't help but open their mouths wide. Will the maiden flight really be successful? This is an 8th generation aircraft. Yeah, I can't even believe we were able to do it in such a short time. Who said it wasn't? Even I was shocked when I heard the news. I thought it would take at least a few years, right? Xiao Kong happily discussed with everyone. Today is the day for the joint Eagle Sauce military operation, Sharp Sword. Is today really the right day? Someone couldn't help but ask. They were indeed worried. Xiao Kong waved his hand and said, "Don't even mention that they are coming for us. Take the virus incident that just subsided, for example. Don't you think that our Dragon Nation should teach these people a lesson? That's right. It's time to let those damn eagles see our strength. What are you afraid of? If anything goes wrong, I could just put on my armor and go to the battlefield." The soldier had a bad temper and started cursing immediately. Xiao Kong smiled and waved his hands. "All right, no more arguing. Just watch the maiden flight quietly." In an instant, the entire scene fell into silence. Everyone stared at the large display screen in front of them. At this time, the big screen displays the various data of the 3 fighter jets. Countless data are beating continuously, like the heart of a giant beast, constantly showing their current vigorous state. At the same time, Eagle saw ships far out at sea. When the first fighter plane took off, Paul Watson, standing on the deck watching the sunrise, felt a chill on the back of his neck. He subconsciously took a breath. The fear that came from deep within his bones instantly swept through his whole body. "What's going on?" A subordinate standing by asked in confusion. "What's wrong, sir?" "The exercise has already begun, and all nations are now taking up their respective combat positions as planned." Paul Watson shook his head. "That's not what I meant. Go. Check the radar to see if there are any unknown signals." Although his men didn't understand why he was so alert, they went to see it anyway. "General, nothing. All radar is silent. No one will attack us if it's not our time." Paul Watson shook his head slightly. "I don't know why, but I feel a fear like the arrival of a great enemy. I haven't felt this way in years, and it's strange. It's just a drill, so I don't think anyone looking for death will actually come across me, right?" "No, General. Who's crazy enough to charge forward with a team of 18 nations conducting an exercise? Isn't that courting death?" Paul Watson finally felt relieved, thinking that maybe his fighting spirit was too strong. "Okay, let's report on the current location and progress of each country." Someone came forward to report immediately. At the same time, Lin Xia sighed. As the 8th generation aircraft took off, data was quickly summarized and transmitted back. "Boss Lin, the engine is running normally. The main control system is operating normally. The pilot's neural will is connecting normally. The AI-assisted decision-making system is being launched. The regional information network is being constructed." Sitting in the main control position, Lin Xia stared at the data in an orderly manner. "What is the current situation?" asked Yin Wenyu. Lin Xia nodded. "Everything is normal. The current speed has reached Mach 18 and will soon reach the established cruising speed." "Zhang Tao, how far is it from the Eagle Sauce exercise location?" "Zhang Tao, less than 1,000 kilometers." Lin Xia took a deep breath. "Okay, keep speeding up. All basic tests must be completed before the high-altitude exercise. As for functions like electronic jamming, we can go directly to the exercise site and test them using their equipment." Hearing Lin Xia say this, the leaders of Yinjing were suddenly shocked. "We weren't invited, so are we going to force our way in? Why not? Just a good time to try out the equipment. Besides, we don't intend to hide it, so we just announced to them that our 8th generation fighter jet has been released." Xiao Kong nodded happily and took a sip of tea. "It doesn't matter. Just keep going. We're not launching an attack." "I'm not worried. I'm just worried about what would happen if it was discovered and thought to be an accidental shot. Lu Jianfeng couldn't help but say. Xiao Kong looked at it as if he was watching a joke. Old Lu, what are you talking about? Did you go out before you woke up? Do you think a radar can locate us? Or that their missiles can target us directly? Ha ha. Old Lu is half asleep and has no idea what the performance of our 8th-generation fighter is. At Mach 20 alone, it's basically impossible for weapons to locate it, not to mention its stealth capabilities. I'm afraid they might not even be able to notice it, even if it's right above their heads. Huh? So exaggerated. Lu Jianfeng was so scared that his face turned red. I finally understood why everyone was looking at him and laughing. I'm sorry, I didn't do enough homework. Just then, a hurried voice came from the communication device. Reporting to headquarters, we will immediately enter the high altitude of the Eagle Sauce joint military exercise. Requesting to enter stealth mode. Lin Xia, enter stealth mode and activate electronic jamming mode at the same time. Zhang Zhe, yes. As the words fell, the entire plane quickly flew into the high sky. It came silently above their heads like a ghost. Now, the exercise teams, composed of more than a dozen countries on the sea, are now divided into 4 branches to carry out their own beach landing operations. Vigorous. The sound of gunfire was everywhere. Zhang Zhe was excited when he saw it. This neuro-driven driving is truly different from real-life driving. The experience is incredible. At this moment, he seemed to have a god's perspective. Everything on the ground is under his control, and he is like this plane soaring in the sky. In AI hosting mode, he doesn't even need too much control. He just needs to check and maintain the connection status at any time. General Lin, we've detected signals from various warships. He chuckled softly. How about we set them on fire? Lin Xia immediately realized what he wanted to do, and the corners of her mouth curled up. Approved. Electronic jamming mode fully activated. As soon as he finished speaking, the warships on the ground all felt something was wrong at the same time. What? What happened? Why did the radar lose signal? Oh my god, where does this signal come from? Why haven't I seen it before? Oh my god, is this the new combat order from Eagle Sauce? Attack towards 37 degree 21.91 82 N, 126 degree 32.39 94 E. If I remember correctly, isn't this the location of the White Elephant? Ichiro Ogawa looked puzzled. Aren't we, along with South Korea, committed to attacking friendly countries? Now what does this mean? Chapter 85. Dragon Country commands military training. At the same time, several countries participating in the military exercise, including White Elephant, Chicken, and South Korea, have received orders from the Eagle Sauce to launch an attack. However, what made these orders seem strange to them was that this was not the first attack position that was designated. Basically where they are now. Lin Xia directly gave them points to attack each other. For a while, everyone is a little confused, but soon, as smart as they were. Follow the order. It's from the Eagle's Sauce. Li Tali firmly believed that there was no problem. Besides, it's just an exercise. We should obey Eagle Sauce's orders completely. But, General, isn't this a bit of a change of position? It seems that the enemy on the opposite side is a chicken foot basin. Are we sure we want to launch an attack? The subordinates were still a little hesitant. Li Tali, don't worry about it. Launch the attack and quickly eliminate the target location, which will become our designated area. Yes. At the same time, Ichiro Ogawa on the side of the foot basin chicken also quickly issued an attack order. Both sides quickly turned their guns and aimed at each other and started fighting. In an instant, the entire sea area suddenly fell into chaos. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. There was a sound of various artillery fire. The White Elephant and the monkey, who were still hesitating, suddenly understood. It seems the order is correct. They must have temporarily adjusted the exercise order. Quick, follow the new requirements and launch an attack quickly. We must complete our offensive mission before those countries. The White Elephant, who was still thinking about performing, suddenly became excited. Deepak quickly adjusted his battle plan and rushed toward his allies while shouting. This move stunned all the national teams that had originally planned to resist. What's going on? Aren't you going to attack us? A subordinate immediately brought a document and said, Sir, this is the latest order from Eagle Sauce. Let's execute it as soon as possible. When the people from Kangaroo Country took it and looked at it, They were a little confused at first, but then they reacted instantly. It seems I want to see a more realistic battlefield. Captain Pole, Watson wants to see the strength of each of our countries. Is this a test for us? He made a prompt decision and immediately gave the order to attack. They changed from defense to offense and quickly launched attacks on the small countries around them. For a moment, the entire exercise area quickly fell into a state of chaos. As the artillery fire passed close to Paul Watson's ear, he was then suddenly shocked. Oh my God, what's going on? When did the attack reach us? What are these idiots doing? The subordinate beside him pointed at the battle surveillance map, which looked like a mess with an ugly expression. Captain Bull, for some reason, these guys have started fighting among themselves. Paul Watson sat up straight in an instant, fully awake. What's going on? Didn't the order get through? We are here to intimidate the Dragon Nation, not to perform monkey dances for them. What is this? Captain Bull, I don't know what's going on, but a new order has been issued from our headquarters. The signal wasn't very good just now, so I didn't notice it. Now that the signal has been restored, this command is clearly here. The subordinate pointed at the big screen, and his face turned pale. He even doubted whether it was his own operation. But such a ridiculous combat order does not seem to be his work at first glance. It is even more impossible for the people under his command. Then there is only one possibility. General, are we being invaded? With just one sentence, the whole audience fell into silence. Paul Watson seemed to have a brain freeze and was stunned for a long time. After realizing what was happening, he became furious. Impossible. Hurry up and check for me. Is there any other problem? Or did you issue the wrong military order? He didn't believe that their system could be hacked at all. This was a joke. At this time, Longwa monitoring base. Lin Xia and others stare at the display panel in front of them seriously, afraid of missing any abnormal data. But the 8th generation aircraft has been operating smoothly. When the speed was about to break through Mach 25, the air around the fuselage showed patterns like broken glass. Zhang Zhe and 3 pilots looked around. Boss Lin, don't worry. Everything is still stable. Lin Xia nodded. Continue testing. Zhang Zhe said cheerfully, let me tell you something fun. As soon as he finished speaking, a chaotic crackling sound of electricity was heard. After the electric current sound, a clear voice came over. Report to the general. Something strange seems to have sneaked in, but the radar didn't detect it. Paul Watson's furious voice instantly reached everyone's ears. Oh my God, who the hell is this? Interfering with our military exercises? One sentence. The entire base was instantly filled with laughter, and no one could hold back. Ha ha! Who? It's me, your grandpa. All the leaders in the observation room were so happy that they couldn't stop laughing. That's hilarious. Does that mean their radar is useless right in front of us? What do you call this? This is called the Dragon Nation commanding the 18-nation military training. Everyone, stand at attention and obey orders. Ha ha! Mr. Chiao couldn't help but smile. Not bad. Ha ha, very good. At this moment, Paul Watson was completely dumbfounded. After realizing that he had been invaded, he quickly mobilized people to try to restore the situation. If we continue fighting, it will no longer be a military exercise, but a huge joke. Contact them immediately. Stop. Stop right now. General, we're completely disrupted now. There's no way to control it. The only way is... Paul Watson was furious. What method? Tell me. My subordinates look at me, and I look at you. Finally, someone endured the pressure of being criticized and said, perhaps we can use flag signals to reissue military orders and stop the current chaos. This. As soon as these words came out, the whole scene fell into an eerie silence. Use flag signals? Issue orders. Paul Watson felt his brain was confused. Yes, General, this is the best and fastest way until the signal is restored. For some reason, Paul Watson felt a little pain in his face. A strong feeling of frustration instantly swept over my whole body. Then he waved his hand gently. Go. Hurry up, stop this farce. He felt like he was really going crazy. His men hurried out, stood at the highest point of the warship, and began to issue orders. Chapter 86, Are all the drones controlled in reverse? Amidst the chaotic gunfire, the flag bearer waved desperately. But unfortunately, it was too chaotic and no one noticed it for a while. There is no way. The American warships opened fire on that group of people. Boom, boom, boom. The huge sound made everyone freeze in an instant. Ashi, who hit me? Damn it, who attacked me? What? Eagle-chan's warship? Sir, look, what is that? Li Tyli was confused. Why does it sound like a flag signal? The people at Foot Basin Chicken saw it. Oh my god, it's a flag signal. Quick, get the binoculars so I can see what's going on. Don't fight anymore. Stop fighting? What do you mean? Didn't they just order us to fight? I'm having a great time fighting. This is the first time I'm taking revenge in public. I'm planning on pinning him down. Ogawa Ichiro was puzzled. But the next second, he saw the flag signal that made him even more devastated. What? The order wasn't issued by Eagle Sauce. Were we invaded? Baka. Deepak from White Elephant was also stunned. Can Eagle Sauce's system be hacked? He was a little puzzled. Quick, quick, quick! Stop attacking. Realizing that something was wrong, everyone stopped at the same time. Want to see what went wrong? At this time, the radar signal finally recovered. But the key point is that within their radar monitoring range, everything is normal. There was no sign of any damage from interference at all. The order to attack was lying there so clearly, as if it had really come from the Eagle Sauce. Paul Watson finally broke through. Start the drone for an aerial patrol. Where on earth did it come from? Isn't it from the Dragon Kingdom? Paul Watson waved his hand. Impossible. They can't do it. Even with their latest radar, at this distance, and in such a complex battlefield environment, they can't achieve full control in such a short time. He doesn't believe it at all. After receiving the order, his subordinates immediately launched the drone for patrol. However, what surprised them was, the drone disappeared again just after it took off. General, the drone is being reversed. Paul Watson's head was full of questions. What? He instantly exploded. Who the hell is this? Who is it? Next second, sudden, the soldier beside him trembled and said, General, there's no need to look for it. We found it. Paul Watson was stunned for a moment and quickly glanced at the radar beside him. No response. The soldier pointed tremblingly at the top of his head. It wasn't detected by radar. I just saw it with my naked eyes. As his voice fell, then I saw a big silver-white bird flying over my head as fast as lightning. Call! The sudden gust of wind stunned all the people below. The soldiers standing on the deck felt like they were going crazy. If I'm not mistaken, that's an airplane, right? No way, isn't that a bit too fast? However, while they were talking, just above their heads, Zhang Zhe's plane appeared looming. This scene made all the bigwigs in the observation room gasp. Is it really okay at this distance? It's entirely possible to hit someone at this distance. Lin Xia quickly explained with a smile. Don't worry, we're in full stealth mode now. Not stealth within the radar range, but true stealth. Even a naked eye can't tell. As he spoke, Paul Watson appeared on the screen, running out quickly. He wanted to see what that thing that just flashed by was. However, before he could actually see the big silver-white guy, a chilling feeling suddenly swept through his entire body. Suddenly, for a moment, he felt a tremendous pressure on his head. Just then, he slowly raised his head and looked at the sky in front of him. However, the plane piloted by Zhang Zhe was clearly hovering within 100 meters. The moment he looked up, incognito mode canceled. Zhang Zhe appeared in front of everyone in an instant, as if he was showing off. Just 1 second. Paul Watson and the other senior officials under him all felt their breathing stop. His eyes were wide open, staring at the huge monster above his head. What is this? Wardfa, what the hell is this? Before he could react, he saw the huge monster above his head suddenly soar into the air, right within his sight. Woo! Then a loud noise almost pierced his eardrums. He was so shocked that he couldn't react at all. Only when the big guy entered a cloud did they react. Launch the missiles. Quick, launch the missiles. The heart-wrenching sound instantly echoed throughout the entire deck. Paul Watson quickly returned to the interior of the aircraft carrier and commanded the attack. The subordinates standing by were also in a panic. General, this won't work. The speed has already reached Mach 20. Our shipborne missiles can't catch up. Paul Watson's eyes were bloodshot. How much? How fast did you say it was? Mach 20, and still accelerating. General, could this be an alien invasion? This speed is unprecedented. Our fastest shipborne missiles only travel at Mach 17. We can't catch up. For a moment, great fear swept over everyone present. However, this is just the beginning. When other countries came to the deck to watch the situation, someone exclaimed, "Oh my God, is it the symbol of the Dragon Kingdom? A red flag with shiny yellow stars on it. Such an obvious sign was recognized immediately when the big guy swooped down. These words immediately changed the expressions of everyone in the audience. Ashley, what did you say? Such a huge creature is not from eagle sauce, but dragon country. They're not fools. Can't they see what level this fighter jet is? In a trance, there was another burst of low-altitude flying that was like a show of skill, like a god or demon. He pushed forward with a huge sense of oppression. At one point, the guys on the deck fell to the ground. It was as if the whole body was shaking and the entire sky suddenly changed color. Boom! Faced with this almost godlike operation, these so-called top military forces in each country were unable to muster the strength to resist. At this moment, this group of people finally realized what the pressure of death was. What is the shock that comes from the depths of the soul? Look, here we go again. Oh my god, they actually have 3 of these flying dragons. Chapter 87, Could It Be the Mythical Koan? As the fighter jet gradually became clearer in everyone's sight. This time, everyone saw it clearly. The silver-gray fuselage seemed to be cast from quenched stars, shining in the sunlight. The matte metal exudes a cool metallic feel. The streamlined design, without tail, wing, and winglet immediately catches everyone's eyes. Unlike ordinary aircraft, the position of the pilot's cabin is eliminated. At this moment, the 8th-generation aircraft is like an aerial combat machine. When it swoops down, it does so with enormous, breathtaking power. In the nozzle area at the tail end, the ring array of anti-gravity engines is wrapped in an octagonal metal cover. When operating normally, it is bright silver with a cool blue hue. But when accelerated, the entire tail vertebrae will turn into a white-hot silver after the plasma burns, with only a little bit of blue left. When the mighty gale carried them over, even Paul Watson himself couldn't help but turn pale. The other ordinary soldiers were so frightened that they cried out in surprise. Wardfa, isn't this too fierce? That's not a plane. It's like an alien spaceship invading. I'm about to pee my pants. This thing is simply invincible. With all the exclamations. At this moment, the sky slowly began to turn clear. Lin Xia pursed her lips tightly. The real test has just begun. Captain Zhang switched to sprint mode. Zhang Zhe said softly, yes. In an instant, thinking begins to take over the AI mode, starting the true integration of man and machine. The moment the thought command is issued, the flame at the tail of the fuselage suddenly changed from cobalt blue to silver white with a hint of blue and silver dots. The speed of Mach 30 compresses the air into incandescent plasma. The entire plane seemed to be wrapped in a stream of light, quickly passing over the sea and over everyone's heads. Only a steam trail as long as 10 kilometers was left. There was a burst of exclamations. Is this perhaps a spirit? Look at the huge tail it leaves when it breaks through the sky. Doesn't it look like the Koan in the mythology of Dragon Kingdom? The general standing next to Paul Watson couldn't help but sigh. Paul Watson couldn't help swallowing with his mouth slightly open. Has the Dragon Kingdom announced this fighter jet? Could it really be their 6th-generation aircraft? The higher-ups also said that they would let their own 6th-generation aircraft appear at the farewell ceremony. Now compared to this one, it's simply unbearable. General, I'm afraid not. According to the information previously revealed by the Dragon Nation, the 6th-generation aircraft does not have such terrifying performance. It can approach completely stealthily and directly control all of our electronic equipment in a single breath. This isn't a fighter jet, it's a mobile combat monster, right? There's more. His gaze slowly moved to the broken speed meter on the side. Have you ever seen an aircraft that can travel faster than Mach 30? Isn't this something that only exists in dreams? Paul Watson has gone a little crazy. How is this possible? The maximum speed the human body can withstand is only Mach 10. Any faster than that, and the human body simply can't withstand it, let alone operate normally. The subordinate nodded. Yes, General. This is the most terrifying point. How did the Dragon Kingdom break through this limit? Or have they discovered even more amazing materials that can allow the human body to survive in such extreme environments? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Paul Watson didn't believe it. Send a report to headquarters now and have them investigate immediately. I can't believe something this horrific has appeared. If that's true, then the entire Blue Planet's air power is about to change, right? But, General, we can't send any messages yet. The entire sea area is like being covered by a huge, invisible glass cover. We can't get out at all. Bull was furious. What do you mean? Are they trying to show off their skills in front of us? Can't show it. Can't we just not watch it? Several of his men nodded like quails. It seems that's what he meant. We are conducting military exercises at their doorstep, so it seems nothing wrong for them to come out and show off their muscles. Bull slapped him and rushed out immediately. Damn it, which side are you from? In an instant, the whole scene was quiet. Now, the high-altitude muscle show is still going on. Inside the base, Wenyu looked at Lin Xia with a serious expression. Next is testing the anti-gravity engine, right? This level is the most difficult, as it requires complete detachment from the ground. A qualitative leap means a real breakthrough. Lin Xia nodded with a serious expression. Yes, success or failure depends on this. Inside the observation room, everyone clenched their fists when they heard this. Lu Jianfeng couldn't help but ask, can the anti-gravity engine really fly across the Kármán line and into space? This technology is so sci-fi that no one dares to believe it. Even in science fiction novels and movies, few people dare to describe this thing directly. It is generally believed that humans still rely on traditional technologies, such as chemical propulsion and electric propulsion, to enter space. This technological breakthrough fundamentally breaks everyone's cognition. Hearing his words, even Mr. Chiao, who had always been as steady as a rock, couldn't help but take a deep breath. Don't doubt it, we will succeed. As he finished speaking, a burst of rapid alarms suddenly sounded throughout the communication equipment. Alarm! Alarm! Everyone's expression suddenly became tense. What happened? Lin Xia worked quickly to monitor the situation of the three planes. There's a problem with the anti-gravity engine starting up. He said calmly, don't worry, it'll be fixed soon. Captain Zhang, hold on. Zhang Zhe smiled and said, don't worry, I'm very stable. Since his body was not there, his mind could run wild, and he was determined to complete this huge operation of integrating man and machine and rushing into space. Become the first person in human history. At the same time, the Americans also felt something was wrong. General Bull, something's not right. They seem to be still rising. Paul Watson, what's the current altitude? Someone on the side immediately called up the currently monitored data. We're already over 40,000 meters above sea level, but the speed doesn't seem to be decreasing at this moment. Bull wondered, what are they trying to do? Sudden, an idea that he couldn't believe popped up in his mind. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He paced back and forth anxiously. What's wrong, General? What's impossible? Paul Watson turned back stiffly, looking at the still rising altitude, and asked, are they trying to cross the Kármán line? Hiss. The whole place fell into dead silence again. Chapter 88, Crossing the Kármán Line. 18 countries directly became spectators. Crossing the Kármán Line? General, are you saying they're going into space? The public communication channel was suddenly opened because the Dragon Country fighter jets were moving away. At this moment, the voices of representatives from various countries suddenly came in. Paul Watson was startled. I'm just guessing. Someone immediately suggested in the channel, there should be a viewing entrance to Dragon Country. Right, can we invade it? At this time, they thought of invading. However, there's no need at all. In order to increase the shock value, Lin Xia had already prepared a temporary viewing entrance. When he noticed someone was infiltrating the firewall, he immediately gave a look. After just a little struggle, I saw an unfamiliar IP coming in. In response, Wenyu just smiled and said nothing. Only Lin Xia could come up with such a mean trick. This is really an operation to rub salt into the hearts of these people. Here it comes, quick! The entrance is connected. Frank temporarily opened the entrance. Everyone hurry and take a look. Originally, Paul Watson didn't want to watch it, but he couldn't resist his curiosity. Anyway, the entire electronic paralysis state has only been half restored. Instead of waiting here, we might as well wait and see. I want to see what they are up to. Don't worry, General. They are probably trying to scare us. They think we will be scared by them and quickly evacuate the military exercise site. Ichiro Ogawa comforted. How is that possible? We are 18 nations, and we are all armed. It's hard to say who is afraid of whom. Paul Watson nodded, thinking that what he said made sense. At that moment, his frightened heart calmed down a lot. In that case, let's all sit down and take a look. See what tricks the Dragon Kingdom is playing. The entire channel suddenly fell silent. At the same time, The broadcast footage was quickly connected. I saw 3 silver-gray fighter jets rushing towards the sky at a nearly vertical angle, like charging giant birds. The entire trail pulls out a spiral, ionized cloud in the stratosphere. These 3 big guys are not really going to cross the Kármán line, right? Li Tyli couldn't help swallowing. The whole person murmured incoherently. At this moment, the officers from various countries present also widened their eyes. Everyone's face was filled with disbelief. Captain Bull, there's still no sign of the speed slowing down. The subordinate beside him reminded anxiously. Any faster and it will exceed the detection range of our machines. Paul Watson turned his head and asked, "What is the current estimate?" The technician said a piece of data that made him speechless. "Based on this level of acceleration, we'll probably reach Mach 40 when we cross the Kármán line." What? Paul Watson's brain froze. Everyone else was completely mad. They would never have thought that Manhwa could do such a thing. But how is it possible? Ichiro Ogawa was puzzled. What kind of technological breakthrough did they achieve to enable their fighter jets to reach this level? Is this some kind of interstellar weapon? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire channel was filled with everyone's speculation. Sudden, "Everyone, pay attention. We're about to cross the Kármán line." Suddenly, Lin Xia's voice swept across the entire channel. In an instant, everyone fell silent. Next second, the anti-gravity engine began to blast out blue light at full power. The entire body no longer follows an aerodynamic trajectory, but becomes completely vertical. In everyone's sight, when the blue of the atmosphere that appeared in everyone's sight was completely swallowed up by the inky black. The gang finally realized what was going to happen. Paul Watson's eyes were wide open and his breathing became rapid. The anti-gravity field completely isolates the high temperature generated by friction, and the surface of the fuselage remains close to 0 degrees. When that line is actually crossed, the vision of Zhang Zhe and his 3 teammates changed immediately. That strange feeling instantly swept over my body. "Oh my God, this is amazing!" Zhang Zhe couldn't help but sigh. So this really is what it feels like to lose gravity instantly. Although his body was not actually in this environment, the existence of his consciousness allowed him to experience the beauty of this moment. At this moment, the 3 8th-generation aircraft successfully turned into 3 specks of dust in the universe. At the same time, it disappears completely on all frequency bands. "Lin Xia, have we completed the first step?" asked Yan Wenyu carefully. He really had no such experience, and he himself was a little unsure. Lin Xia was a little distracted, but quickly turned around and faced all the leaders with excitement. He gave a bright smile. "We succeeded. The 8th-generation aircraft successfully crossed the Kármán line and reached space, taking the first step for mankind. Anti-gravity engine test successful." Just a few words. The whole scene was instantly ignited. "Ah, we succeeded. Did we really succeed? It's incredible. We actually broke through the technical means for fighter jets to enter space. A miracle. It's literally the 9th wonder of the world." Everyone was very excited. Many people thought they were dazzled, but not. After the technicians reported the complete data, everyone clearly realized that history was really happening in the hands of the Dragon people. However, all this fell into the eyes of the 18 countries. It has become the biggest fear today. Paul Watson's hands were shaking. The whole person felt cold from head to toe. 8th-generation aircraft? Did you hear that? Long was said it was an 8th-generation aircraft. An 8th-generation aircraft? He was a little crazy. It was at this time. Communication restored. "General, headquarters is asking about the progress of our military exercises." Paul Watson turned back stiffly. "What about the military exercise? What do you think? All 18 of us have become spectators of the 8th-generation fighter jet test. What else could happen?" Everyone looked bitter. At this moment, even the South Koreans, who always loved to quibble, fell into complete silence. Oh my God! Did the Dragon Nation inherit alien technology? Otherwise, how could such a terrifying thing be possible? "Captain Bull, I don't think you need to worry too much. It's a skill to be able to go up, but it's not certain whether you can come down," Ichiro Ogawa said stubbornly. For a moment, everyone else in the channel rushed to offer comfort. Right, you're right. Being able to go up and down is the real success. We're only halfway there now." Without waiting for Paul Watson to speak, Then I heard the news of the Dragon Country fighter jets returning from the public channel. Just half an hour. The three ghost-like silver-gray, giant birds once again returned to the atmosphere. And soon it was above everyone's head. As if showing off, it whistled 3 more times above their heads. Then I returned home, feeling satisfied. This time, all 18 countries present were silent. Everyone looked at this scene with complicated expressions, and a feeling of unreality came over them. Oh my God, how many tricks does the Dragon Nation still have? Chapter 89. The Eagle Sauce is shocked. What the hell is an 8th generation fighter? Mattis, who had been waiting for news, was very anxious. What happened? Why did they suddenly lose contact? Now that contact has been restored, why isn't Paul Watson replying? What are they doing? We don't know either. For over an hour, all 18 countries participating in the military exercise lost contact simultaneously. There must be a problem with the radar. Don't worry, sir. Mattis thought to himself that he didn't want to worry either. But he was always feeling uneasy, and this bad premonition was the same as before. After all, it was near the Dragon Country, and he was worried that something might really happen. The American president walked in with a few people. Why? Are you worried about a conflict, Mattis? Isn't a conflict just right? We just need an excuse to open the gates of Dragon Country. No matter who comes into conflict with the Dragon Nation, we can strongly support them behind the scenes. We have plenty of weapons and equipment anyway, so there's nothing wrong with selling some. This was originally one of their goals. Mattis shook his head. I'm not worried about that. I'm worried that our people will suffer. Everyone laughed. What kind of international joke is this? This is not just one country, but 18 countries. No matter how powerful the Dragon Nation is, can it go against so many countries? Don't be ridiculous. Several of their good brothers are in there too. Mathis thought that was right. It should be impossible. Then he slowly sat down and prepared to take a sip of coffee. However, at this moment, just as he sat down, then he saw a subordinate rushing in from outside. Something happened. Something happened. Something happened. Matt stood up immediately, his face full of excitement. What's going on? What happened? Did the Dragon Nation have a conflict with our people? If it is really as they said, then it would be an unexpected gain today. No, our military exercise was forced to end. With just one sentence, the whole audience was stunned. What? Forced to end? What do you mean by forced? Mats was dumbfounded. Several people standing nearby also stared at him with gloomy eyes. Explain yourself quickly, what's going on? The subordinate then narrated the whole incident in detail. After listening to what he said, everyone was just a little angry at first, but slowly, everyone felt that something was wrong. What did you say? You didn't even notice the fighter planes appearing overhead, being collectively controlled to attack each other. Also, what the hell is Mach 20? Is that kid Bull talking nonsense? At last, my Falcon, an 8th generation aircraft, crossing the Kármán line. The crowd at the scene suddenly went crazy. No, you're wrong, right? Is this our 6th generation fighter? No, sir, Mr. President. It's the Dragon Nation's 8th generation aircraft. Their 8th generation aircraft directly sanctioned the entire arena, making our 18-nation exercise just a foil and spectator for them. Commanders, please take a look. This is the observation data sent back by General Bull. This 8th generation aircraft is simply amazing. Everyone immediately gathered around and took a closer look, but it would be fine if I didn't look at it. Once I looked at it, I felt sick all of a sudden. Mats was trembling all over. His worldview was shattered. Both arms and legs were twitching with excitement. Impossible. This is impossible. They can't have such speed. How is this possible? Cruising speed is Mach 20, and the sprint combination is Mach 40. It also has electronic interference and anti-interference measures. And most importantly, this anti-gravity engine device. Oh my God, when did Longwood do such a great thing? And looking at the data, this is just what Longwood wants to show them. What about what can't be seen? They looked at each other, and there was only shock in their eyes. The American president standing by recovered a little from his trance. I remember when we heard about their 6th generation fighter jet. It was around last year, right? In just over a year, what kind of guidance did they receive from such a great person? Or have they discovered alien technology on the far side of the moon? Otherwise, it doesn't make sense at all. Mats shook his head. Things may be more serious than what we see now. I think that an absolutely powerful genius or team must have appeared in Dragon Country. This person is the reason why they are so arrogant right now. He actually guessed right. Lin Xia was extremely happy at this moment. The group watched the plane slowly return to the airport. Zhang Zhe and others also quickly walked out of the control room. A group of 3 arrived at the scene in a line. Report to Chief Engineer Lin. The Dragon 1 8th-generation aircraft test mission has been completed. Lin Xia rushed forward happily. How is it? Are you feeling unwell? Zhang Zhe smiled and said, except for being a little tired, everything else is fine. Lin Xia nodded. This is normal. Go back and have a good rest. You will basically recover after a good sleep. You are the heroes of our dragon country. Although it is only a neural connection, they have already achieved what others cannot do. It seems that the training of pilots in this area has to start again. Xiao Kong said happily. It was really scary when we just crossed the Karman line. Lin Xia. Yes, after all, this is the first time, and many aspects still need a lot of adjustments. With further technical updates and adjustments, it should be about the same difficulty as on Blue Star. Xiao Kong looked at Lin Xia with admiration. Well, you are indeed our talented engineer. Xiao Lin Xia. Finish your work here, and come to Yinjing to find me. Lin Xia nodded heavily. Yes. After saying this, the video call on the other end of the phone was disconnected, and Lin Xia's heart calmed down a little. When Wenyu saw this scene, he was shocked. If his guess was correct, Mr. Qiao would most likely fulfill what he had said before. Lin Xia is likely to become the youngest person in Longhua to receive honors. However, Lin Xia didn't care about these things at the moment, because his system is about to explode. Congratulations to the host for completing the 8th-generation aircraft mission. Reward points, 80 points. Current points, 300 points. Does the host need to open the next level mall? Lin Xia hurriedly said, open it, it must be opened. He has worked so hard for so long and finally got these. He must take a good look at them. With a swish, a white light flashed before his eyes. The originally simple interface was quickly upgraded. Secondary mall suddenly appeared before his eyes. Lin Xia's eyes lit up instantly. Space-based weapons, controlled nuclear fusion, aerospace carriers, Tunglong Space Station. After watching a series of them, he couldn't help but get excited. But look at the price. My goodness, the cheapest one requires 600 points, but now he is not that rich because he has opened them all. System, aren't you jealous of me? Host, please complete the Super Reproduction Factor mission as soon as possible. After completing this mission, the points purchase function of the second mall will be enabled. Lin Xia was immediately excited. If that was the case, he would reap a lot of benefits. Chapter 90. The super birth factor is about to begin, and the eagle sauce has become a joke. In that case, he really needs to speed up this super birth factor. By the way, Dean, have those guys from the biopharmaceutical industry left. In order to work on a specific drug for the TE virus, he had previously gathered a group of biological experts. Lin Xia thought about it and decided that they would be the most suitable people to take care of the superbirth factor. Wenyu was still immersed in excitement. Huh? What? Biopharmaceuticals? Yes, they said we should finish watching today's test before leaving. Lin Xia nodded. Okay, ask their person in charge to come to me later. After saying that, he turned and left. Wenyu quickly stopped him. Where are you going? Are you not going to attend the celebration party tonight? Lin Xia waved her hand. No, I'm a little too tired. I'm going to take a rest. Wenyu's expression suddenly eased a little. That's right. You've been pulling all-nighters for several days straight. Go get some rest. I'll call you when it's time to leave tomorrow. Lin Xia nodded and trotted away. When Zhang Tao saw him leave, he ran up. What happened to Lin Xia? Why did she leave? Wenyu. I'm so tired. I can't take it anymore. Zhang Tao smacked his lips. Too tired? Can't take it anymore. He had never heard these words from Lin Xia before. I never heard him mention it, even when I was rebuilding a loader for a few days. Not to mention that there are so many people on the 8th-generation aircraft. Wrong. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. He has to go and take a look. Dean, I won't be attending the celebration party tonight. You guys continue. After saying that, he left in a hurry. Zhang Kaifeng and Wenbo were also confused when they saw this. At this time, Lin Xia returned to the house and immediately took out his computer. Is there any technical information about super reproductive factors? He must sort it out as soon as possible and hand it over to the biological expert before leaving, so that he can start research as soon as possible. Maybe by the time I leave Yinjing, this project will be officially launched. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and buried his head in. That night, All the noise outside had nothing to do with him. He was completely immersed in the ocean of knowledge. When he was writing excitedly, Zhang Tao and 3 other people sneakily pushed open his door. "Why are you here?" Lin Xia asked in confusion. Zhang Kaifeng happily put down the food and wine in his hand. "Since you're not going, we came specially to accompany you. As brothers, we certainly can't let you be alone." Zhang Tao said in a mean way. "Sometimes I admire you. You said you were so young. How could you bear to leave without a word under such a great honor? Are you pretending?" Pretending to be sophisticated. The 3 of them came towards Lin Xia, laughing and joking. But when their eyes see something on the computer, all 3 of them stopped at the same time. "What is this?" "Lin Xia, what are you planning to do? Do you have any new ideas?" Lin Xia shook her head. "Not really. I just had some new ideas about the TE virus. I just came up with them. So I thought I'd sort them out and hand them over to the experts in the biology group before I leave. What if it's of some use?" He said this very modestly. But Zhang Kaifeng saw something amazing at first glance. You have something that changes human factors and prolongs life?" "Lin Xia, what are you going to do, kid?" Lin Xia was a little surprised. "You know this?" Zhang Kaifeng nodded. "My uncle is in biology. I read a lot when I was a kid." "Lin Xia, then why don't you work in this field?" Zhang Kaifeng scratched his head sheepishly. "I also really like weapon design. You always have to choose one of the two. But I have always persisted in this aspect." Hearing him say this, Lin Xia suddenly had a new idea in his mind. "Well, take a look at these things. If you understand them, how about you come along with us on this project?" Zhang Kaifeng's eyes lit up instantly. "Let me go." Lin Xia nodded. "But you may not be able to be the general manager. Are you willing to do that?" "Of course." Zhang Kaifeng became very happy. "Such a good opportunity. How could I not want it?" But he looked at the thing in front of him with some hesitation. "Is it really possible to research something that can change human body factors?" Lin Xia nodded, then shook her head. "I'm not sure about the specifics. The experts from the biology team will be here soon, and we'll discuss it later. If possible, I can arrange it for you." Lin Xia thought about it and realized that his roommates were all very talented and could not always be by his side. If the timing is right, it would be best to release him so that he can be his greatest help in the future. "Okay, then I'll listen to you." Zhang Kaifeng didn't expect that he could get a new project just by coming to drink. The other 2 people's eyes suddenly turned red. "Boss, Godfather, are there any other projects? I want to go too." Zhang Tao immediately looked aggrieved. Wenba was also full of anticipation. Lin Xia suddenly felt guilty. All right, didn't you come here to drink?" "Where's the wine?" Zhang Tao instantly became excited. "Well, I'll drink you to death tonight." Several people immediately sat down happily and started drinking happily with a few dishes and a bottle of wine. In the present time, there's no more restraint of pretending to be an adult, only the unbridled freedom that is normal for their age. However, at this time, the difference is that they are happy. The news of the Eagle Sauce's sharp sword, naval exercise spread and became a huge joke on the planet. People in every country heard the news. Mao Xiong netizen. Didn't they say they went to the demonstration in a large group? Why did they come back so dejected after just one day? Babiang netizen. Haha. I heard from our people that Dragon Country brought out a giant beast that completely stunned the Eagle Sauce. English netizens. This is hilarious. Rumor has it that the Eagles are showcasing their 6th-generation fighter jets. What's going on? Is the Dragon's 6th-generation fighter jet coming out too? Frankish netizen. 6th-generation fighter? Do you know what an 8th-generation fighter is? Dragon Country has released their latest fighter jet, an 8th-generation fighter. It's simply incredible, directly crossing the Kármán line. The words of the Frank netizen instantly caused an uproar. At first, no one believed it. But soon, news reports from Longwa were organized in Yanjing that night. It made a brief response to the military exercise. For a moment, when this matter was confirmed to be true, the entire blue planet was in an uproar. Oh my God, autonomous driving? Neural mind control? It seems the 18 nations have only scratched the surface. Dragon Nation is truly blown away. Is this still a fighter jet? Isn't this just a fully equipped weapons bay taking to the sky? And it's the kind that follows your heart? Looking at the pictures released by Longwa, everyone felt their scalp tingling instantly. Who dares to imagine what it feels like to have this thing on your head? The Dragon State Strategic Deception Bureau really played this one perfectly. Chapter 91 Running Forward. Bang, bang. Bang. Lin Xia, Shaolin, Yin, when you came with his men. An engineer in his 30s. Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm Sun Xiaofei. Last time, I was in charge of the production of the TE virus special medicine. Lin Xia nodded. Come in, let's talk in the study. Yin, when you keenly noticed that he had been drinking. How can you still talk about things like this? Can't we have tomorrow morning? If time is really tight, I'll have Engineer Sun go with you to Yinjing. We can talk on the way. Lin Xia waved her hand. It's okay, you guys sit down first. I'll go wash my face. After saying this, Lin Xia hurried into the bathroom. 2 minutes later, he came out refreshed. Come on, Mr. Sun. Come over to my computer, and I'll tell you the details. Sun Xiaofei hurried over. Lin Xia spread out the notebook and computer and explained it to him in detail. There was no expected confusion, nor any gibberish. Although Lin Xia's mouth was full of alcohol, his thoughts were very clear. The so-called super reproductive factor is actually a life-extending drug for us humans. It can also be said to be an improvement for the future of mankind. As he explained, Sun Xiaofei felt like he had opened the door to a new world. Wen Yuyin, who was standing aside, was completely stunned. Are you saying that in the future of humanity, we will see a large number of people breaking through the 100-year mark? You should know that many people nowadays live over 100 years old, which is considered a long life. If humans generally break through this limit, doesn't that mean that humans are about to enter a new level? Lin Xia nodded. Yes, that's what I mean. As for whether it can be done, it depends on Engineer Sun. I have too many things on hand and can't focus on this matter right now, but I feel relieved to leave it to them. Sun Xiaofei nodded heavily. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. We will definitely not let you down. But after looking at these technical materials, I'm afraid it will take some time to research. Although Lin Xia has saved a lot of time, they are not Lin Xia, and they still need a lot of time to argue. Lin Xia rubbed her brows lightly. It's okay, you guys just do it first. If you have any questions, you can call me directly. I'm leaving here tomorrow, so you should hurry back and report what needs to be reported and start projects. If you have any questions, call me and I'll communicate. At this moment, despite being so young, Lin Xia already had some leadership aura. For a moment, it even made Yin Wenyu imagine that this person was not a college student who had not yet graduated, but a senior leader who had been working for many years. Sun Xiaofei nodded and said, Okay, leave everything to me. I'll be waiting for you to inspect our work once everything is ready. Lin Xia nodded. He was extremely sleepy at this moment. He looked down at the time and said, Okay, it's almost dawn. You should go now. I also have to pack up and go to Yinjing. After Sun Xiaofei left, Lin Xia suddenly collapsed on the sofa and stopped talking for a moment. Everyone was shocked at once, and he quickly lowered his head to check. I felt a little relieved after I found out that he was snoring. This child is exhausted. He gently pulled the blanket over to cover Lin Xia, and then asked someone to pack his things. 8 o'clock in the morning. Lin Xia was carried onto the plane while she was still asleep. He slept until someone came to call him. He stood up suddenly and turned his head to look. Wow, where are we? Yin Wenyu smiled and said, We're in Yinjing now. Old Xiao and the others are waiting for you. Get out of the car and go. We have to get there as soon as possible. Lin Xia stretched out her body and said, I had such a comfortable sleep. At this time, Mr. Qiao was reading various international news in his office. When he was happy, even the secretaries outside the door could hear his laughter. It's been many years since I heard our leader laugh like this. That is to say, our country is facing too much pressure now, and other countries are watching us covetously. This time, even though it can't be considered a battle, it was a chance to show off my skills and finally let out some rage. Ha ha! I want to see how the Eagles can target us next. There's definitely no hope for them to dominate the air. Talking. A few people saw 2 hurried figures walking towards a corridor. Dean Yin, you're here. I guess this must be Chief Engineer Lin. The secretary came forward quickly. Hearing the noise in the room, Mr. Qiao also quickly came out. He waved at the 2 of them quickly. Hurry up! Hurry up! I've been waiting for you for a long time. Xiao Lin Xia. Come quickly. I have prepared breakfast for you. Lin Xia walked forward with a smile. In fact, she had not had much contact with Mr. Qiao before. I always thought Xiao Kong was a serious old man. Now it seems that it is not the case. Come in and sit down. I made you rush over here. Are you tired? Lin Xia shook her head. Young people, they will recover after a good sleep. Xiao Kong immediately laughed. Ha ha, being young is great. I just like your youthful vigor and vitality. If only I were 10 years younger. By the way, Xiao Wang, bring breakfast up and we can talk while we eat. As he was speaking, several secretaries hurriedly brought up a bunch of Yin Jing's specialty breakfast. Lin Xia was indeed hungry, so she didn't hesitate and started eating. Mr. Qiao, the development of the 8th-generation aircraft has come to an end. The next step is optimization and mass production, said Yin Wenyu. Elder Qiao nodded and said, I asked you to come here, one to understand the specific process, and the other to tell you something. Oh, you say? Lin Xia also became a little curious. What is it that you take so seriously? Mr. Qiao regained his seriousness and took the documents beside him. Take a look at this. Lin Xia and Yin Wenyu took a look at it and asked, are there any purchase lists for various countries? They all want to buy our fighter jets? Xiao Kong nodded. It's not about buying our latest fighter jets, but some other things. It's just that I need to understand your current progress and future plans so that I can plan what's next. Perhaps you don't know, but after this incident, our fight with the Eagle Sauce will become even more intense. I think it's okay to sell it. After all, the current amount of scientific research is too great, and relying solely on domestic resources will definitely not be enough to fund future large-scale research. It's not only a waste of time and money, but it could also cause economic problems, so we must have an entry point for recycling. Lin Xia nodded. Mr. Qiao, I agree with you. It is reasonable to open the sales channel, and I think the latest fighter jets can be sold, and even some of the technology of the 8th-generation aircraft can be sold. Part of the technical data of the 8th-generation aircraft? How is this possible? Yin Wenyu was dumbfounded. Is this brat crazy? But Lin Xia has his own considerations. He has already looked at the newly opened secondary mall. In the future, technology in any field will undergo qualitative changes, and it is impossible to stagnate. What if I say I can completely break through controlled nuclear fusion technology? As soon as these words came out, the eyes of the two people present suddenly became stern. Chapter 92, Controlled Nuclear Fusion, the next big competition. What did you say? Xiao Kang's breathing became a little rapid. Stinky boy, do you know the current progress of various countries? Everyone estimates commercialization time is after 2045. Are you sure you can now? Lin Xia nodded heavily. Once the commercialization of controlled nuclear fusion is completed, the costs of many technologies and industries will drop. It's more than just a decrease. It's a huge reduction in costs and increase in efficiency. Yin Wenyu is very clear about this. Xiao Kong took a deep breath and said, actually, the Dragon Academy has been researching this before, but unfortunately, it always got stuck on some issues. But the good thing is that other countries on Blue Star don't seem to have made a complete breakthrough either. It is precisely because of this that we are not letting the Eagle Sauce get too cocky. Lin Xia finished the last sip of soy milk, put down the bowl, and looked a little ugly. Well, generally speaking, we need time, a buffer period. Xiao Kong looked at him and laughed. You're not used to drinking this, are you? Ha ha ha. Lin Xia shook her head repeatedly. No, soy milk is still better. Okay, with what you said today, I finally have a clear idea in my mind. Many things will be easier to control from now on. Xiao Kong took a deep breath and had a plan in mind. For now on, Lin Xia, just take a good rest in Yinjing. I have a surprise for you tomorrow. Lin Xia nodded in confusion. Okay, my boss gave me a day off, so I'll definitely obey. Haha. At the same time, just when Longwo was being frequently discussed by countries around the world, the Eagle Sauce here has come up with a new round of methods to target the Dragon Kingdom. Math. Do you mean to say that we should unite multiple countries to research controlled nuclear fusion? Mattis nodded. Every energy revolution means a huge change for the entire blue planet, just like the last one. We Eagles must seize this opportunity and completely leave Dragon Country behind, just like they did during the Qing Dynasty. Let them repeat the same mistakes and return to the time when they were divided. His words immediately aroused the curiosity of everyone present. What do you mean? Use this as an excuse to gather the power of the entire blue planet. Mathis nodded. That's what I mean. I doubt they wouldn't be envious of controlled nuclear fusion technology, right? I'm afraid there's no country that wouldn't be envious of this right now. Everyone's competing openly and covertly, and it all depends on who gets there first. The Eagle Sauce president nodded. Indeed, everyone is right about one thing. That is, using the energy revolution can completely change the entire landscape of the blue planet. By the way, since we currently can't catch up with Dragon Nation in the air, We should increase our investment in the sea and continue to improve the mothership technology and production. I don't believe they can disrupt any industry. In the end, we will be the winners. Everyone nodded in agreement. Soon, they released the news almost that same evening. The Eagle Sauce is calling on all countries to jointly study controlled nuclear fusion. Yin Wenyu's hands couldn't help shaking as he watched the TV. No, Lin Xia really guessed it right. Will the next breakthrough for the Eagle Sauce be controlled nuclear fusion? At the same time, Xiao Kong also saw this news. He snorted coldly. Do you really think you can completely win over the entire world with this? Go, call Zhuo Bohan over here. 3 o'clock in the morning. The lights in Mr. Chiao's office were brightly lit. Bohan, I'm at ease leaving this matter to you. Zhuo Bohan nodded. Okay, don't worry, it's just an arms deal. I will definitely muddy the waters for them. He laughed cheerfully. Master Chiao's moves this time are really fierce and vigorous. Xiao Kong smiled and said, this is not really my idea, but comes from a 19-year-old college student. Zhuo Bohan was puzzled. Student? Which student is so fierce? Xiao Kong pointed to the golden medal of honor beside him and said, this is the recipient of the Medal of Honor, Lin Xia. Zhuo Bohan was shocked. It turned out to be the second-class merit medal. 19 years old. Student. Second-class merit. He really found it difficult to put these words together. However, 10 o'clock the next morning, when Lin Xia walked onto the platform, Zhuo Bohan suddenly realized. So if it turns out to be Lin Xia, the chief engineer of the 8th-generation aircraft, that's truly true. He's now a legend in the system, and everyone is talking about him as a god. I never thought that not only is his brain useful, but his strategy is also quite good. This trick is a bit mean, haha, but I like it. At this time on the high platform, what Lin Xia didn't expect was that the surprise was a second-class merit. When he heard the news, he was in a trance. It was still Yin Wenyu who reminded him what to wear and how to dress. Finally, at this moment, when he stood here, he felt dizzy all over. Mr. Xiao Kong patted his shoulder heavily, and then put the shiny medal on his chest. No need to say anything, you deserve it. The elders have all said that talents like you are the true future of our dragon nation. You must work hard and strive to create an era that belongs exclusively to our dragon nation. Lin Xia nodded heavily, and a huge sense of national honor suddenly surged in his heart. Don't worry, I will definitely work hard. Lin Xia stood still, saluted the national emblem. At this moment, the whole auditorium burst into applause just for him. Whoa. Last forever. Lin Xia didn't know how she walked out of that place. She only remembered the endless encouragement from all directions. There were also countless leaders shaking hands with him. Those big guys whom he had only seen on TV in the past now appeared in front of him in real life. He felt that everything was so unreal. Until, as night fell, he walked alone at the gate of Yinjing at night. Looking at the tall city gate, at that moment he realized the true meaning of his coming to this world. Only then did he truly understand what it meant for the system to give him such a person. Just wait, the Dragon Kingdom will definitely become the only true dragon on this land. Chapter 93 Honor, student returns to school to give a speech. The news that Lin Xia was awarded the second-class merit soon spread back to his school. When Xiang Tianrui learned the news in the middle of the night, he was so happy that he was stunned. Holding his cell phone, he was so excited that he rushed to the principal's house and smashed the door open. Lao Su, look what this is. Old Su, please open the door. This is great news. Su Hongchang looked at him sleepily, feeling a little angry. What's going on? Did Mars collide with the Earth? Do you have to come knocking on my door at 3 in the morning? Old Xiang, if you can't sleep, go to the psychiatric department and don't go crazy here. Xiang Tianrui smiled instead of getting angry. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Let's see if you can still sleep later. He slapped the internal commendation notice in his face. Su Hongchang didn't take it too seriously at first, but soon his eyes widened. Holy crap. The second-class merit recipient, Lin Xia. Where did you get this? Is the information accurate? Why haven't I heard of it? Su Hongchang, who has always been known for his composure, became a little excited at this moment. Xiang Tianrui, take a good look at it yourself. It's fake. This is news from the official website. How can it be fake? Lin Xia is such a promising kid. I never expected that. Look who awarded him the medal. That's Mr. Chiao, the one you and I have only met once from afar. Su Hongchang was completely awake. Wow, this is really incredible. It's really rare for someone of his age to achieve such an achievement. Which project is it? Isn't that the fighter plane? Xiang Tianrui nodded heavily. Although the news reports above didn't specify Lin Xia's identity, it's basically certain that it was because of this project. It's an 8th-generation fighter. That's the one that inflicted heavy damage on 18 countries during the Sharp Sword military exercise. Xiang Tianrui's face flushed red. Can you imagine? He's actually my student. Oh my god, I feel like I could die without regrets. Su Hongchang rolled his eyes at him and said, What does that have to do with you? If you hadn't been vying to be someone's mentor, you might still be my student now. I'm really losing a lot of money. You, an old fellow, have taken all the credit. Su Hongchang regretted it deeply. By the way, why not have Lin Xia come back to school and give a speech? Even though he hasn't graduated yet, it can still be considered an honorary homecoming, right? Xiang Tianrui slapped his thigh. More than that, it's simply our best recruitment brochure yet. Okay, I'll make the arrangements. Please make the scene bigger for me and don't mistreat my precious student. The next morning, Lin Xia quickly received news from her mentor. Going back to school to give a speech? That's not impossible. It just so happened that he was planning to go back, one to meet Mr. Liu and the other to deal with school matters. He replied happily with an okay. The next day, at noon, when the news spread that the honorary alumnus returned to the school to give a speech, the entire campus exploded. Everyone started discussing it spontaneously. Liu Xiangwei was completely confused after learning the name. Honorary alumnus? Isn't this Lin Xia? Several roommates nearby were very excited. I heard that he won the second-class national merit. Oh my god, second-class merit. That's a lifelong dream for so many people, and he's only 19. Oh my god, sister, sometimes I really can't help but admire your perspective on men. That is to say, did you succeed in wooing him? You have to hold on to such a good-looking guy. No, I'm going to do it. Liu Xiangwei suddenly felt a little embarrassed. It's been a long time since we last contacted each other. Several roommates' eyes widened immediately. No, sister, you're not tempted by others, are you? Liu Xiangwei shook his head repeatedly. How is that possible? I've been following up on the project. Besides, he's so busy. How could he have time to pay attention to me? Several roommates suddenly wailed. If you two really get together, you'll be a truly powerful duo. Liu Xiangwei quickly said, How can I compare to him? He is simply a godlike existence in my mind. Several roommates immediately said, TSK, TSK, TSK. After learning the news, Liu Xiangwei couldn't wait to open his phone. At this moment, the chat history between the two still stopped at the day he left school. I heard you were coming back to school. Lin Xia. Yes, something happened. Liu Xiangwei was suddenly excited. What time will you arrive tomorrow? I could drive to pick you up. Lin Xia. The specific time hasn't been decided yet. No need to pick me up. Liu Xiangwei was a little discouraged. Okay then, be careful on the road. Then he closed his phone. In fact, she herself was a little unsure whether Lin Xia was interested in her. After all, for someone like him, there's nothing he can't find. At this moment, she actually felt a deep sense of inferiority. At 2 o'clock the next afternoon, in the largest auditorium in the school, almost hundreds of people gathered here just to listen to Lin Xia's speech. I heard he's an honorary alumnus. I wonder what year the senior graduated. I don't know either. I just know that this guy won a second-class merit and returned to school. He's also said to have completed several major projects. Looking forward to it. Liu Xiangwei glanced at them and said, Are you from another department? I wonder if he hasn't graduated yet. Everyone turned around in unison. What? Senior, are you serious? We are indeed from another department. We came here after hearing that some senior students from the same major would share their experiences today. Liu Xiangwei coughed dryly. Not only is he not a senior, he is not an alumnus, but your junior. In one sentence, the world views of several people present were shattered. No, senior, stop joking. Liu Xiangwei pointed at Lin Xia's name and asked, Do you really have no idea what this name means? This. Everyone was puzzled, but some people still recognized him. Could it be that genius who blew away the military training and won first place in the loader competition? Liu Xiangwei nodded with satisfaction. Yes. That proud little look was as if she was Lin Xia. Lin Xia couldn't help laughing when she saw it. Then he coughed dryly and walked in with big strides. Hello, leaders and classmates. I am Lin Xia. I'm also your classmate, currently studying in the top class of the freshman year. These two simple sentences immediately shocked the spectators who were unaware of the truth. No, buddy, why is your schedule so much faster than others? Chapter 94 what? Dragon Country has cheaper ones? Zhuo Bohun is indeed a talent. Shortly after Lin Xia and Mr. Qiao came up with the idea, he immediately set up a dark web called Tianhe, which was specifically used to sell weapons. However, the Eagle Sauce was still unclear about the situation at this time. They used the excuse of controlled nuclear fusion to bring everyone together, and try to use this to control and bind these countries. In the Eagle Sauce White Palace, the Eagle Sauce president sat happily with his subordinates. How's it going? Has the response from various countries been smooth recently? Mattis nodded. Compared to the progress of other countries, ours offers the most hope. If they don't cooperate with us now, it will surely be too late later. So the response from various countries has been relatively smooth. More than 20 countries have already responded positively to us. The Eagle Sauce president nodded. Okay, after the joint development agreement is signed, the binding is complete. Next, we will set up a similar alliance and let them join. We will not only allow them to obtain controlled nuclear fusion from us, but also purchase weapons and other items. This is also one of his purposes. After all, many people are eyeing the big market of arms and weapons. Their approach this time is essentially to kill two birds with one stone and achieve two goals at once. Mattis smiled and nodded. The relevant work has already begun. Several countries, led by China and South Korea, have expressed their loyalty to us, as have some countries in the Middle East. They are in urgent need of arms. At this time, only our weapon supply can keep up with their consumption. The American president was very satisfied. It seems that everything is developing as we expected. We are currently lagging behind in the air, but we must increase research and development in other areas and rapidly build our maritime capabilities. Dragon Country is no match for us. Despite having experienced many failures, the American president still firmly believes that the Dragon Country will be in his pocket sooner or later. But what he didn't know was, just when they were preparing to set up organizations related to the Tongmenghui, the Tianhe organization is developing rapidly, spread rapidly to various countries. At this time, the Russian presidential palace. Emperor Mao Xiong frowned slightly. What kind of organization is this Tianhe? How come there are Dragon Country's 5th generation and 4th generation fighter jets? And where did the warships and cannons come from? Why do they look so familiar? He had some knowledge of Dragon Country's weapons and equipment, so he could tell at a glance. The subordinate beside him laughed and said, "This is the Dragon Country's website. The weapons and equipment sold, they're all theirs, just with a different name." The emperor was stunned for a moment. "What do you mean?" A subordinate at the side took the Tongmenghui document released by Eagle Sauce and said, "Take a look at this. This is what Eagle Sauce sent yesterday, inviting us to join." The emperor glanced down. Are you trying to completely isolate Dragon Nation internationally? And they want to further monopolize the arms market? Yes, your majesty. What they mean is that if we join, we can share this big pie and force the Dragon Kingdom to step aside completely. The emperor smiled coldly. Isn't this forcibly pulling him into the car? No rush. Let's wait and see. We can also research controlled nuclear fusion, but it's not very attractive to us. Unless they can come up with a commercial, complete device right now, we won't rush. And he glanced at the Tianhe website next to him. The Dragon Nation will not sit idly by and wait for their sanctions. Soon, Tianhe spread on the dark web. Many countries at war have noticed this website. African region. Ma Li and his gang stared at the Tianhe website and the Xinjiang internal website in a daze. No, man. How come things on this website are so much cheaper than those on Eagle Sauce? Where did this organization come from? Is it reliable? Several of his men nearby said cheerfully, "I heard that Fajuo and the others have already closed several deals." Mali's commander was immediately enraged. So this is why their firepower has been so intense in recent battles? What the hell is this Tianhe 99 tank? Why does it look so similar to the Dragon Country's Type 99A? And it's priced at 5.5 million? And a knife? By the way, what does this knife mean? Mali's superior was bewildered. His subordinates beside him quickly explained to him. According to our research, this means group buying. If you buy from several countries together, you could get a 20% discount on the price. 20% off? Such a strong force? No, then we have to test the saltiness. We can't let Fazzo and his gang surpass us too much. But sir, we promised Eagle Sauce to buy it from them. Mali's chief waved his hand and said, "It's okay. We'll buy from them too. But we want this too, soon." The entire dark web quickly accumulated a group of loyal users with its cheap prices and group buying model. And it quickly spread to the African field and some Georgiasuo fields. Because China's weapons and equipment were of good quality and low price, they quickly became popular. A month passed quickly. The relevant sanctions imposed by the United States not only failed to open up sales channels for them, but also completely sanctioned the Dragon country. And because of the contrast, there is a huge gap. In the end, they couldn't sell their weapons. Mattis looked puzzled. Where did this Tiana come from? You came out for no apparent reason and snatched our meat? Sir, we've investigated. This is the Dragon Nation's method. And a lot of the things they sell, there are things the Federation openly forbids them from selling. What about ultra-long-range rocket launchers, long-range missiles, and even more exaggeratedly, fifth-generation aircraft? I even heard rumors that they are planning to deploy sixth-generation aircraft, but these small countries don't have the pilots to do so. Mats, oh my god, that's too much. Is there no way to punish them? A group of men shook their heads like rattles. No. Let me put it this way. For example, their long-range rocket launchers are said to have a range of only 300 kilometers, but once they're deployed on the battlefield, with the flick of a button, their range increases to thousands of kilometers. And yet, they told everyone it was just a malfunction. Mattis's face darkened. So, we have no reason to impose sanctions at all. They are selling at a fair price. Everyone knows this tacitly, and because they're cheap, most small countries or those in urgent need also buy them. Mattis instantly became furious. What's the purpose of the alliance being there? Didn't we agree to sanction Long Nation together? The subordinate threw up his hands and said, "No, we can't impose sanctions at all. Those damn guys will just turn a blind eye to us. On the one hand, they buy our products in small quantities, and on the other hand, they carry weapons from the Tiana dark web and start shouting. And the most critical thing is that after we accepted too many orders for basic weapons, we had less energy to focus on large-scale weapons. It is simply impossible to achieve what the president has said, which is to develop maritime forces on a large scale." Chapter 95. Just sit at home and points will come to you. In my opinion, this move by the Dragon Kingdom is aimed at us. Mattis nodded, then slammed his fist on the table in front of him. Don't worry, since they're going to lower their prices, we can too, and our weapons are definitely better than theirs. Keep going. Our future is bright. I don't believe we can't defeat their shady tactics. Humph, you're just a bunch of stinky rats who can't stand the light of day. You only have this shameful method. At the same time, Dragon Kingdom Yenjing. Ha ha ha. A burst of hearty laughter spread throughout the entire conference hall. Well done, well done. I didn't expect this move would really put the Eagle Sauce in a difficult position. Old Xiao looked at the news coming from the dark web with a smile. That's right, Xiao Zhua. You did a great job group buying. No matter how much the Eagles lower their prices, their costs are still there, and they can't beat us. Zhua Bohan smiled and said, "It's all thanks to Mr. Lin's suggestions. They all hit the nail on the head." Xiao Kong nodded. That kid does have some evil tricks, but they're all very good, haha. Go on. We're going to use this covert battle to truly destroy their alliance and revitalize our economy at the same time. Just like Xiaolin said, we should take advantage of this period of time to use Maine from abroad to completely revitalize our economy. That's all. In just 2 months, after continuous signing of orders on the dark web, tens of thousands of weapons and equipment were shipped abroad and into the battlefield in large quantities. Longwood not only cleared a large amount of inventory, but also revitalized countless factories across the country. For a moment, everyone was working enthusiastically. Not long after, Longwood's economy also began to change in this round of vigorous development. This stunned a group of domestic economists. The economic system, which was originally thought to be on the verge of collapse, is likely to fall completely into a situation that is difficult to reverse along with the global economic crisis. However, not only that, but housing prices and materials across the country have also shown particularly good changes. People's living standards have improved, and even oil prices have fallen sharply for a week. This made the experts very happy, and they began to analyze it one by one. Right in this gap, there is big news in the international community. In order to occupy this large market, The Eagle Sauce followed the Tianhe dark web in massive price cuts and signed large orders. However, the consequence of this is that they simply cannot deliver. White Elephant originally placed an order worth nearly 300 billion yuan with Eagle Sauce out of trust. You can take a look at it when it arrives. Good job. The tactical training uniforms given to them were actually worn by their American soldiers. And when I opened the label, wow, it's made in manhwa. Immediately, the good-tempered White Elephant also got angry. What the hell? They bought stuff from manhwa, wore it once, and then sold it for 10 times the price. The military chief of the White Elephant also got angry and filed a lawsuit against the Eagle Sauce gang. At the same time, the domestic Dragon Science Academy. Lin Xia laughed while holding her phone, especially when he saw the intranet message sent to him by Zhuo Bowen. He laughed without caring about his image. Most people outside the office were dumbfounded by what they saw. No? What happened to Mr. Lin? What's so funny about this? Zhang Tao pushed the door open and walked in. What are you doing? What are you doing? You're a chief engineer after all. Can you please pay attention to your image? Everyone is watching us. Lin Xia pointed at the news report about by Xiang and said, just take a look and you'll know. Puff. Ha ha ha. Zhang Tao couldn't help it either. So they just resold it and got 10 times the price of the White Elephant? Lin Xia nodded repeatedly. Poor White Elephants, who made them believe in Eagle Sauce and not us. Would you bet me that their money would be wasted? Zhang Tao, that's not great. How could they really fall out with their godfather over such a small sum of money? If I were to say it's you who's being mean, how could you come up with such a mean trick? You've ruined their monopoly business. Lin Xia smiled without saying anything. His ambitions go beyond this. After a large number of weapons were sold, especially some new equipment from his hands, the points for the shocking conversion brought about are not a little bit. Just 2 months. His current accumulated points have reached 410 points. After continuing for a while and completing the task of the Superbirth Factor, it is estimated that the total score will exceed 600. By then, he will be able to unlock controlled nuclear fusion. Even though the U.S. is now actively uniting other countries, it is still unclear who will be in the lead by then. What is this called? Just sit at home and points will come to you. It's so beautiful that it's bubbling. Faced with this situation, Mattis was almost going crazy. Check it for me. Which institution researched these new gadgets? Who is behind this? He simply couldn't believe it. How could Dragon Country produce so many exaggerated weapons in just half a year? Especially this transformable loader? Isn't this thing a perfect war machine? As soon as that guy entered the battlefield, he immediately started hunting mode, confusing the opposing team. That's so unfair. Did you hear me? Mobilize the intelligence personnel within Dragon Country and conduct a thorough investigation. Find the person behind these things and hand them over to me. The subordinate was a little embarrassed. Sir, at this stage, we are unable to carry out large-scale missions. What if? It will be troublesome if it is taken away again. Mattis refused to listen. Could there be a more serious crisis than this one? I'm telling you, we must find the researchers and the person in charge of the Tianhe organization within a month. Yes, the subordinates had no choice but to obey, and an investigation was quickly launched within the territory of Longhua. However, what they didn't know was how strict Longhua's protection of Lin Xia was. Not to mention investigating. As soon as they showed up, the national security personnel arrested all the relevant personnel. Not only that, they followed the clues and eventually destroyed several spy organizations. And what about Lin Xia? He happily earned points at home and was extremely happy watching the international news. No one could have imagined that a college student would be the researcher behind such a new weapon. In the end, the only one who was furious at midnight was Mattis. Fuck. My fuck. Damn dragon people. I will never let you go. Damn it. Damn it. Chapter 96. Superbirth Factor. The Secret of Human Longevity. At the same time, the research on super reproductive factors has finally made significant progress. The person in charge, Sun Xiaofei, after completing another biological experiment. We can ask Mr. Lin to come over. We can feel more at ease with him being present during the next phase. Zhang Kaifeng nodded in agreement. He also said before that he would definitely come in the final stage. Should I call? Sun Xiaofei nodded. Go. Zhang Kaifeng called Lin Xia personally. When Lin Xia received the call, he was playing games in his office with an excited look on his face. What do you mean? Lin Xia asked. Zhang Kaifeng, you can come now. We will be able to carry out the final testing work in another week. I invite you to inspect our work. Lin Xia laughed out loud. That's what I said. Okay, wait, I'll come tomorrow. 9 o'clock the next morning. Lin Xia was already standing at the gate of the biopharmaceutical company. Sun Xiaofei came out with a group of people to greet them. Boss Lin, you're finally here. Originally, he said he would come after forming the project team, but he was delayed until the last minute and only came now. Lin Xia has been in a very good mood recently, and she feels very energetic. How is it? Can we test it now? Are the relevant testing work prepared? Sun Xiaofei nodded, with a slightly strange expression on his face. Lin Xia noticed it keenly. What's wrong? Did you encounter any problems? Sun Xiaofei nodded, not knowing what to say. Zhang Kaifeng, standing by, decisively said, it's still a matter of clinical trials. There are a bunch of people in the company who don't agree to conduct the trial directly, and there really aren't any suitable test subjects. Originally, they had decided on one person, but when they got close, that person was persuaded by the group of opponents and finally disagreed. Zhang Kaifeng was also a little depressed. In his opinion, it was all because he didn't do his job well. Lin Xia had said before that these tasks would be given to him, an engineer's son, but now, oh, it's all my fault. Lin Xia waved her hand, not caring at all. Go, notify them and hold a meeting. Soon, there were dozens of people gathered in the conference room. Almost all the bigwigs from the biological company showed up at the scene. As soon as they entered the room, they were all startled to see Lin Xia sitting in the main seat. I knew there were people behind this project, but I never thought they were so young. Everyone was filled with emotion and immediately came forward to greet Lin Xia. Lin Xia said nothing, but waved her hand gently. Everyone, please sit down. Sun Xiaofei nodded. Everyone, today is an impromptu meeting. We'd like to discuss the test issues from the past few days. As soon as these words came out, someone stood up excitedly. I'm against direct testing. This thing isn't ready for clinical trials yet. An old man in his 50s wearing glasses started the fight. Lin Xia looked straight over and asked, What's your name? No need to mention your surname, Wang. It's Wang Huaiyan. Lin Xia nodded, a senior figure in the field of genetics. Okay, then tell me your reasons. Wang Huaiyan nodded. I think the probability of success is too low. We really can't make such a big sacrifice just for a 30% success rate. And we think this factor can be used to treat cancer first. There's no need to take such a big step. It goes against social norms. This was a big statement, and the blame was laid on him. Lin Xia smiled coldly. In fact, he could use his position to make them shut up. But this is not in line with his character. Mr. Wang, you're saying that there's absolutely no need for humans today to do this kind of thing? Wang Huaiyan inexplicably felt a great sense of oppression, but he still forced himself to suppress the discomfort and nodded. Yes, I think that's a big step. Lin Xia nodded, then scanned the entire audience. Okay, I also have 3 questions for Mr. Wang. First, have you seen the temperatures this summer? Are you familiar with the various strange illnesses that have arisen? Secondly, you've all experienced the virus that the eagle sauce launched a while ago, right? There were even golden mosquitoes appearing in Guangzhou recently. Third, I'm sure everyone is aware of the virus that was exposed by the melting of parts of Antarctica. Are you also aware of how active the virus is? 92 Bio Company is the most advanced biopharmaceutical company in Long Country and knows more about this than he does. So at that moment, Lin Xia stunned everyone in the audience with just a few words. It only takes a moment. As far as I know, the average temperature this summer has exceeded the highest temperature in recent years, and the various viruses caused by it are unprecedented, said an engineer behind Wang Huaiyan. Wang Huaiyan said stubbornly, This is just an example. It doesn't mean anything. Lin Xia, really? Then do you want me to call a climate expert? You're also clear about the other 2 points, right? More and more viruses are emerging due to temperature preservation. Do you think humans can withstand these viruses? Or in other words, do you think humans can cope with the increasingly complex living environment without forcing things to happen? Lin Xia's words were sharp, and the contradictions directly pointed to the issue of human survival. Since no one is talking about it, I'll say it. The living environment of humankind will only become more and more complex in the future. Humans will live under the influence of various viruses and cancers. And the super reproductive factor is not only a new opportunity for humanity, but may also be the key to breaking through the human lifespan of 100 years. Sun Xiaofei took a deep breath. Although he had almost understood many things, he still couldn't help trembling when he really heard it. Lin Xia continued, "And what if a primate with life several times more powerful than ours appears in this world?" "Impossible," Wang Huaiyan exclaimed. "At least not now." Lin Xia nodded and looked directly at him. "Really? So, do you think the Pentagon's recent report on Martian biosignatures is true or false? Or perhaps what was the purpose of the Eagle Sauce's Antarctic expedition back then? I'm sure you know more about this than I do, right? Even though everything published is said to be fake news, in reality, the top organizations in the country must have their own considerations, right? What's more, what about our 92 biological company? You are all core leaders in the upper echelons of the country. Don't you know your limits? Lin Xia took a deep breath and stood up. If all this doesn't convince you, then fine, let's put it aside. Let's talk about the current talent gap in scientific research. He paced slowly in front of the crowd. According to statistics from the past year alone, the talent shortage in the simple biopharmaceutical field is nearly 30,000. Not to mention other cutting-edge fields, there are less than 10,000 people in the Dragon Academy who can be responsible. Do you feel it? He turned around suddenly and looked at everyone. I asked Engineer Sun to research this thing. One because of the threat of the TE virus, and the other because of the huge talent gap. Today's cutting-edge technology is experiencing explosive growth, and we need real talent. What if, say, those older professionals' lifespans were extended by 30 years? What about those mature experts who can dedicate another 30 or even 40 years to serving the country? Perhaps everyone here can understand? Suddenly, the whole scene fell into dead silence. Chapter 97. Let me, the old man, come. Everyone was completely stumped by Lin Xia's sharp question. For a long while, no one knew where to start. I don't even know how to refute what he said. Everyone's heart was filled with emotion, and everyone's mind was filled with Lin Xia's words. "Mr. Lin, is human survival in the future really as serious as you say?" asked a younger engineer. Lin Xia nodded. "Based on the information currently collected by the biological organization, it is possible that it is much more serious than I said." Wang Huaiyan looked serious and pursed his lips. The atmosphere at the scene was serious. At this moment, when everyone was hesitating, someone shouted from behind the crowd, "Let me!" With just one sentence, the dead silence of the entire venue was completely broken. All eyes were drawn to the sound, and Lin Xia also looked over. "Who is this?" Sun Xiaofei quickly introduced. "This is my teacher, Li." Lin Xia thought for a moment. Then a look of surprise appeared on her face the next second. "Are you the first elder in Long Country to raise the issue of gene sequencing?" He was a little surprised to see this person here. He hurried forward. He always respected people with real talent and knowledge. "Hello, Mr. Yu, I'm Lin Xia." "Yu," he said cheerfully, "Boss Lin is truly a genius. He's so young, yet he can say such heart-shaking words. As an old man, if I can participate in this project, I can be considered to have served my country. Let me do the final experiment." Sun Xiaofei suddenly became anxious. "Yu Lao, how could you do that?" "No, absolutely not." He glared at him and said, "Go away. I'm talking to Mr. Lin. Don't interrupt me, kid." Sun Xiaofei was speechless. Who was behaving more like a child now? "It's not that I don't allow you to participate, but your physical condition does not meet the requirements." Sun Xiaofei was helpless. "Besides, you're already retired. This project has nothing to do with you." But as soon as he said this, he heard he push him away. "Then face everyone." "What do you mean it doesn't matter?" "I think what President Lin said is very true. I still want to dedicate another 30 years to serving the country. I think I can be considered a talent of the country, right?" As soon as these words came out, everyone waved their hands. "I dare not say that. You are a national hero. Mr. Yu's contributions to the field of medicine cannot be summed up in just a few words." Someone immediately explained. After hearing what everyone said, Yu nodded in satisfaction. "That's right. Since you all recognize my abilities, is it okay for me to dedicate another 30 years to you? Besides, I know my own body well." When he said this, his expression became a little gloomy. "And you may not know this, but I was diagnosed with stomach cancer a few days ago, and I don't have many days left to live." In one sentence, the whole audience was in an uproar. The originally tense and serious atmosphere in the meeting room was suddenly broken by a word from Mr. Yu. "You were diagnosed with cancer? When did that happen? How serious is it? Go to the hospital immediately." Don't worry about the project testing. You should go to the hospital immediately for treatment. Wang Huaiyan, who had been speechless, also became anxious. Sun Xiaofei collapsed to the ground and asked, Dad, does my wife know about this? Yu is not only Sun Xiaofei's teacher, but also his father-in-law. He slapped him on the head. Don't tell my daughter, or I'll beat you to death. He turned his head and looked at Lin Xia. Boss Lin, please promise me. Okay, maybe I can still live. Even if I lose, I won't regret it. I'll just treat it as my last chance to serve my country. Looking at his expectant eyes, Lin Xia was also stunned for a moment. He didn't expect this to happen. But your body... He suddenly became anxious. What? Is my health not good? It's just cancer. Isn't it said that this factor can be cured? Why not try it then? Lin Xia shook her head. It's not impossible, on the contrary. It will have unexpected effects, but your family... He was still a little hesitant. But you didn't care about that. When he heard Lin Xia's affirmative words, his eyes lit up. It's okay as long as it meets the requirements. Then I'll do it, Xiaofei. Go and draft the documents for your voluntary participation in the experiment. I'll sign them now. For a moment, the entire scene was infected by this warm atmosphere. Everyone is no longer entangled. Let me do it, I'll do it. I'm getting old. I can't miss this opportunity. What nonsense. You younger ones, step back. Let me do it. As an old man, I'm the best person to do this kind of thing. Things like defending the country and making contributions immediately aroused everyone's emotions. Seeing this, he suddenly became anxious. What? You're all trying to steal from me, aren't you? All of you, get out of my way. In terms of seniority and age, you can't compare to me. Go somewhere cooler. Lin Xia smiled, then turned around to calm down the mess. Then he turned around and looked at Yu beside him seriously. Mr. Yu, have you made up your mind? He is not a timid person, and he has confidence in the system's products. Yu nodded heavily. Comrade Lin, I am sure. Let me use my last moments to serve my country once more. At this moment, the scientific research leader who was in the news emerged in Lin Xia's mind. In the last 2 hours of his life, he was still at the hospital bed, with an oxygen tube connected, instructing on project matters. In the last hour of his life, he was still perfecting his last project hard drive. When he saw the video, he was completely shocked. It turns out that there are people who are willing to dedicate their entire lives to the country. Even at the last moment of their lives, they were still worried about unfinished work and unfinished projects. They never fear life or death, but they worry that they have not contributed enough to the country in this life. At that moment, looking at Yi's expression, he had the same feeling. But the difference this time is that he will not let Yi's life stop here. Okay, I promise. But please rest assured, your life will not stop here. You still have a long way to go. Your scientific research career will have a new beginning. He had no doubt at all. I believe it. I, an old man, have never believed in someone as much as I do now. Lin Xia, I believe in you. You will give me a new future, and you will also give Longhua a new future. At this moment, the two stood facing each other, their eyes full of trust and admiration for each other. Chapter 98, The Qualitative Change of Mankind begins now. Soon, the people who will participate in the experiment are determined. Everything has entered the final preparation stage. Lin Xia spent 3 days in the company. There was a tense atmosphere throughout the entire Biological Research Institute. On the third night, 8 o'clock, he lay on the experimental bed in front of everyone. Facing everyone's concerns, he waved his hand generously. All right, boys, I'm leaving my life in your hands. Do your best. Sun Xiaofei sniffed, then walked solemnly to the main control panel. Okay, let's get started. At the same time, a group of experts and Lin Xia came to the outside of the glass observation room. It should be okay, right? At the last moment, Zhang Kaifeng became a little uncertain, perhaps because of nervousness. Lin Xia smiled. Why? Do you not believe me? Or do you not believe yourself? Don't worry, there will be no problem. Okay, Mr. Sun, start the injection. As his voice fell, the blue potion was then slowly injected into Mr. Yu's blood vessels under everyone's gaze. At first, he didn't react at all, but slowly, sudden, the life monitoring equipment suddenly started to alarm frantically. Blood pressure dropped dramatically. I'm starting to lose consciousness. Abnormal heartbeat. Oh no, something's going to happen. Everyone's heart was instantly lifted. The pulse disappeared. With the exclamation of the researchers inside, everyone couldn't help but stand up. Although Lin Xia had a good idea in mind, his current situation made him nervous. No way. Is it just a coincidence that Mr. Yu and this medicine are not compatible? After all, it is a biological agent, not a steel structure, so it is possible that there will be incompatibility. But Lin Xia still didn't want to see this situation happen. Boss Lin, boss Sun, he's not breathing, and his heart has stopped beating. The technicians were in a complete panic, and Sun Xiaofei was also frozen in place at this moment. No way. He simply couldn't accept this result. Lin Xia quickly put on protective clothing and strode in. Let me see. However, without waiting for him to reach out and check. Drip, 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 drip. The electrocardiogram next to it suddenly started working again. Everyone held their breath. Lin Xia lowered her head and looked carefully at Yu Yi's condition. Although his entire face was black and blue, he looked as if he had completely lost his breath. But if you look closely, you will find that his chest is still slightly rising and falling. But the intervals between these rises and falls are very long. Is there any sign of life? Is it working? Sun Xiaofei asked Lin Xia with hope on his face, as if he had grasped the last bit of hope. Lin Xia waved her hand. Don't talk. He carefully checked all the conditions and found that the superbirth factor had caused Yu Yi's body to enter a brief state of suspended animation. Quick, another 0.5 milligrams injection. But Mr. Lin, this is already the limit. The staff member was a little hesitant. Lin Xia said seriously, listen to me, hurry up. The staff quickly took out the corresponding amount and injected it. To everyone's surprise, this time the injection actually brought about a turning point. The originally weak heartbeat now completely returned to normal. For a moment, the crowd was in an uproar. Look, the ECG monitor has returned to normal. Yu Yi is alive. Sun Xiaofei stood aside, his expression blank. Does this mean that our experiment was successful? Wang Huaiyan looked inside with a complicated expression. Not yet. The next genetic testing and biological cell changes are the key to everything. At this moment, Yu didn't know where he was. He just felt that everything around him was white. He felt very light, so light that it seemed as if all the weight and pressure around him had disappeared. I feel refreshed. The scenes in front of him kept interweaving, showing the scene when he was young and had just joined the workforce. There are scenes of him fighting hard every night for the national project. There are also sad situations where his projects fail. There is also a commendation scene where leaders praise him for his contributions to the country. He was full of anticipation, although he didn't know what the outcome of participating in this experiment would be. But he knew that everything he did today would not be in vain. All of these will open up a different development direction for the future of Dragon Country. Suddenly, a strong willpower forced him to wake up. He tried desperately to open his eyes. But for some reason, his eyelids felt heavy, so heavy that he felt as if a tremendous force was pressing on them. Sudden, awake, he's awake. Ha ha, Mr. Yu is awake. The vital signs are normal. Elder Yu has truly recovered. He looked around in confusion. A staff member came up immediately. Boss Lin, the cancer factors in Mr. Yu's body are completely dissipating, and the aging cells are also rejuvenating at the same time. Everything is moving in the right direction. It is estimated that within a week, Mr. Yu's vital signs will return to the state they were 30 years ago. A burst of exclamations completely broke the tension in the entire scene. Lin Xia also breathed a sigh of relief and then walked to Yu Yi's side. Mr. Yu, how do you feel? Yu Yi, wearing a breathing mask, slowly raised a thumbs up. Moment. Everyone in the audience breathed a sigh of relief. Wow. Immediately afterwards, there was thunderous applause that lasted for a long time. It succeeded. The superbirth factor really succeeded. This also means that human life expectancy is about to undergo a major change. From now on, the life and death of human beings on Blue Star have made a substantial leap forward. At the same time, ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the research mission on the super reproductive factor. This will bring about a qualitative change in the future of humanity. 200 bonus points, 610 points now. 200 points? Lin Xia's eyes suddenly lit up surprisingly. This is the first time I've been rewarded with hundreds of points. Before, it was only a few dozen points each time, but this time there's so many rewards. Although this project is not large, its return on investment is quite impressive. Lin Xia guessed that it might have an impact on the future of all mankind, so there are so many rewards. It seems that he will have to complete similar projects more often in the future. Lin Xia quickly opened the system interface and checked the prices of related products. Controlled nuclear fusion, 600 points. Good, you can buy it now. Lin Xia immediately breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that she wouldn't have enough points to make the purchase this time. He has already made such a big promise. It will be a huge disgrace if he fails to fulfill it. Next, we can start to carry out large-scale energy reform. After completing the energy reform, Longwa will immediately step into a new level, completely leaving behind all the countries on the blue planet and officially entering a new speed of development. Lin Xia is really looking forward to this. Chapter 99, The Provocation of the Chicken in the Basin. At the same time, just as a new world of human life is opening up in Dragon Country, the investigation work on the Eagle Saw side has been carried out on a large scale. Inside the White Palace, Mr. President, Chief Mattis, this is all my current investigation information. It's true that the Tiana organization on the dark web was founded by someone from Longwa. The person in charge is a man named Zhuoboan. But because they're disguised and transformed, we can't sanction the things they sell. And those small countries all like their weapons, so they're all fooling us on the surface. Mathis, where the RD personnel, they can't have just appeared out of nowhere, right? Yes, sir, but we can't find any RD personnel. Recently, several military-industrial units in Longwa have made their corresponding RD results public. According to public information, they are basically concentrated in Lonka College and University of Science and Technology, but we can't find any more specific information. Hearing this, Mattis's eyes suddenly turned vicious. That's so abominable. I'll get rid of these dragon people sooner or later. The Eagle Sauce president snorted coldly. We can talk about the future later, but now I think we must teach them a lesson. Don't let them think the international community is their home. That's impossible. We in the United States will never sit idly by and watch them mess up the international market. Mats, so what do you mean? The American president turned his gaze to the world map beside him and looked gloomily at an area next to the Dragon Country map. I heard that Foot Basin Chicken and them have been arguing on Tuanhu Island for a long time. The last few times they tried to get us to support taking it away, we kept silent. Now we can. Take advantage of this opportunity and let Chicken Foot Basin test their true strength. Anyway, there will be a war between Longwa and Eagle sooner or later, so we might as well test it out now. Let them try it out more with neighboring countries, so that they can show their strength to the Americans. Mattis nodded. That's certainly possible. While they're distracted, we can accelerate our research and development. The sooner we realize a nuclear fusion device, the sooner we can solidify our position in the international community. Everyone present agreed with this. For them, it's just a little fight, not a big deal. They have provoked many incidents on the border of Longwa before, and this time is no exception. Soon, the relevant orders soon reached Jaya Benji. Almost that same night, Ichiro Ogawa set off with his men. On the warship, Ichiro Ogawa's face was full of excitement. With the public support of the Eagle Sauce, maybe they can really get Tuanhu Island. Previously, the leaders above felt that there was no need to argue, as it would be bad if it angered Longwa. But now it seems that their leaders are too conservative. General, what excuse can we use to launch an attack? Ogawa Ichiro pursed his lips and smiled, using the reasons our ancestors used. That night, Tuanhu Island, conflict breaks out. Biological company. Lin Xia climbed out of bed with excitement on her face. What did you say? The Foot Basin Chicken came to provoke. He thought he had heard the biggest joke of the century. Zhang Kaifeng nodded repeatedly. Yes, it was someone from school who told me. It said that the Japanese army said their fishermen disappeared near our island, and they had to come in to search for them, which is why the conflict broke out. Lin Xia sneered. Are they looking for death? He quickly opened his phone. Really? The internet is already bustling with activity. First, the Ministry of National Defense publicly issued a statement emphasizing that Tuanhu Island belongs to Longwa. Then came the overwhelming number of netizens. Damn it, are these little Japanese crazy? How dare they come to my door? Damn it, isn't this a chance for me to create a separate page in my family tree? How shameless. They even claimed their fishermen were missing. They used the same excuse back then, didn't they? Following this netizen's reminder, everyone rushed forward. I wish I could let go of all the new and old grudges today. Lin Xia closed her phone and said, if you want to die, why not find a better way to die? Do you really think that was the reason why we didn't want compensation back then? Isn't it because this matter is not over yet? The people of Dragon Country have been waiting for this opportunity for so long, and now they're delivering it to us? It seems the last military exercise wasn't enough of a deterrent. Zhang Kaifeng, I don't think this matter is that simple. I'm afraid there is someone behind this. Lin Xia waved her hand. Don't think about it. It must be the Eagle's sauce who instigated it. They are very happy to see the Dragon Country in chaos. After all, Dragon Country has blocked too many of their financial avenues recently. But Lin Xia's eyes hardened. But do they really think this will work? You want to influence the pace of our Dragon Nation? That's a joke. Lao Zhang, I might be working on a big project next. Quickly finish your work here and follow me. Zhang Kaifeng's eyes lit up instantly. Big project? What big project? Isn't it going to collide with Eagle Sauce's nuclear fusion? Originally, he was just saying this casually, but he never expected that Lin Xia did not deny it. No? Dude, are you serious? Lin Xia nodded heavily. Yes. Whatever they sanction us, the more we must do it. I love this kind of maneuver where you get right up close and personal with your opponent. And the key is that nuclear fusion is the foundation of all subsequent projects. The current energy structure must be completely changed. In this way, whether it is other space-based kinetic weapons or the real Nanchaman project in the future, it won't be that complicated to implement. I'll contact the people and the place. All you have to do is follow me. Zhang Kaifeng, all right, follow Lieutenant Lin's orders. I'll shoot wherever he points. At the same time, Tuanhu Island. The commander of the 56th Division, Bai Jingyi, looked calm and composed. Blast the fuck out of here. Don't refuse the credit that's been delivered to your door. You dare to challenge me here? I'm afraid you little devils really don't know how important you are in the hearts of the people of Longwa. Huh. I must make sure you never come back. Feel the power of our Dragon Nation's weapons and equipment. As his voice fell, all types of artillery aimed at the target instantly. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Da da da. A conflict broke out instantly. Ichiro Ogawa thought the stalemate would last for a few hours. Unexpectedly, as soon as the conflict started, artillery attacks broke out. For a moment, they were a little panicked. General, what should we do? The Dragon Nation has begun to fight back. When Ichiro Ogawa thought of the support from the Americans, he immediately calmed down a little. Don't panic, we'll just fight back and that's it. The fishermen are missing, and we can't just push that off. Furthermore, no major forces have been deployed yet. Dragon Nation must still be worried about the international impact. Chapter 100. Do you think the new generation of Dragon Kingdom has forgotten history? The shelling on the island lasted for almost a whole night. During this period, Lin Xia, who had been summoned, had arrived in Yanjing. Old Xiao looked at him with a smile on his face. What do you say? The bet has expired. What do you say? I heard that the super fertility factor has also completed clinical trials, right? Lin Xia nodded gently. Yes, it's done. Nuclear fusion can be put on the agenda. You can gather relevant personnel and start the first meeting. Xiao Kong nodded in satisfaction. Don't worry, I have already prepared the personnel. Just waiting for you to come. It's just that I was delayed these 2 days because of something. Are you talking about the conflict on Tuanhu Island? Lin Xian knew it immediately. Xiao Kang's expression suddenly darkened. Yes, of course the beast needs to be taught a lesson if it's not well behaved. At the same time, Maritim. The battle has lasted for more than 10 hours. All the countries in Blue Star were shocked. To everyone's surprise, Longwa also had a conflict with others. Apart from the White Elephant and Baba Sheep, most people originally believed that the Dragon Kingdom would definitely not initiate conflict with any party. This time it really surprised everyone. Kangaroo Country netizens. I heard that Dragon Country used its hegemony to arbitrarily detain the fishermen of the Foot Basin chicken. They are searching for them for legitimate reasons. Frank netizen. The video on YouTube has gone viral, claiming that Longwa has arbitrarily occupied chicken's territory. What do you think Longwa is trying to do? Is it trying to assert hegemony? Prairie Country netizen. No way. My brother Long is going to start a war? What should I do then? Will I be the next target? South Korean netizens. This is too much. Dragon Country is bullying smaller countries by relying on its big power advantage. Now, it's bullying chicken, So will you and me be next? South Korea has inherited the true teachings of its American godfather, the Eagle sauce, and immediately pushed public opinion to the peak. For a time, YouTube was filled with discussion posts from netizens from various countries who were unaware of the truth. Mattis was very satisfied with the news. That's it. Spread the news as much as possible and ruin Dragon Nation's reputation. Otherwise, it would be a good idea to make those Asian countries afraid. Haha. Anyway, I'll be happy to make them feel a little disgusted. When they've almost finished fighting, we'll officially issue a statement, together with the International Federation, to publicly condemn them. Yes, sir, I'll arrange it right away. The other side. Dragon Country netizens were shocked when they saw this. Damn it, I'm so pissed off. When it comes to confusing right and wrong, it's these people. These useless pieces of trash just stand here and spray shit. Should we in Longwood care about their bigger noses? And we're forcibly occupying their territory? That's hilarious. Even when I poop, I find that place dirty. You're worse than an animal, yet you're trying to put our Dragon Nation on the opposite side of Asia? I think you really don't know how strong the fist of a nation of etiquette is. In an instant, the battle was on the verge of breaking out, and a new round of online verbal attacks immediately began, led by Longwa. It immediately spread across the entire network. At the same time, when the news of the conflict on Tuanhu Island reached Jayabenji, the Chinese students studying in China also learned the news. That night, located in an abandoned classroom in Gongchi, a group of people gathered in the dim light. Classmates, have you seen the latest news? The Japanese are trying to open our country's door again, and they even dared to go to our Tuanhu Island to make trouble. I think as descendants of the Dragon Kingdom, we cannot sit idly by. Zheng Rachel said indignantly. Rachel, what do you mean now? We are just students. We can't go to the battlefield to kill the devils. We don't even dare to kill ordinary people. Yes. Zheng Ruichio glanced around the entire room. Yes, we can't go to the battlefield, but that doesn't mean we can't do anything. Classmates, comrades, we should learn from our predecessors who went abroad. We should do something to teach the Foot Basin chicken a big lesson. They thought that what happened back then was in the past, and that the new generation of young people wouldn't remember it. In a few decades, or even hundreds of years, we will completely forget the atrocities committed by the Japanese devils. But they are wrong. Not only do we remember it clearly, but our new generation also remembers history even more deeply. We are not useless millennials. We should be the generation that makes all the people of the DPRK proud. As these words came out, everyone's emotions were instantly ignited. Well said. Rachel, you're right. What do you want to do? We're with you. Yes, let's do it. Let the Japanese get ahead of us. If anyone dares to covet our land, let them feel the power of our new generation. We want to stand on the battlefield with the Dragon Nation soldiers. Suddenly, a group of young people with an average age of no more than 23 years old became excited. Okay, Rachel, just tell me what to do. I'm going to fight you. Zheng Rachel nodded and pointed to a marker on the map. Does Bafangda know? A typical representative building of the local area. It is said that the materials used for construction are all 238 stones from all over Dragon Country. There are bricks from the Great Wall, bricks from the Yellow Crane Tower, and even the door lintels of the former Demon City government. There are also floors and earthenware bricks from other iconic buildings around the world. Do you know why they built this? Zheng Ruichio was furious when she mentioned this. Their construction means submission to all parties. They want our Dragon Nation to submit to them. They built this tower to keep us from rising forever. As he said this, everyone's emotions were instantly ignited. Damn it, that's what they meant. They said they treasure this place so much. Zheng Ruichio nodded. I heard that many domestic experts have asked them to demolish it before, but these damn guys refused to do it. Not only did they refuse to do it, but they also dared to publicize it publicly. In that case, let's destroy it for them. At this moment, the dim lights reflect the excitement of countless patriotic young people. Okay, I think it's okay. Fuck it. It happens to be our specialty. It's easy to destroy this thing. That's right. Let's use our expertise to do the right thing and teach those chickens a lesson. Let them know that the dragon people are not someone they can mess with. No matter before or now, they must kneel before the Dragon Country people. There has never been a reason for them to stand up and act so arrogantly. Zheng Ruichio nodded. Everyone is right, this is the plan I made. you all come and take a look. In the dim room, 8 ambitious young people quickly agreed on the time and planned to take action. Chapter 101, The Bafang Tower, is a warning to them. It seems that so far, this conflict has not evolved into a large-scale war. Lin Xia was paying close attention with her mobile phone. Zhang Kaifeng opened in her face. But Jaya Benji doesn't think so. They send out victory reports every hour. It really makes me laugh. Is this Ogawa Ichiro sure he's their general? Only seen in international news. The Tuanhu Island front has advanced 500 meters, and the Dragon Kingdom is no better than that. If the battle line advances 1,000 meters, Tuanhu Island will definitely return to our Jaya Benji. The Paper Tiger Dragon Nation, its combat strength, is just so. The officials of Jaya Benji were so happy that they exaggerated the publicity. At that moment, they really thought that with the support of the Eagle Sauce, they could really obtain Tuanhu Island of Dragon Country, and they were all very excited. Even the top domestic officials have taken this conflict seriously. But what they don't know is that they are just tools of the Eagle Sauce. Faced with so much news, Lin Xia felt that it was probably about time. It seems that the clearing will happen today. It's time to let these animals go back to where they belong. At the same time, the mecha team, led by Wang, who set off quickly, head to Tuanhu Island. Captain, how did you get this mission? Didn't you say it had nothing to do with us? The team members were all very excited. Wars can happen everywhere, but the opportunity to fight the Japanese is rare. Wang, who said proudly, that must be the help of our general manager Lin. Let's show our mecha team to these devils. When we get there, roll up your sleeves and fight like the Dragon Nation's #1 mecha army. Let them feel it. Yes, the deafening shouts cut through the evening coastline. The team advanced at a rapid speed, had a smooth journey, and soon arrived at Tuanhu Island. At the same time, chicken in a foot basin, gong chi, outside the Bafang Pagoda Memorial Hall. A group of 8 young people slowly appeared. Zhang Ruichio lowered her voice and said, hide when we get in. Wait until most of the people have left before we come out and cause trouble. Remember, we must not be discovered. We must succeed in one fell swoop. Don't worry. Everyone quickly blended into the crowd and then entered in batches. At this time, the Bafang Tower was within everyone's sight. The gloomy and huge figure seemed to be possessed by many wronged ghosts and spirits. Even in the sunset, it does not feel tall and majestic at all, and the whole thing exudes a gloomy feeling. When night falls completely, sudden, bang, a huge explosion split the night sky. First time, the local devils thought it was an air raid from Longwa. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Faced with the sudden explosion, the staff in the venue were dumbfounded. However, they couldn't find anyone and couldn't see where the artillery fire was coming from. All they saw was the 8-direction tower, which they were so proud of collapsing. But soon it was blown into a pile of rubble by a huge explosion. The flames shot up into the sky, along with the magnificent buildings built around it, all in one fire. At this moment, a group of 8 young men stood behind the fire. Everyone's excitement reached its peak. Ha ha ha, we did it, we really did it. Fuck you. All those people who surrendered to me. You will never be able to stand up again. I will burn you disgusting creatures into flames. You will never be able to oppress our ancestors again. That's right, doing this with my brothers means my life has not been lived in vain. Zheng Rachel quickly took out her cell phone and shot a short video. Hurry, hurry, retreat quickly. Let's leave quickly while there is chaos. According to the previous agreement, we will quickly return home in 3 groups. The groups suppressed their excitement and left the scene quickly. However, following their movement, the Prime Minister's office, unaware of the truth, soon received the news. What did you say? The Dragon Nation attacked our city. What are the casualties now? What is the firepower? The Prime Minister was dumbfounded. Isn't it the Tuanhu Island conflict? Playing such a big game? Is the Dragon Nation crazy? Do they really want to start a war? Prime Minister Chickenfoot Basin suddenly panicked and turned around in circles. No. Tell Ichiro Ogawa to stop immediately, and, at the same time, mobilize the Air Force and Army forces around Gongchi to provide quick support. At the same time, send a telegram to the Eagle Sauce, informing them of the situation here and requesting support. They could engage in minor conflicts, but they knew very well that they absolutely did not have the ability to truly confront the Dragon Kingdom. Therefore, We reported the specific situation to the Eagle Saw side as soon as possible. Matt was overjoyed when he heard the news. Okay, this is exactly what I want. Send the video to me, and then publicly condemn it in the name of us Eagle Sauce, saying that the Dragon Country arbitrarily launched a war in the Asian region and attacked innocent civilians in Chicken. Soon, almost within an hour of it happening, the unverified news was immediately released by the Eagle Sauce. At this moment, the entire blue planet was in chaos. Zhao, why is it so lively? Did the Dragon Nation really unilaterally start a war? 6 is the S3 season about to start? Scared. Will the entire blue planet be at war? Dragon Nation is going too far. It's just a small Tuanhu island. Why can't we give it to the Foot Basin Chicken? For a time, all kinds of confusing remarks appeared on the internet. However, don't wait for the news to spread any further. The video of blowing up the Bafang Pagoda and burning the Memorial Hall made headlines around the world. This was the message Lin Xia saw when she woke up. What's going on? Where did this warrior come from? He actually charged right in. Zhang Kaifeng shook his head. It doesn't seem so. I heard that it was done by a few international students who couldn't stand it. Lin Xia was even more surprised. International students? So amazing? Well done. Zhang Kaifeng clicked on a video on an international website. The video showed 8 young figures standing in the firelight with their backs to the camera, waving huge red flags in their hands. And, at the same time, shouting in the video, "Long live the Dragon Kingdom! Down with the Japs! Our generation rises!" The shouts, one louder than the other, instantly ignited every Dragon citizen who watched this video. Oh my god, they're talking about an official attack, but it's just a bunch of students, and they've scared the crap out of them. Ha ha ha, the bad guys are the first to complain. If you look closely at the entire incident, you'll know that the Foot Basin Chicken is now dancing on a tightrope. What good will it do them to anger the people of Longwa? Who says it isn't? They either want to be wiped out or become a vassal state of the Dragon Nation. At the same time, it also made the whole incident clear to netizens around the world who did not know the truth. Lin Xia couldn't close her mouth because of laughing. What a talent. He's truly a pillar of the country. I really want to meet the leader if I have the chance. Well done. It's so beautiful. You said they won't be detained and not allowed to come back, right? Zhang Kaifeng was a little worried. Chapter 102. It almost turned into a battle to defend the chicken in the Foot Basin. Lin Xia quickly dialed a number. Don't worry, we won't let these passionate young men down. I'll find someone to get it back for them. Wang Hu answered the phone. Yes, Mr. Lin, I understand. Leave it to me. I'll bring the person back safely. At the same time, the Prime Minister's office of Foot Basin Chicken. After learning the truth, these officials were dumbfounded. What do you mean? Are you saying that the operation that almost led to the battle for our defense was actually caused by a group of Dragon Country students? No? Is the information accurate? Are you sure it's not some Dragon Country Special Forces unit? The officials standing by all looked unhappy. Prime Minister, we have really embarrassed ourselves this time. A memorial tower comparable to the Ghost Society was blown up by a few students. Our people went to see it. The damage was so severe that it can't be repaired. The Prime Minister suddenly roared in anger. Baka! Baka! Too much! Too much! These dragon people are going too far. Catch them! We must catch them! Catch these bastards and skin them alive. Beat them to death! Tell Ichiro Ogawa to turn around and chase them. If we catch up with these guys, they will definitely leave by sea. Several officials looked at each other in confusion. Prime Minister, shouldn't we continue the operation on Tuanhu Island? What else? Your face has been mocked as a butt, and you still want to continue? Continue to be beaten by others. As long as the goal is achieved, I will never let these ghosts go. We must catch them. At this time, a gray sea, on a merchant ship sailing, several small figures suddenly appeared. Rachel, how's it going? Everything should be all right now, right? Seeing that the port was no longer in sight, young Rachel finally breathed a sigh of relief. It should be fine now. We can return home safely. Ha! This was such a great experience. It has to be our brother Zhang. He has never done anything so satisfying in his life. Several of them laughed. Sudden, the captain walked in quickly with a serious look on his face. Quiet, quiet. We haven't completely left the safe zone yet. Don't show off. When the captain learned that they had set a fire on the land of Jaya Benji, he decisively took them aboard. Brother Wang, Everything should be fine, right? We are already out of their waters. Zheng Rachel said. Wang Dachuan knocked him on the head with his hand. Silly boy, if only it were that easy. Unless we have already entered the Dragon Kingdom's waters, the danger will always exist. As his voice fell, immediately, a strange noise was heard outside. Boss, Brother Wang, there's a warship coming. It's from Jaya Benji. In an instant, the atmosphere in the cabin froze. No way, these little devils are so sharp. Wang Dachuan, don't make any noise, I'll go out and take a look at the situation first. After saying this, he immediately turned and left. Come on deck. Really? At this moment, the two warships of Jaya Benji were right in front of him. Routine inspection. Hurry up, everyone get out. The leader, Ichiro Ogawa, had a gloomy expression. If these people really get away, they will be embarrassed in front of the whole world. The Prime Minister will never forgive them. Wang Dachuan did as he was told, but he was still worried about the people in the cabin. Everyone, we're just an ordinary ship transporting seafood. Can you please? Before he could finish his words, the Japanese soldier's gun was pointed at his head. Baga, shut up. Stay still. Wang Dachuan was worried, seeing that they were heading towards the bottom of the cabin. If these kids are discovered, they're doomed. Although he did not approve of what they did, he also admired the courage and patriotism of these children. They have seen what the Foot Basin Chicken has been doing recently on Longwochuenho Island. This is not a group of people at all. They're just disobedient beasts. It was only right to knock them down. In his opinion, blowing up their spooky tower was being polite. They should just take away a non-nuclear hydrogen bomb to let them clearly understand their own strength and status. Lie down nicely. However, the voices of the Japanese devils were soon heard from this side. Come out. All of you come out. Broken. Found. Wang Dachuan's heart suddenly tightened. He rushed forward quickly. He pushed one of the Japanese soldiers off the boat, and then quickly hugged the leader of the Chicken Foot Basin. Hurry up and sail. Hurry up and sail, and take them away. Hurry up. The Japanese soldiers who reacted immediately raised their guns in demonstration. Stop right there. I want to see who dares to leave. Bang, bang, bang. After a few shots were fired, everyone in the audience was frightened. But at the same time, it also shocked Wang Hu and others who were rushing over. They're on a helicopter now. Captain, could it be those students of ours who discovered the signal and didn't understand it? Wang Hu quickly took the signal detector and took a look. Released the drone to check the situation. Yes, the drone took off quickly and appeared above their heads like a ghost, and quickly sent back the picture. In the picture, several people were forced onto the deck. The man in the lead, who looked like the captain of the ship, was kicked violently by one of the Japanese officers. Again and again, it instantly ignited everyone's anger. Wang Hu threw away the observation panel in his hand. Everyone, has it? Listen to my orders. Check your equipment quickly now. We will drop from a high altitude and launch a direct assault. Yes, now, on a merchant ship not far away. Just when Wang Dachuan thought he was about to see his great-grandfather. Sudden, a roar came from the sky. The fist that was about to fall heavily was instantly stopped by a huge force. Just as Wang Dachuan was blurry in his vision, an iron fist slowly blocked the Japanese soldier's hand. Let go. A roar was heard, followed by a burst of angry fists. Next second, this guy was thrown 10 feet away. The Japanese soldiers around were frightened instantly and quickly picked up their guns to fight back. However, can't wait to fight back. Their guns became a pile of scrap metal in their hands. The team members wearing exoskeleton armor have strength that is not comparable to that of ordinary people. Soon they were all beaten to the ground like dogs. After finishing the job, Wang Hu took 3 or 2 steps to Wang Dachuan's side. Are you the captain? Wang Dachuan nodded with difficulty. Yes. Wang Hu, how do you feel? Are you okay? Wang Dachuan waved his hand and said, I'm fine. Go check on those students. They must be terrified. As he finished speaking, several little guys with bruised faces and noses walked out of the cabin. Brother Chuan, we're fine. Seeing their expressions, Wang Hu couldn't help laughing. Ha ha. This is our patriotic youth, right? Good. Well done. This one makes even more noise than the one we made on Tuanhu Island. Several people scratched their heads embarrassedly. Soldiers, please stop praising us. We were almost beaten to death by these people. By the way, there's so many of them. Can we get away? Zheng Rachel looked around and suddenly became a little anxious. Wang Hu waved his hand, It's okay, their communication equipment has been completely paralyzed. Let's leave now. You get on the plane, and we'll be back in our country in a few minutes. Boss Lin has already instructed that nothing should happen to any of you little guys. Zhang Ruiqiu was stunned for a moment. Boss Lin? Who is that? Chapter 103, The bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish. The group was safely escorted back to the territory of Dragon Kingdom. As soon as we got close to the shore, then they saw a group of people walking towards them. Zhang Rachel hadn't yet realized who that person was. Then I heard someone shouting together. The hero has returned home. Brothers, it's righteousness. Well done. We've been fed up with that broken tower for a long time. In an instant, countless people rushed up and surrounded the few young men. Everyone was generous with their praise and gave it all to them. That's amazing. You are the new generation of heroes of Dragon Country. You really don't disgrace your ancestors. Someone dug out that Zhang Ruiqiu's ancestors had participated in the war of resistance against Japanese aggression, so everyone respected this matter even more. This is the power of our ancestors. When Longwa was once again bullied by these disgusting Japanese devils. Even if they're not armored warriors, they are willing to go to the battlefield. Stand with the soldiers and people of Longwa. The Wild Wolf Squad slowly withdrew from the crowd. Hey, Mr. Lin, everyone has been rescued. Not one is missing. Ha. Great. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for the compliment. On this side, Lin Xia closed her phone with satisfaction. How's it going? Are you all relieved? Several researchers breathed a sigh of relief. They had also been following this incident closely, and when they learned that some students had started a riot at Jaya Benji, they were all shocked. But I also became worried when I knew they might not come back. It was General Lin who called to find someone to rescue them. Lin Xia said silently. Just wait and see. Everything has just begun. Soon, as the news of 8 students from Longwa blowing up the 8 Directions Pagoda of Foot Basin chicken spread, the international community suddenly fell into chaos. Everyone was shocked. So it wasn't a domestic attack at all. It was just a bunch of young people getting together and doing something out of anger. Ha. He's really quite courageous, a role model for the new generation of Dragon Nation. There are only 8 such crazy people among 1.4 billion people, but they're so crazy. The radicals think he does a great job. The conservatives think he's a bit extreme, but they don't deny he does a great job. This is a national hatred beyond reproach. They bombed the right places, and those kids didn't do anything rash. They waited until the civilians left before doing anything else. For a moment, everyone defended these 8 young men. This really pissed off the people from Foot Basin Chicken and Eagle Sauce. Mattis was so angry that his mouth was twisted when he saw the one-sided news reports. Humph, they're quite good at talking nonsense, but I wonder what they'll say when it comes to their own interests. Go, call a meeting for me. I want to discuss the issue of comprehensive sanctions against the Dragon Nation. At the same time, have the Ministry of Foreign Affairs spokesperson publicly condemn Longwa's actions. Their actions will be at the center of exacerbating the conflict between Longwa and Jaya Benji. The people below immediately followed the instructions. Almost that very night, the spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the United States publicly condemned the Dragon Kingdom for the 8-sided tower incident. Sharp words and all kinds of smears. But the Dragon Kingdom officials did not give in at all. Mr. Qiao immediately organized a meeting and issued a statement an hour later, severely condemning the Eagle Sauce's open provocation. For the entire night, the international community was in chaos. Until the next morning, the curtain fell on a piece of public news from the Eagle Sauce. Starting today, the United States will join more than a dozen countries, including China and South Korea, in launching a technological and economic blockade against China. We are protesting their unprovoked war. What's outrageous is that even though these people knew the truth, they still chose to confuse right and wrong. At this time, Yinjing, Lin Xia, who had not yet left Yinjing, rushed to the conference room. Countless officials, including Mr. Qiao, stayed up all night. Everyone was in a drowsy state at this time. When Lin Xia entered, the cold wind that blew in when the door opened finally sobered everyone up. Mr. Qiao, are the Eagles going to impose comprehensive sanctions on us? Xiao Kong looked at him tiredly. Indeed, we have seen the relevant news. Lin Xia pulled out a stool and sat down. Actually, in my opinion, this is not a bad thing. Everyone looked at him with confusion. What do you mean? Even though there are only a dozen or so countries in the alliance now, the impact on us is huge. These damn eagle sauces. Mobilizing the chickens to stir up trouble is secondary. This is their ultimate goal. Everyone was immediately filled with indignation. Xiao Kong waved his hand gently. Everyone, listen to Xiaolin. He will soon be the head of the Dragon Palace. With just one sentence, everyone in the audience was stunned, including Lin Xia. Mr. Xiao, excuse me for interrupting, but what is this Dragon Palace? Xiao Kong took a document from the secretary beside him. This is your letter of appointment, issued by the Dragon Nation's Supreme Secretary's office and signed and approved by the old man. This base was established specifically for your future projects. The Controlled Nuclear Fusion Project is your first project. Lin Xia stared at the appointment letter in her hand in a daze, and suddenly a more determined idea came to her mind. In that case, I think I should say what comes next. Xiao Kong nodded and said, Go ahead and tell us what you young people think. Lin Xia quickly walked to the center of the crowd. My dear leaders, in my opinion, we can take advantage of this momentum and fully comply with their wishes and close the country to the outside world. In one sentence, the whole audience was in an uproar. But before the leaders present could get angry, Lin Xia's explanation immediately eased their mood. What I mean by closing our country to the outside world is not that our Dragon Nation will really enter a stage of stagnation, but rather a stage of faster development. In fact, problems have already arisen in all countries regarding economics and trade. And the Eagles intend to use controlled nuclear fusion as a way to break through the energy problem and find a new path. They also intend to use this as bait to get other countries to unite with them. We don't need to worry about it all. We just need to develop independently during this period, deepen our technology, and deepen the development of all industries within our country. By the time they react, it will probably be too late. By that time, I'm afraid these countries will be begging us. But doing this will involve both hope and risk, right? Someone asked. Lin Xia nodded. Of course. But I believe that without great risk, there can be no great gain. The bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish. Dragon Country needs a big change, and so does the world. Whether the future will be a battle between two giants or one powerful country with many others following actually depends on this moment. Hiss. Everyone took a deep breath, and a solemn look appeared on everyone's face. Chapter 1:0 for the Dragon Palace is established. About 2 days passed, after more than 10 hours of continuous meeting discussions. Finally, at 10 o'clock in the morning on the third day, Xiao Kong invited media reporters from all over the world. Together with the staff of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we publicly responded to the news about the blockade by the Eagle Sauce. At this time, Lin Xia sat in front of the TV, waiting for the real decision to come out. In fact, he left the scene after saying those words that day. He was not very clear about the content of the next meeting. Do you think the country will really listen to you? Zhang Kaifeng was a little curious. After all, when he learned about Lin Xia's point of view, he was so scared that he stood there in a daze. I still think this is too outrageous. Will Mr. Qiao and the others really sit in such a large meeting and listen to you quietly? Why do I feel that this is a bit too outrageous? Aren't we scientific researchers? When did we become qualified to participate in these things? Zhang Kaifeng was puzzled. It was really that Lin Xia always gave people such big surprises. Lin Xia smiled slightly, her face full of anticipation. He was wondering what the White Palace would feel if the authorities really listened to his advice. Are Matos and the Eagle Sauce president and his gang speechless? At this time, inside the White Palace, the American president and a group of interior officials were sitting in front of the TV at the same time. Everyone is waiting. In their view, this time the lives lost were tantamount to forcing the Dragon Kingdom to death. After death, they will rise up in resistance, but this is also what they want. It's better to divide up such a big piece of fat as soon as possible. Mattis smiled broadly. Just wait and see. I really can't think of a better strategy than declaring war on us. A group of senior officials nodded repeatedly. Forget about the development of Dragon Country in the future. I'm afraid they will be busy just with national security. When they can no longer bear it and come to us for help, won't everything depend on our mood? The group of people suddenly became excited. Mattis was also very satisfied. Maybe by then the Dragon Kingdom will split up like the Russian bear did back then. At that time, No country can stop us from becoming the world's #1. Everyone present was looking forward to this. The Eagle Sauce president crossed his legs and smiled. Okay, then let's see what they decide. At this time, the press conference site. Xiao Kong looked at everyone present with a serious and calm expression. I guess everyone is here to listen to the conflict between us and Eagle Sauce during this period of time. He smiled coldly. But unfortunately, it may not be what everyone wants. We in the Dragon Nation have always prioritized peace, but the Eagle Sauce has been trying to drag us down, even going so far as to mobilize the forces of neighboring countries. We strongly condemn this. More, he glanced around the entire audience. Now the Eagle Sauce is planning to unite the world to impose comprehensive sanctions on us. Do they think that this will force us to back down? After hearing what he said, Mattis in front of the TV felt something was wrong. But he quickly shook his head. No, this is the only way out for Longwa at the moment. If they don't take this path, do they want to die? Impossible. He repeatedly denied the idea that suddenly came to his mind. However, at this moment, then Xiao Kong said coldly, so, let us make a decision as dragon people. We have decided to close our borders, not to participate in any disputes, and not to continue any international competitions. Just one simple sentence immediately made everyone's CPU burn out. No, buddy, are you serious? The reporters who were present to watch the fun were dumbfounded. The first question from the Eagle Sauce reporter was, excuse me, I would like to ask the leaders of Longwa, what does closing the border mean? Is that the one we understand? The only country on the blue planet that has completely closed its borders is North Korea. International culture level is only at the level of Dragon Country in the 1970s and 1980s. Is it possible that Longwa will also return to that time? Impossible? Everyone present was stunned. This was not the news they had received. According to gossip, today is the day when Dragon Country and Eagle Sauce declare war. They've even written the headline. And now you're telling them this? The bear reporter quickly rushed forward and asked, Leader, does Longwa mean to admit defeat? Do you think you've been defeated by Eagle Sauce? His question was particularly sharp, but at the same time, he also expressed the doubts in everyone's heart. This kind of retreat is simply giving in. This is not in line with Longwa's previous style of doing things. At this moment, the senior American officials sitting in front of the TV were also confused. President Ing Sauce. What does this mean? Dragon Country unilaterally announced its withdrawal. Total closure? Is this in response to our blockade? Everyone was very confused. Although this is not as exciting as declaring war, such an outcome is also a good thing for them. Mattis shook his head. I really don't understand it. But this result is also acceptable. We can trap them to death. At the same time, Lin Xia, who was lying on the sofa, curled the corners of her mouth slightly. A random punch can kill a master. Now let's see how Eagle Sauce reacts. Zhang Kaifeng was also a little confused. Is this really possible? Won't something go wrong if it's completely blocked? Lin Xia waved her hand and said, Don't worry, the blockade won't last long. Once the nuclear fusion device is fully commercialized, you'll see who will beg us to open the country. Why are you so confident, kid? What if it can't be completed in a short time? Zhang Kaifeng said with a smile. Lin Xia threw a pillow and said, Then you just didn't do your job well. Zhang Kaifeng. 3 days later, following the release of a message from the Qingjing Hall, Dragon Palace responded and came out. Scientific researchers headed by Lin Xia have all moved in. A new round of resource war has begun in Dragon Country. On the day of the ceremony, the old man appeared in person, witnessed by countless core members of the Dragon Nation. A warrant with a golden engraved badge was handed to Lin Xia. Shaolin, from now on, you are the sole person in charge of the Dragon Palace. All scientific researchers across the country are at your disposal. At the same time, this token grants you the right to mobilize nearby troops. Moreover, Dragon Palace will take the lead in this reform. Lin Xia, from this moment on, you are the leader of our Dragon Nation's future. I hope you can live up to all of our expectations and lead Dragon Nation on a path that belongs only to us. Lin Xia's eyes were bright, and she stood still and saluted. Don't worry, old man. I will definitely not let you and the country down. He knew very well that from now on, the future honor and disgrace of Dragon Country were tied to himself. Chapter 105, let's just treat it as the final purge. When Lin Xia walked out of the conference hall again, she had been completely transformed. In the sight of Zhang Kaifeng, who was standing at the door waiting. Then Lin Xia slowly walked out of the door. The color of the feet is the same as the national flag. Behind him are the applause and expectations of countless national leaders. Wow, wow, wow. It lasts for a long time and is shocking. For many years afterwards, this shocking scene was deeply engraved in his mind. When Lin Xia stopped, he couldn't help but stop and salute. Boss Lin. Lin Xia nodded slightly, then walked into the car without looking back. It has also embarked on a future path that is unique to Dragon Country. Old man, do you think we won't make a wrong bet? Xiao Kong couldn't help but sigh as he watched the young figure leaving. The old man's eyes were always looking in the direction where Lin Xia left. They say that every special period brings forth a unique person. Although I'm not sure if he is that person, I can be sure that this period has indeed arrived for Dragon Country. Xiao Kong nodded and took a deep breath. That's true. Our country has reached a fork in the road. Whether it will succeed or not depends on what happens next. Soon, with the end of this inauguration ceremony, the entire Dragon Palace immediately entered working mode. Countless orders were quickly issued from the top management of the Dragon Palace. On this day, the entire TVCC program schedule is completely occupied by various news broadcasts throughout the day. Jilong Palace demands that Dragon Nation completely close its borders in 3 days, retaining only 3 cities to maintain daily communication and trade. These 3 cities are Yangcheng, Haigang, and Hainan. Just when most people thought that this was just a response from the Dragon Country to the Eagle Sauce Thunder policy, countless orders were quickly issued from the Dragon Palace. 3 days from now, Dragon citizens, businesses, and ordinary people will not be able to leave the country at will. At the same time, we are also here to tell some foreign countries that we are only temporarily closing our borders to develop independently, but this does not mean that we will be isolated from the rest of the world. The host reported continuously for nearly 2 hours. The above is the last national decree issued by the Dragon Palace, and also the 300th national decree. From now on, the Dragon Nation begins a new phase. The host announced all the orders with a serious expression. This moment, everyone in front of the TV was stunned. No, the country is serious? Close the border? What about my business? No, I need to go through the procedures for leaving the country now. Boss, are you going through the procedures for going abroad now? Are you sure you can come back if you go out at this time? The fat, big-eared boss threw him away. How can I care about this? If I don't go out, am I just going to die? For a while, situations like this are constantly occurring in various parts of Longwa, especially people from some businesses and companies close to the port. What kind of department is this Dragon Palace? Aren't these methods too drastic? Is this simply a one-size-fits-all approach? They simply don't care about our lives. I heard it's the country's newest department, above all other units in Yanjing, specifically responsible for the closure of the country's borders. It seems the higher-ups are serious this time. If you want to leave, hurry up and leave now. Otherwise, it will be too late in 3 days. Almost within an hour of the news release, the entire airport was bombed. Countless people buying tickets online and offline, and even expediting passport processing, are about to crowd the windows. To this, the Dragon Palace soon found out. Lu Ruifeng and Yang Kitchen, who assisted Lin Xia in his work, came to him with documents for his signature. The exits are in chaos now. Should we take some measures? Lin Xia waved her hand. The policies targeting private enterprises and the public have already been promulgated. They are definitely aware of it. Although there will be certain losses, after the emergence of new energy, large-scale new industries will quickly occupy the entire market, and they will have many business opportunities at this time. These are taken into consideration when the regulations were issued. Therefore, in addition to the relevant orders, 1,032 support policies were also released simultaneously. But despite this, there's still a group of people who feel that their interests have been harmed. Since these people are unable to share the joys and sorrows with the country, let them go. But he looked at the two of them with a serious face. You too, remember these people who are planning to leave, and tell them that the day they step out of Dragon Country, they automatically give up their Dragon Country citizenship. After that, no matter how much money I spend, there will be no possibility of returning to China. Lu Ruifeng, yes, I'll pass it on immediately. Yang Kitchen pondered. Actually, this can be considered a disguised form of screening, right? Lin Xia nodded. In the future, our dragon nation will have to face more difficulties and things that we need to face together. What we need is strong cohesion and a united people. We absolutely do not need traitors who run away in times of crisis. These things all require historical lessons. Lin Xia thought that this was a good opportunity to completely clean up this group of people. Then many things will be much easier in the future. A country with unity is the foundation for future development. At this time, a millionaire internet celebrity is holding the arm of a foreign black man. Everyone in the live broadcast room. Today is our last live broadcast. She smiled sweetly and said, "My dear is a little prince from the royal family of an African country. He has already completed the procedures for me to go abroad. So, I'm taking advantage of this opportunity to go with him. I'm going to live abroad and never come back." Following her words, netizens in the live broadcast room went wild. Fuck, this idiot. She doesn't really think this black guy is some little prince of the royal family, does she? This is so funny. Don't let someone kidnap you to be his concubine. When you have children and go out to do business, you will be away, and after that you will have to serve the first wife. Ha ha ha. Seeing this news, Jasmine instantly became unhappy. You're just jealous. You can't have the grapes, but you're saying they're sour. My dear, he's a real little prince. I've seen his home, and it's 10 times better than Dragon Country. As she spoke, she kissed the black man on the face affectionately. However, the next second, suddenly, there was a loud noise at the hotel door. Bang! Immediately afterwards, a group of Dragon Country soldiers quickly appeared. You are Wang Ernie, right? The leading soldier quickly closed the live broadcast room. At this moment, the entire live broadcast room was in an uproar. No, what happened? Are there any friends here? Check out the live stream. Oh my god, I'm so anxious. I want to see what happens to this arrogant little Jasmine. Not long after, there were actually netizens nearby who took a video of it. Chapter 106 Controlled Nuclear Fusion, That Mysterious Man. In the video, I saw Xiao Jasmine and the Japanese soldier being dragged out. She was still sitting in the hotel lobby howling. You wouldn't dare. I'm an international friend now, and my husband is a little prince of the royal family. You wouldn't dare. She was going crazy. How dare you do this to me? My husband's country will definitely condemn your behavior. The leader looked at her impatiently. Ms. Wang Ernie, since you like going abroad so much, why don't you leave now? The border will be closed in 2 days. I'm afraid I won't be able to leave even if I want to. Wang Ernie, why do you care about me? Can't I leave on my last day? How much do you think I like Dragon Country? If it weren't for the preferential treatment given to people of different nationalities here, I would have left long ago. She turned around and looked at the crowd around her with a mocking expression. Only a bunch of you country bumpkins are willing to stay here. When the Americans invade, I don't think you'll have anywhere to cry. Pah! Before she could finish her words, a crisp sound rang out throughout the hotel lobby. Then a man in the crowd rushed forward. He decisively slapped the woman. As a rule, I don't hit women, but you're such a jerk. Wang Ernie was dumbfounded. She wanted to get up and shout to catch the man, but he was stopped by the soldiers and thrown into the car at the door. Before they can react, they were thrown out of the territory of Dragon Kingdom. Okay, now you can live happily ever after with your little royal prince. Nigger. Oh my god, I'm just bragging. Wang Ernie, husband, what did you say? What kind of bragging is that? Aren't you the little royal prince? She collapsed instantly and realized she had been deceived, but it was too late. The video was posted online, instantly making countless netizens laugh. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. These traitors should have been expelled long ago. It has to be said that this move by the country is simply awesome. From now on, there will no longer be a black man every 3 steps in the country, or a guy who eats Dragon Country food and complains about Dragon Country every 5 steps. It seems that the country will have to focus on domestic development in the future. The short 3 days passed quickly. After all the chaos was over, the country closed its doors as promised. At the same time, inside the White Palace, both Mattis and the American president frowned. Could the Dragon Country have any other backup plan? The American president really couldn't figure it out. It won't do them any good if they do this. I heard that several cities across the country are bustling with cases, and prices of all kinds of goods are rising rapidly. Are they sure they can be self-sufficient? There are 1.4 billion people here. Mattis thought for a moment and said, based on current news reports and various intelligence reports, This is definitely the worst decision Dragon Nation has made since its founding. I don't know what that Dragon Palace leader is thinking. The regulations he issued are simply giving us an assist. Don't worry, Mr. President. After this wave is over, Longwool will completely fall behind our pace of development. They won't even be worthy of carrying our shoes in the future. What's that saying? The fish on the chopping block is just waiting to be slaughtered? Ha ha ha. The American president also felt that he couldn't think of anything, so he just let it go. Forget it. Maybe their leader has really lost his mind. It's just right. We can take advantage of this period of time to quickly carry out our plan. Before the Dragon Nation can react, we can quickly sweep the world. Then we'll use the same method to pry open their country. The two men even clinked their glasses in delight. Divided up together? How about making the name of Dragon Country disappear from Blue Planet? Mattis nodded repeatedly with a smile on his face. We will definitely do it. At this time, inside the high-level meeting room of Dragon Palace, all the cutting-edge technicians from all over Dragon Country gathered here. The conference room, which can accommodate hundreds of people, is now fully occupied. Zhang Kaifeng, Zhang Tao, and Wenbo stood in the corner and gasped as they watched. Oh my god, just scan them and you'll see people from the journals. Zhang Tao sighed. Wenbo was also trembling a little. Who would have thought that so many industry leaders would gather together to listen to the words of a 19-year-old college student? Zhang Kaifeng glared at him. What are you talking about, kid? Lin Xia is the head of Dragon Palace now. Don't talk nonsense. Our school is proud to have a student like him. Wenbo quickly shut up. Yes, I was talking nonsense. It was General Lin. It's about to start. Let's get ready. As his voice fell, the door to the venue was opened from the outside. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Xia, dressed in military uniform, walked in quickly. The entire scene fell silent in an instant. Everyone quickly tidied up their clothes. Everyone present was very excited when they learned that they were going to work at Longdian, especially towards the person in charge of the Dragon Palace. They all shared the same curiosity. What kind of person is that person who issued 300 national regulations in one day? Everyone is very curious about this. However, the next second, when Lin Xia appeared in everyone's sight, that wasn't acting. Almost everyone's mouth opened into an O shape. Yin Wenyu watched from the side and was immediately delighted. Haha, the shock has just begun. This is just the end. He has seen Lin Xia's 5-year plan. Every single thing on there, if pulled out, would be terrifying enough to kill you. Not to mention, it's just a meeting now. Everyone. Lin Xia stopped, took off his military cap, and a handsome face suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Hello, everyone. I am Lin Xia, the only person in charge of Dragon Palace. This simple introduction immediately made everyone ignore his age. I called everyone here today, firstly to meet you, and secondly to discuss how to fully commercialize controlled nuclear fusion within 3 months. As he spoke, everyone at the scene was stunned. Boss Lin, you mean 3 months? Commercialization? Controlled nuclear fusion. Du Siyuan thought he had misheard and asked quickly. Lin Xia nodded. Hello, Mr. Du. I'll leave the matter of the reactor to you. Du Siyuan? Ooh. Boss Lin, with all due respect, I'm afraid it wouldn't be possible even in 3 years, let alone 3 months. According to our current progress, it will take 5 years to fully build a complete experimental reactor. He did some work when he was invited here, and the data he mentioned was based on all facts. The error will definitely not exceed 2 years. Now, this young General Lin is about to take over at the speed of a rocket. How is this possible? This is just a joke. Chapter 107, unless the era of atomic programming begins. Lin Xia smiled and said nothing, but asked someone to open the 5-year plan he had made. We'll discuss the details later. Now, let's take a look at this 5-year plan. It completely relates to the future development direction of Dragon Country. After reading this, you'll understand why I'm so anxious. As soon as he finished speaking, a densely packed 5-year plan opened up in front of everyone. When everyone saw the above content, the whole scene fell into silence in just a moment. Fully commercialized controlled nuclear fusion. 100,000 mecha teams. Space-based weapons sequence. Nanchaman project. When you read them one by one, everyone seems to recognize each word. But when they are put together, it seems impossible to understand. And this is just a 5-year plan. I can't imagine what a 10-year plan or 20-year plan will look like. Mr. Lin, are you serious about what's written here? Someone couldn't help but ask. It was so shocking that for a moment, everyone thought that the person in charge of the Dragon Palace was joking with them. Lu Ruifeng and Yang Kitchen stepped forward immediately. Everyone, of course I'm serious. Look down at the table. This is your workload for the next 5 years after the division. It can be said that the content is very clear and the time is very tight. We have no time to delay. Lin Xia nodded, picked up the water cup, and took a sip. Then his gaze returned to Du Siyuan again. Mr. Du, the 5-year plan begins with controlled nuclear fusion. We must realize this technology as soon as possible. One is to surpass the Eagle Sauce and break the blockade, and the other is to complete the energy revolution as soon as possible and transform the Dragon Nation. Only then did Du Siyuan realize that he was not joking with him at all. But Mr. Lin, this is simply impossible to accomplish. 3 months isn't 3 years. 3 years might be enough to catch up. Even the Eagles aren't that fast, are they? Everyone nodded repeatedly, feeling that what Mr. Du said was right. But the next second, then I heard Lin Xia say lightly, if the era of atomic programming could be fully launched, would you still feel the same way? Everyone present was stunned. The so-called atomic programming is actually a programming technology based on atomic operations, which aims to ensure the consistency and integrity of data operations in multi-threaded or concurrent environments. But in the current case, it is actually about using new technologies to shorten the distributed construction process. However, this matter is not as simple as it sounds. Boss Lin, this requires us to have perfect quantum lithography technology. However, this technology is still only in the realm of science fiction and has no chance of being realized. He Tinglan, who was sitting in the corner, stood up immediately. She was an expert in plasma physics and had always been a leader in research on the tokamak device. She has also done extensive research on quantum mechanics and is well aware of how difficult it is. The difficulty of enabling atomic programming is no different from the difficulty of humans walking on Mars without protection now. This is simply a fantasy. Lin Xia pondered for a moment, then waved to Zhang Tao beside him. Originally, he planned to let these people accept it little by little during the research process. But now it seems that these people will not be convinced unless there is something practical to show. In that case, he won't be polite. Zhang Tao immediately took out a hard drive. Lin Xia plugged it into the computer and then opened it on the big screen. Professor He, this is the current research progress of quantum lithography technology. If possible, could you please come up and assess the probability of this happening? He Tinglan paused for a moment, then quickly put on the glasses hanging on his chest. Then he quickly walked to the stage and watched it carefully. A few minutes passed, and her expression gradually changed from calm at the beginning to shock. Then he looked as if he had seen a ghost. Boss Lin, where did this technology come from? Did you research all of this yourself? No wonder he is confident enough to stand here. No wonder he became the head of the Dragon Palace at such a young age. He Tinglan's heart was in turmoil. It turned out that he really possessed technology that was not found anywhere else in the world and an unparalleled vision for the future. Lin Xia nodded slightly. This is just a preliminary outline. More detailed details still require the efforts of everyone present. Still so modest? He Tinglan immediately liked him even more. She looked at Du Siyuan below and said, Old Du, I think 3 months is a bit long for you. Du Siyuan? Ooh. He felt a little cold in his head instantly. As long as quantum lithography technology becomes widely popularized, you will probably only need 2 months to complete the work at hand. He Tinglan said. In one sentence, the whole audience was in an uproar. Du Siyuan didn't care about the seriousness of the meeting and hurried over to make a careful and serious assessment. However, his assessment was surprisingly not much different from He Tinglan's. Boss Lin, you're truly a god. I'd like to join this project right now. At that moment, he felt his blood boiling. If this plan is truly implemented, Dragon Country will likely become #1 in the world in 5 years. Lin Xia shook her head slightly. This is just the beginning. His ambitions go far beyond this. Now please join me. Let's go hand in hand and create a different future together. At the same time, in the Eagle Sauce White Palace, the American president and Mattis were unusually relaxed, drinking coffee and basking in the sun. That's great. The current world order is what we prefer. The Dragon Country has started to act like a coward, and other countries have been obedient. We can allocate resources from all over the world at our disposal. This is how people should live. The Eagle Sauce president gritted his teeth with satisfaction. Mattis smiled and nodded. Once controlled nuclear fusion technology is realized, they will all be obedient. President Trump. By the way, how is the progress now? Is it going smoothly? How long do we expect to have a device ready for initial use? Mattis thought for a moment and said, it'll probably take about 2 years. There's no need to rush. Use the current method to make the whole world obey, and then in the process surround and destroy Longwa. And in the end, it doesn't matter whether we achieve it or not. We are the ones who are profiting from it. The two looked at each other and smiled. All right. The future of the blue planet belongs to us Eagle Sauce. By the way, don't forget to not let them have it too easy during this period. Don't cause any trouble or anything like that. Just let your men do it. The American president smiled. Mattis nodded. Don't worry, everything is arranged. Chapter 108 The 6G Era begins now. In the following period of time, the entire project team was quickly formed. But this time Lin Xia did not serve as the project chief engineer, but was above all other projects. Let a more experienced person take the lead, and he will only be responsible for controlling the direction and overcoming technical difficulties. And because of the shortage of staff, Lin Xia met Sun Xiaofei several times. How is it? How many days will it take to start? Sun Xiaofei was under a lot of pressure. He originally thought that the superbirth factor was a slow development process, but who would have thought that Lin Xia needed it so urgently? He wants to use those people now and bring back those who have retired. 10 more days, and everything will be running normally in 10 days. Lin Xia nodded. Okay, then let's distribute the personnel list. Start on time. In this way, throughout the Dragon Country, countless retirees and retired scientists received a national recall document at the same time. Red characters on a white background, with the seal of the Dragon Palace. Quite eye-catching. National recall? Can my body handle it? Many people are confused about this. However, when they came out of a small room 10 days later, everyone's face was filled with smugness. My legs don't hurt anymore, and I can walk more smoothly now. I'm not even afraid of rolling on the ground. I feel like I can still fight for my country for another 50 years. Me, old man too. Me too. My body has never felt so relaxed. Of course, after they were integrated into the project team, the entire team doubled in size, and there is more force from the middle upwards. In just half a month, quantum lithography technology has achieved a breakthrough. At a time when everyone found it unbelievable, this thing that claimed to be able to change the entire human world was born so clearly. At the same time, the entire Dragon Kingdom was officially announced. When Lu Xiangwei at school saw Lin Xia's name appear in the personnel column, she felt excited all over. I trotted back home and showed the news to my father. Look, this is the project completed by Lin Xia's team. Quantum lithography machine. This means atomic programming is really about to begin. It's incredible. Lu Jianwei nodded. Perhaps outsiders did not know, but he already knew that Lin Xia's current unit was unusual. Although his position is unclear, no matter how you think about it, he is definitely the most valued talent in the country. Girl, give up your love for Lin Xia. You are not worthy of him. Lu Xiangwei was stunned for a moment. What did you say? For a second, she actually felt the sound of her heart breaking. Lu Jianwei nodded. Do you know where the Dragon Palace is? A place that is superior to the highest government in Yanjing. Integrating scientific research, politics, and military, his current status must be extraordinary. You might have been able to catch up with him if you tried hard before, but now it's probably impossible. Lu Xiangwei's eyes suddenly became hot. But this is the first boy she likes. Are you just going to give up like this? She was a little unwilling. At this moment, she felt a little depressed. Suddenly, the window that had not jumped for a long time suddenly jumped. Lin Xia, are you interested in starting a business? Lu Xiangwei was instantly excited. Lin Xia sent me a message. She quickly opened the chat box on her phone. Interested? What are you doing? Lin Xia smiled. He had always been thinking about 6G. I'll send someone to pick you up. 2 o'clock the next afternoon. A black car with a red flag stopped at the gate of Cust. Lu Xiangwei got into the car with a nervous look on his face. Where are you taking me? Where's Lin Xia? He is now. The person sitting in the front seat smiled and said, Don't worry, Ms. Lu. We are the Dragon Palace, and have already contacted your school. Dragon Palace? This name has become too famous recently. It was hard for her not to know. What position does Lin Xia hold in the Dragon Palace? They can actually send someone to pick me up? She suddenly became excited. Is he a leader now? Minister? Section chief? Or the project leader? The secretary in front smiled slightly. Neither. You'll know when you get there. Lu Xiangwei was suddenly disappointed. None of them. You don't know. He's very powerful. When he was in our school, you must make good use of him. She chattered on and on about Lin Xia's past achievements. I thought that if I could help him build up good relationships with his boss, maybe I could really help him. But the soldier and secretary in front couldn't help laughing when they heard this. Ms. Lu, don't worry. We treat him well in our company, and no one will treat him badly. He is the only one who treats others badly. Lu Xiangwei didn't think much about it, thinking that it was such a large state-owned organization, and he was just too concerned about it. An hour later, the car arrived at the destination. Lu Xiangwei was brought in. In a quiet office, she saw an ascetic man looking down at something seriously. Next second, Boss Lin, Ms. Lu Xiangwei is here. Then, the man in front of him suddenly looked up. A pair of peach blossom eyes. Lu Xiangwei just stood there in a daze. Lin Xia, what's wrong with you? She wanted to rush up and hit him like she did in school. But the people around her immediately made her unable to react and realized that it was not the time to go to school. At that moment, the whole person looked at him stupidly. Are you going back to school? Lin Xia was immediately amused, and the secretary standing beside him also had his shoulders trembling slightly. He waved his hand. You guys go out first. After they left, he stood up and walked to Lu Xiangwei. Did you scare Senior? Feeling the handsome face so close to her, Lu Xiangwei blushed and her heart beat fast again. You are the mysterious person in charge of the Dragon Palace. Lin Xia didn't answer her question directly, but asked directly, what's the progress of your project? Can it be put into practical use? Lu Xiangwei nodded slightly. Yes, it has reached the final stage and will be completed next month. But with your silicon carbide radar in front, my photon radar isn't very effective. Lin Xia, I don't think so. Do you know why I asked you to come? Lu Xiangwei shook his head slightly. Lin Xia said directly, I want you to popularize 6G networking across the country. His words immediately frightened Lu Xiangwei. Me? Can I do it? Lin Xia looked at her. Don't you believe in yourself? Lu Xiangwei shook his head repeatedly. No, I believe in myself, but do you believe in me? Lin Xia, do you really think I could take responsibility for this? In fact, when she said this, she was still very much looking forward to being recognized. Lin Xia nodded heavily, and then a letter of appointment came into her hands. Lu Xiangwei, from now on, you are the person in charge of the 6G project. Please don't let Dragon Palace down. Chapter 109, something went wrong with the chip? While the energy revolution is underway, the development of intelligent civilization must also keep pace. This is why Lin Xia is concerned about the full implementation of 6G networks. Senior Lu, you and your team should do your best. I will fully support you from behind. Lu Xiangwei nodded heavily. At this moment, feelings were no longer that important to her. What she is more concerned about is whether she will become the pioneer of the 6G era. She took a deep breath. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. 6G will serve as the strategic commanding heights of the new generation of information technology. When the country's borders reopen, we will be the first to rush out. Lin Xia smiled and nodded. Okay, then I'll wait for your good news. Just as Lu Xiangwei left, his secretary Lei Yaoyang ran in quickly. Boss Lin, there's a problem with the imported chips. Half an hour later, in a temporary meeting room, Lin Xia sat in the middle position with a serious expression on his face, emitting a huge aura of pressure. In front of him were Yao Guangming, the person in charge of imported chips, and several people from the company. Are you saying that all of these chips have tracking and surveillance capabilities? Yao Guangming looked embarrassed. Indeed, the situation is a bit complicated now. Lin Xia, did you just discover it now? Or did you discover it, but conceal it? Do you know where this batch of chips of yours went? Yao Guangming nodded with difficulty. I know, but we didn't know they had developed new tracking technology. The previous detection technology is already outdated. How big is the estimated damage now? Lin Xia asked. The loss is nearly $50 billion. Yao Guangming took a deep breath and said the number with difficulty. When these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked. Lu Ruifeng immediately handed over the latest data file. Boss Lin, at present, Memory chips and logic chips account for the highest proportion and have the greatest impact. Yang Kitchen continued. Many products have already entered the market. While ordinary people are using them, a number have also gone to scientific research institutions. This is the most serious thing right now. Lin Xia tapped his fingers on the table and sneered. Looks like it's time to make a cut. Go. Ask Mr. He to come find me. Tinglan, who was busy in the laboratory at the moment, knew that something big was happening as soon as she heard it. Boss Lin wants to see me? Now? So urgent. Tinglan immediately put down the information in her hand and rushed to the Dragon Palace. As soon as she entered the door, she was shocked by the depressing atmosphere around her. What happened? Lin Xia pointed to the technical information next to her and said, Engineer take a look first. Tinglan immediately picked up the document on the table and started reading it. By the end, she was completely furious. Is this a trick by the Eagle Sauce? Seeing that we're withdrawing from the competition, are you deliberately causing trouble? Yao Guangming nodded beside him. That's what they did. And it was specifically targeting our recent seclusion. They really couldn't bear not to see what's happening back home. And I've heard recently that there have been constant conflicts along the coast and border. Lin Xia nodded. That's true, but this is not what you should be concerned about. You should be concerned about the current problem. Mr. He, based on your current progress, do you have time to fully commercialize quantum lithography, in addition to helping with the reactor construction process? Until now, our chips are still mainly imported. This is not a long-term solution, and now they are completely blocking us. Maybe they're still reluctant to give up our piece of the pie, so they'll just install a tracking and monitoring device and give it to us. What about the future? If they want to use this thing to strangle us, do we really have to bow down to them? Lin Xia said in a deep voice, I don't like being threatened in any way. I guess everyone feels the same way, right? Everyone nodded. Tinglan thought for a moment and said, That's not impossible. With the emergence of quantum lithography machines, the manufacturing bottleneck of quantum chips has been completely broken. The hallmark of full commercialization is the realization of large-scale production in a standardized industrial chain. I don't think large-scale production will be a problem as long as the government supports it, but a mature industrial chain and production process do take time. What she said was very realistic, and it hits the pain points directly. Lin Xia thought about it for a while and finally made a decision. It's better to suffer a short pain than a long one. Let's start the reform. From now on, chip reform begins with rejecting any problematic product. Mr. He, you go select the personnel and arrange the work, and I'll handle the approval process for you. At the same time, President Yao. He turned his gaze to Yao Guangming, standing beside him. You will delay for 3 months to deal with external pressure. 3 months later, we completely rejected the problematic chips. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the audience suddenly became serious. Yes, Mr. Lin, I'll do it right away. After everyone else left, Tinglan and Lin Xia sat opposite each other. Boss Lin, I'm staying here to tell you that the assembly work for the controlled nuclear fusion reactor will begin next month, and the reactor has already entered the final stage. Lin Xia's face lit up with joy. So fast. It actually took almost half a month faster than he had imagined. Tinglan nodded. We didn't expect it to be so early, thanks to Mr. Lin's atomic-level customization new material. Then it will become widespread, and that means reshaping the energy and manufacturing industries. Lin Xia smiled and said, A reactor is not a static device that can be used once built. It is a living system that requires a continuous optimization. I heard that the Eagle Sauce is making rapid progress in uniting more than a dozen countries, but compared to us, it's probably still a long way behind. At the same time, Mathis office. Sir, here are some recent intelligence reports from Dragon Country. The chip problem has severely affected all industries, far exceeding our expectations. Mathis nodded. Well done. Do they really think they can just quit? Little do you know that international hegemony cannot be completely blocked by simply closing your borders. Keep going until they come begging us. In the meantime, how is the progress on controlled nuclear fusion? Can the assembly be completed by the end of the year? This is what Mats is most concerned about now. Now, on the entire blue planet, everyone is waiting to see who will be the first to achieve a technological breakthrough. This thing is the key to the advancement of human civilization, and is also a symbol of this country's dominance over the blue planet. He pondered for a moment. What I fear most is that Dragon Country will be faster than us. The subordinate beside him quickly shook his head and denied it. No way. They need a lot of energy just to deal with domestic problems now. I don't have the time to fully invest in this work. This is not as simple as just talking about it. It requires a lot of money. Mathis nodded without saying anything. For some reason, he was always worried about Longhua. Chapter 1, 10 We really don't need it this time. Time flies. Just when the eagle sauce was still smug, saying that Longhua was not completely out of their control. This day, the annual meeting of South Korean Sanshin Company was held. At the same time, the largest import company in Longhua was also invited to participate. Yao Guangming attended the meeting as a representative. Mr. Yao, are we really going? This looks like a Dragon Gate banquet. A month ago, they even reduced their import quota for Dragon Country and raised prices. Because we kept delaying and not agreeing, the attitude from the other side was very bad. This time when they invited us over, they will definitely discuss the matter openly. Yao Guangming nodded, I know. But, at the same time, he looked down at the report in his hand about domestic chip mass production. This was sent to him by his superiors early in the morning. It is clearly stated above that at the current stage, chip production can reach up to 3,000 batches. In other words, Longhua has initially achieved mass production of chips. People from all walks of life will no longer have to suffer from these foreign guys. It's okay, book me a ticket. It's time to make a complete cut. 3 days later, the headquarters of Samhain Company in South Korea, in front of the huge, floor-to-ceiling windows. Samhain CEO Lee Junhao sat there holding a glass of red wine, looking very superior. How is it? Has the Dragon Nation responded to this personnel invitation? They replied today and said they will be there on time. Secretary Che Xingyu said with a smile. Don't worry, President. They won't dare not come. After all, the fate of most of their domestic companies is in our hands. Lee Junhao snorted coldly, then slowly turned his gaze to the night view of the Han River outside. Are the newly adjusted contracts ready? Che Xingyu immediately said, We're ready. We'll ask them to add a 30% margin and collect quarterly patent fees for the 3 nanometers process. Lee Junhao nodded and slowly turned the red wine glass in his hand. If it weren't for the Eagle Saw saying that they wanted to jointly restrict the development of Dragon Country's AI field, I would definitely raise this condition again. Right now, Dragon Nation is in a state of isolation. I guess they will agree to any request. Kishinju nodded. That's true, but I'm most worried that if there are too many conditions, they'll give in and we'll lose control of the Longhua line, which will be troublesome. Lee Junhao nodded. Okay, go ahead. Unless they have more advanced chip technology, they will be under our control for the next 50 years. At this time, inside a hotel in Seoul, Yao Guangming and several department managers have already arrived. After cleaning up everything, several people sat down. Boss Yao, according to reliable information, we were called here specifically because there must be a Hongmin banquet waiting for us. Yes, according to our colleagues, Lee Junhao's conditions for us seem to be changing again. These people are not clear about the country's layout, so they're really worried about this from the bottom of their hearts. Yao Guangming nodded. It's okay, I will find a way tomorrow. 10 o'clock the next morning. The so-called annual meeting was held normally. As soon as Yao Guangming and his companions arrived, they were invited to the next room. As soon as you enter the door, it came right in front of us, and the 3 giants of Sanxing were sitting inside. 3 guys in their 50s with their legs crossed, holding a beautiful woman in one hand and a glass of red wine in the other, were laughing wantonly. Is this a representative from Dragon Country? I thought you weren't coming this year and didn't want the order anymore. Cha Sung-woo's sarcastic voice immediately sounded. Yao Guangming ignored him. People should not bother with dogs. He walked straight through the crowd and sat down opposite the 3 of them. Hello, I'm Yao Guangming, the representative from Dragon Country. He waved his hand and asked someone to bring the gift. This is a gift for your company's anniversary. When I opened it, it turned out to be a large blue and white porcelain bowl, which looked very beautiful. But Lee Junhao doesn't care about these at all. Mr. Yao, regarding the authorization of the new generation of lithography machines, you already know the requirements, right? Yao Guangming nodded. I have a rough idea, but I haven't seen the specific contract yet. Lee Junhao immediately asked someone to bring the contract over. Take a look. These are the terms specifically for you. They are unique. Take a good look at it. It will also facilitate our future cooperation. Yao Guangming and several people around him opened it. When several department managers saw the specific terms, they became angry. You are blackmailing me. The technology sharing period you promised last year hasn't even ended, and now you're changing the terms? And you're even asking for a deposit. What? Are we the Dragon Nation being taken advantage of? That was last year. Li Juanhao interrupted him slowly. When you were planning to close the border, we should have renegotiated the price. I heard that your country's semiconductor production is still waiting for EUV lithography machines. Unfortunately, the shares for next quarter and the quarter after that have already been given to Wanwan. Several department managers clenched their briefcases, their faces full of anger. Don't go too far, Sanxing. Otherwise we won't buy from you anymore. We can totally boycott your products. Li Juanhao laughed out loud. Really? Boycott us? 87% of the world's draw memory and 65% of NHD flash memory come from South Korea, from Samsung. Do you think a boycott would be a good thing for you? His greedy eyes slowly swept over the people present. But do you not want to eat? Having said that, he waved his hand, and the secretary next to him pressed the display screen on the wall. A dense list of orders quickly appeared. Did you see everything? Look at these countries. Their advance payments are much faster than yours. They are not as slow and difficult to talk to as yours. In the end, I ruined my own way of survival. Li Juanhao was not at all panicked. The Dragon Kingdom, which even the eagle sauce could not control, was easily in his hands. However, he didn't know that he had really messed up this time. The next second, Yao Guangming, who had been silent, pulled out a chair and stood up. Then he slowly took out a document from his bag. Everyone, take a look. Li Juanhao immediately revealed a satisfied smile. That's right. However, the next second, when he saw the content clearly, the whole person was immediately happy. What do you want to do? Bring out a letter of termination? Could it be that you really don't want our order anymore? His eyes had become wrong. You'll have 3 seconds to take it back, or the conditions will double. At this time, the other side must have been panicked. But now, Yao Guangming was just sitting there with a smile on his face. I'm sorry. This is the final decision of all of our Dragon Country companies. After this order is completed, our chip business ends here and will not continue. Just 2 simple sentences, but they made Yao Guangming feel for the first time in his life what it felt like to stand. For many years, he traveled back and forth between the 2 places and even drank so much that he had stomach bleeding for a single order. Just before the company's latest product was launched, they repeatedly blocked the supply of chips more than once. Every time he was humble and courteous, relaxed the conditions many times, and invested money. However, this situation did not make these people grateful. Chapter 111 used 2 trump cards, and everyone was stunned. In fact, the cost is higher every year. Payment methods are becoming more and more exaggerated every year. But this year is different. With the support of the country and a letter from General Lin a few days ago, he knows. The time had come for him to walk out of this place with his head held high. President Li, let me reiterate from now on, the contract between our Dragon Nation and you South Koreans is completely terminated. Li Junfu's bros wisha. For some reason, he had a feeling that something was about to get out of control. But he immediately denied it in his heart. Impossible. He didn't hear anything. Moreover, it is impossible for Longwa to obtain technical support from any other country now, and they cannot achieve a technological breakthrough, not to mention mass production and full commercialization. Thinking of this, he immediately sat back down, with a face full of arrogance. In that case, then accept their termination agreement. But Mr. Yao, you have to remember that the conditions won't be the same next time you come. Yao Guangming smiled slightly, his face neither humble nor arrogant. Then he stood up and said, Don't worry, we won't come again. After saying this, he immediately walked out quickly with his men. Several managers were dumbfounded. Only when they got outside did they dare to speak. Mr. Yao, are you crazy? Without their chips, what will happen to our latest quarterly products? It's impossible for a car production line to run in a black screen, right? Yao Guangming smiled calmly. I'm not just saying this casually. Didn't they say that unless we had newer technology? Several people didn't react at first, but suddenly, several people were stunned. Mr. Yao, what do you mean? We have new technology? Yao Guangming made a silencing gesture with his mouth. Just wait and see. At this time, on the other side, after the Longwa representative left with a termination agreement, the big 3 were stunned. What's going on? Did someone sign an agreement with them? Is there any news? Li Juanhao asked. Someone nearby immediately brought out the latest market news, including intelligence information from the US side. No, it's calm. Nothing shows they have a second option. Otherwise, they wouldn't ask for such a high price. Another speculated, hasn't the international community been touting the Dragon Kingdom's technological explosion recently? Could it be that there's been a major breakthrough in the field of lithography machines or in the chip industry? Impossible. Li Xia denied it outright. Their breakthroughs are all in the military industry, which is their technological weakness. It's absolutely impossible for them to achieve this so quickly. His eyes darkened slightly. Since they don't want to live anymore, then we don't have to be polite. Completely cut off recent orders. For now on, no more chips will be supplied to Longwa. At the same time, the lithography machines will be taken back. But the representative said their orders haven't been completed yet. What if they anger the Dragon Nation? Li Xia waved his hand and said, "It's okay. There will be a time when they will beg us for help." He has seen a lot of such shouting over the years, but in the end, don't they still have to beg for mercy? Can their long kingdom be an exception? Absolutely impossible. At the same time, in the country of Dragon, after Yao Guangming returned to China, he immediately went to find He Tinglan. "Hello, I'm Yao Guangming, here to visit Ms. He. I wonder if she's here." Within the base, He Tinglan welcomed him in with a smile on her face. "I heard that President Yao went to South Korea." Yao Guangming nodded heavily. "He Tinglan, did you make a cut?" Yao Guangming nodded heavily again, but at the same time his breathing became rapid and he looked a little nervous. "Although I've seen the notification document, I'm still a little worried, so I came to ask you. Is our latest chip really ready for full production? Mr. Lin didn't lie to me, did he?" He Tinglan was immediately happy. "Don't worry, President Yao. President Lin won't lie to you, and Dragon Palace won't lie to you either. Tomorrow there will be a public press conference. Quantum chips and 6G networks will be heard throughout the entire planet. From now on, no one can hold our Dragon Nation back." Hearing this, Yao Guangming finally laughed out loud. 10 o'clock the next morning. Lin Xia sat happily in front of the TV. "Has it started yet? Lu Xiangwei and Yigong have both gone there, right?" Lu Ruifeng said, "He's gone. He's probably already there waiting." Yang Kitchen was a little confused. "Boss Lin, I don't quite understand. Why don't you make the announcement yourself on this occasion? This is the first achievement since the establishment of the Dragon Palace." Lin Xia shook her head gently. "You don't understand. My existence is a thorn in the hearts of those guys. They've long known that there are people behind this technological explosion, and spies from all sides are infiltrating one group after another. But they just couldn't find this person, nor could they find the most critical issue. How do people in Northeast China put it?" He slammed the table. "Just keep tickling him." The two of them laughed immediately. "You did it on purpose. But it's a good thing this way. It also guarantees your safety. I can't imagine how crazy they would go if they knew they would be alone for the rest of their lives." At this moment, as the three people talked, the press conference officially begins. Officials from the Ministry of National Defense and Ministry of Foreign Affairs spoke first. Then Lu Xiangwei and He Tinglan walked onto the stage, facing countless invited journalists. Both of them had excited smiles on their faces. "Everyone, from now on, we will break through the quantum lithography technology, break the manufacturing bottleneck of quantum chips, give birth to new materials customized at the atomic level, and realize the technology of mass production of quantum chips at the beginning of this month. From today on, the chip industry will usher in new developments. Our Dragon country will no longer be subject to chip sanctions from South Korea and other countries." Lu Xiangwei also said excitedly, "At the same time, my country has fully entered the 6G communication network era, redefining the technology route, patent charging rules, and even laying out the global industrial chain. And it integrates AI technology involving satellite communications and other industries. From now on, the Dragon Network era opens up new areas of development." Just a few words. It created a warm atmosphere in the whole venue. In the present time, news that Longwa had broken through 6G network communications and opened up a higher level of quantum chip fields spread rapidly. While Li Junhao was still waiting for Longwa to come back and beg them, what we got was the news that Longwa announced that it had its own chips. Right now, he stood in front of the TV, furious. "Oh my God, this is impossible. The Dragon Nation is lying. The Dragon Nation is deceiving the world. What a joke. Quantum lithography cannot replace EUV lithography. At this moment, he finally understood why he had been feeling a little uneasy these days. But at this moment, when the facts were really laid out before him, he was completely unwilling to believe it. Chapter 112, Eagle Sauce. There's a feeling of being set up by the Dragon Country. The same thing happened simultaneously in the US. If all 6G patents are controlled by Manhwa, it means that Manhwa has the ability to counter the world surveillance. A 5G share of more than 30 is enough to force the US to impose unlimited sanctions on Huawei, a Chinese company. They originally thought that new technology would not break through so quickly. However, just when the Eagle thought it could quietly trap the Dragon Kingdom, they actually released 2 King bomb combinations directly. A 6G network, the latest chip and lithography technology have directly blown up the entire blue planet. That night, the top leaders of the Eagle Sauce were completely sleepless. The same is true for EU countries. When Mattis heard the news, he didn't believe it at all. He thought it was just the struggle of Manhwa in this extreme situation. And the EU countries don't believe it at all. There was no other choice, so the group had to hold a meeting overnight. Late at night, everyone dragged their tired bodies and sat in the conference room one by one. Everyone's face was gloomy. So, Dragon Country really broke through these 2 technologies while being completely blocked. The South Koreans had dark complexions. Lee Junhao looked at the technical evaluation in his hand with a sad look on his face. They even terminated our cooperation contract for the next quarter half a month ago. At first we thought they were just trying to haggle over the price, and we never imagined it would be like this. You cunning Dragon Country people. He didn't want to believe it, but based on what Manhwa had announced to the outside world, his people had already made some calculations. It is indeed true news. The English people looked at Mattis, who was in the upper position, and asked, "What are your ideas next?" Judging from the current situation, they have made sufficient preparations. This is not just trapping them to death. It's giving them ample time to develop. Everyone realized that something was wrong. The representative of Country D stood up and said, "I think at this time, we should restore the conditions for establishing diplomatic relations with Dragon Country. What if they really develop and use technology to suppress us? That's already a generational gap. Unless we can also achieve a breakthrough in technology at the same time, we will definitely be in a passive position." As soon as these words came out, everyone at the scene couldn't help but sober up a little. But if that's the case, then wouldn't our previous actions be a slap in our own face? What do you mean, Eagle Sauce? As the debate continued, everyone turned their attention to Mattis in the middle. Mattis took a deep breath and rubbed his eyebrows. This matter was completely beyond my expectations. According to previous intelligence and various analyses, Manhwa will definitely be trapped to death. However, accidents always come quickly. Moreover, under the current circumstances, he actually had a feeling that he was being set up by the Dragon Kingdom. It was as if this blockade was not their intention, but something that Manhwa took the initiative to do. Mathis found it incredible. I think there's no need to rush. Things haven't come to an end yet, and our countries haven't even started to make any moves yet. The Frankish officials were puzzled. What do you mean? Do you have another solution? Mathis nodded, his eyes scanning the entire audience seriously. Have you all forgotten why we sat together in the first place? Everyone looked at each other. You mean controlled nuclear fusion technology? Energy revolution? Everyone's expression suddenly tensed. Could it be that this technology has made great progress now? Mattis smiled and nodded, looking confident that everything was under his control. What I can tell you now is that in 6 months, we will be able to conduct the world's first fusion power generation demonstration. In fact, it is not the case. He said this just to stabilize this group of people. But these words successfully excited everyone. Are you serious? The person from Country D was the first to ask. If that's the case, then we don't have to fear Dragon Country's technological blockade at all. After the power generation demonstration, full commercialization will follow. Everyone nodded. That's true. Energy substitution represents a disruption to the entire industry. Everyone knows what's more important. And Dragon Country definitely needs it. So, can't we also exchange technology? Mathis nodded. That's what I mean. I think they can clearly see which is more important for the energy revolution, chips or 6G technology. That's when they'll come to us with their technology. Having said that, Mathis has completely calmed down. He was seen slowly scanning the entire audience. What I say here is just a suggestion. I will not participate in your choice. But at the same time, please think carefully and don't waste this hard-earned opportunity. And one last key point, never read the technical data they send out. It can be faked. No matter how beautiful the data is, it needs to be supported by practical applications. These words immediately made everyone present fall in a deep thought. For some reason, they all had the same idea in their minds. That is, this Dragon Kingdom is really becoming more and more mysterious. At the same time, Dragon Kingdom, Yinjing, Lin Xia, Mr. Qiao, and others sat opposite each other. Shaolin, how long do you plan to keep the blockade going? We are already in an advantageous position under the current circumstances. A prolonged closure is not a good thing for us. And I'm worried that after this news comes out, they'll do something even more extreme. Xiao Kong has his own concerns. He must think about issues from a national perspective, especially people's livelihood issues. The decision to close the country's borders was made after considering the extreme pros and cons, and the same is true now. Lin Xia nodded. I understand your concerns, but now is not the best time. This group hasn't completely fallen into our trap, and their internal structure hasn't been completely disintegrated. We want more than just proof. We want to completely break the EU ship. Xiao Kang's hands tapped on the table again and again. The cigarette in his hand was shrinking rapidly. Okay, I'll give you some more time. Just do it with confidence. I'll take care of everything. Lin Xia knew that the pressure on Mr. Qiao was several times greater than his own, especially after the customs were closed. The interconnection between the three cities cannot withstand the pressure of the 1.4 billion people in the entire Dragon Country. But this is a necessary condition for transformation. They have to hold on. By the way, I've already approved the procurement of materials needed for controlled nuclear fusion. Judging from the materials you have now, your progress is rapid. Xiao Kong was quite satisfied with this. Lin Xia is indeed doing things. Yes, please come to the site when the final assembly is done. Lin Xia said with a smile. Chapter 113, Who is the Grasshopper After Autumn? The next day at noon, when Lin Xia woke up, she saw two anxious figures walking back and forth at the door. Who's there? Lu Ruifeng and Yang Kitchen walked in quickly. Boss Lin, something happened. The Eagle Sauce and the EU countries have openly implemented a rare earth embargo policy against us, said Lu Ruifeng. Yang Kitchen was furious. They even publicly said that Longguo was not worthy of controlling strategic resources. This is simply a disguised way of blocking our high-end manufacturing and fusion materials, especially the latter. Yang Kitchen was anxious. Boss Lin, could it be that these guys already know that we are researching controlled nuclear fusion? Or perhaps a spy has leaked our current progress? As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the entire room dropped a bit. Lu Ruifeng, do you know what you were talking about? If there really is a spy, he must be in a high-level organization. Lin Xia waved her hand, signaling them to be quiet. He then sat up straight, rubbed his eyebrows, and forced himself to wake up. Is there an embargoed list? Lu Ruifeng quickly handed it over. At present, it is only iron-boron magnets, but there will probably be more in the future. According to their plan, they intend to completely destroy our cutting-edge manufacturing industry, making it impossible for us to achieve full popularization even if we have new technologies. These people are really determined to kill us. Lin Xia nodded. If it were me, I would do the same. This is a very normal game between great powers. At this moment, he still had some admiration for the person who made this decision. Regardless of whether it was a blind cat catching a dead mouse or not, they finally got lucky. They do need a large amount of rare earth resources. Not to mention other things, the realization of controlled nuclear fusion technology requires a large supply of resources. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile. At this moment, the two people next to him were stunned. Boss Lin, it's already this late. How can you still laugh? Yes, Mr. Lin. We should hold a meeting quickly to see how to deal with this. The two people looked anxious. Lin Xia slowly walked to the bathroom nearby and began to wash up calmly. Don't worry. It won't affect our final controlled nuclear fusion experiment at all, because Mr. Qiao has already stockpiled enough supplies for me. As for the cutting-edge manufacturing industry, he thought for a moment, then said, then let them do as they wish. Lu Ruifeng was puzzled. What does that mean? What do you mean by fulfilling their wishes? You want to abandon cutting-edge manufacturing? That's absolutely not possible. If that happens, our dragon nation will be paralyzed. Now, it has reached the level of dancing on a tightrope. Except for the calm Lin Xia. Everyone else was actually very nervous. Lin Xia waved her hand. Of course it doesn't mean abandonment, but a short-term pause. Yang Kitchen frowned. A short time? How short a time? We definitely won't be able to hold out for a few years. Lin Xia was immediately happy. Don't worry, I didn't intend to seal it off for that long. I just wanted to give us some time to develop. By then, the ultra-high temperatures generated by fusion reactor alone will be enough to extract rare earth elements directly from ordinary ores, and the efficiency will be 10 times that of traditional methods. You don't understand the technology, so you might not realize that controlled nuclear fusion can completely replace resources. By then, let alone rare earth resources, we could easily cut the price of rare earths on the entire blue planet in half. At the same time, the technology of extracting hydrogen from seawater will soon mature, and we will be able to completely break free from our dependence on fossil energy. After these words were spoken, the two people opposite calmed down a little. At the same time, Eagle Sauce, inside the White Palace. The Eagle Sauce president held the document in his hand, looking puzzled. Matsis, are you saying that there may be a bigger conspiracy behind Dragon Country's seclusion? What's the meaning? Matt has pointed to relevant online reports and analysis. According to these analyses, they're most likely trying to hide the energy crisis. Now their country is close to collapse. I plan to dispatch a fleet to block their remaining overseas energy transportation routes, while also hyping up the news that they're secluded to hide the energy crisis. If that happens, the few allies they have left will also begin to waver. When they are left alone and completely isolated by the entire blue planet, that will be the time for us to take action. These words immediately made the American president excited. If that's the case, then instead of dragging them into the water and achieving a two-country hegemony, we'll just push them underwater and completely crush them. Mats nodded. Just like the disintegration of the Big Bear, the same is true for the Dragon Kingdom. It just needs an opportunity. We could do the same thing once, so why can't we do it a second time? The American president was excited. Of course. If that's true, then wouldn't that be a huge step forward for our Eagle Sauce's goal of being #1 on the entire blue planet? The American president felt uneasy at the thought that he might make history. I didn't expect this to go so smoothly. Is there any problem behind it? How do you say that in Dragon Country dialect? The two looked at each other. Dragon fruit is like a grasshopper in autumn. It can only jump for a few days. Soon, measures to cut off resource supply began to be fully implemented. The Eagle Sauce fleet is like the world police, searching everywhere for the dragon people. Once discovered, they will obstruct it with various reasons. That's not all. They also spent money to hype the news, widely releasing the news that Dragon Country is about to collapse. This caused panic among the allies of the Dragon Kingdom. Everyone couldn't help but send friendly greetings to the Dragon Kingdom Yinjing. Some countries that have just established diplomatic relations are even considering whether to abandon this relationship now, while the relationship is still unstable. Big countries may be able to remain calm after a storm, but small countries like them may be completely wiped out in this storm. Boss Lin, this is the news from Yinjing to our Dragon Palace. Many companies in various countries are selling off our Dragon Country's assets. The situation is indeed not good, said Yang Kitchen. Lin Xia nodded. It's okay, you don't have to worry. Let everyone put these people and companies on record and never cooperate with them again. By the way, please contact the person in charge of the Tina Dark Web and have him come over. Although he could just sit back and wait for these monkeys to jump around. But to make these people happy would just make things difficult for him. In that case, he also plans to stir up trouble. The Tina Dark Web, which is independent of everything, was not affected at all. The quality of their products is the reason why they can stand tall and proud in the market. Lin Xia is quite confident about this. Chapter 114. My son, let me show you how to do it. Upon receiving the news, Zhuobohan quickly rushed to the Dragon Palace. This was the first time he met Mr. Lin up close. I felt a little nervous. Don't be nervous. Mr. Lin is easy to talk to. Yang Kitchen comforted him slightly. When Zhuobohan came to the study, Lin Xia was looking down at international news. Sales on the Tina Dark Web are booming right now, thanks to President Zhua. Lin Xia looked up and asked, President Zhua, do you want to expand and become stronger? As soon as Zhuobohan entered, he saw a young face looking at him with a smile. Mr. Lin, do you mean we should develop a larger market? In fact, he also has this idea, but at present, under the international blockade, this idea is difficult to realize. The Eagle Sauce has begun to secretly sanction the sale of our products on Tianhe. If it weren't for the fact that their products can't compete with ours, we might not have survived. Lin Xia nodded and pointed to the information beside her. This is the latest statistics. The amount of arms traded by the Eagle Sauce with various countries on Blue Star in the past 3 months. Boss Zhua, this is really mouth-watering. Zhua Bohan took a look, and nodded, occupying 2/3 of the market's transaction volume. It's really terrifying. They have completely treated this market as their own backyard. Lin Xia restrained her smile and looked at him. What do you think? Mr. Zhua thinks our Longwa can sit in this position. Do you want to be the world's largest arms dealer? This, Zhua Bohan hesitated because the country was behind him. He is the largest arms dealer, which means Longwa is. Of course I think about it, but it's not that easy to do. Lin Xia looked at him seriously and said, just tell me, are you jealous of the money Eagle Sauce makes? Zhua Bohan nodded. Jealous? Lin Xia, do you want to put this money into your own pocket? This time Zhua Bohan didn't hesitate. I want to. Lin Xia was immediately amused. Okay, then take a good look at this sales principle. Zhua Bohan took the document and took a look at it, and was immediately shocked. Sell the technology in 3 levels. Sell it once a quarter. Joint production. Technology licensing. Also, isn't the price of this tank too cheap? After reading it all, Zhua Bohan felt like he was having trouble breathing. Lin Xia smiled and waved her hand. Don't you know about the holiday sale? At the beginning, we only make money to open up the market. Later on, we will really make money. Zhua Bohan nodded repeatedly, and in his heart labeled Lin Xiaobiao as a black-hearted boss. Boss Lin, let me try it out right now. Lin Xia nodded with satisfaction, looking like a teachable child. Go ahead, I'll also assist you off the court. Soon, the big sale in Tianhe has begun. Zhua Bohan immediately started the work of customer return visits. This is Baba's sheep. What do you say? Our fighter planes are fun to fight, right? Awesome. It's so awesome. The white elephant is being completely dominated by us. So what do you say? Do you want anything else? Like warships? Buy a destroyer. Get a frigate. Hearing this, Babayang's supreme commander was dumbfounded. Can you still sell it like this? Zhua Bohan, isn't this a special preferential policy for you because you're old customers? What do you mean? Are you coming or not? Amir Nanjiani immediately got excited. You didn't lie to your friends, did you? Zhua Bohan, of course, we are friends forever. After hanging up the phone, he called the dog owner again. It's been a while since we last contacted each other. Prince Saleh, we're having a big sale on our aircraft carriers lately. How many do you want? If you need a large quantity, we'll cover all the construction work for your next Winter Olympics. Zhua Bohan, my friend, you know we really like your weapons, but you also know that with the recent U.S. policy, we don't want to publicly offend so many countries. Although they're rich, they're just a small country after all, and it would be very troublesome if they were besieged together. Oh, it's no big deal. I can just disassemble the parts and give them to you. Besides, it's just a matter of changing the label. All you need is a hand, right? We have always been very flexible in what we do. Prince Saleh was stunned. Can this be done? Of course, installation is included and shipping is free. This is a unique offer we offer to the little prince. After hanging up the phone, he took a sip of water and then continued to make calls under the stunned eyes of his subordinates. Persian cat, right? We have a huge sale on Tianhe weapons. You could buy double the amount at the previous price. What? You have a high demand. No problem. Customers are God, and we treat God very well. Flathead, huh? How was the rocket launcher last time? How about exchanging shells for gas cylinders this time? Power? I'll triple the power. Haha. Great, great. 3-day delivery is no problem. Soon, in just 1 week, Zhua Bohan brought the entire Tianhe military sales order to an astonishing number. Lin Xia looked at the order in her hand with satisfaction. Haha, not bad. Mr. Zhua's comprehension ability is quite good. He just gave a few examples, but Zhua Bohan's ability to draw inferences about other situations is quite outstanding. The operation of gas cylinders can be implemented more often. The simpler and more brutal the weapons we sell to them, the better. What we want is a strong reputation. Soon, a shocking piece of news about the U.S. Hawks spread internationally. Bang! Flathead Brother has completed a deal on arms and weapons with the international Tiana dark web. Shocking. Do the Houthis possess the military strength to single-handedly challenge any country on the Arabian Peninsula? The news that has been criticizing the Dragon Country for several days has finally been replaced by these news items. Everyone was horrified to find that this organization called Tianhe had actually seized half of the arms trading market in the United States. And it's the silent kind. It is tacitly understood that countries that purchase Tianhe weapons do so quietly. While fooling the Americans, they took advantage of the event to purchase in bulk. When Mattis learned about this, he was almost mad. Oh my God, they are openly opposing us. Are these people crazy? Don't they know that this is the Dragon Country's arms sales agency? Sir, they know, but like Persian Cat said, we've been promising to build them a bridge, but it hasn't happened yet. The Tianhe organization has already started working on it. Mattis thought he had misheard. What? They still do civil engineering? Yes, sir. It's Tianhe's preferential policy. Similar examples include, but are not limited to, road construction, railway construction, and high-speed rail construction. Mathis, who's doing the work? Longwood Company. Mats was going crazy. Fuck. They are openly challenging me. Do they want to replace our position as a major arms sales country? After realizing this, Mats felt a chill down his spine. Chapter 1:15 Final Assembly. The dragon's heart beats at full power. Of course, he knew that this was the public response measure taken by the Dragon Kingdom. But what can they do? As an international black arms dealer, they really have no way to deal with them openly. Even if they wanted to send someone to assassinate the person behind this, they couldn't do it. Because their base cannot be found at all. Sir, there's news from the White Palace. They want us to explain Babayang's sale of the 5th-generation aircraft production line. Mats jumped up from his chair in an instant. Oh my God, what did you say? 5th-generation aircraft production line? Where did they come from? No. Fefe. Mattis seemed a little crazy. Why even ask? Isn't it just that Tianhe organization again? Yes, sir, it's the Tianhe organization behind this. Mattis slammed his fist on the table in front of him. Longwa has gone too far. They are simply ignoring our international arms sales regulations and treating them like bullshit. The subordinates swallowed hard. That's not all. The Houthis actually announced this morning that they have an aircraft carrier at sea. What? Mattis thought he was half asleep. A small armed force owns an aircraft carrier? Are you kidding me? Yes, sir. According to our infiltrated personnel, they have published several lists of congratulations for big businesses on their official website. This includes countries that are allies with us. And they're going to have a big sale on Flathead's ground today. Mathis, so what are you waiting for? But the subordinate was embarrassed, but it's too late. It is said that it was sold out within 5 minutes of opening. Even the bear took advantage of the chaos to pick up a lot of things. Mattis felt his head buzzing, and he felt indescribably irritated. Fuck. Oh my God. We absolutely cannot tolerate their behavior. Send out the aircraft carrier fleet. Quick, capture these people and execute them on the spot. We absolutely cannot let them be so arrogant. At the same time, just when Mats was almost going crazy, the atmosphere inside and outside the Dragon Palace was peaceful. Lin Xia put down the Tianhe report document in her hand, her face full of satisfaction. Okay, you don't have to worry about this for now. How's the controlled nuclear fusion going? Secretary Lei Yaoyang immediately trotted forward and said, Boss Lin, this is the message from Boss He this morning, inviting you to participate in the final assembly tomorrow. Final assembly? Lin Xia's face was filled with surprise. 5 days in advance. Lei Yaoyang nodded. Boss He said that she learned this from you. The key is to do it sooner rather than later. Ha. Lin Xia laughed immediately. The serious He Tinglan actually had a day when he could joke. However, he was happy to hear this joke. Okay, let's set off tonight and head to the final assembly base. The next day, Lin Xia arrived early. He Tinglan and a group of technicians immediately gathered around. Lin Xia looked at them with a smile. How about it, Mr. Du? I said it could be done in 3 months. Is that right? Du Siyuan nodded repeatedly. Yes, I never thought that I would have to work like this one day. Thanks to Mr. Lin, I, an old man, have really broadened my horizons. Lin Xia smiled, then returned to her serious expression and turned to look at the main control system on the side. How is it? Can we start? He Tinglan nodded. We're just waiting for President Lin to press the start button for final assembly. Has everyone in Yinjing been notified? We've been notified, but the leader there doesn't have time to come over, so we'll send the assembly video over when we're done. Lin Xia nodded. Okay, then let's go to the control room. It's time to start the final countdown. At this moment, the final assembly site. The whole scene was in full swing. Lin Xia glanced over and saw that everyone was busy with the final inspection. This also includes 3 roommates in their respective positions. The 3 of them were so busy that they didn't even notice Lin Xia coming. Following Lin Xia's order, the start assembly button was pressed by Lin Xia immediately. Immediately, the entire scene began to play like a grand symphony. Buzz, buzz, buzz. All machines start working at the same time. The 9 modules of the ITER vacuum chamber are like sleeping giants that have been awakened. All the engineers stared nervously at the CNC equipment display screen in front of them. When the horizontal deviation of the screen display module reaches 0.5 millimeters, even Lin Xia couldn't help but breathe lighter. This moment, the data indicating that the entire dragon country was about to take off was jumping wildly in front of him. If any of these issues arise, the consequences will be devastating. Yitinglin's forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. Activate the emergency plan. In the remote control room, the operator immediately adjusted the data and continued. At this moment, the attention of tens of thousands of people in the audience was focused on the data on the scene. No one wants to see failure. This is the result of the joint efforts of countless people present, and it is also the future of the entire dragon country's confrontation. Soon, the data slowly returned to a stable state, and assembly work continued. 2 hours later, that signifies success on the display panel. Clearly displayed. Final assembly completed. Work progress 100%. Success, we succeeded, Yitinglan said with trembling lips. In an instant, the whole scene was in an uproar. Successful? Did we really succeed? Ha ha! We completed the work that took others years to complete in just a few months. That's awesome. We're really awesome. The whole place was filled with cheers, and the applause that came one after another was pleasing to Lin Xia's ears. After everything was settled, Lin Xia supported the almost collapsed Yitinglan. Mr. He, congratulations. Yitinglan looked at Lin Xia with tears in her eyes. Congratulations to Mr. Lin too. The two smiled at each other, their eyes full of excitement. Boss He, we have finally completed the first step of our long march. Just as the two were talking, sudden, ding, system task triggered. The system, which had been silent all of a sudden, started beeping. Lin Xia was unable to react for a while. The host needs to complete the task of fooling the whole world as soon as possible. Complete the task and receive the following rewards. 1. Unlock some Nanchaman blueprints. 2. Double the points for this mission. The moment Lin Xia heard the words Nanchaman, her eyes lit up. Being able to obtain the Nantianmen blueprint without using points is simply the best choice for him. Just fooling the whole world? This task seems difficult, and it is actually very difficult. Mr. Lin, we will carry out the debugging and optimization work according to the schedule you provided. Don't worry, we'll probably be able to start our first power generation demonstration in a few months. Seeing Lin Xia in a daze, she thought he was worried about the follow-up work. The Eagle Sauce will never go ahead of us. It's okay. As long as you follow my work schedule, there will be no problem. As Lin Xia spoke, she was thinking about the task of fooling the whole world. Chapter 116. The joint blockade is in effect? What a joke. For several days, the Eagle Sauce's warships are conducting various operations on the high seas. It has no regard for the rules of international peace and is constantly getting into conflicts with other countries like a madman, especially from some countries that have purchased weapons from the Tiana Dark Web organization. They even dispatched naval forces to the doorstep of the Houthi armed forces. The frightened group immediately sought help. In this regard, Tiana stated that the after-sales service is absolutely satisfactory. He immediately drove his ocean scooter and went there in a hurry. On this day, just when Zhuo Bohan was extremely happy seeing the news from all over the place, sudden, Lin Xia called. What did you say? The price is going to drop further? In fact, according to the previous discussion, now should be the time to reap the rewards and reap the benefits. Tiana's reputation has been fully established, and there is no need to use this method anymore. Lin Xia, listen to me, the price will drop another 30%. And this time, we're not trading money, but rare earth resources. We'll let buyers exchange their resources with us. Hearing him say this, Zhuobohan's heart skipped a beat. Can the country really not sustain it anymore? That feeling of joy was immediately completely dispelled by these words. How about I find someone and try to import some? Lin Xia smiled, and a voice that said everything was under control came over. That's not what I meant. I have other plans, so just do as I say. We must convince the Eagles that their joint blockade and the recent naval operations are effective. Let them think we're at the end of our rope. Remember, the more miserable the better. He wants to win both the arms sales war and the energy war. But we will suffer losses. Zhuobohan felt a little distressed. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. Listen to me. Lin Xia hung up the phone and took a deep breath. Fool the whole world? Haha, I hope that guy Mattis doesn't react too quickly. It would be best if this were done after the demonstration of controlled nuclear fusion power generation. According to Lin Xia's request, Tianhe official website released it again. The last big discount on the entire network. The last big discount. Holy crap. 5th-generation fighter jets are so cheap. Walter? Tanks are only half the price they used to be? Is the boss of Tianhe crazy? Is he planning to quit? Who cares? I don't know whether he will do it or not, but I know we're going to get rich. The people of the Flathead Brother were very excited. Even the White Elephant, who had not participated in the whole process, became anxious. Join the buying team quickly. Sir, what if Eagle Sauce finds out? Deepak waved his hand and said, What are you afraid of? Eagle Sauce's tactical vests are all bought from Dragon Country. What's more, ours are not from Dragon Country, but from Tianhe Organization. The subordinate was stunned. Is there any difference? As everyone knows, this is the organization of Dragon Country. Deepak slapped him and said, The difference is Eagle Sauce can't really cause us any trouble. He couldn't care about anything else. The right thing to do was to buy it as soon as possible. They had seen Longwa's equipment last time. What, they bought some good stuff again? Deepak was a little excited. To this, Mathis soon got the news. You mean to say that the Tianhe organization is selling their weapons at rock-bottom prices? And the only currency being purchased is rare earth resources? Mattis finally realized why they were frantically trying to seize the arms sales market recently. So, these guys aren't trying to seize the market at all? A group of people still haven't reacted. What do you mean? If it's not to seize the market, why are you working so hard? And now, they have taken 55% of the market. The situation is very bad. The group of think tanks below were extremely anxious. Instead, Mathis became calmer and calmer. No, what you said is not right. Look carefully at this intelligence information. The only purchasing currency has become rare earth resources. What does this mean? Does this mean that our previous resource cuts have taken effect? Everyone suddenly realized, can't the Dragon Kingdom hold on any longer? So we're selling our inventory to survive. This group of people came to this conclusion without any hesitation. Great! If that's true, then it won't be long before they completely collapse. Haha, that's really good news for us. Then, Commander Mattis, should we still hold those countries accountable? Mattis waved his hands repeatedly. No need. Let them continue to sign the order. But remember, the rare earth resources can be delayed as long as possible, and it is best not to pay for it, so as to bring down the Dragon Nation. This is our ultimate goal this time. The plan that was originally thought to be disrupted by the Dragon Kingdom suddenly started to proceed normally. Mattis was filled with excitement. It seems we used the right method. This time, Longwa really dug a hole of its own and jumped into it. The think tank group nodded. Indeed, the White Palace and a group of people from Western Europe also soon received news that the Dragon Kingdom was about to collapse. One by one, they immediately began to get ready, waiting for the time of division to finally come. However, on the other side is the Dragon Kingdom. The follow-up work on controlled nuclear fusion is proceeding intensively and orderly. Lin Xia shuttles back and forth between them every day, working tirelessly to catch up on the progress. Lei Yaoyang walked in holding the latest intelligence information. Boss Lin, this is the latest report from the Tianhe official website. Lin Xia took a look, and then smiled. It seems these guys have taken the bait. The people standing by had no idea what Lin Xia was up to. Mr. Lin, what exactly are you going to do? We are really curious. Lu Ruifeng and others asked happily. Zhang Tao, who was passing by, interjected, looking at his smile, You know someone's going to be in trouble again. Lin Xia glared at him. Do your job. Then he turned around and looked at the few people. The Eagle Sauce wants to control us and is trying to isolate and trap us by uniting other countries. Then our first step is to disrupt their plans. China selling weapons is just the first step. Then the second step is to take advantage of their excitement and directly launch our emerging energy. Let their embargo and blockade become our global launch. Several people on the side couldn't help but sigh. Boss Lin, you really are. Lin Xia deliberately lowered her voice. What's wrong with me? Several people shook their heads. We won't say that you really have a good trick, ha ha ha. When it comes to unscrupulous businessmen, it has to be Mr. Lin. After this move, I'm afraid it will take the Eagle Sauce a while to get back on its feet. Chapter 117, Don't Take Temporary Glory as Permanent. This lasted for nearly half a month. The price of rare earth resources has finally reached a terrifying level. Due to the crazy orders from the Tiana organization, coupled with the secret operations of the Eagle Sauce behind the scenes. This thing has now become an international hot commodity. Mathis is very satisfied with this, especially when he saw the stock of the largest rare earth company in the United States rising day by day. He felt that he was about to make a fortune. How is it? Is everything as I said? Dragon Country is really going to be destroyed this time. Everyone in the think tank nodded in admiration. Indeed, I've seen the latest data, and they've been bidding like crazy, completely disregarding the cost, and searching for rare earth resources at nearly 10 times the price. It seems their cutting-edge industries are on the verge of collapse, and it's time for our companies and businesses to prepare. If they can't hold on any longer and open their borders, will we just rush in and reap the spoils quickly? Speaking of this, everyone immediately stopped feeling sleepy. Everyone was so happy. Mattis tapped his hand on the document in front of him. Besides controlling rare earth imports, it's time to do something about their electricity input. It's summer now, which is also their peak electricity consumption period. If we cut off their imported electricity at this time, will the entire Dragon Country come to a standstill immediately? But sir, the electricity that Longwa imports now is mainly concentrated in the countries of Maoxiong, Wanbei, Laowa, and North Korea. Let's not talk about Wanbei and Laowa. I'm afraid it's difficult for us to contact the Maoxiong and the North Koreans, right? I'm afraid the Maoxiong emperor won't listen to us. Mattis nodded. Whether they listen or not, it's all about interests. As long as they feel that the ship is halfway launched, they won't bother dragging along. It would be bad if I drown myself. So, he glanced around the entire audience. Start online marketing and hype up the Dragon Nation's current decline until they believe it and actively discuss cooperation with us. At the same time, have representatives from various countries come to the Federation for a meeting. We will discuss the orders after the completion of controlled nuclear fusion. Interests are what bring everyone together, and Mattis knows this well. At the same time, Zhuo Bohan just returned to China today. He rushed to the controlled nuclear fusion base without stopping. I want to see General Lin. Where is General Lin? As soon as he entered the door, he went straight to Lin Xia. Lin Xia took off her mask and came out of the laboratory. What's wrong, Mr. Zhuo? You're not involved in arms trade in the EU, so why are you back? Zhuo Bohan pulled Lin Xia over and said, Boss Lin, something happened. It's really happened this time. The two of them quickly came to the office next door. Don't be anxious, sit down and talk. Lin Xia said. Zhuo Bohan took out his briefcase and said, Look, according to the information from my people, those Americans are no longer satisfied with just sanctioning our rare earth imports. They also want to take advantage of this peak electricity consumption period to cut off our imported electricity. Now several of our importing countries have received the news, and it probably won't be long. Furthermore, the Eagle Sauce held a public meeting at the Federation to process subsequent orders for nuclear fusion devices. I'm afraid they have made a major breakthrough in technology. Zhuo Bohan was really anxious, but Lin Xia was also really calm. Don't panic, it's just a power outage. As for nuclear fusion, let alone nuclear fusion, I bet it will take them several years to complete. What they're doing now is just a tactic to win them over. Zhuo Bohan was anxious. Aren't you worried about the power outage? A nationwide power outage means the whole country is paralyzed. What can be done without electricity these days? Won't the people be in chaos? Lin Xia smiled. You're right, of course not, but we will never lose power. Don't worry. Seeing that he was too anxious, Lin Xia simply took out a document from the side and handed it to him. You'll see after you look at this. We originally planned to release it after the testing was completed. Forget it. It's better to let you rest in peace. Zhuobohin took the document, and the next second, his pupils suddenly shrank. We're going to demonstrate fusion power generation in 10 days. He looked at the document and his voice trembled. Is this what I understand? Can we make the nation's resources free? Unlimited electricity? Lin Xia nodded heavily. Yes. Of course. Zhuobohin knew that the country had been stepping up research in this area, but he did not expect the progress to be so fast. At that moment, he breathed a long sigh of relief. He finally understood. Now I understand why Lin Xia asked him to make such a plan before. Mr. Lin, he sat there smiling particularly happily. You are so patient. Haha. If that's the case, then I really don't have to worry anymore. Once this is fully realized, I'm afraid the inflated rare earth prices will collapse directly, right? Won't the Eagle Sauce Rare Earth Company be hit by a huge market storm? That's true, but this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is to completely dismantle the alliances formed by the Eagle Sauce around the world. Lin Xia added. At this time, in the country of the Russian bear, the emperor frowned slightly as he looked at the invitation text sent by Mats in front of him. Jointly restrain the Dragon Nation? That's a good idea, Mattis. Emperor, should we participate in this encirclement and suppression? Looking at this, it seems that Mattis is just missing this move from us. The Mao Xiong emperor shook his head. No response for now. They have no idea what a cultural group that has been entrenched for 5,000 years actually means. They managed to survive even during the most vulnerable period of the Qing dynasty, let alone now. In my opinion, the Dragon Kingdom is very likely preparing a major counterattack. We should not participate at this time, but we should not add insult to injury either. Otherwise, when the Dragon Kingdom begins to settle accounts, it will be too late for everyone to cry. Let them fight, and we'll see what happens. The other side, several countries, including North Korea, also received the news. The president of North Korea is worried. We can't afford to offend any of these countries. If they lose our electricity, I'm afraid it won't have any impact, right? Why should we respond? The Dragon Nation can be destroyed in a few days. We won't get involved in this. To this, Lao and Wanbei are different. After considering it, they responded immediately. Find an excuse to cut off Longwa's power transmission equipment. And he made his position clear in his reply to the Eagle Sauce. But these dragon countries don't take it seriously at all. Lin Xia could only say, they're asking for trouble. Don't worry about them. Adjust the electricity consumption in other areas to replace this part. He quickly signed his name on the substation demonstration application form in his hand. Okay, everyone get ready. Any counterattack requires strong support. Chapter 118 Power Generation Demonstration is about to begin. The last day of July. The debugging and iterative experiments of the controlled nuclear fusion base have been completed and are gradually entering the stage of formal operation. Deep in the Gobi Desert, the fusion test site looks like a dormant mechanical behemoth. The hemispherical reaction cabin, with a diameter of 300 meters, stands quietly, and a sense of oppression is overwhelming. On the day of the official power generation demonstration, Lin Xia held a brief demonstration meeting in advance. First of all, I'm very grateful for all the hard work and effort you've put in over this period of time. This has allowed us to complete this greatest project in human history in just a few months. Lin Xia stood on the stage and glanced at everyone in the audience, her eyes full of excitement. Although they had systematic help, they still encountered many difficulties in actual application. But despite this, none of the scientific researchers present retreated. They all tried their best and performed at their highest level. Eventually, these difficulties were completely resolved. I now announce that at 3 o'clock this afternoon, Longwa's first controlled nuclear fusion base will be officially put into operation, and the power generation demonstration will begin soon. Lin Xia said with great excitement. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire venue erupted in thunderous applause. During this period of time, everyone has been moving forward under tremendous pressure. From the initial theoretical analysis and experimental demonstration to the start of engineering construction. Step by step, we have come to the final step of today's power generation demonstration. Although these words are simple to say, when connected together, they're made up of thousands of small projects. Every small project contains the countless efforts of everyone present. Others may just see the numbers on the progress chart, but only those present understand, and only those who have experienced it personally know how difficult the process is. Seeing that everything was ready, Lin Xia immediately said to He Tinglan beside her, "Okay, get ready." Fusion power generation begins for the first time. In an instant, the entire work site began to operate. The final fusion power generation demonstration process is actually not complicated, but it is related to whether the entire project can be finally completed. So everyone is still very nervous, and the final stage really tests everyone's on-the-spot adaptability and microcontrol skills. In order to ensure the smooth progress of this stage, Lin Xia gathered several responsible persons together to study for a long time. The cooling system pressure is stable, and the temperature of the superconducting magnet is close to the critical value. Du Xiyuan looked at the big screen calmly. He Tinglan stood in front of the main control panel, her eyes fixed on all the data operations. At this moment, right on her glasses, the red countdown on the middle screen was jumping in time with her heartbeat. In the audience seats, the leaders of Yinjing held their breath. Xiao Kongyi clenched his hands tightly together, feeling indescribably nervous. Suddenly, the reaction cabin outside the glass curtain wall began to glow with a faint blue light, which immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Lin Xia frowned slightly, and He Tinglan quickly opened a red protective cover and pressed the button. Start neutral beam heating and increase power according to the gradient plan. At this moment, the countdown has reached the last 10 minutes. Lin Xia quickly glanced at the monitoring data screen next to her and confirmed that there was no problem. Then he continued to give orders. Go on. The engineers below quickly sent back the signal. The following process went relatively smoothly. 10 minutes later, on the energy monitoring screen in front of Lin Xia, the green broken line representing the output power formed a symmetrical golden angle with the input power baseline, which was better than the preset situation. At this moment, the only sounds in the control center were rapid keyboard tapping and suppressed breathing. At this moment, tension continued to hit the nerves of everyone present. Everyone was waiting for the moment when this big guy was truly awakened. When the countdown reached 0, the central screen suddenly lit up with a soft white light. Du Xiyuan, who was responsible for turning on the demonstration control, took a deep breath and then slowly pressed it. Soon, under the watchful eyes of a group of engineers, the entire behemoth began to operate. 15 minutes later, He Tinglan stared at the large screen in front of her, her face filled with joy. The energy output curve shows a perfect plateau. Everything is stable. At this moment, the blue light in the reaction chamber quickly formed a stable spherical light cocoon. The magnetic field constraints within the entire device are as clear as physical formulas. At present, even the older generation of physicists can hardly find any flaws. The data that indicated success suddenly appeared in everyone's sight. For a moment, the audience burst into restrained applause. Some people breathed a sigh of relief, while others slowly loosened their clenched fists. Continue to maintain the current parameters for 30 minutes. Lin Xia's voice spread throughout the scene through the microphone. At this moment, the door to unlimited energy for mankind has finally opened. The next step is to verify that the status is stable. At 7 o'clock that evening, Lin Xia and a group of leaders boarded the observation platform. Reporting to Mr. Lin, we have been running stably for 4 hours continuously. The deviation of each parameter is less than 0.5%, and there are no abnormal data. Very good. As Lin Xia's voice fell, the national leaders in the sunset finally felt relieved. He laughed heartily. Xiao Kong patted Lin Xia's shoulder heavily. Great. You did it. The entire power transformation demonstration process went much smoother than he expected. I thought there would be some difficulties, but I never thought it would end so smoothly. In the setting sun, everyone looked at this largest project in human history from afar and was stunned for a long time. At this moment, Lin Xia really breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Kong understood him very well. For a long time, the future of the entire Dragon Kingdom had been carried on his shoulders. If we make a mistake, it may very likely lead to the next national crisis. Looking at his thin figure, Xiao Kong sometimes felt doubtful. Is this really something that a kid who hasn't even turned 20 would do? But there is no doubt that all of this was done by Lin Xia. Xiao Lin, after this test is successfully completed, can we turn it on and off? Lin Xia smiled and nodded. That's right. But before that, I have an extra surprise for you. Xiao Kong suddenly became interested. Oh? What's the surprise? Lin Xia looked mysterious. You'll know when you come. Chapter 119 Rare Earths, are purified 100%, and the counterattack begins. The next day, Lin Xia drove a long way with Mr. Chiao. Along the way, starting from the desert Gobi, all the way to the gravel road, and finally into a mining area. Xiao Kong was a little confused by what he saw. Are you sure this is the place? Is this a mining area? And one that's almost abandoned? Lin Xia glanced at the location on her phone and said, "No problem, this is the place. This mining area has been almost fully developed, and I just happened to use some of the remaining resources for experiments." Doing experiments? Xiao Kong was a little confused. Are the rare earth resources I gave you not enough? If it's not enough, tell me and I'll get it for you. You don't have to go to such great lengths. Your project is the most important and of the highest concern to the country right now. You guys always come first. Xiao Kong suddenly became a little anxious. Lin Xia quickly comforted him. No, don't worry. Our power generation has finished, and the next step is stable operation. There will be no problem. I used the fusion device to develop new rare earth purification technology. New rare earth purification technology? Xiao Kong was surprised. Did it succeed? What's the purity level? He suddenly realized why Lin Xia was so sure that Longwo would win this game. It seems that this guy has made several preparations. Don't worry, we'll be there soon. You'll see it when you go in. Lin Xia smiled. The car soon stopped at the door of a factory. Gu Haoran, who was in charge of materials, came over quickly. "Mr. Chiao, Mr. Lin, you are here. Please come in quickly." Xiao Kong walked in quickly. Next second, what he saw immediately shocked him. As far as the eye can see, a factory building of nearly 200 square meters is filled with rare earth elements. At first glance, all of them are the most scarce resources recently, and some rare earth elements that are most strictly controlled by the United States and are suitable for cutting-edge manufacturing industries. What is this? Old Xiao's hands trembled slightly, and he began to have difficulty breathing. Are you guys writing these boxes randomly? Lin Xia smiled. Of course not. What you see is our latest experimental results. Rare earth elements with 100% purity are available in all categories. Fully meets the production standards of various industries. He looked at Gu Haoran beside him and said, "Old Gu, go get the technical documents and the purity tables of the recent tests to Mr. Chiao." Gu Haoran trotted away and then brought back a lot of information. "Mr. Chiao, please take a look. This is the report on the latest technical purification technology, as well as the progress information of various research projects. We can now use the ultra-high temperatures generated by fusion reactors to extract rare earth elements directly from ordinary ores, with an efficiency 10 times higher than traditional methods." How much more? How much more? Xiao Kong couldn't help but get excited. 10 times? Wouldn't that fill up the place in one night? Lin Xia and Gu Haoran nodded heavily. That's about what I mean. Xiao Kong was very excited, but he suppressed his emotions and finished reading the test data in his hand. After confirming that everything was really as they said, he slowly straightened up. His eyes slowly scanned everything under the light. At this moment, he truly felt the huge burden on his shoulders being slowly lifted off. Under tremendous pressure, he has been sleeping only 2 hours a day for many days. But despite this, the worries in his heart, along with the constant news of sanctions issued by the Eagle's sauce, continued to weigh on him. For many days and nights, he sat by the window, looking at the moonlight, worrying about the future of Longwa. They are afraid that they will go astray because of him, thus causing 1.4 billion people to suffer unnecessary disasters. But now, when a vast amount of resources piled up in front of him, the feeling of relief instantly made him feel relaxed. "Shaolin, I really thank you on behalf of the people of Long Country." Xiao Kang's serious voice sounded in Lin Xia's ears. He was immediately startled. "Mr. Chiao, don't say that. I'm also gambling. It's because you're willing to believe in me and support me that I have achieved what I have today." The two stood facing each other, their eyes burning. "Take me to see the real thing that has been purified 10 times. Xiao Kong hurried forward. Lin Xia quickly followed up. In fact, it's not just the purification of rare earth elements. Fusion power-driven seawater hydrogen extraction technology is already on the agenda. It probably won't be long before we can completely get rid of our dependence on fossil energy. The realization of controlled nuclear fusion brings all-round advantages. In fact, more than just these. But they're in-depth in the field, But as far as the current situation is concerned, these are the most effective ways to solve the problem of the Eagle Sauce blockade. Xiao Kong nodded repeatedly as he watched. Not bad. Very good. The purity is indeed much better than those things. Okay, I think it's a good idea. He was happy in his heart, and at the same time, he began to plan in his mind. How about this? You come with me. We'll go back to Yinjing tonight and plan the opening. We must fight this counterattack with flying colors. Lin Xia glanced at the time and said, Okay, I'll call a special plane over. We held a meeting overnight to plan the switch. At the same time, just as Longwo was preparing all this. At this time, Mattis was still immersed in the false prosperity brought about by the blockade. Ha, that's great. The stocks of several of our energy companies have been rising these days. This quarter's GDP is even nearly 5 percentage points higher than last quarter. This has never happened before. Mattis didn't expect that this wave of blockade would bring them such huge benefits at the very beginning. This further strengthened his determination to enter the Dragon Kingdom. Mr. President, we need to take 2 steps. One is to increase the patrol fleet and go to the gate of Longwa to put pressure on him. The other is to raise the price of resources on the international trading platform and finally reap the benefits of Longwa. The Eagle Sauce president nodded and said, I've already called Pili Hodgson, the owner of ZS, the largest rare earth company, for you. Pili Hodgson hurried forward. Mr. President, Mr. Mattis, hello. We have already put 5,000 tons of rare earth resources into the market, and I have raised the overall price by 30%. Mattis interjected, Let's raise it by 50%. Don't worry about Dragon Country not buying it. This is their last resort. If they don't buy it, they're waiting to die. In fact, it is futile to buy it. It will only prolong the time of death. Pili Hodgson nodded. Sure, no problem. I can even increase the quantity. I'm going to bet my entire fortune on this one. Mattis nodded repeatedly. Not bad. Very courageous. Believe me, you will definitely make a fortune, and you will also take this opportunity to acquire Dragon Country's energy companies and settle in Dragon Country from now on. Become the dominant energy company in Asia. When he said this, Pili Hodgson's eyes lit up. We have to thank the country for its support. Otherwise, we would not have such an opportunity. Chapter 120, they've finished their performance. It's our turn now. Night, Yinjing. Lin Xia is in Xiao Kang's office. I was particularly excited looking at the energy conference documents in my hand. So, these old bastards from Eagle Sauce are planning to harvest another batch of leaks at the last minute? Lin Xia was amused. They actually took the initiative to hold an energy conference after the blockade and sent an invitation to Longwa. This matter is simply too outrageous. A slap in the face and a sweet date? And it seems that what they mean is that these sweet dates have to be purchased at a high price. No, I have to go and witness this slapping scene. Lin Xia insisted. Mr. Chiao, how about letting me go with you? He glanced at the head of the rare earth company next to him. Boss Chong, how about I help you? These words scared the president of Northern Rare Earth Group. Of course not, Mr. Lin. You're the person in charge of this trip, anyway. We will obey you. Xiao Kong looked at Lin Xia helplessly. Are you sure you want to go? Just leave this matter to them. Why are you still going there? Lin Xia nodded repeatedly. The points for completing the controlled nuclear fusion project task were only 300, and now there were only 330 points in the account. We will launch the Nan Tianmen plan later, and there may be other problems. It will be troublesome if we don't have the points when we need them. Besides, the mission of fooling the whole world last time has not yet ended, so he has to earn enough points. Let me go. Any position is fine. I'll just take it as a chance to relax. The big guys present were immediately amused, and each of them looked at Lin Xia as if they were looking at their own naughty child. Go ahead. Xiao Kong thought it was no big deal. Just be careful when the time comes. Lin Xia was immediately happy. Don't worry. The next morning, Lin Xia, Chang Xunan, and others flew to England on a private plane. The venue for this meeting was specially set up in England, and the meeting lasted for 3 days. The purpose is to better promote the energy resources of various countries, sign orders, and increase trade exchanges among countries. At the same time, just as Lin Xia was about to set off, the country immediately began preparing for the switch. From top to bottom, everyone immediately prepared for this massive switch-on operation. Just wait for the news from the energy conference. Once it is made public, Longwa will follow immediately. The main point is to never drag our feet and resolutely complete this counterattack. After Lin Xia and others landed in England, they were arranged to stay in the hotel and wait for the energy conference to be held the next day. Boss Lin, why don't you just not go tomorrow? Chang Shun-in was genuinely worried. If anything goes wrong, I'll be the one to blame. Lin Xia waved her hand. It's okay, don't worry, I haven't appeared in public before, and I'm just your assistant. They won't notice me. He also wanted to take this opportunity to see if he could completely open up the international energy market. He now wants all the places that Eagle Sauce used to belong to, and this is one of them. At this time, the other side. This time, not only major energy countries will participate in the energy conference, but also many countries will come to see the market. If there is a suitable company that can sign an order, they will come with money. So at this moment, these buyers gathered together to study. I heard that Longwo will also be coming this time. Frank's people appeared mysteriously with a list in their hands. I really didn't expect this. The Eagles had previously joined forces to blockade the city, so why would they suddenly let them in now? Who knows? I guess they feel sorry for them. Dragon Country's internal energy resources are already running out of supplies. I heard that the prices of oil, rare earths, and other things are skyrocketing in their country. Is it that exaggerated? Aren't they also an energy powerhouse? Everyone felt a little confused. The Eagle Sauce people mixed in. They're a big energy producer, but they're also a big energy consumer. With 1.4 billion people, the daily consumption alone is a lot. It seems that there's nothing good about the Dragon Kingdom being invited this time. Frank's people waved their hands and said, "All right, let's not talk about this anymore. We're just here to watch and enjoy the show. As for the rest, the country and the government will naturally take care of it. If we can get back the cheap orders, we'll have accomplished our mission." Everyone agreed with this, and one by one they picked up the list of goods at hand and began to study it. At this time, inside the hotel's presidential suite, Mathis sat with several people from energy companies. Have the prices been adjusted? Everyone nodded, their faces full of excitement. Without the competition from Dragon Country, and we're going to reap Dragon Country's capital this time, I feel like my blood is boiling. Kumar of White Elephant was very excited. Klein from the Kangaroo Nation nodded repeatedly. I'm really looking forward to entering the Dragon Nation. With such a large land area, don't they have more resources? Could we use our energy generation technology to develop them? Wouldn't that mean we could make money all over the world? Matt snorted coldly. You think quite far ahead. Klein thought he had said something wrong. No. It should be said that you, Commander Mattis, have made a killing. Mattis curled his lips into a cold smile. Don't worry. We can make money together. It's just the Dragon Nation. They are no match for us now. However, he didn't know that the next day his words would be thrown away like shit along with Longwa's press conference. The next day, 10 o'clock in the morning, the energy conference was held as scheduled. Representatives from various countries entered the venue one after another. First, people represented by Eagle Sauce came to the stage to speak. This was followed by a presentation of each company's energy products. Everyone took turns to give a presentation, and finally the price was made public. Chang Shun-in is very familiar with the process, but this time is different from the past. It is the first time that Longwa has appeared after closing its borders, so it is of great significance. Lin Xia patted his shoulder and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Chang. Just go up and make your introduction as normal, and we'll just ask for the price as normal. We can just wait until they're done boasting, and then we can release our new product simultaneously." Chang Shun nodded. "Okay, I understand. I'll go right away." As the host's high-pitched voice fell, Chang Shun slowly walked onto the stage. At this moment, as he walked onto the stage, the entire quiet scene suddenly became bustling. Is Longvision here? I heard they're in chaos back home. They can't even produce the energy they need, let alone sell it. Then why are they here, waiting to be humiliated? When Lin Xia heard this, she snorted coldly. Humiliation? It's not certain who will humiliate whom. Chapter 121. Thank you for providing the Global Energy Conference. Looking at the proud expressions of these people, Lin Xia felt that there would definitely be some points to earn this time. So he gave Chang Shun on the stage a look that said, "It's all right." Chang Shun nodded and then stood in front of the microphone. "Hello, everyone." He didn't say too many cliches and just went through the routine of introducing the resources of Dragon Country and the types of resources it currently lacked. However, before he stepped down, the people below began to question him. Let's not talk about whether you have any energy or not, but can you afford to develop it in your current situation? You won't just take the deposit and disappear, will you? Yes, yes. Everyone is here to buy things. If you can't be sure that the order will be delivered on time, it's better not to issue such a guarantee lightly. Chang Shunin was about to explain when he saw Lin Xia waving at him not far away. He nodded quickly and walked off the stage as if he hadn't heard it. Boss Lin Xia said expressionlessly, "It's okay. Let them do whatever they want. The price hasn't been announced yet. These people were hired by the Eagle Sauce to stir up trouble." Chang Shunin looked around and realized that the group of people who had just spoken were staring at him. Lin Xia lowered her voice and said, "We'll wait until their price comes out before we announce it. Since the Eagle Sauce can use benefits to motivate them, then why can't we? Besides, our interests are even greater." Chang Shunin nodded. "You are right." At this time on the court, the host quickly walked onto the stage. "Next, we'll announce the latest energy prices. Everyone, please pay attention. This will affect your subsequent orders." Everyone's necks stretched immediately. Next second, a large table quickly appeared on the big screen. The above clearly lists the price lists of each country and the names of various products. But everyone soon sensed something was wrong. What? The price of light rare earths is 2 million per ton this year. Everyone was stunned by the price figures in front of them. Everyone looked at the organizers on the stage and asked, "Did you write the wrong list? Is this price probably the price of heavy rare earth?" The host lowered his head to confirm. "Excuse me, sir, this is the latest price of light rare earths. The price of heavy rare earths has not been released yet." As he finished speaking, another form appeared. When everyone saw the price clearly, 60% of the people in the audience couldn't help but stand up. "Walter, heavy rare earths have reached 5 million per ton. Are you crazy? It's so expensive, how can we buy it?" People come to the energy conference thinking that maybe something cheaper will appear. But what they didn't expect was that the price actually increased several times. Chang Shunin, "I expected the price to go up, but I didn't expect it to go up so much. Aren't these Eagle Sauce guys a little too crazy?" Lin Xia snorted coldly. "This is when they're not sure whether our country is really in chaos. If our country is really in chaos, just wait and see what happens. It's estimated to rise to the same level as gold. These people are so greedy. On the one hand, they are cutting off the energy supply to Dragon Country, while on the other hand, they are harvesting crops all over the world." He sighed deeply. Endless greed will only lead to destruction. At this time, the dispute on the stage was still going on. Someone shouted, "What about Dragon Country? Why haven't I seen the energy price list for Dragon Country?" Everyone understands that the Eagle Sauce is practicing hegemony. If no one stands up at this time, the energy struggle in the future will be even more intense. More wars will break out between different parts of the world. For small countries, they do not want to see such a situation because war means money, which they simply cannot afford. The host on the stage glanced at the document in his hand. "I haven't seen the price list submitted by Longwei yet." His words immediately made everyone present feel hopeless. Are we really going to accept this? It was at this time, Lin Xia received a message from home on her cell phone. "Everything is ready, let's start." The corners of his mouth instantly raised up. "Boss Chang, let's get started." Chang Shunin nodded heavily and stood up. "Who said we weren't prepared? Sponsors, here's our price list." As he spoke, he quickly strode towards the stage with a hard drive. At this moment, in the monitoring room, what else do they want to do? They can't even take care of themselves, and they still want to be heroes who save people. That shouldn't be the case. According to the latest intelligence, the Dragon Nation has completely collapsed. They are here to buy energy. Will there be any more surprises? Mattis waved his hand. "No hurry, listen to them." At this moment, he looked like he was in control of everything. Inside the venue, as Chang Shunin quickly came to the stage, Longwei's price list quickly appeared in front of everyone. Light rare earths, 400,000 yuan per ton. Heavy rare earths, 800,000 yuan per ton. Not only that, if you look at them one by one, the prices are only 1/3 of those in Eagle Sauce. And some are even only 1/4. Oh my God, is this price real? Did you, the Dragon Country representative, get the decimal point right? The Dog Tycoons people exclaimed in surprise. Even they wouldn't dare to set such a low price. But hope suddenly flashed in the eyes of representatives from other countries. Dragon Nation representatives, are you serious? Chang Shunin nodded. This is our latest price list. I can assure you that this is the biggest discount we offer to people around the world. As he spoke, the host continuously transmitted more than a dozen price lists to the big screen. Everyone was stunned. Are we going back to the last century, when energy was just becoming popular? Is Long was selling everything it has to support the whole world? At this moment, some people off the court were sighing, some were excited, but more were still questioning. Not to mention Mattis. Go, let people raise questions. Tell everyone, Longhua is here to defraud money. Soon, the staff on the field immediately raised questions. Dragon Country representative, are you sure you are here to sell something? Won't this price disrupt the market? Also, are you sure you can supply subsequent orders under your current situation? This person spoke very sharply, which immediately amplified everyone's suspicion. I heard that your country's cutting-edge manufacturing industry has completely collapsed. You can't even supply your own energy. How can you supply the rest of the world? Or are you just coming here to collect the costs of a batch of orders, and then going back to continue maintaining your situation back home? These words were so sharp that the entire scene fell silent instantly. It's not that there are no such examples, but everyone thinks that a great Eastern country should not be like this, right? But things have really been different recently. Everyone knows that the situation in Longhua is not good. At this moment, everyone was staring at Chang Shunan on the stage. Chang Shunan glanced at Lin Xia in the audience. Lin Xia just made an okay gesture. He immediately understood what was going on, cleared his throat, and began to introduce. First of all, we would like to express our sincere gratitude to the organizers for providing this venue. Secondly, we have absolute traceability responsibility for the price and quality of any product currently on display, as well as subsequent services. Chapter 122 Customs opened, low price energy available. As for why our prices are so low, even only half of yours, it's because we've developed the latest purification technology. Let's not talk about other things. Just talking about rare earth resource technology, we can now completely extract 100% pure rare earth resources in conventional mines. His words immediately shocked several energy giants present. This is impossible. Kumar of the White Elephant was the first to deny it. He hadn't said anything just now because he wanted to see what Longhua was going to do. But I never thought that they would come up with such outrageous data as soon as they opened their mouths. As we all know, only rich ores can achieve a 95% yield. How is that even possible in conventional ores? Why don't you mention that you can achieve 100% in low-grade ores? What a joke. Klein from Kangaroo Country also said, words are not enough unless you actually produce the product. Chang Shunan was not at all panicked. He waved his hand, and someone immediately came up holding a neck plate. Everyone, inside the glass cover is the light rare earth resource we extracted. Everyone can come up and verify its purity. When they saw the product actually being brought out, everyone stopped arguing and immediately gathered around to check it out. Let me see. Do you have international energy testing documents? The staff quickly unfolded the latest test documents. See the blue official seal and the test content certification of the International United Energy Association. Everyone took a deep breath. So this is why Dragon Nation has been so unhurried about the blockade. Everyone started to be attracted by the price. However, before these people could even ask about the contract signing situation, then a familiar figure walked in from the door behind him. Dear friends, do you really believe in these products? Mats came in front of everyone with a smile on his face. You get what you pay for. Do you really believe they can make something of such high purity for less? He glanced at the Dragon Country representatives and products on the stage. Then he slowly stood in front of the stage and scanned the entire audience. Here, I can tell you clearly that if any of you are willing to sign an agreement with the Dragon Nation, you must abolish the agreement with our major countries. And this principle of non-cooperation is permanent. In one sentence, the whole audience was in an uproar. Everyone looked at each other. Permanent non-coopération? If something goes wrong with Dragon Country, won't they just be doomed? These words immediately calmed down the excited crowd. Mats smiled coldly, then turned back to look at Chang Shunan. Besides, do you know what Dragon Country's purification technology is? Something that had never been heard of before is suddenly brought out now. Is it a coincidence? Or is it a model that can be mass-produced? I believe you are aware of how big the gap is. As soon as these words came out, especially when Mattis said it himself, representatives from all countries fell silent. Everyone carefully weighed the pros and cons in their hearts. Everyone was very hesitant. On the one hand, there are risks, and on the other hand, there is the temptation of huge profits. Suddenly, a sarcastic voice came from the corner. So this is the style of a big country? Lin Xia slowly stood up. Today I really got to see something new. Ba. He clapped his hands as he slowly walked around the audience and onto the stage. Everyone looked at him in confusion. Lin Xia slowly came to stand opposite Mattis. At this moment, Mathis may not know who the young face in front of him is, but he didn't know that this young oriental face would become his biggest nightmare for the rest of his life. Who are you? Lin Xia stood calmly. I am President Chang's assistant. Mattis snorted coldly. An assistant has the right to question our style of doing things? Is this the style of a great Eastern power? Chang Shunan immediately became anxious and rushed over to protect Lin Xia. But Lin Xia stopped him. Boss Chang, we don't need to engage in such a verbal battle with them. As we all know, the Eagle Sauce kids have been practicing their public speaking skills since they were teenagers. We're definitely no match for them in a debate. But I have something here that I might want to show you. After reading all this, everyone is still worried that they will regret cooperating with us. How about we talk about it later? After saying this, he immediately spoke a few words to the host next to him. Then in full view of everyone, the big screen suddenly went black. 2 seconds later, the big screen lit up again. But this time it was not a price list, but a live video. The people on the screen were actually from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Dragon Kingdom. What is this? Matsvonderid. Dragon State Open Press Conference? How come we didn't know about this situation? Matston felt something was wrong. Longwa is opening and closing today? Why didn't you notify us in advance? Everyone was immediately confused. Lin Xia shook her head. This is not the point. Please be patient and continue reading. Live broadcast. The highest military commander of the Dragon Kingdom stands in the picture. Everyone, today is an important moment for our Dragon Nation. After months of strategic adjustments and breakthroughs, our country's customs clearance has been fully restored today. During the lockdown, we faced severe challenges such as pressure on the industrial chain and supply chain and restricted flow of external resources, but difficulties never stopped us from moving forward. Now I can stand here and clearly tell the people of Dragon Country, that the most difficult times are over. From today on, our Dragon Nation will use new technologies to save the world's energy supply and will infinitely solve the energy problems of all people and countries. Client from Kangaroo Country asked, what does this mean? Solve the world's energy problem? Just them. He glanced at the rare earth products on the table. How much do you have in stock now? Can it supply domestic operations? Lin Xia said calmly. We can achieve the goal of producing 50 billion tons within a month. Client's eyes widened instantly. How much? You wouldn't even dare to brag like that, would you? Aren't you exaggerating a lot? Lin Xia looked at him with a harmless smile. What if we have developed new energy technology? Without hesitation, Klein said, unless you achieve controlled nuclear fusion, no technology can achieve 10 times the efficiency. As soon as he said this, Lin Xia and Chang Shunin both showed a mysterious smile. Klein trembled suddenly. What do you mean? What does that smile of yours mean? Why did he suddenly feel a chill on his back? Like something wrong is about to happen? Chapter 123. Has Dragon Country achieved controlled nuclear fusion? Next second, everyone heard the words from the live broadcast. An excited voice. We hereby announce to the people of the world that we have successfully tested controlled nuclear fusion power generation on the 5th of this day in the Gobi Desert. From today on, our Dragon Nation announces a comprehensive breakthrough in controlled nuclear fusion technology and simultaneously plan the first global fusion power generation project. Mats could no longer hear what was said afterwards. He only heard the words breakthrough in controlled nuclear fusion technology. The whole person froze in place. The others were also dumbfounded, staring at the big screen in front of them as if they had been struck by lightning, not daring to move. Lin Xia nodded in satisfaction. It seems that this news is still a bit shocking to everyone. He said this with great ease, but to others, it was like announcing that mankind had broken through the Blue Star civilization. Kumar, are you lying? You guys are lying publicly just for this sales order, right? He shook his head repeatedly, and he seemed a little crazy. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He turned and grabbed Mattis's arm. Have you made a breakthrough in your technology? You haven't made a breakthrough yet. How could they? Klein also found it incredible. Dragon Nation representative, this is a serious occasion. Is your information accurate? Chang Shun-in snorted coldly. What? You don't believe the price, and you don't believe the product? I've told you that we've achieved a breakthrough in controlled nuclear fusion technology, and you still don't believe it? I want to ask you, what exactly do you believe in? What? Have you been living a lie your whole life? These words immediately left these people speechless. Just when everyone was in a stalemate, Mattis Min ran in quickly from outside the door, then leaned over and whispered something in his ear. The next second, Mattis' pupils shrank sharply, and his shock was beyond words. The information in his hand fell to the ground with a rustling sound. Is the news true? They've even built response points across the country. Mattis felt his head buzzing, and his vision became blurred. The next second, the whole person fell to the ground with a bang. Mats! At the same time, a clear and pleasant sound rang in Lin Xia's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The mission of fooling the whole world has been accomplished. System rewards. 1. Unlock the Nanchaman Blueprint, Xuanwu Aerospace Mothership. 2. Double your existing points to 660 points. The huge sense of satisfaction, accompanied by the chaotic scene of Mattis being carried out, instantly made Lin Xia's mood reach its peak of joy. Half an hour later, the chaos ended. On-site recovery. The organizer personally brought a few people with him. Boss Chang, fellow Dragon Nation representatives, we'll need you to attend the upcoming energy conference. Everyone is waiting for you to come on stage and host the event. Chang Shun-in and Lin Xia smiled at each other. Wait for us to host the event. Aren't they hosting the event today? The person in charge's face turned red and white. In the end, he chose to say respectfully, it's like this. The Eagle Saw side is in a bit of chaos right now, so everyone temporarily nominated your dragon country as the representative for this energy conference. Moreover, most of the countries present are interested in your energy. Do you think we should move? Chang Shun-in waved his hand. Don't worry, we have no experience in hosting this kind of conference. Let's prepare first. The person in charge nodded repeatedly with a sincere smile on his face. Okay, no problem. Then let me know when you are ready. We will wait outside the door. After saying that, he left quickly. After they leave, only then was there a burst of hearty laughter in the house. Ah, it feels so good. Chang Shun-in slapped his thigh and said, I've never done anything so enjoyable in my life. Damn it. Let them be arrogant, let them show off, and give them the power to unify market pricing. The prices increased 4 or 5 times. They really thought they had us in their grasp. Who could have imagined that we would give them a direct counterattack? Ha ha! It's just the beginning. Lin Xia smiled brightly. Now it's your turn to shine, Mr. Chang. Chang Shun-in nodded heavily. You are right. Watch me sign a few more orders for us. Lin Xia. No. Signing the contract is secondary. Breaking up their alliance is the most important thing. It's time to let those Eagle Sauce people feel the feeling of being abandoned by their friends and relatives. At this time, in the next room, Mats finally woke up slowly. Was I dreaming just now? I dreamed that Dragon Country achieved controlled nuclear fusion. Is that true? The group of people looked at each other, each with a strange expression on their face. Sir, you're not dreaming. Dragon Country has indeed achieved controlled nuclear fusion technology. Not only has the Dragon Nation officially announced it, but our intelligence personnel have also confirmed it. It seems that the quantum lithography developed some time ago is just a temporary product of theirs. Someone finally realized this. Mats felt very unwell and had a splitting headache. After what just happened, all the past events were now recalled repeatedly in his mind. He finally understood what was wrong. How could this matter go so smoothly, and why is Lungwa's attitude so strange this time? So that's it. So they were waiting here? But despite having certain expectations, when it was confirmed that Longwa had achieved controlled nuclear fusion technology, he still found it unbelievable. Based on the current situation, how long will it take for them to be commercialized? He wanted to see if he could still catch up, otherwise he really wouldn't be able to explain to the White Palace. But when he said this, no one dared to respond. Angry, Mattis threw the water cup in his hand and said, Speak. What's going on? Isn't commercialization on the way? Several people trembled and said, Yes, it's on the way, and it's almost done. The next step is to lay out the entire blue planet. This one sentence completely broke Matt's heart, and his mind went blank in an instant. Hee. Hee hee. Is this Godzilla to kill me? Go. Hurry and get to the scene and calm those guys down. We absolutely cannot let the alliance we worked so hard to build be completely taken over by the Dragon Nation. Mats was anxious. This was something he had worked hard on for a long time. If he can't even keep this, then all his work during this period has been in vain. Don't worry. We'll go right away and lower the price. Yes, just lower the price. These people don't dare to do that. Absolutely not. Chapter 124. The fragile alliance collapsed in an instant. However, when a few people ran out in a hurry, they saw a scene that made their vision go dark again and again. I saw countless national representatives gathered in front of the head of Longwa Company. Boss Chong, may I ask, what is the maximum number of orders we can place for our heavy rare earth resources? We want more, Mr. Go said cheerfully. They have plenty of oil, but this is really not much. They originally planned to cooperate with the Eagle Sauce, but judging from the current situation, Brother Long is more reliable. Although they are rich, they're not fools. By the way, is that controlled nuclear fusion device for sale? If so, we'd like to buy it right now, no matter how much it costs. The dog owners started paying. I didn't bring much with me when I came here. How about 30 billion? If that doesn't work, we can sign a contract first. I'll ask my brother to transfer the money right away. Chong Shunan was immediately amused. Don't worry, little prince. We haven't decided on the price for the device yet, but we have as much energy as you need. The little prince's eyes lit up. Really? Chong Shunan nodded and said, it's true. If you don't believe me, you can visit our factory after signing the order. Since the experiment was completed, the work efficiency has increased tenfold, and now the entire factory is full of finished products. Not to mention that the consumption within Dragon Country has been gradually supplied. Even the excess is enough to pay for their first part of the orders. Hearing what he said, several national representatives nearby suddenly became excited. Can I visit the controlled nuclear fusion base? Chong Shunan thought for a moment and said, it's okay to visit the outside, but not the inner core. Everyone looked at each other and immediately beamed with joy. Oh my God, this is the key to unlocking a first-level civilization. The Dragon Nation is truly amazing. Following the size of the crowd, representatives from Kangaroo Country, Eagle Sauce, and White Elephant immediately rushed up behind him. I advise you not to believe what the dragon people say. It will be troublesome if they deceive you. Kumar said with a dark face. Klein also chimed in. That's right, don't lie. You're even helping people count their money. Several of us companies have discussed it and are planning to lower the price. You'd better think it over carefully. Lin Xia couldn't help laughing while standing there. With the current situation, they really have the nerve to say such things. Chong Shunan, what should we do? Should we exert force? Lin Xia shook her head. No rush. Let's see the attitude of these people. At this time on the court, the representative of the Thousand Islands country came forward first. Lower the price? By how much? Can it be as low as Dragon Country? The price of 800,000 is even about 300,000 lower than the previous price. Can you afford it? The reason why Longwa's pricing is so low is that Longwa can indeed reduce a lot of costs now. Even at the current price, you can still make a lot of money. What you want is the operation of unlimited energy. When it becomes widely popularized in the future, even oil can be completely replaced, and there will be new energy alternatives in all walks of life. But the Eagle Sauce, Kangaroo, and other countries are different. They have costs. Klein hesitated. We can only go back to previous year's prices, with a maximum reduction of 100,000. Only a 100,000 reduction? That means it's 1.1 million per ton, right? The people from Coffee Country grumbled. Then it would be better for us to cooperate with Dragon Country. Yes. I think my brother Long can deliver the goods faster. The little prince of the dog tycoon couldn't wait. Brother Long, what do you think about the idea of you coming to our house to farm? This is a good opportunity. You can come and build an energy transfer station here. The little prince was very smart and reacted immediately. Energy transfer station? Lin Xia thought this was a good idea. The little prince is very thoughtful. Chong Shunan was also happy. It seemed that the situation was going much more smoothly than he had thought. He glanced at Lin Xia, then lowered his voice and said, So I set off a bomb? Lin Xia nodded gently. Let's start. Chong Shunan quickly picked up the microphone. Everyone, representatives of various countries, listen to me. We are now announcing that the country that first signs an order with our country will not only enjoy priority access to purchase controlled nuclear fusion devices, but will also receive a buy one get one free offer at this order signing event. When Matt's in front of the surveillance camera heard this, he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Fuck. Oh my god. The dragon people are going too far. They have no costs and can reduce prices indefinitely, but we do have costs. Cough, cough, cough. The whole person instantly fell to the side of the bed in pain, his pair of vicious eyes full of bloodshot. At this moment, everyone in the venue was excited. Dragon Country representative, are you serious about this? Chang Shunan nodded. Of course, but we also have conditions. What conditions? Everyone widened their eyes. Chang Shunan said slowly, those who have signed a contract with us must first give up the treaty with Eagle Sauce. Choose one of two. Think carefully before making a decision. After saying this, he immediately left the scene with Lin Xia and others. Give them time to think about it. This is also a choice for them in the future. Chang Shunan glanced back and said, what do you think they will choose? After all, the current strength of the Eagle Sauce is still very terrifying. Lin Xia nodded. Then it depends on the courage of their government. Soon, as several people left the scene, the whole scene suddenly became chaotic. Everyone started communicating with their leaders and government officials. At the same time, Mattis was also busy. Go put pressure on them. If anyone dares to quit now, don't blame us Eagle Sauce for not doing anything if something goes wrong later. Besides, we kind of like starting wars anyway. The Dragon Nation's ambition must be thwarted. At once, pressure from all sides came down. Everyone was busy at the scene. About 2 or 3 hours later, Lin Xia woke up and rubbed her eyes. How's it going? Chang Shunan came in with a smile, holding a pile of orders. Mr. Lin, you wouldn't dare to imagine how many orders we have signed this time. Nearly a dozen countries, with a total amount reaching $980 billion. It's incredible. This is the first time I've seen such a scene. Aren't they allies with the Eagle Sauce? Isn't this alliance too fragile? Lin Xia stretched lazily, because you still underestimated the appeal of infinite energy to everyone. Okay, let's prepare to return home. The purpose of this trip has been achieved. Now it's time to quietly watch what happens in the world. Chapter 125. Mattis resigns the mysterious 8th District. With the end of this energy conference, the entire blue planet seemed to be on fire. Longwood-controlled nuclear fusion. Dragon Country achieves unlimited energy technology. Longwood signs a huge order of 980 billion yuan. A series of hot news immediately made headlines around the world. The people of all countries affected are dumbfounded. 666, Dragon Country's top-notch conspiracy is really well executed. I thought they were really going to be doomed. Walter? Has Longwood quietly done something big again? And he's even ahead of the Eagle Sauce. Aren't the Eagles the pioneers in controlled nuclear fusion research? How did they get to the front? Oh my god, I'm afraid the world situation is about to undergo a major reversal. The Bear Cabinet. Your Majesty, it seems now that your previous decision was correct. The Dragon Nation is indeed sleeping on straw and tasting gall. Their current actions have stunned people all over the world. The great Mao Xiong nodded. We saw it last time with the 8th generation fighter jets. It's just that the Eagles are too confident and think they can always play with the Dragon Kingdom. What a pity. The Dragon Nation has thousands of years of culture and profound knowledge, which is not something a civilization of only 200 years can master. Okay, let's get ready and go visit this world-class project. At the same time, after returning to the country, Mathis has been criticized in the Pentagon House for nearly a week. The American president threw all the newspapers in his hand on his head. Come on, look at the recent public opinion. Everyone is mocking the Eagle Sauce and praising the Dragon Country. Look carefully at what you have done. What about the massive attack on Dragon Country? What about the promise to take Dragon Country's resources for ourselves? Oh my god, I never thought you would jump into the trap set for you so blatantly. Think tanks also began to criticize. Businessmen are still no match for this. They lack a sense of the overall situation, let alone a broad perspective on the competition between nations. Matt just stood there. He had become a little numb over the past few days. He didn't even want to believe it was true. I can't believe I've really failed. Mr. President, I think we still have a chance. The Eagle Sauce president looked at him with anger on his face. Even if there is a chance, it's not your chance. These things have nothing to do with you. I advise you to surrender your power immediately and go travel. Mathis looked incredulous. You want to kick me out? He simply couldn't believe it, because he had tried his best to push this president into office in the election. Now, just because he failed in the game with Longhua, he's going to be kicked out of the team? The American president doesn't even want to look at him. He waved his hand and said, "Pull him down." Mattis, who had a glorious life, was dragged out without any dignity. After he left, the entire conference room became quiet. After a long while, "Everyone, someone's coming from District 8. The so-called 7th District is the force independent of the Eagle Sauce government, and it is also the most mysterious place in the world. It is said that an alien crash occurred that year, and the wreckage of the alien spacecraft was transported to this place for research. But no one knows the details, and all that can be heard are just speculations. But the most important thing is not this. The reason why they were so nervous when they heard the news that someone was coming from District 8 was due to another reason. The actual people in power in the Eagle Sauce community are not the guys who were making a lot of noise at the scene just now. But it's the people behind District 8. The American president asked, "Where are they? Who is coming?" "It's Isaac Costa." A group of people quickly stood up from their chairs. "I heard that this guy has a bad temper." Everyone quickly tidied up their clothes and rushed to the door to greet them. Next second, the door to the conference room opened. A tall-necked figure slowly appeared. He was wearing a perfectly ironed suit without a single wrinkle, and the tie clip on his collar shone coldly under the light. It formed a strange contrast with the faint smile lines at the corners of his eyes, which showed both the alienation of being in a high position for a long time and a keen insight into the surrounding environment. "Everyone, nice to see you again. It's been 5 years since we last met, right?" Everyone laughed awkwardly, and even the American president restrained his temper and took the initiative to step forward and shake hands. But Isaac Costa just nodded slightly, then quickly walked around him and sat down slowly in the main seat in the middle. This scene immediately made the American president feel embarrassed, but because of the other party's identity, he immediately smiled again. "Mr. Costa, how come you have time to come? Isn't District 8 busy lately?" Isaac Costa looked at him, and his eyes, which had been smiling just now, turned cold in an instant. "Don't you know why I came here? You guys played a good hand badly. I heard you even managed to make Dragon Country treat you as a joke on Blue Star. Talangpu, are you feeling quite comfortable sitting here as president?" Talangpu was stunned. Several people nearby immediately reacted. "Mr. Costa, this is really not our problem. It's the Dragon Nation that is too cunning. And they commercialized controlled nuclear fusion ahead of schedule. The previous retreat was all intentional. They just want to catch us off guard. Yes, that's right, this is all their conspiracy." Everyone began to explain. But Isaac Costa wasn't there for explanations at all. "So, you guys just admit defeat? Are we just going to let public opinion develop like this? If they can break through, why can't you?" Hearing this, Talangpu's heart immediately jumped. "What do you mean? Has the 8th District overcome its technical difficulties?" Isaac Costa waved his hand, and someone immediately came up with a black leather suitcase. "Here is the latest technical information. Take it back and start the subsequent commercialization model as soon as possible." The eyes of everyone present instantly lit up. "Great, now we have the strength to fight against the Dragon Nation." Isaac Costa snorted coldly, his face full of disdain. "Dragon Country? It's just a small country in the east. Even if there's a technological explosion, it won't be able to surpass our speed. Remember, don't keep staring at things on the ground. The future of hegemony will be in space. It's in the endless Milky Way." Chapter 126 Bulk Orders anger the Chable organization behind. Dragon Kingdom, Yinjing, Lin Xia, Chang Xunan, and others who attended the energy conference felt like they had returned from a victory. At the capital airport, countless officials lined up to welcome them. There were also ordinary people who came spontaneously and lined up to welcome them. For a long time, the entire Dragon Kingdom has been in a state of extreme blockade. Not only are the top domestic leaders under tremendous pressure, but ordinary people are also feeling tremendous pressure from social life. Longhua was isolated by these countries, and everyone was holding their breath, waiting for the day of reversal. Finally, the day finally came, and Longhua Customs reopened. The Chinese delegation signed an order worth $920 billion at the International Energy Conference. Longwa even announced that it had broken through energy constraints and completed the long-term work of controlled nuclear fusion. This is a huge surprise for the people. When Lin Xia and Chang Shunan got off the plane, they saw many smiling faces. Countless people sincerely welcomed us. Chang Shunan stumbled and said, "Honestly, this is the first time I've seen such a scene. Boss Lin, if they knew that you were the one who accomplished all of this, you would become a great figure in the hearts of the people of Long Country." Lin Xia smiled and clapped her hands. "No, the hero of this trip is you, President Chang. Please, let's go together." He gentlemanly made way for Chang Shunan to go out first to receive the welcome from the people. At this time, Lu Xiangwei in the crowd quickly came up with a bouquet of flowers. "Mr. Lin, welcome home." Her bright eyes looked straight at Lin Xia. Lin Xia was also startled. "Why are you here?" Lu Xiangwei was a little proud. "I received an invitation. We've invited everyone involved in this project to the celebration party. We're just waiting for you to come back and participate." Lin Xia raised her eyebrows slightly. "Such a grand event." "That's right. Get in the car quickly." Lu Xiangwei knew that he didn't want to reveal his identity, so he quickly escorted him to the car. Lu Ruifeng, Yang Qichen, Zhang Tao, Wenbo, and others also quickly walked through the crowd to greet them. "Senior Lu, you run so fast." Several people scolded Lin Xia and quickly asked her to get in the car. As soon as you get on the bus, Yang Qichen took out a piece of information mysteriously. "Boss Lin, the relevant energy orders have been transmitted back on your way back. It's unbelievable that the number of orders is still increasing. If we weren't worried about the progress, we would have signed all of them." Lu Ruifeng nodded excitedly. "Not only that, several countries have already lined up here, determined to be the first to purchase the fusion device." Zhang Tao slapped his thigh and said, "Besides these, the visit list has been stretched to the end of the month. These people are going crazy." When Bo pushed his glasses up, "They're just people who seek profit and avoid harm. It's only because we are strong enough that they act like this. I heard that the White Palace has dismissed Mattis from his position." This reminded Lin Xia. Wen Ba is right. We don't know what is hidden behind the prosperity. The Eagle Sauce Gang will definitely not let this go so easily. "Do you mean they might retaliate?" Yang Qichen immediately became worried. Lu Xiangwei's face suddenly turned pale. She didn't understand politics and only knew how to bury her head in research. "What should we do then? Will the Eagle Sauce really attack us?" Lin Xia glanced at her and said, "There will be a war between Longwa and Yingjiang eventually. It's just a matter of time. They haven't gotten too close yet, but we still have to be on guard." He immediately remembered the Nan Tianmen plan given by the system. It seemed that the subsequent direction would focus more on space. Thinking of this, he glanced at the crowds lining the streets outside to welcome him, and immediately a youthful smile appeared on his face. "Okay, let's not talk about this today. When you're happy, don't talk about these bad things. Mr. Chiao must be getting impatient. Let's go back quickly." Zhang Tao smiled crookedly. "Okay, sit tight." At the same time, in a private estate in the United States, 6 old men in suits sat around a long walnut table. "Did you see that? Dragon Country swept through our entire energy market and completely destroyed the current energy prices." Bruce was full of anger. The other people also frowned. "That damn guy Mattis, I don't know what's wrong with his walnut-sized head. He actually fell for such a simple trick of the Dragon Country." Holden was speechless. Now the market has returned to what it was decades ago. "Do you know how big our losses are?" "Glenn, where's your statistical table? Let's see how many countries and companies have signed orders with Dragon Country." Glenn immediately waved his hand, and the huge screen in front of him immediately showed the recent order signing and countless termination agreements. As soon as these things appeared, they immediately aroused the nameless anger of this group of people. "Fuck, we must not let Longwood go, these damn guys." Sif Zoe, who was sitting in the corner, said with a smile, "Brothers, why are you bothering me? I heard from the higher-ups that we will have new technology emerging soon, so there's no need to worry so much." Bruce looked at her and said, "You showed up now? Our losses are still there. I will never swallow this. So what do you want?" Sif Zoe asked. Under the light, Bruce's eyes gradually became vicious. "Since they have destroyed our source of income, we will cut off all their arms abroad. It's time to teach those who have taken advantage of their preferential treatment and purchased their resources indiscriminately a lesson." As soon as these words came out, Several people nodded in agreement. I have recently gained a new batch of mercenaries, and I think the recent transportation routes are too peaceful. Max said happily. These words immediately touched the hearts of several people. What about those countries that have always said they will work for us? It's time for them to come out and show their abilities. Holden nodded repeatedly. We must definitely get this out of this. The 6 people unanimously agreed that since the problem could not be solved at the national level, they would use private forces. By the way, where's Mats? I heard that guy was kicked out. Why not let him take charge of this? They looked at each other and immediately saw a look of evil amusement on each other's faces. Mathis himself was soon found. As soon as he entered, he felt a huge pressure. Everyone, I wonder why you asked me to come here today. Bruce threw the document in front of him at him and said, You caused this trouble, so you go and solve it. Mattis glanced down and said, He really didn't have the ability to solve it. But Bruce throws out a fatal temptation. As long as you complete the sabotage mission and make those countries temporarily lose their trust in the Dragon Nation, we will ensure that you return to the White Palace. How about that? Hearing this, Mattis immediately raised his head. Really? Certainly. Okay, I accept it. Leave this matter to me. Chapter 1:27 Retaliation. Dragon Nation is never afraid. He absolutely could not accept being driven out of the White Palace like a stray dog. And from that moment on, Longwa has become the enemy of this life. He will never be satisfied unless he solves the problem of this country. Don't worry, everyone. I'll start planning immediately. We must not let them be happy too soon. After saying this, Matt suddenly seemed to have confidence again. He walked out of the private estate with an arrogant look on his face. Night, Yinjing. Lin Xia and Xiao Kong stood on a balcony, looking at the brilliant lights in front of the city gate not far away. I've been so overwhelmed by the recent Switch issues that I haven't had time to talk to you. How's it going? I heard you guys faced off against those Eagle Sauce guys this time. Lin Xia nodded. It's just Mattis's henchman. He's been kicked out now. Xiao Kong nodded. If Mattis leaves, there will be another Lights or Wang Tez. The fight between us will never end unless one of us is truly defeated. But after this energy revolution, they can no longer block our resources. But at the same time, there will definitely be others emerging. According to our 4 intelligence personnel, Mattis seems to have become active again recently and has contacted mercenary groups several times. Lin Xia was amused. What does he want to do with his own strength? Influence our development in other countries. Xiao Kong shook his head. It's nothing more than a disgusting operation. Retaliation and the like, isn't that what they're good at? Since they can't stop it openly, they'll just disgust people in private. This is their usual style. I heard that several countries that buy our energy have been threatened. Lin Xia thought for a moment and said, If that's the case, why don't we add an after-sales policy to every order? Xiao Kong was puzzled. After-sales principle? But it will take some time to build a global fusion device. We can't. Suddenly, he realized that this was not what Lin Xia meant. You mean armed escort? Lin Xia nodded heavily. I don't believe that anyone would dare to declare war on us head-on. If there really is one, we naturally have no fear. How about giving our soldiers some practice? Xiao Kong hesitated. The situation in China hasn't completely stabilized yet. I'm a little worried about what might happen next. Don't worry, the Eagle Sauce won't tear each other apart in one round. Lin Xia said cheerfully, and the Dragon Palace has already started the second stage of the goal. Xiao Kang's eyes lit up instantly. Are you talking about the Nanchaman project you mentioned before? Lin Xia nodded. Yes, Nanchaman project. How about starting with the aerospace carrier? Xiao Kong took a deep breath and became a little nervous. Aerospace combat platform? Are you serious? It's well known that we still don't have as many aircraft carriers at sea as the Eagles. There's still an absolute gap. But as for air travel, if it can really be achieved, then it will definitely be an advantage. After all, during World War II, the Eagle Sauce was so intimidating because it had aircraft carriers. The aerial carrier is an absolute force of suppression. It has always existed in everyone's imagination, but now it is really taken out. Mr. Qiao still couldn't believe it for a moment. Lin Xia picked up the water cup beside her and handed it to Xiao Kong. Mr. Qiao, I said before that nuclear fusion is the foundation of all technological breakthroughs. Once this technology matures, the aerial carrier will naturally come into being. Please wait a few more days. After I return, I will quickly gather people to come up with a feasible plan. It will be another huge project by then. Okay. Xiao Kong patted him on the shoulder. Once you've made up your mind, do it well. He sighed deeply. I am really old now. You young people are the hope of our dragon country. After finishing the night talk with Mr. Qiao before leaving, Lin Xia walked to the door and suddenly turned back. Leader, I think our country's road construction team can take on more projects. Xiao Kong, build a road? Lin Xia nodded and then quickly disappeared. What does road construction mean? Xiao Kong didn't react at first, but he soon understood what he meant. I was immediately happy. Ha! This kid has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Call. Mattis puffed away the cigarette with an intoxicated look on his face. Sitting in front of him was Major Fallon from Kazakhstan. He looked at Mattis with a flattering expression and said, Thank you, Commander Mattis, for thinking of us. Don't worry, we will definitely complete the mission. Mattis said with a sarcastic smile. Don't be fooled by the Dragon Nation's current arrogance, but in fact it is just a paper tiger. You do as I say and launch attacks everywhere. By the way, according to the latest intelligence, their main resource transportation is through Babayang and then shipped to various places. Go and ambush Babayang for me, destroy their transportation routes, and teach Babayang a lesson. Don't think that anyone can follow you and become their big brother. He snorted coldly and then extinguished the cigarette in his hand. Don't worry, sir. This is our token of loyalty. Just wait a minute. After we complete this mission, I'd like to ask you to include us in the Western European Alliance. Farron's face was full of excitement. Such a token of allegiance was too easy for them. When they got outside, Farron's men were a little worried. Major, is it really okay to do this? The Dragon Nation is currently in the limelight. What if we anger them and bring disaster to our country? Farron looked confident and nonchalant. Now that you've boarded the Eagle Sauce train, are you still worried about the Dragon Kingdom? What a joke. Look at those who have hooked up with the Eagle Sauce. Which one of them isn't doing well? Such a good opportunity. Can we give it up? Absolutely impossible. Go back and equip the troops, then set off. They're just sheep. They will only think that they were attacked by the white elephants along the way. After all, they're still in the process of fighting, and no one will suspect us. Having said that, Farrington felt that a bright future was beckoning towards him. Okay, let's go. According to intelligence, this batch of energy transport will arrive at the Kinmo City Mountain Road in Babayang in 10 days. That place is the best ambush location. If we take them down in one fell swoop, we can then quickly escape via the sea route behind, leaving absolutely no clues behind. When he thought of the Dragon Country's train being surrounded and destroyed by their tanks, he couldn't help but feel excited. Chapter 128. Eagle Sauce announces aerospace fleet plan. As the sun sets, Lin Xia ends his long day of work at his desk. I rubbed my sore arms and was about to get up when a phone call came in. Ha, Mr. Lin. As soon as the call was connected, I heard a hearty laughter coming from the other end. Boss Lin, I'm Wang Hu from the Wild Wolf Squad. Lin Xia. Captain Wang, why did you call me when you have time? Wang Hu's voice was filled with excitement. I recently accepted a mission. Now, I am no longer the captain of the Wild Wolf Squad, but the boss of the 5th Construction Company, Wang Hu. Hearing him say this, Lin Xia immediately understood. Is it the road construction task arranged by Mr. Qiao? Wang Hu slapped his thigh and said, When I first heard about this, I immediately called this person a genius. It was only you who finally found out. Lin Xia was amused. This is just a security mission. Why are you so happy, Captain Wang? That's right. You have to know that wars are rare nowadays, and real fighting is even rarer. It's all thanks to you that I was able to receive this mission. Wang Hu said, Because of me? Lin Xia was puzzled. Wang Hu, our superiors told us to test our new weapons on foreign battlefields, as this is a rare opportunity for actual combat. We can then feed back any new data to the lab. This includes many of your studies. Lin Xia immediately understood. Ha! That's congratulations to Captain Wang. No, it should be Captain Wang now, right? Ha! The two chatted for a few more sentences before Lin Xia hung up the phone. It seems that these guys from Eagle Sauce still won't give up. He shook his head and returned to his desk. It seems that the plan for the aerospace carrier needs to be accelerated. Inside the White Palace, Rowan, who previously worked with Mathis, took his place. After half a month, he finally cleaned up the mess left by Mattis. At this moment, he came in front of everyone with the latest military plan in his hand. Everyone, The preliminary work has come to an end. Next, we need to make a new beginning. Everyone, please take a look at this document. This is the follow-up work plan I've come up with based on our current situation here in the U.S. I've gathered experts from all sides to discuss this. He stood on the stage and explained as everyone looked at the documents. It's no exaggeration to say that the threat Dragon Country poses to us is already enormous. Even if our controlled nuclear fusion technology is put online later, it still won't be able to completely suppress their speed. So, we must come up with a plan to overtake others at this stage. The people below looked at him. Overtaking on a curve? What's your plan? Luo knew that this was his first job since taking office, and he had to do a good job. Luo looked at the crowd below and asked, "First, can you tell me why Dragon Country has developed so rapidly?" The people below immediately gritted their teeth. I heard that their research team has a talented person who has made breakthroughs in several technologies. Yes. It is said that all the projects in the past year or so were created by this guy. It's a pity that we can't find his identity. Longwa protects this guy too well. It would be great if we could kill this guy or make him work for us. Talangpu also nodded. This is a problem we can't solve at the moment. I even mobilized intelligence personnel who haven't worked in decades, but they still can't confirm this person's identity. Unless they expose this person themselves, it will be difficult for us to know. Luo nodded. Indeed, there is no doubt that his existence is the greatest threat to us. But we don't need to be too discouraged. We have a chance to surpass them. Everyone, please turn to the last page. Following his words, everyone immediately turned to the last page of the information in their hands. Aerospace Fleet Plan. Talangpa was puzzled. Is this your plan to overtake? Luo nodded heavily. Yes, this is an opportunity to widen the gap with Dragon Country in the next 10 years, or even decades. Energy is no longer a big problem now. We just need to focus on the air, build an air fleet, and develop aerospace carriers. Just like in World War II, water-based aircraft carriers can terrify them, and the same goes for airborne aircraft carriers. We possess the world's most powerful satellite system and the most advanced space exploration program. The emergence of aerospace carriers will further accelerate the future battle for aerial supremacy. Everyone present looked at each other and began to hesitate. In fact, what Luo said now is in the same direction as what the person in District 8 said. Can you promise to actually finish it? This is a significant expense, and we are very worried that this research expenditure will drag down many of the current efforts. When it comes to this, Talangpu gets angry. Fuck. A few days ago, someone told me that our arms market has also been impacted by the Dragon Nation. The market share is now declining. The conspiracy of Longwa has hit many of their ways of making money. Talangpu was very angry about this. So, he knew that the Chables had started operating behind the scenes, but he pretended not to know and let them continue. Okay, I think we can build it. As for the difficulty, everyone turned their attention to Luo Wen's face. Luo Wen quickly said, "Don't worry. We already have advanced technology in materials and engines, and we are fully capable of conducting research. Besides, once we have a breakthrough in energy technology, we can directly take off." Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. The next day, at noon, a piece of explosive news immediately spread throughout the entire Blue Star. The Eagle Sauce is going to build an aerospace carrier. As this news was released, the entire Blue Planet was shocked. The news spread very quickly and reached Longwa in just a few hours. As soon as Qiao Kong learned the news, he immediately convened a supreme meeting. Everyone, have you seen the news? The Eagles have begun to fight back. The latest news is that they have announced they will build an aerospace carrier. Not only that, they've also made a qualitative breakthrough in controlled nuclear fusion technology. I guess it won't be long before they catch up. A crisis has arisen again, and we need to come up with a solution immediately. Old Xiao, what do you think? Qiao Kong even called back the commander-in-chief, Xiao Tianlei, who had been participating in military training outside. This is a serious matter. I have to call you old guys back. Xiao Tianlei took a deep breath. As we all know, the number of aircraft carriers even represents a country's military strength. Our current military strength at sea is still slightly inferior to that of the Eagle Sauce, let alone another one in the air. Everyone's face was filled with worry. I thought I'd have a break for a while, but I didn't expect these guys to be so relentless. Chapter 129. Here, to collect your money. The old man, sitting in the middle, also looked worried. Where's Lin Xia? Why didn't he come? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xia hurried in. Sorry, leaders, I'm late. He held up the documents in his hand and said, but I'm late because I'm completing the technical data for the upcoming aerospace carrier. With just one sentence, everyone in the audience was stunned. Xiao Kong had only heard Lin Xia mention this matter before, but he had never seen anything, so he didn't take it seriously. Have you really completed it? Xiao Kong was very excited. This news was simply the best news for the current situation. Lin Xia nodded heavily, then handed the information in his hand to the staff member beside him. Come, let's take a look at my plan for building the aerospace carrier. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge 3D rendering immediately appeared on the big screen in the entire conference room. In just 1 second, this behemoth caught everyone's attention. Is this the helicarrier? Following Lin Xia's explanation, everyone present couldn't help but ignite their fighting spirit. Until the end, Lin Xia finished her explanation. General Xiao Tianlei stood up and said, if that's the case, we have to study it as well. Not only do we have to do it, we have to do it better and faster than those Eagle Sauce guys. We'll try to get this big guy airborne before them and gain an absolute advantage. I may not have been so confident before, but after seeing Mr. Lin's plan and drawings, I think we can start right now. The old man nodded and said, the current international competition has reached its final stage. After this is over, I'm afraid the real competition will begin. So we must not be at a disadvantage. Everyone present knew that under the current national environment, who knew when the S3 season would break out? In case of an outbreak, Dragon Country must have the strength to fight against the entire Blue Star. Otherwise, if any problem arises, these wolf-like guys from the Eagle Sauce will definitely rush up and tear the Dragon Kingdom apart. Therefore, this generation of national leaders are always in a state of war readiness. Everyone knows that strength is everything, and a strong fist is the capital for speaking loudly. Xiao Kong walked onto the stage and said, in that case, let's start today and approve the project. We're also going to build an aerospace carrier. It's just that we won't be as ostentatious as them. We'll just work quietly first and announce the results to the world once we have them. At the same time, just when the international news channels were bustling with activity, the Kenmore City desert area of Baba Sheep, a team appeared silently. This group of people were none other than Farron and others from Kazakhstan. Commander, what's going on? We've been waiting for 2 days, but why hasn't the transport train from Longwa arrived yet? This is such a remote place. You can't even see a regular train. Fallon slapped his subordinate on the head. Hurry, hurry, hurry. I'm not in a hurry. Why are you in a hurry? Everyone, cheer up. According to reliable sources, it will happen in the next 2 days. He is destined to be a hero of this country, and he must get the letter of allegiance from the Eagle Sauce. No matter how long he waits, he must stop this most fully loaded train from Longwa. He looked down at the time. That's enough. Everyone, get into position. I'm going to scare them so hard that the train will flip over. At this time, on the other side, on the Longwa Transport Special Train, Wang Tuan, is it true that someone is lying in ambush along the way? Are these people so bold as to stop our Dragon Nation's special train? Wang, who polished the gun in his hand and looked outside. These desperate criminals are capable of anything. After all, we have affected their so-called interests. It would be strange if they could hold back. Everyone get ready. We'll be passing through the most desolate and uninhabited Kenmo area. They say there might be sandstorms there, just in case someone uses them to launch an attack. Yes, Captain, don't worry. With the strength of a whole regiment, I don't believe anyone would dare to come and seek death. Boom! As the sun sets, the train slowly enters the desert. As soon as it appeared, the military satellite sent a rapid alarm. Ding, ding, ding. Attention! Unknown forces appear ahead. Attention! Attention! The urgent sound instantly resounded throughout the entire carriage. Wang Hu curled the corners of his lips. Here I come. Everything is ready. Prepare for battle. Everyone is ready, and all the exoskeleton mecha warriors are ready to go. Squeak, followed by a sharp brake sound. In an instant, the entire train began to brake frantically. Wang Hu tightened his grip on the gun. Brothers, let's fight. Next second, the train skylight slowly opened. Countless neatly dressed exoskeleton mecha warriors slowly rose from the carriage. At this time, Fallon and others not far away were still excited. Stop it, stop it. Everyone, prepare your artillery fire. Give me. The word fight has not yet been uttered. These people saw a scene that they would never forget. Under the blood-orange sunset, as the train in sight slowly approached. The train, which was originally running normally, suddenly changed its appearance. The top of the train slowly opened, revealing a monster that looked like a human, but with a cold metallic luster all over its body. Rumble. With the sound of railway friction, the humanoid monsters all poked their heads out. Slowly, standing on the train, Farron watched from afar, his head inexplicably dizzy, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. What's going on? Why do I feel like I'm the prey being ambushed? He couldn't help but tremble inwardly. Next second, those humanoid monsters suddenly and slowly floated above the train. Then it dived and rushed towards them at a speed faster than the train. It was only 1,000 meters away from this group of people. Fallon finally saw what the person was. Dark gray alloy shell, dark blue flame nozzle. Just like in the movies, extreme pressure quickly burst towards them. Ah! As the first person screamed. The whole scene was in chaos in an instant. An overturned tank, torn limbs, and countless weapon debris flying in the air. In Fallon's eyes, these guys are not ordinary people at all. A few people together can overturn a tank. 3 men could move their cannon one position. The speed was so fast that it was almost in the blink of an eye. Countless soldiers have turned into cold corpses. Farron's men were on the verge of mental collapse before the fight even started. Commander Fallon, something is wrong. The Dragon Nation has gods helping us. Their soldiers' speed and strength were terrifying. In just a few minutes, they not only eliminated the tanks blocking the road. More than half of our people were killed or injured. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang, bang. Beneath the chaotic artillery fire is the call of the dead from hell. Commander, let's retreat. We are no match for them. The men were almost going crazy. Farron was almost crazy too. An overwhelming sense of oppression came over me. He could feel that in front of these steel giants, flesh and blood bodies were no longer taken seriously by them. The explosive aura almost overwhelmed the entire audience. Fallon was so frightened that his eyes widened and his whole body trembled violently. Is this still a human being? Chapter 130 Feel What Killing Is. At the same time, the communication equipment was filled with the voices of his men calling for help. Major, run. Major, all of our second company has been killed. Oh my God, these guys crushed my brother's skull with just one punch. Oh, Major, please give the order to retreat immediately. Farron clutched the weapons and equipment tightly in his hands. Take a deep breath and suppress the fear in your heart. Shut up. Fuck. If I don't finish this, I'll die when I go back. I order everyone not to retreat. He was panting heavily and his teeth were chattering wildly. Push the heavy tanks forward. No more manpower leading the charge. Fire. Fire. He yelled into the comm device like crazy. But all that greeted him was the whistling wind and the incessant shouts of his men. Farron slowly poked his head out from behind the cover to look. Next second, the scene in the picture frightened him so much that he started to tremble. In sight, countless mecha warriors were circling rapidly in the air. He kept shooting on the field like a messenger from hell. The Gobi Desert was also dyed blood red in the evening. I can't tell whether it is blood or sunset. What kind of terrifying fighting power is this? He was a man who had experienced many battles, but when faced with such a situation, he still couldn't stop the fear in his bones. I saw that the leading train had restarted and was quickly crossing the area. Their plan was about to fail. No, if I don't leave any, how am I going to explain this to my superiors? Pass my order. Launch the final charge. At this moment, he was completely crazy. As his voice fell, countless shouts and cries of killing quickly rang out. All heavy weapons attack simultaneously. Fire, aim, and shoot. I still don't believe it. No matter how powerful they are, they're still flesh and blood. Can they really withstand the attack of artillery fire? Charge! Kill! The hoarse voice echoed throughout the scene. At this moment, all the soldiers seemed to have completely triggered the murderous instinct in their bones and rushed forward like crazy. Da-da-da. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Countless gunshots rang out on both sides of the driveway. To this, Wang Hu expressed his excitement. After so many years of military service, this was the first time he had truly killed an enemy. It feels so good. Brothers, follow me. Amidst countless artillery fire, The train passed steadily through the area. The train conductor looked at the fighters who were getting smaller and smaller in fear. Captain Wang, can you handle this? Do you need help? Wang Hu smiled and said, It's okay. The conductor can leave as soon as possible. We will catch up with him later. It's just a matter of dealing with a bunch of minions. What other support do you need? Joke. Brothers, get my hand cannons. The next second, everyone activated the plasma fusion cannons on their right hands at the same time. He was the first to use the pulse electronic paralysis mode of the fusion cannon. Sizzle. Then a sound of equipment failure was heard. The whole scene soon became quiet. But this eerie silence brought with it an even crazier and more suffocating fear. Oh my God, is this a weapon malfunction? No? What's going on? Why is my tank's electronic control panel black? Sir, all our electronic equipment is paralyzed. The group of people who discovered something was wrong wanted to report the situation, but they found that the communication equipment in their hands had completely lost its signal mode. At this moment, everyone panicked. Farron also realized something was wrong. Walter, why did the artillery fire stop? A bad feeling suddenly passed through his heart. Could it be that the entire army was wiped out? Impossible. Not really. Captain, all our electronic equipment has been paralyzed. We've completely lost control. The soldiers not far away ran over like crazy, crawling and rolling. Without communication equipment, we can only return to the most primitive mode. The sound at the entire scene suddenly stopped. The dead silence was accompanied by an ever-increasing sense of oppression. Farron wiped the sweat from his forehead, his whole old face twitching constantly. This is some kind of electronic paralysis device. At this moment, he was already questioning his life. What on earth is this? Isn't this combat power a little too crazy? The scope of the battle is completely beyond my comprehension. Sudden, he seemed to have thought of something. He turned around suddenly. Could this be the latest Xingtian mecha released by Manhwa? I heard that it is an absolute land combat power. It can allow one person to have combat power that is comparable to that of 100 people. Now it seems that there is probably more than that. Captain, what should we do? We can't fight now. Ordinary firearms are not enough to stop these people. Some of his men also collapsed. It's not the collapse of combat effectiveness that they are facing, but the enormous mental pressure and the comprehensive mental crushing brought about by unknown combat effectiveness. Let's retreat. Farron looked back somewhat unwillingly. Next second, more artillery fire with a blue glow came towards him in an instant. Everyone quickly pushed him into the shelter. Boom! The huge artillery fire finally made him sober up a little. He gritted his teeth and said, Retreat. Retreat. All retreat. Everyone retreat. He roared like a madman. Everyone seemed to be pardoned. They quickly gathered in his direction, and the remaining survivors quickly retreated. Wang Tuan, they started to retreat. Wang Hu sneered. You want to run away now? How can it be that easy? Go. Go ahead. We must catch their leader. This fight must not be defined as an attack by an unknown force. I will show their faces to everyone on the World Channel. Damn it. Do you really think our dragon country is so easy to mess with? Everyone nodded immediately. Yes. We promised to complete the task. Everyone quickly headed in the direction of Fallon's team's retreat. At this moment, Farron was almost numb. He wanted to ask for help and report the current situation to Mats. I want to ask for support. However, the ear was cut off. My eyes are almost gone. Facing the endless desert, he didn't know if he could get out safely. Damn, the dragon people. Why do they have such terrifying combat power? Could it be that they have divine help? Or are they not human at all? Farron felt like his head was a mess. The whole person is a complete mess. I didn't know where I was running. I just kept running toward the light. However, next second, buzz. A mechanical roar descended from above their heads. Farron's dead, fish-like eyes slowly raised. In his sight, 8 mecha warriors descended from the sky like gods. It quickly appeared in front of him with the pressure of death. Major, where are you going? Chapter 131. Repair the road? Brother Long, take your time. Soon. This targeted and premeditated conflict and attack on the transportation of resources from Dragon Country spread throughout the world. Everyone knows that Longwa's energy transportation routes have been intercepted by forces from all over the country. The Chables thought they had succeeded and were all very happy. Mattis was holding a glass of red wine, looking very proud that he was about to be reinstated. What's the point of making it? What's the point of selling it? It's a real skill to be able to transport it safely. I really didn't expect that the money they spent this time was worth it. Mattis glanced out the window, slowly. It's been a whole day, and apart from the rumors, why hasn't Farron come here to claim the credit? The subordinate trembled and said, according to reliable sources, the news released is not true. The real thing is here. The subordinates quickly handed over the photos taken by their intelligence personnel and the information they had discovered. Total, annihilate. Mattis' hands trembled when he saw the exact news. What about the Farlings? Dead too. We're still not sure what happened. Fallon's body wasn't found at the scene. It's very likely that he was captured. They haven't officially spoken yet, and the situation isn't fully understood yet. But this time, what Longwood did on this route has been thoroughly publicized. It seems like we've been advertising for them. Although this matter seems incredible. But that's exactly what happened on the scene. We advertised for them. Mattis didn't understand what he meant. All countries are saying that Longwa has strong after-sales capabilities, so we plan to sign more orders. In just the past 2 days, the news from insiders is that Dragon Country's energy orders have tripled. This is only because Dragon Country's current energy production is limited. Otherwise, it would be even more terrifying. At this moment, confusion, bewilderment, and indescribable emotions all flooded into Mattis's head. He doesn't understand. Why is it that the most skilled method I have used for so many years is now ineffective against the Dragon Kingdom? Mathis felt that all this was beyond his understanding. But they're the army. Can the Dragon Nation station troops in other countries at will? I can report them to the Federation. No, they are known to the outside world as a construction team, called something like Longwa Northern Construction Group. Mats, Walter, can you still do this? At this time, in the Gobi Desert of a certain country, an armed force of Flathead brothers is launching an attack. Charge, capture their commander, and use him as a drink tonight. Everyone, charge at me. A group of people rushed over in a mighty force. But suddenly, right before their eyes, a group of oriental faces in work clothes appeared. Walter? Who are you? Why are you blocking the road here? Wanghu put his hands behind his back and slowly walked forward. We are the Longwa Northern Construction Group, responsible for building the road here. Build a road. The flat-headed men were stunned. Build a road? But can't you see we're at war? As he spoke, he immediately raised his gun. Wanghu's eyes lit up instantly. My heart was shocked. Hey, another one. He waved his hand. The workers who had just been working at the construction site quickly gathered here with weapons in their hands. The people of the Flathead brother were confused. No, brother, what are you doing? The people below hurriedly grabbed their leader. I heard that Dragon Country has recently shut down several powerful organizations, and even a number of mercenaries in the market has decreased significantly. We can't have a head-on confrontation, sir. The major commander of the Kazakhstan country has been arrested. He pulled the leader aside and pointed to a spot not far away. And do you see those are the machines for repairing the road? That's clearly the weaponry of a heavy, combined armor brigade. The leader of the Honey Badger group shuddered in his heart and staggered. I am not. Dude, we're all friends. We're all friends. He quickly put on a smile, his face full of sincerity. How long do you plan to build this road? Wanghu said calmly. 5 kilometers. The flat-headed brother smiled and said, 5 kilometers? That's not too long. Let's go around it. As they spoke, they picked up their weapons and turned around to leave. But Wanghu simply said, no one can cross during the road construction. As he spoke, several people beside him tightened their grip on their weapons. Captain, do you want to activate combat mode? The leader of the Flathead brother team was in a mess. No. Then how long will it take for you to repair this? Captain of the Dragon Nation? Wanghu. 3 years. The leader of the Flathead brothers, Walter? 3 years to repair 5 kilometers. He is stupid. Listen, is this what a normal person would say? How come he remembered that Longwa had signed energy orders for this route for 3 years? Are you going to stay here to protect us forever? What can I do? Even though he knew the situation, he couldn't say anything. He could only smile and say, okay, then Brother Long, you continue to repair. We will retreat. We will retreat. Let's back off now. The group of people could only laugh cheerfully and said, by the way, if Brother Long needs anything, just come to us. We are quite familiar with this area. We can help with things like car repairs, road clearing, or if someone is causing trouble. Wanghu nodded and waved his hand. All right, everyone, please leave. We will come to you if we need anything. At the same time, situations like this are happening on every route of Longwa's energy transportation. Because of Longwa's special after-sales service method, conflicts in various places have decreased in recent times. Most ordinary people are happy about this. Every time everyone sees the Longwa Road construction team, it's like seeing their relatives. But the Chaebol organization behind the scenes was furious. Oh my God, Matsis, we are giving you opportunities, not asking you to create opportunities for Dragon Country. Isn't it about teaching them a lesson? Isn't it about disrupting their energy orders? What's going on now? Not only has the order not been disrupted, but the tension that was so hard to build up has also been destroyed. Where would they make money if they didn't fight? Who will we sell the arms we manufacture to? The Chaebols were furious. The entire Blue Star battlefield was turned into a mess by the Dragon Kingdom. But what can be done? These people all have legitimate reasons, and they can't do anything about it. The Chaebols, who had never suffered such humiliation, once again united and found their Congress. In response, Talangpu convened another meeting overnight. Almost that very night, the official Eagle Sauce News released condemnation of the Dragon Country's recent behavior. The words were sharp, directly accusing Longwa of interfering in the internal affairs of other countries. Of course, Longwa has more to say about this. Chapter 132, We Love Peace. As soon as the news was released, this immediately sparked discussions among netizens from all over the world on the internet. Is the Dragon Kingdom so cruel? The scene I saw was quite tragic. That's true. I don't know what weapon was used, but the corpse doesn't look like a normal corpse. Nonsense. They're intercepting their energy team. How can we not take action? If Longwa hadn't been so polite, this would have been considered an open declaration of war against Longwa. That's right. Do you really think that if Dragon Country comes on the scene, we can still live the good life we have now? What the Eagle Sauce didn't expect was that exposing a few photos would not be enough to fool today's netizens. Everyone's mind is very clear now. I heard that all the people in Kazakhstan have been arrested. Now the president of Kazakhstan is begging for help everywhere, fearing that Longwa will directly attack them. Oh no, they're all to blame for being used as tools by the Eagle Sauce. Now that something's happened, they're regretting it, right? No one cares. I've finally figured it out. You really can't trust what Eagle Sauce says. Who said it wasn't? Lin Xia happily turned off the tablet in her hand. It seems netizens these days aren't so easily fooled anymore. Using this method to manipulate public opinion is a thing of the past. Yang Kitchen really admired Lin Xia. It's all because of your road construction plan. It's causing trouble for these people right at their doorstep. I heard that the U.S. is on the verge of falling out with those countries recently, forcing sanctions on their chip companies to relocate. This has made these countries want to cooperate with our Dragon Country. Lin Xia snorted coldly. Just them? No, we don't really need allies like White Elephant and Foot Basin Chicken for the time being. Maybe they can sell them to us the next day. They're just suffering losses now. Otherwise, they wouldn't have such thoughts. Yang Kitchen nodded heavily. Yinjing also means the same thing. They will respond to these matters today. Lin Xia nodded. Turn on the TV and call everyone in for a meeting. Bring along the latest progress on the mothership. Yang Kitchen nodded and went out quickly. But after a while, everyone gathered. The small office was full of people. Mr. Lin, aren't you here for a meeting? Why are you watching TV? Zhang Tao asked casually. Lin Xia waved her hand. Watch and talk. The relevant Ministry of Foreign Affairs began to respond on live TV. Sharp questions came one after another. The English reporter asked, Excuse me, leaders of the Dragon Nation, are your actions in Kinmo City interfering in the dispute between the White Elephant and the Baba Sheep? Do you want to start World War III? Frank reporter, and don't you think your methods are too cruel? I heard that none of the bodies of the scene were intact. Kangaroo Country reporter, I think Dragon Country should give an explanation for this. In response, a foreign ministry official spoke calmly. First, I want to correct the questions raised by several journalist friends present here. We are not waging war. We're just escorting our normal energy orders. Secondly, you say we are cruel. Then, may I ask, who is trapping tens of thousands of children and women? Who is targeting and killing these vulnerable people in the name of rescue? If fighting against evil forces is called cruelty, then what are these? These people's faces immediately turned pale. They certainly knew what the Longwa leader was talking about. The leader of the Dragon Kingdom's Ministry of Foreign Affairs didn't bother to pay attention to them and continued. We in the Dragon Kingdom have always been peace-loving. But this doesn't mean we will always be tolerant. If anyone dares to threaten our territory, our people, or our legitimate interests, we will definitely strike back with thunderous force. That's all. Pa pa pa. As his voice fell, Lin Xia's applause suddenly rang out in the office. Everyone, did you all see it? Everyone looked at him at the same time. Mr. Lin, what do you mean? Lin Xia smiled and said, I completely agree with Mr. Zhou. We love peace, but at the same time, we will not let go of anyone who covets us. So what? He tapped his fingers quickly on the tablet in front of him. Immediately, a lot of drawings and materials appeared on the TV in front of him. Everyone, in order to ensure our peace-loving nature, I plan to add a few more small pieces of equipment to the Xuanwu aerospace carrier. Yin Wenyu's brows twitched. Because the work on this aerospace carrier involved a lot, their Dragon Science Institute also got involved. Today is his first time attending a meeting. Never thought. He was frightened by what Lin Xia did. Looking at the contents on the drawing, Yin Wenyu began to doubt his life. 4 sets of high-powered particle diffusion cannons, 16 high-energy pulse laser cannons, and these 12 sets of airborne ballistic missile launchers. Mr. Lin, are you sure these are just some small equipment? He didn't dare to read any further. But in Lin Xia's words, these are just some small equipment. Yin Wenyu felt that after leaving Lonka Academy, Lin Xia seemed to have found a real place to perform. Wenba pushed his glasses and comforted himself in his heart. Routine operation. This is just the routine operation of his roommate. But the next second, as Lin Xia smiled, the content on the big screen turned to the second page. When the concept of 12,000 aerospace fighter sorties came out, the whole scene was instantly filled with exclamations. Didn't we set the target at only 5,000 flights? The expressions of several old experts instantly twisted. Although it's an aerospace carrier, we have to be realistic. The maximum carrying capacity of a water-based aircraft carrier is only over 100 sorties. The blueprints you gave me can achieve a few thousand sorties, but tens of thousands is too daunting and impossible to accomplish. Lin Xia smiled and waved her hand. Everyone, please take a seat first. With the current level of aerospace fighters, it is indeed a bit difficult to achieve. But maybe my skills can do it. As he spoke, he handed the latest technical drawings of aerospace fighters to several people like dealing cards. Look at this. The weapon system has been upgraded. The main control platform has been abandoned. Some operations are unmanned. The main aircraft is manned, and the wingman is completely unmanned, and the size is further reduced. Everyone quickly took the drawings and documents and looked at them carefully. It would have been fine if they hadn't looked at it, but after seeing it, several old experts suddenly started breathing faster. This design is really creative, isn't it? Boss Lin, did you design this too? Lin Xia shook her head. These are all things I have discussed with you all. Several people present looked at each other, wondering in their hearts. Holy shit. Who the hell is secretly eating special food? The reason I asked you to watch the news before reading these things today is because I want to tell everyone here that a war is definitely unavoidable. You're no longer just doing scientific research. You are also preparing for war for our Dragon Nation. Since sitting in this position, Lin Xia's mind is no longer just thinking about weapon upgrades and the types of technology included in new technologies, but it is about the future of Dragon Country and even the future of Blue Star. He always felt that Season 3 was just the beginning. According to what the system has given us, there may be a disaster in the future that no one can predict, or it may be a huge opportunity. He had to prepare as much as possible. The words, "it's better to be prepared," were said in response to his current state of mind. Chapter 133, Eagle Sauce Fusion Technology, the 8th District surfaced. However, Lin Xia's idea was soon verified. Half a month after this incident, the entire Blue Planet will only be peaceful for a few days. The U.S. Department of Defense released the latest report. At 3 a.m. this morning, the Eagle Sauce completed its first controlled nuclear fusion ignition. The initial phase of the work has been completed, and the company will begin planning for large-scale commercial applications in the future. As soon as the news was released, the entire American community was in an uproar. Oh my God, we've finally waited for this. Our Eagle Sauce has finally stood up. Woo! Iron Man's arc reactor is real. Who says we Eagles are not as good as Dragon Country? I think our ignition experiment is obviously brighter. Haha, it seems that Old Man Tay is still doing something. After all, he is not hindering the development of the country. with the excitement of their people. Some of the lackey countries also began to flatter. South Korean, I just said my godfather is okay, right? As the adopted son who has always supported my godfather, I think he should be the first to sell the device to support us. Foot Basin Chicken was dissatisfied with this. Why are you the only ones here? We were the ones who vented the anger of Eagle Sauce's godfather, so we should be the ones who support him. It seems like our chicken foot basin will soon have unlimited energy. Haha. Kangaroo country. It seems the balance of power in the world struggle has returned. The Russians are wise and don't take sides with anyone. Now those who took sides early are probably regretting it to death. In response, Mao Xiong said, "We are very busy and don't have time to deal with you guys about taking sides or not." But actually, the technological breakthroughs of the two major countries brought tremendous pressure to the emperor. They're also researching controlled nuclear fusion, but they don't know why. Their speed is no match for these two guys. Late at night, the emperor was tossing and turning and had doubts for a moment. No, could it be that there really is a god, or God helping these two guys? Otherwise, there is no reason why they could achieve it so quickly. How long has he been building this reactor? How did this person complete it in just a few years? And I'm still progressing at a snail's pace? At night, the Dragon Palace is brightly lit. Lin Xia was a little dazed, holding the Wall Street newspaper in her hand. What's going on? He was able to achieve it so quickly because of a cheat. What's wrong with these people? Wasn't the progress slow some time ago? It's only been a few months, and the ignition was completed so quickly? Something is extremely wrong. Is this news accurate? Isn't it just another case of them bragging? Yang Kitchen, it shouldn't be. Our intelligence personnel have verified it, and they announced it only after it succeeded in order to prevent the experiment from failing. They're quite cautious. I've asked professionals to analyze the relevant videos that have been released. Here is the report. Liu Ruifeng immediately handed over the document. We can confirm that it is 100% true at this point, but we can't be sure of its level. Lin Xia rubbed his brows. Looking at this analysis report, their level is about the same as ours, but the equipment they use is slightly different. They're still using the Stellarator route they previously announced. Although there is still some time before commercialization, this process can basically be ignored. Liu Ruifeng hesitated a little. Actually, there is a rumor, but I don't know whether I should tell it or not. Lin Xia, what rumor? Liu Ruifeng and Yang Kitchen looked at each other and finally decided to speak out. Some people say that the Eagle Sauce's technological breakthrough this time is due to the 8th district. Lin Xia stopped abruptly. District 8? The place where they're supposedly researching aliens. Yes, but it's just a rumor. There's no way to confirm it. Liu Ruifeng, I think there's still some mythical element to it. They love to do this kind of thing. The more mysterious it is, the more it shows how powerful they are. But you can't completely believe it. No. Lin Xia thought this was really possible. Do you know anything about District 8? If I remember correctly, I heard that the Apollo program was also related to them. What kind of organization is this? It's been so mysterious for so many years. Yang Kitchen thought for a moment and said, I heard that those who enter are the best talent from all over the world. And once they enter, it's like they've disappeared and they can never come out again. They can't contact the outside world, so no one outside knows what they are doing. Liu Ruifeng nodded. I'm afraid only those old guys in the upper echelons of the Eagle Sauce know about it. These words made Lin Xia fall into deep thought. He had always heard rumors about District 8. It was first established in 1955 by the American military and government. Subsequent Antarctic scientific expeditions and the Apollo moon landing program. There are also sudden news about aliens and various ideas, including outer space. All of this information has been circulating since the organization was established. Back then, the Eagle Sauce even used this to split the Big Bear. It directly blocked the Big Russian Bear's ambition to unify the Blue Planet. If you say that this organization has nothing to offer, that's really not true. Moreover, some official documents claim that District 8 once obtained some technologies by reverse engineering alien spacecraft, and these were all used in the Apollo program, Yang Kitchen added. Liu Ruifeng then said, yes, especially the development of the Saturn V rocket. However, these claims have no evidence to support them. They are either anonymous or written by bloggers with no verification. Lin Xia tapped her fingers on the table as she thought. The energy stones and light particle drive principles back then were extremely advanced. It would be strange if you didn't have some explanation. It is so advanced that it is like the statement he made today about 12,000 carrier-based aircraft. But at least he has system support. What about them? Could it be that some other character from across time and space also appeared in Eagle Sauce at that time? Is that why their technology is exploding at such a rapid rate? Or did they really discover or gain something after completing their Antarctic expedition? On this basis, they achieved the technological explosion in recent years. At this moment, Lin Xia became extremely curious about this. Let overseas intelligence personnel explore in this direction. I always feel like there's something we don't know. Yang Kitchen nodded. Okay, I'll arrange this matter, but I can't say when there will be a result. Lin Xia nodded. It's not easy to find out about an organization that has been mysterious for decades. Let's check it out first. Remember, any news must be reported back to me. The two nodded carefully. Yes, Mr. Lin, don't worry. Chapter 134. A Lesson for Dragon Nation? Thank you so much. Under the moonlight, Lin Xia stood alone in front of the window. My head kept going over what just happened. After resolving the current international crisis, what will the Americans do next? This is something he should think about. At the same time, this is also the direction of his subsequent system purchases. It was at this time, sudden, a rapid voice from the system sounded in his mind. Crush the Eagle Sauce satellite attack plan. Attention, this mission, dangerous, extremely dangerous. After completing this mission, the third-level mall will be unlocked, and some items can be purchased with points. Lin Xia was startled. Satellite attack? Are they crazy? What is this for? Do you want to directly start a war between the two countries? At this moment, Lin Xia could feel that the blood in his body was boiling rapidly. Yang Qizhen, Lu Ruifeng. The two of them ran in quickly. What's wrong, Mr. Lin? Just as the two were about to leave work, they heard Lin Xia's anxious voice coming from inside. Lin Xia almost blurted out, Well, is there any bad news from Aerospace City? The two looked at each other, both confused. The aviation side? I haven't heard of it. Lin Xia rubbed his eyebrows. He knew very well that the danger prompted by the system was definitely an extremely urgent situation. Don't ask why. Go check right now. When the Eagle Sauce announced the news of controlled nuclear fusion today, did they also launch a rocket and satellite at the same time? Yang Kitchen was puzzled. Satellite? Is there any problem? They launch one every once in a while, and it seems to be more frequent recently. But this is all within the normal scope of work, so we can't say anything. Lin Xia shook her head. That's not it. Go contact the space station personnel now. See if there are any satellites that are closer to ours, or if there are any abnormalities. Seeing his serious expression, the two of them suddenly became nervous. Okay, let's go back now, don't worry. After saying this, the two turned around and left quickly. Eagle Sauce, Space Base. Luo Wen looked at the Xian satellite on the screen, which had entered the planned orbit. What do you mean? How far are we from Dragon Country's satellite control center now? Engineer Blunt said quickly. It's only a few kilometers away, but do we really need to implement interference measures? The Dragon Nation will definitely find out. If they raise our altitude, we'll be in trouble. Luo Wen shook his head. It doesn't matter. If we find it, we can just say it's a satellite malfunction. Taking advantage of today's news, it's time to teach this disobedient Dragon Nation a lesson. Don't really think that we have no way to deal with them. They might be able to run a little on land, but when it comes to space, that's still our territory. It's time to put a stop to their arrogance. Luo Wen has been holding this grudge since he took office. He had given a promise to his superiors, not to mention the bigwigs behind District 8. If he really fails to do his job well, it won't be as simple as resigning, but he may very likely lose his life. He is not that guy Mats, whose methods are no different from tickling. If we're going to do something, we have to do something big, something that will make these people feel the pain. And this satellite incident was his first lesson to Longhua. Just wait, the competition has just begun. At this moment, on the top floor of the Dragon Palace, a thin figure paced back and forth in front of the window. A huge sense of unease instantly swept over Lin Xia. He knew very well that this matter was definitely not a trivial matter. Sudden, drip, drip, drip. The phone rang rapidly. How is it? Lin Xia answered. Yang Kitchen's nervous voice came from the other end of the phone. According to the information transmitted back from our space station, the Xian satellite, the latest to enter orbit, seems to be showing signs of deviation. Our people have contacted and communicated with them, but they don't seem to have found the key to the problem yet. They just replied to us that they're still checking and don't expect the problem to be too serious. Bullshit. Lin Xia immediately started cursing. He finally understood why the system reminded him so urgently. These guys actually set their sights on space. The newly appointed Luo one is really sinister. Now, gather all the senior leaders of the aviation industry immediately. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Monitor the communication first. At the same time, assume the worst-case scenario and discuss countermeasures. Tell everyone, this is most likely a premeditated attack by the Eagle Sauce. Everyone, prepare for battle. Hearing this, Yang Kitchen's expression suddenly became stern. Lin Xia had never been so nervous before. It seemed that the situation was more serious than they had imagined. That's strange. Is this the news sent back by General Lin's own intelligence personnel? Lu Ruifeng asked doubtfully. This is the first time that our Dragon Palace has paid attention to aviation news. Has Mr. Lin's connections directly reached the aviation field of Eagle Sauce? Both of them couldn't help but have an understanding of Lin Xia's foresight. Okay, let's stop talking and gather everyone quickly. It looks like this is going to be another sleepless night. Yang Kitchen walked out quickly. At the same time, in the boundless space, the Xian satellite of Eagle Sauce, which is equipped with a multi-band electromagnetic pulse transmitter and an adaptive interference frequency hopping jamming module, is operating slowly. Target is being locked. Target is being locked. The continuous adaptive reminder sound proves that it is operating normally. On the other side, the space base. Lin Xia's tall figure walked in quickly. He walked through the crowd and quickly arrived at the main control system. How is it? Yang Kitchen quickly introduced the two people next to him. This is Chief Engineer Wanda Chang and Commander Song Yongxiang. This is Mr. Lin for the Dragon Palace, Lin Xia. Both of them were shocked. I didn't expect that the person in charge of the mysterious Dragon Palace would be so young. Lin Xia didn't care about anything else. Have you contacted the commander and the Eagle Sauce? Song Yongxiang nodded. I have contacted them. They're also conducting self-inspection. Wanda Chang frowned. Something is definitely wrong. They're getting closer to our Beidou and the central control system. Also, according to the information sent back from the space station, they were a bit vague. Although they said they were undergoing inspections, our detection revealed that their satellite was carrying an electromagnetic pulse transmitter. As soon as these words came out, Lin Xia's guess came true. He slammed his fist on the table. Damn it, they're coming right for us. Call the engineers and prepare a counterattack plan. Activate our space-based defense system and conduct an interception mission from low Earth orbit. Song Yongxiang was anxious. Boss Lin, will this provoke conflict between the two countries? Never mind all that. If anything goes wrong, I'll take responsibility. Lin Xia interrupted him directly. They're coming for us. Fortunately, when he was studying the previous kinetic interceptor missile, he reconstructed a simple space-based system. Otherwise, there's really no way to deal with this sudden situation. Chapter 135 Hunting Time, Death. When everyone heard this, they immediately started to move on the spot. The entire aerospace base was brightly lit. At this time, the three astronauts in the space station also realized that something was wrong. He immediately activated the defensive mode and continuously called the American personnel on the other side. But they did not react much to this. Lin Xia crossed her arms and said, "No need to call them anymore. This is their plan. Our people, prepare to crush the plan immediately." Luo Wen thought he would teach Long Guo a lesson. Little did he know that this was just the key to open the third-level mall. Lin Xia stared at the main control panel in front of her, and her hands quickly adjusted the data panel. The commander, standing by, also became nervous. What's the worst-case scenario? Lin Xia glanced at the data and said, the worst-case scenario is that our satellite is attacked, and the entire country is temporarily without satellites. What? So serious? Song Yongxiang exclaimed in shock. Chief Engineer Wanda Chang nodded. Indeed, based on their trajectory, if we don't fight back, this situation is very likely to occur. Following the words of several people, a countdown number suddenly appeared in front of the entire control panel. Drip, 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 drip. The short and urgent voice instantly made everyone present nervous. What all the engineers and technicians could feel was that their hair stood on end instantly, and their breathing became rapid. Lin Xia quickly said, activate the low Earth orbit defense network, and send dynamic defenses to the affected satellites. At the same time, reconstruct the communication lines and pinpoint the interference source to within 500 meters. As his voice fell, everyone at the scene and in the space immediately took action. The artificial intelligence analysis algorithm immediately starts analyzing the interference mode and simultaneously infers the direction and location of the impending interference, accurately transported to the ground control system. Boss Lin, positioning successful. Lin Xia felt relieved immediately. Good. Next, first launch a directional microwave pulse blinding measure. At the same time, continue to shorten the distance. Chief Engineer Wang Yongxiang immediately obeyed the order. Engineers operate quickly. Directional microwaves were immediately launched towards the Xian satellite. If this is the case, and they still don't intend to retreat, then the next moment will be the final hunting moment. Not to mention the space-based system that Lin Xia had upgraded before, even the 24 satellites that Longwa currently owns can fully realize the space dog fighting technology. It is entirely possible to achieve physical destruction and implement an irreversible attack on the satellite. At the same time, the Eagle Saw side was immediately attacked by a pulse. Commander Luo 1, the other party has discovered us. Now, they have launched a pulse blinding operation against us. What should we do next? Luo 1 frowned, realizing that it would take some time to complete their collision plan. And as far as he knew, Dragon Country's space-based system was not capable of launching a counterattack in such a short time. It would take at least half an hour, by which time their interference plan would have been completely completed. Even if they fought back, it would be useless. Switch to manual operation and speed up. Bump into it. Although the staff below were hesitant, they quickly got down to work. At this time, the Dragon Country control base on the other side immediately received feedback. Boss Lin, they have no plans to stop yet. Lin Xia was so angry that she laughed. Okay. Since this bastard is so eager to gain experience for himself, don't blame him for being rude. In that case, activate attack mode. Hunting time, everyone die. A roar. The distributed interception mode in Longwa's space immediately began to respond, and at the same time, the AI intelligent mode began to analyze the best combat plan. In just a few seconds, the best option immediately appeared on the big screen. Wang Yongxiang said urgently, less than 200 meters away. Should we attack? Lin Xia slammed down with a punch. Attack. At the same time, high-energy pulse lasers are launched from low Earth orbit to accurately hit the solar panels of interfering satellites. In just 10 seconds, the power system quickly collapsed. However, Lin Xia felt that this was not enough to vent his anger, so he quickly took over the main control panel. He operated quickly and saw it on the big screen. The robotic arm of the Longwa satellite approached the Xian satellite and quickly performed a micro-dismantling operation on it. As Lin Xia pressed the last enter key, the guy who was so arrogant just now was pushed off the plan track right under everyone's eyes. It suddenly became a pile of space junk. At the same time, a humming sound of rapid electric current came from the Eagle Sauce control base on the other side. Sizzle. The loud noise made Luo throw the headphones in his hand away. Oh my God, what happened? The engineer nearby was terrified and trembling, saying, "Our satellite has been dismantled and pushed out of orbit." The signal was also completely destroyed. How on earth did they manage to destroy such a large area in just 1 minute? The technicians present were dumbfounded. It's incredible. Dragon Country's space-based system is even more powerful than they expected. Moreover, the way this robotic arm was disassembled was simply shocking to everyone. Who knew space combat could be so primitive? Captain Luo 1, we have failed. No one expected that Longwa could accomplish such an outrageous operation in such a short time. So at that moment, everyone was stunned by the shock. Luo 1 was also confused. Hearing this conclusion, his heart suddenly tightened. All the muscles in his body began to tremble uncontrollably. He stared at the scene in front of him without blinking. The satellite parts that disappeared into space like garbage were his investment of nearly tens of billions. I originally thought that after the interference was over, it could be put into normal use. Now, it has become a pile of space junk? He was in a trance. The first confrontation with the Dragon Kingdom ended with such an outrageous result. Luo felt as if he was dreaming. And this dream happened in a hurry. He walked outside with unsteady steps, completely ignoring the questions from the people behind him. Captain Luo 1, what should we do next? Luo 1 remained silent. He felt as if he could hardly breathe and was in urgent need of fresh air. He quickly went out to the balcony. I took a deep breath and felt alive again. Call! The cigarette in his hand flickered with sporadic flames, and he truly felt the pressure from the Dragon Kingdom for the first time. It seems like this is a battle that's no less than the fight with the big hairy bear back then. Chapter 136, the director is online. I will fool you. At the same time, just when Luo Wen was doubting his life endlessly, Lin Xia, on the other hand, felt a completely opposite feeling. Congratulations to the host for completing the temporary satellite smashing plan. Level 3 mall has been opened. At this moment, it is within Lin Xia's sight. The brand new, completely different red interface is fully opened. A row of new products appear in front of him. What comes into view, along with the third level mall, is the Sky Eye Quantum Entanglement Shield Array Defense System. He quickly clicked on the detailed explanation. Wow, good job. The Sky Eye Quantum Entanglement Shield Array Defense System actually uses the quantum entanglement effect to build an energy barrier and converts the impact force of enemy missiles into harmless quantum fluctuations through dynamic phase cancellation technology. Simply put, in the future, the shield array can achieve global seamless defense, and the entire blue planet can be monitored by Dragon Country Sky Eye. Lin Xia thought about it carefully and thought that if on this basis he could conceive a blue planet synchronous orbit space station and set up high-energy, high-impact weapons. Not to mention the entire Eagle Sauce is simply an anti-aircraft gun mounted above the entire blue planet. Thinking of this, Lin Xia couldn't help but curl the corners of her lips. Be good. It must be said that he has to thank Luo Wen this time. Boss Lin, the crisis is over. Everyone looked at Lin Xia excitedly. Lin Xia came back to her senses and nodded heavily. Well done, everyone. Yang Kitchen, pass on my order now. Contact the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and immediately issue a condemnation of the Eagle Sauce. Yang Kitchen stood still immediately. Yes. Mr. Lin, I'll go now. Song Yongqiang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw the space station data on the panel returning to normal. Thank you so much, Mr. Lin. I don't know how you knew that the Eagle Sauce would attack us. Lin Xia casually said, information leaked by overseas intelligence personnel. By the way, Commander, please come with the Chief Engineer so we can discuss the subsequent defense of the space station. Commander Tsong and Chief Engineer Wan quickly followed Lin Xia's steps, and the three of them came to a quiet office. As soon as they walked in and sat down, they thought Lin Xia would blame them for not noticing the problem in time. But Lin Xia just took the pen and paper to write and draw, and didn't bother to blame the two of them. Commander, Chief Engineer Wan, please wait a few minutes. I have something to tell you. The two nodded, thinking that Lin Xia was writing some argument condemning the Eagle Sauce. But half an hour passed. What was handed to the two men was a drawing so huge that even Chief Engineer Wan had difficulty understanding it. What is this? Wan Yongqiang seemed to be able to feel the power of this thing. His eyes widened. Is this what you just finished drawing? He couldn't even imagine it. Although it was just a rough sketch, he could clearly see what the entire building would look like. It's simply stunning. Lin, General Lin. Lin Xia smiled and waved her hand. No, this is something I planned beforehand, but today was an emergency, so I just wanted to take this opportunity to tell you in detail. This thing is also called the Sky Eye Quantum Entanglement Shield Array Defense Mechanism. One of its functions is to improve our subsequent space defense. Another reason is to facilitate the completion of our subsequent new projects, including the aerospace carrier. Speaking of this, the two of them immediately became interested. I heard that the helicarrier is designed with an anti-gravity engine. The commander wasn't a professional, but he could roughly understand. Does this mean that the Xuanwu platform has the potential to engage in interstellar warfare? As soon as the two asked this question, their breathing became tense. Lin Xia, yes, it is possible. The aerospace fighters equipped can directly enter low Earth orbit. Perhaps in the future, new space vehicles will be able to fight directly in space. Who knows? Hear him say such certainty. The two people who were still maintaining their composure a second ago. At this moment, he stood up excitedly. A moment of ecstasy. Both of them were so excited that they couldn't stop smiling. Very good. That's great. In this way, we will surpass the Eagle in the field of space. In fact, in recent years, the Eagle Sauce's Starlink project in space has been weighing on the heads of various countries. Longhwa's almost monthly launch effort cannot keep up with the number of satellites they have deployed. This is a huge pressure for Longhwa. But now, after hearing Lin Xia's construction and subsequent planning of the entire space station, the two of them suddenly felt that they saw hope. Mr. Lin, don't worry. This Sky Eye system will be built by our aviation base, and we guarantee the completion of the mission. Wanda Chong nodded heavily. Okay, then leave it to President Wan. I'll have someone give you the detailed follow-up plan. After saying this, Lin Xia left the space base overnight, returned to the Dragon Palace. But his work was not yet finished, and he went to find the director without stopping. At 4 o'clock in the morning, the two met in the highest conference room of the Dragon Palace. Commander, I've heard a lot about you. Lin Xia liked this elderly man very much. In the past few years of foolproofing work, he has actually made achievements in this position. As a result, everyone is guessing what he is saying now. The most classic one is the modified J-10. That is a complete deception to everyone at home and abroad. He planned to use the chief's mouth to cause more trouble for Luo. Commander, I've seen all your classic moves in the past, but this time I want you to do the opposite. After hearing what Lin Xia said, the director immediately became interested. How do you say that? 3 days later, just as the news that the Eagle Saw satellite lost control and collided with the Dragon Country satellite cluster triggered a discussion across the entire blue planet about the current space power of various countries. The director quietly opened his own international account and released the first work publicly. Prediction for the future of global aerospace power. In the lens, the director smiled and took a sip of tea while facing the host's interview. Then he slowly pointed at the blurry satellite image behind him. What kind of systematic aerospace power are you talking about? If our Dragon Country can realize the Xuanwu aerospace carrier project, the nuclear fusion propulsion system must have a sustained output of at least 1,000 megawatts. Otherwise, how could it power over 100 carrier-based aircraft? The host was surprised. Hundreds of flights? Are you serious? The director smiled and said, "This is just a hypothesis, a hypothesis. Don't take it seriously, everyone. I'm just a retired old man figuring this out based on the level of materials we have. It's good enough that the titanium alloy honeycomb structure can withstand atmospheric friction at Mach 2, but how can I even imagine it becoming a low-Earth orbit combat platform?" However, as he spoke, the camera swept across his desk. In just a second, a note that read "Plasma Stealth Coating Test Progress 70% flashed by. In this scene, he was successfully captured by the CIA. Chapter 137. Crazy Imagination, Rapid Progress. At this time, the CIA office was in an uproar. Several people played the interview video of the bureau chief over and over again. They looped the entire video content nearly 20 times. The final scene stopped at the empty shot with a few minutes left to count. Everyone, please pay attention to the information on the corner of his desk. What is that? That's basically their latest technological advancements. This is a deliberate cover-up. The CIA officer pointed to a 2-second clip. This translates to plasma coating test progress. What is this thing used for? It can't be a fighter jet, right? Their 8th-generation fighter jets are already crazy. Luo 1, who was sitting in the middle, frowned, considering the abnormal attitude of the Tianlong kingdom, although they publicly condemned it. But the Eagle Sauce did not say anything more in response, or take more severe measures. This is very inconsistent with their thunderous approach to the outside world. Sir, this is very wrong. Everyone knows that the chief's words cannot be trusted. This guy's a complete liar. Yes, we've been tricked several times before, and we can't rule out the possibility that they deliberately set this shot for us to see. Luo looked at the man. Did you show it to us on purpose? Then why didn't you just announce it directly? I seriously doubt they're researching some powerful aerospace weapon, specifically one designed to target our aerospace carriers. After all, their reaction to our research on the aerospace carrier was too small, and they let us off so easily in this satellite attack incident. Something's wrong. This is very wrong. Several people murmured, but our losses are huge, aren't they? Luo shot over with a look. This is normal combat loss. The man immediately stopped talking. After a long while, after everyone's analysis, Luo finally slammed the table and came to a conclusion. No, we must speed up the helicarrier plan. We must not let Longwood take the lead this time. The most important thing is to cut down on unnecessary facilities and focus on the launch. As long as we dominate the air first, just like we dominated the sea back then, we can definitely use the same method to widen the gap between us and them by decades. Soon, Luo went organized another large technical discussion meeting. He decisively cut down many facilities that he thought were unnecessary. The launch time of the entire aerospace carrier was directly advanced to around the end of the year. At the same time, an additional investment of $43 billion was made. The financial pressure on Congress and the U.S. government was once so severe that they felt a little breathless. But the top leaders of the United States only think that this is a necessary scientific research sacrifice, and they think they can make up for it elsewhere. So they sent notices to several chip companies, strictly ordering them to move their headquarters back to Eagle Sauce. In response, these people complained bitterly. At the same time, they pointed the finger at Longhua, believing that this was caused by Longhua. However, when the bureau chief saw the news, he just kept laughing. Finally, I recorded a solo video and posted it on a public platform. Hey, why do they still believe it? Those 2 seconds of content were just me and the host gesturing and writing something hypothetically. The whole video just didn't make it into the edit. What's the testing progress? It's just a joke. How could that be possible? We don't have any new plans for aerospace. Our main focus right now is on the commercialization of controlled nuclear fusion. But his so-called clarification video did not convince the American side. Instead, it made him more convinced to the news that Longhua was developing aerospace weapons. To quote Luo 1, "This is the Dragon Kingdom's usual deception tactic. We are not fools. How can we fall in the same trap twice? Absolutely impossible." After watching this clarification video, Congress also approved the progress of the relevant research work with confidence. The entire Eagle Sauce immediately fell into a state of vigorous research and development. The American public opinion is also constantly promoting it. Whenever there is a new development, their Wall Street newspaper will immediately devote a page to it. Almost for a while. Turn on the international news channel, and you will see all the speculation and fear about the U.S.'s aerospace layout. Countless political scientists are speculating about the purpose of the Eagle Sauce doing this. Are they going to declare war on the Dragon Country after completing it? There are also various news about choosing sides. Everyone is guessing the final result. To this, Lin Xia expressed her satisfaction. "Boss Lin, are we just going to let this go?" Yang Kitchen was a little anxious. The recent public opinion was really too exaggerated. But Lin Xia just shook her head gently. "Don't worry about it. These are the easiest days I've ever had." He turned over and continued to lie there. Let them continue to hype themselves up like this. When the day comes that they fall, we'll see who will become the laughing stock of the entire blue planet. Yang Kitchen was still worried. What if we really inspire them to realize it so quickly? Lin Xia waved her hand. "That's fine. If they can achieve it, why can't we?" "By the way, how's your recent investigation into District 8 going?" Lin Xia changed the subject. "That's the most important thing right now." Lu Ruifeng took the information at hand and said, "Everything we can investigate is here." Lin Xia took it and flipped through it quickly. It seems that their confidentiality measures are quite effective. "Yes, I think we can direct our investigation towards Antarctica. Perhaps that will provide us with some new directions and discoveries." Lin Xia nodded and thought about it for a moment. "Our Dragon Country has had many Antarctic scientific expedition teams in recent years. You can contact the project leaders of the earliest batch. Let's talk about it later. In the meantime, please adjust your focus and focus on the unusual events of recent years, or those that the public has interpreted as paranormal events. Pay more attention to these types of things. Maybe there will be new discoveries." Lu Ruifeng nodded. "Okay, I understand." After the two of them left, Lin Xia opened the system interface and started to think carefully again. After finishing the work on the aerospace mothership, the accumulated points may be enough to unlock half of the products in the third-level mall. His next step is to deploy an orbital strike weapon system. Judging from the current world situation, the future space competition will become more and more serious. If energy is no longer a problem that humans worry about, then something more attractive than energy will immediately appear. And in his opinion, this focus will definitely go beyond the blue planet. In the Dragon Palace late at night, Lin Xia rubbed her eyebrows and stood on the balcony. From afar, there's a sea of stars. I hope the path I'm taking now is not wrong. Chapter 138 Eagle Sauce announces global test of aerospace carrier. During this period, the Eagle Sauce was vigorously promoting construction. Lin Xia is not only keeping up with the progress, but is also working simultaneously on the personnel formation of the aerospace fleet. Mr. Lin, the initial team has reached 5,000 people. We will be the first country on Blue Star to have a huge aerospace fleet. Lu Ruifeng said excitedly. Lin Xia nodded. By the way, how is the sky at the space base? Yang Kitchen immediately took the progress document and said, we have passed the theoretical stage and are now entering the experimental stage. It is estimated that we will enter the construction stage in another month and a half. Lin Xia put down the documents in her hand and said, that's right. You must keep a close eye on the work of the Sky Eye. Remember that there can be no problems. The Sky Eye is the foundation for subsequent work. Subsequent space construction cannot be done without this eye. Yang Kitchen was puzzled. Do you mean that we should continue to develop space in the future? Lin Xia glanced at him and said, isn't this normal? You don't want to build bases on the moon and Mars. Whoever goes there first and draws a map of that place gets it. Aren't you jealous? The two people's eyes lit up immediately after hearing this, but they hesitated a little. But so far, we haven't solved the problem of moon landing technology, which is what the American people did during the Apollo program. Lin Xia shook her head. It's not certain whether they really went up there, but we're definitely going to go there. The lunar base is our next step. Based on his contact investigations these days, he really discovered it. There's a lot of water in the Apollo program. Only they themselves know what stage they were at back then. As for whether they actually landed on the land and collected the lunar soil, this statement is extremely controversial. It would be great if someone could break into the 8th district, he sighed with a smile. Yang Kitchen and Lu Ruifeng began to think seriously. I'm afraid that's not possible. Anyone who enters that place will have their entire ancestry investigated, and they will lose their freedom and work in District 8 for the rest of their lives. Lin Xia smiled and shook her head. I'm just thinking about it. By the way, how's Eagle Sauce's progress lately? At this time, Eagle Sauce, aerospace carrier construction base. Luo comes basically once every 3 days. Today it's time for another routine visit. How's it going? How long will it take for Unit 01 to come out? The pressure from his superiors is too great now. If he fails to complete the task, he knows very well how much responsibility he will have to bear. An engineer nearby said, Commander Luo, the progress of the aerospace carrier is 80%, and the speed is already the fastest. Luo turned his head and looked at the tall model beside him. Okay, keep speeding up the process. We must stay ahead of Dragon Country and achieve this technological leap, so that they can continue to catch up with us. In fact, Luo knew it clearly. The reason why it was possible to do so quickly was, on the one hand, the cancellation of many weapon systems, and on the other hand, the continuous reduction in area. But he couldn't care less about that. Realization was the most important thing. As for the others, I guess those countries that can't figure it out won't pay attention to them. Soon, on the day of the beginning of winter in Dragon Country, the Eagle Sauce has announced the global launch test of the aerospace carrier. As soon as the news came out, it shocked the entire Blue Star. Lin Xia finished a day's work and was eating in her room when she saw this news. At that moment, several management staff rushed in hurriedly. Everyone's face was filled with worry. Boss Lin, they're about to start testing, but ours is still under construction. What should we do? Will we be able to get ahead of them? Yan Wenyu himself was also a little panicked. As the person in charge of this project, he had a heavy burden on his shoulders. Boss Lin, what should we do now? Lin Xia took a bite of the food in her hand and said, don't panic, it's just a set time. Isn't there still more than a month before the real test? Yan Wenyu. But it's only a month. I'm afraid we can't reach that speed, right? Yes, that's absolutely impossible. We can't possibly get ahead of Eagle Sauce. These old men who have been engaged in scientific research for their entire lives began to panic unconsciously at this moment. Lin Xia smiled and comforted, don't worry. Just proceed as normal. It's really uncertain whether they can take off. As he spoke, he glanced out the window. Judging from the recent situation, Roman Tam has more courage than professionalism. The Eagle Sauce asked him to cause trouble on the stage, but he is actually not as good as Mattis himself. What if their mothership breaks down mid-air? Right? He said cheerfully. A few people thought he was joking. Boss Lin, don't joke around, we're serious. Lin Xia said vaguely, what if? Okay. Just work normally, I'll take care of the rest. After they left, Lin Xia left Yin Wenyu alone. Dean, I've seen all the problems with the materials you submitted. A single document can't solve all the problems. As she spoke, Lin Xia handed over a document. Take a look at this. Yin Wenyu quickly took it and started reading. Multilayer composite estructural material. Lin Xia said seriously, yes, in fact, there are all some common materials you see. For example, the ceramic outer layer and liquid metal buffer layer, quantum carbon crystal skeleton, etc. Integration is the key to solving the fundamental problem. He did not choose to take the lead in this project because he had too much work on hand. Actually, your current work is very good. Go back and tell everyone to stay calm. No matter who wins or loses, it's not the final moment yet. There's no need to worry. Yin Wenyu nodded. He didn't know if it was a psychological effect, but he felt that coming to the Dragon Palace was more effective than going to the hospital any number of times. Lin Xia's simple words were enough to calm his restless heart. Okay, I got it. I'll submit an estimated test time in a few days. Lin Xia nodded and waved him away. Wait until he was the only one left in the room. Lin Xia looked at the 5-year plan in his hand and fell into deep thought for a long time. He didn't know when he fell asleep. The next time I woke up, I heard Yang Kitchen knocking on the door urgently. He staggered to open the door. What's wrong? What happened again? Yang Kitchen's face was filled with anxiety. At the border, the white elephants attacked us. Lin Xia suddenly laughed. What? Who are you talking about? White elephant. He shook his head. Is it because his godfather announced the test that they think they can do it again? Yang Kitchen nodded. That's the reason. Chapter 139, Northwest Transformation. You call this a countermeasure. Lin Xia slowly walked to the document table and picked up one of the outrageous plans. It was clearly written on it. Northwest Transformation Plan. It seems that the white elephant wants us to take him seriously. At the same time, at the border between Baixiang and Longhua, the tranquility of dawn was broken by a gunshot. The border guards of Baixiang determined that someone from Longhua had entered their border based on the suspicious figure, thus starting a dispute. To this, the Longhua army stated that it would never give in. He immediately rushed forward with his weapons. For Zhang Dali, a company commander stationed at the border for a long time, this is definitely the time to exercise his cervical vertebrae. Damn it, grab your weapons. I'm going to beat these guys' heads off. In the present time, the entire border was instantly engulfed in artillery fire. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Da, da, da. The sound of countless artillery shells broke the entire night sky, waking everyone up from their deep sleep. At the same time, the White Palace also received the news. Luo Wen looked at the person who issued the order with some confusion. Mr. President, it's not time yet. Why let the white elephant take the initiative to provoke? Talangpu snorted coldly. Because I'm so angry. When he checked the recent arms and energy orders last night, he instantly became furious. The Dragon Nation has been too arrogant lately. They're so arrogant that they don't even realize we're above them. We must teach them a lesson and let them know that we, the Eagle Sauce, are always watching them. Luo Wen, but our aerospace carrier hasn't actually taken off yet. Why not wait a little longer? The Eagle Sauce president looked at him and said, don't you think it's strange that Dragon Country is so quiet? Why haven't they announced they're also researching aerospace carriers? Even if their director leaked the information, their officials haven't released any information yet. Don't you think there's something wrong? He had experienced this situation last time. Luo Wen was stunned by what he said. You mean to say they have other plans? Talangpa nodded. I'm worried they're planning something bigger, so why not let them make some noise? That way we can better control them, right? What I fear most is this kind of silence. What a bunch of guys with wolfish ambitions. In the Yinjing conference room, Xiao Kong was very angry. We can't just let them go like this. They dared to provoke us on our border. This is not the first time they have done such a thing. They really think we have good tempers. Beat them for me. Beat these guys up. Children who don't obey must be beaten. The group of people sitting below all agreed. Although we know that the Eagle Sauce is definitely behind this, it's time for the white elephant to learn a lesson. Xiao Kong looked at Lin Xia. Shaolin, what do you think? As he spoke, everyone's eyes involuntarily looked over. Lin Xia hesitated. My idea. Xiao Kong clapped his hands and said, don't worry. Everyone present here today is one of our own. There won't be any problems. Lin Xia nodded, then looked at everyone seriously. Everyone, I think the Northwest Reconstruction Plan can be put on the agenda. In one sentence, everyone in the audience went offline. The entire conference room was dead silent. Everyone looked at him in astonishment. After more than 10 minutes, then someone finally asked, Shaolin, aren't you going a bit too far? In fact, when the Northwest Transformation Plan was proposed, it was seriously discussed. But everyone felt that this project was too time-consuming and labor-intensive, and it is too technical to be realized. Although the future of transformation is bright, it is actually too difficult to implement, so it was eventually abandoned. But now, Lin Xia brought up this issue again. It's at this gap again. Xiao Kong took a deep breath and said, Shaolin, are you serious? Lin Xia nodded seriously. Although I have no interest in white elephants, I'm very interested in changing the climate of our Northwest Dragon Country. And now this plan is completely achievable. Xiao Kong nearly spit out his tea. Blow up a hole? That's not a simple hole. Lin Xia disagreed. Don't we already have a space-based system? Combined with the black stick coming down from the sky, it should be no problem to blow a hole in it, right? The system will just plan manual blasting. Everybody's a little crazy. Boss Lin, are you serious? Lin Xia smiled and said, Of course, I've already drafted the responsible personnel. In addition to Professor Duan Jejun, I have added another one. Everyone quickly leaned forward. Rachel Zheng? Who is this? Someone recognized him. Oh shit, isn't that the student who attacked the chicken basket tower? Boss Lin, you really know how to find people. Lin Xia was a little proud. How is it? Does it fit in with this plan? This guy is also an outstanding graduate in the construction industry. Quite suitable. Everyone present burst into bitter laughter. Ha! It really suits him. This kid has a ruthless drive to get things done. In the present time, just when Baixiang and Yingjiang were still feeling proud, Lin Xia decided on this huge project in just a few words. 3 days later, taking advantage of the white elephants harassing the border of Dragon Country, directly announced this massive project. Due to the recent attacks by white elephants, our country has temporarily implemented the Himalayan Defense Project to ensure the safety of the Dragon Nation's borders. As soon as this news came out, the entire white elephant exploded instantly. They knew very well that the so-called defensive projects were not defenses in the fundamental sense, but real threats. Deepak, the supreme military commander of the White Elephant, sent a message for help to the Eagle Sauce overnight. Godfather Eagle Sauce, isn't this a naked threat? Look at who's in charge. One is Duan Jejun, who proposed the climate modification plan, and the other is Zheng Ruiqiu, who did something big at Jayabenji. With these two people combined, the Dragon Kingdom is eyeing us covetously. Luowen also had a headache. He didn't expect that Longwo would do such a thing. What other defensive measures are there? So they, the Eagle's Sauce, have successfully given others an excuse? Luowen felt his head was numb, a feeling he couldn't describe. Don't panic. This is a huge project. They won't be able to finish it quickly. When our aerospace carrier takes off, the entire blue planet will be back in the hands of us, the Eagle Sauce. By then, let alone the Himalayan Defense Project, we can even continue planning for Dragon Country. Luowen said confidently. Deepak was still a little worried. But what if? Luowen was instantly displeased. There's no such thing as a one-time event. We're going to be testing at the end of the month. Just report to us once your news channel is ready. After saying this, Deepak was ruthlessly hung up. Chapter 140. Quitting the Wuchang? Then I'm serious? Ignore the international outcry against white elephants, even if they bombarded the Federation with calls. The Long Kingdom also ignored it, directly announced the establishment of Longwa's largest Northwest group. Together with Professor Duan, nearly 100 ministerial-level cadres will go to the Northwest. Zheng Rachel was stunned when she learned that she was chosen as one of the responsible persons. Before leaving, he and Professor Duan sat in Lin Xia's office, and both of them were still a little shaken. Boss Lin, am I really the person in charge of this project? No. Are you sure? I just graduated and have been working for a year. Lin Xia smiled and said, What? Don't you believe in yourself? You don't dare to take on this big project. Zheng Ruiqiu quickly shook her head. Then I dare. There is nothing I dare not do. Even before coming, he had already made the relevant blasting plans. That's it, isn't it? Hurry up and get ready. Tomorrow is the last wave of personnel, and you go with Professor Duan. After hearing Lin Xia's words, Zheng Rachel finally believed it. Even when he went out, He felt like he was floating. Lin Xia and Duan Jejun behind her were delighted to see this. Mr. Lin, I'm still a little worried. At my age, I'm afraid. Professor Duan has his own considerations. Although this was his ambition when he was young, he was actually a little timid when asked to do it now. Lin Xia smiled and stood up. This is why I asked you to leave a little later. Come with me. This is the first benefit of joining our huge scientific research team. Duan Jejun was puzzled. Yang Kitchen, standing by, said with a smile, Have you heard the superbirth factor? Duan Jejun's eyes lit up instantly. Isn't it the technology to conquer cancer? Yang Kitchen nodded heavily. This is just one of its functions. The most important thing is that it can help your entire body return to the state it was before you were 30 years old. Help you better join the subsequent work. Duan Jejun spat out a mouthful of tea. Holy shit, are you really immortal? Half a month later, the Northwest Transformation Plan has officially started. The White Elephant watched as the number of people approaching Himalaya increased day by day. They finally panicked. Deepak was clear about one thing. That is, Longwo was not their white elephant. They have been digging in the Himalayas for many years, but there's not been much progress so far. But the Dragon Country is different. This country has a different kind of magic. There's almost nothing they cannot accomplish when they want to do it. This is what worries him. Knowing this, Deepak was extremely panicked. Seeing that complaining was no use, he directly submitted a letter of request, making an outrageous demand that Longwo withdraw from the Wuchang. As soon as the news spread, the entire Dragon Kingdom was in an uproar. What? We're asked to withdraw from the 5 permanent members? If that's the case, then we should be excited. Haha, did the white elephant drink too much Ganges water and ruin his brain? If we really have to withdraw from Wuchang, then we have to start the evacuation work. If a few people get lost, we have to look for them thoroughly. The guy above, great minds think alike. To this, the netizen Foot Basin Chicken said, Why does this sound familiar? Like I've heard it somewhere before. Dragon Country netizen. If that's the case, then we have to start looking through the accounts. White elephant, right? I remember it was at 62. For a moment, everyone was talking about it. Lin Xia was stunned when she saw this news that suddenly became a hot topic. No, the white elephant is like a chicken jumping over a wall, and then jumping into a nuclear bomb crater. Yang Kitchen couldn't help laughing. It is said that it has been rejected by the Secretary General of the Federation. But now they have become a complete joke on the entire Blue Star. Lu Ruifeng also laughed heartily. I thought they were holding it in for a big one, but they ended up pooping a huge pile. Their eagle sauce godfather was so angry that his face turned green. I heard that Rowan scolded Deepak for 3 hours in the White Palace. These guys have really forgotten the time when we were 1v17. They still dare to mess around with us and disobey us. Let them say it or not. I'm looking forward to it. If we really withdraw from the 5 permanent members, won't the next things be more interesting? Yang Kitchen was eager to try. Lin Xia rubbed her sore cheeks and said, Well, stop arguing with that idiot. I just received news this morning that the assembly work on the Eagle Saw side is complete. The two of them suddenly looked stern. Is the test going to be done soon? Lin Xia nodded. Let's go to the mothership base this afternoon. In the afternoon, Lin Xia and others arrived at the aircraft carrier construction base on a special plane. Yin, when you came out with his men to meet them. Boss Lin, we saw the message you sent, but don't worry. Our assembly work will begin in 3 days, and you're here just in time to witness it. Lin Xia was a little surprised. The speed is okay? Yin, when you smiled a little embarrassedly. You all are working hard. We can't fall behind, right? Plus, I've also seen the white elephants clamor these past few days. We in the Dragon Nation are not so easy to bully, and not just anyone can sue us in the Federation. By the way, General Lin, the fleet personnel participating in this joint aerospace test have just arrived. Would you like to review them? Lin Xia waved her hand. No need, just leave it to Commander Xiao. Yin Wenyu. Well, those guys are still clamoring to meet you, but it seems there's no chance now. To see me? Yin Wenyu nodded. You may not know how legendary you are in the eyes of these soldiers now. They all worship you like an idol. Lin Xia coughed dryly. If that's the case, then wouldn't it be unreasonable for me not to go? Yin Wenyu suddenly became excited. Then let's go for a walk. Okay, but it's not an inspection. I'll just go and watch them train. Don't disturb too many people. Lin Xia thought that she would not leave tonight anyway. It doesn't matter if you go for a walk. That night, when the leading aerospace fleet personnel were doing routine training. In a huge, closed training ground, there are countless young people selected from all over the country. Lin Xia stood above and looked down, seeing countless fast-moving figures. Yin Wenyu stood aside and explained to him, "Today's main training program has ended. Now it's time for them to do some additional physical training." Lin Xia didn't say anything, just stood there silently and listened quietly. Many years later, when the battle to defend Blue Star ended, he stood on this place again. Same scene, different emotions. The young soldier rolling on the ground has become a seasoned soldier in the war. They looked at Lin Xia with wounds all over their bodies, shouting, "Never give up." Chapter 141 Listen to the dragon's roar, and assemble the black tortoise. 3 days later, the assembly of Xuanwu officially began. Lin Xia changed into military uniform and went there. When he appeared with the special dragon emblem of the Dragon Palace on his chest, the entire scene fell into an extremely serious state. Army Commander Xiao Tianlei walked up quickly. Although his military rank was higher, it was obvious that Lin Xia held a higher position. "Boss Lin, please come this way. This assembly work is waiting for your order." Lin Xia nodded and glanced around the scene. The huge white device is like a sleeping dragon at this moment, waiting for someone to wake it up. Lin Xia slowly walked to the main control console. "Comrades, thank you all for your hard work, day and night, over the past few months. But everyone's work is worth it. The Xuanwu of the Dragon Nation, the backbone of the world, we are about to launch a newer combat mode, breaking the trinity of sea, land, and air combat mode, and reopening a better aerospace team. As long as this road is successfully opened, everyone present will be a hero of the Dragon Nation." As he spoke, everyone below couldn't help but stand up straight. A common sense of honor and a heartfelt desire for a strong country are the reasons why we all stand here together. Lin Xia stood on the stage, looking straight at the workshop not far away. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Attention all units. The first level assembly process for the Xuanwu aerospace carrier is now activated." With his voice, the whole scene immediately moved. On a distant high-altitude assembly platform, the transfer channel of the reaction Dragon Core device has begun to unlock, and the first-level lifting program has begun. The first thing to be assembled is the reaction Dragon Core device, composed of a controlled nuclear fusion device, which is the heart of the Basalt mothership. Now, the Dragon Heart device with a dark golden metallic luster suddenly appeared in front of everyone. For heavy robotic arms approached rapidly from 4 directions, and the calibration probes at the ends emitted deep blue lasers. At this moment, the old leaders sitting in the stands couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. I still remember watching an aircraft carrier launch into the water when I was a young soldier. I was amazed at how humans could build such a huge water vessel. But the shock back then was nothing compared to what I feel now. An aerial carrier, a giant thing that can fly in the air and even go into space, is something I, an old man, could never have imagined even in my dreams. Several military leaders couldn't help but sigh. Old Xiao, sitting in the front row, said cheerfully, "That's right. The Xuanwu is the true arc of the future for us dragon people. It's the first step into a sci-fi future." "Here it comes," someone shouted. I saw the huge, superconducting base at the bottom of the dragon's heart slowly come into contact with the preset track. With a crisp click sound, a slight buzzing sound instantly rang out throughout the command cabin, and critical values immediately lit up on the large display screen on site. Lin Xia couldn't help but take a deep breath and clench her hands. Slowly, when the energy conduit on the surface suddenly lit up with flowing light, the eyes that seemed to have awakened instantly illuminated the hearts of everyone present. Lin Xia stared at the real-time monitoring chart not far away, and all the leaders on the scene sat up straight. The curvature is stable at 98%. It's almost there. Next second, 100% stable, success. Step 1, the Dragon Heart device is assembled. Lin Xia couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Deafening applause suddenly broke out from the platform not far away. The completion of the Dragon Heart assembly is the foundation of everything, and the subsequent work will be smoother. Lin Xia expressionless. Continue. As he spoke, a 5-kilometer-long keel assembly slowly emerged from the cargo hold not far away. The main frame forged from multi-layer composite material stretches into the most graceful, streamlined shape in the wind. The robotic arms clamped the 2 sides and slowly approached the Dragon Heart device. Sudden, an old professor who was invited to watch the ceremony said this not far away. "Did you hear everything?" He pointed to the dynamic image on the observation screen nearby and said, "The chimeric sounds at the molecular level are like building blocks in the universe. It's truly wonderful." As he spoke, everyone around him smiled knowingly. On the big screen, the nanorobots were rapidly performing seamless welding, and everyone was speechless with shock at the precise docking across scales. In my entire life, this is the first time I've felt such a shock from the bottom of my heart. Everyone was very emotional. Soon, the anti-gravity engine group began to work in orbit. 12 sets of anti-gravity engines began to dock in mid-air, surrounding the entire device like loyal guards. Lin Xia looked at the data feedback in front of her. "Pay attention. This step is the most important. The data error must not exceed 0.5%. Yes, the magnetic coupling strength is 99%. Start injecting coolant." As the engineer reported, the cooling fins on the surface of the huge engine began to slowly stretch out. The light gold color was tinged with blue light, and the entire fin looked like the fin of a giant kunpeng with a certain sci-fi feeling. Bring an unprecedented visual experience to the group of people below. Everyone at the scene watched as the huge 850-meter-long platform slowly unfolded. The installation, which is larger than half a football field, surrounds it. Millions of hexagonal armor plates began pouring out of the cargo hold. This assembly work lasted for 6 hours. It wasn't until the early hours of the morning that it slowly came to an end. The reaction Dragon Heart energy has begun to be injected, and the self-inspection of the entire ship begins now. The majestic voice of Yin Wenyu sounded. The entire Dragon Heart device instantly burst out with a huge white light. Energy flowed in along the dragon bones and armor veins. The entire warship suddenly emitted a bright light under the night sky. When the progress bar on the observation screen reaches 100%, accompanied by a huge dragon roar that resounded throughout the world. This moment, everyone looked up at the endless sky. For a long while. Following this, old Xiao sighed deeply. The Dragon Kingdom Xuanwu has successfully taken off. From now on, the starry sky and the earth are all places that my dragon country can measure. Wow, wow, wow. The entire command cabin erupted in applause. Lin Xia looked at the giant steel dragon and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Success. Xuanwu has completed its launch, and the Nanchaman project has completed its first step. Xiao Kong patted him on the shoulder, his face full of excitement. "Good job, little bastard. I can't believe it. We really made this. It's so shocking, really so shocking." At this moment, everyone at the scene felt a little sour in their nose. Chapter 142. It's really interesting, setting off fireworks before the test. "Dear leaders, do you want to go up and feel it?" Lin Xia shouted. Everyone was shocked. "Can we do this too?" Xiao Kong also became anxious. "It has just been assembled. Do we have to wait a little longer?" Lin Xia smiled and nodded. "The professional fleet personnel have already gone up. In 3 hours, everything will be debugged and completed. As long as it doesn't enter low Earth orbit, ordinary people like us can also go up and experience it. This is not a particularly complicated matter. It's just high altitude. Anything that an airplane can do is even easier for it." Hearing him say this, everyone suddenly became excited. "Then let's go back to eat and rest, and then go on board together later," Xiao Kong said happily. "Haha, great." Several old leaders were as excited as children. "With this Xuanwu, does that mean we won't be afraid of the eagle anymore? By the way, I heard that the Eagle Sauce's launch will be in the next couple of days. I wonder if the specific date will be announced." Yang Kitchen hurriedly trotted forward and said, "Boss Lin, the Eagle Sauce has released the news. The launch is scheduled for 3 hours. "What? Did they collide?" Everyone was shocked. Xiao Kong, we haven't announced it yet. Should we avoid it for now?" Lin Xia waved her hand. "No need. We just happen to go and join in the fun." At the same time, Eagle Sauce Aerospace Carrier Base. The basic assembly work of the Falcon has been completed. Now, they're having a little problem with their anti-gravity engines. "Captain Luo 1, can we postpone the launch? We want to conduct a large-scale investigation." The chief engineer looked worried. The speed is too fast, resulting in imperfect data in many aspects. Luo Wen crossed his legs and slammed his whole body on the table in front of him again and again. "Postponed? Did you know the news had already been released? The whole world is waiting for our launch. The White Palace has even invited leaders from many countries to watch the launch. You want to pause at this time? Do you think that's possible? The chief engineer was also a little embarrassed. But what if? I'm worried that the whole project will fail. Impossible. Luo, when interrupted him. The basic data is fine. We can skip the system weaponry demonstration and just launch it. Are you unable to do even that? Well, let me give it a try and see if I can adjust it to the best condition in the final time. After saying this, he left quickly. Luo looked at the back of the person, leaving him with great displeasure. So dithering. Researchers just don't have any guts at all. After saying this, he quickly sent a message back to the White Palace. Everything is going on as usual. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the Eagle Sauce mothership will take off. Talangpo breathed a sigh of relief. If it really couldn't be carried out, he would be in great disgrace this time. Okay, everyone get ready. This mothership launch is bound to completely reverse our reputation as an American hawk and turn the attention of the world back to us. We'll need these guys for the next war. If they were indecisive, it would be difficult for him to control them. We can't always use interest to oppress these people, right? This is not very realistic. Only true belonging and inner strength are the foundation for them to finally embark on this big ship. Talangpu was thinking carefully in his mind. Soon, it's time for the Eagle Sauce to take off. The whole Eagle Sauce was boiling. The live broadcast platform was preheated an hour in advance, and tens of thousands of netizens were waiting in the live broadcast room. Countless broadcast outlets quickly spread the news throughout the entire Blue Star. Long will also open the live broadcast room at the same time. Boss Lin, they're about to start. Should we still continue our patrol? Lin Xia waved her hand. Of course we'll continue. The senior leaders are all waiting. We can't stop just because Eagle Sauce takes off. Have all the equipment been debugged? Yin Wenyu nodded. Everything is fine. Everything is normal. There is no problem. Lin Xia nodded. Okay, then notify all the leaders to wait on the scene. At this time, the Eagle Sauce's launch was also prepared on site. Talangpu and Luo walked onto the stage, surrounded by a group of high-ranking officials. It ended with a passionate opening. The whole scene was instantly filled with excitement. Luo stood in front of the audience and gave orders to the mothership base through the big screen. Ready, lift off. With an order, the entire huge gray monster rumbled up from the ground and slowly left the ground. At this moment, the entire live broadcast room exploded. Holy shit, he's really up. Oh my god, our country's scientists are so amazing. People who don't know would think we're going to fight aliens. Ha ha ha. I have to say, after this, I'm afraid no country will be able to catch up with our country's pace. Awesome. That's so awesome. As they sighed, the entire mothership slowly took off. 3,000 meters, 5,000 meters, 8,000 meters, until an altitude of 9,000 meters. Everything appeared to be operating normally. The base's chief engineer stared at the entire data panel with a frown on his face. The technicians standing by were all very worried. Time is tight. If there's any deviation in the data, we'll be in big trouble. I don't know why Commander Luo is so anxious. Chief Engineer Nick rubbed his brows and said, no matter what, today's launch must be stable. He muttered to himself, it's only a 2-hour demonstration. I can definitely hold up. There will definitely not be any problems. However, when a mothership's altitude reaches 10,000 meters, sudden drip, 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 the entire base immediately started to call the police. But everyone watching the scene at the moment had no idea of all this, and the normal reporting and broadcasting was still going on. Luo accepted the flattery from all sides with a smile on his face and continued to explain the technical scope included in this aerospace carrier. During this period, quick, check the powertrain control system. Hold the launch. All ships begin self-inspection. Quick, quick, quick. Hurry up. Immediately, all the engineers in the scene were in chaos. Because they couldn't hear any sound, the audience in the live broadcast room started to speculate. What's going on? Why are you suddenly so nervous? No, why do I feel sparks coming out of the motherships? But that's impossible. Was it set up on purpose after all? It's not excessive to set off fireworks to celebrate on such a big occasion. A group of people who were looking for fun started talking nonsense. But didn't you notice that the takeoff also stopped at 10,003 meters? Some professionals still discovered the problem. Next second, A shrill alarm sounded throughout the scene at the same time. I don't know who made the mistake, and the sound from the base was transmitted directly. Sudden pressure drop in port engine number 3, the operator screamed. At this moment, the entire audience was in an uproar. It seems there is a malfunction. Chapter 143, I won't even lean on the wall. I'll just surrender to you. It seems there's something wrong with the Falcon's power system. Lin Xia walked up with a smile and headed towards the helicopter that was taking off from the mothership. The helicopter rumbled into the air and headed towards Xuanwu. The leaders also strode into the mothership one by one. After a few minutes, everything was ready. Lin Xia immediately ordered now. Xuanwu will take off and fly through the sky with you all. As his voice fell, the anti-gravity engines rapidly injected more energy. The entire aircraft carrier rumbled and began to rise to a higher position. As the scenery of the sky appears little by little, all the leaders present began to breathe rapidly. Everyone's eyes were wide open and they were extremely excited. Oh my God, is this the helicarrier? It's so shocking. It feels completely different from flying on an airplane. It's like a small island rising from the ground. Woo woo woo. It's so exciting that an old man like me can actually witness such a grand spectacle in my lifetime. I heard that the Eagle Sauce next door seems to be testing the launch as well. Lin Xia nodded to the leader. Yes, they're testing it. He waved his hand, and a large screen immediately appeared in the empty space in front of him. On it was the live broadcast footage of Eagle Sauce. But something wasn't right at the moment. The tail of the mothership was breaking through the stratosphere, dragging a light blue flame, and the heat protection layer on the surface of the hull seemed to be starting to show signs of problems. Yin Wenyu leaned forward and said, "This seems like a big problem. Although the altitude has increased slightly compared to just now, it's obvious that the stability of the entire mothership has decreased significantly." Xiao Kong looked at Lin Xia. "In this case, can they continue the test? Won't there be any serious accidents?" The scene at this moment, faced with overwhelming doubts and questioning from the top leaders of the White Palace. Luo Wen still tilted his neck and said, "It's okay. These are just some minor issues. There won't be too many problems." Talangpu became a little nervous when looking at the scene. "No, let's pause the live broadcast first." Luo Wen quickly stopped him. "Absolutely not. If we pause now, wouldn't that tell these people that our test has failed? Nick, can the problem be solved? Can we continue our testing work?" He roared at the communication device. The camera just happened to capture this scene. Lin Xia was amused. "You're really being stubborn. Are you still going on? If we continue any further, I'm afraid their mothership will fall down with black smoke billowing out of it." This newly appointed Luo Wen is so eager to make a name for himself that he completely forgets that some things can't be rushed. As he spoke, a clear voice came from the live broadcast room. "The attitude control system has failed. Captain Rowan, we can't go on. We must descend to repairs as soon as possible." Nick was going crazy. If he continued like this, he estimated that his entire career would be ruined here. "See this?" Talangpu quickly ordered. "Shut down the live broadcast. Shut it down immediately." Swish! The live broadcast room instantly went black. The audience was stunned. Oh shit, is it going to crash? No way. Something went wrong right after taking off? Is Eagle Sauce capable? I heard it cost hundreds of billions of dollars. If it really fails, wouldn't it be a huge disgrace? It's being broadcast live around the world. Now everyone has seen their jokes, haha. No, their official website posted a message saying they're adjusting the equipment and will resume testing in half an hour. Recovered in half an hour? Doesn't that seem like a big problem? In the discussion among everyone, their base was in chaos. Luo Wen was completely frantic. "What's going on? What's going on? I told you guys to just maintain your ascent, and you're not even able to do this." Nick felt aggrieved. The time is too short, and many places are still not fully tested. We haven't collected data outside the stratosphere for many drills before, so it's normal to have problems now. If we don't descend in time for repairs, it will probably disintegrate in mid-air. This is the most serious situation. While Nick was answering questions, his fingers were rapidly tapping on the control panel, quickly conveying adjustment commands. "Wait a minute, sirs. I estimate I should be able to recover and hold on until the test is complete." After hearing this, Talangpu and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Wait a minute, and, at the same time, pay attention to controlling public opinion. At this time, on the Xuanwu, As the screen of the live broadcast room went black, Xiao Lao and the others laughed. It's really lively. Xiao Lin, you're really reliable. Our tests don't have all these fancy things. Yin Wenyu, there's a problem with the power system. It's impossible to complete the repair work within half an hour. They're just trying to stabilize public opinion. Mr. Lin, do you want us to join the fun? Yin Wenyu smiled mysteriously. Lin Xia's eyes lit up. Dean Yin is still the one with the best ideas. He quickly turned around and said, Mr. Qiao, how about we go for a look around? And how about using their press conference to give us some free publicity? Xiao Kong was stunned at first. Then he laughed. Then go. We have to do something so profitable. After saying this, Lin Xia waved his hand. Xuanwu, turn around, target Eagle Sauce for high-altitude test, set off. Boom! Powerful energy is quickly injected. The entire Xuanwu quickly changed direction, and the entire white hull instantly flowed with blue energy. The originally suspended state instantly turned into a state of rapid movement. Everyone looked at the ever-changing scenery outside the window. Someone asked worriedly, will they be discovered and attacked by other countries before they even reach their altitude? Lin Xia immediately said, no, with invisibility on, they wouldn't notice me even if I were right above their heads, let alone just passing by. Yin Wenyu also nodded. The latest technology and materials solve this problem. In the case of surprise attack, we can definitely show up unexpectedly. In an instant, the force of an entire warship appeared. This is actually the advantage of the air combat platform, and it is also the reason why everyone is afraid of it. But don't worry this time. We don't have many weapon systems with us. We're mainly going around to test their normal operation. At the same time, announce it to the countries around the world. After hearing this, the leaders took a deep breath. That's good, that's good. Ha! It's me, an old man, who doesn't know how to worry too much. This aerospace carrier platform can be said to be the largest and most terrifying military equipment in this century. Chapter 144 Ward's Birth. This is Dragon Country. As the Longwa Xuanwu continues to approach, Nick's work is almost finished. The values finally returned to a stable state. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. Call. Fortunately, it didn't delay the overall testing process. After the debugging was completed, he quickly called Luo Wen. Sir, we can start over. Hearing his words, Luo Wen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, the live broadcast will be restarted in 10 minutes. Now start reconnecting the device status. Sizzle. The live video stream restarts and the device begins connecting. The audience who had just been waiting in the live broadcast room immediately woke up. Is he really recovered? It seems so, but this time is still acceptable. At least it took a whole day to repair without any repairs. Here it comes. There's a picture. Suddenly, a huge white figure appeared on the live broadcast screen. The mothership appears. Hey guys, do you feel like something's wrong? Why does this feel bigger than the previous one? The person above, it's because the camera is too close. It's just a visual difference. How could it get bigger after half an hour? It's not made of plasticine. How can it get bigger or smaller as it pleases? That's right. After the repairs, it's stable. Look at the laser cannon on that platform. Oh my god, I didn't realize how cool it was just now. Hey, dude, you know what? Those densely packed things are missile vertical launch unit equipment, right? In an instant, everyone started discussing. The entire big screen was filled with exclamations. Luo Wen didn't notice anything unusual at all. Seeing that everyone's emotions had stabilized, he immediately raised his chest. Good, keep going. Talangpu also gave him an approving look. Representatives from other countries at the viewing site finally calmed down. One by one, they began to discuss the technical level of the mothership itself. The English naval commander asked, I wonder how many carrier-based aircraft we can have at once. Luo Wen looked towards the audience and said, the number of carrier-based aircraft has reached 3,000. It is equipped with various energy weapons and guidance equipment, and even possesses stealth capabilities that surpass those of 6th-generation aircraft. The power system uses a controlled nuclear fusion device, which has the ability to travel over long distances. The anti-gravity engine device can even allow us to break through the stratosphere and reach higher altitudes. When saying this, Luo Wen was really very proud. This is the biggest and most impressive achievement since he took office. However, just as several people were talking, A barrage message suddenly flashed across the live broadcast screen. Look, what was that red thing on the hull that just flashed by? Oh my god, why does it feel like the red flag of the Dragon Kingdom? What are you talking about? Even if it's a flag, it should be the stars and stripes. At the beginning, these comments did not attract anyone's attention. But gradually, there were more and more related comments. Sudden, the red color in the live broadcast room suddenly flashed again. This time, the audience who just paid attention saw it. Oh, shit, it really is the red flag of Dragon Country. Did the staff get the wrong flag? This is a major mistake, right? No way. No way is Eagle Sauce going to make such a big mistake in front of the entire Blue Star audience. People were exclaiming. Soon, the sound of this discussion also reached the scene. The representative of the Russian Bear pointed at the discussion on the live broadcast screen and said, "Isn't this your country's mothership?" In a word, the entire scene, including the live broadcast room, exploded. Fuck, you're right, this isn't Eagle Sauce's mothership, but Dragon Country's, right? I have to say, the color of this mothership is wrong. It doesn't match the one just now at all. Oh my god, no way. Dragon Country has also built an aerospace mothership. Luo Wen frowned. Are these people crazy? Is it okay to say such things casually? The officials around him also frowned, looking dissatisfied. Although we are testing the scene for the entire Blue Planet, the quality of the spectators still needs to be screened. The Russian representative's face immediately turned ugly after hearing this. But he still raised his neck and said, "I advise everyone to be confident and try it out. Otherwise, you'll get into trouble if you make a mistake later. It's just maintenance. Could it be that even the color of the mothership has changed?" These words made Luo Wen's heart beat like a drum. What's going on? The official on the side was about to refute, but when he saw that Luo Wen's expression was not right, he immediately became nervous. Talangpo glanced at him, then lowered his voice and asked, "What's going on?" Luo Wen shook his head. "Let me check. It must be because the live broadcast room wasn't adjusted properly. Dragon Country can't possibly have a mothership, and it's even more impossible for it to appear directly in our camera. Absolutely impossible." Although his heart was beating like a drum, but he still forced himself to calm down and decided that this situation would never happen again. This is outrageous. He quickly dialed Nick's number. "What's going on? The live broadcast footage is severely distorted. Also, why is there the Dragon Nation flag?" The Knicks were stunned. "Sir, what are you talking about? Where did the Dragon Nation emblem come from? Our mothership has only just reached 9,000 meters. Didn't you order the camera to wait at 10,000 meters? I was just about to connect. Bang!" As soon as he finished speaking, the communication device in Luo Wen's hand fell to the ground. This attracted everyone around to look in his direction. At the same time, Luo Wen's gaze was fixed on the live broadcast screen at the moment. The camera zoomed out, and at this moment, a silver steel behemoth that looked like a prehistoric beast suddenly appeared in everyone's sight. It's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that a red flag is flying above the head of this silver steel behemoth. And that was the reason why Luo Wen stared at him intently for a moment. Everyone followed his gaze. Next second, everyone seemed to have seen some extremely terrifying and shocking scene. Each and every expression was filled with shock and stupidity. Oh my god! Everyone's attention suddenly shifted. Talangpo suddenly stood up from his chair and looked at the scene in front of him with disbelief. "Rowan, explain it to me." In the sunlight, the huge and dazzling cold metal light blocked out the sky, and it was as majestic as a rainbow. Boom, boom, boom. It appeared in front of these people so openly. For a moment, a vast aura instantly swept across the entire sky, 10,000 meters high. The Eagle Sauce mothership that had just taken off couldn't help but feel a sense of horror. Nick clicked on the video curiously. "What's going on? Why does it seem like there's electromagnetic interference?" The next second, his blood pressure rose sharply. "Walter, Chapter 145, I think I'm okay again. Where did this mothership come from?" He was sure that this was not their mothership. "Captain Rowan? Rowan." So this is why Luo Wen asked him just now. A warship suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and it looks like it's much larger than their Falcon. Nick felt unwell all over, and he couldn't describe what the feeling was. He just felt that his whole body was trembling. He was a professional and could tell almost at a glance that the technology level of this mothership far surpassed that of their Falcon. But who is it? Who has this technology? How dare you now drive it so blatantly over everyone's heads? Following his voice, the entire scene was in complete chaos. Many people exclaimed in surprise at the big screen. Oh my god, are these aliens? I'm gonna have a megalophobia attack. Shit, so that wasn't our falcon at all. That's impossible. Could it really be from Dragon Country? At this moment, there were countless questioning voices. The huge figure did a parallel parking and extremely sharp angle. With a set of silky smooth operations, it stopped steadily in the live broadcast room camera. The huge silver-white body stretched across everyone's heads. At that moment, the whole world seemed to become dim because of it. Without bothering to question, everyone looked up at the sky, countless eyes fixed on the sky in front of them. At this moment, the gaze that was like a sharp sword almost pierced through the entire sky. At the same time, Lin Xia and others on the Xuanwu finally realized the problem. Huh, looks like we've been discovered. Lin Xia rubbed his eyebrows. He originally planned to hide for a while. That's all. This time is also fine. Dean Yin cracked their live broadcast platform, including the voice call function. Yin Wenyu. Yes, connect now. Soon. Suddenly, a young voice was heard from the entire Eagle Sauce testing site. Hey, can you hear me? Hey. As Lin Xia's voice came out, the whole world suddenly became quiet. There were tens of thousands of people at the scene, but you could hear a pin drop. Everyone was shocked. After nearly 10 seconds, everyone at the scene slowly returned to normal heartbeat. Only at this time did someone ask a question tremblingly. Are these people from Dragon Country speaking? Didn't they say that Dragon Nation was not invited to the Falcon's test? Could it be true that the giant in the live broadcast is actually the Dragon Nation's mothership? I think this is the only possibility. Didn't you see that Luo Wen's face on the stage is pale? Everyone's discussion reached Talangpu's ears without exception. The atmosphere at the scene quickly turned gloomy. However, at this moment, Lin Xia's voice was still ringing in the live broadcast room. Dear live broadcast viewers, this is the Dragon Nation's Xuanwu aerospace carrier. Now we bring you the first report on the maiden flight of the Xuanwu aerospace carrier. This is the test flight site of the Xuanwu aerospace carrier. As you can see, the Xuanwu of the Dragon Kingdom has risen to an altitude of 10,000 meters and is here with the audience friends. Greetings from leaders from around the world. The atmosphere at the scene was weird. Everyone looked at the American leader in the stands with strange expressions. Representatives from several countries couldn't help but start discussing it. I didn't expect that a Dragon Country would suddenly appear in the Eagle Sauce's testing ground. It seems that the Dragon Nation is even faster than them. I think they are much bigger in size. That's not right. Could it be a mistake? Isn't this too weird? At this time, Talangpu was almost going crazy. He slapped the table in front of him hard. Fuck. My fuck. Turn off the live broadcast for me. As soon as these words came out, many representatives from other countries laughed out loud. I used my best equipment to help Longhua. It would be a lie to say I'm not angry, but more of it is fear. The sudden fear lingered in the hearts of Luo Wen and all the leaders present. As the live broadcast room closed, Talangpu ignored the embarrassment and stared at Luo Wen in front of him. Luo Wen, can you explain to everyone what's going on? Why did our mothership get replaced with a Dragon Country one? And didn't you have any prior knowledge of Dragon Country testing its aerospace carrier? Why did such a misunderstanding occur? Talangpu was so angry that he paced back and forth. You know this is broadcast worldwide, right? Luo Wen nodded cautiously, then clicked on the screen of his own launch. Mr. President, our mothership has been launched normally and is now operating normally. It would have been better if this hadn't been said, but once it was said, the image of their mothership appeared. The strong contrast immediately caused the entire audience to burst into uncontrollable laughter. Talangpu's eyes swept over sharply in an instant. Everyone around shut up, but he couldn't help it. His shoulders were shaking violently. Luo Wen was also in a difficult situation. He didn't expect this situation to happen. Only at this moment did he realize that he had been set up by the chief of Longhua. Fuck, so they released that report on purpose? You want me to lose my composure? But it's too late to react now. However, this scene just now made Mattis, who had been on vacation, realize that something was wrong. He repeatedly listened to the voice of the person who had just spoken on the Dragon Kingdom mothership. What's going on? If I heard correctly, this person's voice is probably the voice of the assistant at the energy conference, right? He felt at that time that this person was not right. He is obviously very young and is just a small assistant. But in that situation, not only did he behave neither servilely nor arrogantly, but their people also did not blame him for saying the wrong thing. Now that I think about it, combined with the mothership incident this time, a bold guess suddenly came to his mind. Fuck, could he be the guy behind Dragon Country's technological explosion? Matt suddenly became excited, as if he had discovered some big secret. At this time on the Xuanwu, Boss Lin, the Eagles have issued a warning to us, asking us to leave their controlled altitude as soon as possible. Lin Xia smacked her lips and said, "Let's go, we've already finished our presentation." Several old leaders were immediately happy. Haha, I can already imagine the old man looking frustrated, as if he had eaten shit. Although it's a bit arrogant, how should I put it? Xiao Kong nodded. It's also quite satisfying. That's right. He showed up so brazenly and then made a big move, successfully stealing their spotlight. Luo Wen's face must be turning green with rage. Lin Xia waved his hand with satisfaction. Okay, let's set off for the return journey. Return to the country to announce our official press conference. Chapter 146 Dragon Country Xuanwu. Happy New Year. 2 hours later, after the news about Longhua was released, only then did Luo Wen and others sitting in front of the TV become completely certain of this matter. Is this huge ship that looks like a prehistoric behemoth really the Dragon Kingdom's aerospace mothership? Countless people are numb. According to Eagle Sauce's description, their Falcon had already dominated the entire blue planet. Now that we have seen Longhua's Xuanwu, everyone feels that it is obviously not good enough. The perception of Dragon Country's technological explosion has been refreshed once again. Talangpu clenched his hands, and his whole body was shaking uncontrollably. Luo Wen, is this the satisfactory answer you gave me? You don't even know if they're actually researching it, and you let them slap you in the face at our press conference. Luo Wen wanted to argue, but when he opened his mouth, he found that he didn't know where to start. Who would have thought that Longhua's confidentiality measures were so good? This time it really overturned his cognition. Mr. President, please give me another chance. I think Falcon is a success. Otherwise, do you think you'd still be standing here? Talangpu interrupted him. That damn Dragon Nation. If I hadn't known the strength of their mothership, I'd have wanted to declare war on them right then, and they're based on their outrageous actions. The leaders nearby only reacted at this time. That's really too much. How dare you drive it, right over our heads? Luo Wen scratched his head. Judging from the current situation, not to mention the weapon system, just looking at the stealth capabilities, they have completely surpassed us. These words left the group of people present speechless. This is the most heartbreaking point. After a moment of hesitation, Talangpu said, "Even so, we must warn them at the border. Do they really think they can step on our heads? It's a joke. Don't worry. Just leave this matter to me," Navy Commander Paul Watson said hurriedly. Talangpu's complexion improved slightly. At the same time, this is different from the dull atmosphere on the Eagle side. There is harmony in the Dragon Kingdom. As the news of Xuanwu was released, there was jubilation throughout the Dragon Kingdom. It has to be our mother. If she didn't take action, it would be fine, but once she did, it was such a stunning success. When Xuanwu arrived at the Dragon Country livestream, I almost fell out of bed laughing. It was so cool. Haha. Who would have thought that my mom would also learn these moves from the powerful nations? It's really cool. I've imagined the appearance of the aerospace carrier countless times, but who could have imagined seeing it in person would be so overwhelming that it would make me gasp for air. Look at these news messages. Xiao Kong patted Lin Xia's shoulder with satisfaction. I knew he would not disappoint us and stop Eagle Sauce from overtaking us this time. After this, we will just prepare for the match and focus on improving our own abilities. Lin Xia's brows tightened. Do you think the war is not far away? Xiao Kong nodded. Yes, judging by the recent deployment of the Eagle Sauce in various countries, it is indeed the case. You've been focusing on research, so you might not be aware that they've quietly increased their military presence in several countries. From the beginning of this year to now, the number of staff in South Korea, Singapore, Kalimantan, and Singapore alone has increased 3 times. That's not all. Maritime-related fields are also constantly being explored and explored. These people's wolfish ambitions have never been extinguished. I've been testing you all the time and will never give up thinking about our Dragon Country. Lin Xia clenched his fists. Sooner or later, the Eagle Sauce will turn us into a vassal state. Xiao Kong was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. The young man is still very idealistic. Lin Xia looked at Xiao Kong seriously. Mr. Xiao, don't you think there will be such a day? Xiao Kong didn't say anything, but just looked up at Yin Jing in the deep night. After the Xuanwu is officially delivered and put into use, I hope we can gradually establish similar production lines. Although this big guy costs a lot of money, it is still the most formidable military weapon so far. Xiao Kong said. Lin Xia nodded. I'm already planning this. As for the expenses, it still requires Lao Zhuo to work hard. At this moment, Zhuo Bohin sneezed in a distant country. Hey, who missed me? Finish the work on this end. Lin Xia left the Dragon Palace lightly, planning to go home and celebrate the new year with Linda Hai. He hasn't been home for more than a year. If he doesn't go back, the old man might forget about his son. Yang Kitchen followed closely behind. Boss Lin, let me go with you. Lin Xia waved her hand. No need. I have someone to protect me. You should go back and have a good rest. Everyone has been on edge these days. It's the Chinese New Year. I'll come back after I've had a good rest. The same goes for Lu Ruifeng. I've already packed everything up for you too after the New Year. If you don't get enough rest, I'll be skinning you all this week. The two of them laughed cheerfully. Okay, then we'll leave tonight? Thank you, boss. But let me tell you in advance, if you have any questions, just give us a call, and we will definitely rush over as soon as possible. Lin Xia waved her hand. I understand. You guys can leave now. What could happen? Unless those countries start a war now, with Longwa's current military strength, wouldn't it be easy to deal with one or two disobedient ones? Anyone who wants to cause trouble for Longwa at this time will be walking into trouble. Soon, as the remaining work at hand was finished one by one, Lin Xia also boarded the return plane. On the plane, he finally had time to open the system and check the situation. After the development of this mothership was completed, his score had reached a terrifying 2,200 points. Plus, the product categories of the third-level mall are unlocked. Lin Xia took a quick look. In addition to the upgraded equipment, this Super A kinetic cannon actually caught his attention. Super A kinetic cannon, a giant electromagnetic cannon deployed in a planetary synchronous orbit. Powered by a controlled nuclear fusion device, it can simultaneously launch 5,000 tons of metal projectiles and hit targets at 3% the speed of light. Tactical positioning. Deploy 20 units, capable of undertaking planetary-level defense missions to a certain extent. The power of a single gun is equivalent to 2 nuclear bombs. Fuck. Lin Xia couldn't help but exclaim when he saw this. The ecstasy in his heart swept through his whole body. This made the guards beside him dumbfounded. Mr. Lin, are you okay? Lin Xia smiled and waved her hand. I'm fine. I just found some good things, and I'm a little happy. Chapter 147, A Rare Leisure Time. Long-missed neighborhood, familiar smell. When Lin Xia walked to the door with her luggage, she saw a hunched figure looking around not far away. Old Lintu! With a loud shout, Linda Hai suddenly woke up and his eyes lit up. You little bastard! He ran over quickly and was about to take Lin Xia's luggage when he was frightened by the 2 generals beside him. This is... Lin Xia waved her hand. It's okay, they are here to keep me safe. Let's go home quickly. What delicious food have you prepared for me? Linda Hai immediately became interested. Come on, I've cooked the meat. This year's meat sauce is especially good. The two chatted and laughed as they walked toward the house. Although they haven't seen each other for a long time, the relationship between father and son is still very strong. When they returned home, Linda Hai immediately prepared food. If your superiors hadn't told me you were coming back, I wouldn't have known. Linda Hai muttered as he brought the food. If you're going home next time, tell me in advance so I can prepare in advance. Lin Xia smiled, probably because her superiors were worried about her safety, so they made arrangements in advance. Okay, no problem. I'll tell you in advance next time. Linda Hai finally gave up and said, try the saljimin made by Dad. These 2 little comrades should eat more too. It's just like home. Lin Xia waved her hand. Eat quickly. Don't be restrained. My father is very good at making saljimin. This is something you can only eat in Andu, not anywhere else. The 2 young men were already drooling, and after saying this, they completely let go. The whole room was filled with the sound of them slurping noodles. The 3 of them enjoyed the meal very much. The rich and unique smell of meat filled the entire house. Linda Hai stood in the kitchen with a smile on his face. It is said that after a child is handed over to the country, one cannot have too many extravagant expectations, so he cherishes every reunion scene like this. How are you, little brat? Do you have a girlfriend at school? Lin Xia appeared with a smile. He didn't know that Lin Xia had left the school to become the head of Dragon Palace. Lin Xia suddenly coughed. The two guards quickly sat up straight, but they both pricked up their ears at the same time. They also wanted to know that the decisive General Lin was only younger than them, and they didn't know what kind of girls he liked. Lin Xia coughed and blushed. "Old man Lin, what are you talking about? I'm a good young man serving his country. Why should I worry about this?" He pretended to be calm. Lin Xia glanced at the two people next to him and immediately realized that he might have said too much, but he still wanted to ask. "Oh no, isn't it because Dad wants to have a grandchild? Your neighbor Aunt Wang's son already has 2 children. Even though you haven't graduated yet, you should start looking for a partner sooner rather than later. They say good partners are only found in college, and you may not be able to find one after graduation." Lin Xia chattered on and on. After lunch, Lin Xia fled the community. "Well, Dad, I'm going out for a walk. I haven't been back for a long time, and I miss Andu at night. I'm going out for a walk. You don't have to follow me." After saying this, he walked out alone. The two people behind him looked at each other and chose to follow silently. Follow him not far away. Lin Xia got on the bus alone, planning to use the time after dinner. Just like going to school in the past, taking a bus from the first stop to the last stop, spending a few dollars to see the scenery along the way. However, he just got in the car and sat down, and hadn't even started to enjoy the scenery. Then I heard a commotion coming from the car in front. Look in the direction of the sound. There seemed to be soldiers present. An old man with gray hair stood in front of the veteran, gesturing and making decisions. "Can't you soldiers give up your seats? Aren't you serving the people?" The old man was flexing his biceps and pointing fingers, as if he wanted the retired soldier to give up his seat. Following her line of sight, Lin Xia could clearly see that the soldier seemed to be in some difficulty. A girl next to her immediately stood up. "What? I have to give up my seat for you just because I'm serving the people? They worked hard all day defending our country, and you're just out for a walk, so why are you acting so high and mighty here?" "No, just sit still, little brother." The woman pressed down the soldier's shoulder as he tried to stand up. "Mr. Lin, should we go over and help?" The guard beside him asked Lin Xia hurriedly. Lin Xia waved her hand. "Don't worry." The old man still refused to give in and tried to pull the soldier's clothes. The woman immediately started arguing with him, but the old man relied on his height and tried to attack the woman. When he swung his slap, the next second, he was stopped by Lin Xia. "Old man, don't go too far in public." The old man immediately directed his anger at Lin Xia. "Who are you, and what does this have to do with you? What's wrong with him, a soldier, giving up his seat to me, an old man in his 70s or 80s? The old man seemed a little embarrassed. "Still want to continue." The two people behind Lin Xia immediately stepped forward and blocked Lin Xia's way. The old man immediately got scared. Lin Xia turned around, looked down at the soldier in front of her, and reached out her hand to shake his empty sleeve. "Just sit still. You have no obligation to do so. You're doing this for them." Hearing what he said, the soldier's tears fell down. He looked at Lin Xia with a slightly choked voice. "Thank you, young comrade, I'm fine. I can get up. Let the old man sit down." The old man was so scared that he was stunned. Who knows what he just saw? It turned out to be the Goen token. He had no idea who the young man protected by these two was. But one thing is clear. This person is definitely not a simple person. "Well, no, thanks. You sit down. After saying this, he hurriedly got off the bus at the next stop. Lin Xia and several others also got out of the car. Although Lin Xia has only been in the army for 2 years, he has an inexplicable protective attitude towards these soldiers. "Mr. Wang Dahu, right?" The soldier hurried forward and said, "Comrade, it's okay, forget it." Lin Xia patted his shoulder and said, "It's okay. The country will not let people like you down." The soldier's eyes changed instantly. He felt that the identity of the person in front of him was definitely not simple. "You." Without waiting for anything to happen, Lin Xia stood aside with an imposing manner, looking at Zhou Dahu coldly. "Mr. Zhou, you are suspected of verbally insulting a soldier. I have called the police station over." Zhou Dahu staggered back. He had done this many times before. "Not really. I was just talking nonsense. What are you doing?" Lin Xia looked at him coldly. "Don't think you can say anything casually. He is a soldier, yes, but he is also a veteran, a wounded soldier, and a people's soldier who sacrificed himself for ordinary people." Lin Xia pointed out word for word what went wrong today. The old man's face finally began to look bad. Chapter 148, Antarctic Mystery. Are there really alien fragments? I am wrong. Isn't that okay? You don't want to arrest me for such a small thing, right? Wang Dahu was not convinced. Lin Xia sat there coldly until several people from the police station came over. What's going on here? Lin Xia quickly stood up and took out her ID. When the words Dragon Palace appeared, several policemen were frightened. Hello, Chief. The soldier also saw the unit name on the certificate at the first time. It turned out to be someone from the most mysterious unit, Dragon Palace. He stood up quickly. He wanted to stand at attention and salute Lin Xia, but his right hand was gone, so he could only stand up straight with a flushed face. Hello, Chief. Several policemen returned Lin Xia's ID tremblingly. Commander, leave this man to us. Don't worry, we will handle him properly. Lin Xia nodded. Don't let our comrades shed blood and tears, and now they have to be bullied by such people when they come back. Everyone nodded heavily. You are right. The soldier's entire body began to tremble. Chief, Lin Xia looked at him. What's your name? The soldier trembled and said, Commander, my name is Zhang Li, and I just came down from the battlefield where we fought against the white elephant. Lin Xia nodded. Let's go, I'll take you home. Zhang Li quickly said, No, we'll be there soon. Two national security officers beside him had already stopped the car. General Lin, Comrade Zhang, get in. Lin Xia also raised a gentle smile. Let's go. If we don't leave now, there's going to be a traffic jam, okay? Zhang Li then got into the car, and the car drove all the way into a small village in the suburbs before stopping. It's right up ahead. Zhang Li's eyes lit up, then dimmed again. There's no one left at home. I only have one younger sister, and she's married far away. If we go back now, I guess there won't be anything to entertain the chief. Hearing him say this, Lin Xia's throat suddenly became dry. It's okay. After all, it's Chinese New Year, and I'm getting discharged from the army, so I have to go to the front door and set off some firecrackers. In fact, the country will make arrangements for such people, but Lin Xia doesn't know why, he just can't bear it. Do you still want to work for the country? Zhang Li's eyes lit up instantly. I want to, but He looked at his empty right hand, and his expression suddenly darkened. I'm afraid it won't work anymore. Lin Xia sighed. Pull up your sleeve so I can see. Zhang Li was a little confused, but still chose to pull it up actively. Lin Xia took a closer look and said, It should be possible to install a robotic arm. Come with me. If you still want to live like a normal person, I can use new technology to give you a robotic arm. However, you'll be in great pain during the recovery period. Are you sure you can accept this? Zhang Li's eyes turned serious. Report to the commander. I can do it. If I'm not afraid of death, then I won't be afraid of these things either. Okay, then let's set off firecrackers. Lin Xia said with a smile. That night, they were busy until very late before going home. On the way home, Ho Bing, Yang Ku, I'll leave this matter to you guys. The two nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. Ho Bing was a little confused. Actually, the higher-ups have arranged a job for him. Are you sure you want to take him back with you? Lin Xia nodded. For some reason, when he saw Zhang Li just now, the images of the veterans who died in the war years flashed before his eyes. He suddenly felt a little bit sorry. Anyway, he encountered this matter, so he did his best to help. What he didn't know was that his reluctance would become the light for Zhang Li's rest of his life. After 3 consecutive days of rest, Lin Xia felt that her mental state had finally recovered completely. On the morning of the first day of the new year, he opened the door. I saw 2 smiling figures at the door. Yang Qichen, Lu Ruifeng, why are you here? The 2 of them happily held the gifts and said, We are here to celebrate the new year. As they were talking, 2 people walked in quickly. Uncle Lin, Happy New Year. In the study, Lin Xia frowned. Are you saying that the Antarctic expedition back then actually found something? Yang Qichen held up one of the documents and said, According to the group of people from our country who have been there are indeed some problems. It seems that the Eagle sauce must have made an exceptionally significant discovery there. Look at these photos. They're the most detailed we have found so far. Lin Xia took it and took a look. There were some strange marks on it. We established our research station too late, but those countries that came before us were much earlier, especially Argentina and his team. According to our current investigation, when the Eagle sauce went there, the blockade along the way was particularly severe, especially in Argentina, which was completely isolated. Lu Ruifeng speculated. But based on our current investigation, I think they know something. Perhaps communicating with them would yield some results. Yang Qichen shook his head. I have anticipated your idea a long time ago, but do you think the eagle sauce will really allow it? I am afraid that all traces have been erased. What if? What if there are descendants who are involved in this incident? The three of them suddenly fell silent, looking at the documents in their hands for a long time without saying a word. After a long while, Yang Kitchen finally spoke. Actually, I've always had a guess in my mind. Could it be that the alien spaceships that have been rumored are not fake? Or that the aliens are not fake either? Could this be the reason why the eagle sauce insisted on going despite the serious situation at the time? But since there is no direct evidence, he can only speculate. Lin Xia frowned and thought for a moment. That's possible. And when they land on the moon later, will they make some important discoveries? So this is what led to their subsequent rapid technological advancement. Lu Ruifeng nodded, then shook his head. The moon has always been the target of our human exploration, but so far no one has said that they can fully unlock the secrets of the moon. Lin Xia looked out the window. Perhaps building a lunar base as soon as possible is what we should do. After your vacation, please contact those people at the space base and we'll discuss this. Okay, no problem. That night, Lin Xia stayed up late with the photos and information. South Street Scientific Expedition, District 8, Lunar Exploration, and Mars Project. These ideas are nothing now, but they were indeed too advanced at that time. Lin Xia believes that some things still need to be in the hands of Longhua, and they must investigate this matter thoroughly. It seems that I still need to find a chance to contact Argentina. Chapter 149, The Wrath of the Dragon Kingdom. Millions of Corpses. On the third day of the Lunar New Year, when Lin Xia was still following Lin Dahai to visit relatives. At this time, it is on the other side of the 83rd parallel. In a Western restaurant in South Korea. Suddenly, a loud applause sounded in the quiet restaurant. The boy who was originally a waiter was knocked to the ground by a slap. Ashi, you know you didn't use honorifics to greet me just now, right? You know my boyfriend, you little brat? The woman looked at the boy in front of her with disdain. My boyfriend is the commander of the Eagle Sauce Garrison Base. The waitress nearby hurried over. Excuse me, sir. We are international students from Dragon Country. We have just arrived, and our honorifics are not very good yet. A student from Dragon Country? The foreigner, standing nearby, suddenly became interested. He slowly stood up and walked in front of the young man. Are you from Dragon Country? He looked at the boy in front of him embarrassedly, and then slapped him hard. The girl next to him wanted to help stop him, but was kicked away by this guy. The South Korean woman immediately curled her lips and said excitedly, Honey, teach this guy a lesson. How dare you not use honorifics? Just because you're from Dragon Country, you think you're so great? We're still Eagle Sauce people. The boy looked up at the man stubbornly. Feeling the unfriendly gaze, the foreigner rushed forward again with the bench. Fuck, you're the only ones here, right? You're the only ones who dare to insult us, the Eagle Sauce, internationally. I want to see what your bones are made of. Are you really indestructible? This foreigner was drunk and started beating people like crazy. Several teenagers who were working with him wanted to stop him, but they were unable to stop someone who had been training for many years. Moreover, when the restaurant heard that they were from the Eagle Sauce Garrison, no one dared to step forward or stop them. Everyone just stood there watching coldly. At the end of the fight, the guy finally got tired and grabbed the boy by the collar. Are you afraid of dying? The young man said stubbornly. I'm not afraid. Even if I die, my country will not let you go. Again. But despite this, the boy kept his head held high. My country will come to save me, and my country will not let you go. Absolutely not. The foreigner snorted coldly and dropped him viciously. Don't touch him. I want to see who will save him. The woman snorted coldly on her high heels and followed the foreigner away. The boy's vision gradually began to blur. In the last moment of his life, he clearly saw the red flag as if it was right in front of him. Mom, I might not be able to come back. Soon, the news spread back home. A Chinese student studying in South Korea was beaten to death in a restaurant. Once the news spread, it immediately aroused the anger of millions of Chinese people. What are you talking about? Those damn South Koreans don't want to live anymore. Damn it. Fuck it. If I don't beat them up so hard that their mothers won't recognize me, I'm not a real man of Dragon Country. Damn it. I think it's time for the tanks to roll into those South Koreans' territory again. On the third night of the Lunar New Year, the news quickly spread throughout the Dragon Kingdom. Lin Xia also received the news early. Old man, have a good New Year. I still have work to do. I'm leaving first. After saying this, Lin Xia boarded the special plane without looking back and headed straight for Yinjing. On the plane, he learned the whole story in detail. Yang Kitchen, Boss Lin, this incident was instigated by a female idol named Park Sunmi. Her boyfriend is said to be a major officer at the Eagle Sauce Garrison base named Beto Hayes. Here is his information. They believe that the boy, Lu Jirong, did not use honorifics when serving them the food, which caused the conflict. After these two bastards knocked him to the ground, they refused to allow anyone to provide medical treatment. This resulted in Lu Jiarong's spleen rupture and his death from not receiving timely medical treatment. Lu Ruifeng's hands were shaking. This child is only 19 years old this year, and he has only been there for a short time. At this moment, the atmosphere in the entire cabin was extremely depressing. What is the public opinion at home and abroad? Lin Xia asked. Yang Kitchen. The people of our country strongly demand that these two bastards pay with their lives and demand that the South Korean government speak out. There's no news from the Eagle Saw side yet, but according to rumors, they seem to want to bring that guy back to their country. If this guy runs back to Eagle Sauce, everything will be troublesome, so the problem must be solved before that. Lin Xia interrupted him without emotion. Yes, that's true. Public opinion is having a huge impact right now, and all the leaders in Yinjing are furious. That's why I asked you to go back quickly to discuss this meeting. Lin Xia took a deep breath and slowly loosened his clenched fists. Take over the 56th Marine Division. Yang Kitchen and Lu Ruifeng looked at each other, and both saw shock in each other's eyes. Soon, I am Bai Jingyi, commander of the 56th Marine Division. Lin Xia's deep voice came over immediately. Master Bai, I'm Lin Xia. Bai Jingyi stood up straight in an instant. Hello, Mr. Lin. Commander Bai, have you seen the news? Biyingi nodded heavily. In his hand at that moment were the photos of the scene sent back from abroad. His hand was shaking. Who would have thought that such a thing would happen in the 21st century? It's simply outrageous. Lin Xia nodded. I am giving you instructions as the highest person in charge of the Dragon Palace. Bai Jingyi was instantly shocked. Yes, Mr. Lin, please speak. Lin Xia said slowly. 56th Division, all warships deployed. Target South Korea. Catch that bastard couple and destroy the Eagle Sauce military base. Bring back. He took a deep breath. Bring back our child. Bai Jingyi. Yes, the 56th Division obeys the order. With the order from the Dragon Palace, there was no need to wait for news from Yinjing. Bai Jingyi knew that he could kill this guy with his own hands. Hang up the phone. Division Commander? What do the higher-ups say? Do they need us to issue a military threat warning? Bai Jingyi shook his head. The leaders of the following groups immediately became anxious. Are we not going to take action in this situation? No, let me go. I will definitely capture this guy, quietly, and let the state deal with him. Bai Jingyi shook his head, and his eyes instantly flashed with light. No, it's not that we won't be dispatched, but that all of them will be dispatched. Without waiting for anyone to react, he said coldly, order the entire army. The army is marching towards South Korea. Both of them looked stern. Yes. Chapter 150. Revenge Action, Aircraft Carrier Approaches. Half an hour later, the people in the North Korean waters all witnessed an extremely terrifying scene. At the junction of the sea and the sky, a white steel giant rumbled past them and headed straight towards South Korea. The silver-white object in the front resolutely broke through all obstacles in the wind and rain. On the deck of the aircraft carrier, 24J-15TS carrying long-range PL missiles moved towards the takeoff position one after another. In the air, countless helicopters rumbled along as they moved forward. Under the sea, 3 Type 093B nuclear submarines are approaching rapidly in silent mode. The entire South Korea was instantly on alert. Drip, drip, drip. An unknown warship is approaching. Radar detected an unidentified aerial signal approaching. Unknown signal detected on the seabed. Urgent notification. For a moment, the entire South Korea was in chaos, especially the Eagle Sauce Garrison base. Beto Hayes held his head and said, I just beat up a Dragon Country student. He died because of his own failure. What does it have to do with me? Besides, what does the Dragon Nation want to do now? Are they planning to start a war over this? Pon. The garrison base commander, Ross Santos, slapped Beto so hard that his ears started buzzing. Commander, what are you doing? I didn't kill him. Los Santos gave him a speechless look. Who do you think you're messing with? That's Dragon Country. It's still their Lunar New Year period. Do you know how quickly public opinion spreads? Now the whole country is demanding that you be handed over. You, boy, have really been bewildered by women. Beto was a little panicked. Sir, you won't hand me over, will you? I'm a soldier of the United States Army. I represent our country, the United States Army. Los Santos snorted coldly. Wouldn't that make Longwa look down on us? He slowly turned his head to look at Beto, who was kneeling on the ground, then smiled. You were just drunk. It was that woman's fault. Beto reacted and nodded quickly. Yes, it's that woman's fault, not mine. Los Santos waved his hand. Start full defensive combat preparations. At the same time, send a distress message to headquarters. Yes. Los Santos slowly walked up to the slightly flustered South Korean military leader, Lee Young-ho. General Lee, don't panic. Our Eagle Sauce military base is right here. Just go ahead. Hearing this, Lee Jinghao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, we trust you. After saying this, he didn't even wait for them to leave. Boom, strapje. Two huge waves exploded towards the sea. The entire sky suddenly became dark and fighter planes were approaching. At the same time, all the Dragon Kingdom warships were slowly approaching on the sea. For a moment, the sky roared and the sea was vast. A murderous atmosphere swept across the entire coast. Li Jinghao walked out quickly. Faced with the situation of the approaching army, although he was a little panicked inside, he still took the loudspeaker and shouted angrily. This is the South Korean border. I repeat, this is the South Korean border. It seemed that the army had no intention of stopping. Li Jinghao questioned directly. Dragon Nation Army, what do you want to do? With the army approaching, do you want to start a war? Bai Jingyi heard his call, but he turned a deaf ear to it. Do you have a map of the Eagle Sauce military base? Report to the commander. I got it, I'll pass it on right away. Bai Jingyi nodded, and in front of him was a huge military base defense map. He waved his hand and said, Go, fighter planes, do a patrol for me first. Boom! The first wave of fighter planes took off quickly and headed towards South Korea. Li Jinghao's shouting continued. Dragon Nation Army. This is South Korean airspace. No entry. No entry. No one listened to him, and everyone took his words as an aid to start a war. At this moment, the people of Long Country have only one goal in mind. That is, destroy their military bases. Kill that bastard. So-called verbal threats? Sorry, we don't understand Korean. They watched as the fighter planes flew over their heads and headed towards the country. Li Jinghao angrily threw the loudspeaker in his hand. Oh my, that's too much. Keep our cannons ready. Several members of parliament on the side were a little nervous. Should we fire? That's a real declaration of war. Shall we talk about it first? Li Jinghao turned his head and said, What are you afraid of? Los Santos has spoken. They will protect us to the end. I don't believe Longwood dares to do anything. However, he had just finished speaking. Bang! Boom! The huge explosion sounded so clearly in his ears. Accompanied by the sudden tinnitus, Li Jinghao was a little scared. Where does this sound come from? At this moment, he still hopes to deal with the threat from Long Kingdom at sea. But, General, a bomb was dropped on the military base. The speed was too fast, giving them no chance to react. First, 3 fighter jets were sent out to quickly drop bombs on the Eagle Sauce military base. Boom, boom, boom. It exploded, causing a huge noise. The pilots in the cockpit were all delighted. Alas, I feel particularly comfortable. Little South Koreans, do you really think that you can make us do nothing just by relying on the power of the tiger? Sorry, we have zero tolerance for any provocation. At this moment, everyone at the South Korean military scene felt a huge threat. Li Jinghao took a deep breath and said, It's okay, don't panic. The Eagle Sauce will fully support us. Even if the military base is completely destroyed, nothing will happen. Besides, there's nothing there yet. It's just warning fire. They just want people. Just as he was comforting himself on the deck of the warship, Commander Bai Jingyi walked out slowly. Li Jinghao, I advise you to hand over those people as soon as possible before I lose my temper. Otherwise, he deliberately lowered his voice and looked at him coldly. For a moment, Li Jinghao really felt that death was waving at him. In an instant, his hands began to tremble. This is just a civil dispute. It doesn't escalate to a state-to-state level. Besides, we've already taught those 2 guys a lesson, and they'll be held accountable for this. You shouldn't use military force for this. You are destroying the peace of Blue Planet. Bai Jingyi scratched his ears and said, You kept talking a lot, but you still didn't tell me when you'll hand the person over to me. Li Jinghao knew very well that the person must not be handed over, otherwise they would be convicted of murdering the dragon people. But in this situation, what can we do if we don't pay? Bai Jingyi stretched out his finger and said, I'll count down to 10. If the person still doesn't show up after I lose, then we won't be polite. Li Jinghao panicked. Don't worry. He quickly turned around and ordered his men, Quick, pull that damn woman up. Hurry up. Chapter 151, It's time to die. Soon, a tied-up, disheveled woman came to the center of the two armies. Park Sumi looked around like crazy. Originally, after she returned home yesterday, she didn't take this matter to heart at all. I even got a facial that evening, thinking about going on a date with Appa tomorrow. However, before he could wake up, public opinion was in an uproar. As for herself, she was taken directly into a dark room. The next time I opened my eyes, I was here. Ashiba, what are you doing? Do you know who I am? I'm Congressman Park's daughter. Why did you bring me here? I didn't kill that dragon countryman. Why did I do that? The anger in Bai Jingyi's eyes suddenly burst out. Without waiting for Li Jinghao to speak, the mecha warriors on the deck took off instantly and headed towards them. Next second, the position of Park Sunmi's feet changed. Standing in front of Bai Jingyi, Park Sunmi began to tremble all over. You, what do you want to do? General Li, please save me. My father will give you a lot of money. Please save me. Faced with the huge threat of death, the woman finally felt afraid. But it was obvious that it was too late. The guard beside her slapped her in the face instantly. Pah! His whole face instantly swelled up like a pig's head, and he was unable to speak except for Bai Jingyi nodded with satisfaction, then slowly bent down and met Park Sunmi's eyes. This doesn't seem to be even 1/10 of what you beat that boy with. Park Sunmi. Woo, I didn't. Bai Jingyi slapped him again. Sorry, I didn't hear what you said clearly. Park Sunmi completely collapsed. It would be better to just give her a quick death. But how is that possible? Bai Jingyi slowly stood up. Where's Beito? Do you want us to go in and search directly? Or do you want to bring it over? Li Jinghao couldn't help but shiver. He's a member of the Eagle Sauce faction. We have no right to do so, and you can't just arrest him. Otherwise, you'll be destroying the peace between the two countries. The Eagle Sauce people will definitely hold you accountable. I advise you not to pursue this matter any further. We have already made proper arrangements for your students, and will hand them over to you later. It would have been better if he hadn't said this, but as soon as he said it, the atmosphere on the entire warship changed. Bai Jingyi's eyes were instantly filled with murderous intent. Do you know how easy it is to make your tiny country disappear? Li Jinghao, you, what do you want to do? There's an American military base behind us. The artillery fire is now aimed at you. I advise you. Before he could finish his words, the bullet grazed his ear. At the same time, Lin Xia's voice rang out on the communication device. The sound like the messenger of hell declaring death instantly swept across both sides. Destroy their military base. This time, I will make their entire strait and military base be buried with our students. In the South Korean military base, Los Santos put his hands behind his back, looking calm and composed. Don't worry. They'll only dare to fire cannons at the door. They won't dare to actually start a fight. Besides, our domestic military aircraft carrier is already on its way. I don't think Longwood dares to actually declare war on us. In fact, they don't want to care about the provocation provoked by Beto this time. It just so happened that the higher-ups recently said that we shouldn't be polite to any dragon people. Take this opportunity to test the bottom line of Longwa. It seemed that they won the competition for the aerospace carrier, but in fact, in Los Santos's view, they angered some warmongers in the country. Now there are people in Congress who are proposing to declare war on the Dragon Kingdom. If a war really breaks out, Los Santos doesn't think the Dragon Kingdom can defeat the Eagle Sauce. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This smile immediately made Beto feel more at ease. Then, Commander, am I okay? Los Santos glanced at him, then patted his head. Don't worry, you won't die, but you will still receive the military punishment you deserve. Beto burst into tears of joy. Sure. I'm willing to accept any military punishment. Just don't hand him over to the dragon people. But the next second, Li Jinghao's urgent voice suddenly came from the communication device. Ashrun, boom! As soon as the words fell, dense artillery shells that covered the sky and the sun are arriving in an instant. The entire military base was immediately bombarded with artillery fire. Both Los Santos and Beto fell to the ground instantly. Oh my God, they actually dared to open fire on us. Los Santos rushed out of the office to direct a counterattack. But as soon as he looked up, a bullet was aimed at his head. Boom, strapje. There was silence in an instant. Beto watched his leader disappear and was immediately shocked. After realizing what was happening, he quickly left the spot and tried to find a place to hide. However, turn around. Then the mecha warriors of Dragon Country slowly descended from midair. The leading soldier glanced at the photo on the touchscreen. Are you Beto Hayes? Beto was dumbfounded and nodded blankly. Next second, a black sack instantly covered the area. Soon, the entire American military base was reduced to dust. Report to the division commander. The mission is accomplished. The target has been captured. Bai Jingyi looked at the smoke, not far away, and nodded with satisfaction. Good. Now let's set off. Return. Accompanied by the red flag of the Dragon Kingdom, this huge team slowly sailed out of the South Korea Strait. After their figures completely disappeared, Li Jinghao's head slowly emerged from behind the cover. He dialed the number on the American side with an embarrassed look on his face. When learned that the South Korean military base was destroyed, the whole person exploded on the spot. Oh my God, how dare they? How dare they destroy our military base? Don't they want to live? Fuck, isn't it just a student who died? He really went too far. Hurry up and get the warships and aircraft carriers to intercept these people. Quick, a subordinate beside him whispered. I'm afraid that's not possible. According to the news, Dragon Country's space-based weapons have been debugged. Without preparation, we cannot provoke a bigger war. Otherwise, we will not be able to end it. Wen's eyes were filled with anger. So we just put up with it? Of course not. It's time for this great war to begin, but we need to take a long-term view. The think tanks nodded. We are not foolish, reckless men. On the contrary, we have decades of war experience that surpasses that of the Dragon Nation. Even during these past few years of peace, we have been waging military wars all over the world. It's only a matter of time before we destroy their country. But before we destroy them, we need to destroy one person first. Wen was stunned. Who? The people on the side clapped their hands, and then they saw Mattis slowly walking in from outside. I know who is behind the Dragon Kingdom's technological explosion. Chapter 152, the historical issues between North and South Korea, should be resolved. Mateus? Why are you here? Wen was shocked. And what did you mean by that just now? You found intelligence that even the CIA couldn't find. Mathis nodded proudly. Yes, so I can stand here again. Wen glanced at the others in confusion. The men nodded and said, the president has given his permission. Mattis is leading the assassination. At night, when the news spread, all countries were shocked. The Mao Xiong emperor said seriously, what's the situation? The Dragon Nation forcefully attacked the Eagle Sauce military base, destroyed the South Korean Strait, and took those two people directly back to their country. It can be said to be a thunderous move, extremely swift. The Mao Xiong emperor rubbed his brows and asked, what about the Eagle Sauce? External condemnation has been fully released, but it probably won't have much effect because they are in the wrong in the first place. All countries are in a tense situation now. I know this. In the past hour alone, leaders from 7 or 8 countries have called me to inquire about our stance. The situation is extremely tense. The Russian emperor knows very well that perhaps some things are ultimately unavoidable. But he was struggling. Is he on the side of Longhua or the side of Ingjiang? Or should we remain neutral? But can the Eagle Sauce really make them continue to remain neutral? It seems that it is still unknown now. Emperor, what should we do? If the Dragon Nation asks us what we mean, should we respond? The emperor rubbed his eyebrows. Let's see the situation first. If the Dragon Kingdom is isolated by the Eagle Sauce Alliance, then adding them will be useless. If Dragon Nation can win over more allies, perhaps there is still a possibility for us to join. All of this must be done from the perspective of maximizing the interests of one's own country. But having said that, the scale in Emperor Mao's heart always leans more towards the Dragon Kingdom. I don't know why, but this nation always has a perseverance that surpasses everyone else. 2:30 in the morning. Dragon Kingdom, Yinjing. Yang Kitchen quickly entered the Dragon Palace with a man. General Jean, please come this way. Our top leader is waiting for you inside. Nobody knows. That same evening, North Korea's supreme military commander, Kim Kwang-ryol, received an invitation from the Dragon Kingdom. Jean Guanglia walked in quickly with a nervous mood. As the door opened, a young but determined face appeared. General Jean, hello. I'm Lin Xia, the head of the Dragon Palace. Jean Guanglia quickly took 2 steps forward. Hello, Mr. Lin. Thank you for your invitation. I wonder why you invited me here this time. When they received the news, the top officials in North Korea were shocked, but when they learned that it was a high-level official from the Dragon Country, they still chose to come that night. They were naturally aware of what was happening in South Korea, so they had some guesses in their minds. When he saw Lin Xia at this moment, a feeling of nervousness instantly spread throughout his body. It's like something big is coming. Lin Xia just smiled a harmless smile. Then he said slowly, I think it's time to resolve your North-South issue. I support your reunification of North and South. With just one sentence, Jean Guanglia forgot to breathe, his eyes widened instantly, and he became a loss. As if he had heard some unbelievable news, his pupils suddenly contracted sharply. His shock was beyond words, and the water cup in his hand almost fell to the ground. Call! He took a deep breath and looked at Lin Xia with sparkling eyes. Are you serious? Do you support our reunification of North and South? For many years, the unification of North and South has been a major problem in their minds. Just like the Dragonclaw Island in Dragon Country, this issue has been running through their top leaders from beginning to end. They also tried to seek help from the Americans, but unfortunately, there was no significant progress on this matter. Now suddenly they hear that such a powerful country actually supports their unification issue. The blood in Jean Guanglia's body couldn't stop boiling. A pair of eyes instantly filled with tears. Thanks. On behalf of North Korea, I would like to thank you for your support first. He grabbed Lin Xia's hands. Lin Xia smiled and patted his hands. Bring over the detailed plan. Yang Kitchen immediately walked up quickly and handed Jean Guanglia a detailed aid plan. That night, Jean Guanglia didn't know when he left the Dragon Palace. He only knew that he was very excited when he left. Under the lights, he looked up at the magnificent Dragon Palace and murmured, perhaps the new world will have to start anew from this ancient eastern country. Inside the dark prison, Beidou sat helplessly on the ground, dying and unable to speak. When the dark figure appeared in front of him again, he couldn't stop shaking. No, don't do that. Our country will sanction you. He shouted incoherently. Our country will not give up on me. Oh, really? It's been several hours since you were captured. Where are the people from your country? Lu Ruifeng snorted coldly. A soldier came over and said, Minister, the woman's confession is ready. The only thing missing is this guy's. Lu Ruifeng threw the pen in front of him and said, Hurry up and write. Don't count on your country anymore. You're no different from a dog in their eyes. It's just a lost dog. They won't care at all. Beidou endured the pain in his body and said, Impossible, no way. Lu Ruifeng slowly squatted down, and then used his mobile phone to open the report published by Eagle Sauce. Look, they've publicly announced that you're just a discharged soldier and have nothing to do with their unit. Buzz. Beidou felt as if all his faith collapsed in an instant, and his whole body immediately became limp and powerless. I was expelled from the military? At this moment, he finally gave up and slowly picked up the paper and pen and started writing. Lu Ruifeng clapped his hands and walked out of the prison. Watch him finish writing it, stamp it with his fingerprints, and then send it to the diplomatic department to counter the public statement from the Eagle Sauce. At the same time, these 2 individuals will be publicly executed by firing squad at noon tomorrow. Public execution? The subordinates were stunned. Isn't this how death row prisoners were executed in ancient times? Kaishiku, public execution? Lu Ruifeng nodded. Not sending them to vent the people's anger is already treating them well. Public executions are necessary. Our students cannot die in vain, and our people cannot be bullied in vain. These 2 guys must pay the price, and the rest of the world must see that bullying our citizens is tantamount to openly declaring war on us. Our country is a nation that cannot tolerate any injustice. After saying this, he left the prison without looking back. Beidou, who had lost hope, was left lying on the ground like a dead dog. Chapter 153, the situation is tense and war is approaching. After these 2 guys were publicly executed, the news quickly spread throughout the Blue Star. People around the world were shocked. English netizens, Oh my god, is this how the Dragon Kingdom protects its children? Shouldn't we say that being a citizen of their country is a bit too lucky? Kangaroo country. No government in any country has ever gone to such great lengths to avenge an ordinary citizen. Haven't you heard that the Eagle Sauce military base has been completely destroyed? German netizens. So cool. Let's see who dares to bully the people of their country in the future. This time they picked the wrong target. The people of Longwa living overseas were also excited. The feeling of having a strong backing behind them makes them feel particularly at ease. Woo woo woo. See who dares to bully our people again. Liu Jiarong sacrificed one man in exchange for the common safety of the people of Dragon Country around the world. It goes without saying, the country's drastic measures this time are simply incredible. It's simply unbelievable. When I actually saw the dilapidated situation on both sides of the strait, I felt so proud. My country, my home, this is the country that our 1.4 billion people love and care for. For a while, public opinion fermented wildly, and in the end, these posts were spontaneously posted by some netizens under the comment section of the White Palace's official website. This forced the official website of the Eagle Sauce National Organization to close the comment mode. At the same time, there was a solemn and gloomy atmosphere in the White Palace. Fuck, that's too much. These dragon people are simply lawless. God, what are they trying to do now? Are they going to openly declare war on us? Sacrifice a student in exchange for a reason to declare war. Some people even started to engage in conspiracy theories. Luo frowned. How about we declare war? Unite with other countries and declare war directly on the Dragon Nation. Idiot. Talangpu looked at him speechlessly. Declaring war without knowing anything? Are you sure you can handle these countries now? We're going to attack them when they're at the peak of their powers? Do you think they're fools? They can't measure their own interests? Luo lowered his head instantly. Mattis took the initiative to step forward and said, Wait a minute, it won't be too late to take action after I kill the guy from the Dragon Kingdom Dragon Palace. They've lost their greatest spiritual support, just like when Dragon Country lost that person during the anti-Japanese war. They won't be able to hold on for much longer. As they say, this means capturing the leader first. Talangpa nodded. The joint pressure should not stop, but we must also make other plans. All right, Luo 1, I'll leave the pressure to you. Create a disturbance around them and disrupt their united spirit. Luo nodded. Okay, no problem. Inside the Dragon Palace at this time, Lin Xia slammed the document closed in her hand. Good. Well done. Everything is within our expectations. Next comes our battle preparation phase. Hearing what he said, everyone below couldn't help but become nervous. Lin Xia glanced around. Commander Xiao, you're the primary person in charge of preparations for war. We will need a large number of reserve troops, starting with nationwide recruitment. At the same time, begin simulated military training, starting with a landing battle on the 83rd parallel. Xiao Tianlei nodded. Indeed, these guys still want to enter the Dragon Kingdom. This is indeed the easiest way. But the Dragon Country today is no longer the Dragon Country of decades ago, and the 83rd line is no longer a place they can land at will. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. Lin Xia nodded, then looked at Zhuo Bohan beside her. Mr. Zhuo, how is the current arms business? It may be time to spend a lot of money now, and the country needs your support. Zhuo Bohan said cheerfully, You know what? I just signed a few big contracts with some big-name companies recently. The same thing happened with North Korea. Their demand for arms has suddenly surged. Lu Ruifeng smiled and said, That's all because of Mr. Lin. Zhuo Bohan was puzzled. Does this have anything to do with Mr. Lin? Xiao Tianlei explained. Perhaps it won't be long before we can see the unification of North and South Korea. By then, we won't have to prepare for a landing battle, but we'll just have to defend other border crossings. Several people present were shocked when they heard this. My God, General Lin is still quick. I was wondering why the North Koreans need so many arms. Zhuo Bohan said happily. Lin Xia stretched out her hand and pressed it. Boss Shua, I will show you some ways to make a lot of money later. Our Tianhe will gradually become more formal. Like international companies, we are not just about arms sales. We also want to make money from ordinary businesses, such as driverless cars and air traffic. There are many ways to make money, not just transporting arms. Zhuo Bohan was amazed when he heard what he said. Why does it feel like Mr. Lin's technical drawings are just like dealing playing cards? Ha ha ha. But that's no problem. As long as I have the technology, I dare say that in less than a year, I can dominate the entire Western European continent. When a country needs money, just take it from me. I am a country's granary. Ha! Soon, after this conference, the Dragon Palace issued several national decrees for several consecutive days. Almost the entire day. All reports on the news channel of Longwa Central Radio and Television are about the recent national policy adjustments. The grandeur of this era is no less than that of the initial retreat. For a time, the atmosphere across the country was tense. People also began to discuss it privately. What's going on? Is a war about to start? Is war really going to happen? Is it going to be our dragon nation's turn to take the #1 spot in the world? Ha ha! The old man upstairs. You're not panicking at all. Your eyes are filled with nothing but excitement. That's right. Even though our country has a gun ban, if I get to the battlefield, I can still pick up a gun and kill him. Haven't you heard what those veterans of the A Bangkok campaign said? Their biggest wish is to fight the foreigners again. Ha! When the veteran interview video leaked a while ago, those foreign guys were so panicked. I'm looking forward to the day when 8th-generation aircraft and aerospace carriers will actually be deployed on the battlefield. The situation is becoming increasingly tense, but the emotions of the people of Long Country are becoming increasingly high. Even in the streets and alleys, people began to read the quotations of great men and review their godlike operations on the battlefield in those years. These behaviors seem very terrifying to foreigners. But in Longwa's eyes, it was just the rhythm of reviewing textbooks and preparing for exams. Chapter 154, Mecha Upgrade. Chungying level is online. Forbidden City. Lin Xia and the old man sat opposite each other. Old man, now everything is on track as we expected. The old man nodded and looked at the plan in his hand. What are your ideas for the future? This battle is definitely unavoidable. It all depends on how it unfolds in the end. Lin Xia smiled and said, Next, I want to lay out the space as soon as possible. Although it's unclear how many years the Blue Star contest will continue, it's foreseeable that after the Blue Star contest ends, the next step will definitely be the space contest. The old man nodded in agreement. Okay, don't worry and keep going. I will fully support you from behind. Lin Xia nodded heavily. In fact, in recent times, many senior officials have questioned whether he has taken too big a step, especially when it comes to sticks. These pressures have always been borne by the elderly. He trusts the old man unconditionally, and the old man is his most steadfast support. On the border between North and South Korea, a border conflict completely opened the curtain of this battle. As North Korea launched its massive attack, the entire South Korea fell into war. South Korea didn't bother to condemn Longwa and immediately sent a message for help to his godfather. But unfortunately, for a while, the Eagle Saw side really couldn't spare any people. Luo Wen was shocked. North Korea launched an attack? What do they mean? Who is behind them provoking a war now? Matt snorted coldly. Who else could it be? You can tell it's the Dragon Nation. They want to take advantage of this period to completely resolve their border issues and prevent us from staging another landing operation. After all, they're still afraid that we'll join forces with other countries to attack them. For the entire Eagle Sauce, they have paid a lot at various military bases. They will never give up. Even if the South Korean military base is destroyed, they can rebuild one. Let South Korea wait. Our aircraft carrier fleet will be here soon. But in just a few days, chaos broke out in Asia. Originally, the Americans thought that they were just the North Koreans and they could easily suppress them. But they only discovered this when their aircraft carrier fleet arrived. Holy shit, when did North Korea have so many aircraft carriers? And those black masses of fighter jets in the sky? It's no wonder they question it. Why do these things seem more and more familiar the more they look at them? Wardfa. When the aircraft carriers started bombarding each other and the fighter jets started dogfighting, people in Taiwan and South Korea began to doubt their lives. To this, Lin Xia only had one thing to say, which was, give full support and let them also feel what fire suppression is. When this all goes well, Lin Xia used the system to purchase orbital strike weapons. Super, a kinetic cannon. He originally planned to use the remaining 1,000 points to upgrade his existing equipment. But on second thought, the current aircraft carriers, warships, fighter jets, and so on are enough. His gaze shifted to the mecha. According to his observations during this period, the usage rate of the Xingtian heavy mecha is not high, but exoskeletons are put into use in large quantities. but there are still problems. This thing has certain flaws. So, he plans to give the mecha a major upgrade. Thinking of this, he quickly opened the system interface. Mecha, Chungying, 800 points. Function introduction. It has the ability to sail continuously for long distances, and its defense capability is 3 times that of the exoskeleton. It is equipped with high-frequency vibration blades and high-energy laser cannons. Note, the biggest advantage of the Chungying mecha is that it can be completely fitted with stealth wear. He originally thought it was just average, but when he saw the red text reminder, he instantly became interested. This feature is great. If wearing a mecha is like wearing clothes, then wouldn't everyone have the possibility of becoming a humanoid Gundam? Great, exchange for a Chungying class mecha. Exchange successful. Chungying mecha technical data is being distributed. This time, 800 points were spent. Remaining points, 200 points. As the system shut down, Lin Xia briefly scanned the things in his mind. He planned to make a set for himself after completing this Chungying. This thing is much better than an exoskeleton. Thinking of this, he quickly dialed Wenba's number. Upgrade the mecha. Exoskeleton. Wenbo glanced at the work at hand and said, I do have time, but do you want to join in person? Lin Xia, no, I'll leave it to you. You have experience. It's just that the first set is made according to my body shape, and I'll be the first test person. Although Wenba had some doubts in his heart, he agreed happily. Okay, then send me the information. The data was transmitted quickly. The moment Wenbo got the information, he was shocked. Isn't this the close-fitting soft armor under the absolute function? It even has defensive functions. This was truly a concept he had never seen before. But this material may require some specialness. He flipped through the pages and read. When the word liquid metal appeared before his eyes, Wenbo's breathing became rapid. Wow, Lao Lin, this is simply a killer move for the material world. Liquid metal, and even used to make such a large device. This is unprecedented in the world. Lin Xia asked decisively. Just tell me if you can do it. Sure. Wenba closed the information happily. Don't worry, just give me half a month. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xia finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, Yang Kitchen walked in from outside. Boss Lin, we've contacted the only technician who participated in the Antarctic expedition back then. Lin Xia instantly perked up. Did you really find it? Yang Kitchen nodded. This old gentleman is quite old and has been recuperating in a manner in Europe for many years. He has already agreed to meet with us once. Lin Xia immediately stood up. What are we waiting for? Let's go now. Yang Kitchen shook his head. Not yet. His physical condition is not very good. His personal doctor estimates that he will be able to recover in half a month. Then we can have a brief conversation. Okay, then half a month later, Lin Xia was not discouraged. Some news is better than no news. By the way, please contact the people of the aerospace department in the next 2 days to check their schedule. We need to plan the next research project. Yang Kitchen's eyes lit up. Space weapons? Lin Xia nodded. It's time to deploy the Star Destroyer weapons. Otherwise, if District 8 comes up with some powerful technology again, we won't be able to cope with it. Lin Xia was determined to win the impending war. Therefore, he must nip any possibility in the bud. Chapter 155, Star Destroying Weapon. Super, a kinetic cannon. During the half-month of waiting, Lin Xia assigned some of the work at hand to others and quietly considered the subsequent work related to space. About a week later, the Dragon Palace held the largest conference in aerospace. At the beginning of the meeting, Chief Engineer Wanda Chong reported on the progress of the Sky Eye project. Boss Lin, the first phase has been put into use and is operating very stably. Basically, the Starnet defense you mentioned can be achieved, and subsequent low-orbit satellite defense will not be a big problem. It can be said that dynamic phase cancellation technology will soon be able to transform the impact of ID-Man's missiles into harmless quantum fluctuations. Lin Xia nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. Then the basic functions can completely abandon Eagle Sauce's satellite, right? Wanda nodded. All right, our Sky Eye isn't just for defense. It also has absolute satellite capabilities. From now on, there won't be a situation where the Eagle Sauce stops its satellite and affects our communications. The coverage area has completely encompassed the entire blue planet. When talking about this, Wanda Chong was very excited. For some reason, in front of Lin Xia, he actually felt like a primary school student asking for praise. Lin Xia stood up with a smile and face thousands of technicians. Let's applaud ourselves. From now on, the Eagles will never again sanction us through satellites. We have achieved true space defense. Wow, wow, wow. Everyone applauded at the same time, and everyone's face was filled with joy for their hard work during this period. The efforts were not in vain. They completed the first step of space defense. But Lin Xia slowly walked in front of everyone. Everyone should understand that the sky is only the first step. The subsequent installation of orbital defense weapons and the actual construction of the space station will be a major undertaking. Also, construction of lunar bases and Mars bases. Of course, it's not just about putting people there. We need to build more offensive weapons there. Everyone was extremely excited by his words. Boss Lin, do you have an idea? Is the space station completely different from what it is now? Is the moon base the kind where people can walk normally? Faced with everyone's enthusiasm, Lin Xia just smiled and waved. First of all, the space station can also be understood as the 33rd heaven in the true sense of the Dragon Kingdom. It is an absolute air defense. The track-mounted high-energy weapon, the entrance weapon to the 33 heavens. As for the moon base and Mars base, they are two powerful neighbors next to the 33 heavens. As long as these three are fully constructed, I can assure you here that there is no one in the entire galaxy who can rival us, and humanity will achieve a true civilizational leap. Call. The commander who was listening took a deep breath. Just hearing about it is so shocking. I can't imagine the day when we can actually complete it. Everyone praised him and felt that the burden on their shoulders was very heavy. Okay, now that we've finished talking about this, it's time to talk about today's topic. As his voice fell, a huge drawing immediately appeared on the giant screen behind Lin Xia. Everyone, this is our next direction. Super A kinetic cannon, a giant electromagnetic cannon deployed in planetary synchronous orbit, capable of firing 5,000-ton metal projectiles. The current tactical positioning is to deploy 20 such devices in synchronous orbit, powered by ground-based controlled nuclear fusion base stations. Each shot has the power equivalent to a nuclear bomb, assuming greater defense responsibility. Eagle Sauce, Chinese intelligence agency. Jack was holding the latest information from the investigation. They're actually investigating District 8? Math, come and see, we haven't found out much about Lin Xia, but we did find out that they're investigating District 8. District 8? Did they realize something? Or did someone in our group leak something? Much wunderligt. Only the top leaders of the United States know about the affairs of the 8th District. Why did Long Hua suddenly pay attention to it? Jack shook his head. Probably not. But wasn't the route blocked during the scientific expedition in the 1950s? Mathis nodded. That's true, but the blockade doesn't mean that some people at the time didn't realize the problem. What if someone saw something? Thinking of this, he suddenly became a little anxious. By the way, where have they found it now? Jack took a person's information and said, this is a former Argentinian researcher named Mio. Mats took Mio's information and looked at it in detail. No, we should keep this person under surveillance and report any dragon people who come into contact with them immediately. If any dragon country official contacts him, a ruthless look flashed between his eyebrows. Then kill them all. Jack nodded. Judging from the recent movements of the Dragon Nation, their goal is very big. Mats snorted coldly. Just wait until I kill that Lin Xia, and then we'll see if they can achieve their bigger goals. By the way, Luo 1, how's the situation with the white elephant? Mathis turned to look at Rowan. Luo 1 rubbed his eyebrows. There were too many things happening during this period of time. The wars in various places alone have exhausted him mentally and physically. I heard that the progress is very smooth, and it is expected to be opened in a few months. The technology of Longhua is amazing. But there's a good thing about it. Mats, what? Luo 1. This has strengthened White Elephant's resolve to stand by our side. Originally, White Elephant was planning to challenge us because of the chip issue. Now they think that after this passage is opened, Longhua will definitely covet them, so they choose to actively approach us. Don't worry about the White Elephant. As for the Koreans, I'll think a way to get to them. They're just a small place, so they can't cause much trouble. Mattis rolled his eyes at him and said, you'd better pray. Don't wait until the North Koreans arrive in Seoul before you think of using coercive measures. Luo 1 was furious. If that doesn't work, there's also the nuclear threat. Don't North Korea have any? Mattis asked. Besides, who would dare to actually start a nuclear war? Don't be ridiculous. A real war will still be a clash of conventional weapons, unless we actually develop a device that can shield against nuclear weapons. By the way, we're already researching this device, but if you want to wait for it to come out before reconciling here, I'm afraid it will be too late. Luo Wen's face turned red and white after what he said, and finally he turned around and left angrily. Chapter 156, An Unexpected Surprise. Lei Yaoyang, is there any news from Wenba? Lin Xia asked. Lei Yaoyang looked helpless. Boss Lin, this is the 5th time you've asked this today. He felt a little embarrassed, even though this was his duty as a secretary. But if I ask any more, I'm afraid the cultural staff will really get angry. Lin Xia stroked the document in his hand. I don't know why, but I always feel that this trip won't go too smoothly. Lei Yaoyang suddenly became worried. Why don't you let someone else go? You don't go. Lin Xia shook his head. He was obsessed with this matter. I'll go by myself. If there is no task reminder in the system, then there shouldn't be any problem. Otherwise, it would be like last time, and I should have reminded you earlier. Just as the two were talking. Sudden, ding-ling-ling. Lin Xia's phone rang. It's Wenba. He immediately turned over. How about it? Wenba's voice came from the other end of the phone. You can come over and try it now. Great. You're so reliable. If you say half a month, it's exactly half a month, not a day off. Lin Xia walked out the door with excitement on her face. By the way, Lei Yaoyang, tell Yang Kitchen to arrange to go abroad. Lei Yaoyang nodded. Okay. Inside the laboratory, Lin Xia trotted in. As soon as I came in, I looked around. How's it going? Where's the equipment? Where is it? Wenba. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a buzzing sound. Right in front of him, a sliding display rack slowly appeared. Lin Xia widened her eyes, but all she saw was a small display stand with a card the size of an ID card. Where's my mecha? Wenba slowly walked out from behind. I've made some minor changes for you to make this mecha more convenient for you. Lin Xia's eyes lit up, and her gaze quickly shifted to the small card beside her. He reached out and slowly picked up the thin card. Gently rub the edge of the card with your fingertips, and you can feel the slight astringency brought by the nano-level texture. When I picked it up and looked at it, the sunlight shone through the card, emitting a faint silver glow. When Bo stood beside him and whispered, "Put your finger on it." Lin Xia nodded and did as she was told. The moment the thumb is placed on it, a crisp sound is heard instantly. Fingerprint entry in progress. Entry successful. As this mechanical and crisp sound rang out, a strange feeling instantly overflowed from Lin Xia's heart. My breathing suddenly stopped. The next second, when his finger pressed again, the entire card was like liquid mercury that was instantly ignited. Immediately, a silver light with a hint of blue burst out. Next second, the card disappeared from his hand. It turned into countless flowing silver liquid metals on the ground. Climb up quickly along his toes. Seeing this, Lin Xia was not afraid at all and became excited instantly. At this scene, he naturally understood Wenba's technical processing. As expected, giving this project to him was a perfect choice. This guy is a genius. Not only can he perfectly inherit his ideas, but he can also make major technological upgrades based on them. As his thoughts progressed, it was within Lin Xia's sight. All the silver liquid metal quickly climbed up his entire body. The cool touch passed over his neck, wrists, and spread finally over his entire skin. Soon, what Lin Xia could feel was that the blood vessels all over his body seemed to have awakened. Different textures are interwoven on the skin. In an instant, following a crisp click sound, Lin Xia was completely surrounded by the flowing silver metal. His whole body looked like a space-time warrior with a silver sheen. But despite this, it still does not affect the movement of his fingers. He can also move his limbs freely. Wenba walked forward. He tapped the control panel in front of him a few times with both hands. The metal helmet on Lin Xia's head slowly opened. How about it? Try making a fist. Lin Xia did as he was told subconsciously. The moment his knuckles moved, he could clearly feel the subtle sound of mechanical transmission. It feels like it fits perfectly with your muscles. Energy self-check complete. Weapon module on standby. Lin Xia waved his right hand. Swish! A blue high-frequency vibration knife instantly appeared in the palm of his hand. Raise your left hand slightly, and let your heart follow yours. A small high-energy laser cannon immediately appeared on his left hand. Lin Xia instantly pointed with his left hand, forming a straight line between the 3 points. Feel the energy gathering. Boom! With a single shot, the target in front of him immediately collapsed. Call. Good. It completely meets my requirements. Lin Xia nodded with satisfaction. Wenbo was also very excited. This is the first time I've come across this kind of technology. Thanks to your ideas, I feel that future mechas can undergo extensive upgrades. Lin Xia smiled and said, then I'll leave everything regarding the mecha to you. A man's dream, the ultimate individual equipment for the future military. This thing can increase our military's strength 5 or 6 times. Not only that, according to data testing, wearing the Chungying mecha can completely achieve the effect of 1 against 10. Wenbo said. As the two were talking, Wenbo touched the device on his chest. Swish! The silver mecha on his body was quickly retracted in a few seconds and returned to Lin Xia's hand, becoming an inconspicuous silver card. Okay, I'll take this. Mass production is left to you. After saying this, Lin Xia turned around and left quickly. Wenbo, hey, you didn't even keep any data from the human experiment just now. He smiled helplessly. Lin Xia treated this thing as a toy. If he took it out, it would probably shock the entire Blue Star's equipment. I wonder how many more surprises this kid has in his head. Good news. Good news. We found out the whereabouts of Lin Xia. Jack's face was full of surprise. He didn't expect that things would go so smoothly as expected. Mattis instantly turned over and stood up. Really? What news? Jack, according to the latest news, Lin Xia will enter Galmud Fort in 3 days. He's going to see Geo? Matt reacted immediately. It seems that even if I don't want to, I have to get rid of this guy. This guy is quite smart despite his young age. He can actually come up with so many ideas about controlled nuclear fusion. That's amazing. He was certain that District 8 had revealed a few clues in this matter. However, this guy caught the clues so quickly, and after unraveling the mystery, he actually found Geo. At this moment, Mattis felt a huge threat from the enemy. This feeling instantly made his whole body shudder. I haven't been this excited in years. Thanks for the news, Jack. After hanging up the phone, Mattis's face was full of twisted madness. Chapter 157 Memories from Old Geo. Galmud Fort, a private manor. Professor, the weather is nice today. Shall we go out and get some sunshine? The nurse squatted down in front of Mr. Geo with a smile. Geo's mental state is very bad. He is in a drowsy state every day. Only in the past few days has he felt better. He raised his eyelids tiredly. Are there any guests coming today? The nursing boy nodded and said, Yes, Professor, we have guests from Dragon Country coming to visit you today. Geo slowly opened his eyes. Yes, bring me some medicine. I need to wait for them to come. It's been so many years since I came back from that place. After those events, he first underwent 3 years of interrogation and imprisonment. Then came countless years of marginalization. The Eagle Sauce people were not sure how much he had seen, but they did not dare to kill themselves like this. Finally, when he was old and could no longer do scientific research, he truly gained freedom. No one knows the true face of the Eagle Sauce better than Geo. So when he heard that people from Longwool wanted to see him, he resolutely agreed. He was not sure how long he could live, nor was he sure whether the things he had not said would be taken with him into death. But one thing is clear. He doesn't want to die like this. It's time to let people know some things. Peter, go see if there are a few more cars parked outside, Geo said. Although Peter didn't know what was going on, he still chose to go to the door to see. Yes, Professor. There are several black cars parked at the door. I don't know what they are for. Geo sneered and pointed to the room inside. Push me in. He asked someone to take him all the way to the wine cellar. I'll wait for my guests here. You go and get busy. Peter looked around, then shook his head and walked out. At night, when the fiery red sunset hangs prominently in the sky, the plane that Lin Xia and others were on finally entered the small town. Mr. Lin, according to reliable information, CIA personnel have recently been waiting outside the manor where Mr. Geo is recuperating. This trip may be dangerous, Yang Kitchen said. But fortunately, we also brought national security personnel with us on this trip, and it's a private trip, so there shouldn't be any big problems. Lu Ruifeng said. But Secretary Lei Yaoyang was worried. What if those people have never let the old man go free his entire life? What if we find out our true intentions? The most feared thing is that this situation will occur. They were trying to be as private as possible, but these guys weren't fools. Especially the guy Mattis. He was the only one at the energy conference who saw Mr. Lin's true face. Yang Kitchen was puzzled. But Mr. Lin was an assistant at that time, and with his appearance, no one would have connected Mr. Lin with the person in charge of Dragon Palace, right? Given Lin Xia's youthfulness and appearance, people would probably believe he was a high school student. Listening to their worries, Lin Xia yawned and said, "All right, stop arguing. Is the front almost there?" Yang Kitchen. "Yes, there's still more than 10 minutes left. We can have dinner with Mr. Jiao." Lin Xia nodded, then sat up and straightened her clothes. "Okay, everyone, cheer up. We might be busy later. Soon." When night fell completely, Lin Xia and others were already standing outside the manor, followed by a quick doorbell ring. At the same time, it also woke up the CIA personnel who had been waiting not far away. "Commanders, someone has arrived," an oriental face. Mats in the office immediately became excited. "Is he really coming? Quick, send the video over." At the same time, Lin Xia and others walked slowly into the house under the guidance of the manor staff. It was not until they entered the wine cellar that they saw an old figure sitting under the light with his eyes half closed. Peter smiled and said, "I'm sorry, Professor. Your mental state hasn't been very good recently." "I'll go wake him up." Lin Xia nodded, then turned to the people around him and said, "Yang Kitchen and Lu Ruifeng stay. Everyone else go out first." "Who is it? I told you not to call me until my guests arrive." The old man was a little unhappy. Peter smiled and said, "Professor, your guest has arrived." As he spoke, he made way for Lin Xia and the others to appear in front of the old man. Gio slowly opened his eyes, and Lin Xia walked up quickly. In fluent Spanish, he said, "Hello, Professor. I am Lin Xia from Dragon Country. We're here to learn about the Grand Antarctic Scientific Expedition that took place in 1946. Lin Xia got straight to the point. "It's the so-called Snow Mountain operation." Gio smiled and nodded. "Perhaps I might not have mentioned this past to others in the past, but it's different now. Now that I'm almost dead, it's time for others to know a lot of things." Gio glanced at the two people beside Lin Xia, and Lin Xia immediately understood. "Okay, you guys go out and wait at the door." Although Yang Kitchen and Lu Ruifeng were a little reluctant, they still did as they were told. When only Lin Xia and Gio were left in the wine cellar, Gio slowly picked up the red wine beside him and poured a glass for Lin Xia. "I remember that was my first time participating in Antarctic scientific research." Gio's thoughts slowly drifted away until he was 19 years old and had just started working. Lin Xia sat quietly by the side and listened to him. It was February of 1948. "We were ordered by the Eagle Sauce not to enter or leave the base at will, but I couldn't resist my curiosity. I wanted to see what they were doing." Lin Xia took a deep breath, and her heart couldn't help but be lifted up. Gio continued. "That afternoon, the Eagle Sauce Admiral was suddenly attacked by a UFO over Antarctica. The incident was so sudden that it alarmed many local scientific expedition teams. Everyone wanted to come out and see what was going on, but they were suppressed by the Eagle Sauce people. They wouldn't let us see." Having said that, Gio instantly revealed a childlike smile. "I snuck out and saw it." Lin Xia's breathing suddenly became rapid. "See? Did they really see some extraterrestrial creatures? Or did they see some extraterrestrial aircraft?" Gio seemed a little confused, his eyes suddenly becoming hazy. The nurse at the side hurried forward and said, "Mr. Lin, please wait a moment. Let the professor rest for a while." Lin Xia nodded and sat aside for a long time. Gio, who had recovered a little, suddenly spoke. "The day I left, I saw." His eyes suddenly brightened. "I saw a strange humanoid creature. Besides," before he could finish his words, he heard a huge explosion outside. "Bang! Boss Lin, there is an attack from an unknown force." Yang Kijin Yelet. Chapter 158, A Sheep in a Tiger's Mouth. A tiger among a flock of sheep. Lin Xia's brows immediately furrowed. "What an annoying thing. Peter, is there another exit here?" Peter pointed to the back in panic. "Yes, there is another exit." Lin Xia nodded. "Take the professor and leave first." Peter was anxious. "What about you? These people are coming for you. They've been squatting at the door for a long time." The professor thought they were just monitoring, but now it seems that's not the case. Hearing this, the gentle expression on Lin Xia's face disappeared instantly, replaced by a solemn look. "Okay, I get it. You guys go quickly and protect the professor." Peter nodded heavily, then quickly pushed Gio away. After watching them leave, Lin Xia slowly turned around. He slowly took out the card from his chest. Click! As a clear sound rang out, the silver mecha instantly covered his entire body. At this time, outside the manor at night, followed by a burst of boom, thunder, and lightning. Apart from thunder and lightning, everything else is armed forces. Lei Yaoyang clenched the gun in his hand. No wonder Mr. Lin said he felt uneasy about this trip. So, these guys are really guarding here. How do they know? Yang Qichen and Lu Ruifeng also frowned. Although the incident happened suddenly, they were also clear about one thing. That is, there was a problem internally. Either their whereabouts were leaked, or Lin Xia's identity was exposed. The reason why these people came with such a strong momentum was definitely not because of Professor Gio. Right now, inside the distant command vehicle, Mattis stared at the monitoring panel in front of him. Lin Xia, I want to see how your silver tongue works this time. The energy conference was defeated by this kid's mouth. He underestimated this kid that time, but this time is different. He mobilized the most powerful special forces of the United States, equipped with the most advanced weapons and equipment. As they say, it's just a sheep falling into the tiger's mouth. I want to see how he gets out of here. Everyone, pay attention. Kill everyone except Lin Xia. The subordinate beside him was puzzled. Didn't the higher-up say that Lin Xia should be killed as well? Mats, it's okay if I destroy him. I'll keep this guy for great use. Since he can make Dragon Country's technology explode, then he can also make our Eagle Sauce's technology explode. It would be a shame to kill such a good treasure. Catch him for me. As he finished speaking, huge flames suddenly rose up one after another above the manor. Lin Xia walked out quickly. Yang Qichen asked worriedly, "Why didn't you leave with the professor? National security personnel have contacted the country, but the signal here is completely blocked. I'm afraid it will be difficult to get a response for a while." Lin Xia, what are the casualties? There have been no casualties so far. Our national security personnel are all wearing exoskeletons, so they can easily resist a small team. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a low, buzzing sound suddenly came from not far away. From far away, it gradually got closer. In just a few seconds, the source of the sound suddenly appeared in front of everyone. "It's a drone," Lu Ruifeng exclaimed. "It seems they want to trap us here to death." Yang Qichen took a deep breath and said, "Boss Lin, there's a car in the back garden. Please leave quickly. We'll hold them back. You must not let anything happen to you here." Yang Qichen had thought it through. Even if he died, he would not let anything happen to Lin Xia. He looked back at the people around him, and they all had the same idea. "Boss Lin, please leave quickly." Lin Xia's eyes were fixed on the sky in front of her. "You want to treat me like a sheep in a tiger's mouth? What a joke." It's still unclear who is the sheep and who is the tiger. Swish! A high-frequency vibrating blade immediately popped out from his right hand. "I'm sorry, you guys really messed with the wrong person today." As this sentence came out, the next second, Lin Xia's figure quickly disappeared from the video surveillance. Mats was terrified when he saw the surveillance video. What's going on? Where are the people? The scene changed. In the picture, Lin Xia's figure was seen moving among the crowd like a ghost. With just a few moves, he killed the first few people. He turned around again, and the gun of the person next to him was already in his hand. It was so fast that Mathis didn't even understand it. What's going on? Is this still a human? No. What is he wearing? Following his subconscious exclamation, Lin Xia quickly killed the man in front of him in the thunderstorm. Then he quickly turned around and looked up into the air, through monitoring. At this moment, their eyes suddenly met. The oriental face in the picture smiled at him like a ghost. Matt's breathing stopped, his eyes were filled with astonishment, and his mouth opened, but no sound came out. However, the screen quickly went black. "Quickly turn on the electronic jamming and shoot down these drones," Lin Xia ordered. The exoskeletons of all national security personnel are equipped with electronic jammers. It's easy to deal with these things. Soon, with a rustling sound, the drone fell vertically like dumplings. Lin Xia gently kicked away the Special Forces personnel who looked like a dead dog under her feet. "I told you not to try to attack me." A gap was opened in the attacking crowd. "Boss Lin, hurry up this way." Lin Xia turned around and took a closer look at the black car not far away. Before leaving, he quickly raised his middle finger in that direction. This scene was successfully captured by Mattis through a telescope. Fuck. Oh my god. Too arrogant. He was about to explode with anger, and quickly picked up the equipment around him and put it on. "Sir, where are you going?" Mattis' eyes were as dark as a venomous snake. "I'm going to catch this kid myself." At this moment, Mattis was more certain of the importance of the guy in front of him. "If we let this guy go this time, I'm afraid we won't have another chance." With his help, Dragon Country's development could very well reach over 50 years. We absolutely cannot let him go back. Tell me about Luo 1 and have him send a large force over. "But sir, this is not our country. If we make too much noise, it might." Mattis jumped out of the car with a gun in hand. "I can't care about that anymore. Contact me quickly. I will take all the responsibility, and I will also explain to Mr. President." After saying this, he quickly dived into the darkness. Chapter 159, I heard that you are looking for me? "Mr. Lin, the professor has already left on a small boat. This is the address he sent us for the subsequent meeting," Lei Yaoyang said. Several people quickly shuttled through the underground passage of the manor. There was countless artillery fire above his head and special forces chasing him from behind. Lin Xia nodded. "Has the drone arrived? Let's set off quickly and divert these people. We must not implicate the professor. After we shake them off, we'll head to the next location." Yang Kitchen quickly glanced at the communication device in his hand. "We're here, right at the exit." A group of people rushed to the exit and took a helicopter to fly quickly into the sky. Mathis followed closely behind. Looking at the helicopter circling in the air, he snorted coldly. "Want to run? Humph. Impossible. Catch up quickly." At this time, it was early morning in Yanjing. "What? Lin Xia was assassinated." Xiao Kong was shocked by the news. "What's going on? Didn't he go to see that old professor?" Yin Wenyu said, "I heard that they encountered an American agent, and someone exposed Lin Xia's whereabouts. There's a stinking rat inside us." Yin Wenyu said with difficulty. Hearing this, Xiao Kang's expression suddenly became serious. "This is outrageous. Immediately dispatch the nearest special forces to rescue them. At the same time, connect me to the people from the Agenton Ministry of Defense." Xiao Kong also stopped sleeping, and the entire Forbidden City suddenly became chaotic. No one expected that just an ordinary trip abroad would lead to such a big incident. "These bastards from Eagle Sauce are truly ambitious." Xiao Tianlei roared. "If anything happens to Lin Xia, we'll declare war now and destroy them." Xiao Kong calmed down the messy conference room and then looked at the military map behind him. "This is where Lin Xia is. There's a small island next to it." The group immediately began to discuss countermeasures. At the same time, Lin Xia and others also got off the plane quickly. After leaving Galmud Fort, the pursuit behind them did not end. "No, we won't be able to breathe at all if this continues. Everyone within 100 kilometers is already theirs. They want to kill us." Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Under the pursuit of artillery fire, Lin Xia slowly raised his cold eyes and looked at the small island not far away. There is no doubt that if you want to survive in a dead end, there is only one last way left. That is kill your way out. At this moment, he did not hesitate at all. "Open the cabin door." Everyone was stunned for a moment. "Boss Lin, what do you want to do?" Lin Xia said calmly. "The crazier they are, the more it proves that there is something wrong with this matter, and the more curious I am." After saying this, he quickly closed the mecha helmet on his face. Then it swooped down from 1,000 meters high like an eagle. The sharp gust of wind instantly engulfed him. The instantaneous speed has exceeded Mach 3. Lin Xia activated the mecha's combat mode while descending. Adversary mode is now open. Defense points are full. High-frequency vibration blade has entered the best mode. High-energy laser cannon has been fully charged. Radio shielding status completed. Continuous mechanical sounds rang in Lin Xia's ears. Bang! He stood still on the ground and clenched his fists. I could feel abundant energy filling my body instantly. Then he glanced at a group of people coming at high speed not far away. Now he can go on a killing spree. Glacier Island. It was a controversial place earlier, but now it is under the jurisdiction of Agenton. "Boss Lin, they're catching up." Several people stopped. The national security personnel quickly came up and said, "Boss Lin, we've made all the arrangements. You leave here by water, and we'll stop these people." Lin Xia looked at them, and then several people didn't react to what he meant. Lin Xia said slowly, "And then you all died heroically? Became martyrs?" Several people were speechless in an instant. This is our duty. We are responsible for your safety. Although Captain Wei Lingyun was injured, his eyes were firm. There was no trace of fear in his tone. Seeing the dark crowd coming, he became a little anxious. Boss Lin, please leave. Lin Xia shook her head slightly. I've already activated combat mode. Leaving is impossible. He silently clenched the high-frequency vibration blade in his hand. Brothers, get ready, hunting mode. At this time, the enraged Mattis was coming quickly with his men. Now that you're here, let's see where you can escape. Humph! If I don't take you back, I won't be able to face Mr. President. Everyone, clear the way for my artillery fire. In the present time, just before they landed on the island, countless artillery fire poured down on the entire island in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Da, da, da. The entire island was covered with bombs like a blanket of dust. Mats watched in midair with satisfaction. Until more than 10 minutes later. When the entire island was silent, he slowly smiled. Okay, pause the artillery fire, go to the island. After a puff of thick smoke, Mattis and his men arrogantly landed on the island. I'll see where you run this time. Everyone, disperse quickly and arrest him. They walked in slowly, holding weapons. Next second, whoosh. Before anyone else could react, one person was dragged out. Immediately following, whoosh, another person. Mathis immediately became alert. It's just a final struggle. Do you think this will make us give in? Impossible. He fired several shots into the air. The whole person shouted towards the front in a slightly crazy manner. Lin Xia, you'd better come out obediently. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that you can walk out of this place alive. Lin Xia, I know it's you. You must be the one behind Long Nation. Countries all over the world were guessing, but he was the only one who realized that Lin Xia was the mysterious man. Mats is very proud of this. He looked around and searched everywhere. At this moment, Mathis was almost crazy, and the joy of winning was overwhelming his mind. He could feel that victory was right before his eyes, within his grasp. However, in the next second, swish, a white figure flashed past him from behind. Matt's hair stood up instantly. Who's there? Come out! Come out! Following his roar, from midair, a silver figure with a high-frequency vibration blade in hand and a laser cannon on his shoulder slowly descended. Like the whisper of a messenger from hell, it rang in his ears at the same time. Are you looking for me? Chapter 160 is well said. Let's get started. When he saw Lin Xia, Mattis became excited instantly. Lin Xia, I finally found you. At this moment, the Special Forces teams from all around slowly appeared and approached Mattis. Mathis stepped forward. Mr. Lin, we finally meet. I'm Mats. Do you remember me? Lin Xia tilted her head. What tricks is this old guy up to? Mateus, what do you want to do? Matt smiled, looking confident. Shouldn't I be the one asking you this? What exactly do you want to do? Why did you come to see old Gio? He's been living in seclusion here for over a decade, and no one has seen him. Why are you coming here? Lin Xia sneered. I think you're very clear about this, right? What on earth did you do in Antarctica back then? What is District 8 doing now? What secrets do you have that you don't want to reveal to others? Lin Xia simply came straight to the point. What on earth are you Eagle Sauce doing behind the backs of the entire Blue Planet? Where do you want to put the entire Blue Planet? Mattis smiled and said, Mr. Lin, you are ridiculous. Don't you know that those are just rumors and gossip? In that case, you've spent so much energy investigating this, and now you're risking your lives to come here. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Is that ridiculous? Lin Xia curled her lips. Really? Then why did you send so many people to chase me so desperately? Lin Xia sneered. Just the scene speaks for itself, right? Mats was a little speechless. Well, that's not my reason. I did it for you. For me? Lin Xia was puzzled. Mattis extended his hand to signal his men. Everyone, stand back. Lin Xia looked at him suspiciously, without relaxing the high-frequency, vibrating blade in her hand at all. What are you up to? Mats was stunned for a moment. What melon? I'm not here to sell melons. I want to tell you that instead of serving in the developing dragon country, it's better to come to our Eagle Sauce. I can guarantee that we will give you the best treatment and the highest rights, as long as you are willing. Before he could finish his words, Lin Xia said directly, I don't want to. Mats was stunned. You haven't finished listening to my conditions. Lin Xia said in a firm tone and serious expression. I said I don't want to. I am a dragon countryman. No matter how much benefit you offer, I won't agree. Come with him to this? What a joke. The smile on Mattis's face froze. But he still didn't want to give up, especially after seeing the battlesuit on Lin Xia. His eyes lit up. Absolutely sure. This kid is a genius. This is the kind of genius they need. Mr. Lin, we can discuss any conditions you have. I can contact the White Palace directly. Lin Xia was happy. Conditions? Mathis nodded, his eyes full of hope. My condition is that he must be from Dragon Country and must be a dragon countryman. Can you do it? Lin Xia asked. You. As soon as these words came out, the smile on Matt's face began to slowly fade. Are you really not worried about the safety of your family? Lin Xia narrowed his eyes slightly, and a murderous aura instantly spread around him. Are you threatening me? Mattis smiled and said, No, we just hope Mr. Lin can make the right choice. What else? Lin Xia was not afraid at all. Mathis slowly took a step back. I'm afraid Mr. Lin doesn't know his situation yet. This island has been surrounded by our armed forces. If you want to leave this place, unless you are a god, otherwise, he waved his hands around. Otherwise, I'm afraid this won't be possible. If you don't accept the toast, then you will be punished. Although winning over a scientist is of great significance to them, destroying a scientist is also of great significance to Longwa. After weighing the two options, Mathis thinks it is still a good deal. What a pity. At this moment, countless characters seen in history books flashed through Lin Xia's mind. Mr. Qian and Mr. Deng both had extremely difficult times returning to China to serve their motherland. Imprisoned, threatened, and indefinitely prohibited from using his own theoretical literature. These great powers always use such dirty means. They always use threats and inducements, and it has been the same for so many years. At this moment, Lin Xia suddenly realized how much content was contained in those few short sentences in the history book. Just a few simple sentences, but they encompass the difficulties that Longwa has gone through over the years. He slowly stepped back, quickly charging the high-energy laser cannon in his hand. Mattis slowly retreated behind everyone, his eyes returning to their cold expression. Since Mr. Lin is unwilling to consider our generous terms. Then, go, D. As his voice fell, all the Special Forces soldiers present immediately pounced on Lin Xia. Lin Xia's eyes flashed, and she didn't hesitate at all. The high-frequency vibration blade was the first to be deployed, crippling the oncoming person, just when several people were still aiming. The gun in his hand suddenly disappeared. When he looked up again, he found that it was in Lin Xia's hand, and it had been twisted into a dough and thrown on the ground like scrap metal. Several people stared blankly at the thing on the ground, trembling all over. However, just as they were stunned, Lin Xia's figure suddenly disappeared, hidden in the dust raised by the artillery fire. Next second, just when everyone was still searching for him, a beam of blue light quickly broke through the smoke and dust and headed towards the crowd. Bang! Boom! People were blown away like balls. Lin Xia did not hesitate at all. The moment the artillery fire arrived, he moved back and forth at a speed so fast that his figure was almost invisible. With a flick of his hand and a slash of his sword, he quickly dealt with the people in front of him. Whoosh! When the sound of the last knife sinking into the flesh was heard, the entire scene was instantly filled with the smell of blood. Wearing Qingying, he looked like a genetically modified super soldier, his speed and strength reaching a level that ordinary humans could not measure. Lin Xia was very satisfied, but Mattis was a little panicked and picked up the communication equipment in a panic to ask for support. Where are the people? Come here quickly. However, before he could finish his words, Lin Xia was already standing in front of him. Math, did you see that? He slowly twisted his neck. This is what you've always dreamed of. But now, it has become the equipment of ordinary soldiers in our dragon country. Do you think you have what it takes to compete with us? Matt's eyes widened suddenly. Impossible? You mean the reason you just behaved like this is because of this? He felt a trace of despair rising in his heart. However, don't wait for him to speak again. I felt a chill on my neck. The whole person collapsed to the ground in an instant. Chapter 161. Maybe they really discovered the alien secret? After dealing with Mattis, Lin Xia quickly broke out. Yang Kitchen and others also surrounded them, covered in blood. Mr. Lin, are you okay? Lin Xia shook her head gently. I'm fine. Where are the people from Team Wei? Wei Lingyun came quickly with his men. Boss Lin, a large group of people just held us back. Are you okay? Lin Xia nodded. Let's go quickly, their leader is dead, and a large number of troops will arrive here soon. We have to leave as soon as possible. Wei Lingyun, our people are almost here. Boss Qiao has mobilized the nearest troops to support us. He just contacted me. Okay, then quickly locate Professor Gio for me. I haven't finished what I just said. If I miss this opportunity, I'm afraid there won't be another one in the future. Judging from old Gio's physical condition, even if he survives this crisis, he probably won't be able to hold on for long. He is the last person who may know some of the truth. After his death, no one will know the specific truth unless they enter the 8th district. Wei Lingyun hurriedly took out the positioning device in his hand. Okay, Mr. Lin, it's only 3 kilometers away from us. The helicopter is in place. Let's go. Good. Everyone quickly boarded the plane. Here in Yinjing, Mr. Qiao, General Lin is fine. He escaped their attack and is now heading towards the Shisha Islands. Our people are also heading there to meet him. Upon hearing the news, Xiao Kong felt relieved. That's good. That's good. I hope everything is fine. I was so scared. Oh, right. Tell the people back there to keep an eye on the Eagle Sauce Army and leave as soon as possible before they notice. Yes. Don't worry, boss. Mr. Lin will definitely come back safely. Now, inside a hotel on a small island in the Shisha Islands, Gio looked at the hotel room door with a worried look on his face, stroking a brown paper notebook in his hand. God, bless Lin and the others. Don't worry, Professor. Mr. Lin said he would definitely come see you. He said your conversation isn't over yet. Gio nodded. These demons, they just won't let me go. Over the years, they thought they could take everything from me. What a pity. Some things are stored in the mind and cannot be lost. Peter, go make me another cup of coffee. I need to stay awake and wait for them to arrive. Peter couldn't bear it, but your body... Gio waved his hand. It's okay. I'm just worried that if I fall asleep, I'll never wake up again. If that happens, I'm afraid no one will know what happened back then. Old Gio knew very well that now only the Dragon Kingdom had the ability to fight against the Eagle Sauce, and it would be most appropriate to hand this thing over to them. Just as the two were talking, sudden, there was a rapid knock on the door. Dong, dong, dong. Peter, open the door. When the door opened, it was indeed the dusty Lin Xia and others who were there. Gio's eyes lit up instantly. Lin, are you guys okay? Lin Xia walked over quickly and squatted in front of Gio. Professor, can you tell me everything? Gio handed the notebook to Lin Xia. Here, this is what I wrote in the past 2 years because I was worried I would forget. I think the information in it will help you solve the mystery. Although I only saw some things intermittently back then, I think it should be useful. Lin Xia nodded heavily, then stuffed the notebook into her clothes near her chest. Thank you, Professor. Gio sighed. Although I can't be sure what they possessed back then, one thing I can be sure of is that the rumors were true. Hearing this, several people present couldn't help but take a deep breath. Yang Kitchen and several others were involved in the investigation of this matter, and they knew very well how much this sentence contained. If the rumors from that year were true, then Eagle Sauce had really come into contact with life forms from outside the Blue Planet. What exactly did they gain on this basis? Is it technology or civilization? Or have they been gaining it over the years? These assumptions may all become true. What worries everyone the most is the curiosity about extraterrestrial life. After all, a few years ago, some experts in the United States proposed to disclose the information of humans on the Blue Planet in the Milky Way. In other words, in recent years, everyone believes that extraterrestrial life is too dangerous for the Blue Planet. But there are still some people who think that extraterrestrial life is a prerequisite for the development of the Blue Planet, and their breathing is also friendly. Boss Lin, we have to go. Wei Lingyun glanced down and said, the support from the sea has arrived. In fact, Lin Xia still has many problems. But obviously, there's no way to ask now. Professor, old Gio smiled and nodded. Let's go, they won't do anything to me. Lin Xia nodded, stood up, and touched her chest. Then his eyes suddenly became serious. Let's go. The group quickly left the hotel and came to the coast. Velo, Emerlin, Imlike. Li Tuan, thank you for your hard work. Li Kan nodded and said, hurry up and board the ship. The news of Mattis's murder should have reached the White Palace. Escorting you back is the top priority now. Lin Xia didn't say anything else. He wouldn't try to be heroic at this moment. Let's go. Several people quickly boarded the warship. Just minutes after the warship sailed out of the coastline, the FBI quickly arrived at the island. Inside the White Palace, Luo Wen and Talangpu were both dumbfounded. What did you say? Mattis was killed in an assassination attempt. What about Lin Xia? Reporting to Mr. President, Commander Luo Wen, Lin Xia has escaped. Commander Mattis originally wanted to persuade him to surrender, but this guy was stubborn and even killed Mattis. Luo Wen slammed his fist down. Fuck, that's too much. Lin Xia, I'll remember you. Talangpu took a deep breath and said, it seems that some things may not be hidden anymore. Connect to District 8. Looks like I need to talk to Mr. Isaac Costa about something. Luo Wen, are you worried that Longwoo will expose what we're doing now? But even if Geo told them something, they can't prove it, right? Besides, this old guy doesn't even know how many things there are. He said viciously, if you ask me, I should have killed this guy long ago. He's such a waste. Talangpu looked at him unkindly. You think I don't want it was Isaac who said he seemed to understand some extraterrestrial content. His appearance that year caused that thing to move. It's just that such a spectacle has never happened again in all these years, and he has always been unwilling to serve us. But now, he's already this old. It doesn't matter whether he's killed or not. Chapter 162. The Great Purge. Longwoo will not let anyone feel disappointed. On the returning warship, Lin Xia opened Geo's notebook and read it carefully bit by bit. On September 25th, 1946, a loud noise woke everyone up that morning. We all wanted to go out to see what was going on, but the Eagle Sauce people wouldn't let us out. I bypassed the guards and went to a deserted location. Lin Xia read while organizing useful things on the tablet. When he saw a strange creature hand-drawn by Geo, his hair stood on end. This, Yang Kitchen, who was standing by, quickly came over and asked, "What's wrong, Mr. Lin?" Lin Xia pointed at the things on the notebook and asked, "Does it look like the aliens that were revealed to the public back then?" Yang Kitchen took the notebook and took a closer look. This does have that meaning, but it looks more like a blue star human, right? Lu Ruifeng excitedly speculated. It seems that all the news that suddenly appeared back then was true. So this is the reason for their real Antarctic scientific expedition. Lin Xia didn't say anything and continued to look through the pages. It seemed as if the truth was already beckoning to him. When he saw Geo say that he was discovered by Eagle Sauce, he became nervous. But when Geo said that the strange object actually flickered and responded, everyone around him became excited. Lin Xia's heartbeat also began to beat irregularly and wildly. Reading further, what Geo wrote seemed to become confusing due to his illness. I could only vaguely see a few crooked words. Annihilation energy, annihilation energy. Lin Xia didn't understand what these 3 words meant, so she just ignored them as typos. But one thing he was sure of was that the other contents in this notebook were the reason why Geo had not been harmed by the Eagle Sauce gang yet. They seem to think that Geo's existence is the key to connecting to the things they have obtained. Just like Mr. Hojin, many of his conjectures and abilities are enough to solve many of humanity's problems with outer space. Lin Xia even sometimes wondered whether the papers and detailed opinions published by those gentlemen were not actually published by him. But is it the 8th District? Or is it an organization? Is it based on the conclusions reached by an organization after Operation Snow Mountain? Look further down. The following content suddenly stopped one day. Lin Xia slowly closed the notebook. All the information began to be connected infinitely in my mind. Start thinking, what is the Eagle Sauce hiding? Is District 8 a military base, or some kind of base connected to alien life? Were the things they took out so easily back then reverse engineered from the aircraft that Geo had seen? It seems that this is the truth of everything. Boss Lin, are you sure? Lin Xia shook her head. Everything seems to be becoming clearer, but at the same time, there are more mysteries. What is certain is that their scientific expedition did discover something back then. Combined with Geo's memories, things from outside the Earth do exist, but we don't know to what extent. Yang Kitchen was a little worried. If some of their technology is really alien technology, or if it is alien support, can we still defeat them? Lu Ruifeng slapped him on the shoulder. What are you talking about? Who do you think is walking faster now? Lin Xia didn't say anything. He was thinking. If there really is more than one blue star life form in the Milky Way, then which one is Eagle Sauce communicating with? What is the current status of their research? This is a huge threat to the entire blue planet. It can be said that the future of mankind is directly handed over to the hands of these eagles. This is not good news for Lin Xia. At this time, it was early morning in Yanjing. In the Forbidden City, all senior officials gathered together. Even the old man has arrived. The atmosphere in the huge conference room was serious. Xiao Kong put down his phone and said, "Old man, Lin Xia is safe and is on her way back. She's expected to arrive in 2 hours." The old man nodded, and his frown relaxed a little. "I think everyone knows what happened tonight, right?" The old man showed his charisma, which was rare. Everyone nodded. "We have a problem internally, and it's a big problem." The old man slammed the table in front of him. "Dragon Palace. How dare someone reveal the identity and whereabouts of the Dragon Palace leader? How could a stinky rat crawl into a place like this? How could it actually threaten our Dragon Palace leader? It's outrageous. Too arrogant." Xiao Kong nodded and said, "Yes, they have already checked the people. Just by leaking their whereabouts, they have already found nearly 200 people. These people don't even know who they're leaking information for. They just want to sell some information and get paid." The old man's anger suddenly surged up. "This is just one check. What about the others? If it weren't for Lin Xia and the others' cleverness, would they have died that very trip abroad? Do you know how much of a loss losing Lin Xia would be to the Dragon Nation? Our comrades worked hard for the country. What about others? Are they secretly selling his information?" He took a deep breath. "I'm telling you very seriously now. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. We absolutely cannot let any good comrade who has given everything for the country be disheartened." As the meeting ended, it was almost early morning that day. The entire Yanjing was suddenly plunged into a tense and serious atmosphere. All national security personnel were dispatched. Each inspection team was formed as soon as possible. The inquiry and interrogation were so fast that the main source was found within half an hour before Lin Xia docked. Xiao Kong looked at the names of the people on the notebook, and his anger surged to his head. "It's actually him. We actually arranged such a person next to Lin Xia." On the paper was Lei Yaoyang's name. I should have reviewed the team Lin Xia had assembled one last time. He was young and didn't understand anything. Xiao Kong felt a little regretful that he only thought about delegating power at that time. Unexpectedly, someone would take advantage of this opportunity. At this time, on the warship, Lei Yaoyang checked the time and looked around restlessly. As we approached the coastline of Longhua, Yang Kitchen received a call from home. After hearing what was said on the phone, he instantly became serious. "Yes, I understand. Okay, fine, that's it." After hanging up the phone, he quickly came to Lin Xia. "Boss Lin, we'll be docking a while. Would you like to rest in the cabin for a while?" Lin Xia nodded and walked in with the diary. "Wait until he leaves." Yang Kitchen came to Wei Lingyun and told him about the situation in the country. Wei Lingyun's expression changed instantly. "It's actually him." Without saying a word, he immediately asked people to go on deck. "Where's Secretary Lei?" Someone nearby pointed and said, "Looks like he went to the deck, right?" When a few people walked over, Lei Yaoyang was looking down to check the location of the boat. "Secretary Lei, what are you looking for?" Lei Yaoyang turned back stiffly, knowing that everything was over. "You all know everything? Then, does Mr. Lin know?" Yang Kitchen looked puzzled. "Boss Lin is so good to you. Why are you doing this?" Lei Yaoyang's face was bitter. "Can you not tell him?" However, he had just finished speaking. Lin Xia, who was already standing at the door, suddenly appeared, standing in the bright sunlight and looking in his direction. Chapter 163. Research Team, The End of Orbital Strike Theory. Lin Xia didn't know nothing. He just didn't want to believe it. The people around him now were all selected and approved by him one by one. And after 2 years of getting along, he has become very familiar with many people. When Matt's men showed up, he actually knew that something was wrong with the people around him. He kept wondering who among these 3 people it was. "Lei Yaoyang, I remember your mother has always been in poor health, right? I remember I told you that after a few months, I'll let you go out and pick projects on your own. I've even prepared some projects for you. Why are you doing this?" Lin Xia was puzzled. He was very busy, but he probably knew the situation of the people around him. He knew clearly what everyone was good at. Therefore, after purchasing the system, he would try his best to hand over many projects to the person who is good at it. The same goes for Lei Yaoyang, who returned from studying abroad and has excellent grades in all aspects. He knew that being a secretary was a waste of his talent, so he prepared the information for his transformation early on. Hearing this, Lei Yaoyang finally knelt down and burst into tears. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. I'm really sorry. In fact, when Mattis's men showed up, he already regretted it. So he tried his best to stay by Lin Xia's side along the way. He thought about it and decided that even if he died, he would not let anything happen to Lin Xia. But now, they arrested my daughter and they threatened me. I didn't want to do that either, Mr. Lin. Believe me, I didn't want to do that either. When he was promoted from a small clerk to Lin Xia's side, God knows how excited he was at that time. Everyone wants to come to the Dragon Palace, let alone a secretary. Even a simple office clerk knows how many opportunities are hidden there. Lei Yaoyang is also very clear about this, so he has always cherished this job. Until that night, a strange woman appeared in his room. Daughter? Where did your daughter come from? Yang Kitchen was confused. Aren't you still married? Wei Lingyun came up with a document. This guy really did a good job of hiding it. He got a woman from Yingjiang pregnant while he was studying abroad. That didn't get married, didn't confirm the relationship, and even told him about the birth of the child a few years later. Everyone present didn't know what to say. Lin Xia closed her eyes and said, I'll leave it to you guys to handle. After saying this, he walked into the cabin alone. Yang Kitchen and a few others looked at his lonely back as he left and opened their mouths, not knowing what to say. This is probably the biggest setback Mr. Lin has encountered since he started working Lu Ruifeng's side. I've never seen him look like this before, no matter how difficult the subject was. He turned his head and looked at Lei Yaoyang. You are so disappointing, boy. Why didn't you tell us when something happened? Don't you think we can save a child? Oh, that's enough, Captain Wei. Take them away quickly and deal with them as needed. This really hurts Mr. Lin's heart. The matter was finally made clear. Lei Yaoyang helped Yingjiang confirm Lin Xia's identity, which led to the subsequent series of events. Inside the cabin, Yang Kitchen and Lu Ruifeng walked in. Boss Lin, please don't. They wanted to comfort Lin Xia, but were interrupted by Lin Xia as soon as they opened their mouths. Once we're docked, go straight to the aerospace department. I want to check on a kinetic energy cannon. The two looked at each other with some surprise in their eyes. Are you going now? Mr. Qiao is still waiting for you in Yanjing. Under the dim light, Lin Xia waved her hand tiredly. It's okay. I'll just talk to Mr. Qiao later. He was a little emotional about Lei Yaoyang's matter, but it wasn't enough to make him say anything. He is more concerned about the progress of research and development now. After reading Gio's diary, he felt a great sense of crisis. That huge sense of impact is unprecedented. This made him even more certain that preparations for space warfare were a must. In his eyes, the current battle for supremacy in Blue Star is no longer the biggest crisis. What if the Eagle Sauce goes crazy one day and really attracts some extraterrestrial life? He doesn't think there is any possibility that extraterrestrial life will be friendly. That afternoon, Lin Xiao's private plane arrived directly at the space base. As soon as I entered, Chief Engineer Wanda Chong came to greet me. Boss Wan, how's it going? Is it going well? How long will it take to enter the construction phase? Lin Xia went straight to the point. But General Wan's face was full of worry. Boss Lin, as of now, the theoretical verification has entered the final stage, but so far, our verification experiments have failed 5 times. Lin Xia's smile disappeared immediately. Although he knew that many of the things given by the system needed further research, he had never been stuck at the theoretical stage before. Tell me about it. Wanda Chong explained the current problems as he walked. That's right. During the current derivation and demonstration process, the high energy output relied upon by the existing kinetic energy cannon requires a huge initial velocity. The loss after passing through the atmosphere is too great, and it has never achieved the desired power effect. Lin Xia asked, have you adjusted the energy density per unit volume? We've made adjustments, but after multiple adjustments, we still can't achieve the desired result. We plan to adjust our direction and try a different approach, Wanda Chong said. In this case, will the progress be extended? Lin Xia asked. Wanda Chong. Yes, conservatively estimated, it may be extended by 3 to 6 months. This doesn't even include what if any problems arise during the subsequent construction phase. It's too slow. Lin Xia was not very satisfied. Okay, since I'm here, let's solve this problem today. Lead the way, simulation room. The group quickly arrived at the simulation room. When they heard that Lin Xia was coming, everyone rushed over regardless of whether they had rest or not. After Lin Xia arrived at the scene, he took a quick look around. Is everyone here? Wanda Chong nodded. Everyone participating in this phase is here. The others are just here to watch. Don't mind. When everyone heard you were coming, they were all excited and rushed back. Wanda Chong said a little embarrassedly. Lin Xia waved her hands, not caring at all. Well, now do the simulation again, according to what I said. The engineers below were immediately ready. Lin Xia stepped forward. By dynamically scheduling energy through AI, we can reduce platform power consumption during non-combat periods and centralize energy storage before a strike. Our cannon's primary function is simply a directional weapon. It uses a pulse mode rather than a continuous output, minimizing single-shot damage while still ensuring instantaneous lethality. As he spoke, the people below immediately started to act in sync. You're somewhat mistaken. It's not that the more advanced the better. As long as the final result reaches the ideal state, that's enough. The existing pulse mode is absolutely the best way to solve this problem. Following his words, Mr. Lin, are you ready? Shall we start the simulation? The operator asked. Let's start. Lin Xia ordered decisively. Chapter 164. Space construction work is in full swing. Wanda Chong nodded heavily and immediately pressed the button to start the simulation. In a flash, the huge dark blue energy in the device surged instantly. Ready to start output. The system begins to automatically adjust its AI algorithm to concentrate attack energy. The engineers on the side clenched their fists tightly and looked at the large display screen nervously. In fact, they're not unaware of this improvement method, but no one has applied it to this project. But I never thought that Lin Xia would start from such a simple mode as soon as she arrived. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A huge pulse of energy resounded throughout the space. Next second, just like the breath of an ancient dragon, energy immediately gushed out into the sky. Bang! Boom! In an instant, the entire simulation laboratory was plunged into polar day. In just a few seconds, everyone seemed to fall into an extremely quiet environment at the same time. When everything around was quiet, someone immediately became anxious. Hurry, hurry, check the data. Only then did everyone recover from their shock. Technical operators quickly retrieved the data model. When the words 98% output appeared in front of everyone, in an instant, the entire simulation laboratory was in an uproar. Success. The large-scale loss of energy output has truly been controlled. Is this the most primitive method to control such a huge weaponry? Ah, that's great. Wanda Chong looked embarrassed. After all this hard work, in the end, a slingshot solves the problem? Wanda Chong was a little embarrassed. Boss Lin, this time it's really our technical team that made a mistake. Lin Xia waved her hand, not really caring. It's good that the problem is solved. Boss Wan, come with me. The others will immediately compile and organize the data and run a few more experiments. Once the experiments are complete, we can quickly advance the process. Immediately, everyone got busy. Wanda Chong followed Lin Xia away. The two walked and discussed in the base. This is just the beginning. The orbital weapon system needs to withstand multiple extreme environmental tests. The materials and stability of the theoretical verification phase must be pushed to the limit. Wanda Chong nodded. Okay, don't worry. Operation in orbit is different from ground or space stations. We will definitely conduct multiple deductions and experiments to ensure that everything is correct before we start construction. No. Lin Xia interrupted him. That's not right. Experiments and construction work must be carried out simultaneously. Everything should be done in parallel. The superkinetic cannon must be erected within 3 months. 3 months? Wanda was shocked. Why are you in such a hurry? Lin Xia stopped and looked straight at him. Because the war is about to begin, the country may not be able to allocate all its superior resources to scientific research. Some of the resources will be used to build up the military, but it is clear that space construction work must not stop. Not only can we not stop, but we must also carry out large-scale construction work. And the construction of the orbital strike system is of utmost importance. I hope that things here can be completed before I get busy. In fact, he was still a little conservative in his words. What Lin Xia was most worried about was the full intervention of District 8. What if their scientific research speed cannot keep up with these guys? He must increase the firepower level of the Dragon Kingdom as much as possible. The fear of insufficient firepower is a common problem among the dragon people. Wanda Chong nodded heavily. Okay, I understand. I will adjust the work schedule tonight and send it to you later. Lin Xia nodded. Okay, then I'll leave first. Soon. With Lin Xia's departure, The progress of the entire project immediately began to unfold in full swing. Mr. Wan has accelerated the overall progress by more than double. Everyone wailed as they looked at the progress chart. General Wan, this isn't about building an orbital strike system. This is about us quickly installing anti-aircraft guns at the nation's gates. Isn't this speed a bit too much? Wanda Chong said cheerfully, "Stop complaining, you little brats. Let's get to work." At this time, long going, Lei Yaoyang was squatting in a corner of the prison with his head down and a stubble on his face. He looked like he had lost his life. Duh, duh, duh. The sound of footsteps came from far away and then slowly stopped in front of him. Lei Yaoyang seemed to sense something and suddenly raised his head. "Boss Lin!" A pair of eyes lit up instantly. But this glimmer of light was instantly replaced by guilt. Facing the sunshine, Lin Xia just stood there without saying a word, looking at him silently. Lei Yaoyang smiled bitterly. "Thank you for coming to see me." Lin Xia waved her hand, and someone immediately brought delicious food. "Eat something. I heard you haven't eaten for 2 days." "Lei Yaoyang, I have no face. I have no face to face you." Lin Xia interrupted him. "Not only that, I'm not the only one you're embarrassed to face." In a backlit environment, Lei Yaoyang couldn't see his expression clearly. All I could hear was his calm words. "I've read your confession, but besides that, what I want to know is, besides asking you to confirm my information, are there any other things involved?" Lei Yaoyang shook his head. "Probably not. They said that I was just someone they found temporarily, just to help them complete a mission." But as soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Lin Xia noticed it keenly. "What's wrong? Is there anything else?" Lei Yaoyang thought for a moment, as if he remembered something. "It seems they seem to have confirmed a satellite location with me before." Lin Xia asked quickly, "What location? Where is it? What's their purpose? I can't remember some of it clearly. Please let me think about it." Lin Xia, bring him some paper and pen. Write down the location information. Lei Yaoyang took the paper and pen and started writing and drawing. Finally, after a short wait, he submitted a location information. Lin Xia just got it. The familiar system voice was instantly triggered in his mind. "Temporary mission has been launched. Crush the sea monster's attack plan. After completing this mission, you will be rewarded with a nuclear weapon disarming device." When Lin Xia heard the system's voice, her eyes widened instantly. One is because of the sea monster crush, and the other is because of the nuclear weapon crushing device. Lin Xia asked anxiously, "What did they confirm this point with you?" Lei Yaoyang, "At first, we only confirmed that it was a military base. In the end, we also determined the number of local residents, as well as the specific water patterns and sea conditions. I made up the number of troops for them, but I felt the rest didn't have much of an impact, so I just gave them some vague and untrue information." As his voice fell, when he looked up again, he saw that Lin Xia had disappeared. In an instant, Lei Yaoyang looked at the direction he left with a sense of loss. Saw the Chapter 165, Temporary Mission, Sea Monster Crisis? After coming out of prison, Lin Xia immediately handed the satellite point in her hand to Wei Lingyun, who was standing beside her. "Captain Wei, I'm sorry to bother you. Please confirm the situation as soon as possible. I'll be waiting here." Wei Lingyun nodded, then immediately left quickly with the note. Yang Kitchen was a little worried. "Do you think they have some other conspiracy?" "It's not a feeling, but a certainty," Lin Xia said. These words immediately made the two people standing beside him feel a chill in their hearts. Yang Kitchen and Lu Ruifeng looked at each other, and both saw worry in each other's eyes. Lin Xia asked as she pondered the sea monster crisis. "By the way, how's the situation at Wenba? Has the production line started? Are there any Chungying products coming out?" Lu Ruifeng quickly said, "It was completed at the end of last month and has already started preliminary production." "Okay, then tell him this afternoon that I need 500 sets of armor and I need them to appear as soon as possible." "Hiss, so much." Lu Ruifeng was worried. "How long will you need it?" Lin Xia thought for a moment and said, "Within a week." "Within a week?" Lu Ruifeng was shocked. "That's probably impossible. Even with the machine running 24 hours a day, I'm afraid it can't be done." Lin Xia waved her hand. "It's okay, just talk to Wenbo first. He will solve it himself." Wenbo, who had just walked into the workshop, sneezed. "Fuck, why do I have a bad feeling?" "This way." Wei Lingyun quickly came out. "Boss Lin, it's confirmed. It's in Guangdahai." Lin Xia immediately took the information. "Guangdahai? Where is this? He was actually unable to react for a moment. Wei Lingyun pointed to the location near Longzhua Island on the map and showed it to him. Here. The three people were shocked at the same time. What did they want to do? Want to stir up trouble on the inland Dragonclaw Island? For a moment, cold sweat broke out on the backs of several people. Wei Lingyun nodded. At present, it seems that this is indeed the case. I have verified what Lei Yaoyang said. But Lei Yaoyang only told them verbally. There's no evidence, so there's no way to prove it directly. Yang Kitchen rubbed his brows and said, Dragonclaw Island has always been a place that our country is most concerned about. If they want to cause trouble here, it means they are openly declaring war on us. I think we must take immediate action to find out what they are going to do as soon as possible. Lu Ruifeng also nodded. This time, there was no disagreement between the two. Boss Lin, leave it to me. I'll go as soon as possible. Lin Xia waved her hand. This matter may not be as simple as you think. He turned his gaze to Wei Lingyun in front of him. Captain Wei, you take charge. At the same time, gather the country's top marine biologists and climatologists. Although Wei Lingyun had doubts in his heart, he still executed it immediately. Yes, don't worry, Mr. Lin. I'll be there soon. Lin Xia nodded. Okay, then we'll leave first. Send me the news as soon as you have it. After saying this, Lin Xia immediately set off to return. On the way, he called the Wolf King, Wang Hu. Ha ha, why did Mr. Lin think of me? Wang Hu's hearty laughter rang out instantly. Captain Wang, no, it should be Brigade Wang now, right? Lin Xia said happily. Wang Hu was a little embarrassed. Isn't it all thanks to you for letting me repair the road? Who would have thought that while repairing it, he would become a brigade commander? Mr. Lin smiled and said, All right, Lao Wang. Don't tell me. I didn't call you when I had a fight. Hearing him say that, Wang Hu immediately became interested. A fight? Where? Lin Xia said in a deep voice, Domestic. The next second, his expression suddenly changed. As the highest official in charge of the Dragon Palace, I now order you to return with your Special Forces team. The Dragon Palace will assemble within the next 2 days. Wang Hu on the other side immediately stopped and said, Yes, Mr. Lin. Hang up the phone. Lin Xia thought for a moment. What's the situation on Dragonclaw Island? Is there any news of any trouble recently? Yang Kitchen? Not yet. Ever since he returned to China, the Eagle Sauce has been humiliated. The death of Mattis has caused a huge shock. At one point, the White Palace held meetings for several days straight. Then there was a barrage of reprimands. But don't worry, they were in the wrong to begin with. And there's no evidence, so this dispute will soon end in the name of assassination. Lin Xia nodded. You should pay more attention recently, especially which countries they're contacting and signing contracts with. Especially the military ones. Okay, got it. At the same time, 200 meters below the seabed in a high seas area in Singapore, a huge underwater laboratory is now in operation. The staff inside were coming and going, very busy. Everyone, please pay attention. Number 2 is very unstable today. We must stabilize its emotions as soon as possible. One of the researchers, who appeared to be a leader, pointed to a huge glass cover on one side of the laboratory. Inside was a giant octopus that was over 20 meters tall. Not only that, just take a look at it. Octopuses, sea snakes, and other creatures whose appearances are unclear. At this moment, a woman in a tight skirt quickly came up to the person who had just spoken. Mr. Reed, this is the earliest data collected. The situation on number 2 has been very unstable these days. Do you think the Eagle Sauce can send professional personnel? Asked Mylon. Reed Bowles took the document and looked at it carefully. I've already said it, but it will take time. You guys need to stabilize your condition first. Nothing can go wrong. Lid Bowles turned around and prepared to leave. By the way, I think the oxygen supply to the equipment is not very good this morning. I'll have someone repair it later. After saying this, he got up and left. Only Mylon was left with a sad face. They have been conducting experiments on giant creatures for 2 years, and the support from the U.S. side was quite good some time ago. But until last month, no samples of the genetic medicine had been produced, resulting in a sudden shortage of resources. Mylon rubbed her eyebrows and said, If this continues, I think these test subjects will just have to be destroyed. Just then, an engineer came over to ask her a question. This led to Mylon successfully forgetting about the equipment. At this time, in a corner where no one notices, all the creatures trapped in the glass jars suddenly seemed to become agitated. Bang! The number 2 they just mentioned hit the glass jar hard with his head. It attracted everyone's attention. Mylon didn't pay much attention and said directly, "Inject the tranquilizer. Don't let anything else happen during this period." However, what she didn't know was that during the interval between the injections of the sedative, something started to move loose behind the device, holding the octopus monster closed. Chapter 166, Sea Monster Breaks Out, Emergency Rescue. Dragon Palace. Wei Lingyun trotted in. As soon as he turned the corner, he bumped into Wang Hu, who had just returned. Ouch! Who is it? The two of them bumped into each other hard and looked up. Wang Lu, brother Wei? The two knew each other when they were in school, and they learned martial arts together from a master during their school years. Wei Lingyun's face was filled with joy. Boss Lin just called you yesterday. How come you're back today? So quickly. Wang Hu nodded. That's right. If there's a battle, I have to run fast. I came back first, and the main force will be here for about 3 days. What's the matter? Why are you here? Is something big really going to happen? Speaking of this, Wang Hu immediately became excited. Are we going to go to war with the eagle? Hurry up. Tell me the truth first, brother. Wei Lingyun pushed his arm away in disdain. What are you doing? What are you doing? Have you forgotten what I do? I'm from Goen. Do you want to break the rules? Wang Hu immediately curled his lips and said, If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. I'll go in and ask Mr. Lin. As they talked, the two of them went inside, playing and laughing. Lin Xia had just finished her lunch break and saw the two of them. Huh, you guys are back. Uri, come in. Wang Hu walked in cheerfully. Boss Lin, the main force will arrive in 3 days. I'll come back first to see which piece of meat to eat. Lin Xia said happily. This time, all the meat will be yours. I'm afraid you're the only one with experience. The others can only play supporting roles. Wang Hu was shocked and immediately felt that something bad was going to happen. What's going on? Why do I feel like something bad is going to happen? Lin Xia didn't respond directly to his words. Instead, she turned to Wei Lingyun beside her and asked, Captain Wei, what's the progress of your investigation? Wei Lingyun quickly handed over the information he had collected over the past few days. Look, this is what has been compiled so far. A year ago, someone saw some Eagle Sauce people pretending to be tourists wandering around Guangdahai. Because there were basically no people there, no one paid much attention to it. However, a piece of news recently caught my attention. Wei Lingyun immediately pointed to one of the contents and said, Look here, this is the exchange meeting held between Longzhua Island and our mainland. Didn't you say to try to focus your research on marine life? This exchange meeting was clearly only about agriculture, but there was indeed a very authoritative marine biologist participating in it. And this guy took this opportunity to wander around there for a long time. Hearing this, Wang Hu and Lin Xia frowned. What did he do? Wei Lingyun. At the moment, it seems that this guy is just looking around, but he didn't do anything specific. Lin Xia continued to ask, Is there anything unusual about Guangdahai? Not yet. What about the countries near Guangdasi? What's the problem? Wei Lingyun shook his head. The closest place to Guangdahai is Pojiaxin. I haven't heard of anything there. What about the number of Eagle Sauce troops stationed there? Has it increased? Wei Lingyun nodded heavily. Yes. In the past 2 days, they secretly added a division of troops and kept it secret from the public. It seems like they're making some big moves. Wang Hu stood up immediately and asked, These people want to attack us from Pokasing via Guangdahai. Lin Xia shook her head. If that were the case, it would be much simpler. Could it be that this crisis was not planned in advance by the Americans? Lin Xia was also a little confused. Obviously, everything looks strange, but when you put them together, you can't see through the window paper clearly. Right now, Singapore, Canada, Sea Laboratory. A burst of rapid alarms completely broke the silence of the entire laboratory. Drip, drip. In an instant, the entire laboratory was red. The person in charge, Mylon, came out quickly. What's going on? Reporting to Mr. Mai, test subject number 2 has escaped from the laboratory. Mylon was immediately shocked. What did you say? Ran away. Her legs suddenly went weak. Number 2 was the most violent guy in their laboratory. If this guy really goes out, who knows what will happen? Don't panic. Let's not panic. This guy has a locator on him. Let's quickly locate him. Where's he going? The subordinate took the positioning instrument and operated it. Boss Mai, it's the direction of Longhua. Mylon exclaimed, What? It's broken, it's broken. No, start the capture as soon as possible. Quick. It would be troublesome if their experimental subjects were discovered in Long Country and then exposed. Doesn't that mean the entire blue planet knows what they are researching? Originally, this was done in secret. If it was discovered, would everyone in the laboratory still be alive? Will the Americans let them go? Mylan didn't dare to think about it. At this moment, she only thought about catching these guys back as soon as possible. But the situation at the experimental base was soon discovered by the personnel planted by the Eagle Sauce. Just half an hour. The news has already arrived on Luo Wen's desktop. What did you say? The Poji Axon lab exploded? Experiment número dos escaped. Luo Wen was overwhelmed. Originally, this bunch of idiots had never been able to extract drugs suitable for modifying human genes from the test subjects. Now you dare to let these guys get away? Useless. Such a bunch of useless people. Commander, what should we do now? This guy is heading towards Dragon Country. If we are discovered that we are using marine life to transform humans, then what will happen? Luo Wen slapped him instantly. I know. Do I need you to remind me? If it weren't for the impending war crisis, he wouldn't have taken such a desperate risk. Besides, this plan was not proposed by him, but it was what the White Palace had been doing earlier. They planned to start World War III using genetic warriors. Luo Wen quickly walked to the map beside him. Based on the location, this guy's final destination should be Guangdahai. This place is between Dragon Country and Dragonclaw Island. The situation is so tense. If there is any conflict, it will cause internal strife among them. Luo Wen thought about it and decided to make use of the waste. Give me the base manager. Yes. Soon, Mylan's trembling voice came from the other side. She didn't expect the news to spread so quickly and even reach Chief Luo Wen's office. Mylan, listen to me now. Luo Wen said seriously. Detonate the locating device in number 2's body and then release all the modified organisms in the base. Mylan was horrified. How can this be possible? Do you know how big a disaster this will cause? Luo Wen raised his lips slightly. Of course I know. Listen to my orders. Release them quickly and let them follow number 2. After hanging up the phone, Mylan's face turned pale. The men around him panicked. We can't even catch one, let alone release them all. It will cause unforeseen disasters. Mylan nodded. I know, but let's just listen to Commander Rowan. Disable the positioning devices in all mutant organisms and release all test subjects in the laboratory. Soon, all the monsters in the laboratory were released. Chapter 167 Monster Group Outbreak. Chungying is fully online. Captain Luo Wen, why should we do this? What if we provoke the wrath of the Dragon Nation? If they find out and make it public, it will be troublesome. Some think tanks believe this is not a wise choice. Luo Wen shook his head, looking confident. Have you forgotten that we were originally going to do something in Guangdahai? That place is very strange, especially the deep sea area. Previous explorations have revealed some strange substance in the deep sea of that area. If we can get Dragonclaw Island to seize control of this area during this incident, then we don't need to use any other excuses for our exploration work. Everyone suddenly realized. That's a really good idea, but do we need to notify Dragonclaw Island first? Luo Wen shook his head. No, we should inform Longhua. Everyone was puzzled. Wouldn't they be admitting guilt? Letting them investigate us? That's so stupid. No. We must give Dragonclaw a legitimate reason to do this and make Dragon Nation stand on the opposite side. The think tank immediately gave Rowan a thumbs up. Okay, then do as you say. I'll take care of it now. We'll try to cause chaos in Dragon Country tonight. The man stopped halfway and asked, what if the Dragon Nation doesn't accept the challenge? Or perhaps they prioritize the safety of the people of Dragonclaw Island? Luo Wen shook his head. Impossible. People are selfish, especially in this situation. They will definitely put the safety of their own inland residents first. The subordinate thought about it and felt that it made sense. Okay, I'll go then. Within a few hours. It was almost 9 o'clock that evening. Dragon Palace. A burst of hurried footsteps completely broke the tranquility of the entire night. Report, sea monster attack. Sea monster attack. Lin Xia suddenly jumped up from the bed and rushed out barefoot. What's going on? Yang Kitchen rushed in quickly, breathless. A giant sea monster, several dozen meters tall, was discovered in the waters only 10 kilometers away from Guangdahai. In an instant, he suddenly remembered that Lin Xia asked Wei Lingyun to take the marine biologist with him. Boss Lin, could it be that you had already anticipated this? Lin Xia waved her hands. How is that possible? Stop talking nonsense and gather people quickly. By the way, That place is too close to Dragonclaw. Guangdahai has few people, but Dragonclaw cannot cause too much chaos. Yang Kitchen hesitated for a moment. What do you mean? Lin Xia glanced at him and said, let the local garrison guard the residents of Longjua Island first. We are a family, and we must not allow any problems to happen to our family. Lin Xia was very clear about this. Yang Kitchen nodded heavily and then trotted away. What was completely beyond Luo Wen's expectations was that Lin Xia immediately instructed him to protect the Dragonclaw. At the same time, the people on both sides of the coast were still asleep. Suddenly, I was awakened by a burst of urgent air raid alarms. Woo-woo. The noise that shook the heavens and the earth startled everyone and made them rush out of the door. Boom! Suddenly, a loud thunder sounded in the sky, accompanied by sudden flashes of lightning. At the moment, the lightning struck. A sharp-eyed discovery. Holy shit, look what that is. Following a person scream. Oh my god, a 1-meter-wide sea snake. Crazy, crazy. Everyone was immediately frightened. They ran away like crazy, and the whole scene was immediately in chaos. At the same time, just as everyone was fleeing in all directions, a long warship whistle sounded not far away. This is the Dragon Kingdom Navy. This is the Dragon Kingdom Navy. Everyone don't panic. The aircraft carrier is about to dock. Everyone, prepare to disembark and evacuate the area. The sound of the broadcast immediately and clearly reached everyone's ears. In an instant, everyone stopped and looked back in a daze. The Dragon Navy? Is it the Dragon Navy? Did I hear correctly? Did the Dragon Navy come to rescue us? Village Chief, look, what is that? All we could see was a huge monster heading towards the giant sea monster. More than a dozen warships led the way, and dense artillery fire was instantly directed at the group of guys and began to sweep and cover. The aircraft carrier here is also trying its best to approach the coast quickly. For a moment, everyone was a little overwhelmed. Why would the Dragon Navy come to rescue us? And you arrived just in time? Just when everyone was in doubt, the naval chief quickly trotted onto the deck. Broadcast simultaneously. Everyone, don't run away. These guys are already in the surrounding sea area. It will be troublesome if you escape anywhere now. Get in line, hurry up, and get on the aircraft carrier. We'll arrange for you to leave. There will be a big battle here soon. It seems that everyone is still a little skeptical. The leader shouted at the top of his lungs, believe me, we are a family. Just one sentence made everyone who was still in doubt stop completely. Yes, we are a family. If we don't trust our family at this time, who else can we trust? Fellow villagers, let's quickly line up to board the warship. In an instant, at the call of one person, everyone calmed down and began to land on the warship. At this time, in the Dragon Palace Square. Did you see everything? Lin Xia was wearing a military uniform and had a serious expression on his face. This is not the worst of the situation. There's been no news of a cargo ship near Guangdahai. All of the 40 or so people on board have now been lost. Now, we need to send a rescue as soon as possible. At that moment, everyone's expression suddenly became stern. Wang Hu, step out. Lin Xia scanned the entire audience. Fortunately, with the system's reminder, he had already made all the preparations. The Chungying mecha was already equipped yesterday. 500 mecha warriors are online at full speed. Wang Hu immediately trotted out and stood in front of Lin Xia. Reporting to General Lin, the Wild Wolf team should have 500 men, and they actually have 500 men. They are ready. Lin Xia nodded and then looked around the room. Soldiers, the time has come when we need you. A mass sea monster incident has broken out in Guangdahai near Longjua Island. The incident happened suddenly, and ordinary artillery fire is difficult to resist. We need you to set out as soon as possible to protect ordinary people. At once, everyone shouted in unison, yes, we will obey the orders of the Dragon Palace. Wang Hu stood at attention and saluted. General Lin, let's go. Lin Xia nodded. Wang Hu turned around and ran back to his team with a determined look on his face. Next second, swish! The whole person took off into the air like a cannonball and flew towards the sky. Swish, swish, swish. The others followed immediately. In an instant, countless fast-moving flames flashed across the sky. Lin Xia stood there until they left. All right, with 500 Chungyings on board, the situation should be stabilized. Let's head to the Forbidden City immediately. The old man and the others are still waiting for news. Several people quickly boarded the special plane nearby and disappeared into the darkness with a rumble. That night, the entire Dragon Kingdom fell into a tense state of war preparedness. Chapter 168, The Dragon Country Warriors are here. That night, netizens from all over Longwa saw this shocking scene in the sky. Countless stars are moving in one direction. Oh my god, what is this? It doesn't look like a fighter jet. It's incredibly fast. I heard that a mass sea monster incident broke out near the Guangda Sea where the Dragon Claw connects. The Dragon Palace has already dispatched personnel to rescue them. This must be the rescue team. Holy crap, isn't this too spectacular? Flying directly over there? Are all the monks dispatched? Oh my god, I saw a ferry. Eagle Sauce, Chinese intelligence agency. Luo Wen looked at the video of fishermen retreating in an orderly manner in front of him with a grim face. At the same time, there were countless mecha warriors rushing to the rescue on the other side. Sir, the entire Dragon Nation mecha team has been dispatched. We've checked the monk that was just exposed online, and it's their latest model, the Chungying mecha. The battery life is over 120 hours, and in continuous combat, it can last for over 60 hours. Luo Wen's mouth twitched when he heard this. He really didn't expect that when Longwood discovered the disaster, it didn't resist or fence off to protect itself, but instead sent warships directly to evacuate civilians. This left the great powers, who had never cared much about civilians, dumbfounded. The people present were so angry that they laughed. They disregarded the safety of their own country and mobilized such a large force just to move a few peasants. This is impossible. This must be a show. I don't believe it. I absolutely don't believe it. A bunch of people watched this video as if it were a clown. Luo Wen muttered to himself, completely unconvinced. Captain Luo Wen, what should we do now? After failing to sow discord, it seems we're even trying to help them. Wouldn't it be even more troublesome if they discover our intentions in the end? Luo Wen nodded and paced back and forth anxiously. After a moment, he stopped. Let Mylan send someone to inject these guys with stimulants. Why don't we just make this a bigger fuss? We absolutely cannot let them discover our true intentions. Luo Wen stared at the night sky, with eyes like a poisonous scorpion. District 8 said that the substances discovered in that area may hide a huge secret. It is even possible that it will open up a different future for all of humanity. That is a much greater prospect than the current giant biological transformation. Thinking of this, he immediately made up his mind. Okay, let's do it. Give Mylon the order quickly. Everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, rather than letting the outside world know that we are researching some unprecedented substance, it would be better for them to know that we are researching giant sea monsters. Yes. At least this has an explanation. According to what District 8 said, that thing is very likely the key to changing the entire blue planet. It must not be discovered by the Dragon Nation in advance. Everyone decided unanimously. At this time, Pajiasin and Mylon, who were retreating, suddenly received this order. The leading American official looked at her coldly. You must set off now, board the submarine, and inject these guys with the drug while the chaos continues. The Mylon people were dumbfounded. But if that's the case, it's too dangerous. If we don't tell them, they will definitely go crazy. What if they're discovered by the people of Dragon Country? We're going to die. Next second, the man put the black muzzle of his gun against her forehead. So you want to die now? Huh. Mylan's heart suddenly sank, and he quickly said, Okay, I'll go. I'll send someone right away. The man immediately pulled the trigger. I said you go. Mylan nodded, feeling hopeless. Okay, I understand. When we got outside, the boat was already ready. Mylan carried her suitcase and embarked on a journey from which she would most likely never return. The other side, in the midst of a violent storm, the disappeared freighter has long since become a fallen leaf in the stormy waves. Strong winds brought heavy rain that lashed the deck, and every drop felt like a painful pebble hitting one's face. Sailor Lao Wang's fingers were bleeding from the rope, but the knot was still slipping. He watched helplessly as the wooden planks beside him snapped and the fragments were swept away by the waves, revealing the rusty keel underneath. Captain, can we really survive? Everyone's face was filled with despair. You just saw it, too. It was a sea turtle as big as a small boat. We've been out to sea for so many years, and we've never seen anything like it before. And it's so aggressive, with the sound of everyone talking. Bang! A huge force came from the bottom of the ship, and the entire freighter was lifted up as if by an invisible hand, and Lao Zhang flew out. Fortunately, he was holding on tightly to the safety rope around his waist, so he didn't fall into the dark sea. He looked down. A huge shadow was floating in the sea, with chips on its blue-gray carapace. It was the turtle. It's playing with us. The captain's roar was torn apart by the wind. He pointed at the stern of the boat. Just when they had finally sailed 50 meters, the turtle slowly caught up with them and gently pushed them with its carapace, pushing the boat back into the center of the storm. The screws on the deck fell down with a crackling sound, and cracks in the hull were spreading along the keel. It's over. A young sailor slumped on the deck, watching the turtle sink again, its carapace looming in the waves. It's definitely going to be smashed this time. Just then, the night sky suddenly lit up. It wasn't lightning, but dozens of blazing white lights that pierced through the rain curtain and hit the sea with a roar. Boom! The moment the light hit the ground, water splashed more than 10 meters high. More than 30 silver mechas stood steadily on the shaking deck, rainwater dripping down the metal shells, and their eye sensors flashed a cold red light. Dragon Nation Army. The leading mecha suddenly spoke, its voice drowning out the wind and rain through the loudspeaker. Hold on tight. We're taking you away. It's Wang Hu. The right arm of his mecha clicked, and a steel cable popped out, accurately wrapping around the freighter's mast. Before Lao Zhang could react, he was picked up by a large metal hand and placed steadily into the lifeboat behind him. Captain, people in the cabin. Wang Hu's voice was urgent, and the mecha's left hand had already grabbed the 3 frightened sailors. The captain pointed at the hatch, his voice choked with sobs. They're all down there. That monster is invulnerable to weapons. If you shoot it, white smoke will immediately come out of the wound. Bang! Another loud noise. The ship tilted suddenly, and the turtle's carapace hit the stern hard. A piece of deck was blown away. Wang Hu's mech turned instantly, its shoulder gun pointed at the sea. Lifeboat ready to launch. We'll cover the rear. The mecha's engine suddenly roared, and a silver figure stood between the freighter and the sea. Wang Hu looked at the huge shadow approaching rapidly in the sensor and gripped the joystick tightly. He knew that the real tough battle had just begun. Chapter 169, the eve of the final battle. Right now, Mylon and others on the submarine have arrived in the nearby waters. Mylon stared at the depth gauge on the bulkhead. The pointer was stuck at 500 meters and was shaking violently. The silver metal box in her hand glowed coldly. In the syringe inside the box, green medicine was flowing slowly along the wall of the tube, looking like coagulated blood under the dim light. 30 seconds left to surface to the injection depth. Pierre's voice came close to her ear, carrying the smell of rust from the gun barrel. He pressed his hands on Mylan's shoulders with such force that it almost crushed her collarbone. Remember, the potion's concentration is double what it was originally intended. Commander Rowan said we need to make sure they're going crazy right down to their bones. Mylan's fingertips were cold and trembled slightly when they touched the box buckle. She saw a huge shadow floating in the sea outside the submarine's porthole. It was an octopus's tentacles, swaying slowly like seaweed. But occasionally there would be flashes of phosphorescence in the darkness, which was a signal of their restlessness. The syringe is extended. A mechanical sound rang out in the cabin, and the metal bracket popped out of the cabin with a click, and the needle tip drew a thin mark in the seawater. Deploy. There was no warmth in Pierre's voice. The moment Mylon pressed the button, he heard the hissing sound of the medicine being injected into the seawater. The green liquid spread rapidly in the seawater like a ball of melted poison. She suddenly turned her head away, not daring to look at the huge monsters still wandering outside the porthole. At this moment, the stimulant of death has entered the blood vessels. At this time, on the other side, Wang Hu had just led his men to evacuate the people on the freighter. Commander, there are almost no people on the sea now. Those who are close to the Dragon Claw have all retreated. The warships are still conducting artillery fire, but the effect is not very obvious. Wang Hu nodded. Has the government over at Dragon Claw been notified? Everyone has been notified, and the defense work has begun simultaneously. Okay, then I'll report to General Lin now and wait for the next instruction. Soon, Lin Xia received a reply. Leaders, everyone has safely When everyone heard this, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Kong. Then the next step is to see how to deal with these guys. Lin Xia nodded, yes. He turned around and looked at the video footage of the scene. Based on the current situation, we have seen as many as 8 giant sea monsters. As he spoke, photos of these guys were immediately played on the big screen. Octopuses that are over 20 meters tall, sea snakes that are nearly a meter thick, and sea turtles the size of a small boat. Following Lin Xia's introduction, the people below were deeply moved. It really makes my scalp tingle. How could these guys grow to such an exaggerated size? It's like the classic of mountains and seas coming to life. If we let them go, the people on both sides of the strait will suffer huge losses. While everyone was talking, Lin Xia suddenly seemed to see something. He quickly said, "Zoom in on that scene." Okay. Although the staff didn't understand, they still did it quickly. When the image was magnified to a certain extent, a blurry word suddenly appeared on the giant octopus monster. "What is that?" The staff member nearby took a closer look and said, "It looks like test subject number 2. Test subject number 2. Xiao Kang's voice popped out word by word, as if his throat was strangled by an invisible hand. He took a sudden step back, bumping into the chair behind him. The metal legs of the chair made a sharp sound on the ground. Human man-made? This is a fucking man-made monster. General Xiao Tianlei immediately stood up and said, "Damn it, I told you this thing couldn't just appear out of thin air." Experiment número 2. Could this be the work of Eagle Sauce? Lin Xia's feeling of unease grew stronger. It's hard to say at this point. "Commander Xiao, lead the troops to support us." If this was really premeditated, Wang Lu's men alone wouldn't be enough. Xiao Kong immediately said, "Yes, Xiao Tianlei, take your men and set off." Lin Xia stood up and followed. "I'll go with you. Fight the monster to the death." Xiao Kong was anxious. "Lin Xia, are you going too?" Lin Xia nodded heavily. "It's okay. Don't worry, I'll go see which laboratory it came from and how many things are hidden behind it." But Xiao Kong was worried. Xiao Tianlei waved his hand. "Don't worry, I will ask Mr. Lin to bring it back safely." At this moment, the wind on the sea suddenly stopped. Without a target to attack, these big guys began to wander aimlessly. Wang, who was suspended in midair, and the noise of electric current came from his headphones. He looked down at the sea and saw that the wandering sea monsters had stopped at some point. The octopus's tentacles stopped moving. The sea snake coiled into a rigid ring, and the turtle's carapace stayed close to the water surface. Something's wrong. Wang Hu tightly gripped the high-frequency vibration knife. The mecha's sensors suddenly issued a beeping alarm. The biological activity index is abnormal. Their heartbeats are accelerating. Before he finished speaking, the ComC surface suddenly exploded. Roar! The octopus suddenly jumped out of the water, and its body of more than 20 meters stretched out in the night sky. The originally gray-black skin instantly turned blood red, and the suction cups on the tentacles opened wide. Its jagged fangs were exposed, and its roar was like a ton of dynamite exploding in my ears. Wang Hu's mecha shield instantly lit up red, and the holographic control panel in front of him instantly began to alarm. "What's going on?" The men's exclamations mixed with shrill alarms. "They're crazy." Wang Hu turned his head suddenly and saw a sea snake leaping out of the water like red lightning, its scales standing up like blades, rushing towards the nearest warship. Tiny cracks appeared on the turtle's carapace, spewing out dark green acid that produced sizzling white smoke on the sea surface. What's even more terrifying is that their wounds are healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The charred marks on the turtle's carapace that had just been grazed by artillery fire were rapidly fading, revealing a brand new blue-gray shell. "It's medicine." Wang Hu suddenly remembered Lin Xia's words. Someone injected something into them. In the submarine, Mylan stared at the screen intently. On the screen, the sea monsters were like ignited explosives, madly crashing into warships and mechas. The octopus's tentacles wrapped around the bridge of a frigate, crushing the alloy hull into twisted scrap metal. The sea serpent's fangs pierced the mecha's energy shield, green venom splashed on the deck, and pungent black smoke emerged. The effect is 3 times stronger than expected. A sneer appeared on Pierre's lips. He patted Mylan's face, his fingers stained with her cold sweat. "See? This is what they should look like, destroying everything." Mylan's gaze passed over the screen and fell on the boiling sea outside the porthole. In the red waves, she seemed to see the wreckage of the Dragon Kingdom's mecha warriors floating up and down. She suddenly clenched her fists, digging her nails deep into her palms, and the taste of blood filled her mouth. She knew that behind this madness, there was an even more terrifying conspiracy staring at the sea in the darkness. At this time, Lin Xia and Xiao Tianlei's support fleet had just broken through the rain. What can be seen in the distance is a night sky dyed red by blood and fire, and those test subjects who were injected with the command of destruction and roared in madness. The battle has just begun. Chapter 170, A Decisive Battle with a Monster. The bloody morning light had just torn apart the sea level. The prison on the sea exudes an indescribable weirdness. Wang, who was suspended in midair, watching with a zoomed-in lens fixed on the turtle. Its carapace no longer hit the electric grid, but instead stuck to the water surface, with its neck slightly arched like a fully drawn bow. What made him even more nervous were the octopus's tentacles, those limbs that were originally moving freely. At this moment, it was closing at an extremely slow speed, and the barbs in the suction cup were flashing coldly in the morning light, as if it was gathering energy. Commanderly, look at its eyes. Wang, whose voice was heavy. The mecha's sensor suddenly beeped. The bioelectrical current index is not right. It is 70% higher than 10 minutes ago. As Li Huijun got closer to the screen, he saw the turtle suddenly raise its head. There was no reflection in the dark pupils, only a dead and murderous look. Just as he was about to speak, the net wall suddenly shook with a clang. A shocking crack spread along the alloy joint. It wasn't caused by an impact, but by the mesh breaking silently. The two of them were instantly nervous. At the same time, the situation in Manhwa was reported to various countries as dawn broke. In the country of the Russian bear, the emperor rubbed his brows and asked, "Does this have anything to do with eagle sauce? Has the Dragon Nation been fully controlled now? Make sure our naval forces are on guard in time. If they escape and head towards us, we'll be in trouble." "Yes, Emperor, the defense has begun. It doesn't look like the eagle sauce is behind this. They're also keeping an eye on the situation. All the newspapers in the Eagle Sauce capital are reporting on it simultaneously." Judging from the footage sent back, Manhwa has basically taken control of the situation. The emperor nodded and said, "Have our people gather as much information as possible and report any abnormalities immediately. We will also dispatch personnel to provide support if necessary." Yes, faced with the conflict between humans and natural disasters, the emperor did not hesitate at all. He believes that this situation must not be spread without involving the interests of various countries. Eagle sauce inside the White Palace. Ha ha ha. The rare hearty laughter spread throughout the entire palace. Talangpa laughed so hard that he couldn't open his eyes. "I thought the Dragon Nation was so powerful, but it turns out some unintelligent giants can force them to reach a higher level of combat readiness. Keep paying attention. If it doesn't work, we can add fuel to the fire." Luowen smiled and nodded. The danger posed to them by those big guys is huge. Now, both Dragon Claw and the inland of Dragon Country are facing problems. If we report this with a little more detail later, I'm afraid the islanders of Dragon Claw will start to suspect this was a premeditated attack. Talangpu narrowed his eyes and said, "Island raid." He slapped his thigh and said, "Great. Report to me according to this." Soon, the newspapers are full of American news. So, the Dragon Nation is using giant sea creatures to launch a direct attack on Dragon Claw Island. Is this a loss of humanity or a collapse of morality? Where does this move by the Dragon Nation leave the people of Dragon Claw Island? Once the news was released, it immediately spread across the entire blue planet and made headlines in all major news sections. The people of Dragon Claw Island, who had just woken up from their sleep, were full of confusion. "Walter? What's going on? Did the Dragon Nation attack? So sudden? Or was it a sea monster attack? Does this comply with Blue Star's public law? That's not right. I started paying attention last night. Isn't it possible that a sea monster crisis broke out near Guangda Sea and the inland warships were evacuating personnel? Bullshit. My grandma was transferred here on a warship from the mainland and is still sleeping in my room right now. Everyone, don't listen to the Eagle Sauce's nonsense. The people are still sober. Boss Lin, look, these Eagle Sauces are just looking for chaos. Yang Kitchen said angrily. Lin Xia nodded. That's normal. It's good enough that they don't add fuel to the fire, let alone say these things. We can't take care of so many things now. Let's solve the crisis at hand first. 5 minutes to reach the sea. At this time, Milan and Peel were still conducting surveillance from a safe distance. More and more countries are participating in the reporting, and helicopters from various countries are constantly appearing at sea. Rumble. It seemed as if a grand event had begun in the sky, surrounding the sea monster. Wang Hu was furious when he saw this. They are running so happily. They will be the first to die. Li Huijuan shouted. It's General Lin's plane. Above the sky, an airplane with the Dragon Palace logo appeared. At the same time, at the moment the plane landed. The sea monster that was just wandering around in the prison. Suddenly, huge tentacles suddenly flew towards the sky. The plane's engine suddenly emitted a shrill whine. It's an octopus. It's broken through the net wall. The pilot screamed and pulled up the joystick, and the left wing of the plane broke with a click, and parts fell into the sea like raindrops. Lin Xia's eyes suddenly became serious. Then he took out a small silver card from his pocket. Everyone, get dressed. Because we knew this battle was different, everyone brought the Chengying armor before coming. Everyone nodded and immediately clicked on Chengying to get dressed. When the plane was shaking violently and could hardly hold on. There's no time. Lin Xia kicked the cabin door open, and a strong wind rushed in instantly, carrying with it the smell of salt and gunpowder. The hatch opened, and Lin Xia was the first to dive down. The others followed immediately, just as several people dived out and the pilots parachuted synchronously. Just as they steadied themselves, they heard a loud boom behind them. The entire plane was rolled into a twisted metal ball by the tentacles. Sparks exploded on the sea surface and then sank into the dark waves. This scene was captured on live video broadcasts from various countries. Everyone in front of the TV was stunned and trembling all over. Oh my fuck! Are you sure that scene just now wasn't from an interstellar science fiction movie? Oh my god, this is so cool. If I hadn't confirmed it was a live broadcast, I would have thought it was something Dragon Country deliberately created. Everyone, being handsome isn't the most important thing. Didn't you all see those gigantic tentacles reaching up into the sky? They're simply terrifying. Humans are so tiny in front of them. These words immediately gave everyone goosebumps. Yeah, how can we deal with this? I'm afraid this is to send snacks to others. At this moment, on the deck, Lin Xia's figure suddenly stood there. I turned around suddenly and saw that the big guy had already dragged the helicopter in. Everyone took a deep breath. Oh my god, that was so dangerous. Wang Hu immediately rushed over and asked, Are you all okay? Lin Xia quickly walked to the edge of the warship. Chapter 171, A Killing Spree. The knuckles of both hands were clasped tightly on the railing of the observation tower, and the knuckles turned white. The sea breeze, carrying a salty and fishy smell, blew on his face, but he didn't even blink. The sea surface not far away was surging with a strange gray-black color, like a pot of venom about to boil. They're banging against the wall. Wang Hu's roar was drowned out by the harsh sound of metal rubbing against each other. It's not a test. It's a fight to the death. Before he could finish his words, bang! A loud noise exploded in his ears. The glass of the observation tower was instantly cracked, and Lin Xia saw it clearly. The outer alloy layer of the defense wall a kilometer away was actually knocked inward, and blood-red mucus oozed out of the spiderweb-like cracks. Mr. Lin, do you want to activate the strangulation mode? The voice in the communicator was trembling. Wait! Lin Xia stared at the speed at which the cracks spread, her heart sinking to the bottom of the valley. There's something wrong with them. Even if something's wrong, we have to fight. Xiao Tianlei's voice broke in. Look at that wall. Lin Xia's pupils suddenly shrank, and the cracks in the defense wall were widening. A piece of alloy debris as big as a millstone fell into the sea with a clang, and the splashing waves were torn apart in midair by some invisible force. It's about to break. Lin Xia's atoms apple rolled. Wang Hu, I need a sample. A living tissue sample. Otherwise, I can't make the medicine. Wang Hu gritted his teeth. Suicide squad, stand by. Get in the water within 3 minutes. The door of the watchtower was knocked open, and 10 soldiers in deep-sea combat uniforms lined up, their helmet visors reflecting the fierce light of the sea. No one spoke, only the dull thud of combat boots hitting the ground. Remember, target the sea turtle's carapace and take its living tissue. Lin Xia's voice tightened. Come back alive. The soldiers saluted crisply, turned around, and jumped into the sea. In the camouflage ship not far away, Pierre stared at the screen intently, his knuckles clenched white. When he saw the submersible approaching the turtles, he suddenly growled, "Let him move. Don't let them get the stuff." "But sir, the Dragon Kingdom's defense system." "Do as I say." Pierre stared at the disappearing submarine's signal on the screen, his eyes flashing with ruthlessness. "They must die here." Suddenly, a crackling noise came from the underwater communicator. Lin Xia clutched the communicator, and all she could hear were vague roars and the crisp sound of bones breaking, and finally dead silence. 3 minutes later, a figure rushed out of the water. It was Wang Hu. There was a big hole in his combat uniform, and the flesh at the wound was turning outward at a strange speed. "Sample." Wang Hu coughed up a mouthful of blood foam and stuffed the sealed tube into Lin Xia's hand. "I'm back." Inside the sealed tube, a small piece of dark red tissue was still wriggling slightly. The lights in the conference room flickered. Commander Li's analysis stopped abruptly, and everyone's eyes were fixed on Wang Hu's pale face. 10. I'm the only one left. Wang Hu's voice trembled. The second before the underwater communication was cut off, I saw white smoke coming out of the turtle's wound. It had healed. "The test results are in." Yang Kitchen pushed open the door, the report paper in his hand trembling. "The gene sequence is abnormal. The damage caused by the laser cannon will begin to regenerate within 30 seconds, and the recovery rate is 10 times that of a normal creature." Lin Xia grabbed the report. 10 times the recovery power. Those few words burned into my eyes like a red-hot iron. The communicator suddenly lit up, and Zhang Kaifeng's face appeared on the screen with the flashing laboratory lights in the background. "We must make a targeted potion. We'll need at least 5 hours." 5 hours. Lin Xia looked out the window. The cracks in the defense wall had spread to a point visible to the naked eye. "Well, hold on." The alarm in the combat cabin suddenly became sharp. On the holographic screen, the reading of the defense wall plummeted wildly. Crack! Boom! The outer alloy layer completely shattered, and dark green tentacles sprang out from the cracks like poisonous snakes, sweeping across the sea surface with acid droplets. "The defensive wall has been breached." Tentacles. Tentacles 100 meters long. The waves were instantly stirred into a whirlpool, and a 100-meter-high wall of water, carrying broken ice, smashed towards the warship. The radar antenna on the deck crackled, and sparks flew. Lin Xia stared at the countdown timer in the combat cabin. 4 hours, 58 minutes, and 17 seconds. Mecha team. Attack! Wang Hu's roar was bloody. His arm was still bleeding, but he had already put on the mecha operating suit. Xingtian mecha team, follow me. Hundreds of mechas took off into the air, but suffered a devastating disaster the moment they entered the storm. The two tentacles lashed out like whips, and the energy shield flickered 3 times before going out. The 3 mechas were instantly turned into scrap metal, and the parts fell into the sea without even a sound. Aim for the tentacle joints. Use the high-frequency vibration knife. Lin Xia roared at the control desk, his fingers flying on the control screen. Drone swarm cover. Hundreds of electromagnetic shells, trailing blue light, shot towards the tentacles, but only exploded a ball of dark green mist. In a holographic image, as soon as the mecha driven by Wang Hu cut a tentacle, the tissue at the wound began to wriggle wildly. In less than 10 seconds, the broken tentacles grew new spikes. "Damn it, this thing can't be killed." Wang Hu's roar mixed with the alarm of the mecha came. "Boss Lin." Xingtian mecha number 3 was doused in acid. The driver's screams erupted from the communicator. "The armor is melting." On the screen, the upper body of a Xingtian mecha was instantly swallowed by the dark green liquid, turning into a ball of wreckage emitting white smoke. The countdown timer ticked. 4 hours, 45 minutes, and 19 seconds. Lin Xia suddenly looked to the corner of the screen. Several drones, disguised as scientific research aircraft, were hanging on the edge of the battlefield, with their cameras fixed on the battle zone. "Young Qi-Chen." He turned suddenly. "Shoot down those drones. Capture the operators." "Yes." In the camouflage boat, Pierre looked at the drone that suddenly lost control and fell, and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. The screams of his men came from the communicator. "Commander, Dragon Country fighter planes are coming. They've spotted us." Pierre grabbed the encrypted communicator and said in a trembling voice, "Activate the backup plan. Wake up the Matrix." In a combat cabin, Lin Xia suddenly saw a black mountain rising from the sea. It wasn't a turtle, nor an octopus. It was a giant creature covered in bone armor. When its eyes opened, they shot out 2 crimson rays, and it instantly blew up 3 fighter planes with its tail. What is that? Xiao Tianlei lost his voice. Yang Qiqin's voice came through the communicator with anger. A high-intensity energy reaction has been detected. It's a drug modification. They were injected with strengthening drugs and are now mutated. Lin Xia stared at the countdown timer. 4 hours and 30 minutes. Xing Tian Mecha, concentrate your firepower on its eyes. He pressed the communication button. His voice is cold as ice. Everyone listen up. 5 hours. Even if there's only 1 mech left, we have a holdout for 5 hours. The roar of the giant shattered the clouds, and its inky tentacles, wrapped in thunder, smashed towards the warship. Lin Xia looked at the decreasing number of mechas on the screen and slammed his knuckles on the control panel. 4 hours, 29 minutes, and 59 seconds. Chapter 172, Tell Me. What is public international law? The artillery fire at sea was still intertwined wildly. The red dot representing the sea monster on the radar screen was frantically devouring its own signals, and the alarms in the cabin were sounding one after another. The temporary arrest here unexpectedly brought good news. Suddenly, the hatch was slammed open. Yang Qiqin rushed in, sweating all over, his military boots sliding half a meter on the floor. Boss Lin, we caught a woman. She said she knows who's behind this. Bring him in. Lin Xia's voice hit the metal cabin wall with unquestionable coldness and hardness. Mylan was dragged in like a dead dog. She had had enough of Pierre's threats. The moment he saw the Dragon Kingdom army capture him, Mylan felt that he could say a lot of things. She staggered and looked up, her hair sticking to her sweaty face, and her voice was trembling. Dear leaders of the Dragon Nation, I am marine biologist from Pojiaxin. That sea monster is a test subject in our laboratory. This one sentence instantly aroused the anger of everyone present. What did you say? Xiao Tianlei kicked the chair away and rushed over, grabbing her collar with his big hands and lifting her up. Did you do this? Pah! A crisp slapping sound exploded in the cabin. Mylan's head was tilted and blood instantly flowed from the corner of her mouth. Who gave you the courage? Are you targeting us on purpose? Xiao Tianlei's roar made the headphones buzz. A smile slowly appeared on the corner of Mylan's bleeding mouth. No, not us. It was the Eagle Sauce who asked us to do the research. They want to create large-scale genetic drugs, not only for transforming humans, but also for transforming marine life. It's just... She breathed a little quickly. Lin Xia quickly waved to the side. Give her water. The staff quickly handed her a cup of water. After drinking the water with gulps, Mylan finally recovered completely. It's just that the experiment has failed now. Failed? These words stunned everyone. What do you mean? Everyone was a little confused. Mylan pointed at a person on the holographic screen and said, Go and capture him. He knows everything. He made me do it. He was the one who asked me to inject these failed test subjects with a drug that made them go crazy. As soon as these words came out, everyone present broke out in a cold sweat. Bring it to me. Lin Xia clenched his fists at his sides, his knuckles turning white. Soon, Pierre was brought in with an indignant look on his face and thrown heavily in front of everyone. Seeing Mylan cowering in the corner, he suddenly rushed over with bloodshot eyes. Bitch, how dare you betray me? Click! The crisp sound of the mecha's joints turning suddenly rang out. Lin Xia's figure flashed, and she had already grabbed his throat and pressed him against the wall. The mecha's palm tightened, and Pierre's face instantly turned purple, and his feet kicked off the ground. Now that you're here, what else do you want to do? Mr. Peel, if I remember correctly, you are from the CIA? Because he was wearing a mecha, the strength in his hands was particularly great. But after a while, Pierre's whole body was full of veins and his face turned red. You know me? Lin Xia gritted her teeth and said, Did Mr. Jack tell you that you can't just enter the dragon country? Boom! A bad thought immediately flashed through Pierre's mind. You can't kill me. This is against international law. You can't kill me. The huge fear of death instantly made him panic. The whole person retreated frantically. Lin Xia's voice exploded in his ears like thunder. Tell me, what on earth do you want to do? Pierre shook his head frantically. I can't say it. I can't say it. I'll die if I tell you. I'll die. You can't tell me. Lin Xia smiled coldly. Who do you think would kill you faster than your boss? Mylan, who was sitting slumped aside, laughed. She was very familiar with these words. They want to use a failed experiment to create chaos among you. As for the purpose, Pierre should know. Pierre's eyes suddenly turned red. Bitch, do you really not care about your son? Mylan laughed and said, you should worry about how you die. Pierre looked at the people present and suddenly laughed, his eyes full of madness and resentment. Hey, what else could it be? It's nothing more than watching you two sides get engulfed in war, disrupting your strategic layout, and making it impossible for you to take back this island. Let your plans for the entire Blue Star be completely thwarted. If possible, just like decades ago, I'll open your country's borders with artillery fire. What a pity you can't kill me. Boom! Xiao Tianlei punched the console, and the screen crackled instantly, sparks flying out. Lin Xia's breathing suddenly became heavy. A pair of eyes full of red bloodshot. Peel. Tia. The warrior was swallowed by the sea monster. The wolfish ambitions of the eagle sauce. Blocking friendly exchanges between the two sides of the Taiwan Strait. Trying to open the gates of Dragon Country. When historical memories from decades ago once again surfaced in Lin Xia's mind. It seemed as if all the blood in his body was on fire. I wish I could destroy that country and that race right now. Let those guys with evil intentions disappear from this blue planet. Disappear. 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 Deep in my heart, shouts suddenly burst out. Lin Xia couldn't bear it any longer, and the cold, murderous intent immediately solidified into reality. It gushed out instantly. Pierre was instantly grabbed by him and lifted into the air. Ignoring the shocked looks on the faces of the people behind him, Lin Xia looked at him with eyes full of anger. Pierre was so frightened that he became incontinent instantly. You, what do you want to do? I have surrendered. According to the Geneva Convention, you cannot kill me. This is international law. These words immediately made Lin Xia laugh. You think of international law now. Is creating genetic monsters in compliance with international law? Is it legal under international law to allow genetic monsters to attack ordinary people? Do you think all this is in compliance with international public law? At this point, the expressions of everyone present changed. The soldiers on the big screen continued to sacrifice as time passed. This guy is actually discussing international public law here? It's ridiculous. The strength in Lin Xia's hands suddenly became stronger. Pierre was almost speechless, and he was helplessly slapping the arms clamped around his neck. This is of no use at all. The next second, the strength in Lin Xia's hands increased instantly. You beasts! Are you worthy enough to talk to me about international law? Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking instantly rang out throughout the room. Lin Xia suddenly broke Pierre's neck in his hand. He immediately threw the limp body out like garbage. Everyone, no more waiting. He quickly walked to the electronic touch panel on the side, and his hands flew rapidly. Then finally pressed the button. Everyone get ready. The Xuanwu is about to join the battle. Lin Xia's cold voice exploded in everyone's ears. Everyone's eyes suddenly became stern. Is the Xuanwu coming? The Xuanwu aerospace carrier, which has just been equipped to the army, is going to participate in the battle. Mr. Lin, what about the medicine from Engineer Zhang? Yang Asket. Lin Xia looked at my lawn in the corner and said, take her to the docking station. As for the others, he glanced around the room. Follow me and fight. Chapter 173, General Lin's Fear of Insufficient Firepower. The Xuanwu, which had just received the order, felt as if the entire warship had suddenly received some kind of summons. The power unit ran at full speed, the engine roared, and the entire warship quickly rose from the sea and rushed into the sky. At this moment, Bai Jingyi stared at the control panel and slapped his fingers hard. Full-speed sprint. Target Guangdahai. The pilot pushed the joystick hard, and the Xuanwu rushed forward like a giant beast that had awakened, blocking out the sky and the sun, with a 100-meter-high wave column sprayed out from the vector nozzle below. Crash! Seawater fell from the airborne warship, and the entire Xuanwu was like a huge island rising from the ground, blocking out the sky and the sun. At the same time, all aerospace combat team members on the warship are making pre-war preparations. This is also the first frontal battlefield since the formation of the aerospace combat team. Everyone takes it very seriously. At the same time, I am also looking forward to it. Bai Jingyi turned on a microphone and came in front of everyone. Comrades, on the first day of the establishment of our Dragon Kingdom aerospace fleet, I believe everyone knows that we are different from the other three armies. We are the fourth branch of the military, above the other three branches, born for tough battles. First battle of the day, take down those sea monsters. Are you ready? In an instant, tens of thousands of soldiers shouted in unison. Va! 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 The shouts shook the earth. Bai Jingyi nodded with satisfaction. Right now, on the internet, the live broadcast continues. When everyone saw the aerospace mothership as big as an island coming towards them, everyone was stunned. Oh my god, Dragon Nation actually dispatched an aerospace mothership? Is it really that outrageous? Not to mention the mecha warriors and the naval fleet. Now, this cutting-edge technology has come out. Does the Dragon Nation have a phobia of insufficient firepower? Haha, using the same method of fighting interstellar wars to fight land and sea battles. This is simply an all-round crushing defeat. In the present time, the Eagle Sauce White Palace was stunned. His already shattered worldview was now shattered even more. Is Longwa completely inhumane? It's just a genetically modified organism. Do they need to make such a fuss? But at the same time, the people on the other side of the strait were deeply moved. Woo-woo-woo, it has to be our mother. For our safety, she actually dispatched the Xuanwu, which has never been dispatched before. Why does our Dragon Claw make our mother so exhausted? My tears burst out, and a feeling of honor instantly swept over my whole body. At the same time, Lin Xia and others had already arrived on the deck, followed by a loud dragon roar. The Xuanwu suddenly appeared on the clouds on the horizon like a heavenly army approaching. Xuanwu's combat mode has been activated. UAV combat plateforme en terre debugging mode. The aerospace fighter begins to enter the launch phase. Electromagnetic pulse cannon charging. Countless sounds of mechanical preparation came into Lin Xia's ears. It was so fast that he could hardly hear the content. In an instant, all gun crews fire freely. The carrier-based aircraft formation takes off. Biyingi Reifert. The energy muzzles on the sides of the Xuanwu lit up at the same time, and thousands of scorching plasma beams poured down like a rainstorm. Following the first round of artillery bombardment, the dark blue light was like thousands of headlights shooting out, illuminating the entire sea surface. At this moment, even the sun in the sky cannot match the brightness of this moment. Lin Xia glanced at the people on both sides of the Taiwan Strait, and a slight smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Next second, everyone follow me, kill. In an instant, everyone's blood boiled and they all started shouting. When the huge tentacles that kept pouring in were hit by a round of artillery fire. The giant beast inside was completely awake and boiling. Snap! The entire sea prison collapsed in an instant. Countless thick tentacles suddenly stretched straight and smashed heavily into the warship beside them like a battering ram. The energy shield fluctuated violently during the collision. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared, and a groan of twisted metal could be heard from inside the hull. Dozens of fighter planes roared out of the hangar, and the armor-piercing shells they carried exploded in balls of fire around the giant beast's compound eyes, finally forcing it to retract its tentacles. Aim at their eyes, throats, and other weak spots. Lin Xia roared. The main gun on the belly of the mothership began to charge, and the dark blue energy flow gathered into a light ball with a diameter of 100 meters and shot out instantly. Just at this moment, the sea snake suddenly opened its mouth and sprayed a mouthful of green venom onto the warship nearby. The mothership immediately activated its defenses and aimed its main guns at the sea snake's vital point. Bang! The sea snake suddenly opened its mouth and swallowed the ammunition, exploded violently inside the body. In an instant, green saliva spread everywhere. Everyone hurried to take shelter. The sea snake's body exploded into a pool of mud and finally sank slowly into the sea. Just a few minutes. This attack has made the people on both sides of the Taiwan Strait feel uneasy, and their brains are buzzing. It's so shocking, it makes my scalp tingle. So cool, oh my god. If you were still afraid and wanted to escape before, at this moment, all everyone could do was wait and see them hunt the giant beast. With the precedent of the first death, the enthusiasm of the soldiers was immediately aroused. So it can kill. Xiao Tianlei wiped the green liquid off his helmet and cursed. How fucking disgusting. Bai Jingyi watched the minced meat explode and took a deep breath. It's good that it's not invulnerable. The worry I just felt much better in an instant. Watching the remaining few frantically popping up in the sea, a gleam flashed in by Jingyi's eyes. General Lin, get the soldiers out of the way. I'm concentrating my main guns on these guys. The sound of the main gun being activated rang in everyone's ears. Lin Xia nodded and waved. Fight the octopus monster first and save the turtle for me. Yes. Bai Jingyi followed orders and aimed the huge muzzle of the cannon at the octopus monster's eyes. Boom! Again, the entire sea water boiled instantly, and the big guy who was hit rolled in the sea water in pain. The 100-meter-high waves were like a doomsday tsunami, sweeping to the coast in an instant. Swish! The people on both sides of the Taiwan Strait were horrified by what they saw. After the main gun roared, a new round of mecha warriors and carrier-based aircraft attacked. After repeating this process over and over again, these guys finally got a little tired. When a huge turtle figure wants to dive into the seabed, Lin Xia noticed it sharply. Want to escape? No way. Wang Hu, he shouted, and all the Chungying warriors rushed forward instantly. After this round of fighting, everyone discovered, although this turtle has full defense, its agility is not as good as the others. It's just a meat shield with low attack power. After confirming this, Lin Xia wanted to keep this guy for research purposes. I want to see what the eagle sauce is doing. This scene was also seen by the eagle sauce. What do they want to do? Capture them alive. Luo Wen leaned in closer to take a closer look. Interesting. Just them. I'm afraid it's useless even if I capture him alive. At this time, Zhang Kaifeng's video popped up and he spoke very quickly. Boss Lin, the potion is ready. But my Lan said they have self-destruct potion in their bodies, so we only have a few hours to study them after we capture them alive. Lin Xia nodded. Enough. Okay, I'll be there right now. I'll be there in about 10 minutes. Zhang Kaifeng hung up the phone. Lin Xia returned to the deck, looked at the soldiers with excited faces, and asked loudly, Is the Xuanwu powerful enough? Xiao Tianlei nodded with lingering fear. It's like heavenly soldiers descending to Earth. It's just that the equipment is not yet in place, so don't let anything go wrong. Lin Xia waved her hand, not really caring. It's not a big problem. If they weren't so far away, they would have joined the battle long ago. Chapter 174, Super Matter, Annihilation Energy. In the next half hour, everyone finally found a way to deal with these guys. The Xuanwu returned to the surface of the sea to provide assistance, and waves of soldiers went up to consume the enemy. But after a while, a few of them were turned into mincemeat. Just then, Zhang Kaifeng and his team arrived just in time. He came quickly carrying a silver metal box. Boss Lin, I'm here. Isn't it wasting everyone's time? Lin Xia nodded. There's still time. There are still 2 jumping in the sea. Zhang Kaifeng glanced at the artillery fire not far away and was so frightened that he took a deep breath. Oh my God, how is this different from a doomsday movie? Who would have thought that this giant thing was made by humans? He complained while preparing the potion in his hand. I don't know what the eagle sauce is doing with these things. This medicine must be injected. The time is too short. We can't make a medicine that will be effective if it is directly injected into seawater. Zhang Kaifeng felt a little ashamed. Okay, that's good. Lin Xia took the medicine. Wang Hu on the side ran up quickly. Leave it to us. Inject it into the soft tissue of the turtle, right? Wang Hu confirmed. Lin Xia nodded and glanced with a complicated expression at the soldiers who were already preparing not far away. Everyone, please be careful. Everyone's safety comes first. We're all here now. If the injection fails, retreat immediately. We must not harm our soldiers again. Lin Xia warned. Wang Hu wiped the sweat from his face and said, It's been 4 or 5 hours. If we don't deal with these guys, I'm worried that the soldiers won't be able to hold on any longer. After this battle, we must ask them what exactly they meant by releasing their laboratory monsters into our waters. Wang Hu couldn't help getting angry when he thought that these guys were man-made. Lin Xia gritted her teeth and said, Don't worry, we'll save all of this for them. Okay, let's go. At this moment, the sky was getting dark and there was fog in the air. Led by Wang Hu, the 12 mecha warriors quietly sank into the turbid seawater. Everyone keep silent, target the soft tissue of the wound on the neck and tail. Wang Hu's voice reached everyone's ears through the underwater communicator. Everyone nodded and then swam quickly toward the tail of the big guy. The people on the shore watched the scene nervously through the observation equipment. I hope I can succeed in one try. Zhang Kaifeng clenched his fists, staring without blinking. In the picture, when a few people just arrived at the location and prepared to give the injection. The sea snake's tail suddenly swung over and hit Wang Hu in the chest. The breathing of everyone present stopped immediately. Wang Hu was seen floating away like a fallen leaf. Huzi. Xiao Tianlei was anxious. No, let me help. Lin Xia grabbed him and said, look, everything's fine. Wang Hu managed to stabilize himself and return to the team. Then, his voice came from the communication device. Prepare for the injection. The alloy injection needle installed on the mecha arm popped out immediately, just as another round of artillery fire hit the sea snake nearby. Everyone took advantage of the chaos and inserted their needles at the same time. As soon as the needle tip penetrated the guy's soft tissue, he suddenly trembled violently. The soft tissue at the injection edge began to contract rapidly, clamping the injection needle tightly. No, we can't get in like this. Everyone immediately became anxious. Pressure the injection pump, quickly. Wang Hu roared. Everyone else grabbed the turtle's body, trying to slow its struggles. Everyone in front of the screen held their breath. You must succeed, you must succeed. Lin Xia clenched her hands tightly. As the light, golden potion slowly flowed into the turtle's body, the muscles that had been contracting wildly began to slowly relax. Injection successful. Everyone quickly started to retreat. For a moment, this guy seemed to feel unwell. The sound of woo-woo-woo began to echo throughout the sea. At the same time, the struggle became even more intense. But this struggle lasted only a few minutes before a dull sound was heard from the bottom of the sea. That was the sound of the turtle crashing into the rocks as it slowly descended. Seeing the opportunity was right, Lin Xia immediately shouted, "Quick, get out of the cage and pull it up." As the last sea snake exploded and died, the sea turtle was the only one left in the bloody seawater. The special cage that had been prepared long ago was immediately lowered and quickly caught the guy. How is it? Did the potion work? Zhang Kaifeng glanced at the control panel and said, wait 5 more minutes. Time passes by every second. Everyone was waiting anxiously on the spot. Finally, Zhang Kaifeng's voice was like heavenly music. It's okay, it's working. This guy's just a pile of mud now. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Tianlei leaned against the railing and sighed. Damn it, I finally got rid of these guys. I'm just worried that it won't work. What do you think, Mr. Lin? Can it be salvaged now? Let our technicians examine it. Lin Xia was a little conflicted. This thing is too big. Let's build a control prison on the spot. This time it will be more solid, and the medicine will be replenished in time. According to what they said, this guy won't hold on for much longer. Technicians, put on your gear quickly and come into the sea with me. He wanted to see what these people were up to. Soon, well-dressed technicians appeared immediately. Lin Xia nodded, then jumped in the water and slowly walked towards the guy. At this moment, the sun is setting. People on both sides of the Taiwan Strait watched the giant beast being defeated, and everyone was extremely excited. They were jumping around, wanting to see the situation on the seabed and to hear the official statement. I wonder if all these monsters are dead. Can you please stop destroying our home? Of course she is. Our mom is still very powerful. It's in everyone's discussion. Lin Xia has arrived in front of the turtle. In front of the giant creature that was as big as a hill, everyone seemed so small. Lin Xia extended her hand, and the staff member beside her immediately became nervous. Boss Lin, can you let me do it? Lin Xia waved her hand, and he must do it himself. This was a temporary, dangerous mission, and it should have been completed by now. But there is still no sound coming out of the system. He wanted to see if there would be any surprises if he touched this guy. However, the next second, just as his hand touched the turtle's shell, suddenly, the system voice rang. The main quest begins, searching for super time and space matter. Annihilation energy. Mission deadline, indefinite. Annihilation energy explained. A powerful energy source that surpasses all matter in the Milky Way. There is no reminder that the task is over, but instead there is a reminder that a new task has started. Lin Xia was completely stunned. No? What is annihilation energy? What kind of substance can surpass all the energy in the Milky Way? This explanation made him completely dazed. Chapter 175 Lan Xing was shocked. Can this be solved? For a moment, he froze in place. Obliteration energy, obliteration energy. He suddenly felt that this word was particularly familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. That's right. It's an old Gio's diary. That's the messy, scribbled words. It actually appeared here. Lin Xia's emotions were churning. Mr. Lin? Mr. Lin? The people around thought Lin Xia was injured, so Wang Hu pulled Lin Xia away. Mr. Lin, are you okay? Lin Xia suddenly came back to his senses. I'm Fina. Hurry up and take samples. This guy's in a deep sleep now. After saying this, he quickly stepped back, and the other personnel immediately went forward to take samples and draw blood. After a busy period, everyone finally surfaced. Zhang Kaifeng held up the sealed sample and said, "Analysis will take some time. I'll take it first. This guy should only have 3 days left. If you want to take advantage of it, you have to do it quickly." Lin Xia nodded, then turned to look at Xiao Tianlei on the side. "Commander Xiao, public opinion is now in your hands. Do what you have to do. You must trample the face of the eagle's sauce into the ground. I have something else to do, so I have to leave as soon as possible." Lin Xia was anxious to go back and study the situation. Xiao Tianlei breathed heavily, clenching his teeth as he looked at the body fragments covering the sea in front of him. "Don't worry, the evidence is right in front of me this time. I will definitely not let them off easily." After saying this, the group quickly returned to the warship. At the same time, the loudspeakers on the warship were aimed at the people on both sides of the Taiwan Strait. "My fellow villagers, don't worry. The sea monster has been destroyed. You can all go home and have a good sleep tonight." As the voice spread, the people on both sides of the strait immediately breathed a sigh of relief. What followed was the roar of the crowd. "It's amazing. Our country's army is so amazing. Anyone who offends the Dragon Nation will die, even if they're giant beasts." "Ha ha, you're right. Even if the Dragon King of the West Sea comes ashore, he'll have to take 2 slaps before leaving. The aerospace carrier is so cool. This is the first time I've seen the aerospace army deployed. It's a completely different team from the other 3 armed forces. It's so cool. Woo woo woo. I thought my home would be gone tonight. These beasts are so scary. Who says it isn't? It would take a long time just to deal with the abandoned bodies at sea, right?" In the crowd, several elderly people with gray hair took 2 quick steps forward. "What a pity for those soldiers who died. They were so young, about the same age as my children, and yet nothing is left." As soon as these words came out, everyone present couldn't help but feel depressed. Although it was far away, I saw it with my own eyes. A young man was devoured by those guys. You can see how much effort it takes to fend off these monsters. I can't believe how they felt as they charged forward. Someone immediately raised his arms and cheered. "Young and old, everyone, organize yourself and send these children who are defending our country off in your own way." The voice of one person immediately attracted hundreds of spontaneous people from both sides of the strait to come. Everyone held up torches and sent the soldiers off with a unique folk farewell ceremony. When this picture was posted on the internet, people from all over the world were shocked and exclaimed in amazement. German netizen: "Oh my god, this is too spectacular, right? Did Dragon Country netizens really defeat the prehistoric behemoth? It's unbelievable." South Korean netizens: "Are you sure this isn't some AI special effect? Can a human defeat something like this?" Frank netizen: "Dragon Country's military capabilities have already surpassed the normal level of Blue Star. It seems that what they have shown before is hidden." Mao Xiong netizen: "It really deserves to be called the Dragon Country. The cohesion is simply too strong. I can't imagine what the result will be if anyone dares to go to war with such a country." At this time, inside the White Palace, Luo Wen snorted coldly. "What will be the result? Humph. This must be the result of their death. Do you really think defeating these guys is a big deal? They're just war monsters we created. Ultimately, our technology is superior." No one else said anything, and Talangpu, who was sitting in the upper seat, had a dark face. Everyone in the think tank frowned tightly together, looking at each other, not knowing how to evaluate the situation. After a long while, it was Talangpu who spoke first. "Are you sure they won't discover our intentions towards Guangdahai under such circumstances?" This is what worries him most. Luo Wen shook his head. "This incident was originally an accident. We just added fuel to the fire. Although we haven't achieved the desired effect yet, we won't let them discover our true purpose. And I've already asked Pierre to destroy the laboratory over there, so there will definitely be no evidence left." Luo Wen was confident that everything was under control. Talangpo nodded in satisfaction. Okay, I'll leave this matter to you. Try not to make it too big and don't affect our subsequent arrangements. The S3 season is bound to begin, but before it starts, Eagle Sauce believes that they must make the most complete preparations. The goal of lobbying other countries must be achieved first, but this takes time. So they think that now is not the best time to start war. From top to bottom, they believe that stabilizing Longwa is the top priority now. And in their opinion, this incident was not a serious matter. At this time, on the returning warship, Milan told everything in detail. The lab hadn't activated its self-destruct sequence before I arrived, so it should still be in place now. Location? Give me the satellite map and I'll mark it for you. Milan has given up. It doesn't matter to her whether she lives or dies. She just can't let those who threaten her have an easy time. To this, Xiao Tianlei said, "Your son will not die. Our overseas personnel have already rescued him." Hearing this, Milan's eyes lit up. Real. By the way, I have one more thing. I don't know if it will be of any use to you. Xiao Tianlei, what? A kind of super matter. It's not clear what purpose they're using it for, but they attach great importance to it. Milan poured it all out in one gulp. Xiao Tianlei immediately became interested. Super matter? What is it? I'm not exactly sure about the details. I only heard Pierre mention it once. They originally planned to have me start exploratory work in Asia. Coincidentally, the first exploration point they marked was Guangdahai. Xiao Tianlei alarm Sudin Lihong, Guangdue. Milan took the lead. But the situation is, I haven't completed this giant beast experiment, so I angered the superiors, and they're planning to abandon our site. Xiao Tianlei's heart was beating fast, and he walked out quickly. This is an important situation and must be reported to General Lin as soon as possible. Chapter 176. Negotiations between major powers should be magnanimous. Lin Xia was also shocked when she heard the news. You mean they're in Guangdahai, trying to explore that so-called super matter? Xiao Tianlei nodded heavily with a serious expression. According to what this woman said, it is indeed true. I have already sent someone to the laboratory over there. I thought it would be better for you to know this news as soon as possible. Lin Xia nodded. It seems that this super matter should be annihilation energy. At present, we still don't know what this thing looks like or what its use is. But one thing is clear. This thing is indeed very important. It's not just a system reminder. Now there are also advanced discoveries by the Americans. This was a tense signal for Lin Xia. Okay, I understand. You guys deal with the things at hand first, and I'll study it again. He had to go back and look through the diary again to see if there was any information he had overlooked. Lin Xia's brows were tightly furrowed, showing no joy of victory at all. Yang Kitchen and Lu Ruifeng, who were watching from the side, also became anxious. Boss Lin, don't worry too much. Everything should be fine. It looks like the Eagle Sauce and the others are also investigating. We're almost as advanced as they are. Both of them knew that Lin Xia was worried about being overtaken by others. After all, at this stage, any disturbance will lead to huge changes. It would be great if I could go to their District 8 and take a look at how much they have hidden. Lu Ruifeng laughed. Haha, then it's probably time for the Eagle Sauce to crawl at our feet. They hide that place like a treasure. Not only can people from other countries not get in, but even the people inside are very secretive. Lin Xia rubbed his brows and said, All right, let's deal with the things at hand first. Soon, in a few days after the incident, with the official news released by Dragon Country and the public discussion that could not be suppressed throughout the Blue Star. Finally, the Eagle Sauce White Palace finally couldn't stand the pressure of public opinion and was willing to sit down with Longwood to discuss this matter. Right now, in the capital of the United States, at a closed negotiation meeting, the two leaders sat on either side of the long table. Those who participated in the negotiations this time were all bigwigs from both sides. Luo Wen personally led the Eagle Country side, while General Xiao led the Dragon Country side. Each side brought nearly 10 powerful negotiators. As soon as we sat down, the atmosphere was full of tension. Lin Xia, who was sitting in the Dragon Palace, watched from a distance. He had no experience with such meetings, so he just participated to see for himself. At the beginning of the meeting, Lin Xia pointed at the video screen. Shouldn't a meeting like this be serious? He originally wanted to turn it off and wait for the final result. However, the next second, without any pre-swing, you can enter the bustling city mode in 1 second. I'm telling you, if there's no clear explanation for this, I'm going to go to war. Damn it, You bastards, do you really think Blue Star is your home, and you can do whatever you want? I'm telling you, if the compensation isn't in place this time, I'll send tanks into your new San Francisco. Xiao Tianlei slammed the table and started a fight in an instant. Luo Wen's face changed instantly, turning blue and red, colorful and particularly beautiful. No, didn't Longwa come here to negotiate? Why did they start arguing right at the start? And is this Dragon Country military personnel sure to be their top leader? You, this Dragon Nation representative, please don't be so anxious. Luo Wen knew that the evidence was right in front of him, and that this matter was indeed their problem. What he didn't expect was that Pierre didn't follow his orders to destroy the laboratory, and was directly arrested. Now, even if I want to quibble, I have no point in saying it. However, Luo Wen didn't care much about all this. After all, according to the plan from above, all we have to do is keep them stable. After all, once the news gets out, it will affect their lobbying progress in various countries, and the impact will not be too good. Under the current situation, Longwa has reached a status similar to theirs. So they were very worried that they would not be able to lead the team. The bottom line of the Dragon Kingdom is its people and territory. Once they are provoked, they will definitely not give up. Representative of Longwa, I advise you to calm down. We have no problem with compensation, but I hope you won't ask for too much. Luo Wen said coldly. Of course, he had a bottom line. Bullshit. Xiao Tianlei didn't respond at all and started cursing. Do you want me to let that Milan speak out? Huh? Do you really think that no one knows about your ecological research violations? Or do you think ordinary people can accept this? Yes. Commander Xiao is right. The assistant beside him nodded repeatedly, trying to calm the tension between the two sides. Lin Xia was amused by this scene. It really is a negotiation between two great powers. He pointed at the video cheerfully. It has the demeanor of a great power. Yang Kitchen smiled, not feeling that there was anything wrong at all. Boss Lin, this is already a very gentle negotiation scene. Lin Xia rubbed his brows and said, all right, turn it off. Remember to ask Commander Xiao to get some good stuff. Aircraft carriers, warships, and so on. The more the better. Anyway, as long as it's free, the more the better, he won't mind it. Back then, when those countries asked Daqing for compensation, they asked for exorbitant amounts, so we don't need to be polite. Yang Kitchen smiled and said, don't worry, Mr. Lin, we've got the chance now, and we won't let them go so easily. Xiao Tianlei on this side quickly ended a day of verbal battles, no negotiations. When he returned to his residence, he rubbed his sore shoulders. It seems like we haven't tested the bottom line of the Eagle sauce yet. You guys, work overtime tonight and revise the terms. Several of the men laughed and said, hey, we've already made all the preparations. It all depends on whether Eagle agrees or not. 9 o'clock the next morning. Negotiations began again. Luo Wen had just sat down when the coffee was brought to his hand. The next second, he was so shocked by the conditions of Longwa that he spilled the coffee in his hand. Ahem, what did you say? Several military bases? Do you still want to stay out of the North-South Korean conflict? Luo Wen thought he had heard wrong. How about you consider sending a few Fuck-class aircraft carriers? This is already our greatest sincerity. Xiao Tianlei pondered for a moment. It's okay if we don't have a military base. But you must withdraw from your military base in Pojiakson, or we will fight. We were able to destroy one military base, so we are fully capable of destroying a second one. And I think we have sufficient reasons this time. Luo Wen was angry and helpless. Chapter 177, The Art of Negotiation, Nuclear Weapon Disarmament Device. Don't push your luck. Do you really think we dare not start a war? The assistant on the side scolded. Xiao Tianlei's sword-like eyes shot over instantly. Oh, really? In that case, we'd be more than happy to do so. Our Dragon Nation has a history of 5,000 years, and there are still many things that have not been settled. These words immediately made several people present tremble. Now whoever starts the war is not in the right. Whoever does, so will become the center of the entire blue planet. He wanted to see whether the Eagle Sauce dared to make this move under such circumstances. Luo Wen was very angry, but he remembered what his superiors had told him before he came. Ahem, everyone be quiet. Commander Xiao, I think an aircraft carrier will be enough. We can also pair it with a few frigates. We guarantee they are all top-notch. Xiao Tianlei didn't say anything, just looked at him straight. When Luo Wen got a little nervous, he took the initiative to give in. How about taking one of our fourth-generation aircraft? This is the art of negotiation. Whoever gives in first loses. Fourth-generation aircraft? We don't even consider that crap. Since you don't want to open up your military, then I think we can accept the sharing of your Star Shield system. How about opening up your 500 satellites and letting us use them? Puff. Luo spat out a mouthful of coffee. Why don't you tell us and let us expose all the core military points to you? Do you know what Star Shield means? What does it mean? Xiao Tianlei certainly knows. It means the eyes on the head. However, that's 500 satellites, which is really eye-catching. Looking at his wolf-like eyes, Luo couldn't help swallowing. Absolutely impossible. Forget it. It's wishful thinking. Xiao Tianlei crossed his legs, looking confident of victory. Then don't talk about it. Just flip the table and do it. The group of negotiators behind him immediately started to get ready. See this scene. Luo's eyes went dark and black. Fuck. It's really going crazy. It has always been them, the big eagle, who make the demands, but now the situation has been reversed, and he is really not used to it. So annoying. The meeting is suspended. I'm going to discuss this with the higher-ups. After saying this, everyone moved from the negotiation room to the lounge. Commander Xiao, is this really possible? Will they really give us access to 500 satellites? The accompanying negotiators were all a little frightened. Xiao Tianlei shook his head. Of course not. Those are their eyes, no different from our sky shield. If you give it to us, then Rowan is really crazy. Everyone was puzzled. What about you? Xiao Tianlei smiled like an old fox. This is negotiation. Keep testing their bottom line. Keep proposing conditions they cannot accept until they finally think the initial demands are acceptable. Everyone suddenly understood. So you originally wanted them to temporarily withdraw their military interference in our neighboring country. Ginger is still spicy with age. Xiao Tianlei smiled and took a sip of tea. Anyway, we just want justice. I don't believe that public opinion can still stand on their side at this time. If they can do things that are not right, then can't they take advantage of the opportunity to ferment the things that are right even bigger? Joke. We also grow up through learning. As for being a great power, although I'm not very familiar with it, I have a strong ability to learn. The other side. When Luo returned to the lounge, he was scolded by some cabinet officials. Talangpu asked directly, "What do you think? Do you think 500 satellites can be open to them? What are you thinking? You can ask such a question. Tell them to stop dreaming." Luo looked constipated. He shouldn't have taken on this negotiation job. These people from Longwa have too big an appetite, are too difficult to deal with, and are extremely shrewd. Soon, when we return to the negotiating table again, both sides seem to have calmed down a lot. Luo won. We can agree to all your other conditions, except the satellite issue. That's absolutely impossible. 500 satellites took up a lot of our time. This is non-negotiable. Hearing this, Xiao Tianlei deliberately looked reluctant. In that case, let's add another oil pipeline and give it 10 years of tax exemption. Luo immediately argued. 5 years. Xiao Tianlei slammed the table and said, "Okay, deal." Luo why does it feel like something is weird? Is this a deal? But if you think about it carefully, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong. Okay, that's it. We can sign the agreement today. By the way, after signing the agreement, you must return control of the Pojiaxin laboratory to us. Luo added. Xiao Tianlei waved his hand indifferently. Take it away. Take it away. Anyway, he had copied all the data and moved all the technical information back to the Dragon Palace. It's just an empty shell. It doesn't matter if you hand it over to me. That night, when Lin Xia came out of the laboratory, she heard the news from Xiao Tianlei. Great. These problems have been solved. At least they won't be able to interfere with the Asian plate for a while. One is Pojiaxin, the other is a Korean battlefield. These two, one on each side, are a huge threat pressing at the door. Now that it is in my own hands, it is also another kind of guarantee. Commander Xiao, please actively deploy your military forces in the Asian region. Once the progress in the Himalayas is on track, we will have no major problems in at least 3 directions. Ha. You know what? The white elephant side has been making a lot of noise recently, but they calmed down a lot after seeing our battle at sea. Xiao Tianlei's hearty laughter came from the other end of the phone. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xia took a deep breath. Everything was going as he expected. By the way, Mr. Lin, I have some bad news. Yang Kitchen said, the turtle is dead. Lin Xia waved her hand and said, "It's okay. Zhang Kaifeng has successfully backed up everything." As for the annihilation energy, he lowered his head and thought for a moment. This matter can't be rushed. It needs to be handed over to a reliable person to continue the search and exploration. Just when he was thinking about it, sudden, the system's voice came from my mind. "Congratulations to the host. The temporary mission, blocking the sea monster attack, was successful, and the reward was the successful disarming of a nuclear weapon device. The system information has been successfully distributed." Hearing this voice, a smile immediately appeared on Lin Xia's face. "By the way, call Zhang Tao over here. I have a small project for him. If this thing succeeds, then at least temporarily nuclear weapons will no longer be the thing everyone fears most." He took a quick glance at the drawings and materials and knew there would be no problem in disarming nuclear weapons within a certain range. Chapter 178: Lin Xia's Thoughts, A New Journey. After receiving the call, Zhang Tao rushed over without stopping that night. "Lao Lin, what do you want from me?" "What project?" "As soon as I heard there was a project, I came here without even having to meet anyone." Lin Xia immediately slapped him. "Fuck, you're starting a family behind my back." When facing Zhang Tao and others, Lin Xia unconsciously shed the powerful aura of Mr. Lin of Longdian and instead became no different from a student. Zhang Tao scratched his head. "Hey, isn't it your family who's urging you to come back? You're not in a hurry. Isn't Lu Xiangwei waiting for you? Just one word from you, and your relationship will be settled, right? Speaking of this, I actually remembered something." Zhang Tao's eyes lit up instantly. "Are you really going to get it?" "Fuck you. I'm talking about the project. Do you remember who in our school is better at energy extraction? I'm short of someone here." Lin Xia thought that he had to find someone to do the annihilation energy thing. But everyone has work to do, and I guess no one has time to concentrate on investigating for the time being. Zhang Tao thought for a moment and said, "I think you can ask Lao Xiang for this matter. He should be happy to help you. He has students all over the world." Lin Xia thought about it and felt that it was feasible. "Okay. You interrupted me, and I forgot what I was supposed to give you." As he spoke, Lin Xia pulled out a drawing from the table next to him. "Come and see." Zhang Tao took it with a suspicious look on his face. The next second, with a whoosh sound, he was ejected. Holy crap, a nuclear weapon disarming device. "Oh my god, where did you get this idea?" Zhang Tao looked down and exclaimed, "That's genius. This is a great idea. Can we eliminate nuclear weapons explosions at the source?" "How is it? How long will it take to complete?" Lin Xia asked. Zhang Tao thought about it carefully and said, "If that's the question, then I think 3 months should be fine. It's just a matter of resource allocation." Lin Xia waved his hand and said, "The project is under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Palace. Just allocate it in my name." "Okay, that's fine with me." Zhang Tao's face was full of smiles. The feeling of being carried away by the wind was simply too great. From the time they started school until these past 2 years, Lin Xia has been the guiding light for the three of them in their careers, leading them all the way to success. Zhang Tao expressed his pride in having such a classmate. "Lao Lin, when you take that #1 position, can I call you boss too?" Lin Xia rolled her eyes at him and said, "I don't have that idea. The old man is the most steadfast supporter of the Dragon Nation." "All right, hurry up and go from now on. The project will begin the countdown." Zhang Tao, "Fuck, you're such a jerk." After saying this, he immediately turned around and hurriedly left the Dragon Palace. After he left, Lin Xia was the only one left in the huge Dragon Palace. But he never felt lonely. Looking at the starry sky in the sky, he felt that the burden on his shoulders was still very heavy. After completing these preliminary layout work, the next space mission is the most important. The construction of the lunar base must be put on the agenda. But before he could begin, he had to build a working transportation channel. A space elevator is one option. He clicked on the system interface and took a look. Currently, there are 200 points, and it costs 200 to purchase a space elevator. It is expensive to buy directly with points, but it is more comfortable to get them as mission rewards. However, the current super-kinetic cannon has not yet been completely finished. After it is finished, there will probably be a large number of supplements. That's it. System, purchase the level 3 mall item space elevator. Ding. Space elevator purchased successfully. Now distributing technical information and drawings to the host. Distribution successful. Soon, a huge amount of resources quickly entered his brain. Countless drawings and materials flashed before his eyes like a movie. Lin Xia took a deep breath. It seemed that he would have to retreat again to sort out these materials. Yang Kitchen, don't assign me any work these days. I have something I need to take care of. Yang Kitchen nodded, a surge of excitement in his heart. He quietly retreated. Looks like something big is about to happen. Lu Ruifeng was curious. Are there any big projects? Yang Kitchen, I think so. Before the start of several major projects, Lin Xia always closed the door to visitors for several days. Just wait and see. At the same time, after finishing the compensation work, the American was filled with resentment. After signing the agreement, Luo Wen watched the Longwood delegation leave. I'm definitely going to get revenge on this. We absolutely can't let them take our things away so easily. The assistant beside him asked, What do you mean? Luo Wen looked into the distance, his eyes full of ambition. It's time to put pressure on those countries. Some choices must be made eventually. Without the military control of South Korea and Singapore, Dragonclaw Island probably won't be able to cause any trouble for the time being. Next, Western Europe and the Middle East must be firmly controlled by them. Once the war breaks out, even if the Dragon Kingdom eliminates the threats from all sides, he will still have a way to make them surrender. Commander, South Korea is begging us for help today. Are we really going to just leave it alone? Half of the city has fallen. If this continues, North and South will really be unified. As the president said, it's better to let them fight than unify. Those guys in North Korea are not that easy to control. Luo Wen rubbed his eyebrows and felt a little headache. For some reason, he always felt like he was being plotted against. But if he asked what the plan was, he really couldn't figure it out for a moment. Let's find someone to go to North Korea in a few days. I don't believe they are completely devoted to the Dragon Kingdom. Prophets always move people. After all, North Korea has been seeking our support for a long time. It was because we refused to agree that the Dragon Kingdom succeeded. Yes, I'll arrange it right away. The assistant nodded immediately. In fact, sacrificing a South Korean in exchange for the entrance to the 83rd parallel is a good deal for us, the assistant added. Luo Wen agreed with this. Let's find out first. The Asian plate is much more troublesome than the European plate right now. Relations are in an extremely acute situation, and all the small countries are waiting for a clear signal and the attitude of major powers. Soon, while openly handing over military power to the Dragon Kingdom, the Eagle Sauce mobilized a group of people to carry out other operations in private. The result was that some senior executives, such as Pagaxin, were completely confused. No? Who should they listen to now? Chapter 179, the Super A Kinetic Cannon, has been set up. 3 days later, Lin Xia ended his retreat and walked out of the office. There were so many drawings and materials about the space elevator that it took him a while just to sort them out. Not to mention the supplementary explanation of relevant theoretical content. Mr. Lin, you're out? As soon as he saw him come out, Yang Kitchen immediately trotted up. How is it? Is there any good news from the aerospace department? This is what he is most concerned about at the moment. This thing is the key defense above his head. Yang Kitchen said excitedly. I was just about to tell you about this. There's a simulation test of the Super A Kinetic Energy Cannon this afternoon. The installation was successful? Lin Xia was surprised. Shorter than the original schedule, right? Yang Kitchen was very excited. Yes, it happened more than 10 days earlier than expected, and I went to see it. It was quite spectacular. Lin Xia smacked her lips and said, Let's go, we have to take a look at the test this afternoon. Oh, buy me a meal. Also, the cook in the cafeteria should be sent for training. Yang Kitchen's face was full of question marks. It's quite delicious. But then he thought again. It seemed that the dishes were more suitable for their age group and not suitable for young people like Mr. Lin. Okay, I'll send you to New Oriental to study for 2 days. At around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Xia was already standing at the testing site. Everyone became nervous when they saw Lin Xia appear. Wanda Chong took the technical information and said, Take a look. Lin Xia waved her hand. No need. Let's just get started. The final result will tell whether it works or not. Wanda wiped the sweat from his forehead and turned around to give orders. Okay, prepare for the test. The countdown begins. At this time, in the distant space, the Ziyuan's Super A Kinetic Cannon stood proudly among them like a lion. 20 steel behemoths are quietly parked on the preset tracks. The controlled nuclear fusion device under each ODP base is slowly roaring. Under the staff's demonstration, Lin Xia could clearly see the energy conduits on the tower flowing with pulsating green light, as if the blood vessels of a sleeping giant beast were awakening. You've also made some optimizations to the stability system. Lin Xia noticed their changes at a glance. Not bad, very thoughtful. It is not about copying, but about applying and changing it according to the actual situation, which is in line with Lin Xia's requirements for them. Right now, dense streams of data pulsed across the central holographic panel. Core pressure stabilized, reaching critical value 98%. The system's electronic sound echoed, and technicians quickly entered the target parameters. When it came to the final testing phase, Wanda clenched his fists. Ever since Lin Xia came, he has been acting like a student about to take an exam. Lin Xia saw it and patted his shoulder. "Don't worry, you're doing great." After hearing this, his nervousness finally subsided a little. He pointed to the large screen and said, "The simulated meteorite swarm has been preset. This is the main test target for today." Lin Xia frowned slightly. "Didn't use Blue Star to hit the target?" Wanda Chong was shocked. "Using orbital weapons to attack targets on Blue Planet? What? Can't do it." Lin Xia had thought about it a long time ago. This is not a simple space hedge weapon, but it is the biggest threat hanging over the heads of the Americans. "Do you know why you're not allowed to make this project public?" At this moment, Wanda Chong felt that he seemed to have figured something out. Suddenly, a complex emotion arose in my heart, excitement and horror coexisting. He quickly walked to the control panel beside him and said, "Please wait a moment. The ground target will be completed in half an hour." Wanda Chong immediately organized personnel to adjust the goals. "By the way, what is the target location?" Lin Xia said in a deep voice, "Eagle Sauce District 8. Wanda was stunned for a moment, then reacted and adjusted quickly. After a while, "Everything is ready. The final countdown has begun. Calibration target positioning. Calibration successful." Next second, following Wanda Chong's command, everyone stopped what they were doing and looked straight at the large display screen. Press the launch button simultaneously. The electronic sound of the AI system echoed throughout the command room. "Attention all units. The super-kinetic cannon has entered the 10-second countdown. 10, 9, 8. 20 bases emitted a huge buzzing sound at the same time, and the entire electromagnetic acceleration channel began to emit sharp explosions. When the countdown is completely reset to 0, displayed on the big screen in the pitch-black universe, 20 rays of dark blue light suddenly tore apart the entire darkness. The energy flow rate is superimposed in an instant. Finally, it shot into the void in an astonishing posture. The shells, transformed into visible entities, suddenly tore through the atmosphere. Here it comes. At this moment, everyone held their breath at the same time. When the first kinetic energy bullet hit the target, there was no earth-shattering explosion. Only a flash of light, almost blinding, exploded on the large holographic screen. The pain instantly made everyone close their eyes at the same time. The ammunition exploded above the target at a relative speed. The theoretical ammunition volume of hundreds of millions of tons was instantly transformed into a white mushroom cloud. The huge shock wave continued to spread on the display screen and did not dissipate for a long time. Although everyone has imagined the amazing power of this energy. But if you don't see it with your own eyes, no one will believe that this weapon actually came from their hands. Oh my God, it feels like the blue planet has been blown apart. It's so creepy. I don't know who said this. Everyone finally came back to their senses from their shock. In an instant, the entire command center erupted in huge cheers. Success! We successfully launched a cannonball from space and accurately hit the target on Blue Planet. It's so exciting. Wow. I'm worried the atmosphere won't reduce the power enough. It seems that there was no problem with Mr. Lin's energy adjustment earlier. Wanda Chong also breathed a sigh of relief. Everything is normal. At this time, as the mushroom cloud slowly disappeared, real-time data details were transmitted from the orbital monitoring equipment. Test rating, SSS level. At the same time, an electronic voice sounded. Target clearance rate 100%. Defense network verification successful. Lin Xia nodded in satisfaction. Well done. This huge overhead anti-aircraft gun is finally set up. Thank you all for your joint efforts during these days. Wow. The whole place was filled with applause. We have finally completed the first stage of the long march. Following Lin Xia's words, everyone became very excited. Next comes the real work of lunar construction. Lin Xia said. Wanda Chong and other senior executives were very excited. Is the concept of the 33 heavens that you mentioned going to be put on the agenda? Lin Xia smiled and said, before building a house, building a ladder is the first step. I'm sure everyone knows about the space elevator, right? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone became excited. The 2-hour passage to space in science fiction movies? Chapter 180 The War is approaching. Right now, just when the Dragon Kingdom was carrying out large-scale construction work. However, the Eagle Sauce took advantage of this period to start poaching people from every corner of the Dragon Country. That night, when Lin Xia finished a day's work and returned to the Dragon Palace to rest, outside the gate, the secretary appeared hurriedly with someone. The man was wrapped in a black wool coat, and late at night, he was wearing a mask and sunglasses. Lin Xia paused for a moment, holding the cup of water in her hand. Who is this? Without waiting for the secretary to introduce him, the man took off his mask and sunglasses. Boss Lin. Lin Xia almost spit out the tea in her mouth. General Jean? It turned out to be Kim Kwang-ryol from North Korea. Why are you here so late at night? And dressed like this? Lin Xia was a little slow to react, and Jean Guanglia also looked embarrassed. Boss Lin, I'm finally meeting you. He looked very anxious. He took 3 or 2 steps forward and grabbed Lin Xia's hands. There's another person coming with me. As he was speaking, a graceful figure of a woman appeared from the gate. Lin Xia paused and said nothing. Then a woman wearing a windbreaker and a mask slowly walked in. Jean Guanglia immediately stood beside her respectfully. Boss Lin, this is our North Korean princess, Jean Mei-lin. In one sentence, the whole office fell silent. The new secretary had no idea that the silent woman was actually the little princess. For a moment, several people were frightened. Lin Xia quickly waved her hand. Go. Activate level 1 security and block all signals near the Dragon Palace. Yang Kitchen and Lu Ruifeng immediately ran out in a hurry. Lin Xia made an inviting gesture. Princess Jean, please sit here. Jean Mei-lin took off the equipment on her face, walked forward and shook Lin Xia's hand. Thank you, Mr. Lin from Longhua. Thank you for your help. Lin Xia nodded and smiled. You're welcome. Please take a seat. Since Princess Jean has personally come to take action, the situation must be quite serious. Jean Mei-lin nodded. Originally, my father planned to come here himself, but due to the serious war situation back home, he sent me here. How is the war progressing recently? Lin Xia doesn't have time to pay attention to these things recently. Are the weapons and equipment sufficient? Jean Mei-lin nodded. It's enough. Thanks to the support from Dragon Country, we have built a new generation of Air Force. Now it's easy to suppress South Korea. The battle line is quite concentrated and has basically advanced to the Hwazhou Island area. In fact, according to what Father said, if we concentrate our efforts on attacking this area, we can take over the entire South Korea in less than 3 months. Having said that, there was no sign of relief on Jean Mei-lin's face. Lin Xia took a sip of tea and said, not bad, although not as fast as I expected. Your father's strategy is correct. After all, they all share the same ancestor, so it is very important to subjugate ordinary people. This is also one of the policies that Marshal Kim of North Korea has publicly stated towards South Korea. Jean Mei-lin nodded. Our cabinet all agrees with Father's decision, but a major problem has arisen that may affect our future plans. Lin Xia, what's the problem? The Eagle Sauce people came to us 3 days ago. We don't want to expire in Longhua, and we don't want to expire in you, Mr. Lin. Jean Mei-lin's eyes were full of sincerity. What do they mean? Lin Xia asked. Jean Mei-lin. What they mean is that they can agree to the unification of North and South now, but the premise is that we will obey them in the future and join their big group. Jean Guanglia also nodded. But how is that possible? Dragon Country clearly helped us achieve all of this, and now they want to reap the benefits just by saying yes? That's ridiculous. Boss Lin, we'd like to ask for your opinion. They've only given us half a month to consider it, meaning if we don't agree, they'll send a massive army to destroy the entire Korean battlefield. Both of them were very anxious. This choice was very critical for them. With the Eagle Kingdom lurking in front and the Dragon Kingdom behind, they will not tolerate the tiger they can deceive. As the two of them finished speaking, the entire office suddenly became quiet. In the deathly silent environment, Jean Maylin could only hear the thumping of her own heartbeat. I don't know why. The person in front of her was obviously about the same age as her, but just by sitting there without saying anything, she could feel a pressure that was countless times greater than that of his father. That powerful aura almost made her breathless. Boom! 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 Lin Xia tapped her fingers on the table beside her again and again. The sound was like the heartbeats of two people. Mr. Lin, Jean Guanglia couldn't help but ask. Lin Xia slowly raised her eyes and looked at the two of them with an ambiguous look, then just agreed to them. With just one simple sentence, the two people opposite him were frightened and stood up. Boss Lin, we have no intention of betraying the Dragon Nation. Never. As if she was afraid that Lin Xia wouldn't believe her, Jean Maylin began to tremble with fear. Jean Guanglia couldn't help but raise his voice. Lin Xia looked at the two of them, and the next second, she showed a charming smile. Don't be scared, that's not what I meant. What I mean is, you guys pretend to agree and then cut off their financial support when the time comes. In fact, everyone knows it. The 83rd parallel is the fastest way for them to enter Longwa. Without a better way, they will certainly not give up this place. Jean Guanglia, what do you mean? Lin Xia nodded. That's what you mean. Thank you for being a spy, North Koreans. How about helping us get some information? In fact, if this incident had not happened, Lin Xia's trust in North Koreans would still not be enough. It now seems that Marshal Jean has a good vision and knows what choice is best for the future of their country. What a smart man. In this case, the layout starts with a stick. It was midnight, after several hours of night talk. The two were quietly sent out of the country by Longwa National Security. At this time, no one in the Dragon Palace was sleepy anymore. Boss Lin, it seems that everything that has happened recently has not changed their minds, but instead seems to have strengthened their ideas? Yang Kitchen said. Lu Ruifeng said angrily. Damn it, you still think you can poach people? Lin Xia said cheerfully. Eagle Chan's vision is still the same as before. He thinks that throwing a bone will attract a large group of dogs. What a pity. If they always think this way, I'm afraid the position of World Master will soon be taken by someone else. Make the arrangements. Our overseas staff will be moving soon. If my prediction is correct, Eagle Sauce has been running himself ragged lately. Chapter 181. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. It was exactly as Lin Xia expected. 3 days later, the Eagle Sauce secretly convened the 30-nation conference in Jeonbul. The invited countries all secretly sent their responsible persons that night. Originally, some countries did not plan to participate in this meeting. But the technological explosion in Dragon Country in recent days, from the air to the ground, has made them a little restless. That evening, all participating countries arrived on time. To Luo Wen's surprise, none of the 30 countries were missing. At the meeting, Talangpu and Luo Wen swept the entire court majestically. All the younger brothers arrived. They originally didn't plan to invite White Elephant and Foot Basin Chicken. After all, the situation in the Asian plate is a bit chaotic now. They want to combine with the EU first. But Foot Basin Chicken and White Elephant believe that they must participate in this grand division. Right now, Talangpu spoke slowly. I'm sure you've all seen what's going on recently. The Dragon Nation has recently experienced a technological explosion. This can be seen in the recent shipwreck. Their mechas are practically world-leading. Among them is the aerospace carrier that poses the greatest threat to you all. According to the latest data analysis, their carrier capabilities are already world-class. When these words came out of Talangpu's mouth, the atmosphere at the scene immediately became a little colder. In other words, if we don't achieve military suppression within a certain period of time, it is very likely that the entire national situation will be reversed by the Dragon Kingdom. Luo Wen continued. Guess what? If Dragon Nation were #1 in the world, what would they do to those of you who have always been against them? I don't believe in repaying evil with kindness. As soon as these words came out, the entire scene suddenly became dead silent, and the air around seemed to have frozen. Everyone here is not a fool. They naturally understand what this means. After all, most of the countries in the 30 countries were originally from the 17 countries. Everyone knows how ambitious they were back then. The reason why we are afraid now is that we are worried that new and old accounts will be settled together. And almost everyone thinks that this is not an exaggeration. After all, if any one of them were in that position, he would not be polite to those who bullied him in the past. This is human nature. And according to the latest news, they are conducting large-scale recruitment in the country. What do you think will happen once their aerospace team is fully equipped? Once mass production of various mechas and aerospace carriers is complete, how far away will the knife above our heads be? Not to mention, you can't even detect the existence of the 8th-generation aircraft except us Eagle Sauce. All of a sudden, everyone present looked at each other, and their faces became particularly ugly. The representative of the foot basin chicken on the side gnashed his teeth and said, "And they have destroyed several military bases in Asia in a row. Now we are the only one left. I also heard recently that they are planning to build space, but I don't know if the news is true or not." Luo nodded. Indeed, our satellite exploration a few days ago has proven that their deployment in space may far exceed your imagination. Hearing this, there was a lot of sighing at the scene. Frank, representative, is there no way for us to divide up the big pie? We came here because we heard there was something good. This is also an old Frankish tradition. John Bull snorted coldly. It's easy to say, but you still think it was decades ago? Didn't you see their grand military parade some time ago? That muscle show is almost touching his face. That's right. The Dragon Kingdom today is no longer an existence that can be easily controlled as before. The internet is full of propaganda about the Dragon Nation's powerful military strength. We can still tell which parts are true and which are false. Talangpo looked at the few people with gloomy eyes. Everyone is waiting for the final proposal from Eagle Sauce. The problem exists, but how to solve it and how to suppress it is what they are most concerned about at the moment. Luo Wen and Talangpo looked at each other. Then Luo Wen stood up and walked to the middle of the round table. Everyone, we are planning to launch a large-scale military exercise involving the Navy, Army, and Air Force worldwide. Military exercise? The Germans didn't understand what it meant. Are military exercises useful? After all, your recent joint naval exercises involving over a dozen countries were openly mocked. These words were said so directly that the faces of some people nearby immediately turned purple. Luo Wen turned to look at the Germans. What if I say this military exercise is not a simple military exercise? Don't wait for others to speak. He looked at everyone present with gloomy eyes. The so-called military exercise is just an excuse for us to completely crush them. Use legitimate reasons to completely pry open their door and put an end to their development. Even if they have powerful methods and technologies, they will only be making things easier for us. Having said this, several younger brothers beside him suddenly showed an ecstatic smile. Doesn't that mean that after this military exercise, a country on Blue Planet might disappear? Is Dragon Country going to see the scene of foreign concessions again? Should we return to our beautiful life? John Bull's eyes lit up. Luo Wen smiled and nodded. Yes, this time it's not 17 countries, but 30. Perhaps other countries will join in the future. This is a world-class encirclement and suppression, a true military exercise involving 3 armed forces. After the conference, the prizes will be the richest. The people from Jaya Benji immediately stepped forward excitedly. We are willing to be the vanguard. Mr. President, Commander Luo Wen, we are willing to use the entire chicken as a pawn for the 30 nations to fight. The people of Jaya Benji heard from these people the hope of expanding their territory. They are so excited. Luo Wen nodded. Okay, if you really want to participate, then I will give you a task. The Foot Basin Chicken representative. What mission? We are willing to accept it. Talangpo was very satisfied with this. Completely end the relationship between Dragon Claw and the Dragon Kingdom's mainland, and let the remaining countries that are still wavering see how the Dragon Kingdom treats those who have always been disobedient. Let them understand that only by uniting with us can they have a chance of survival. Not just some countries in the Asian region. In fact, Talangpo is aware that some countries present still have expectations in their hearts. So they want to completely break all their expectations. As he spoke, the staff member beside him turned on the holographic screen in front of him. Luo Wen waved his hand with great heroism. We have formulated a detailed, dragon-slaying plan for this. After saying this, everyone was immediately shocked by the densely packed details in front of them. Oh my god, Daichan, did you actually hide so much? For nearly 10 minutes, everyone was amazed by the content contained therein. Chapter 182, Surprise. Eagle Sauce announces equatorial weapons. The specially invited representative from North Korea, who was sitting in the corner, suddenly changed his expression. Representatives from other countries couldn't help but scream in their hearts. You? Equatorial weapons? Do you mean to destroy the entire blue planet if you fail? Isn't this too crazy? At this moment, the whole place was truly silent. Everyone's breathing became rapid. Luo Wen stepped forward slowly. This is the final step of our dragon slaying plan, but we won't go to that last step unless it's absolutely necessary. After all, Blue Planet is our home, and living in peace is what we should do. The North Korean representative rubbed his eyes. It looks like a negotiation, but it's actually a threat. These powers have never been heartless, and will do whatever it takes to achieve their goals, which has always been their way of conquering everyone. The same is true for nuclear weapons, and even more so with what is being exposed now. Seeing that everyone was shocked, Luo Wen was very satisfied. In fact, if Dragon Nation wasn't so arrogant, we wouldn't want to start this plan. Don't worry, everyone. This weapon actually has more deterrent properties than practical applications. After this round, we would like to carry out lunar construction work, open up new footprints for mankind together with everyone, and continue our Apollo program. This is the right way. We have made comprehensive preparations for this, so please rest assured and follow our steps. Talangpu said, I repeat again, this is all forced by the Dragon Kingdom. I hope everyone can join us in this campaign to eliminate humanity and make the greatest efforts for our harmonious life on Blue Planet. After saying this, Talangpu showed a rare look of humility. As his voice fell, 1 second, 3 seconds, 5 seconds, 2 minutes have passed. The whole scene was dead silent. Everyone's heart was beating fast, and everyone knew very well what kind of operation this was. Everyone knows what determines success and failure. Huff, huff, swish. Someone stood up. John Bull's representative said coldly, Indeed, we should unite and tell Dragon Nation that they are not the most powerful on Blue Star, and they should never think of standing above everyone else. They don't have the final say on Blue Star. We, John Bull, are joining this dragon-slaying plan. At this moment, the warlike atmosphere at the entire scene was instantly ignited. Let's Frank join in too. Windmill Country has joined. Foot Basin Chicken joins in. Kangaroo joins. Let's join in too. In just a few minutes, almost all countries came together. Talangpu was completely excited. He stood up quickly. Ha! Good. In that case, our Dragon Slayer group will be established from today. We will release news about the new weapons soon, so that Dragon Nation can experience what it feels like to face death. Swish! The whole place was filled with applause, and the faces of these people were filled with madness. The North Korean representative in the corner couldn't help but clench his fists. No, he had to inform Longhua of the situation as soon as possible so that they could make preparations quickly. He really couldn't figure out how to deal with the siege from more than 30 countries. 1 day later, the Eagle Sauce has unveiled its equatorial weapon, claiming that one single weapon can achieve several times the effect of a nuclear weapon and can even destroy the entire blue planet in full power mode. Once the news was released, it quickly spread throughout the entire blue planet. It terrified ordinary people in all countries. Oh my God, the Eagles have developed equipment that is even more exaggerated than nuclear weapons. Oh my God, I can't help but wonder when they finally got their equipment around the equator. Can one really have such a big effect? What is Eagle Sauce going to do? At this time, in the Dragon Palace of Dragon Kingdom, Yang Kitchen's face was filled with excitement. What do you think they mean by this? To publicly announce this, and this is against international law, right? How could they install such weapons and equipment so quietly? I'm going to protest at the Federation. Lu Ruifeng also clenches fists. This is obviously aimed at us. Lin Xia slammed the intelligence document in her hand onto the table. That's not all. Lin Xia snorted coldly. The 30-Nation Conference? Jointly fight against the dragon? What's this so-called dragon-slaying plan? That's just wishful thinking. What should we do? Some people couldn't help but panic when they heard the news. Just then, Shirkong walked in slowly from outside the door. Have you forgotten about the orbital strike weapon we just finished? Wouldn't it be easy to destroy an equatorial weapon? Following the sound of talking, everyone quickly looked up at the door. Mr. Shi, you are here. Lin Xia quickly made room for him. Master Shi, please sit down. Shirkong patted Lin Xia on the shoulder and said, Xiao Lin, we've put too much pressure on you during this period. This time, we old guys are here to help. Just tell us, we'll do everything. Decades ago, we were able to hold off 17 countries. Decades later, we will be able to hold off 30 countries. There is nothing we can't do. As soon as these words came out, the whole scene was immediately excited. Yes, Mr. Sure is right. We dragon people have never been afraid of any difficulties. Not to mention our current strong military power. Sure Kong nodded. According to our previous military needs, after the nationwide recruitment campaign, our active military force has expanded from 2 million to 5 million. The following emergency training and study are also being carried out simultaneously. Don't worry, it won't be long before the wartime reserve force is doubled. The Mecha army alone is enough to give them a hard time, not to mention the various new types of military forces. Confrontation is not something that can be discussed casually. Mr. Sure is quite confident about this. By the way, I came here today for another piece of gossip. What? Sure Kong rubbed his brows and said, "It's like this. I heard that the space elevator project of Jaya Benji might be restarted again. What I mean is, we absolutely cannot let them finish first. Otherwise, they will take away our advantage. After all, in the subsequent space battle, whoever has the favorable conditions will have the upper hand. Eagle sauce can be said to be a hanging knife, but the foot basin chicken is different. Once completed, it will be a gathering place for all nations." As soon as these words came out, everyone at the scene suddenly looked strange. Xiao Kong was a little confused, but Lin Xia spoke first. "You think the same as me? We just happened to be researching a related topic a few days ago." As she spoke, Lin Xia waved a wand to Chong, who was standing beside her. "Mr. Wan, bring your plan over to Mr. Qiao." After seeing it, Xiao Kang's face was full of surprise. "Ha ha ha! It seems that I, an old man, am the one who is worrying too much. Have you guys already prepared? But actually, Mr. Sure, even if you didn't come today, I would still go to find you. These are secondary. I think there's a more important thing now." Lin Xia felt that some things should be said openly. Sure Kong regained his serious expression and said, "Tell me about it. We old guys can help you with some advice." Lin Xia took a deep breath and pointed to a location on the desktop map. Several big men took a deep breath and said, "Dragon Claw?" Lin Xia nodded heavily. "Only after we solve the problem in our backyard can we concentrate on the battle." Chapter 183, Prepare for War. Unlimited Harvest of Wealth. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire scene fell into silence. The Dragon Claw problem has always been a problem that leaders of all generations have wanted to solve. However, due to the intervention of the Eagle Sauce, the issue has not been resolved until now. It would be a lie to say that I don't miss you, especially after this sea monster incident. The people on both sides of the Taiwan Strait have seen the true face of the Eagle Sauce, especially in dangerous situations. Some people who used to talk about helping others are actually the ones who brought all the suffering. Instead, it was the mainland of Dragon Country, which was claimed to want to destroy the island, that stood up to protect their biological mother at the critical moment. "You?" Xiao Kong took a deep breath. "Are you serious?" Speaking of this, everyone present couldn't help but get excited. Everyone looked at Lin Xia seriously, breathing rapidly. Lin Xia looked around. "Don't you want to?" "We want to." Yang Kitchen couldn't help but stand up and shouted first. Others followed suit and said, "Of course we want to. If we can really accomplish this in our generation, we'll be at peace even when we die." "That's right. This has always been the old man's wish, and it's also the wish of all the people of Long Country." Xiao Kong, "But I'm afraid it's not that simple." Lin Xia said solemnly, "It is not easy, but it is something we must do and must complete before the war begins. Everyone, how about we work together to complete the cleaning up the backyard task within 3 months? After these words came out, even Lin Xia herself couldn't help but get excited. Huff, huff. The whole place was filled with low breathing sounds. For some reason, Lin Xia's words did not make everyone excited immediately, but it just aroused the passion in their blood. It was as if the blood was boiling, and everyone present felt the mood at the moment. Fuck him. Just 3 months. As the first person spoke, the entire office immediately erupted in laughter. "Yeah, fuck him. Dry. I just can't believe it. Is there really something we can't accomplish?" Lu Ruifeng said excitedly. For a moment, the atmosphere of the entire scene was ignited. In the end, even Xiao Kong punched down hard. "Good. I'm going back now to hold a meeting to discuss the overall plan for cleaning up the backyard. 3 months is 3 months. After saying this, Xiao Kong stood up immediately. No more words. I'm going to go back and prepare now. Time is tight. Everyone should get moving. After the meeting that evening, in the early hours of the morning, Lin Xia recalled the call that had been made to Zhuo Bohan. Well, Mr. Zhuo, do you have time to come back? Zhuo Bohan's hearty laughter immediately came from the other end of the phone. Of course I must. If President Lin calls, I'll return immediately. See you tomorrow morning. Everything is going according to plan, and the only thing that makes Lin Xia unsatisfied now is the money is not enough. A large army and a large amount of scientific research require money. He urgently needed to make some money quickly. Soon, with Zhuo Bohan's return to China, a grand arms sales conference was immediately held in Longhua. Mr. Zhuo, are we sure we want to send out such an invitation? The assistant hesitated as he held the same promotional slogan as the one on the online shopping website, feeling a little embarrassed. Zhuo Bohan went up and slapped him. What are you talking about? Why should I be embarrassed about making money? Besides, which country in the world has more weapons and military equipment than us? As Mr. Lin said, we are conscientious sellers. By the way, remember to send black card invitations to a few big dog owners. They're the focus of this big sale. The purchasing power of a single emirate is equivalent to that of several countries combined. Not long after, just when the Eagles thought that their weapons would make the Dragon Kingdom tremble once they were made public, the Dragon Country's special plane flew all over the countries on Blue Star. Inside the White Palace, Luo Wen's face looked very unhappy. You mean to say that Longhua is picking up people everywhere to go to their country to buy things? Aren't you paying attention to discussions around the world? Yes, it seems so. In their own words, they're so busy that they have no time to study the news we released. Luo Wen felt a little aggrieved. Fuck. Pretend. Let them pretend. We'll see how long they can keep pretending. By the way, notify Jaya Benji that we can start the plan at Dragon Claw. The assistant was puzzled. Are we really going to destroy that place? Since you don't listen, there's no need to keep you. Luo Wen is a cruel and ruthless person. Ever since the last sea monster incident, those guys on Dragon Claw have been somewhat dissatisfied with their eagle sauce. Now she even hangs up on him repeatedly. They are spoiled. If they don't eat well, there's no need to give them the bowl. As an appetizer before the big military exercise, in his opinion, Dragon Claws were just right. Jaya Benji soon received orders to form a special operations team. Yoshi, it's finally time for us to take revenge. Matsumoto Noriya, remember, we must redeem ourselves from the loss of face that Ogawa Ichiro suffered last time. Only after we complete the mission of dropping nuclear weapons on Dragon Claw will we have a place in the next 30-nation exercise, and only then will we have priority in the final division of the pie. Matsumoto Noriya nodded heavily. Hey, for the great cause of our country, I will definitely complete this mission perfectly. Please rest assured, everyone. 3 days later, in a laboratory in Yinjing, Zhang Tao introduced it to Lin Xia excitedly. How's it going? I did a good job, didn't I? This nuclear weapon disarming device is something I'm the only one who can fully understand your will. Lin Xia smacked her lips. Not bad, but could you be faster? Isn't this fast? The theoretical verification was completed in just half a month, which is probably nearly a month ahead of before. Zhang Tao was not convinced. Lin Xia said with a smile the news that was enough to make everyone lose their balance. According to reliable sources, at the 30-nation conference, someone promised the Eagles that they would take preemptive action against Dragon Claw, and their primary tactic was, he glanced around the entire room and then said slowly, drop the nuclear weapons. As soon as he said this, the documents in Zhang Tao's hand fell to the ground with a thump. Are you serious? It was because Lin Xia was smiling that he thought she was joking. But the next second, Lin Xia's eyes were full of seriousness. So I said, can you hurry up? I'm waiting to use it. Zhang Tao immediately exclaimed, what the hell? I have no choice but to fight to defend my country. 10 days. Just 10 days. How about we assemble it right here at Dragon Claw? After hearing what he said, Lin Xia nodded in satisfaction. Okay, since you said that, I'll just focus on making money. After saying this, Lin Xia left the laboratory happily. Zhang Tao and other technicians watched him leave. No, are you sure someone really wants to do this? Why do I feel like I've been tricked again? Minister Zhang, 10 days, you just promised 10 days. The assistant reminded carefully. Zhang Tao slapped his forehead and said, "Fuck, I'm going crazy." Chapter 184: The Troubles of the Prince and Princess. Arms sales officially began. The invited guests included Princess Madia of the Emirate and the little Prince Samuel of the Tao Kingdom, although the two came from different places. But they have the same troubles. On the plane, Matia looked at the minister who accompanied her with a worried look on her face. "Did my father really say that if we can't spend all the 500 billion, we don't have to go back?" The minister nodded. "That's right. The king said this little purchase could be considered a training exercise for the princess. After all, this is our first exchange with the Dragon Kingdom. It's not just about buying arms and weapons, but also an opportunity to establish friendly relations with the Dragon Kingdom. In the 30-nation conference and so on, they just acted as dog owners. So these countries thought about it. Since there are thigh pendants everywhere, it's better to have more. Maybe you've made the right bet." That's why Matia is so worried. She was worried that she was being stingy and affecting her father's plans. She looked a little worried. "I heard someone from the Tar country is coming this time." "Yes, Your Highness. The one sent by the Kingdom of Tao is Prince Samuel. It's actually him." Matthias gets angry when she mentions this person. "It was him last time. I had clearly completed the task assigned by my father, but it was all his fault. He showed up mid-sentence and started buying things. In the end, he even caused me to be scolded by my father, saying that I couldn't even buy things." The minister was at a loss for words. "Well, we arrived half an hour earlier this time, so we can definitely be the first to buy it." Speaking of this, Matia became interested. "I don't know what good stuff they have this time. I wonder if Dragon Country's mechas are for sale. I want to customize a set for myself, like a super female warrior. Do you understand?" Speaking of this, Madia's beautiful face was full of excitement. As soon as the plane arrived, she couldn't wait to rush to the arms sales venue. At this time, at the Tao Country airport, the king was giving instructions with a serious face. Samuel's face was serious. "Yes, I know, father. I understand what you mean. You mean don't buy the right thing, just buy the expensive one. As long as Dragon Country sells something, we will buy it no matter how expensive it is." The king of Tar Country looked teachable. "Yes, that's right. Our goal is to invest all 500 billion. Samuel nodded heavily. "Don't worry, father. I promise to complete the task." Beneath the white turban is Samuel's serious young face. "All right, once you're ready, we'll set off. Father will be waiting for your good news at home." Set off. In such a serious situation, the old king believes that this arms sales conference may be a new direction for them to seek for the future. Although those dozens of countries have vowed to do so, especially the United States. But he always felt that this matter was not that easy. Maybe if it were someone else, this task could be completed quickly. But when it comes to Longwa, he always feels that Longwa will not be defeated so easily. Therefore, he must leave himself a way out. Take advantage of this arms sales conference to gain enough experience points in front of Longwa. Thinking of this, the old king resolutely sent his most beloved little prince onto the plane. Right now, the scene of the arms sales conference. Zhuobohan is busy compiling the list of people coming today. Lin Xia walked on board. "How are the preparations going? Are there many countries coming?" He doesn't care about the latest news. He only cares about how much benefit this arms sales conference can bring to the country. Zhuobohan's face was filled with excitement. There are more than 40 organizations that have agreed to attend the meeting, not to mention some who came quietly. "How did you know to come quietly?" Zhuobohan said cheerfully, "You don't know, the Eagle Saw side doesn't allow everyone to come, but my old customers are having a big sale, and they all sent me messages saying they will definitely come." "Then aren't they worried about the Eagle Sauce?" Zhuobohan waved his hand and said, "Who says we have strong transportation capabilities? As long as you pay, and we guarantee that the goods will be delivered, no one cares about that." "Ha ha ha, that's good." Lin Xia was very satisfied with this. It seemed that some groups were not unshakable. This gave him some ideas. Yang Kitchen walked beside him. "Boss Lin, do you have any other plans?" "Instigating rebellion?" Speaking of this, several people were excited. These wealthy dogs are indeed very powerful. Lin Xia waved her hand. "Don't worry, an unstable group like this can be shaken by just one word. We are focusing on selling goods today. You guys too. Everyone has a performance target today, at least 5 million per person." As soon as these words came out, several people wailed. "Boss Lin, we are not professionals." Lin Xia pretended to be serious. "So what? Even if you're not a professional, you have to teach me. If you don't complete the task, your bonus for this month will be deducted. Several people immediately trotted away, each looking for a place to stay. Yang Kitchen laughed and said, "Really, 5 million?" Lin Xia nodded, and then happily found a place for herself to stand in the Chongqing Mecca. "How is it? Do you have a makings of a sales champion?" Yang Kitchen smiled helplessly, quite a lot. As the two were talking, the rumbling sound of a plane landing was heard not far away. Lin Xia's face immediately lit up with excitement. "Here they come, my gods are coming." Soon, the special plane stopped. First, professional mercenary bodyguards were stationed on both sides. Then the little princess came in, surrounded by people. Lin Xia and Zhuo Bohun looked at each other, and then Zhuo Bohun walked forward with a smile. "Welcome, Princess Mattia." Mattia wore a high-end dress and a veil, and she looked like she was on vacation. She extended her hand elegantly and shook hands with Zhuo Bohun. "Sorry for the wait." Just when Zhuo Bohun wanted to talk to her, he saw Mattia suddenly open her beautiful eyes wide. "Assistant Lin." Then she was seen trotting to Lin Xia's front. Immediately, everyone at the scene was stunned. "Walter? What's going on? Are you Assistant Lin?" Mattia stopped with a smile, her eyes full of surprise. "You may not know me, but I know you. You look so handsome at the Energy Conference." That guy Mattis was speechless. It was so satisfying. Lin Xia finally realized. "It turned out to be Princess Mattia." "How do you say it? Can I introduce you?" Mattia nodded heavily. "Okay, no problem." As she spoke, she immediately put her slender arm around Lin Xia's arm. "Then you have to introduce yourself well. How about helping you become the sales champion today?" Lin Xia's eyes lit up immediately. "That's great, little princess. Please come this way." The two of them walked inside, talking to each other. This scene fell into the eyes of several people behind him, and they were stunned. Everyone gave thumbs up in admiration. "It has to be our President Lin." Chapter 185. He has to be a rich dog owner. A group of accompanying ministers were also stunned. No? Who is this Assistant Lin? How could he make their proud little princess so close to him? Several bodyguards, adhering to the principle of close protection, tried to squeeze Lin Xia aside and get to the side of the little princess. But the little princess glared back at him. "What are you doing? There's no safer place than Dragon Country, especially at the arms sales conference." After saying this, she immediately turned to look at Lin Xia. "Assistant Lin, do you think I'm right?" The two looked like they had known each other for a long time. Lin Xia smiled and nodded. No problem at all." Bodyguard. The accompanying ministers held their foreheads helplessly. They had forgotten that their little princess was a bit of a fangirl. Not to mention that Assistant Lin is really handsome, but his performance at the Energy Conference last time alone made his little princess think about it for a long time. Fortunately, Longwa was indeed safe. The minister waved his hand and asked the bodyguards to stand guard from a distance. "Princess, business is more important." Mattia slapped her forehead and said, "Yes, I almost forgot. I came here to buy something." "Assistant Lin, could you please introduce me?" Lin Xia was about to speak. Then I saw a group of people walking in from the entrance. This person was none other than the little prince of the Tar Kingdom. The serious-faced little Prince Samuel came with a mission. "Mr. Zhua, I'd like to ask you to introduce more weapons and equipment with better performance today. In addition to the products from the last order, I hope to buy some of your new products today." Before he could finish his words, the two groups collided. In the present time, Lin Xia could clearly feel that the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Samuel also saw Mattia at a glance. "That Sundara little princess again. I guess her father asked her to come and compete with us for the last spot in the Dragon Country Thigh Pendant." Several accompanying personnel immediately became nervous. According to rumors, there's only one pendant location open in Dragon Country this time. "We absolutely can't miss it." Samuel nodded and said, "Don't worry, we won't let that woman succeed. After all, we brought 500 billion with us. I don't believe her father would give her such great authority. She's just a little princess who doesn't know anything." On the other side, Mattia held Lin Xia's arm tightly. "Assistant Lin, you have to make a good introduction today. She must defeat this arrogant prince and not let her father down." Lin Xia was about to speak when he heard Samuel standing opposite him, pointing in his direction. "I want him to introduce me." Zhuo Bohin and several staff members were stunned. "No? Why is Mr. Lin so popular all of a sudden? A princess, a prince, both need Mr. Lin to introduce them? If this isn't handled properly, Won't it become an international dispute? Lin Xia was overjoyed. They were just two kids of 16 or 17, which made things convenient for him. Come, little princess, little prince, let me introduce to you our fifth-generation aircraft and exoskeleton mecha. Mattia glanced at Samuel and said, Humph, don't even think about defeating me this time. Samuel, same. He came here with a mission. The war was imminent, and his father had told him that he must win the favor of the Dragon Kingdom. In the present time, as Lin Xia began to introduce, this is our fifth-generation fighter, featuring high performance. The words haven't been finished yet. Then Madia waved her hand and said, 100. Samuel followed up, I want 150. Lin Xia cleared his throat. Look here, this is our latest model, the Xingtian Heavy Mecha. It can operate in multiple scenarios. Its single-arm mechanical claw can withstand a 5-ton pull. It's specially designed for mountain warfare. I want 300. Mattia answered immediately, fearing she would be even a second late. To equip our royal guards. Samuel silently complained, Country bumpkin. We need 200 of these. I heard your exoskeleton mecha is more suitable for single-person use, right? Lin Xia nodded, and someone immediately demonstrated an exoskeleton mecha. Madia's face flushed slightly. The exoskeleton mecha can carry up to 80 kilograms and has a normal range of 50 kilometers. Samuel nodded. We'll get 500 sets of this. At the same time, he turned his head to look at Zhuo Bohan on the side. I heard that your country's Chunging-class mechas are also on sale. I don't know if there will be any new products this time. Zhuo Bohan nodded. Yes, it is available, but there is not much stock at the moment, so it may not be possible to sell it. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Samuel's obvious look of loss. Lin Xia, who was standing by, immediately spoke up. Perhaps you could pay the deposit first, and we can agree on a delivery date? Is this okay, Mr. Zhuo? Zhuo Bohan's eyelids twitched. Prince Samuel, this is also possible. A 50% deposit and delivery in 6 months. Do you think it's okay? In fact, with the current production line, it is somewhat difficult to sell Chungying in large quantities. After all, we have to focus on the domestic market first. What he said was actually to make them back off. But what surprised him was, this approach actually touched the hearts of these two people. Prince Samuel, sure, I'll order 300 sets. I can pay a 60% deposit. There's no time limit. Delivery is within a year. I was just thinking about how to win the favor of Longwa and make them agree to give me the final pendant position. Isn't it coming? Although Mattia didn't understand, when she saw Samuel's expression, she immediately followed him. Assistant Lin, I can pay the full amount. Just deliver it to you whenever you want. I believe in the integrity of the dragon people. These words were spoken so frankly that Lin Xia's eyes immediately brightened up. As soon as she finished speaking, Samuel pointed to a hypersonic missile not far away. Well, the latest model, we'll buy as many as you sell. Mattia followed closely behind. We want double. I'll pay cash. She still couldn't believe it. Could this guy really have more money than she brought? Samuel refused to give in. I heard that Dragon Country's military training is very impressive. We can even pay 3 times the cost to have our royal guards trained. The two men ignored the other countries who were stunned and started fighting with each other. The accompanying minister wiped his sweat and complained in his heart. It's over. Today's order is going way over budget. However, when they thought about the location of Longwa's thigh pendant, the group felt that it would be okay to give it a try. Lin Xia watched this scene and laughed so hard in her heart. You have to be a rich dog owner. You too, the more you buy, the bigger the discount. As soon as these words came out, the two looked at each other and said in unison, I want the biggest discount. Chapter 186. Nuclear weapons detonate the Dragon Claw? Wishful thinking. With these two people's crazy buying, the following arms sales conferences were basically in the process of big sales. After the two big investors completed their purchases, some retail investors also bought up all the remaining shares. At night, after the entire arms sales conference ended, everyone is taking inventory of accounts in the Dragon Palace. Zhuo Bohan was filled with excitement. Oh my goodness, this arms sales conference has completely shattered my understanding of sales. It was only an hour or two, and they were selling weapons like cabbages. I couldn't hold back my laughter. Ha ha ha, don't talk about you. If I wasn't worried about people noticing, I would have laughed out loud on the spot. Lu Ruifeng slapped his thigh. Yang Kitchen was also very happy. In addition to the spot goods, there are also large orders. I wonder if the production can keep up. Lin Xia walked in from outside. Don't worry, the production workshop underwent an unmanned upgrade last month, and now it is operating 24 hours a day. Have you finished the inventory? How much did it sell for? You can't even count the money. Lin Xia complained in his heart. Everyone was so happy that they couldn't close their mouths. That's right. I've never seen so much money before. It's all thanks to the generosity of the little prince and princess. Mr. Lin, I really admire you now. How on earth did you manage to make them pay with just a few words? Zhuo Bohan's face was full of admiration. Lin Xia curled her lips slightly. Isn't this the self-cultivation of sales? Mr. Zhuo still hasn't figured it out? Huh? Ha ha ha. Zhuo Bohan. Boss Lin, you are not a human being. Next second, the staff member standing nearby stood up with a flushed face. I figured it out. Everyone's eyes immediately turned to look over. Ow! The arms sales to the Emirates and Tal alone have reached $1 trillion. Other scattered arms sales have also reached $300 billion. Hiss! As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes lit up. Oh my god, all this money combined can fill up the entire Dragon Palace, right? Lu Ruifeng said. Bowen couldn't help but roar. Great. This really set a record for arms sales. Mr. Lin, how is it? Is this money enough for a while? Lin Xia couldn't control the smile. That's enough. After deducting the cost, the remaining money is enough to prepare for the war. He jumped down from the table and waved his big hand into the air. Everyone, don't go home until you are drunk tonight. I'll pay for the entire meal. Alas, everyone cheered instantly, and the atmosphere was unusually cheerful. Everyone walked toward the outside of the Dragon Palace together. However, just as they stepped out of the Dragon Palace, then I saw the secretary jogging toward me from a distance. Boss Lin, something happened. According to reliable information, it has been confirmed that the one who is about to attack Dragonclaw is. He looked around with a grim expression. Lin Xia's expression changed instantly. Who is it? Tell me. Assistant. It's a foot basin chicken. In one sentence, the atmosphere in the whole venue suddenly became serious. It's the Japanese? Are they going to destroy our Dragonclaw? Damn it. We were too polite to them last time. Do they really think we don't dare to kill them? At this moment, the crowd was excited. Have you determined the location? Lin Xia asked. Not yet, but we are already increasing our investigation efforts. We also need to negotiate with Dragonclaw. Lin Xia slowly turned around, facing away from everyone, and said, Call Brigade Commander Wang over here. In an instant, the atmosphere in the entire Dragon Palace was immediately replaced by a gloomy and serious one. Da-da-da. A burst of hurried footsteps spread throughout the Dragon Palace. Wang, who received the order, and rushed over without stopping. In the conference room, he stood still. Report to General Lin. Wang, who is here to report. Lin Xia looked back at him and took a deep breath. Commander Wang, you know I wouldn't want to call you here unless it was an emergency. Wang, who nodded heavily. Boss Lin, what exactly happened? Yang Kitchen, standing by, explained, the Japanese are planning to drop nuclear weapons on Dragonclaw. What? Wang, whose eyes widened instantly. The next moment, he stood up in anger. Damn it, that's wishful thinking. They want to take advantage of the chaos in Dragonclaw to completely cause civil unrest in our Dragon Nation. Lin Xia nodded. LV Wang saw it very clearly. It is indeed true. On the eve of the war, these people were just pawns of the mastermind group. However, if a nuclear weapon really exploded in Dragonclaw, no matter how powerful it was, the damage it would cause would be incalculable. Absolutely not. I will lead the team out now. Don't worry, General Lin. We will eliminate those damn Japanese devils before that. Wang, who immediately signed a military order on the spot. No, this is not your mission. Lin Xia stopped him. These words immediately confused everyone present. Wang, who was anxious. No, it's already this late. My mecha army won't go. What are we waiting for? No, Mr. Lin, I have to go. Don't worry. We have almost recovered and will definitely complete this mission successfully. Lin Xia shook her head slightly. Of course I have to fight. But I was wondering if I should change the form. He lowered his head slightly in thought. Then he suddenly looked up and said, How about I ask you to go and fight the Japs directly? Wang, who didn't quite understand. Lin Xia looked at everyone seriously, her expression more serious than ever before. The Japanese are a shameless nation. Their bones are filled with shameless aggression. If we don't beat them to the ground, I'm afraid the same thing will happen again. These bastards shouldn't exist in this world. Judging from historical lessons, defeat has never taught them any lessons. Instead, it brings denial and distortion of facts. It is to rewrite history without limit and to instill the idea of unlimited expansion into their descendants. They deny the Holocaust and all crimes. So when they saw the hope of dividing the Dragon Kingdom again, they became restless again. But this time, Lin Xia didn't want to give them any chance to quibble. His gaze slowly turned to the world map beside him. Staring intently at the small piece of territory, Lin Xia could clearly feel at this moment that there was a monster in his heart that was about to be suppressed out of control. Wang Hu, I command you. Wang Hu stood still immediately. Yes. Lin Xia turned slowly, his eyes filled with indifference. I now order you to begin preparing for a massive attack on the Japanese. With just one word, everyone in the audience's breathing suddenly became rapid. The Dragon Claw's nuclear weapons may not necessarily explode, but the ones on the Japanese islands will definitely explode. At this moment, in the Dragon Palace conference room, everyone's anger instantly ignited. Chapter 187. Go set off some big fireworks for the chicken? After repeated provocations, it's time to teach them a big lesson. I agree, damn those little Japs. I agree too. Damn it, you still want to bully our people? It's a joke. Damn it, these guys are so evil to the core. They should be wiped out from Blue Planet. Lin Xia stretched out her hand to suppress it, then slowly turned her gaze to Wang Hu beside her. I'll leave this to you. How about you set off some big fireworks for the Japs? Wang Hu patted his chest and said, Leave it to me, Chief Lin. I'll make sure they're completely obedient. Longjua Island, Funyo Ridge, a rare and dense forest where no one has ever been. At this moment, a group of people appeared in a hurry. Looking closely, each of these people had serious and nervous expressions, and they were looking around as they walked. This group of people were none other than Matsumoto Noriya and others who had sneaked and disguised as tourists. They had already sneaked in disguise 3 days ago and had been looking for a suitable location these days, taking advantage of the rainy season. Finally, he saw the place called Funyo Ridge that day. This place is really the best blasting point. There is a reservoir upstream and a densely populated residential area downstream. Once an explosion occurs, the losses will be immeasurable. Captain Matsumoto, this is the spot. We can place the device here. Matsumoto glanced around and asked, Are you sure? We only have this one chance, and we must retreat quickly after the installation is completed without being discovered by these islanders. Kawasaki nodded heavily. Don't worry, I am the most experienced blasting expert in the entire foot basin chicken. There will be no problem. Matsumoto Nori also nodded and wiped the sweat from his forehead. For the sake of our brother country's cause, we must complete this mission perfectly. As long as the Dragon Claw is nuclear damaged, and after Eagle Sauce's manipulation, the Dragon Nation will inevitably be attacked by the entire Blue Planet and become our vassal. He looked at this place with resentment. Why does the Dragon Nation have such a vast territory? Why do we have to squeeze into a place full of earthquakes and struggle to survive? Quickly set up the equipment around here. Complete the installation within 3 days so they can ascend to heaven and see God together in their sleep. Yes, sir. At the same time, after arranging the attack mission, Lin Xia rushed to Longjua Island without stopping. Zhang Tao, how's the arrangement going? Zhang Tao already knew the situation, so he was working nonstop to carry out the final testing work. Almost there, only 1 day left to complete the arrangement. After learning about the situation, Dragonclaw is also cooperating with us, but still takes time, at least a day and a half. Lin Xia rubbed his brows and said, What if we detect their location first? Confirm the location so I can send someone over there as soon as possible. Zhang Tao glanced at the control panel in front of him. To determine the location, at least those guys have to install the equipment and power it up. This is the only way it's possible, otherwise you'd still be blind. As he was speaking, the leader of the island walked in quickly. Hello, General Lin. I am Duen Liheng. Is it true, as you say, that the Japanese are planning to deploy nuclear weapons on our island? When they heard the news, everyone in Longjua was stunned. We've also sent a message to the Eagle Sauce side, but there's been no response yet. Someone inside said it's fake news and it's absolutely impossible. But he looked around and knew that Long Dian would never come here for no reason. Lin Xian nodded. Director Duan, I can tell you clearly that the Japanese have entered. As for how they evaded the layers of surveillance, it is still unknown. However, it's been confirmed that they want to destroy this place, and you can't delay any longer. Duan Liqing immediately became nervous. What do you mean? Lin Xia said, prepare for the worst. Retreat, retreat to the other side of the sea. Duan Liqing was extremely panicked. Evacuate the entire island, but there are so many people. Can we really evacuate? Not to mention that we don't know how far they've come. It's absolutely impossible for so many people to complete the evacuation mission in such a short period of time. Lin Xia nodded. I know, what I mean is to retreat as much as possible. Our warships will also help, especially for the people in some remote and special locations. They definitely didn't choose the blasting location randomly. I've already marked a few spots on the way here. You should evacuate those people first. Duan Liqing slapped his thigh and said, okay, I got it. I'll do it now. Thank you for your hard work. After Duan Liqing left, Lin Xia and others' equipment installation entered an accelerated stage. In the huge laboratory, except for the sound of mechanical equipment, there is dead silence. People come and go, racing against time nonstop. At the same time, in a small village near Funyo Ridge, the idiot Dainyu, who had been sitting at the entrance of the village, watched happily as another truck passed by. Hey, Kike, hey, there are so many cars. He said happily as he walked towards the village. When passing the east end of the village, he was stopped by several young people. Dainyu, what are you laughing at? Dainyu looked at the people and said, cars. Hey, there are cars going up the mountain. Go up the mountain? Young Ing, the leader, immediately became interested. I'm worried about where to make some money these days. Which direction? Dainyu pointed towards the southeast corner and said, over there, Che. Yang Ying and a few thugs immediately looked at each other. What do you say, Brother Ing? Shall we go get something? Someone must have gone to the mountains to dig for local products again. How about we pick up some and sell them? If you do it well, you might even get something else. A few idle hooligans immediately hit it off. Let's go. Grab your bags and follow me. Yang Ying waved his hand, and everyone followed him in a circle. At this moment, it was getting dark. The Japanese soldiers on the mountain moved faster and more brazenly. Matsumoto Noriya frowned. How long will it take before we can enter the debugging phase? Kawasaki wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, installation will be basically completed in another 5 hours. Try to do the debugging work in the early morning hours. That way, it won't be easily discovered. Matsumoto Nori was also arrogant. What did they find? Could they detect unexploded nuclear weapons? Kawasaki looked troubled. It's hard to say at the moment. I heard that the Eagle Sauce Technology News just reported last week about a device that could detect nuclear weapons. Even Eagle is researching this, so I'm worried that Dragon Country might have it too. We have to keep our affairs secret. After all, we can't let our efforts go to waste. Hearing him say this, Matsumoto Nori snorted coldly. Just Longwa? Humph! If they had anything, wouldn't they have said it long ago? The Dragon Nation has been so arrogant lately. How could they hide their good stuff? All right, it's early morning. I'm going to get some sleep. You guys keep an eye on it. After saying this, Matsumoto Nori walked into the cave cursing. This scene was successfully seen by Yang Ing and others who had just caught up. Chapter 188. The Japs are about to die. Several people looked at each other. Next second. Is it from the Foot Basin Chicken? What the hell? What are these little devils doing here so late at night? I haven't heard of any foreigners coming into our village. Brother Ing, should we report this to the village chief? These guys look evil. What's that black thing in the middle? It's wrapped so tightly in oilcloth. Yang Ing didn't say anything, but just turned off the flashlight in his hand. Don't worry. Let's go over and take a look while they're sleeping. We were just trying to make some money, but now they've discovered the Japanese. Yang Ing vaguely felt that something was wrong. So a few people stayed there until the group went to rest, and then they slowly crawled out from the bushes. Go. Let's see what good stuff is hidden underneath. Several people bypassed the guards and quickly ran to the side where the car had not yet been unloaded. Lift the oilcloth covering it. Brother Ing, I can't understand this thing. It's all written in Japanese characters. Yang Ing waved his hand without saying anything. Let's go inside and take a look. But Brother Ing, I feel like these people are fierce. We must not get beaten again. Some of the younger ones were a little scared. You useless piece of shit. I'll go by myself. You guys keep watch. Yang Ing jumped into the nearby cave alone. Quickly enter all the way to the innermost part. When you come to a place with lights. Sudden, in the middle, a huge military green object suddenly appeared in front of him. Round, like those cannonballs in the movies. Yang Ying looked around and saw that no one was paying attention, so he quickly went over and took a photo. Then I thought about getting out quickly. What a shabby place. There's nothing valuable here except some incomprehensible things. Ugh. Yang Ying took the things and ran outside quickly. However, just when we returned to the entrance of the small cave, his steps suddenly froze, and he hit his right hand behind his back. It was just about 10 meters in front of him. They were obviously the Japanese. Under the pale moonlight, the two collided head-on. Baga, someone's coming. Yang Ying thought that he was just stealing some things, so he immediately put on a smiling face. Well, I just took some of your things. Can I put them down for you? As he spoke, he happily handed it down and wanted to turn around and leave. However, just as he lowered his head, bang! The bullet flew past his head. Yang Ying was immediately frightened. Or the brothers not far away shouted, "Fuck! It's a gun! These guys have guns! Run!" Everyone dispersed. Only Yang Ying's younger brother came up quickly and hugged Yang Ying, whose legs were already weak. "Brother, let's go." In the quiet forest at night, the sound of bullets pierced the night sky in an instant. Immediately afterwards, the Japanese soldiers in the cave were alarmed. Matsumoto Nori also ran out quickly. "Baga, what's going on?" "Report to the commander. It seems that people from the nearby village came here to steal things." Matsumoto Nori also had a headache. "Have you caught the person? If it affects our mission, I will hold you accountable." "Not yet. I've already sent people after them. They can't get far at night." Matsumoto Nori nodded. "Kill them. The equipment hasn't been debugged yet. We absolutely cannot let them leak the information." He quickly turned around, went back into the cave, and grabbed Kawasaki. "There's no time left. Get up now and test the power." Kawasaki got up dazedly. "What's wrong?" "Nuriya, Matsumoto, some Dragon Claw Islanders have broken in, and we haven't caught them yet. We can't wait any longer. We need to debug now and set a time to detonate at dawn. We also need to retreat quickly." Realizing that something was wrong, the group quickly took action on the spot. At this moment, Yang Ying and others were being chased everywhere in the mountains. I also had a bruised shoulder and a twisted ankle, but he didn't dare slow down his escape speed at all. By this time, Yang Ying had recovered from his frightened state. Damn it, those little devils definitely did nothing good. "Everyone follow me. I know the path. Once we're out of their sight, call the police." "Brothering, they're all holding guns." Several younger brothers were a little scared. Yang Ying went up and slapped him. "If he had a gun, we should have called the police. Have you ever seen a decent businessman with a gun? And he's been chasing us relentlessly. How can anything good come of this? Brothers, don't be afraid. Perhaps the time has come to open a separate page in the family tree." Fortunately, he grew up in this forest. The group of people who had been wandering around were finally left behind by them. Several people stopped halfway down the slope, panting. Finally, I'm not chasing you anymore." Yang Ying quickly took out his cell phone. "No, there's no signal here. We have to go down the mountain." At that moment, he did not stop at all and immediately ran down the mountain quickly. At the same time, inside the Dragon Claw temporary laboratory, near dawn, after a busy night, everyone finally set up the device. Everyone was so tired that they fell asleep on the spot. Lin Xia also sat on a stool beside him and dozed off. Sudden, with a bang, someone broke in from outside. Duan Liqing ran in with a panicked look on his face. "Mr. Lin of the Dragon Palace." Everyone was suddenly awakened. Lin Xia frowned. "What's wrong?" Duan Liqing suppressed his inner excitement. Found that group of people." In one sentence, everyone present was immediately in high spirits. "Where?" Duan Liqing gasped for breath. According to the clues provided by enthusiastic citizens, a group of sneaky guys were found in the Funyo Ridge area. Lin Xia roared, "Call up the satellite image." At this moment, the location of Funyo Ridge was immediately determined. Sure enough, they choose the location very well. If this place really explodes, the entire Dragon Claw will probably be completely destroyed. It's not just Dragon Claw. Even the cities across the strait are going to be in trouble. Everyone took a deep breath. Damn those little Japs. I'm going to fight them. Lin Xia waved her hand. Not really. Give me sea and air forces and rush to Funyo Ridge. Yes, At the same time, Zhang Tao, you immediately start positioning and locking onto the target. Zhang Tao nodded heavily. Leave it to me. I will never let them succeed. For a moment, the entire Dragonclaw Island was plunged into a tense atmosphere. 5:30 in the morning. Target locked. Locked successfully. Zhang Tao's surprised voice came from inside. Lin Xia. That's enough. You can set off to suppress the bandits. Lin Xia nodded heavily, put on her coat, and headed straight for the helicopter. At the same time, Wang Hu, who was on standby, also received the order to go into battle. Wang Lu, make the fireworks more lively. The villagers are all watching. Wang Hu's expression was stern. Yes, I promise to complete the task. Chapter 189, the show, is about to begin. At the same time, the Prime Minister's office of Foot Basin Chicken. A group of people sat together happily. How's it going? Is everything going smoothly over at Matsumoto? Several chaebols drank sake while looking at the map of Dragon Country with great ambition. Commanders, Matsumoto has sent back a message. In 3 hours, we will see a huge mushroom cloud rising from Dragonclaw. Several chaebols nodded happily. Yoshi, well done. I think we should plan how to divide the land of Dragon Country as soon as possible. What our ancestors didn't finish, I'm afraid it will have to be completed in our hands. These high-ranking officials have never forgotten history and are well aware of what their ancestors did. The reason they refuse to admit it is that they believe that one day they will be the ones to write history. Oh my God, I dreamed last night that I walked on their black soil. I hope that after the 30-Nation War is over, the Eagle Sauce will remember our contribution. Prime Minister Chicken murmured. The others immediately looked at him and asked, why? Sir, are you not optimistic about this? Prime Minister Foot Basin Chicken shook his head. Not really. I'm just worried that after the 30 countries fight, what if we don't get much? We are the country with the most scarce resources. We urgently need to find a new way out. Don't worry, as our vanguard this time, the Eagle Sauce Godfather will definitely remember our contribution. All we have to do is give them a prosperous and grand opening before the war. Then we will definitely get what we want. After all, no country in Asia is more suitable to be a leader than us. They looked at each other and smiled, then burst into laughter. That look and that state were as if they had already defeated the Dragon Kingdom and stood at the pinnacle of victory. Now in the entire Asian region, several countries that were previously supported by the Eagle Sauce have now been taken over by the Dragon Country. The only ones left are the Foot Basin Chicken and the White Elephant. Faced with the stupid Indians, the people of Jaya Benji naturally think that they are the ones who should stand in the leadership position in Asia. So, this melee among 30 nations was an opportunity they had worked so hard to gain. We have to catch it, right? Prime Minister Chicken Foot Basin waved his hand. All right, keep in touch and send us the images of the mushroom cloud rising up. Finally, their nightmare is about to happen in Dragon Country. The old Japanese soldiers suddenly felt relaxed, both physically and mentally. However, what they didn't know was that right above their heads, the 8th-generation aircraft carrying the new little boy began to roar in. The 8th-generation aircraft with stealth mode, fully activated, cannot be detected at all by the satellite detection equipment of the Chicken with the Foot Basin. On other planes, Wang Hu and others looked at the Japanese map and calculated carefully. Which city is best for this throw? I think we should just attack their capital, teach those old guys a lesson, and make sure the Eagle Sauce completely give up the idea of going to war with us. No, I think Fushushin is better. After taking one, I feel relaxed both physically and mentally. Fuck them, they let them be so arrogant. Do they really think that if our Dragon Nation doesn't speak out, we're afraid? I think Monkey has experienced something like this before. How could these guys forget about the scene of being covered in fire so quickly? Wang Hu snorted coldly. Some people have lived a comfortable life for too long, and they feel that the tigers have become cats. They're trying to turn over and ride on our heads. What a shame. Some things can only be imagined in dreams. This time, we must brainwash those evil-minded Japanese. Let them wake up. Having said that, Wang Hu tapped the pen on the map. Right here, the 1,000-torii gates. The show is about to begin. At this time, on Funyo Ridge. Sudden, boom! A huge sound resounded through the heavens and earth, completely tearing apart the early morning sky. At the seaside location behind Funyo Ridge, waves tens of meters high suddenly surged up. Next second, at first, These Japanese soldiers didn't realize what was happening. That sound was accompanied by a spectacular scene that suddenly appeared before my eyes. Could it be that there's another sea monster outbreak? Didn't the Dragon Nation completely clean up those guys last time? However, it's not just the huge waves. Behind the waves, a black, giant steel monster slowly emerged from the seabed. Commander, look what that is. The soldier below asked in a trembling voice. At the same time, there was also a buzzing sound coming from above my head. From the top of the makeshift warehouse, dust was falling down, and the group of people were so confused that they could hardly open their eyes. Look, that's a Dragon Nation helicopter. It was pitch black, like a dark cloud that completely drowned out the morning light that had just emerged. Kawasaki's men were stunned by what he saw, and he was completely panicked. Commander Matsumoto, we should leave quickly. Matsumoto Nori also glanced at him and said, "Don't panic. The bombs are already loaded. I don't believe they dare to open fire. The worst that can happen is that we all die together." Having said that, his palms had already started to sweat. Continue debugging the equipment. Once we're done, we'll leave directly through the dedicated passage. They won't be able to catch us, and they won't dare to open fire from this place. After all, at this moment, all that's missing is an explosion, and no one dares to open fire at any time. Kawasaki thought about it and said, "Okay, I still need 20 minutes. I'd like to trouble Commander Matsumoto to delay as much as possible." Matsumoto Nori also nodded, and then walked to the entrance of the cave with his weapon. A strong light swept over. Then came the second, third, fourth, more than a dozen strong rays of light shot out from all directions in an instant. It was as if they were about to be cut in half. Matsumoto Noriya was so frightened that he quickly withdrew his foot as soon as he stretched it out. "It's okay, don't panic. If they don't want to die, they won't dare to open fire, unless they want to drag everyone on the island to die with them. Hurry, look at the sky," one of the men suddenly screamed. Following the direction he pointed, Matsumoto Nori saw a scene that he never wanted to see in his life. Only the horizon can be seen. A large group of mecha warriors rushed over. Buzz! With a huge roar, as if the end of the world was coming, they slowly gathered towards them. At this moment, the overwhelming pressure made Noriya Matsumoto's heart start beating uncontrollably. They're truly a group of mechas capable of defeating sea monsters. He sighed silently. If only we had something like this in our army, then we wouldn't have to worry about conquering Dragon Country. It's a pity that such weapons and equipment do not belong to them. Chapter 190, the Japanese gradually started to go crazy. On the plane, Lin Xia looked at the scene below coldly. "This guy doesn't know how to live or die. He is still trying to resist," said Lu Ruifeng. Yang Kitchen took the video panel next to him and said, "Boss Lin, based on the current detection situation, their equipment should have been installed. The area within 100 kilometers is already within their explosion range. The situation is very difficult, and the islanders have not yet completed their evacuation." Duan Liqing, who was standing by, stepped forward immediately and said, "Fortunately, everyone in Funyo Ridge has finished retreating. Now only a few people are left in the city center." Lin Xia nodded without saying anything. In his other hand was the operating data panel of the nuclear weapon disarmament device. Target locked, 100%. Canceling process status. Core module transition in progress. 200-second countdown in progress. The radiation value detected has exceeded the standard. A series of data appeared in front of him. Lin Xia raised his head suddenly, his eyes full of the aura of planning and strategizing. "Start talking to the Japs." "Yes." The staff on the side immediately opened the helicopter hatch. The loudspeaker was pointed at the ground and began to speak. "This is Dragon Claw Island, Dragon Nation's territory. Any behavior that damages Dragon Nation's territory and its people will be severely punished. Please stop your aggressive behavior immediately and surrender. If you don't leave, you will bear all the consequences yourself." After the words in midair were repeated nearly 3 times, a head slowly emerged from the cave entrance. Blood-red eyes, full of resentment, stared into the air. Matsumoto Nori also looked at the air fiercely. "Don't dream on you, along with all the people present, will disappear from this island today. I advise you to leave now and not attempt any remedial work. Our nuclear weapon detonation device is already in the countdown. In a few minutes, we will take off together, together with the cause of our great brother country. Matsumoto Noriya's face was full of paranoid madness. Bang! Lin Xia silently fired a shot at the guy. Threatening me? I've never been one to be scared. He slowly opened the cabin door and spoke to the people below. Matsumoto, I advise you not to try to resist like this. It's meaningless and will only bring greater disaster to your people. Matsumoto narrowed his eyes and said, It's you. You're the Lin Xia that General Luo mentioned. It's you who killed Commander Mattis. Lin Xia curled the corners of her lips slightly. So what? Matsumoto Nori also snorted coldly. It's my bad luck to run into you today, but you can't expect to get any benefits from me. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand, and a figure was pulled out of the cave. The gun in his hand was pressed against the man's forehead. Come on, kill me. Aren't you here to protect the people of Dragon Claw under the pretext of honor? I don't believe you dare to kill their people. In another half hour, the biggest art will appear here, and the biggest mushroom cloud will rise into the sky. Ha ha ha. He laughed almost crazily. Yang Ying, whose head was pressed against his, was not afraid at all. Seeing the armed forces all over the sky, he knew that his brothers had successfully called the police. He immediately shouted to the sky, Brothers inland, don't worry about me. Just shoot and kill this guy. If I died fighting the Japanese, I believe my ancestors would be happy too. Damn it. After more than 20 years of being a coward, Yang Ying has never felt so happy as he does now. Lin Xia narrowed her eyes, her face filled with murderous intent. Boss Lin, these are the people who first discovered them here. The one who was arrested is Yang Ying from Funyo Village. It was his brother who called the police. We must save this man. Matsumoto below immediately gave Yang Ying a gun. He was beaten so hard that his face was instantly covered in blood. Although Yang Ying couldn't escape, he couldn't ignore his words at all. Go to hell, you little devils. Kill me if you dare. Otherwise, I will never let you leave this place safely. I will make you leave sideways. Pa! Again. Matsumoto glared at him fiercely. Baga! Stop yelling. Even if I die, there are tens of millions of people on your island to accompany me. I have dedicated myself to the cause of my brother country, and my death is worthy. Following his words, Zhang Tao's voice came from Lin Xia's headphones. Boss Lin, they're almost done with the debugging. The next step is to detonate it. At the same time, Matsumoto seemed to exchange glances with the people inside. Then, the whole person became twisted. Ha ha ha! D! Let's all die together. Ha ha ha! Let you also feel the pain of nuclear radiation that we once experienced. In the present moment, it seems as if everything has already happened. Matsumoto shook off Yang Ying in his hand and quickly went into the cave. The mecha warriors on the side immediately swooped down and surrounded Yang Ying to protect him. Bang! 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 After a few gunshots, Matsumoto disappeared. It's okay, no need to chase him. He should be going to trigger the explosion. Lin Xia waved his hand, with a look of being in control of the situation. Then a small drone followed Matsumoto's footsteps and floated in. Wang Lu, have you arrived at your location? Wang, whose excited voice immediately came from the other end of the phone. Report to Mr. Lin. Our company has arrived above the Sunban Tori city. The weather here is great, perfect for deployment. Lin Xia smiled slightly. Okay, the throwing work will start immediately in 10 minutes. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone on both ends of the phone became excited instantly. Wang, who nodded heavily, his mouth corners almost reaching behind his ears. Yes, don't worry, Mr. Lin. I guarantee that the Japanese devils will be properly accommodated. At this time, in front of the cave installation, Kawasaki and a group of Japanese soldiers were devastated. Captain Matsumoto, can we still get out? Matsumoto stared at the device in front of him with frantic eyes. Is it ready? Kawasaki just wanted to make sure he could get out. He was a technician and he wanted to live well. Matsumoto Noriya shouted, I'm asking you if you're okay. Okay. Kawasaki said tremblingly. Matsumoto Noriya laughed out loud. Ha, good. Then I command you now to trigger this device immediately. Kawasaki glanced around and asked, Aren't we leaving? Isn't it a remote control switch? By the way, Commander Matsumoto, where's the escape route you just mentioned? We have to leave quickly. Matsumoto Denia looked at him gloomily. Leave? Where to? You must sacrifice your lives for the great cause of our country. He raised his head and roared to the sky. Follow me, and the descendants of the Foot Basin chicken will remember you. Let's rise into the sky together with this mushroom cloud. Kawasaki was shaking all over. You are crazy? Matsumoto looked at him. Yes, I am crazy. Don't you want the name of Foot Basin chicken to be known all over the world and the entire blue planet one day? He put the gun to Kawasaki's head. Now, immediately turn on the device. Let the leader of the Dragon Nation outside die with us. Haha, worth it. Chapter 191 exploded. Who exploded? At this time, in the surveillance footage, Matsumoto's face was distorted. When the leaders of Yinjing saw this, they were so angry that they slammed the table. How dare you? These damned Japanese devils really have evil intentions. Xiao Kong stood up suddenly and said, Lin Xia, teach them a lesson. This old man, and I don't want to see the people of Longzhua Island get hurt. The old man and Mr. Chiao were so angry that their hands began to tremble. Panting, historical memories suddenly flooded into my mind. The Songhua meat grinder, the bloody battle of Dadong, the Nanjing massacre, and countless figures of our ancestors flashed quickly before everyone's eyes. It was not easy for Longzhua to reach this day during those days of oppression and countless dark years. A good life is built with the flesh and blood of our ancestors. Therefore, the younger generations must protect it well, and our descendants must not lose this will. Old man, Mr. Chiao, leaders, don't worry. Lin Xia's low voice came through the communication equipment. The fate of the little devils today is the example we set for other countries on Blue Planet. We will use our strength to tell them that if they want to eat meat from the Dragon Kingdom, they will probably lose a layer of skin themselves. The final moments. As the detonation button on the video is pressed, everyone at the scene couldn't help but clench their fists and hold their breath. Kawasaki's face was filled with despair, while Matsumoto was filled with a twisted excitement. In one hand, he held the knife that Tian Huang had bestowed upon his ancestors, and in the other, he placed his hand on the start button. His face was full of anticipation. Explode, explode. Let us go together to see His Majesty the Emperor. Let the damned dragon people be buried with me. At the same time, right above the thousand-torii gates, 3 planes that had never been seen before suddenly appeared in the empty sky. The Japanese soldiers below are looking up. Wang Hu gave the order directly. Get ready to throw. The engine of the 8th-generation aircraft makes a sound like the cry of an ancient mythical bird. Hiss! It resounded throughout the sky above the thousand-torii gates. In the cockpit, the AI tactical core technology is running at full speed as the general control command is issued. The bomb quickly entered the ready launch cabin. Confirm that the weapon chain synchronization is complete. A mechanical voice rang in everyone's ears. Weapon safety released, electromagnetic catapult ready. Dragon 1 instantly entered the attack window. Unlike previous bombers and mechanical drops, every step of Dragon 1 has been calculated with precise data. The electromagnetic track in the main bomb bay accelerates the bomb to 3G overload, and the hatch opens instantly. The whole process takes less than 0.2 seconds. The 3 engines adjusted the thrust vector synchronously, and the aircraft completed a 180-degree rotation like a light paper airplane. At the same time, the first throw is completed. Boom! It exploded on the ground. The second one followed closely. Once the petal-shaped tail end is adjusted, the second round of throwing begins immediately. Boom! Another throw completed. Wang Hu clenched his hands tightly. The whole process was so simple that it seemed like just an ordinary throwing training. Soon, the voice of the pilot controlling his will came from Dragon 1. Dragon 1 has completed its throwing mission and is requesting to return. Dragon 1 has completed its drop mission and is now requesting to return. In an instant, all 3 parties in front of the video surveillance system breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Hu's calm and composed voice reached everyone's ears. You can return home. I repeat, Dragon 1 can return home. This throwing mission was completed in a few minutes, and soon a circle of explosion was formed above the entire Senbon-torii. Wang Hu and others watched the whole process from a distant plane. When a huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky, the entire communication equipment was suddenly filled with shouts that almost exploded the eardrums. Good. Well done, the old man roared. The other side. The little devil's prime minister's office. A staff member crawled in. It exploded. It really exploded. The Japanese prime minister and several chaebol stood up in an instant. Did it really explode? Dragon Claw explosion mission completed? Ha ha! Did this kid Matsumoto really complete the mission? The Japanese prime minister was also surprised. I didn't expect the surprise to come so suddenly. Several chaebol stood up in an instant, their eyes lighting up. Matsumoto and the others didn't leave any evidence behind, did they? Did they leave safely? Without waiting for the staff to speak, they waved their hands and said, "It doesn't matter. As long as the task is completed, it will be considered a contribution to the cause of our foot basin chicken. All the people of Jaya Benji will definitely remember them." Ha ha! The hearty laughter lasted no more than a few minutes. Then I heard the man below say something silently. "Prime Minister, my lords, there was an explosion, but it wasn't in Dragon Claw." These words immediately made the people present confused. The Prime Minister standing by seemed to suddenly realize something. If it's not in Dragon Claw, could it be in Dragon Country? He was completely excited. Matsumoto actually managed to detonate it in Longwa. Several chaebol became even more excited. Of course, they also want the people of Long Country to suffer the same pain they have suffered. If that's the case, then Eagle Sauce will probably give us the greatest benefit, right? Ah, that's for sure. The more the staff listened, the uglier their expressions became. No. No what? Why are you speaking so haltingly? Can't you just tell me the good news properly? Several people walked down the platform and were about to go outside to announce their victory today. The staff member was so anxious that he grabbed the Prime Minister's trouser legs without regard for status and started crying. "Prime Minister, it's not Dragon Country. It's our land that has exploded. The explosion site is right at the Dormitory gate." As soon as these words came out, the whole scene seemed to be paused. Silence, deathly silence. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. The entire scene fell into dead silence for nearly 10 minutes. Finally, the Japanese Prime Minister pulled up the staff member who was kneeling on the ground. "Baga, what nonsense are you talking about? How could a bomb explode on our land? How is it possible? Could Matsumoto be placed on our other land?" "No, it was Dragon Country's 8th-generation aircraft that carried out the dropping mission on us." The staff shouted like crazy. Several chaebol were also dumbfounded. "What about the Dragon Claw?" The staff shook their heads. No, for some reason, they didn't succeed. The expected huge mushroom cloud did not rise into the sky. We failed our mission." At this moment, after hearing the news, everyone present seemed to be strangled by an invisible big hand. He was so shocked that he forgot to breathe, and his face was as pale as a piece of paper. Chapter 192, Is it painful? This is just the beginning. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Right now, right in front of the activation device, inside the cave, Matsumoto Nariya was shouting like a madman. The blood-red eyes stared deathly at Lin Xia in midair. "Impossible, what on earth did you do? Did you plan to spy among us? Is that why the bomb didn't explode? Who is it? Who on earth is it?" He grabbed everyone and questioned them like a madman. Finally, he grabbed Kawasaki and looked at Kawasaki, who looked like he had survived a disaster. He suddenly became furious. "It's you, right? It's you. You surrendered to the Dragon Nation, right? That's why the device didn't explode." Kawasaki was also confused, as this shouldn't happen. But this device strangely paused in the middle. "It's obviously too late now. It's not me, I didn't," he tried to explain. But Matsumoto Nariya didn't listen at all. He picked up the gun and pointed it at Kawasaki's head. Bang! As soon as the shot was fired, the warm blood instantly made the entire space seem to come to a halt. Kawasaki died at the hands of his own teammates with his eyes wide open in disbelief. Ed, I killed the traitor, I killed him." At this time, Lin Xia, who had been in midair, finally spoke coldly. "Matsumoto, do you want to see a mushroom cloud rising into the sky?" Matsumoto looked up suddenly. "What did you say? What do you want to do? Didn't you already have this guy stop the mushroom bomb from exploding?" Lin Xia nodded. "Yes, but at the same time, another one exploded on your land." Hearing this, Matsumoto's eyelids twitched violently. "What did you say?" Lin Xia waved his hand, and the holographic projection beside him was successfully projected onto the wall of the cave in front of him. In the picture, The eighth-generation aircraft circled above the thousand-torii gates like two divine birds. On the other side, Lin Xia's voice sounded calmly in the air. Matsumoto, this seems to be your hometown, right? Looking at this scene, Matsumoto's hands began to tremble. For some reason, he had a very bad premonition in his heart. Sudden, the cabin door in the picture opens. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 army green bombs were thrown down quickly. What is this? What did you invest in? Matsumoto immediately became anxious. Lin Xia said coldly, "What do you think it looks like?" Next second, a huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Like a brilliant firework, it suddenly engulfed the entire city and illuminated the entire cave. The place that seemed like a dream in the previous second suddenly disappeared in the next second, drowned by the gorgeous fireworks. Matsumoto stretched out his hands, trying to stop it, his eyes wide open. What was he here for? He certainly knew what the mushroom cloud that had just risen meant. That was the grand occasion he originally wanted to create with the dragon claw. Ah! Matsumoto's belief collapsed at this moment. He held his head in his hands, unwilling to look at the scene in front of him anymore. Just pretending. Isn't this the tragedy he wanted to cause in Longhua? Now it's their turn and they can't do it anymore. Lu Ruifeng couldn't help but spit. There was no sympathy in anyone's eyes. Lin Xia slowly approached and stood in front of him. Painful. Matsumoto, what if I told you that this is just the beginning? Your ancestors dealt with the people in charge of that area after the little boy crossed the border. Don't you know what something like this would bring? What were you thinking when you brought these things here? Matsumoto's eyes were crazy. It's different. This is different. Lin Xia slapped him. What's the difference? Since you say the same thing, let your hometown bear this pain instead of us. By the way, I might as well tell you that your weapon installation was a success. This made Matsumoto even more upset. Successful? Then why? Lin Xia slowly turned her head and said, because we have a device that can disarm nuclear weapons. In other words, you can't just detonate them whenever you want. What? Matsumoto stepped back and fell to the ground like a stray dog. Upon hearing the news, his pupils contracted sharply, his shock was evident, and his body trembled slightly. When a pair of hands touched the dead Kawasaki, they were completely at a loss. Impossible. Impossible. This is impossible. I don't believe it. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Lin Xia was too lazy to stay with him, so he waved his hand and flew into the air. Catch him. He'll be the biggest evidence next. Yes. Longwei immediately stepped forward and dragged the guy out like a dead dog. At the same time, Duan Liqing trotted over. Boss Lin, did we succeed? Is the danger over? Lin Xia nodded heavily. Yes, it was successfully lifted, and the people of Dragon Claw were saved. With just these few words, Duan Liqing's tense spirit relaxed instantly, and he breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. Looking at Matsumoto being dragged out, he was completely furious. Humph, you're a black-hearted fellow. Turning back, Duan Liqing waved to Lin Xia on the plane. Mr. Lin, our person in charge invites you to the center of Longhua City. Lin Xia waved her hand. Go and pick him up. The dragon guard on the side immediately flew down and picked up Duan Liqing. On the plane, Duan Liqing's face was filled with excitement, tears streaming down his face. Wow, on behalf of the people of Longhua, I thank you, and thank you, the leaders of Longhua. As he spoke, he almost wanted to kneel down. Lin Xia quickly held him up. Don't say that. We are a family, and it is our duty to protect you. When he said this, his eyes were extremely sincere. Duan Liqing wiped the tears from his face and showed joy. You are right. We are a family, a family. With a Dragon Nation leader like you, perhaps our next decision will be the right one. His words stunned everyone present. What did Director Duan say? Duan Liqing waved his hand and said, let's go to Chengdu and talk about it. Our person in charge will tell you personally there. I hope you won't refuse then. When he said this, his eyes were filled with excitement. Lin Xia noticed something, but didn't say anything. The plane flew steadily towards the Dragonclaw City, until we entered the edge of the city. Sudden, someone shouted, look! Everyone looked down. Next second, in the field of vision, the sky-high red color suddenly appeared in everyone's eyes. Chapter 193 red flags are planted all over the land. Lin Xia couldn't help but pause for a moment. Is this the flag of the Dragon Nation? Hurry, Hurry, lower the altitude. Yang Kitchen and others were anxious. For some reason, the mushroom cloud rising into the sky just now didn't make them as excited as they are now. Rumble, as the plane descends. Within everyone's sight, there were red flags of the Dragon Kingdom fluttering all over the ground. On the street where the morning mist has just dissipated, everyone had just experienced a terrifying night. When the news that the crisis was overspread throughout the streets and alleys, everyone knew about it. How much did the Dragon Kingdom army endure that night? So at this moment, ordinary people spontaneously came out onto the streets. He arrived at the square and raised the familiar yet unfamiliar flag in his hand. In the sunlight, some are brand new 5-star flags, and some are flags embroidered by an old grandmother with red cloth and hidden for many years. Entrance of the alley. The old man walked out tremblingly, holding a slightly wrinkled red flag in his hand. Thank you, thank you. The running children were holding small red flags in their hands. They ran around happily. The fear of last night has completely disappeared, and now all that remains is a full sense of survival. When everyone learned that the Dragon Kingdom had dispatched an army of nearly 100,000 to protect the Dragon Claw, it would be a lie to say that they weren't moved in their hearts. Last time it was a sea monster crisis. This time it's a mushroom bomb crisis. Everyone knows that if they were not connected by blood, no one would be willing to lend a helping hand at this time regardless of the consequences. It is the blood relationship from generation to generation that has made Longwa never forget this fellow brother who has been away from home for many years. So, at this moment, when the crisis comes, the Longwa government, the Longwa army, and even the ordinary Longwa people on the other side of the strait who took them in, each of these people is doing these things with a warm heart. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew. The red flag was suddenly blown by the wind and turned into a sea of red. The Red Sea is surging, causing everyone's heart to tremble. Even Lin Xia, who was always the calmest, couldn't stop trembling at this moment. His eyes were blurry, and he didn't even know how to react. You guys, Duan Liqing smiled broadly. This is the people's spontaneous thanks. Thank you to the Dragon government for saving our island. Thank you for letting us survive the Japanese conspiracy. Thank you for not hesitating to go to war with those little devils. Thank you. Stop talking. Lu Ruifeng looked out the window and cried loudly. Yang Kitchen couldn't hold back a tear. Lin Xia patted Duan Liqing on the shoulder. Thank you, everyone. But we help you without expecting anything in return. As long as our people are doing well, that's all that matters. Duan Liqing nodded frantically. I know everything. Because everyone knows this, we are willing to plant red flags all over our land. As soon as these words came out, everyone couldn't help but choke up. Just then, the helicopter they were on stopped in Dragon Claw City. When the hatch opens, in front of Lin Xia were many simple and sincere smiling faces. A spontaneous welcoming team. Countless children and elderly people came to the front and lined up to welcome them. The flags flying in their hands and the smiles on their faces are their most sincere welcome ceremony. On a huge banner were written the most simple words of the common people. At this moment, Lin Xia didn't know whether to choke up or not. He has obviously witnessed many big scenes and presided over many large-scale meetings. I have argued with those powers internationally. Never once had he been afraid of those people or those occasions. But this moment is different. When he saw these sincere smiles, the smiling faces of children who had not lost their lives because of the Japanese devils, he was excited and his mood was indescribable. Duan Liqing, who was standing by, wiped the tears from his face. Boss Lin, please come this way. The city lord and his men are waiting for you in the hall. Lin Xia nodded, quickly walked through the crowd, and got on the car in front. The car drove all the way to the city hall. Along the way, there were crowds of people who came to welcome us spontaneously. Everyone in the car couldn't help but get excited. Oh my God, I've only seen such a grand occasion in my dreams. Yang Kitchen couldn't help but sigh. Lu Ruifeng shook his head. No, I also saw such a scene when the two ports returned to China. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the car suddenly froze. Everyone looked at each other, and there was a hint of disbelief in their eyes. Really? Yang Kitchen asked curiously. The others also became nervous. Boss Lin? Is this what Director Duan meant just now? Everyone looked at Lin Xia, wanting to see something on his face. But at this time, Lin Xia closed her eyes and rested, with no expression on her face. In fact, if you look carefully, you can see that his hands are tightly clenched together. He was also very nervous. He had originally planned to complete the task of cleaning the backyard in the next few months. But now, he felt that his heart was also somewhat out of control. The excitement that was about to burst out completely took control of him. Don't guess, you'll know soon. As Lin Xia finished speaking, the car stopped just in front of the door of the city hall. The car door opened. City Lord Su Jingxing hurriedly stepped forward towards the group of senior managers behind him. Lin Xia stood still, scanning the entire audience with a unique aura. A hint of experience flashed across Su Jingxing's eyes. He immediately straightened his collar and stood in front of Lin Xia. I suppose you're Mr. Lin? Lin Xia raised her eyes slightly, then nodded slowly. City Lord Su. Su Jingxing excitedly grasped Lin Xia's hand and said, "Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you to the Dragon Nation Army for saving our people from danger. Thank you." As he spoke, his eyes immediately began to redden. If it weren't for the Dragon Nation Army, I'm afraid the entire Dragon Claw would have disappeared from the entire blue planet along with this mushroom cloud. Damn the Japs. We never thought they could do such a thing. Thank you so much. He held Lin Xia's hand tightly, and at this moment he seemed to feel at ease. Hurry, please come in. I'm sure you soldiers have been busy all night and haven't eaten yet. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone suddenly felt hungry and touched their stomachs one by one. Su Jingxing quickly waved his hand. Hurry, hurry, please come in. Lin Xia and others, along with all the soldiers, were invited into the city hall. The huge government hall was actually used to host a dinner today. But none of the Dragon Claw Islanders present thought there was anything wrong with this, because the person they are entertaining is the hero who saved them from danger. They are their hero. Chapter 194, We Are Back in Our Mother's Arms. After eating and drinking, Su Jingxing came up quickly with a tray. The moment he appeared, all the people of Dragon Claw present couldn't help but hold their breath. Lin Xia keenly sensed the sudden change in the atmosphere. Several dragon guards also hurried over. However, the next second, right in everyone's sight, City Lord Su Jingxing came to Lin Xia holding the tray. General Lin, today I represent the 20 million people on Longjua Island, the ordinary people of Longjua for generations, and all those who have long since passed away but still have a heart that desires to return to the motherland. Here, he took a deep breath. At this moment, Lin Xia couldn't help but hold her breath. Here, I want to say, Mr. Lin, the Longhua government, the elders, and all our relatives and friends in Longhua. Let's get back. As these words came out, the hearts of everyone in the audience seemed to stop beating at this moment, especially all the Dragon Kingdom warriors and officials. When everyone heard the news, their eyes were filled with shock. At that moment, even Lin Xia couldn't help but freeze. He just held the teacup tightly in his hand, his eyes looking intently at the returned documents on the tray. My heart was beating fast, trembling. I can't explain what my emotions are. At this moment, all the emotions came flooding back. It completely devoured all his sanity. This moment, the old men far away in Yinjing saw this scene through the video screen, and they were also stunned. I didn't expect that the thing I had been thinking about would happen today, seeing that no one was talking. Su Jingxing thought that the leaders of Long would disagree. I felt a little anxious at the moment. Dear leaders, you've seen it too. The Japanese are ambitious and want to set foot on our land again. They did this decades ago, and now they want to use the same tactics to stir up trouble. They want to crush our land and crush our people. They have once again destroyed our descendants of Yin and Huang, crushed our dignity, and once again let our flesh fall under their artillery fire. But, Su Jingxing shouted and turned to look at all the Dragon Kingdom warriors. But I believe that no one here would allow it. We are a family. Yu Longxin, the only one missing is us. As long as we unite, no force can defeat us. Following his words, some of the elderly people present seemed to recall the tragic days that their ancestors had talked about. Those days when the ancestors of the Dragon Kingdom refused to be slaves. Those days when they rose up in resistance and never bowed their heads. This moment, no one could help but shout out. Defeat the foreign powers. Defeat the Japanese invaders. The people of Longhua unite. 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 It is destined that today will be the day when the dragon's heart will finally be complete. Facing the shouts of millions of people, Lin Xia walked forward slowly, then slowly raise your right hand and make a fist. Next second, A high-pitched voice shouted to everyone. The dragon's heart is indispensable, today, right now. I am here on behalf of the 1.4 billion people of Longwa to welcome the children back home. Go home! Go home! In an instant, everyone's emotions were ignited. It boiled like a raging fire. Everyone raised their right hands and shouted together. Go home! Let's go home! Go home! Go home! The sounds that came one after another, and the cheers that were louder than the last, shocked everyone's heart. The leaders from Yinjing couldn't help but tear up when they saw this. The child I've been waiting for many years is finally home. It would be a lie to say that I am not excited. When everyone thought about how the child was almost bullied to death today, they felt equally angry. Lin Xia took the loudspeaker equipment beside her and walked to the platform. Comrades, we all remember what the devils did today, and we will pay them back 1,000-fold in the future. None of the ambitions of the great powers will be achieved. The land of Dragon Country will always belong to the people of Dragon Country and the people of Dragon Country. No one can take it away, and no one can bully us. New and old grudges. From now on, we will settle the score once and for all. Following his words, Yang Kitchen, Lu Ruifeng, Zhang Tao, and other Dragon Country warriors present couldn't help but clench their fists when they heard this. The fighting spirit in my heart has become even stronger. You're right, all jackals, tigers, and leopards are nothing but paper tigers. Whoever dares to roam on our soil will be punished. The people of Longzhou were also excited. Soon, almost within 3 hours after this meeting, the Dragon Country officials announced the news of Dragonclaw's return home. The news also stated that the rotation will be carried out in 3 days and a real return ceremony will be held. Once the news was released, it shocked the entire Blue Planet. First of all, there are the people in the country. When the National Information Department suddenly released this news, everyone was a little bit unconvinced for a while. But when they saw the official logo, everyone became excited instantly. Holy crap, I've been looking forward to going home for so many years, and it's finally happening. That's awesome. It has to be our mom. I heard that the Japanese were planning to open up a piece of land for ammunition in Longzhou, but they were stopped by our people. Damn Japs. They've done so many bad things. Fortunately, the people of Longzhou are safe. In response to this, the people of Longzhou were all in tears. Wow. Tell this to everyone later. We have mothers too. We will no longer be called an unrecognized organization. We are now legitimate children of the Dragon Nation. Mainland netizens, haha, I'll let you take the position of eldest son first. That's right, poor kid. You were almost killed by a cannon. Come back to your motherland. Your big brother will protect you. Dragonclaw netizen. Woo, brother. Everyone couldn't help but feel scared when they thought of such a big mushroom bomb. Inland netizens. Come on, buddy, let me show you the mushroom cloud rising from the Japanese army. It's so beautiful, even more beautiful than the biggest fireworks in our house. Dragonclaw netizen. It really looks good. It would be nice if there were a few more. To this, international netizens expressed horror. Mushroom cloud? Big fireworks? Still good looking? How many more? Is this definitely still the peace-loving Brother Long? Why does everyone feel a chill on their back? Chapter 195. Condemnation? Threat? What a joke. But in addition to shocking netizens from all over the world, more people are puzzled by this. What's going on? Everyone knows very well how difficult it is for Longzhou to return home. Now you just reply without a word? No. Are you sure this isn't fake news? But it is obvious that this is the message released by Longwo itself. Inside the White Palace, the cabinet leaders frowned and asked, "Is the news accurate? Are you sure it's not a misunderstanding?" After all, Longwo has been building momentum in this regard for a long time in recent years, so it is normal for some false news to come out. But, commanders, this time is different. The return ceremony in 3 days will be broadcast live to the entire world by Dragon Nation. This cannot be faked. When these words came out, Talangpa was also confused. He turned to look at Luo, one on the side. If I remember correctly, you have already given the order to Foot Basin Chicken, right? They haven't finished? Or haven't started? Why is there no news coming back? They clearly have the most powerful intelligence organization in the world, but now they are sitting in this palace like blind men. Talangpa was a little angry. Luo, one was also confused. Wait a moment, I will contact them myself now. A few minutes later, Luo walked in with a sullen face. Something happened. Talangpa, Something happened? What could have happened? It's just a small dragon claw. Could it be that this mission has not been completed? Several cabinet elders expressed their incomprehension. Luo nodded. For some reason, their operation in Dragon Claw has failed, and all the personnel sent have lost contact. Not only that, at the same time, they also dropped mushroom bombs on Jayabenji, making the Thousand Torii Gate a second strategic location. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present could no longer hold back. How is this possible? How did they discover it? And how did they stop it? From what I understand, the weapon they set up this time would definitely explode if they moved it, right? Luo, when said seriously, that's exactly what's strange. I wonder if Dragon Country has mastered some even more advanced technology. Can it extinguish the fire of mushroom bomb weapons? Talangpu waved his hand and said, "This is impossible. How could Dragon Country possibly have such technology that even the 8th district doesn't have? Go. Continue the investigation and spread the word that Longwa was responsible for the explosion at Jayabenji. We must not let them have too much success in the Dragon Claw ceremony." Luo nodded and left quickly. Talangpu was the only one left sitting in the entire conference room. He was thinking about everything that had happened recently. The Dragon Kingdom was so evil that their attempts failed several times in a row. It's as if it's been cast under a spell. Has this country discovered some more advanced means of predicting the future? Why do I always walk ahead of them? And just one step faster? This is what worries Talangpu the most. That night, it was almost the time when the news of Dragon Country taking back the Dragon Claw was spreading the hottest. The official Eagle Sauce finally released the news publicly. "We strongly condemn Longwa's current behavior towards chicken in a basin. We strongly condemn it." He did not mention a word about what Jayabenji had done in Longwa, but instead directed all the conflicts towards Longwa. And just after this condemning news came out, the official of Jayabenji also stood up and cried with a look of grievance. "Outrageous! Outrageous! This is an act of hegemony by the Dragon Nation, and will surely be condemned by the people of all Blue Star nations. We, the Foot Basin Chicken, swear hereby to seek justice this time and avenge our people." As soon as this official news came out, the entire chaotic international community immediately became even more chaotic. Kangaroo Country. What? So awesome? Was this really done by Brother Long? Windmill Nation. I thought it was just fake news, but it turns out to be true. Chicken Nation. Dragon Nation has gone too far this time, hasn't it? We are the first to disagree with this approach. German. At this point, I think the Federation and the Eagle Sauce should help the chickens. Seek justice for them. However, while everyone was still speaking, a video and photos from Longwa were directly uploaded. Without any verbal explanation, just a few short videos let everyone understand the whole story. For a moment, everyone fell silent. At the same time, midnight, Luo received the news. "What did you say?" The 2 aircraft carriers of Chicken Foot Basin disappeared directly. If I remember correctly, one of them was our Foot class? Yes, sir. Just a few hours after the mushroom bomb exploded, the people of Foot Basin Chicken tried to resist and threaten the safety of Dragon Claw. But they never imagined that before their warships and aircraft carriers could even get close, they were destroyed directly at sea by the unknown forces of Dragon Country, silently and without a sound. After these words were spoken, Luo was completely speechless. The coffee in my hand grew cold. His expression was extremely solemn. He was very clear about the equipment of those aircraft carriers. They were specially approved to prevent the failure of the Chicken Foot Basin. Now, someone actually told him that it had completely disappeared? It's really weird. What kind of military power is needed to achieve this? At this moment, Luo truly felt the pressure from the powerful enemy. With a whoosh, his back was soaked with cold sweat. There is no doubt that many things really can't wait any longer, and encirclement and suppression is imminent. Otherwise, when this giant dragon truly wakes up, he really can't imagine whether the entire blue planet will have to crawl at their feet. Become their slave? At this moment, Luo suddenly felt dry in the mouth. "Captain Luo, the Foot Basin Chicken is still seeking military support. They want to teach the Dragon Nation a lesson at the return ceremony later." Luo shook his head. "It's too late. It's already this late. No matter how much we do, it will be useless. Instead of doing that, they might as well speed up the space elevator. Once that's done, we Eagle Sauce might be able to help them get back to their original position. Otherwise," he took a deep breath, Otherwise, they will just sink into the sea along with that dilapidated island and disappear from the blue planet forever. By the way, let's go to their homecoming ceremony in 3 days. Notify John Bull's men and have them take the sea team to join in the fun near Dragonclaw. We absolutely cannot let Dragon Nation get too comfortable. Hearing this, the assistant beside him took a deep breath, his face full of horror. At this time, in a Dragonclaw City Lord's mansion, Lin Xia sat firmly in the middle, carefully checking public opinion while explaining the matters that need to be paid attention to during the return ceremony. City Lord Su, standing by, was filled with worry. Boss Lin, public opinion is fermenting like crazy right now. I'm worried that someone will come to cause trouble that day. Lin Xia raised her eyes and gently rubbed her sore eyes. Are you worried that Eagle Sauce will come and stop us? Su Jingxing not dead. Lin Xia smiled and said, Don't worry. Now you're no longer just an island, but a part of Dragon Country. Who dares to come and cause trouble at this time? Our mecha army is no pushover. Chapter 196, Beating the Dog. Brother Long, let me do it. Emirate, Royal Palace. Father, how about I wear this to meet Lin Xia? Or is it this set? Mattia was thrilled. This time they also received an invitation from the Dragon Kingdom to witness the return of Dragonclaw Island. As soon as she received the news, Mattia started choosing clothes. But until now, she still hasn't chosen her clothes for the day. The old king beside him said cheerfully, They all look good. My daughter looks good in anything she wears. The most important thing isn't what we wear, but who we are. By the way, daughter, what gift are you going to give them? Speaking of this, Mattia became excited. Gifts are secondary. I plan to go with you in the warship we bought from Dragon Country. What do you think? The last time they came back from Longwa, they bought a large batch of Longwa's weapons and equipment, which just happened to arrive in the past few days. I've thought about it. This is also a chance for us to publicly express our stance. What do you think? The old king lowered his head and thought for a moment. Okay, but aren't you worried about the eagle sauce? Mattia curled her lips and said, Who cares? So many countries have gone there. I don't believe they dare to do anything. That guy Luo Wen is so mad. I just don't like him. Do you think he wants to control us? Don't even think about it. Although Mattia looks like a little girl, the old king actually trained her as the heir. She has received an elite education since childhood, and the old king is very satisfied with her. Ever since she started handling government affairs, the policies she introduced were all highly favored by the old king. Okay, let's choose this one. It will definitely make Lin Xia's eyes light up. Mattia chose a specially customized dress that perfectly highlights her figure. The next day at noon, when Lin Xia woke up from Longjua's residence, then a beautiful figure came jumping in from the door. Boss Lin, I'm here. Lin Xia. Lin Xia rubbed his eyebrows. Princess Madia, why are you here so early? The ceremony doesn't start until tomorrow. Mattia tilted her pretty head and grabbed Lin Xia's arm. As soon as I received the invitation, I ordered our warship to depart. I came here by plane last night. Hee. We're letting them pass through European waters. Let's show them off. Lin Xia smiled. This little princess really knows how to play. Okay then, I'll take you to the invited country's residence. You must be tired after such a long flight, right? Mattia shook her head. No, I want to go to Dragonclaw. I heard there are a lot of delicious food here. What was it? I saw a TV show and it said egg rice was good. I want to eat it. She was in the state of a complete little girl. Lin Xia did not treat her as a foreign envoy, but rather as a little sister next door. He called out to Yang Kitchen, who was standing next to him. Okay then, I'll take her to lunch. You guys go take care of the reception. Yang Kitchen nodded. Do you want the dragon guard to follow? It's okay, no need. The princess's guards will follow. No one will hurt me here. Although it has only been a few days, Lin Xia feels that she has already gotten used to this place. Your own home is different. At the same time, on the coast of Dragonclaw, Wang Hu's sharp vision captured several warships. Bring the telescope. Those who were invited to participate in this witness ceremony came directly. Only the Emirate, which itself operates a Dragon Country warship, applied to bring its warship along. The one that appears on the sea now is obviously not it. It looks like a Duke-class frigate, and it belongs to John Bull. Wang Hu clearly saw that these people were not invited, but were conducting free exercises on the high seas under the guise of so-called freedom of navigation. But this behavior clearly carries the connotation of surveillance and provocation. I'm going to report to General Lin right now. You guys stay here, and if they cross the route, Open fire directly. No need to report. Yes. Wang Hu quickly found Lin Xia to report the situation. At this time, Lin Xia had just finished dinner with Princess Mattia, and the two of them were enjoying the scenery by the island. When she saw Wang Hu appear, Lin Xia immediately waved. What's wrong? Wang Hu looked at Mattia with some embarrassment. Lin Xia waved her hand. Just say it directly. Princess Mattia is our friend. These words immediately made Mattia's eyes light up, and the look in her eyes when she looked at Lin Xia changed. Wang Hu nodded. We found John Bull's warship, and it's not far from Dragonclaw. Lin Xia lowered her head and thought for a moment. If I remember correctly, they rejected our invitation, right? What did they say about supporting the Japanese? Wang Hu nodded heavily. Indeed, showing up at this time and showing off his power must have bad intentions. Mattia keenly sensed that something was wrong. Lin, are you from John Bull? Mattia snorted coldly. It must be those guys from Eagle Sauce who sent them here, especially that annoying Rowan. Let's put it this way, Lin. Our warship and aircraft carrier are docked at the port. Let me go. Lin Xia raised her eyebrows. You going? Mattia nodded heavily. Yes. As for beating the dogs, you don't have to go. I can teach them a lesson by myself. As she spoke, Mattia rolled up her sleeves. I'm not some delicate little princess. She was just worrying about how to show goodwill to Longhua. And these guys just came to her door. Mattia turned around and was about to leave. Sir, please lead the way. Wang Hu looked at Lin Xia with some embarrassment. Lin Xia smiled calmly. Go. Since Princess Mattia has spoken, let's take her out to play. Mattia, that's right. Let me try the treasure you sold us. Lin Xia smiled and nodded. Good idea. Then your Highness Princess must perform well. Oh, right, be careful. Just scare them. We dragons don't want to shed blood in good times. Ugh, don't worry. Mattia headed towards the coast excitedly. At the same time, Maritim, the person in charge of this cruise exercise, is Elton, one of the most famous commanders of the 62nd Marine Division of John Bull, who once won the first place in the International Naval Combat Exercise. At this moment, he was in the command room, looking at the Dragonclaw map that was getting closer and closer with an arrogant look on his face. It's just a small island. Dragon Nation doesn't really think they can take over the world, right? They are so grand and ostentatious, ignoring the tragedy of Chickenfoot Basin and holding such a grand ceremony. They are the true great powers. Sir, what the higher-ups mean is that we can just get close and threaten, but we must never really take action at such a sensitive time. The assistant reminded. Elton put out the cigarette in his hand. Oh, really? I'd like to see if they're really as powerful as the rumors say. Elton's impression of Dragon Country still remains from decades ago. He always treats those videos on the internet about technological explosions as jokes. I don't believe it at all. Chapter 197 Mattia. Let me open your eyes. Little did he know that today would be the day he would regret coming to this place. Right now, Lin Xia and other leaders have already arrived at the main control room to watch simultaneously. Xiao Kong looked at the big screen happily. I thought someone would come and cause trouble, but I didn't expect it to be them. They are truly worthy of being the loyal lackeys of the Eagle Sauce. What a shame. Whether they admit it or not is irrelevant. It is imperative for our Dragon Nation to take back the Dragonclaw. Lin Xia smiled and nodded. No one can affect our return ceremony to go on as usual, even if Eagle Sauce comes. This is something that the entire Long Kingdom has been looking forward to for many years and has never changed. At this time, on the 055 destroyer, the girlish innocence faded from Mattia's face, replaced by the firmness of a top leader. Everyone, pay attention, lock onto the target quickly, and activate the electronic jamming system at the same time. Main guns and close-in weapon systems are warming up, but in just a few minutes. The words target locked were already displayed in the main control room. Mattia curled her lips and said, You lackeys feel what fire suppression is all about. Princess, we've locked onto our target, the subordinate immediately reported. But it seems they've released drones mid-air for surveillance. Should we be more cautious? Mattia's beautiful cold eyes swept towards the air. They're just a bunch of flying ants. They are just ants after all. Now let them feel it. Communication interference begins to radiate interference. Yes, all of a sudden, equipment equipped with the latest electromagnetic interference system was fully turned on and aimed at John Bull's Duke-class warship. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Soon, in just 1 minute, John Bull's warship radar display on the big screen suddenly turned into a state of snow. Commander Elton, our communication equipment is being severely interfered with. Elton suddenly jumped up from the chair beside him and looked at the big screen showing snowflakes. He immediately ordered, "Fight back. Quickly activate anti-interference mode. Quick!" Dragon Country actually reacted so quickly. He was a little surprised, but still relatively calm at this time. But the next second, the radar monitoring technician nearby panicked. "Sir, our communications have gone into black hole mode." The so-called black hole is actually a state where communication is completely lost and the entire eye is completely affected. As soon as he finished speaking, others couldn't wait to react. The entire command system in front of him was completely paralyzed. In an instant, panic began to spread throughout the entire warship. The so-called Do-class warships are actually just warships whose military command systems have not been updated for a long time. In Elton's opinion, it was more than enough to threaten a dragon country. Little did he know that this was also the beginning of his hasty escape later. At this time, on the 055 destroyer, report to the princess. Their communication equipment is completely paralyzed. Mattia curled her lips happily. "Well done. I order you to move quickly now. While they're off guard, go around to the blind spot behind their warship." Boom! The entire destroyer quickly circled behind at a maximum speed of 33 knots. Mattia's slender fingers flew across the control panel in front of her. Attack mode is instantly ready. Soon, when they arrived behind the Do-class warship, her men immediately pressed the attack button of the close-in weapon system. Feel the onslaught of artillery fire. Boom, strapje! A huge flame suddenly spurted out. The air wave drove the shock wave towards the Do-class warship. Bang! There was a huge explosion. Keep firing. Bang! 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 Before they could react, the warship was already under fire. Elton, who had just repaired the communication system, was stunned. No? What's going on? Is the Dragon Nation really going to go to war with us? Wasn't there just a warship? Where did the artillery fire behind us come from? The subordinate beside him said with a grim expression, "Report to the commander. The warship that just paralyzed our communication system is now right behind us." Elton doubted his life for a moment. No? Is this correct? Which warship can show side, drifting at sea? Is this still a naval battle within his understanding? Just when he was stunned. "Sir, we have to respond. The fire is too intense." Elton rushed to the control panel in a panic. "Quick, quick, fire the main guns and engage in a bombardment." At the same time, the warships turned around and retreated. Quickly retreat and create distance. Retreat. In an instant, the entire sea was filled with chaos of artillery fire. The people living on the coast were frightened. No way. Is the eagle coming to attack us? The local people are still afraid of this group of people. Standing on the beach, Wang Hu smiled and explained, "It's okay. This is a small ceremony before the return ceremony begins. Don't be afraid." Everyone cautiously asked, "Really?" Wang Hu nodded. "Just treat it as a salute. It's no big deal." Everyone finally relaxed. "That's good. That's good. Ha! She's really our mom. Even the salute uses such powerful equipment. Should I say it or not? I really feel extremely safe, don't I?" "Who said it wasn't? Ever since the announcement of my return, I've been able to sleep well at night. We'll have our mother to protect us from now on." Ha! Accompanied by the laughter of ordinary people, Mattia commanded the warships to attack fiercely. Laser-like shells destroyed target after target with precision. Although the Do-class warship had already activated its maximum defense capability, it was still easily torn open by the powerful terminal defense capability of the Dragon Kingdom warship. When another shell directly hit their 30mm close-in defense gun, the John Bull soldiers present were finally completely defeated. They are obviously just warships, but why do you feel they have the power of an aircraft carrier? And is the power of this artillery fire normal? It's like doubling the power. What's the point of fighting? The commanders were on the verge of tears. "Captain Elton, we are just here for a drill. You can't destroy our warships, right?" Elton's heart was pounding. I never expected that the attack power of Dragon Country would be so strong. "Retreat. Everyone retreat." He gave orders weakly. "If we stay any longer, I'm afraid Longwell will really take action. It's really uncomfortable to feel like a lamb to be slaughtered." As Mattia watched with a smile on her face, John Bull's warship quickly turned around and headed towards the high seas. Ha ha ha, what a bunch of cowards, running away just like that. Mattia, clench your fists proudly. Huh, now you know how powerful it is, don't you? Are you still trying to imitate your beads and stir up trouble? Go back and tell Luo when that we are not to be trifled with, and neither is the Dragon Nation. Chapter 198 makes a grand return, and the whole country celebrates. Inside the monitoring room, when everyone saw this scene, they all laughed happily. This so-called exercise-style confrontation ultimately ended with John Bull being unilaterally suppressed. This scene made the leaders present feel both angry and amused. I really don't know what they're up to. Are they coming here just to lose a few warships? Maybe you wanted to congratulate us in person, but the way you chose is not right. Ha ha ha. He's just a funny clown. Don't affect our mood. Lin Xia turned around happily. Little did they know that the representatives from various countries sitting in the back all had strange expressions on their faces. Everyone, you look at me and I look at you. The next second, they all smiled stiffly. Yeah, you're right. They're just clowns. Don't pay any attention to them. That's right. They're just lackeys sent by the Eagle Sauce. We just need to carry on as normal. Everyone seemed to be responding happily, but in fact, they were all scared to death. God knows how shocked they were when they saw the 055 turn around and go behind the John Bull warship. This is not a warship at all. Its maneuverability is even more exaggerated than some land vehicles. This is just their most commonly used warship, and it is even operated by personnel that the Emirates is not very familiar with. If this were really operated by their people and equipped with their most advanced technological equipment, I can't imagine what kind of effect it would produce. For a moment, everyone's heart was filled with fear. Everyone was glad that they did not listen to the Eagle Sauce and come to provoke like John Bull. Otherwise, they looked again at the warship that had long disappeared from the screen. Take a deep breath. Otherwise, they would be the ones who had their butts rotten and were running away. Just then, Mattia returned to the monitoring room with a proud look on her face and came in front of Lin Xia. Lin, how's it going? I beat that captain so hard that his face turned green. The warships you sold us are amazing. They're much better than those expensive junk from the Eagle Sauce. The little princess's happiness was beyond words. This time, she really vented her anger and helped Longwa teach those arrogant guys a lesson. Lin Xia nodded, her face full of appreciative smile. Well done. This lesson is loud and clear. Not only John, but everyone else who should understand it has also understood it. This is a very threatening statement. At that moment, the group of people behind him couldn't help but tremble. Lin Xia smiled meaningfully. Okay, it's already late today. Everyone should go back and rest. See you at the venue tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. The next morning, the sky was just beginning to turn pale. A cordon had been set up in a large square where Dragon Claw held the ceremony. The cordon was surrounded by the Dragon Claw guards and the Kingdom Dragon guards. Not far away, there were huge crowds of ordinary people who came spontaneously to witness history. At the same time, inland people who could not come to the scene also waited in the live broadcast room early. Oh my God, I was so excited. When I saw the news, I was so excited that I couldn't sleep all night. God knows how long my grandfather and I cried when we heard the news. Oh my God, this is something that generations have been looking forward to. Today, it will finally come to an end in our generation. From now on, we, the people of Dragon Claw, will truly be one family. Wow, who says it isn't true? Those great men in the past would have laughed with joy when they saw this in the underworld, right? That's for sure. What our ancestors wanted most was the integrity of our country. As everyone discussed, the number of people in the live broadcast room had reached its peak. And this is just the beginning. At the same time, when the people of Longwa are happy, the Japanese devils next door are not so happy. Looking at the ruins and the 1,000 torii gates that were still spewing flames. The Japanese prime minister and the tycoons were so angry that their teeth were itching, but they could do nothing. Even, Prime Minister, early this morning, the Eagles sent a message urging us to start the construction of the space elevator and test it online as soon as possible. The work must be completed within 3 months. The Prime Minister, who has always been a coward, was so angry that he threw the documents in his hand. What did you say? At this time, they're urging us to build a space elevator? Baga, do they know how many of us died? How much construction equipment was destroyed? Sunban Tori is their largest city. Even the mushroom bombs thrown by Longwa are of the largest level. Right now, looking at the tragic scenes transmitted back by the satellite, this group of people could not contain their anger. Eagle sauce, an eagle sauce that only cares about its own interests, humph. Several Chabel's lips trembled. Really? Don't push us too far. If you do, we'll all fall out and start a nuclear war. We don't believe it, but then you won't be anxious either. At this moment, they completely forgot that this so-called human tragedy was entirely caused by their own fault. They're also responsible for the suffering of the people. All they saw in their eyes was hatred and the endless burning fire of anger. Have you found Matsumoto? At this moment, the atmosphere in the entire hall was extremely depressing. Not yet. If my guess is correct, this guy should have been captured by the Dragon Kingdom. But the problem at the moment is that we can't directly ask for the person's release. Otherwise, we'd have to admit that we did it. It seems that the Dragon Nation's taking back of the Dragon Claw is a foregone conclusion, and we can't stop it. When Prime Minister Zhang Jiabenji thought that it was actually them who instigated this matter, his eyebrows throbbed. At this time, Dragon Claw Island. As the morning light illuminates the entire Earth. It was cloudy and rainy for 3 days in a row, and suddenly it cleared up today. At this moment, the entire island is decorated with lights and is bustling with activity. As people came and went, everyone's face was filled with irrepressible smiles. On the interviewing stand, representatives from various countries began to enter one after another. Around 8:20, the little princess of the Emirate, the little prince of Tao, the Russian emperor, the German president and his wife, the Frankish president, including the North Korean representative Kim, who is in a tense wartime. Almost all of them are familiar faces that you can see at international summits. In order to save face, the U.S. also sent its vice president to attend the ceremony. Right now, when the clock struck 8:30, at the entrance of the venue, the door slowly opened. The old man walked slowly with a group of leaders. Mr. Chiao sat on his left, and Lin Xia sat on his right. Xiao Kong was wearing a formal Zhongshan suit, while Lin Xia was wearing a neat military uniform. As they appear, at this moment, everyone present couldn't help but stretch their necks. The audience present and netizens in the live broadcast room couldn't help but boil over with excitement. Chapter 199, I am proud to be a dragon. Here it comes, it's really here. Our old man is here. Wow, wow, wow. I actually feel like crying. With the arrival of these 3 people, the entire venue suddenly became solemn, and everyone began to prepare nervously and orderly. The mecha warriors who participated in the flag exchange changed their clothes early and waited at the door. The other side, in the outer square, time is approaching infinitely. Helicopters and drones hover and cruise in the sky. A banner with the words, "Welcome Home," fluttered in the air along with the red flags. In the square, the people spontaneously waved the red flags in their hands and shouted, "Long live the Dragon Country! Long live the people!" Amidst the sounds that come one after another, the Dragon Kingdom's aerospace mothership Xuanwu slowly appeared and floated above Longzhou Island. Like a giant protective beast, it came to its own territory to patrol. Accompanied by a huge roar, a team of 8th-generation aircraft flew across the square, opening the curtain of the entire ceremony. The ceremony officially began at 9 a.m. Accompanied by a majestic march, 21 cannon salutes roared, shaking the entire sky. The 4-Army Honor Guard, led by the Aerospace Mecha Army, said, "March in step." They walked slowly into the venue in unison, carrying bright red flags. At this moment, the audience sang the national anthem that symbolizes the Dragon Country. Every sound is like crying, and each one represents the deep longing after years of separation. It echoed throughout the square, driving the entire live broadcast room audience along with it. The joy of reunion after a long separation, the deep-seated blood relationship, and the pride of realizing a long-cherished dream were all released at this moment. When the honor guard arrived at the flagpole in the square, all the soldiers present saluted and stood at attention at the same time. At this moment, Lin Xia, who was standing next to the old man, was also in a trance. He didn't even know where he was or what he was doing, but his eyes were hot and his heart was pounding. At this moment, he was no longer an observer standing outside, but a participant who had truly integrated into this land. He could feel his own heartbeat, the excitement of tens of thousands of people, and even more so the joy of the Dragon Kingdom's mother at this moment. When representatives from both sides of the Taiwan Strait jointly proclaimed the Development Declaration, Heart-to-heart songs rang out at the same time. On site, I finally waited for this day. Woo woo woo. I'm so happy to see a scene like this in my lifetime. I'll die without regrets. I'm so excited and happy. I feel like my heart is about to burst out. From now on, we are also citizens protected by the country. No one will dare to bully us so casually anymore. Everyone cheered, and at this moment, even the elderly people could not help but straighten their backs. In a live broadcast room, the words "One Family" and "Proud of Dragon Country" were flooding the screen. It's as if at this moment, no amount of words can express everyone's feelings at the moment. Short words cannot describe the excitement in everyone's heart. The ceremony site. When a song ends, the soldiers of the honor guard are also ready. The old man nodded at Lin Xia beside him. At this time, all the cameras were focused on Lin Xia. Lin Xia held her head high and chest out, then slowly walked to the central podium and stood still. Then, he picked up the microphone and a high-pitched voice came instantly. Raise the Dragon Nation flag. At the same time, the national anthem sounded again. But this time, the crowd fell completely silent. The barrage in the live broadcast room also stopped. Everyone stood up, their eyes fixed on the direction where the flag was rising. We do not wish to be slaves. Get up, get up, get up. We are united as one. As a resounding national anthem covered the entire venue when the last syllable fell. Red flags instantly fluttered throughout the square. Lin Xia held his head high and saluted. Next second, the whole audience cheered, flags flew, and salutes rang out. A text formation composed of countless drones instantly appeared in everyone's sight. We are one family in both places, and we will always be one family. Everyone was laughing, making noise, and crying uncontrollably, but in the blink of an eye, the sounds turned into hugs and encouragement to each other. The elders wiped their tears and smiled as they said, I must remember this day, well so I can tell my descendants about it, and let them know how important this day is. Let them understand that the country's territorial integrity is what the people want most. That's right, old man Liu. Now your grandson can go back to the inland ancestral temple and pay respect to his ancestors. Haha, you're right. I haven't been back for years. Now that you mention it, I'm really looking forward to it. On the streets of Longzhua in the afternoon, the parade activities brought the whole atmosphere to a climax. As the float passed through the West Gate, shops along the street hung up celebratory banners. The milk tea shop even launched a reunion hot drink, buy one get one free. Everywhere on the streets, people could be seen handing local specialties to the soldiers coming to Dragon Claw. Here, kids, have some pineapples. We grow them ourselves, and they're super sweet. Brother Bing, can I take a photo with you? Uncle, why are your clothes different from ours? Your mechas are so cool, just like the super soldiers who defend Blue Planet in the movies. The old people and children did not feel at all unfamiliar with the Dragon Country warriors, and each of them felt particularly close to them. When night falls completely, Lin Xia, the old man, and others stood on the tallest building in Dragon Claw, overlooking the brightly lit area below. Everyone was very emotional. I didn't expect this day to come so soon. I even thought I wouldn't be able to see it in my lifetime, said the old man happily. Who said it wasn't? Now when I think back to the morning ceremony, it feels like it happened in my previous life. Xiao Kong was very emotional. The old man looked at Lin Xia with admiration. Thanks to Shaolin. His big hand patted Lin Xia's shoulder heavily. Don't worry, the descendants of Dragon Country will definitely remember you. Lin Xia said firmly, No, remember us. Remember all the people who have sacrificed and paid for Dragon Country. Haha, you're right. The old man looked out the window with emotion. This time seems to be a coincidence, but in fact, we all know that this is not a coincidence. It is the result of many years of hard work. It's because of the kindness we've shown the people of Dragon Claw for generations. It's because of the warriors who sacrificed their lives on the sea monster battlefield. It's because of everyone who has dedicated their lives, even their lives, to this cause. In the days ahead, our Dragon Nation will work together to create a more glorious future. After saying this, the old man's gaze returned to Lin Xia. Shaolin, now that we've cleaned up the backyard, the preparations for the next battle might be even harder. Chapter 200. Dragon Nation is bound to unify Blue Star. Indeed, cleaning the backyard is the first thing that must be done. But what comes next is the most important thing. The next day at noon, after the hustle and bustle, Everyone finally went to bed exhausted. Lin Xia and others appeared near the Dragon Claw Sea. City Lord Su, after the recent handover is completed, I have an important task for you. Su Jingxing nodded repeatedly. We'll be a family from now on, just say it. Lin Xia pointed to Guangdahai, not far away. Perhaps you are not aware of the recent events surrounding Dragonclaw. Whether it's the sea monster or the Japanese dropping mushroom bombs, the source of these events is Guangdahai. He said this after careful consideration. Hearing this, the people nearby couldn't help but become nervous. Lin Xia walked slowly onto the deck, his eyes fixed on Guangdahai. Because this area is likely to contain the new type of substance that we humans are most looking forward to. When these words were spoken, all the Dragon Claw officials present were stunned. New type of substance? What is it? I've never heard of this before. In all these years, I haven't heard of anyone finding anything underneath here. Everyone was talking about it, but no one could come to a conclusion. Su Jingxing stepped forward and came to Lin Xia's side. Are you saying that the earlier sea monster incident was the eagle sauce trying to cover up the problems in this place because they were worried that we would find out? Lin Xia looked at him with appreciation. He was indeed a man who had been wandering between the two industries for many years. He was very insightful. Indeed, Su Jingxing clenched his fists. What do you mean now? Lin Xia looked at the sea area between the two banks and said, military blockade. Starting today, this area will not be open to the outside world. Later, I will send professional personnel to conduct an investigation and research. You, Dragonclaw, will be responsible for cooperating to protect the safety and stability of this area, while also opening up a new channel for communication between the two sides. Annihilation energy is something that no one has figured out yet. Even in the eyes of the Eagle Sauce Gang, this is the most mysterious existence. Lin Xia can be very sure that whoever discovers these substances first may have the right to make independent decisions in the future. For some reason, he felt very strongly about this right now. Yang Kitchen, I'm leaving Dragonclaw today. You stay and handle the follow-up matters until everything is sorted out before you leave. Yang Kitchen nodded. Okay, don't worry. After saying this, Lin Xia sat down again and looked at the sea for a while. Until almost noon. The arranged special plane arrived at the coast, and Lin Xia and others left with the farewell of a group of Dragonclaw officials. On the plane, Lin Xia silently opened the system interface. Congratulations to the host. You have completed the nuclear weapon disarming device. Host current points, 300 points. Mission in progress, space elevator. When the points reach 500, the next mall can be opened. The current products are almost completed, and he urgently needs to accumulate points to open the 4th level mall. But it is really difficult to earn points, and the recent projects are getting more and more difficult, and it takes a certain amount of time to complete them. By the way, how's the progress on Mr. Wan's side? Lu Ruifeng took the computer next to him and opened it to Lin Xia. The theoretical research on the space elevator has basically been completed. Recently, we have made a breakthrough in the material of the tether. It will probably take a while. Lin Xia nodded. If the super-kinetic energy cannon could not be made public now, he would definitely have gained a lot from this big guy. Let's go there sometime. It's time to strengthen Boss Wan. Lu Ruifeng hesitated. I think you may not have time. What do you mean? Lin Xia raised her eyebrows. According to the latest news, while we are holding the return ceremony in Dragonclaw, chaos is now raging abroad. Lin Xia's expression suddenly became serious. Tell me about it. Lu Ruifeng opened the file. According to foreign media reports, the war with the Russian bear has continued to escalate this morning. 5,000 missiles have been launched into the battlefield. Europe has been forced to curse at the eagle sauce. The little Russian president is already at the point of resisting to the death. The eagle sauce side is still trying to fan the flames. After the 30-nation conference, these issues have become more and more serious. Although the Japanese bombing had a huge impact on Blue Planet, it seems that it has not affected the decision of the Eagle Sauce top leaders at all. They are still continuing with their original plan as usual, and it seems that they are speeding up. Moreover, they have recently been secretly building 30 fighter jet runways next door, trying to cross our red line. Lu Ruifeng took a deep breath and said, There's no way to say this without the contributions of the Eagle Sauce and the ambitions of these people. Lin Xia snorted coldly. Touching the red line? Then they're seeking death. Lu Ruifeng. It's clear that the entire Blue Planet is in chaos right now. If they take advantage of this chaos to attack us, I can't imagine what will become of the blue planet next. By the way, this is the news from North Korea this morning. As soon as Lin Xia stretched out his hand, a secret message came into his hand. He opened it and took a look and immediately smiled. It seemed everything was as he expected. Lu Ruifeng frowned, a little worried. I'm worried that they will take advantage of this opportunity and try to take a gamble. And according to the latest intelligence, the Eagle Sauce's Luo has visited the Korean battlefield many times. They should be planning to completely abandon South Korea. Use the last bit of support we have for North Korea to leave an entrance to our border when the time comes. And I always feel that President Kim's attitude is not very clear, and they are still weighing the pros and cons. Lu Ruifeng was not aware of the private conversation between Lin Xia and Princess Jean, so some things were not clear to him. Lin Xia sneered. The White Palace's ambitions are too big. As the saying goes, if you take one step at a time, you may achieve your goal little by little, but if you take too big a step, you may easily end up hurting your crotch. They're still too anxious, after all. Lu Ruifeng took a deep breath and asked, "What do you think they will actually launch the attack?" He smiled and said, "I don't know why, but the closer it gets, the more excited I get." Lin Xia glanced at him sideways. "What? Can't you suppress your urge to fight?" He took a deep breath and said, "Don't worry, Dragon Nation will eventually unify the entire Blue Star. No matter how hard others try, it will be useless. The final outcome will only be in the hands of Dragon Nation." After saying this, he closed his eyes. "I'll take a nap first. When we land, we'll go find Commander Xiao to see how the simulated combat drill went. Regardless of whether there is a war or not, necessary preparations must be made." This is Lin Xia's current requirement for the entire Dragon Kingdom, and also his own requirement.